Chapter 1 I have billions of energy and blood, and you also have billions of output? China's Dragon Dynasty, Tianyu Province, Lintian City. Longguo University. Late at night, a thin figure was walking slowly. He was 1.8 meters tall and had a sharp face, and he was impeccably handsome. At this moment, he raised his hand and slapped to death a mosquito flying in front of him. Ding! The host's combat power is incredible. Kill a mosquito with bare hands. Gain 50 health points and 1 Mosquito Gene Chain. Host information, Li Xiao. Health value, 999, 999, 9999. Age, 20. Gene sequence, F-level mosquitoes and flies 100%, F-level dogs 100%, F-level reptiles 100%. Comprehensive assessment, unable to assess, exceeds the world's limit standards. The strongest super god-level warrior in this world has a blood and chi standard of 15,000 calories. It is said that he can earn hundreds of millions a year. Even for a blade-level warrior with over 4,000 calories of HP, it's said their annual salary is over $1 million. He opened his phone and looked at his salary text message. Longchao Bank, salary, 4,000. Alas, the salary for a part-time college student is too low. It has been a year since I traveled here. That year, my original body was diagnosed with blood deficiency. People with this disease cannot improve their chi and blood no matter what, and can only learn some auxiliary professional subjects. And my good father. Once I discovered that my original body was worthless. Directly gave all the resources to the adopted son. That means my own son was abandoned because he lacked talent. That's amazing. Li Xiao showed a mocking smile on his face. Fortunately, I brought the system with me when I traveled through time. Killing a creature can gain chi, blood, and the opponent's genetic chain. So this wave has the advantage on my side. He pressed the lock button on his phone. A pretty girl appears on the lock screen. That's right, I'm not like some other time travelers who traveled through time and became losers, dumped by women, and abused by women. During this period of growth, I unexpectedly found love. This girl's name is Yi Muyun, a second-year student in the Tactical Warrior Department. So many people think she is lucky. Generally speaking, men who suffer from anemia can't even find a girlfriend who is a warrior, let alone one with the same anemia. People ask you to take a piss and look at yourself. The main theme is I have nothing. But I want to look for one that has nothing either. At this moment he picked up his phone and sent a message to his girlfriend. He has decided not to hide his strength anymore. He wants to confront Yi Muyun and stop pretending. I am invincible in the world, I will support you from now on. After all, I have wasted a year and this girl has not given up on me. She has the right to know the truth. Talk to her clearly, and then find a time to get the marriage certificate. Muyun is worth it. Then Li Xiao realized that Yi Muyun hadn't replied to his message. Then let's go directly to her dormitory building. After a while, he arrived downstairs of Yi Muyun's dormitory. I saw a luxury hydrogen sports car parked on the side of the road. That's right, the energy source for cars in this world is hydrogen, not gasoline. But the constantly shaking sports car attracted his attention. What is a dancing car? Do I need to say more? Li Xiao smiled faintly, but it was someone else's private matter anyway. He doesn't care. When he found that Yi Muyun didn't reply to the message, he immediately made a phone call. The melodious ringing sound of a telephone came from the car. Li Xiao raised his eyebrows and his heart skipped a beat. Then he raised his eyes and glanced at the dancing car. As a chi and blood warrior, as long as he wanted, he could listen to what was said inside the car regardless of the distance. He didn't listen before because he thought it was someone else's private matter. At this time, the chi and blood are circulated. He could hear the sounds inside the car clearly. Mr. Zhang. I need to take a call. A young boy's voice came. Why answer the phone? Let him keep talking. Let him worry. After a moment, Zhang Xiao continued, You little devil, tell me the truth, he hasn't touched you for so long? How did you do it? I told him. I'm a conservative girl. We'll do that next year when we get married. Guess what he did, he's quite easy to talk to. Little did he know that I just wanted to give young Master Zhang. When he asked you to be his girlfriend, I told you that this kind of man has no guts, doesn't he? Li Xiao, who was standing not far away, smiled after hearing this. Damn, I traveled through time and space and thought the customs of this world were different from those on Blue Planet. Now I realize that my love is cheaper than grass.
At this time, Yi Muyun spoke again, but recently this idiot seems to want to propose to me.
How can that be?
You are my woman, Zhang Rongfeng.
But why don't you agree to get married with him? That would make our life together even more exciting.
Yi Muyun seemed a little reluctant. No, then I will be married for the second time in the future.
Or do you never intend to marry me? No, how could that be? Okay, let's go down and you explain it to him clearly.
Zhang Rongfeng said indifferently.
Snap. The car door opened and two people got out.
Li Xiu looked at the two of them indifferently, and saw that his girlfriend, whom he had been dating for a year, was wearing a halter dress today. His hair was disheveled and he looked lazy.
Skin flushing. Yi Muyun organized his words. Li Xiu, let's break up. Actually, I never liked you. This is all a joke between Zhang Xiao and me.
Those in this world who cannot enter the Qi and blood martial arts have no future.
Even if I really stay with you, what's the point? Can you support me with your 4,000 yuan monthly salary? Well, I've been your girlfriend for a year.
A woman like me, even in name only, is your girlfriend.
You're so happy, aren't you?
You made the profit anyway, so just live your own lives from now on. Zhang Rongfeng on the side sneered. Boy, don't be ungrateful.
You are a loser. Do you deserve a girlfriend like this? Even if you are stupid and ignorant, you can still take a piss and look at yourself.
Li Xiu suddenly smiled and said gently, okay, no problem.
Whether we break up or we're fine, I promise you. Yi Muyun didn't expect Li Xiu to be so easy to talk to. He wouldn't be upset, would he? Li Xiu, you're not going to let it go, are you? Don't commit suicide for me. It will affect my graduation.
Zhang Rongfeng continued to shout, even if you want to die, wait a few years.
After we graduate, you can die however you want. He lowered his head and sighed. That's enough. Go away and don't interfere with our next shot.
Li Xiu smiled, then raised his hand and gently brushed the bridge of his nose. Of course there's no problem with breaking up.
But you eat mine. You've been using mine for a whole year, shouldn't you pay it back? Yi Muyun was stunned for a moment. Are you a man? How much have I used you for? How much have I eaten you for? How much are 3 meals a day worth? Open your eyes and see the world. Spend some money on your girlfriend? And you still have the nerve to come back? Even if I didn't give you anything, this fairy's youth is worthless? Young Master Zhang, let's go.
Let this shrimp-headed guy fend for himself. Zhang Rongfeng sneered. As expected, trash is trash. A man who values this little money will be like this for the rest of his life.
Li Xiu's tone grew colder. You guys want to leave now? From the time we met until now, you've cost me at least 60,000 yuan. You want to leave after eating everything?
In that case, I will use the strength of 60,000 qi and blood to kill you. Yi Muyun and Zhang Rongfeng turned around and looked at each other.
Ha ha ha. This idiot is crazy. What do you mean by more than 60,000 qi and blood? Is that something that humans can achieve?
Unless it is driven by the most advanced martial arts mecha, driven by the strongest of our human race, and then amplified, perhaps it can be achieved.
That's right. Hey, Li Xiu, stop embarrassing yourself.
Young Master Zhang is about to reach 500 calories of qi and health, and he can even take the junior warrior exam.
Don't seek death. I'm doing this for your own good.
Li Xiu stepped forward and said, then I really thank you.
Have you installed 500 qi and blood? Puff. Zhang Rongfeng laughed. Are you serious? Fine. I'll satisfy you. You're so eager to get yourself killed.
He pushed the woman next to him away and then took a stance.
My family adapted the gene chain of the C-rank exotic beast Snow Wolf for me.
Don't blame me if you're looking for death.
Ode. Ode. Ode.
The energy and blood in his body rose rapidly, and a wolf shadow was wandering around in the shadow of his energy and blood. Li Xiu didn't take the scene seriously and glanced at the two of them indifferently.
Sudden.
A wave of energy and blood that made all the strong men in Longwu University palpitate burst out from Li Xiu.
Ouch.
A dragon of energy and blood surrounded Li Xiu and rose up.
Crack.
The ground beneath Li Xiu's feet shattered at that moment. Bursts of thunder rose and fell in the air, and the heart-pounding energy and blood rushed straight into the sky. The terrifying vision frightened Yi Muyun so much that his body trembled slightly.
What is this? What is this? Qi and blood turning into a dragon. Doesn't he have blood deficiency?
How could this be a strange Qi and blood phenomenon that only Grandmaster level Qi and blood warriors can experience?
Qi and blood warrior level, super god level above 15,000 calories of Qi and blood.
National level 12,000 calories of Qi and blood or more. Grandmaster level 10,000 calories of Qi and health or more.
Master level 8,000 calories of Qi and blood or more.
Elite level 6,000 calories of health or more.
Blade level 4,000 calories and above.
Advanced 2,000 calories of Qi and blood or more.
Intermediate 1,000 calories of Qi and blood or more. Primary 500 calories of Qi and blood or more. Entry level 200 calories of Qi and blood or more.
Conversion between Qi, blood and strength. 1:1 conversion between Qi, blood and strength is applicable for calories below 200. For martial artists above the entry level, the strength conversion rate is 1 Qi and blood to 100 gene of force. Therefore, the strength of a super god level warrior is over 1.5 million pounds. Of course, this data is affected by the genetic chain that matches the individual warrior.
Chapter 2. It's terrible, the professor wants to get married with me.
Li Xiu's blood and energy surged wildly, raising gusts of strong wind. I'm only using a little over 60,000 Qi and blood, but I'm already experiencing such power.
What will happen if I unleash my full strength? He thought to himself.
But the scene before them was clearly beyond the comprehension of Yi Muyun and Zhang Rongfeng.
Li Xiu, what on earth is going on? How can you possess such strength?
Yi Muyun grinned, a smile uglier than crying. You, can you let me go? She stepped back, pointing at Zhang Rongfeng. It's him.
It's this man. He seduced me, Li Xiu. I'm the victim. You should understand me, right? We've been together for a year, and you should know that I love you.
Li Xiu now felt that the woman in front of him was disgusting.
There are some people in this world who never know when they are wrong. You really can't be wrong at all.
Li Xiu said lightly. Originally, I was ready to tell you everything today, but now, you are no longer worthy. Zhang Rongfeng was so frightened that his teeth were chattering. Brother, spare me, brotherly, I was wrong. It was this woman who seduced me. He pointed at Yi Muyun and said hysterically.
Yi Muyun waved his hands frantically. Are you a man? You dare not admit it. Enough.
Li Xiu's eyes were cold.
Raise your hand immediately. Accompanied by the appearance of 9 genetic chains blooming on his body.
Li Xiu said calmly, today is the first time I've used my Qi, blood, and genetic abilities to kill someone. Every gene sequence has 9 gene locks. As long as you collect the complete gene chain, you can unlock 9 skills. Strange beasts and alien races invaded this world through various secret realms, thus giving birth to a glorious warrior culture. The so-called gene chain is achieved by fusing the genes of alien beasts with those of humans themselves. The gene chain is born, and the complete gene chain has 9 gene locks. Every time you unlock a line, you unlock a corresponding skill.
Li Xiu's system, in addition to obtaining Qi and blood, can also obtain dropped biological gene chains.
And now he is using the genetic skills from mosquitoes and flies. However, this is the lowest level F level gene, and the levels of the gene chain from low to high are FSSS. But using the genetic skills of mosquitoes and flies to deal with garbage is also quite good. But Li Xiu knew that even this F-level genetic skill could only be enhanced by his terrifying Qi and blood.
Also very strong.
I saw the 9th gene lock on his ordinary gene chain light up. At the same time, Li Xiu threw a punch.
Countless phantoms of breath, as if countless ancient mosquitoes and flies were rising into the sky.
After the terrifying energy and blood swept through, the adulterous couple fell to the ground with a thud.
There wasn't even a drop of blood left in their bodies.
The punch just now had integrated the mosquito's genetic skills. The blood of both of them was directly drained. Li Xiu slowly exhaled. Since I have exposed such strong energy and blood, the school should react immediately.
But I have nothing to worry about. With my energy and blood, who can do anything to me?
Although he killed the adulterer and the adulteress, he didn't feel any better. So Li Xiu turned around and left the campus. After a while, several figures appeared here.
Who was that terrifying Qi and blood power just now? Could it be that a super god-level warrior has come to our school?
The armed police have been notified and should be arriving soon. This is also a surveillance area, so they'll be able to investigate quickly.
But how could a super god-level expert kill 2 students? Off campus, Dream Bar.
The lights were dazzling, and the music was blasting. Li Xiu gestured to the bartender, strong liquor, the strongest one. I was kicked out of the family before, and I was busy working every day to pay for tuition. This bar is not far from the school, but I have never been there. But it doesn't matter now. My strength has been exposed, and I don't know what will happen in the future. Come out and relax. The bartender was a young girl who looked like she was working part-time to earn money for her studies. Li Xiu generously took out a few hundred yuan bills and said, "Any extra is yours." "Thank you, this is our strongest wine, Kiss of Fire." She handed the glass to Li Xiu. Perhaps because Li Xiu had given her a generous tip, she whispered ambiguously, "If you're looking for some excitement. There's a beautiful woman over there who's been drinking alone for quite a while. You can try it." She winked at Li Xiu. In fact, sometimes when people go out to play, everyone knows what is going on, so the bartender directly pointed Li Xiu in a direction. Li Xiu narrowed his eyes under the light. The woman was estimated to be about 1.7 meters tall, with long wavy light blonde hair. A beige casual shirt on the upper body, paired with a burgundy skirt. Delicate facial features, a high nose bridge, and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Call. What a beauty. Li Xiu sat over with his wineglass in hand. Then he raised his hand and said, "Her expenses are on me." The bartender nodded immediately and made another drink. Pushed in front of the two people, "This is a special cup for two people. There is a straw at one end, specially designed for couples. This drink is called Passionate Night, and it's for you." The bartender lowered his voice ambiguously. Li Xiu smiled at her gratefully. The woman beside him turned and glanced at Li Xiu, a student of Longwu University. "You're quite courageous." She picked up the couple's cup and gave Li Xiu a provocative look. "Do you dare to drink? What's there to be afraid of?" Li Xiu put his arm around her waist and then bit the straw at one end of the wineglass. The next day, the sunlight was glaring and Li Xiu frowned slightly. When he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Where was this? A hotel next to a bar? Feeling the smoothness in his arms, he looked down. Wow, isn't this the mature lady I met at the bar last night? As Li Xiu moved, the other party slowly opened his eyes. She looked calm, blinked, and said lightly, "Which class are you from?" "I'm a second-year student majoring in logistics mecha." Logistics and mecha subjects? Doesn't that mean you don't have much talent? She frowned slightly. Li Xiu sighed, "You know our school." She hummed, "Professor of zoology, transferred from the Sky Blue province. Today is my first day at work." Fuck. You're a teacher. Is this okay for you? Li Xiudao said. Gao Ningyun put on a white bathrobe, then slowly walked to the window and sat down. As she left, Li Xiu noticed a streak of bright red on the bed. My pupils shrank immediately. Is this your first time? She didn't answer directly. This kind of queen really gave people a very cool feeling. Is the first time very important to you men? Li Xiu also put on a bathrobe and stood up, then walked to the window. I was a little shocked, but fortunately, it was my first time too. Oh? Judging from your performance last night, it doesn't seem like that. The corners of her mouth curved up. Li Xiu rubbed his face and said calmly, I've watched too many theoretical videos. Gao Ningyun said slowly, I'll give you two choices. First, I'll give you some money, and we'll pretend nothing happened. Second, follow me to the Warrior Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. Gene Chain, humans already have the technology to obtain the gene chains of exotic beasts, and skills can be unlocked through the gene chains. There are 9 complete gene chains, corresponding to 9 skills. A person can only match one gene chain, but the male protagonist has no restrictions. Chapter 3 So how do you choose? Who do you think I am? Kuan? Li Xiu raised his eyebrows. If I choose the second one, you have to give me a reason. Reason? It seems that a reason is indeed needed, and Li Xiu is her student. Marry a student? It's quite ridiculous when you think about it. He is so young, he should choose the first one. I need to get married. I already have a boyfriend. She lay back lazily. Eyes narrowed. I have to say, she has a tall figure. This posture clearly shows off her figure. Li Xiu gestured for her to continue, saying that he was ready to listen to the story. I am the eldest daughter of the Longchao Gao family. My boyfriend and I originally agreed to get married this year.
That was the only way I could resist the family's marriage arrangement.
But who would have thought that he would actually accept 5 million from my family? She was about to break up with me, and then I came here, and last night's incident happened.
So that's how it is. We caught up and got a bargain, right?
The Longchao family is a first-class family.
Li Xiu murmured.
According to the history of this world, the first secret realm appeared 3,000 years ago. At that time, humans did not have powerful qi and blood warriors, let alone genetic skills. In that era, humans still used various firearms to resist. But in the following hundreds of years, humans suffered continuous defeats until the first warrior with over 10,000 qi and blood appeared. Humanity gradually began to write the chapter of qi and blood warriors.
Countries around the world quickly followed suit.
But humans soon discovered that these secret realms and the races that appeared in them were becoming stronger and stronger.
Some secret realms even have alien races with their own civilizations.
Humanity finally realized that they had been exposed and that this was an invasion in the dark forest.
Each secret realm is more like a wormhole.
But fortunately, after continuous research, humans discovered that the genes of exotic animals can be integrated with humans. It can make qi and blood warriors more powerful.
1,000 years ago, humans began to develop further based on thermal weapons. Finally, more powerful equipment was born.
The 6 major sequences of warrior mechas were born, and humans finally had the qualifications to stand tall in the world. After thousands of years of development, more and more powerful people have appeared among the human race. After these strong men formed families, they gradually became clans. According to the Long Dynasty's classification of families, the Gao family belongs to the first-class category.
The family is divided into 3 streams: first rate, second rate, third rate.
And above this, there is the super god family. The so-called super god family is a family in the contemporary era that possesses super god-level strongmen. When these powerful people fall, the super god family will once again become a third-rate family. In other words, this Gao family must have had a super god-level strongman in the past. I didn't expect to have a one-night stand with my teacher.
There is such a background. She nodded. Yes, I come from the Gao family, a first-class family. And if you choose to be my husband, you will not only lose the support of your family.
You and the family behind you will be targeted by our family. Li Xiu raised his hand.
Teacher, I have a question. Why are you going against your family? What's wrong with marriage?
Gao Ningyun slowly stood up and looked out the window. My family wants me to marry a super god-level strongman. As long as I'm with him, he'll be willing to marry into the Gao family.
From then on, the Gao family will once again be among the super divine families. What's wrong with this?
Li Xiu understood that this was definitely a good thing.
Good news? That man is over 100 years old and just broke through. He's an old man, though.
She turned and looked at Li Xiu teasingly.
It's okay. If you're scared, I can transfer money to you now. Is 5,000 enough?
Li Xiu shook his head helplessly. A baby over 100 years old, that's really unbearable. Although qi and blood can prolong life, they cannot change appearance. Li Xiu seemed to know the reason.
Not entirely, actually. Genetic medicine is very advanced now.
There are ways to delay aging, but he's just too ugly. Looking at Gao Ningyun, who suddenly looked a little playful, Li Xiu took a breath and almost looked up.
Okay, that's enough. You are beautiful and you are right.
Li Xiu said with a smile.
5,000 yuan is enough for you, right?
It's enough for you to find a girlfriend. She was about to turn on her cell phone.
No, I'm not a casual person.
Li Xiu walked to her side.
How much do you want?
Gao Ningyun had never met such an ignorant boy who took advantage of others and still wanted to ask for more.
It's your first time too, okay? I'm thinking of giving you some compensation because you're young.
Li Xiu smiled.
I want you to be responsible. Gao Ningyun.
After the two left the hotel, Li Xiu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, sighed. As expected of a wealthy woman, your car is quite nice, the latest Doug hydrogen-powered sports car. You know, this car is better than the one Zhang Rongfeng had last night. The current market price is probably more than 3 million Longchao coins, which Li Xiu never dared to think about before.
If you like, I have an older car, also a Dao brand. You can come to the teacher's dormitory and drive it away. Gao Ningyun said casually.
Li Xiu was already breathing heavily. Although he was actually very strong, he was still a country bumpkin. After all, he only earned 4,000 yuan from working, not even enough for tuition. Suddenly one day, a rich woman wanted to give him a luxury car.
Is the rich woman smell good? This will be the case after we get married. I will announce it to the family.
Then the family will probably abandon me. However, my annual income is also 1 million, and I am also a Qi and blood warrior, so I will have no problem supporting you.
She frowned. Of course, the premise is that you can't cheat on me with my money. That's the basic consensus, right?
When Li Xiu heard this, he felt it was such a consensus.
Of course. However, I have anemia.
Li Xiu remembered a point that many people would care about, but he hadn't said it yet.
Gao Ningyun slowly breathed a sigh of relief. That's not a problem for me.
You're a logistics mecha major, so if you work in logistics after graduation, you won't have to worry about not having enough to eat.
I don't need you to be strong, and this disease isn't hereditary.
Her meaning is very simple, as long as it does not affect the next generation.
Li Xiu glanced at the woman next to him.
He had just broken up with his ex-girlfriend and got married. If that woman were still alive, her expression would be amazing. He narrowed his eyes, but believed that the school and the armed police would find me soon.
So should I tell her about my true strength?
Forget it, let's talk about it after I get the certificate.
Your last name is Li. What's your relationship with the Li family in Tianyu province?
Hearing this, Li Xiu's eyes turned cold. It doesn't matter.
After I got sick, God bless the Li family and kicked me out. Gao Ningyun didn't say much.
After all, this kind of thing is not uncommon among aristocratic families. However, it is possible that the Gao family will make things difficult for the Li family because of this matter. Li Xiu will probably be in trouble by then.
But I will take action. My husband is not someone that a third-rate Li family can bully.
She really didn't know what Li Xiu was thinking, otherwise she would be shocked.
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes and thought, if the Li family dares to provoke me, then I will destroy them. Note, classification of aristocratic families.
1. Super God family with a super God level warrior in charge.
2. A first-rate family, headed by a national level warrior. 3. A second-rate family, headed by a grandmaster level warrior. 4. A third-rate family, headed by a master level warrior.
Note, the order of the 6 warrior mechas is Guard, Lancer, Shield Sword, Heavy Fire, Wanderer, and Double Blade.
Each sequence has an independent number.
During the long process of development, there are a large number of variants of mechas, which are generally used for deep space combat and have a great effect on Qi and blood warriors.
Chapter 4. This is what it feels like to be with a female professor.
Warriors Civil Affairs Bureau. Similar to the Civil Affairs Bureau of Blue Star, but with more administrative functions. Li Xiu followed Gao Ningyun out of the car and followed behind her. He looks just like a younger brother going out with his older sister. Li Xiu couldn't do anything about this, after all, their appearance and temperament were just like that.
After the two of them went directly to the marriage registration window to get a number.
The people around him looked at Li Xiu with different eyes.
That person looks like a student, right? Fuck. Can I find someone this mature and handle it? You don't understand.
At the most critical age, he met the most powerful you.
This is a win-win situation.
And if you look at that woman's watch, you will know that things are not simple. The eyes of the masses are always sharp, and Li Xiu has already been given the glorious title of the King of Gigolos.
Actually, he is not, he just likes my sister, is that okay?
Soon their numbers were called. Li Xiu suddenly felt a little nervous. Although he was a time traveler, this was his first time getting a marriage certificate with someone. The staff member was an aunt who looked like she had endocrine problems. She glanced at the two of them kindly.
A domineering sister fell in love with a 1.8-meter tall college boy? It's a pity.
She was just reading this kind of online article.
What about the domineering CEO falling in love with me who is in menopause, and the domineering female CEO falling in love with a younger man?
You too, marriage is a sacred thing.
Have you thought about it? She looked at Li Xiu. Li Xiu. What do you mean? Why are you looking at me? This wife is pretty good, I have no objection. Gao Ningyin took out his ID card from his backpack.
Li Xiu also took out his own ID card from his pocket. The ID card in this world was similar to that on Blue Star.
It just has more functions, integrating more detailed personal information and bank account functions.
The boy was born in 3020, and the girl was born in 3010, so they are exactly 10 years older. The staff member smiled even more. You sit together and our camera automatically captures your faces to generate a marriage certificate.
The registration fee is 20. Who will pay it? Gao Ningyun immediately took out his mobile phone and scanned the code to pay.
This now confirms that Li Xiu is a young and handsome guy.
Okay, wait a few minutes. After a while. Okay, your information has been stored. From now on, you are a legal couple. The staff handed a red book to the two.
This red book contains photos and basic information of two people.
The two took the marriage certificate and left.
On the way back to school, Gao Ningyun said, "You really have to think it through.
This is actually a big deal. I still feel like I've lied to you." Don't have that feeling. Knowing that I have anemia and you are still willing to get the marriage certificate, I know that I didn't choose the wrong person. My sister is reliable. With my talent, I'm actually not at a disadvantage. Gao Ningyun stopped talking after hearing this. For now, just focus on your studies. I'll transfer your tuition and living expenses. As for our marriage, I won't tell anyone about it. As for you, you can tell me or not.
She said lightly that in fact, when it comes to feelings, at least for now, the two of them are still a little short.
Li Xiu had no objection, actually.
Just as he was about to reveal the truth, Gao Ningyun spoke up, "You might be in danger.
If you're scared at night, you can stay with me.
After all, I am a high-level warrior, and my current blood and chi are over 3,000 cards.
Even if the family is too excessive, our teaching area is protected."
When Li Xiu heard this, he immediately decided to let him go again.
What if he knew he was invincible and was not allowed to stay there at night? He's newlywed.
As for the wedding, Li Xiu said, still believing it was important, "I'll make it up to you after graduation."
Gao Ningyun felt sweet in her heart.
Although this boy was not very talented, he was a good person.
She shook her head.
These are all small matters. Once you graduate and find a job, there's no rush for them.
Yeah. Li Xiu didn't say anything more.
Suddenly Li Xiu found that his cell phone was ringing.
In the dormitory group marked Logistics Mecha 009. Someone sent a photo. Dormitory head, photo.jpg, look, this is our school's new professor of exotic animals. Monkey loves climbing trees, fuck. This is too cool, she's like a queen. Don't eat peanuts, monkey, have you watched too many porn movies? The queen has even come out. This professor is from the Gao family. There's no way he'll ever have anything to do with us scumbags in this life, okay?
Li Xiu sent a nodding expression. These people were brothers who were in the same subject and dormitory as him. Their common characteristic was that they were all goblins with no talent.
Of course, the three of them are better than Li Xiu.
Although they have poor talents and their chi and blood increase slowly, they do not suffer from blood deficiency. In fact, Li Xiu does suffer from anemia, which means that his chi and blood will be lost over time.
I'd probably lose a few calories a minute.
If he relies on his own training, there is really no chance of him becoming stronger. But the system directly gave him a crazy amount of 900 million.
Go ahead and drop it like crazy. He will lose 50 calories of energy just by hitting a mosquito.
And if he hits a fly or a cockroach, it would be even more exaggerated.
A cockroach contains hundreds of calories of chi and blood.
At the beginning, Li Xiu stayed in the garbage dump every day with pesticide. The beggars who were picking up rubbish were all dumbfounded.
Okay, I am poor, but this kid is really stupid.
This is also the reason why the level of his gene chain is not high. But there is no rush. When you enter the secret realm in the future, just find a few SSS-level exotic beasts and collect some gene chains.
The school is just ahead.
I still have to report to work.
What about you?
She turned her head and glanced at Li Xiu.
Li Xiu yawned. I don't have classes this morning.
I'm going back to the dorm to shower and get some sleep.
Okay, go ahead. Gao Ningyun said lightly. After Li Xiu got off the car, he heard a ding-dong sound. Your account has received 20,000 yuan. He then received a private message from Gao Ningyun using a chat app similar to WeChat. Use the living expenses I've given you first.
If you need more, tell me later. Li Xiu immediately sent her a love emoticon.
Now I understand why so many beautiful college girls are willing to be kept. Who wouldn't be confused?
Li Xiu had just taken 2 steps when he realized something was wrong. There were many powerful auras around him that locked onto him. Anyone with such a strong fluctuation of qi and blood must be a high-ranking official of the Tianyu army or the armed police department. It could also be a high-level civilian martial arts guild. When he saw these people appear, Li Xiu was stunned.
I underestimated the authorities. They've invited all of them. Experts from the military, police, and guilds. He looked up. There are more than a dozen people in total. The qi and blood are not lower than 5,000.
In this chapter, the author does not think that the protagonist has hidden her strength. I just hope that in the first few chapters there will be some interaction between the older sister and the younger student, and then it will be revealed quickly in the later chapters.
Chapter 5. He has 60,000 HP. 60,000. Among these people,
a middle-aged man in police uniform came out. He had a scar on his face, a burly figure, and a surge of energy and blood throughout his body.
In Li Xiu's vision, the system provides a blue box showing his qi and health value. Qi and blood value, 6,420. Above 6,000, they are elite warriors. He must be a high-ranking official from the armed police department.
Perhaps more than 6,000 qi and blood are nothing in front of Li Xiu. But you have to know that at the social level, those with more than 6,000 qi and blood are considered strong. The senior armed police officer took out a simple individual blood gas detector with only one lens from his pocket. He hung the detector on his ear, accompanied by a beeping sound. Li Xiu's energy and blood values appeared in his field of vision, and a trace of cold sweat gradually slid across his forehead. The limit of the portable qi and blood detector is 10,000 qi and blood.
That's a Grandmaster level warrior.
Above that, a simple detector can't detect it. At this moment, he looked at the 10,000 qi and blood value on the instrument and continued.
I am Song Zhou, director of the Lindian City Armed Police Department. Since you possess the strength of a Grandmaster level warrior, could you please come with us? As soon as these words were spoken, the dozen or so masters who were vaguely surrounding them became tense and alert.
After all, a powerful person with unknown purpose and suspected to be a super god level person appeared.
If Li Xiu is hostile, the entire Lindian city will be in big trouble.
So, even though they knew that Li Xiu had killed someone, they would still treat him with courtesy.
Even if Li Xiu really killed someone. If he is a super god level strongman, then as a treasure of mankind. As long as there is a legitimate reason, the authorities will turn a blind eye. Li Xiu just stood facing the wind. He could actually hide his qi and health value. After all, he has the system, but after what happened last night, he no longer wants to hide his strength. So he said casually, "Okay, let's go."
Then a specially made hydrogen-powered armored vehicle drove over.
The appearance of this armored vehicle is a bit like that in science fiction movies.
It is said that this war-type armored vehicle was developed by Doug Company and can withstand the bombardment of warriors with a health value of 3,000.
Li Xiu got into the car, and Director Song Zhou sat next to him.
There were also several other warriors sitting in the carriage. Li Xiu noticed that they were all sweating.
He lowered his head indifferently and opened his dormitory group chat casually.
Li Xiu saw his roommates chatting. Monkey loves tree, photo.jpg, let me tell you something happened, someone died in school. Dormitory head, I heard too that the monkey photo was withdrawn.
Don't you consider other people's feelings?
Don't eat peanuts, at Li Xiu, my condolences, brother.
I never thought this would happen.
Seeing that Li Xiu didn't react, the three of them didn't dare to say anything more. Dormitory head, I heard that a strange beast broke into the school. As a result, a tragedy occurred, but fortunately, Li Xiu was fine.
In fact, all three of them knew very well that Yi Muyun and Zhang Rongfeng died together, which is very intriguing. Afterwards, these people lamented the impermanence of life.
And Li Xiu didn't watch it either.
Followed the official to the armed police headquarters.
Through the car window, you can see the huge arched building, shining in the sun. Armored vehicles of various models came in and out. Every time he saw these, Li Xiu felt like he was no longer on Blue Star.
Although many things in this world are the same as those on Blue Planet. But in fact, it is a completely different world. The area of this planet alone is 10 times that of the Blue Star. He exhaled slowly. Follow Song Zhou and other strong men into the hall and into the translucent elevator.
Then the elevator slowly rose. Under guidance, Li Xiu walked into a huge conference room.
There were already many people in the conference room at this time. In addition to many researchers in white coats, Li Xiu also saw an important figure. A woman in a suit just sat there, with her short hair and high spirits, her eyes fixed on Li Xiu. He also saw a man in a blue turtleneck uniform. Both of them are celebrities in Tianyu province. That woman is Shenanren, the governor of Tianyu province. The man in the blue uniform is Mo Zihuai, the president of the Lanchi Guild, a top-notch local warrior guild in Tianyu province. A master-level warrior has a chi and blood volume of over 10,000. Seeing Li Xiu appear, Governor Shenanren stood up and said, "Hello, I am Shenanren, governor of Tianyu province." She gave a very professional smile, but at the same time she was secretly shocked that the boy in front of her was too young. Although she was already shocked when she saw Li Xiu's information, she was even more shocked now that she saw the real person. Suspected to be a super god-level warrior. Only 20 years old. For a moment she thought there must be something wrong. According to the current information analysis, last night's murder was simply a crime of passion. A super god-level warrior is actually an ordinary college student. I'm so surprised. Li Xiu simply nodded, then said calmly, "Alright, don't you want to know my strength? Let's get started." Several researchers dressed in research institute uniforms immediately stepped forward holding instruments. Li Xiu sat down cooperatively. This floor-standing blood and gas tester. The rated upper limit is 60,000 health. But it's like the maximum speed of a car. Rated just a wonderful idea. The reality is that no one can reach 60,000 chi in blood. Among the super god level strongmen officially announced so far, the strongest has only more than 20,000 chi in blood. Stick the instrument's test strip on Li Xiu's arm. As everyone expected, the data kept rising. The expressions on everyone's faces also became interesting. 10,000 chi in blood. It's already more than 10,000 chi in blood. 20,000. It's already 20,000. It's truly god level. As long as your chi and blood exceed 15,000, you will become a super god level strongman. In fact, Li Xiu was depressed at this time. Should he keep a low profile? Exposing 100 million or 200 million should be enough. But just hesitate. On the instrument, the chi and blood levels have exceeded 40,000. Bang! Governor Shenanren stood up, clenching his hands tightly. This is impossible. Impossible. How could a human being have such a powerful chi and blood power? The most shocked person was Mo Zihuai. As the president of the Lanchi Guild, he knows best what happens after 10,000 chi and blood. How difficult it is for humans to improve their strength. This is also why many super god-level strongmen are over 100 years old. So everything that was happening before my eyes didn't make any sense at all. Governor, could he be of foreign descent? It is really possible that the alien bloodline refers to the intelligent race that invaded the human race through the secret realm. Throughout the long history, some alien races have mixed into human society. For example, the Purple Gold Clan, which has now been integrated into human society. Humans with alien blood have a higher upper limit of chi and blood than ordinary humans. This is the only explanation for such an unreasonable scene. At this time, Li Xiu spoke up, "Don't use your perception to define my limits. Your so-called limits and cognition are still too shallow." Now. The number on the instrument stabilized at 60,000 chi in blood. 60,000 blood and energy. Chapter 6, My male husband is raised by himself. It's not that Li Xiu wants to hide his strength. It is actually the human race's blood and chi instrument. The upper limit is 60,000. It is no longer possible to detect higher levels. 60,000. Shenanren thought she had misheard and was so shocked by the instrument in front of her that she was speechless. But they were obviously well prepared. Another device was immediately brought in. He called Li Xiu again and wanted to test it again. However, the result is still the same. And this time it was even more exaggerated. After the results came out, the instrument went black and was damaged. Shenanren stared at Li Xiu for a moment, then said, "Sir, would you mind if we could test your race?" But now, no matter whether Li Xiu has alien blood or not, the fact that he is a super god level warrior is already determined. And his strength can be said to be above the super god level. Li Xiu found it a little funny. My slight move was already the limit of the human race. As the president of the Lanchi Guild, Mo Zihuai, a strong man known for his calmness and indifference, also lost his composure at this moment. Impossible. How could a human being have such a strong qi and health value?
Li Xiu slowly exhaled and raised his hand. He forced out a drop of his own blood. I know you are suspicious, you can test my blood.
A researcher immediately took Li Xiu's blood with an instrument. A few minutes later, the test report came out. Governor. This report has appeared. He is of pure human descent. All the senior executives present looked at Li Xiu. Shenanren's breathing became heavy. At the age of 20, my God-blessed province has produced a genius. But Governor, I always believed that there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Okay. President Mo, I know what you're worried about. But do you know how many secrets are hidden in deep space? Humanity still hasn't figured out the secrets. In my opinion, any power that can protect humanity.
I don't care what he is, as long as he stands on the side of the human race. The very decisive governor stared at Li Xiu. I just want to know whether you will stand against the human race. Li Xiu raised his hand and scratched his cheek.
What good is there in standing against the human race?
I love French fries and Coke. I believe those alien races wouldn't do that.
And I like college and my professors. I have no reason to harm humans. Shenanren understood what Li Xiu meant and immediately bowed deeply. I will report your information to my superiors. At the same time, you will be the 10th super god level strongman of my human race. The 10th super god level strongman?
Li Xiu naturally knew that life was not easy for the human race. It is difficult to give birth to a super god level strongman. Many geniuses die early in their growth process. Therefore, there are only 9 known super god level powerful people in the world.
Each of them is a pillar of the human race.
And called them the 9 divine pillars. Afterwards, the governor talked with Li Xiu for a long time about his identity and treatment. To be honest, Li Xiu had no idea about these things. He was a social animal before traveling through time, and a college student after traveling through time. There is no way he has any idea about this. Once approved, your annual salary will be tentatively set at 200 million.
If you think it's too little, it will increase in the future. You will receive invitations from abroad in the future.
But I hope you can consider the situation of the Dragon Dynasty. Li Xiu understood that the Longqiao area was very large, but in the past 100 years, there were only 2 super god-level strongmen left. One of them made a breakthrough recently, and he almost married his own wife.
That.
Li Xiu raised his hand.
It immediately attracted everyone's attention.
I have to say, it feels great to be the center of attention. It turns out that power can corrupt a person's soul.
Money or anything like that, it doesn't matter. I'm not interested in money, is what I'm trying to say. I have to go back. I have evening self-study in the evening.
Li Xiu said honestly. He still had to take a shower when he got home.
He was very busy.
There was complete silence.
You are already at the super god level. You still want to go to college? But they don't understand the mentality of the strong.
The governor immediately stood up, bowed, and said, "Please do as you please." After Li Xiu left the meeting room,
she turned and glanced at everyone present. A cold expression gradually appeared on his face. From now on, this person will be the absolute secret of the Dragon Dynasty. His true abilities must never be publicized to the world. You all know what such talent means to the world. I don't want to find out the next day that he's been poached by another country.
I am announcing this to the public from now on. Dragon Dynasty has discovered the 3rd super god level warrior.
15,000 calories of chi and HP. And your identity will be kept secret for now. And if any one of you betrays Longqiao, betrays Mr. Li, you will be the enemy of the entire Longqiao.
For a moment, everyone looked serious, but those who could appear here were all Shenanren's confidants. What even Li Xiu himself didn't know was that the strength he deliberately exposed was hidden again.
Of course, it is not completely hidden.
Soon everyone will know that another super god-level strongman has appeared in Long Dynasty. After Li Xiu left, he naturally returned to Languo University. It was almost noon at this time. As a waste-filled major in school, the dormitories of the logistics and mecha department are naturally not very good. The dormitory building used is still the old one from many years ago. I walked into the modeled dormitory building and nodded to the dormitory manager downstairs. I walked into the dormitory and went straight to room 09 on the 3rd floor. At this time, the three good friends in the same dormitory were all there. Seeing Li Xiu coming back, the three of them immediately looked at each other. The person marked as dormitory leader in the group is called Huang Yuan, the one wearing 800-degree myopia glasses. The person in the group who is called Monkey Loves to Climb Trees is called Su Hangyuan. Because he can eat but doesn't gain weight and is as thin as a straw, he is nicknamed Monkey.
The remaining person in the group named Don't Eat Peanuts is named Lin Yu. He is short and allergic to peanuts, so his online name is Don't Eat Peanuts. We heard about Li Xiu. We are so sorry. Yes, and there is something you may not know.
Huang Yuan was about to say something.
Su Hangyuan immediately stopped him. Stop talking. The person is gone, isn't it good to keep some memories?
Li Xiu walked to his computer desk and took off his coat. Then he said calmly, I know, actually we broke up.
I didn't come back last night because of this. I drank some wine and I feel much better. Fuck. You know it now.
Monkey Su Hangyuan walked over and patted Li Xiu on the shoulder.
Alright. Then don't think too much about it.
Now that she's been killed by a strange beast, let's just let it go.
Li Xiu picked up a change of clothes and said, Wait a minute, I'm going to take a shower, and then I'll treat you to dinner. Oh. Li Xiu is treating us? Looks like he's got his salary.
Lin Yu sighed, after all, Li Xiu is a righteous man.
Every time I get my salary, I have to invite everyone to come and have a meal. But what these people don't know is that getting paid is nothing. There is still money for maintenance sent by his wife in his private wallet. It feels great. My husband, who is older than me, raises himself. It's simply invincible. Chapter 7. You are such a loser, and you still have the nerve to come back.
Li Xiu ran into the bathroom and took a shower. The three boys were bored and opened their computers to check the official website of Longwu University.
There is information on personnel appointments and dismissals above. Look, this is our teacher Gao Ningyun.
The more you look at her, the more beautiful she becomes.
Three boys stared at a screen. Do you think she's married? She seems quite old, right? Marriage? I, Su Hangyuan, disagree. I've already officially declared my love for her. From today on, she's my monkey brother's campus goddess. Your goddess. I, Huang Yuan, really like Gao Ningyun. Shut up.
Then the three boys started playing around in the dormitory.
Boys' dormitories are always like this, not a group of people laughing in front of the computer screen. It's just a few brothers quarreling with each other. Bang!
Lin Yu was the shortest, and while making a fuss, she accidentally bumped into Li Xiu's desk, causing Li Xiu's coat to fall directly to the ground.
Alright.
Stop it, Li Xiu's clothes fell off.
Su Hangyuan immediately picked up his clothes and patted them. The boss treated us to dinner, how could his clothes be dirty?
Don't call him boss, call him godfather. The dormitory head Huang Yuan corrected him.
The three of them nodded immediately.
You spend hundreds of dollars to take a girl out to dinner and a movie, but you may not even be able to touch her hand. But if you spend 200 to treat your brothers to a meal, your brothers may call you godfather. At this moment, Su Hangyuan suddenly saw the red book inside Li Xiu's clothes.
Fuck. Brothers, something's happened. Our adoptive father Li Xiu has actually already obtained the marriage certificate. What? So fierce?
The three of them gathered together, sighing. I didn't expect that he and Yi Muyun have already obtained a marriage certificate.
What should we do? How about we take him out for another drink later? But I still have classes in the afternoon? What's the point of attending class? Which is more important, attending class or being a brother?
The three of them seemed to have found a reasonable reason to skip class. At this time, Su Hangyuan opened the marriage certificate with some curiosity.
What are you doing, monkey? Touching other people's things.
As the dormitory head, Huang Yuan said that his behavior was not very kind.
Lin Yu also nodded.
But the next moment, Su Hangyuan's mouth slowly opened, like a mahjong stuffed with eggs. Gao Ningyun.
Why are you calling her Gao Ningyun? We know you like her. Who in the school doesn't like her? Lin Yu complained.
Su Hangyuan seemed to have been paused.
Motionless.
So Huang Yuan felt strange. I walked up to him and patted his shoulder.
What are you doing? Performance art?
Then he also faced a wave of heart control.
Lin Yu showed a suspicious expression. Brothers, what are you doing?
Subsequently, he was also controlled. When Li Xiu walked out of the bathroom, I saw three brothers sitting at their respective tables.
Everyone seems to be in confusion.
According to Li Xiu's experience, they seem to have collectively broken down. To put it simply, the sky is falling.
And it's all over my face. What's wrong with you guys?
You look tired.
Li Xiu noticed his marriage certificate on the table. So that's it.
The beautiful professor, who was still shocked in the morning, suddenly found out that it was her roommate's wife. Several brothers were defeated.
Let's go, I'll treat you to a hot pot restaurant. Come or not, eat whatever you want, order whatever you want, no matter how expensive it is. Wow, wow, wow.
The three of them immediately stood up and cleaned themselves up. The defenses had to be broken and the meal had to be eaten. 4 people walked in the deep campus.
The 3 single guys still don't believe that all this is true.
Brother, you're my real brother. Tell me how you managed to achieve this seamless connection and even married the professor. Li Xiu's method was too high level, and they simply couldn't understand it. When you were still thinking about how to reply to the private message from your schoolmate in a more interesting way.
Our ancestor has already hooked up with the professor.
The beautiful professor will always be the god in the hearts of male students.
I'll tell you while we eat.
Li Xiu said with a rogue smile. You guys shouldn't spend too much time on one schoolgirl.
And Huang Yuan, change that girl of yours quickly. Last time, she was watching a movie with her boyfriend, and you gave her some chewing gum? Even Fiangyang is not as good as you.
Su Hangyuan was taking notes on his phone.
Brother, what is Fiangyang?
A dog licker. Langu University is a university financially supported by Tianyu Province, which is equivalent to the 985 and 211 universities on Blue Star in the previous life. The school is in the center of the downtown area. Of course, this area is planned as a university district, and there are no overly noisy factories. They are all restaurants, KTVs, bars, and other industries that students like. After leaving the school, they found a hot pot restaurant opposite the school. I heard this hot pot restaurant is pretty good. Huang Yuan pointed to a Wei Yuan hot pot restaurant.
Then go and try it.
Li Xiu took his 3 brothers to have a hot pot meal. He recounted the story between him and Gao Ningyun, slightly modifying the details. One-night stands are definitely not allowed to be discussed. Several people finished eating hot pot. The 3 were still immersed in shock. As soon as he walked out of the hot pot restaurant, a luxury car stopped in front of Li Xiu's door.
A bodyguard in a suit stepped out of the car and said solemnly, "Young Master Li Xiu, did your father ask you to return to the family?" Li Xiu's 3 good friends also knew the situation in his family. Huang Yuan said immediately. Then we'll go back to school first. What about you?
Li Xiu waved at them.
I'm going to the Li family's house and will be back to class soon.
After he got in the car, it slowly drove towards where his family lived. Soon, Li Xiu saw a continuous villa area, which was all the Li family's territory. I have to say that even though they are a third-rate family, they are really rich. I followed the bodyguard out of the car and walked all the way to a hall soon.
He just stepped in.
A roar erupted from the luxurious hall. You blood-depleting loser.
Do you still have the nerve to come back?
Li Xiu frowned as he looked at the heavy figure in a suit, his father, Li Yegua.
I shouldn't have just kicked you out.
I should have slapped you to death. Then you wouldn't have done such a shameful thing today.
Boom! The terrifying surge of energy and blood.
In Li Xiu's field of vision, his qi and blood value appeared. Qi and blood value, 6,212.
Li Yegua is an elite-level warrior and is indeed a strong man.
But in front of Li Xiu, they are no different from ants. Before Li Xiu spoke, a thin-faced handsome boy wearing a pure black suit and dyed silver hair spoke first.
It was his father's adopted son, Li He.
Qi and blood value, 1130.
Father, stop talking about my brother.
Maybe my brother can't make it out there anymore and needs a woman to support him. So he did this because he accepted money from that woman from the Gao family.
Brother, you must have your reasons, right? Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to father and admit your mistakes? Chapter 8 You deserve to die. You bastard. Even your brother knows to plead for you. You're still so shameless. Even if I gave birth to a dog, I'd still wag my tail. Li Yegua's face changed with anger. This kid has that kind of disease, it's really a disgrace to the family, but it's okay.
You had blood deficiency, that would have been fine, but you actually caused trouble for me. At this time, a woman in a gorgeous long dress came up.
Her name was Qin Yueru, Li Xiu's stepmother.
She is only a few years older than Li Xiu and is the wife his father recently married. She is a typical old man who likes young girls. It was more or less due to the instigation of this woman that Li Xiu was kicked out of the Li family.
Yegua, don't be angry.
He just made the same mistake that all boys his age make.
After all, not everyone is as sensible as Li He.
Hearing this, Li Yegua snorted, Li Xiu, your mother was ill when she gave birth to you, which is why she died of illness at such a young age. I knew you were an ominous creature, but I still gave you the best resources of the family.
But you were found to have anemia at the age of 18, what do you say? Doesn't this make all my efforts go to waste?
And now, your decision has caused our Li family to directly offend the Gao family.
Li Yegua was shaking with anger.
But Li Xiu understood.
The Li family's situation in recent years has not been good.
A third-rate family must maintain its third-rate status. There must be a master-level strongman in the family. The health of the master-level grandfather of the Li family has been deteriorating in recent years.
Once this old man falls, the entire Li family will face the dilemma of falling from a noble family to an ordinary family. Once you fall out of the ranks of the aristocratic family, some family territories will be taken back by the state, and a large amount of resources will no longer be allocated to the Li family. So at this time, because Li Xiu offended the Gao family, isn't this nonsense?
Li Xiu, who was standing a little further away, smiled and said, actually, you're just worried about the Gao family taking their anger out on you. As a clan leader, you have reached such a level, yet you impose your own incompetence on a junior like me. You beast. Li Yegua stood up and shouted angrily, as if he was a wild dog whose tail was stepped on.
Today I will kill you in front of all your elders.
He raised his hand, and his blood surged throughout his body. At this time, the adopted son Li He, who had been standing by, hurriedly persuaded him.
Father.
Brother must have suffered a great deal of injustice outside to speak like that.
He definitely didn't do it on purpose.
All I need to do is apologize to the Gao family.
Grandfather said I have great talent. Matching S-level exotic beast genes is not a problem. In the future, I will definitely become the new master of the Li family and carry the family banner for my father.
These words almost touched Li Yegua's heart.
But Li Haiyue is like this.
The angrier he got,
even an adopted son knows this, but you, a descendant of the Li family, don't understand it? Don't stop me. I want him dead. Stepmother Qin Ruyue and Li He tried desperately to stop Li Yegua. What do you mean he was completely wrong?
Can't he just be spared?
He is a bit of a waste, but that doesn't mean waste can't be used.
In this persuasion that adds fuel to the fire.
Li Xiu just sneered, it's like a farce.
At this moment, a figure emerged from the family.
The woman was wearing a simple white dress. He knelt down in the hall with a thud, Uncle. Uncle.
After all, this is your child, my lady.
Please, no matter what he did wrong, Yuehua is willing to take the blame for him.
Li Xiu felt a pang of pain in his heart, as this woman was his mother's maid who came with her as a dowry.
Back then, my mother was the eldest daughter of the Li family.
After marrying his father. As a dowry person, she has been staying in the Li family. In other words, Yuehua gave him maternal love from childhood to adulthood. Therefore, Yuehua never married in her life. In fact, she could leave the Li family.
Go and pursue your own happiness, but for Li Xiu.
She stayed in the Li family. When Li Xiu was kicked out of the house, she also tried her best to plead for him. And over the past year, she has not given up pleading for herself in the family. I just hope that after I graduate from college, I can return to my family and live a peaceful life in the future.
Aunt Yuehua. Get up. This kind of person is not worthy of you kneeling to him.
Li Xiu said with heartache. Yuehua raised her head. On her pretty face, there was a faint black mole at the corner of her mouth.
Li Xiu, talk to your father. He will really beat you to death. Li Xiu laughed, Aunt, I came here today, not afraid that he would fight me. And when I come back today, I will take you away. Ha ha ha. How funny, Li Xiu. You're a blood-deficient loser, yet you're still spouting such nonsense?
Li Yegua narrowed his eyes slightly, all right.
Then I'll pretend I never gave birth to you, you beast. Just then, a voice rang out. Yegua. Stop. An old man in a white robe walked out from the inner hall.
It was Li Xuanlong, the last master-level warrior of the Li family.
The Li family's magic weapon. In the eyes of the Li family, he is more powerful than the patriarch. He was followed by an old man in a brown robe.
Li Xiu glanced at the other person, and the system automatically scanned him.
Qi and blood value, 10,230. He is actually a master-level expert.
You know, Li Xuanlong, a master-level warrior, only has more than 8,000 qi in blood. Li Xuanlong stroked his white beard. He said calmly, I have already explained this to the elder of the Gao family. As long as Li Xiu apologizes to the Gao family, he can divorce the Gao family girl.
If my Li family makes some more compensation, then this matter will be over. He glanced at Li Yegua and continued, Yegua, stop always resorting to violence.
Just let the children deal with their own troubles. Then, he said as a matter of course, Li Xiu, now Taigang is speaking for you.
How about you apologize to this elder of the Gao family and do as I say? Is that okay with you? As for your Aunt Yuehua,
I'm planning to marry her next month. After all, your great-grandmother has been gone for a long time.
I've always wanted to find a second wife. Your aunt wants you to return to the Li family. It's okay. Wait until we're married and you've had the wedding banquet and then come back.
Li Xuanlong looked at Li Xiu indifferently. It seemed that Li Xiu had already taken advantage of him. The look in his eyes was as if to say, boy, you should quit while you are ahead. Li Xiu slowly exhaled, you're wrong.
I, Li Xiu, will not apologize.
I, Li Xiu, and Gao Ningyan are in love.
How are we? Don't worry about it, you dying people. And more. You old bastard. Half of her body is in the coffin. How dare you touch my aunt? Wow.
The whole hall suddenly became lively, and the tribesmen started talking.
This is Grandpa.
How dare Li Xiu say such outrageous words? Li Yegua's face had turned black at this time. Li Xiu.
You deserve to die. You deserve to die. From now on.
I swear by the ancestors of the Li family. You, Li Xiu, will never be allowed to enter the Li clan ancestral hall in your lifetime.
Who dares to plead with you again? It means being an enemy of the entire Li family. Chapter 9. Did you get the wrong family? The situation was out of control for a while.
Yuehua immediately turned around and apologized to the elder from the Gao family.
I'm here to apologize. Don't take everything out on the kids. He's just a student. Don't you think it's too harsh on him?
Xin Ruyue, the stepmother, said coldly, other than that, that's all. This kid was so disrespectful to Taigong that Yegua was about to forgive him.
This kid is courting death. He has no respect for the grandpa at all.
Li Hai said righteously, that's right.
Grandfather spent his whole life protecting our family.
I've devoted myself to the cause, and yet I'm still being insulted at the end. The key point is that the person who insulted him was actually the eldest son of the Li family. Grandfather Li Xuanlong's eyebrows and eyes were twitching at this time. Li Xiu.
In front of so many elders. How dare you be so arrogant? I'm just marrying a maid. Boom. Li Xiu raised his eyes, a maid? She's my aunt. You dying pieces of shit. How dare you humiliate her? Li Yegua laughed, okay. Grandpa, do you still think this kid can survive?
Such a beast has emerged from my Li family. This is just the worst possible luck.
I will clean up the mess for the Li family today.
At this moment, a member of the Li family walked in from outside. Chief.
God bless the governor of the province. Shen Anren. And Tianyu Army Commander Luo Fuxing is here. What? Li Yegua was shocked. The governor and the army commander are here together?
Luo Fuxing is a national-level warrior with a blood pressure of over 12,000 calories.
He must not be neglected. Welcome quickly. You little beast. I'll let you live for 2 more minutes. Li Yegua strode towards the person who came.
At this time, Li He walked up to Li Xiu and said, my brother.
If you are half as sensible and well-behaved as I am, it won't be like this.
I'm curious about what my father will do to you later.
Xin Ruyue walked between the two of them, and a hint of charm flashed across Li He's face.
Then his eyes fell on Li Xiu. By the way, Li Xiu. I heard your father tell it once when he was drunk.
Your mother's illness back then.
It was because of his connivance and delay in treating her that she died. Buzz buzz buzz. Li Xiu felt a surge of heat in his head, and a wave of memories flooded back, even though they were memories of the original owner. But the love between mother and son transcends everything, and a raging rage burns in his heart.
Such a family. Is it still necessary to exist? At this time, Li Yegua walked up to Shen Anren, the governor of Tianyu province, and said respectfully, "Governor Shen, Commander Luo, why are you here? My humble home is flourishing. My Li family is flourishing."
Luo Fuxing is a typical middle-aged soldier, dressed in a dark green army uniform with 2 sun stars on his shoulders, which represents the rank of lieutenant general.
Master Li, there's no need to be so polite. Master Li, you've given birth to a good son. The Li family will be honored from now on. Good son? What good son? Could it be that Li He broke through to the intermediate level warrior at the age of 18? And then he was admitted to a key martial arts high school with this result? The superior comes to commend you? But this is too fucking grand.
Not only is the governor here, but you, Luo Fuxing, are the commander of the entire Tianyu army. Although he was suspicious, he only had 2 sons, one was born useless, and the other was the adopted son of a genius from heaven.
Then it must be Li He. Li He, come here. Come and meet the 2 leaders. Li He was stunned and immediately straightened his clothes. She also said to Li Xiu, "Brother? Brother, my life is full of cheats. Look, the governor and the army commander came to see me. In the future, the entire Li family will move towards glory under my leadership. As for you, you're shit. And a fucking piece of shit at that." He whispered this and walked in front of Li Yegua. "Father, you called me." "Yes, let me meet you too, Shen Anren, the governor of Tianyu province, and Luo Fuxing, the commander of the Tianyu army."
Li He met with the 2 leaders. Li Xuanlong, the grandfather of the Li family, and the elders of the Gao family looked at each other. It's incredible that a young member of your Li family has caught the attention of these important figures at such a young age.
"Ha, oh my, thanks to the ancestors, this child has been smart and sensible since he was young, much more sensible than that unfilial son. It would be great if Li He was of the Li family's bloodline." Among these people's emotions, Yue Hua seemed to have seized the opportunity. "Leader. Governor. Commander. Please save this child." Although Li Xiu caused trouble, he has now been expelled from the Li family. These people want to kill him. Oh, right. Li Xiu is a student at Longwu University. Please save him. To Yue Hua, these leaders are all big shots. As long as they are willing to talk, at least Li Xiu's life can be saved. What? Li Xiu was expelled from the Li family? Shen Anren was shocked. This is an existence that all forces want to win over. The only super god-level warrior in the human race who has surpassed the limits of qi and blood. You kicked him out of the house? Why not just let him live in the doghouse? It really opened my eyes. She and Army Commander Luo Fuxing exchanged glances. Luo Fuxing asked, Chief Li, did you really expel Li Xiu from the Li family? Li Yegua's face darkened. This Yue Hua. She really should be kicked out. Ha ha ha. These are just trivial matters within the family. My son Li Xiu is suffering from anemia, but he doesn't know how to be grateful to the family. He also did something that damaged the family's dignity, which is why this happened. But our Li family will never abuse lynching. Yue Hua. What nonsense are you talking about in front of these 2 leaders? Get down there and slap them in the face. Hearing this, Li Xiu stepped forward and said, "Let's see who dares today." Li Yegua raised his eyebrows. Okay. Beast. What a disgrace. Even if I, Li Yegua, really gave birth to a dog. They're all better than you, trash. Wait a minute. Shen Anren was speechless. Patriarch Li, right? Actually, we came here today to discuss raising the Li family. What? Tig? What do you mean? No one in our Li family has made a breakthrough, so we shouldn't be able to be promoted to a second-rate family, right? Li Yegua looked puzzled. He glanced at his grandfather, who also looked puzzled. Taigong's qi and blood values have remained stable at just over 8,000. It's good enough that they haven't regressed at this age. It's impossible to improve. You're mistaken again, Patriarch Li. We're here today to promote your Li family to the status of a super god family. Luo Fuxing nodded and said doubtfully, "Yes, I'm sure you all understand the reason for doing this." Li Yegua got goosebumps all over his body at this moment. This is a super god-level family. Enjoy the country's first-class resource training. You can preferentially obtain various exotic animal resources, and even directly match your offspring with a complete exotic animal gene chain. You know, although exotic beasts are everywhere in the world, the real high-quality exotic beasts only appear in the depths of the secret realm. Behind every high-grade genetic chain of exotic beasts, there may be the blood sacrifices of countless powerful people. Now you tell me that the Li family can become a super god-level family? As the governor, you chose the wrong family. Chapter 10 Shura Field. Li Yegua for a moment. Still can't figure out why. So I could only ask in a low voice. Commander Luo, are you guys mistaken? How could our Li family promote the super god family? Even if we upgrade to a second-rate family, we still need a master-level expert to take charge. But the strongest person in my Li family is only a master-level warrior. Hearing him say this, Luo Fuxing found it funny. A true genius was kicked out by your Li family. Now you tell me that the strongest person is only at the master level. So he said with a smile. It's true that your Li family doesn't have any super god level people now, but, well, there used to be some. Li Yegua's face was filled with 1,000 question marks. Governor Shen, Commander Luo, I, Li Yegua, really don't understand. One of my two sons is still immature, and the other is a useless beast. It can't be them. After hearing this, Luo Fuxing's face turned strange. That little beast you are talking about, isn't it? It's Li Xiao. Luo Fuxing even took a step back, as if trying to distance himself from the idiot in front of him. In his eyes, a super god-level strong man is actually a little beast. It is simply unreasonable and unbelievable. Governor Shenanren raised his eyes and glanced at the head of the Li family. It makes sense that a small family cannot develop, given their vision and breadth of mind. To have such a quarrel with a junior. So she took a deep breath. Then he took out a decree. The Dragon Dynasty has issued the latest announcement. The super god-level strongman Li Xiao has a blood and chi of up to 15,000 calories. His family can be promoted to a super god-level family. This. Li Yegua thought he had misheard and looked at Shenanren in front of him with a dazed face. Governor, this Li Xiao is suffering from blood deficiency. I have no destiny with the chi and blood martial arts in this life. You said he was a super god-level strongman, what a joke. I think you've made a mistake. Ha ha ha. Li He on the side heard it and couldn't help but say. My brother is suffering from blood deficiency. I have this disease. Basically, I can only live my life as an ordinary person. I'll find a class to attend and live alone from now on. The leaders must have had the wrong information, or maybe there's someone with the same name. Shenanren shook his head upon hearing this and said, You are the ones who are wrong. I don't understand. How can you not see such a powerful person standing before you? Li Xiao is a pillar of the Dragon Dynasty. How ridiculous that you kicked him out. When Li Yegua heard this, his expression became confused and he became angry and embarrassed. Boom! He immediately unleashed his chi and blood power. Okay. Since the governor is so sure, I'll show everyone what kind of person Li Xiao is. The condensed energy and blood surged instantly. A giant palm of chi and blood condensed in Li Yegua's hand. Then he slapped Li Xiao, die. Li Xiao. If you have any dignity at all, hang yourself here. It's worth it for my Li family to raise you. Li Xiao suddenly laughed out loud, how ridiculous. How ridiculous. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. You old bastard, you actually want to kill your own son. Why, what on earth have you done wrong? In that case, I want everyone in your Li family to open their eyes and see the wealth and glory you want. The chi and blood master you want is nothing compared to me. The things you value most are worthless in front of me, Li Xiao. Boom! Li Xiao's body was filled with terrifying energy and blood. The dragon shadow condensed from chi and blood surrounded Li Xiao. From a distance, it seemed as if countless ancient blood dragons were surrounding him. This terrifying atmosphere of chi and blood. It shocked everyone so much that their jaws dropped. The old man standing not far away. Li Xuanlong muttered to himself, it's actually a chi and blood phenomenon. This kid's chi and blood must be over 10,000. Buzz buzz buzz. The surrounding walls and floor tiles were all cracked.
The terrifying sense of oppression continues to increase. Luo Fusheng, who saw the scene not far away, exclaimed. He's truly a super god-level warrior. It can make me feel such palpitations. Except for the super god level. There is no other realm possible. No. No. I've seen the moon breath pillar. Her oppressive feeling is strong, but it's definitely not as exaggerated as Li Xiu's. I feel like I can't breathe. Shenanren murmured, I know you all don't believe it. Even the Dragon Emperor doesn't believe that Li Xiu's qi and blood have broken through the limit. But with this bizarre sight before us, there's no way to refute it. He is the Dragon Dynasty's #1 warrior. And facing this powerful impact of qi and blood, the Li family member closest to him was the first to go, bang bang bang. They all knelt on the ground, even his grandfather Li Xuanlong and his own father Li Yegua. Even the elder of the Gao family was unable to move. Even when Li Xiu deliberately restrained himself, he only revealed tens of thousands of qi and blood pressure. If he unleashed his full energy and blood, the entire Li family would probably cease to exist. Perhaps even the entire Tianyu province was wiped out. At this time, Li Xiu asked calmly, I am the sinner of my family. It's your stain, Li Yegua. Then I'll tell you now. How dare you question the glory of the bright moon? At this moment, Li Yegua had no idea what he had missed. I missed the opportunity for the Li family to rise. He missed the chance to reconcile with his godlike son. But who could have thought of a person with blood deficiency to have such strength? After all, once this world suffers from blood deficiency, that's almost like a death sentence. In this life, I can only be a piece of trash, a scum, a detritus, begging for mercy from warriors for survival. Li Xiu, I was wrong, my father was wrong. Just stop, just stop. You are still the eldest son of the Li family. From now on, the entire Li family will be yours. So stop it now. I am your father, you cannot kill your father. Qin Yueru, who was standing aside, had a look of terror in her beautiful eyes. She had only been married into the Li family for a short time, so how could she be involved in such a Shura situation? No. It's all Li Xiu's fault. Li Xiu. You lied to us. You have such strength, but you don't know how to contribute to the family. Even if you are a super god level strongman, don't you have any faults? As long as I expose you live, can you withstand the wrath of the entire Dragon Dynasty's 10 billion people? Mother! Don't provoke my brother. My dear brother. My beloved brother. Do you still remember that when I was a child, I called you brother? Li He shouted. His handsome face was pale with fear. Brother. I've always spoken up for you. You are my favorite big brother. I always thought that once I became the clan leader, I would definitely bring Big Brother back. Brother. Once a brother, always a father. At the same time, Li Xuanlong forced a flattering expression on his old face. He naturally knew what a super god-level warrior meant to this country and to the Li family. Shut up. You're all beasts. Only grandfather has always stood by you. Just now your father wanted to kill you. And I helped you. As long as you spare Taigong. Taigong helped you kill Li He. Kill your father. I'll let you be the head of the family now. And you put that bitch Qin Yueru on your bed. Chapter 11. God bless the Li family. There is no need for them to exist. Even Li Xiu didn't expect it. These people's attitudes can change so quickly. You're such an old dog. Seeing that the situation is stronger than you, you can even kill the clan leader? Li Xiu turned his gaze to Li Yegua. See? This is your Li family's magic weapon. Do you really think that the Li family has been brought to this point simply because of the lack of talent among your children? And not because of your incompetence as the clan leader? Look at what a good wife you've found. And what a good son you've adopted. I was manipulated into this by my adopted son's schemes. You are really no good. Am I the useless one? Or is it you, the patriarch, who is useless? And you, Li He. My Li family treats you well. Li Yegua treats you well too. I'll let you off the hook for power and resources. But you're using the family resources. And you're still playing stepmother. Your conscience has been eaten by a dog. What? Li Yegua's face changed drastically. What did you say?
What on earth are you talking about? Li He flatly denied it, brother. I didn't. I didn't have an affair with my stepmother, and I never wanted to hurt you. Li Xiu raised his hand, grabbed Li He, and strangled him hard. It's all fucking terrible. Act like a thunderstorm for me. Seeing the murderous intent in Li Xiu's eyes, Li He immediately said, Don't do it, big brother. It's me. I'm playing with my stepmother. She has 3 moles on her thigh. I'm not human. I eat Li's food, use Li's things, and play with Li's things. Asshole. When did I ever play games with you? Jin Yueru was furious. Li He was obviously terrified and couldn't hold back at all. Brother, please don't kill me. I'm not the only one playing with you anymore. Grandfather played it too. 6th uncle. 7th uncle. 8th cousin. 9th cousin. They've all played it. All the tribesmen's expressions changed. Fuck you. Don't hurt me. Everyone said it was a tacit understanding. What do you mean, kid? You're going to offend all of us just to survive. Li Xiu laughed heartily, and the energy of his blood and qi in his body increased a little. Buzz. The scene suddenly became much quieter. At this time, only Grandpa Li Xuanlong could still speak. Li Xiu. I can tell you something important. As long as you spare my life. Li Xiu shook his head. What could happen to me? I'm not interested. It's related to your illness. It's related to your mother. Oh. Li Xiu blared at her, then why don't you just tell me now? Okay, I swear by Grandfather Li. Everything I say is true. Your illness. It's the poison your father himself inflicted. Li Xiu's face changed. What? Li Xuanlong said with tears in his eyes, This has to start with your mother. Your mother was originally the eldest daughter of the Li family, the super god family. When your grandfather was alive, he was a super god level powerful being. After that, he fell, and the family fell into poverty, so your mother married your father. This was for a marriage alliance, but your grandfather's enemies gave your father a large amount of resources. Your father killed your mother and crippled you, all for wanting your grandfather, the Litian divine pillar, to have no descendants. Grandpa. Do you want my Li family to be completely destroyed? Li Yegua withstood the pressure from Li Xiu. My heart is broken. Upon hearing this, Li Xiu's blood and energy surged. Even the provincial governor Shenanren and the army commander Luo Fuxing, who were standing in the distance, were sweating profusely. It seems that Li Xiu's energy and blood are not at their limit yet. What kind of monster is he? Li Xiu slowly walked up to Li Xuanlong and asked, Are you saying that he was the one who killed my mother? Li Yegua crawled over it this time. Li Xiu. No. Don't listen to this old man's nonsense. Your mother and I truly love each other. How could I kill your mother? Li Xuanlong snorted coldly. Li Xiu, you know that what I said is true. As the grandfather of the Li family, I don't care, but that doesn't mean I don't know. You know? But you don't care? Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. Li Xuanlong broke out in a sweat. No, there were so many things involved back then that even I wouldn't dare ask any more questions. Hearing this, Li Xiu turned around. Li Yegua. Why on earth did you kill my mother? Faced with such oppression, Li Yegua fell to his knees with a thud. I'm possessed. But I'm doing this for my family. Li Xiu narrowed his eyes, then said in a deep voice, All right. The Li family is truly rotten now. We don't need them anymore. Li Xiu casually raised his hand. Boom. Li Xuanlong's body exploded into a bloody mist. Let's not talk about anything else. You are just an old man half buried in the ground. How dare you covet my aunt? You have already received your death. This scene stunned everyone. The pillar of support for the Li family. It just exploded. At this moment, neither Li He nor Qin Yueru had any hope of luck anymore. He really dared to do it. The key point is that the governor and the army commander over there all seemed to be willing to let him do whatever he wanted. This is the privilege of a super god-level strongman. After killing the clan leader, Li Xiu turned and looked at the remaining people. From today on, the Li family is no longer a noble family. As for the Li family leader, his crime is tantamount to treason. All of the Li family's assets and resources will be taken back by Long Chao. Li Yegua panicked. No. Li Xiu. I'm your father. The Li family is my life's work. I've done so many wrong things for the Li family. You can't deprive me of the Li family. And you can't sentence me to death. At this time, Jin Yueru crawled to Li Yegua's side. Yegua. This man is so ambitious that he doesn't care about the family at all. Bang. Get out. Bitch. Li Yegua slapped Jin Yueru, and the next moment he burst into tears like a child. I'm done for. Li Xiu frowned slightly. Li Yegua, who was the one who ordered you to do everything back then? But at this time, Li Yegua seemed to have lost his soul, talking nonsense and incoherently. Li Xiu reluctantly turned and walked toward Shenanren and the others. Governorin, please find out for me what family was so powerful back then that it caused my grandfather to have no descendants. Boom boom boom. A loud voice sounded, and Li Xiu frowned slightly and turned around. Li Yegua was seen frantically stirring up his energy and blood. He jumped up and smashed the roof with one palm. He soared up and arrived outside the hall in an instant. In the square outside the house, a huge dome opened. A machine with a shining metallic luster appeared in front of everyone. This is the Li family's mecha. W07. Heavy Fire Series. At this time, Li Yegua had already sat in the operating room of the mecha. In the operating room, densely packed electronic synapses emerge. Stick to his back. The mechanical electronic sound gave him a sense of security. W07 Heavy Fire Modified. Welcome, Chief. Qi and blood are connected, the turbine is activated, the hydrogen power source is good, and the Qi and blood amplification is activated. Increase rate 18%. Computer inject me with Rage Engine. Warning. The Berserk engine is effective for 3 minutes. After it expires, your body's cell mortality rate will reach 30%, considering your age. The mortality rate is extremely high. Injection. Okay. I'm giving you the injection. Injection completed. Body boost 18% and Rage Engine boost 50%. Your combined Qi and blood will exceed 10,000. Li Yegua laughed wildly. From his mecha, over 40 meters high, he shouted furiously, Li Xiu. It's all because of you. All this. It's all because of you. You're just like your mother. What was the truth back then? You want to know? Ha ha ha. I'll tell you. She was such a proud person. When I stepped on her head again and again. Awesome. It's so fucking awesome. Li Xiu. Chapter 12. We will help the Divine Pillar to relieve its worries. Li Yegua roared, I'm not afraid to tell you. Your mother actually despises me. You think I'm a mediocre person. If it weren't for her family's decline, you will definitely not marry me. But she has great talent. When she grows up, she will definitely not stay with me. How could I allow this to happen? How could I allow this? Hey, her medicine. Of course I added something. Before she died of illness, she begged me to treat you well. You little bastard. If it weren't for you, how could my Li family have suffered such a disaster? You're the debt collector. You debt collector. The next moment, boom boom boom. The mecha started to start up. Li Xiu took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Looking at the frantic Li Yegua in front of him, he slowly stepped forward and said, W07 Mecha, Heavy Fire Sequence. After years of transformation by the Li family, the increase in Qi and blood has reached 18%. It's a powerful weapon. The external structure of the heavy fire is very similar to those muscle wind armors, and the cyber wind head is full of cannons. It is said that the designers at that time thought that if it did not have overwhelming firepower, why should I call it heavy fire? Bang bang bang. The entire heavy fire martial arts mecha poured out countless firepower, just like fireworks all over the sky. Are you going to destroy the entire Li family? Li Xiu raised his hand. I gave you a chance, but you still chose to die. Then don't blame me. Canine Gene Chain. Buzz. 9 genetic chains suddenly surrounded Li Xiu's body. I have always relied on killing insects or vicious dogs to boost my energy. Collect gene chains. Therefore, the level of genetic skills is only F. It seems that I need to visit the secret realm more often in the future. Without good genetic skills, it's a bit uncool. See the canine shadows surrounding Li Xiu. Li Yegua laughed immediately, a super god-level warrior holding an F-level gene chain. I'm curious about your true combat power. Ha ha ha. I told you. No matter how strong you are, how strong can you get in just 20 years? Li Xiu raised his eyes and looked at him. Open your dog eyes and see. Even if I use just one finger, a warrior like you can't shake it. No wonder even his own woman could be fucked by his adopted son. Li Yegua was finally furious. You beasts. I owed you in my past life. Die. Boom boom.
In an instant, the entire sky was filled with wildfire, countless flying missiles, and pouring laser cannons.
I will make you be buried with my Li family. Li Xiu. Li He. Xin Yueru. I will devote my life to the Li family. None of you are worthy of me.
Li Xiu looked at the flames in the sky, took a step forward, and punched out.
Buzz.
The terrifying energy and blood contained in Li Xiu's punch destroyed all the firepower like a piece of dry wood in rotten wood. At the same time, the light red energy and blood power condensed directly into a huge dog head in the sky, which bit the huge heavy fire mecha tightly.
The next moment, snap. Boom. Amidst a loud bang, the huge mecha burst into layers of flames. A figure ejected from the broken mecha.
Li Xiu walked up to him and said, "You useless guy.
You have never been a clan leader. The Li family never needed you to revitalize it. Just like you killed my mother because of that pathetic inferiority complex. You want to lead the family. It's also to cover up your mediocrity and inferiority. Under the covers of all this, you're just a piece of shit. Today, you are no longer the head of the Li family. You are just Li Yegua. Die." As the beast engine, a drug that stimulates qi and blood, fades away.
The light in Li Yegua's eyes was disappearing.
Li Xiu turned around silently. Snap.
At his feet, a bloody hand grabbed his trouser leg.
Li Yegua said with his last breath, "Beast."
Li Xiu closed his eyes and thought, "Perhaps for people like you, there is no such thing as the saying that a dying man speaks kind words."
He looked up.
Wherever he passed, everyone lowered their eyes.
I dare not look him in the eye. He noticed Li He and Xin Yueru, who were closest to him, lying in a pool of blood, deader than dead.
Under Li Yegua's indiscriminate firepower just now, Li Xiu naturally would not help them block the bullets.
He looked up at the survivors of the Li family. The Li family has been ill for a long time. Disband now. There is no more Li family among the aristocratic families. In an instant, everyone knelt down. No one dared to say anything more.
Shenanren, the governor of Tianyu province, came over and said, "Li Xiu, you have to choose a word as the name of your divine pillar."
The highest respect this world pays to the divine pillar is the name of the divine pillar. For example, the two words Lightian in his grandfather's name.
The reason why the human race is called the divine pillar is simply because they are the pillars supporting the entire human race. Li Xiu said loudly, "My name is Shadow." After leaving the Li family, Li Xiu ran faster than anything else.
Oh no! I'm going to be late.
Looking at Li Xiu, who disappeared around the corner, Luo Fuxing sighed, "The shadow god pillar is truly incomprehensible."
By the way, is the Li family's wealth real?
Shenanren frowned slightly. "Most of the time, we will do as shadow god pillar said."
What about the arrangement for the Li clan members that the divine pillar just mentioned?
This is also done in accordance with the arrangements of the shadow god pillar.
Let's go. We still have a lot of work to do, including the royal family's desire to see the Shadow Pillar and the former enemies of the Fiery Sky Pillar. Luo Fuxing nodded. We have the Shadow God Pillar in Tianyu province.
No, I'm really looking forward to what changes will happen to the human race after they acquire the Shadow God Pillar.
Shenanren narrowed her eyes. By the way, it seems the Shadow God Pillar is already married? Luo Fuxing was a little surprised. Married? Married to whom? I wanted to introduce my sister to you.
It's the woman from the Gao family.
She seems to work at Longwu University. But after experiencing something like this, I'm curious about the Gao family's reaction. So we have to go to the Gao family. Shenanren said. Luo Fuxing frowned and asked, "What are you going to do at Gao's house?" Shenanren smiled, "Since Shinju wants to go to college like ordinary people. Do you think if the Gao family knew about this, the whole campus would be in an uproar? Would our Shinju still be able to have fun? What about the Li family members?" Luo Fuxing asked. "Take them all back first. The crops in the prison fields are about to be harvested, so we can put them in the prison to kill some of their energy first. This Li family is so ungrateful. I'm even angry for Shinju.
Since Shinju wishes to live a quiet campus life, we will naturally do our best to arrange it for him.
Chapter 13, Relics from Mother.
Li Xiu actually didn't think it was necessary to hide his strength, as so many bad things had happened during the year he had been hiding it.
Now I just want to graduate well and live an ordinary life with my wife. As an invincible boss, this request is not too much. He walked towards the teaching building of the Logistics Mecha Major. The Logistics Mecha Division is also known as the Courier Boy. It is at the bottom of the list among all the major disciplines in Longwu University.
If there is a contempt chain among disciplines, logistics mechas are definitely ranked behind dogs. Li Xiu walked quickly on the modeled campus road.
I walked all the way to my classroom.
The university in this world implemented an open system, similar to the system on Blue Star. In a teaching building, different classrooms teach different courses, and you want to attend the course taught by that teacher. Students can choose voluntarily. When he walked into the classroom, he was stunned. He came here based on the messages sent by several roommates. At this moment, the professor on the podium also stopped. She supported herself on the podium with one hand, her body slightly bent. The golden glasses drooped slightly on the bridge of his nose. A white shirt paired with a burgundy skirt. She turned and looked up at Li Xiu. Classmate, do you want to come in? My class has already started. The woman in front of him was none other than the professor of exotic animals, Gao Ningyun.
Also his wife. 3 of his roommates waved frantically at him from a distance. Li Xiu, here. We've saved a seat for you.
Li Xiu walked over slowly.
Classmate.
Li Xiu paused and looked back at Gao Ningyun.
What's wrong?
The two looked at each other for a moment. Gao Ningyun pointed to the tablet on the table and said, "Come here and sign in."
Li Xiu nodded.
Under the gaze of the whole class, Li Xiu slowly walked in front of Gao Ningyun. Then he raised his hand and pressed it on the podium.
Gao Ningyun suddenly bent down.
She leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Come to my faculty dormitory tonight."
It's not safe for you to live in the dormitory alone.
Li Xiu nodded immediately.
The whole class started talking about the sudden little intimacy. What are Professor Gao and Li Xiu talking about? Shit. Was she too close just now? Hey. Do you think the teacher doesn't like Li Xiu? No. I don't accept it. Teacher is the love of my life.
At this time, Li Xiu had already finished punching the card.
Back at his seat, half of the boys in the class were hostile towards Li Xiu.
Huang Yuan and Lin Yu sat in the same seat by mistake.
Su Yuanhang quietly took out a cup of milk tea. Put it in front of Li Xiu. Brother, godfather, how did you do it? I still can't accept that my shining Professor Gao is marrying a bastard like you.
Ugh, a godfather. Li Xiu couldn't help but think of the wise saying on Blue Star, every time a boy falls in love, a brother's defense breaks down.
Watching my brothers talk is more painful than not being able to talk myself. Li Xiu picked up the milk tea and took a sip. I said I'm lucky, do you believe me? Ah. Su Yuanhang continued to break through the defense. Huang Yuan sighed, unfortunately, we don't have such luck, we are just idiots. By the way, the midterm practical exam is coming up soon. Are you confident? Don't mention this. How can we be sure of it? Not even a little bit. Lin Yu frowned. Operating a mecha or something like that is really unbearable. Huang Yuan said, that's fine. Your family owns a transportation company anyway, so as a young master, you don't have to work at all. Lin Yu is also quite proud of this. Among the 4 people, Li Xiu is a face lover, while Lin Yu is the rich brother. As for the other 2, it's really just that. If you say they don't have enough family background, they still have talent to make up for it. If that doesn't work, they still have good looks. But Su Hangyuan and Huang Yuan are very average in every aspect. At this time, Gao Ningyun began to talk about common knowledge about strange beasts on the podium. Strange beast, it's actually just a short name. Our official name for the alien beasts is the warp anomaly creature. In fact, the alien races were originally within this range. It was not until later that humans discovered that the alien races were also intelligent races. At this time, a student started to make a noise, ha ha ha. Xingyun, what the professor meant was that you were once on the same level as the alien beasts. The one called Xingyun is a member of the Purple Gold Clan. The Purple Gold Clan is the first intelligent race discovered in the secret realm.
They are characterized by light purple skin and light golden lines on their faces. This race has a gentle personality and is structurally similar to humans, so they have successfully integrated into the human race. This happened thousands of years ago. Faced with other people's booing, Xingyun just smiled.
Not angry.
This is a characteristic of their race. They have very good tempers, which is why this race was almost extinct when it was discovered in the secret realm.
The overall effect of Gao Ningyun's lectures is very good, and students often actively ask to speak.
Then he kept asking questions about Gao Ningyun's personal matters. Typical idiotic behavior of college students.
After an hour of class, Li Xiu and several roommates left the classroom. After a while, Li Xiu received a call. Aunt Yuehua? Aunt Yuehua's voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Xiu. I have left the Li family. I rented a house near your school. I have something very important to tell you. Something very important?
For Aunt Yuehua, the most important thing besides her mother is herself. In other words, it is a matter concerning them, mother and son. After saying goodbye to his roommates, Li Xiu went straight out of the school.
Aunt Yuehua's figure could be seen from a distance.
She was wearing a beige long dress. A relieved smile on his face. I have to say that Aunt Yuehua is less than 40 years old, but she still has such a great appearance.
Every time he saw Aunt Yuehua, he thought she was really beautiful. It's a pity that you haven't gotten married yet. Aunt Yuehua.
Li Xiu called out. Yuehua looked at the boy in front of her. My heart was still full of excitement. My lady's son had grown to this point.
Xiao Xiu.
She looked kind, and then she took Li Xiu to a single apartment near the school. As soon as he entered the house, Li Xiu frowned deeply. Aunt, your place isn't very good.
I'll buy you a large flat to live in. Yuehua shook her head. What house are you buying? Auntie is alone and has been living in the Li family for these years. I still have some savings.
I don't need much space by myself.
This place has everything. It's actually quite nice.
Then she carefully pulled a metal cabinet from under the bed.
Put it on the table.
Li Xiu, these are the relics your mother left you. She said she would give them to you when you become strong enough. Li Xiu raised his eyes and glanced at Yuehua.
My mother left it to me? Chapter 14. I see you are not young anymore.
Yuehua took Li Xiu's hand and said, as your aunt, I have to tell you.
If you open it, you may not be able to live an ordinary life in the future.
Li Xiu heard this and said, if I don't even dare to listen to my mother's last words, dare not see her, dare not avenge her and grandpa, then I am nothing but a beast.
Yuehua nodded with relief. You are now one of the 10 great pillars of the human race. Auntie can no longer treat you like a child.
She entered the code on the metal box, and the box, made of unknown metal, slowly opened. Inside the box, there was a scimitar that looked like a meteorite.
What is this?
Li Xiu raised his hand and gently stroked the blade, and immediately a dark red light flashed along his fingertips.
This is your grandfather's magical warrior weapon, the falling star blade. Yuehua explained.
Li Xiu listened and then said in a deep voice, what happened to my mother and grandfather's generation? Yuehua took out an envelope wrapped in oil paper from the compartment of the box. Li Xiu took the envelope, his hands shaking slightly. Although I have never seen the mother of this body. But the feeling that blood is thicker than water still made his heart skip a beat in an instant. After opening the envelope, there were beautiful small handwriting inside. My child, Xiaoxiu, I originally thought it was shameful to write letters in this day and age. But when I think about it, people in the past always said that seeing a letter is like seeing the person in person.
Then maybe Mom can meet you this way. Even if there are endless hours between us.
If you see this letter one day, Mom will praise you very much.
My child, when you grow up, you will definitely be a very handsome guy, right? Your Aunt Yuehua can only see this. Humph. Your Aunt Yuehua told me she's not planning on getting married. Huh? Is she coveting my son? How dare you? Okay, let's get back to the point.
Your Aunt Yuehua has been pretty since she was little.
It's better to keep the bad water in the family. Ha, she's going to hit me.
Son, Mom is going to tell you some secrets of our family. First of all, your grandfather didn't die in an honorable battle for the human race.
He was ambushed and killed.
After all, your grandfather's HP was as high as 30,000, and he might even be able to break through the 30,000 shackles of the human race. Ordinary dangers are nothing to him. But in a secret place where there would definitely be no alien races, a strong man from the ancient Emperor clan appeared. Considering that your grandfather killed the prince of the ancient Emperor clan a few years ago, the human race suffered the wrath of the ancient Emperor clan afterwards. So, our family speculates that your grandfather's affairs. It was the human race that made our clan a sacrifice in order to appease the wrath of the ancient Emperor clan. And all of this must have been orchestrated by a powerful human force. So next time you meet the ancient Emperor clan, you must be careful, my child.
Don't act rashly.
Among the known alien races, the ancient emperors are incredibly strong.
It's difficult for humans to defeat them with their physique.
Also, mommy really misses you, but mommy's health is declining, and I know I don't have much time left. You must take good care of yourself and find a wife who loves you.
Don't look for someone who is too pretty.
The prettier the girl, the more likely she is to deceive you. Li Xiu held the old letter tightly, tears welling up in his eyes.
Why didn't she take a video?
Yue Hua sighed and said, the young lady had been tortured by the disease and was no longer human at that time, so she didn't want to be filmed. Li Xiu put the letter into his jacket pocket. At this time, Yue Hua stepped forward and said, Li Xiu, besides these, there is one more thing.
I have been keeping it for you. Now that you have grown up, you should have it for yourself.
At this point, she took out a bank card from her pocket and said, this is the last bit of cash left by your mother and your grandfather.
In addition, there is the Lai family's ancestral home, which is also in Lintian City.
Li Xiu was stunned for a moment and took the bank card.
Then bind the bank card to your mobile phone.
Through the system query, the cash amount was quickly confirmed.
3 million? That's a lot. Why don't you keep this money for your retirement?
Yue Hua pushed his hand away and said, Aunt doesn't need so much money. Besides, the Lai family's ancestral land has been in disrepair for a long time.
It might cost a lot to renovate it.
Li Xiu reluctantly accepted this statement.
Then he picked up the warrior's divine weapon from the iron box. Grandpa's falling star blade?
Yue Hua nodded and said, the stronger the blood and qi.
The more you use this knife, the stronger the effect will be. Theoretically, there's no upper limit to the growth of this sword.
I believe that in your hands, it will never be covered in dust again. Li Xiu held the falling star knife in his hand. The appearance of this knife looks like it is made of messy stones. Your grandfather's falling star blade is a 9th grade divine weapon.
Yue Hua said again.
Li Xiu nodded. The warrior's magic weapons in this world adopt a 9-grade system. The 1st grade is the lowest level of divine weapon, and the highest is the 9th grade. He put the falling star knife into the system space. This is a capability of the system itself that can store non-living matter.
It's a walking safe. It is still quite easy to use.
At this time, Yue Hua narrowed her eyes and pulled Li Xiudao. I heard that you and the girl from the Gao family got married?
What on earth is going on?
For us, it was also an accident at the beginning. Li Xiu embellished the story and told it to Aunt Yue Hua.
Well, since it's already like this, forget it.
You kid, you're in such a hurry to get the certificate.
Don't even look closely at a person's character. How do you know whether she is a good person or not?
As a female elder, she was shocked when she heard that they met in a bar. Naturally, the first thing that comes to mind is that your own child might be cheated. No, she's a nice person.
The work is also good.
He doesn't know my true ability, but he is still willing to be with me.
Li Xiu explained. Oh? Yue Hua is not a fool. A university professor married a boy with anemia.
From this perspective, she should be a good person. Li Xiu pondered for a moment. Well, when she finishes work tonight, we'll take you out for dinner so you can meet your niece-in-law.
Yue Hua listened and didn't say anything else.
Li Xiu and Gao Ningyun sent messages.
Gao Ningyun only responded with one word, okay. I'll come out to see you at 5 p.m.
Li Xiu nodded.
Why did he feel like a stinky daughter-in-law was about to meet her parents-in-law? 5:20 p.m. in the evening.
The two met Gao Ningyun at the school gate, who was driving her luxury car. He stopped in front of the two of them, and then just greeted Yue Hua lightly. Li Xiu saw Yue Hua's unhappy expression. After all, as Li Xiu's elder, Gao Ningyun's attitude was indeed a little too cold. But he still pulled Yue Hua into the car. The car then quickly merged into the traffic flow. The three of them found a restaurant, which was a retro-style restaurant.
The dim lighting is very warm. It was obviously carefully selected by Gao Ningyun.
She called the waiter, ordered a few dishes, and then brought the tea to the table.
Just brought it to my mouth. Aunt Yuewa's words made her burst out in anger. You look quite old, shouldn't you have children sooner? Chapter 15, See the Divine Pillar. The Lai family has an heir. Gao Ningyun replied coldly as always.
I think he should focus on his studies now. I'm also in the rising stage of my career, so it's a little too early to have a child now.
Li Xiu immediately helped and said, Auntie,
gene technology is very advanced nowadays.
Even if you are a little older, it will not affect your fertility.
Yuehua hummed, picked up the tea and took a sip. Well, that being said. But it's better to do it early. Age has an impact on the child's physical condition. After all, our Li Xiu no longer has a family. But his grandfather is also a super god-level warrior, and he can be considered a descendant of a famous family.
Yuehua emphasized.
Li Xiu smiled slightly. In fact, sometimes elders do this. I was afraid that the woman would look down on my child.
After all, the other party's family background is not small. As a professor, Gao Ningyun is naturally a smart person. He understood what she meant. Don't worry, Auntie.
I was also kicked out of the family. I won't treat Li Xiu badly. Li Xiu immediately reminded everyone to pick up their chopsticks. Let's eat, stop talking so much. When the three of them were halfway through their meal, Gao Ningyan asked, Your logistics and mecha department exam is coming up soon, right?
How are your exam preparations going?
Li Xiu slowly exhaled. After today I will go to the practical training ground for training, otherwise I really won't be able to pass.
Gao Ningyun nodded. The teacher of your practical class is my sister.
I can ask her to give you some more guidance.
No need, I can do it myself.
Li Xiu said.
After dinner, Gao Ningyun was going back to school. Li Xiu said that he and his aunt would go to visit the ancestral land left by his grandfather.
After all, it may belong to Li Xiu's personal territory in the future. Afterwards, the two of them refused Gao Ningyun's offer to see them off and took a taxi directly to the Lai family's ancestral home.
The Lai family was once a first-rate family.
In that battle, your grandfather and the elite members of the family were killed, and they have fallen out of the rank of aristocratic families ever since.
Yuehua whispered to Li Xiu.
Li Xiu raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. And, such a big thing, the top leaders of the Dragon Dynasty have no attitude?
Back then, your grandmother was a member of the Dragon Dynasty royal family.
She went back to her parents' home to argue but to no avail.
He died of illness not long after returning.
The Lai family declined from then on, which is why your mother got married.
Otherwise. Alas, it's all in the past.
Li Xiu slowly clenched his fists. Although he didn't know much about his grandfather. But I also know there are big problems here.
The abandoned child of the human race? A genius of super god level was abandoned in order to please the ancient emperor clan? Where exactly is the headquarters of this ancient emperor clan?
Yuehua glanced at Li Xiu and said, The ancient emperor clan is mysterious and unpredictable. I first discovered them in Secret Realm F065, and all I know is that their race has extremely high talent.
At first, they viewed humans as ants and didn't seem to have much hostility until they discovered the existence of this planet.
They became very interested in our world, but their numbers seemed too small. After invading several times, they were killed by powerful human beings.
It seems that the idea of a forceful attack has been abandoned.
Li Xiu thought of a conspiracy theory. As long as the other party thought it was a cake, they would not leave the cake alone without eating it.
There must be some other conspiracy. Back then, your grandfather encountered the ancient emperor clan in a secret place. There is a member of the ancient emperor clan in this wave. Your grandfather is extremely talented.
The ancient emperor clan's king seems to be planning an all-out war with the human race.
Even with more moonlight, it still wouldn't be very clear.
Li Xiu rubbed his brows. F065?
The prefix F in the secret realm indicates that it is the worst secret realm, right? The upper limit of creatures is not high, so how could a powerful alien race like the ancient emperor appear?
Yuehua shook her head.
This is too secretive a matter for me to know. Li Xiu understood.
After all, his aunt was just a maid in the Lai family, and it was rare for her to know so much.
It's okay, Auntie, you can trust me.
Anyone who treats me badly will end up doing that someday. Anyone who treats the Lai family badly will not have a good ending. Li Xiu has such confidence. After all, he does not believe that there is anyone in this world with stronger energy and blood than him. Even the myriad races in the deep space. The taxi slowly arrived at a deserted place in the suburbs. After the two got off the car, Yuehua looked up into the distance, her mind already drifting away. The Lai family back then was in this old city.
Although there is no one here anymore, the Lai family's ancestral land is not far away.
Walking through the broken blocks, through the weeds and bushes.
Finally,
a series of buildings appeared before his eyes. The nostalgia in Yuehua's eyes grew stronger. It's here, Li Xiu, the former ancestral land of the Lai family.
Li Xiu nodded. Crunch! At this moment, in the courtyard ahead, a heavy door slowly opened. An old figure poked his head out. Then the old man said angrily, "This place is the ancestral land of the Lai family. Let me see if you are still the same bunch of bastards." Li Xiu looked puzzled. "Aunt, didn't you say there was no one here?" Yuehua stared at the figure in a daze for a long while. Finally, he covered his face in shock. "Brother Chen. It's Brother Chen. I recognize the scar on your face." The old man trembled when he heard this. Then she walked out from behind the door. "Sister Yuehua. Is that you? Is that you?" Yuehua stepped forward and hugged the old man. She reached out and pinched the old man's empty left arm. "Brother, where is your hand?" The old man said sadly, "It's gone." Tears welled up in Yuehua's eyes. "Li Xiu. Come here quickly." Li Xiu slowly stepped forward and asked doubtfully, "Aunt? Who is this person?" Yuehua choked up and said, "Li Xiu, kneel down and pay your respects to your Uncle Chen. He deserves it." Upon hearing this, Li Xiu did not dare to delay and immediately knelt on the ground. The old man's face changed and he took a step forward. He extended his right hand to support Li Xiu's body. "Is it young master? Young master, you can't do this. How dare this old slave accept your kneeling?" Li Xiu held his hand, and his blood and energy values appeared in his eyes. 1023. Yuehua immediately explained, "Back then, one of your grandfather's 10 national-level warriors, Chen Wuya, known as the Dragon Fist." Li Xiu glanced at his empty arm. "Dragon Fist? Yuehua, it's all over. I almost forgot my own name over the years. Now, I am just a tombstone keeper of the Lai family." Chen Wuya sighed. Li Xiu said in a deep voice, "Uncle Chen? What's going on? Auntie? Why are there so many secrets? I only found out today." Chen Wuya seemed to be reminiscing, "Young master. The reason you don't know anything is because the Lai family is in such a miserable state. The enemy is too strong. Yuehua. The young master could have lived a life without worries. Why did you bring him back?" Li Xiu raised his hand and signaled Yuehua not to speak. "That's because I can know." Boom, boom, boom. Waves of powerful energy and blood rushed straight into the sky. The sound of dragon roars seemed to tear the sky and earth apart. This is the pressure from a super god. Chen Wuya's face changed drastically and he immediately took 2 steps back. The next moment, his face was already filled with tears. Then he half knelt on the ground. "Chen Wuya, pay your respects to the divine pillar. My Lai family has an heir. I, Chen Wuya, have no regrets." Chapter 16, I have 60,000 HP in official records. Chen Wuya's emotions at this moment also deeply infected Li Xiu. He narrowed his eyes and raised his hand. A dark red scimitar that looked like rock was taken out from the system space. Then, the scimitar pierced the sky. Li Xiu's anger was so overwhelming that it covered the sky and the sun. The violent energy and blood caused the entire Tianlin city to tremble. He pondered and said, "The meteorite blade is still there. Who dares to cut off the foundation of the Lai family?" At this moment, countless eyes from all over the place looked over here. The strong men of the human race were all frightened. The falling star blade fell from the sky. Li Xiu raised his hand and took it in his, then stepped forward to help Chen Wuya up. "Uncle Chen. Hurry up and tell me now, what happened to you back then?" Hearing this, Chen Wuya immediately stood up and raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes. "Young master, please don't seek revenge. If you don't agree, I will never tell you the truth about this matter." Li Xiu's heart moved. Asking a super god level strongman not to seek revenge, is the truth behind this matter really that terrifying? Looking at the stubborn old man in front of him, Li Xiu nodded. "You tell me, I will never seek revenge." Chen Wuya finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Young master, do you know about the ancient emperor clan?" Li Xiu nodded. "My aunt told me." Chen Wuya then continued,
Actually, an ancient emperor clan is not that scary. Back then, your grandfather used 30,000 chi in blood. Kill the ancient emperor Mantian. A group of guys who rely on their talents are nothing to be feared. You weren't there, so you couldn't experience your grandfather's SSS level mad dragon gene skill. It was simply explosive to the extreme. In that battle, the entire ancient emperor clan came out. And my Lai family only has 300 strong men. Although all the members of the Lai family died in the battle, more than half of his ancient emperor clan also died in the battle. In the end, your grandfather won the battle, and at that moment, he broke through the limits of the human race. The limit of the human race is 30,000 chi in blood. And your grandpa? He broke through 30,000. You must know that even if it was just a little bit, at that moment, your grandfather could no longer be stopped by ordinary people. Li Xiu said regretfully, "It's a pity that grandpa died in battle." Bullshit. Who told you your grandpa died in battle? Chen Wuya was so excited. He was like a madman. He didn't die in battle. He was on his way back. I was killed by my own people. And I lost my arm at that time. Li Xiu and Yue Hua were both stunned. Uncle Chen. What did you say? Didn't Grandpa die at the hands of the ancient emperor clan? Li Xiu originally thought that only humans were involved. Could it be possible? Ha 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 ha. What a joke. It's just the ancient emperor clan. Your grandfather single-handedly killed almost an entire generation of their strongest warriors. Your grandfather and a few of us clearly broke out of the siege. When he said this, tears of blood flowed from his eyes. It's a mecha. It's an unnamed mecha piloted by 10 super god level warriors. Li Xiu was stunned. A super god level expert? A human expert? Chen Wuya nodded, 10 mechas outside the sequence. There's alien technology on it, but there must be a strong human inside. He raised his eyes and looked at Li Xiu. Those 10 people are using human moves. Human genetic martial arts. Later, we called this strange mecha the alien sequence. Li Xiu, let me ask you. How many levels does each mecha sequence have? Li Xiu immediately replied, the 6 major mecha sequences are numbered 9-1. Regardless of the sequence of the mecha, the strongest mecha is number 01. Ha ha ha. You're wrong. It should actually be 9-0. Chen Wuya said bitterly, mech number 0. The human race has spent a lot of money on research and development. It was later declared a failure, but that time, we got to see mecha number 0. Its performance is far superior to that of number 1, plus it has a weird alien sequence mecha. That battle. We lost. We are not inferior to them in numbers or fighting spirit. But they still lost. I feel like their mecha's power boost is at least over 200%. What? Not only Li Xiu, but Yu Hua, who heard these secrets for the first time, was also shocked and exclaimed, impossible. Even the Patriarch's double blade F01 can only increase power by 50% at most. Li Xiu nodded and said, 200% is almost impossible to achieve. It is naturally impossible to achieve this with human technology. Chen Wuya seemed tired of talking. With one hand on his waist, he said, but what if someone colluded with aliens and used their technology? Chen Wuya glanced at Li Xiu and said, don't go and avenge the Lai family, young master. You are the young lady and the master's only hope. You have no idea who the real enemy is. At the same time, how much power is behind them? Li Xiu pondered and said, in other words, the people behind this don't want the human race to become too powerful? Ha, my Lai family has 10 national level strongmen. And your grandfather is a genius that only appears once in a century. Someone is scared. Afraid that my Lai family is too powerful. I'm afraid the human race is too strong. Anything is possible. Chen Wuya turned and looked at Li Xiudao. But I am very pleased that the young master is already a super god level warrior at such a young age. Li Xiu said, Uncle Chen, don't worry. I will never act rashly before I have absolute strength. Chen Wuya wanted to say something, but if this matter could make Li Xiu more motivated to practice, that's not a bad thing. But young master, the energy you just released feels even stronger than your grandfather's. What's your chi and health? Li Xiu hummed, my chi and blood, according to official data, should be over 60,000. Chen Wuya? Boom. Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen. Are you okay? Li Xiu stepped forward and pinched Chen Wuya's philtrum.
It took a while to wake him up.
But Li Shou found that something seemed wrong with his body.
It was like a candle in the wind. Uncle Chen, what's wrong with your body?
Chen Wuya slowly opened his eyes. Young master.
I'm fine. I'm going to pack my bags right now. I'm going to go get revenge with you. What the hell are you doing hiding?
Li Shou was stunned.
Uncle Chen, didn't you tell me not to seek revenge? I won't tell him off. Damn it. Chen Wuya seemed not to be so arrogant in many years.
My young master has 60,000 HP. I won't kill him to pieces.
Li Shou laughed. Ah, great. Uncle Chen, take care of yourself first.
I'll fight my way through the heavens when the time comes.
Help me wave the flag.
Chen Wuya turned around and glanced at Li Shou. By the way, there's something I want to give you.
Your grandfather left it to you.
Li Shou's expression became serious.
Okay, Uncle Chen, let's go take a look.
Several people walked through the gate and passed through the cracked corridor. Finally, they arrived in front of an abandoned elevator and said, Young master, wait a minute. Chen Wuya walked forward, raised his hand and knocked on the elevator, and a bang 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 sound was heard. Then there was a mechanical sound.
Bite. The elevator door slowly opened halfway. Chen Wuya stepped forward and pulled the door open with force.
Then he made a gesture of invitation.
Li Shou nodded. Okay, Auntie, let's go down and take a look. The elevator slowly descended, accompanied by clanging sounds.
Chen Wuya was a little embarrassed. This place is a little old.
Li Shou nodded. It's okay, I will repair this place.
When the three of them stepped out of the elevator, a peculiar smell of the underground space hit me in the face, followed by the smell of motor oil.
Bang bang bang.
The basement lights were turned on step by step. Two giants, each about 40 or 50 meters tall, slowly appeared before the three people.
Chapter 17. Open the door, I'm right outside your door.
The bright LED lights dispelled the darkness, and Li Shou looked at the two giant mechas in front of him.
Grandpa's double-edged series, F-01 modified.
Li Shou had naturally heard some legends about his grandfather. After all, the fierce Sky Pillar, regardless of whether he died in battle or not,
he has left a significant mark in human history. He is a hero of mankind. Even many young warriors still regard the fierce Sky Divine Pillar as their motivation and goal.
After all, he was a warrior who almost broke the limits of human beings.
No, now I know that my grandfather has already broken it. Chen Wuya looked nostalgic. Your grandfather's mecha was called Dragon Fong. And the mecha next to Longya is mine.
Li Shou looked at the two mechas that were about 50 meters tall, and then looked at the horrific wounds on the mechas. It is hard to imagine what my grandfather and Uncle Chen went through in such a fierce battle. The outer paint color of the dragon's tooth is orange-yellow, and the double blades on the back are no longer there.
There were 3 penetrating wounds in the chest, and the right leg was completely gone.
As for Uncle Chen's mecha, looking at the number on the shoulder, a 03 Lancer sequence. Chen Wuya's eyes flashed with reminiscence. Yes, my Juefeng, but he is old now. Li Shou noticed at this time that Chen Wuya seemed extremely tired, and how could a national-level warrior have only more than 1,000 chi in blood?
Uncle, what's wrong with your body? Li Shou asked in confusion.
Yuehua also asked with concern, Brother Chen, how come you have aged so much all of a sudden?
Chen Wuya sighed, it's all old injuries. In the last battle that year, the fiery Sky Divine Pillar died.
I fought with all my might, burning through my blood and energy twice.
But they only managed to pull back the Dragon Fong.
The body of the fiery Sky Divine Pillar disappeared forever into the void. Chen Wuya's voice was filled with regret. Li Shou shook his head.
This isn't Uncle Chen's fault. Besides, you're already like this.
I believe Uncle Chen has done his best.
Chen Wuya grinned, but now it's all right. Young Master's strength has actually surpassed the limits of human beings. Young Master, what on earth are you doing?
Li Shou smiled faintly and said, everyone has his or her own opportunities, and mine are not ordinary.
Chen Wuya did not ask any more questions.
This is all due to the young master's great fortune. My Lai family should not be extinct. Li Shou looked at the two mechas and said calmly, I will definitely repair them. He remembered that his roommate Lin Yu had a repair shop at home, and Lin Yu himself was particularly interested in these things.
Go back and ask him.
Knowing that Li Shou had studies to attend to, Chen Wuya also persuaded Li Shou to go back early. After sending his aunt home, it was already 9 p.m. when Li Shou returned to school. He sent a message to Gao Ningyun, "I'm back now, your dormitory location is Teacher's Dormitory C6306. Gao Ningyun's reply message was still so brief. Li Xiu sent her an okay. It seems that it is a bit difficult to get into a romantic relationship with such a cold goddess. However, Li Xiu is not a bootlicker. Before he traveled through time, he saw a friend give his heart and life savings to a girl, but was broken up with by the girl just because she said she didn't love him. I can only say that it is extremely sad, so never invest too much emotion in a woman. I can be nice to you, and I can give you my kidney and money, but I can't give you my heart. There is no problem with giving within a reasonable range. But he is the kind of man who has a bottom line, after crying for a woman once when he was a teenager. When Li Xiu faced emotional problems again, he knew to just click on the upper left corner and click delete. There is not a bit of internal friction. After all, there are many important things to do in life, and if one thing can consume your entire day, then there is something wrong with this matter, so get rid of it as soon as possible. The teachers' dormitories are all independent single apartments. Longwu University is one of the best martial arts universities in Long Dynasty. After many renovations, the infrastructure will not be bad. Of course, there is still a difference between the old and the new. The teaching area here was obviously newly renovated, but my own dormitory was hard to describe. Sometimes the hot water depends on the mood of the equipment. He ran out halfway through the shower and shouted, "Why is there no water?" It is also common. But from now on, my wife will take care of me. Bah! Only single people live in the dormitory. Looking for it while walking. A female instructor came towards him. Li Xiu recognized her. She was the practical instructor of the logistics mecha department. Su Celadone. She is one of those cute girls who seems to be a little clueless about the ways of the world. But Li Xiu knew that such people usually came from wealthy families and never needed to compromise with society. "Hey, Li Xiu, why are you in the teacher's dormitory building?" Her face was a little round. His tone is always so silly. So sometimes when students don't do well in practical courses, it can't be entirely blamed on the students. The teacher has no authority and the students are all daydreaming during class. "I'm looking for building C6. Li Xiu asked directly for directions. Su Qingxi raised her hand and scratched her face, as if wondering who the student could find so late at night, but it was precisely because she was naive. So I didn't ask any more questions, but said subconsciously, "Teacher also lives in C6, I will go with you." "Yes, teacher." The two of them walked like this. The female teacher and a male student were walking in the teacher's dormitory late at night. It is inevitable that some nosy people will secretly take photos and post them on the school forum. For example, now, a mobile phone appears in the darkness and captures the scene. At this time, Li Xiu had already followed Su Qingxi to the C6 dormitory building. The two separated in the corridor. She lived on the 4th floor and Gao Ningyun lived on the 3rd floor. The reason why Li Xiu did not shy away from it was because this world itself did not have many restrictions on adult marriage. Even if it is a professor and a student, as long as they are both adults, they can get married. This is also related to the world context. Because of the potential dangers, the government naturally encourages childbirth. After all, humans still have to rely on their numerical advantage to survive in this world. Although humans are not gifted. But humans have their own advantages, such as numbers and technology. Solve the quantity problem first, then solve the quality problem. As the number of a group increases, there will naturally be more strong people. Su Qingxi, who had already gone upstairs, suddenly turned around from the stairwell. One of the straps of her suspender skirt fell off, revealing a pink transparent strap. Her slow reaction didn't realize this. "Classmate, who do you want to see?" Li Xiu turned around and glanced at her. "Privacy." "Oh." Su Qingxi thought there was nothing wrong with it, and then she found that her suspenders seemed to have fallen off, so she thought of reaching out to hook them. "My little face is a little red. Did this classmate just see my flesh?" She shook her head and said, "Then go back and rest early." She ran up the stairs with a clatter. What a naive woman. Any other teacher would have definitely been watching me. I was hanging around the faculty dormitory late at night. Li Xiu arrived in front of room 306. I took out my phone and sent a message, "Open the door, I'm right outside your door." Chapter 18, Eating Watermelon and Getting on the Little Sisters? Li Xiu waited for a long time until the door opened with a bang. What comes towards you is a fresh scent of jasmine. Gao Ningyun was not wearing glasses, her hair was wet, she was wearing a bathrobe, and her face was flushed from the shower. She squinted her eyes, as if she couldn't see clearly. "Here you are, come in."
She turned and walked to the refrigerator and opened the door. "What would you like to drink?"
"Coke, please." Although Li Xiu still likes to drink sugar-free drinks. But in this world, sugar-free drinks don't seem to be very popular, so he chose Coke. As for why there is Coke in this parallel world-like place, we have to ask Einstein.
It's not something that an ordinary time-traveling member like him should consider. Snap.
After taking the Coke, Li Xiu drank the whole bottle in one breath.
"I've prepared your supplies in the bathroom. Take a shower and go to bed early."
Li Xiu walked over to her and gently pulled her body over. She narrowed her eyes and raised a hand to support his chest. "Go take a shower." Gao Ningyun, who had just taken a shower, had an exquisite face that was particularly attractive. Everyone says taking a shower is the best filter.
As expected, the ancients did not deceive me.
But faced with his wife's request, Li Xiu could only obediently walk into the bathroom. The bathroom is not big but clean enough. Gao Ningyun's personal items, including toothbrushes, towels, and various skin care products, are hung on the table on the wall.
It's boring.
I didn't see any special balls or moving sticks. A brand new bathrobe and slippers were naturally prepared for him.
The warm water washed away my fatigue. He is very strong, but that doesn't mean he won't get tired. Sometimes tiredness is more like a feeling.
After taking a shower, Li Xiu returned to the room. Then he found Gao Ningyun holding a quilt and placing it next to his own quilt. She turned and glanced at Li Xiu. "We just got together.
I think we should slow down. You still have school to go to. I still have work to do. Let's make 3 rules. Before you graduate, we won't. Do you understand?" Looking at Professor Gao's serious and solemn expression, I thought, "Hey, man, do you really think I'm your student?
Make 3 rules for me. I didn't marry a wife to look at."
What's the point of marrying a wife if she doesn't let me touch her? I don't understand. I don't think it has any impact. Li Xiu has not had any dissatisfaction since he was with her. But now, I've got a marriage certificate with you, so I can't touch you? You are a student after all, so you should focus on your studies, but I am.
Before she could finish her words, Li Xiu took a step forward. Sometimes, don't give a woman a chance to speak. You'd be a fool if you didn't listen carefully to what she said. The best way is to prevent her from speaking, such as blocking her mouth with something.
There are many ways to gag. For example, using your mouth.
Gao Ningyun frowned. This little man. She wanted to teach him a lesson and see how powerful an ordinary person could be, according to her understanding. In the presence of warriors, gender rules do not exist. Who is stronger between 2 people depends on their strength. She resisted the slippery feeling on her mouth and pushed hard.
Then he fell on the bed. Gao Ningyun? This guy has so much strength? She used a little bit of energy and blood, but it didn't shake anything. Instead, she fell down?
After it was over, Gao Ningyun frowned slightly.
Humph. I'll support you. Still a professor.
As a result, he was not obedient at all.
She pretended to be angry and turned over to sleep.
Li Xiu smiled and glanced sideways at her wavy long hair, bare shoulders, and smooth white skin, which looked like a snowy mountain.
Our wife is really genuine. The next morning, the teacher's working hours were 6:30. Before students start class. When Li Xiu turned over and stood up, there was no one else in the room. I got up and went to the living room and found a note on the table. "I've got milk and eggs heating up in the pot, and bread in the toaster. Prepare well for the exam." Between the lines, I can see the dignity of a professor. Unfortunately, it's useless to me. If you want to control me, the only thing you can do is, hee.
Li Xiu walked to the kitchen and picked up a large cup of hot milk.
Is it necessary to prepare so much?
After breakfast, Li Xiu put on a casual jacket. Then he stood up and walked out of the room, opened the door and locked it. As he slowly walked to the stairwell, a girl in pink rushed down from upstairs. "Damn it!
We're late. We're late." Bang! Bumped into each other. Su Qingxi's height just reached Li Xiu's chest, so this collision.
The lipstick she had just applied directly stained Li Xiu's chest. She looked up suddenly and immediately found her lipstick mark on the boy's chest.
Ah! Sorry, classmate. I didn't mean to do that.
You can take it to the dry cleaners.
I'll give you the price. When she saw Li Xiu clearly, she immediately realized, classmate? Are you staying in the teacher's building? I remember you seem to be late. Li Xiu reminded. Oh, yes. I almost forgot. Su Qingxi seemed to suddenly remember something. You. Aren't you my student? Aren't you going to be late too? Li Xiu said nonchalantly, what's wrong? It's like this. When the two of them ran down from the dormitory building. Soon, a clear photo was posted on the school's forum. What a stark contrast to last night's photos. As a result, a new wave of gossip craze immediately swept across the entire Longwu University. Who is that boy? How dare you lay your hands on Professor Su Qingxi? I'm the professor's bootlicker. I can't accept that she wants other students over me. Looking at the photo, he's quite handsome. Everyone, please enlarge his collar. It's confirmed. This student touched our Professor Su Qingxi. Such good cabbage was eaten by goblin shit. What are you talking about? I know this guy is from the logistics and mecha department, and he has blood deficiency syndrome. Damn it. Not only does it have goblin poop, it's also watery. In an instant, the entire forum went crazy and became a hot post. At this time, Gao Ningyun, who was approaching his classroom, took out his mobile phone. Since the students had not arrived yet, he might as well hang out on Tieba. Soon she discovered a post that went viral. Su Qingxi's outlaw boyfriend? Has he slept with her? Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she ate the melon on her little sister. Chapter 19, Aunt. You're bringing shame to the family just for this. Eating melons is a common human trait, and a cool girl like Gao Ningyun is no exception. Her brows relaxed slightly at first, with a smile on the corners of her mouth, but she soon frowned, especially at the enlarged lip print on Li Xiu's collar. She went from just watching the fun at the beginning to eating the melon and then eating her own husband. From the initial belief, it turned into doubt. She was so shocked that she didn't even react when the students entered the classroom. At this time, the logistics mecha practical class was carried out in a spacious and dedicated venue. The center is like the Colosseum in ancient Rome. There are stands on both sides. But actually, the venue here. In addition to operating logistics mechas, mecha combat drills will also be conducted. However, for students of logistics mecha subjects, mecha battles are out of their reach. At this time, Su Qingxi looked at his students. With her emotional intelligence, she naturally didn't expect that she had been taken advantage of. Our main task today is still to practice quick grabbing, students. In the upcoming exams, quick grabbing will still be the biggest scoring and losing factor. Then she noticed that her students were whispering to each other. Are you listening? If you fail this exam, you will be at risk of being expelled. Su Qingxi was speechless. These students were still whispering to each other. She moved closer to listen to what the students were discussing. Li Xiu. Godfather. Tell us, what is your secret? Yeah. You can spend the night with a beautiful female professor like Su Qingxi. As long as you are willing to teach me. I will kneel down now. Li Xiu was embarrassed when he was surrounded by more than a dozen students, while his 3 roommates were confused. Isn't Li Xiu's wife Professor Gao Ningyun? When did she become Su Qingxi again? The expressions of the 3 people began to change gradually. Huang Yuan sighed, those who are suffering from drought will die of drought, and those who are suffering from flood will die of flood. Su Hangyuan glanced at Li Xiu and said, you're just a little taller, a little better looking, and have the aura of a down on his luck lord. What else do you have? Lin Yu nodded, people are dying when compared to others. After hearing everyone's discussion, Su Qingxi's face froze. What do you mean by my man? What do you mean by spend the night with me? I don't have a boyfriend yet. 2 students were discussing a little further away. Is this the man my aunt is looking for? He's a famous loser in the school, a man with blood deficiency, and an outcast from his small family? The boy had short silver hair and was accompanied by 2 girls, a pair of sisters. Their intimate behavior shows that they are both sisters. Young Master Gao, why bother with such things? And why bother coming to this logistics mecha major full of junk to waste your time? I feel like my skin is going to be allergic to the junk. This boy is Gao Shuitian, the son of the head of the Tianlan Gao family. In terms of seniority, Gao Ningyun is his aunt. He never quite understood why his aunt left the family. A world where the strong are respected. Marry a super god-level strongman. To elevate the family to new heights. This is such a blessing falling from the sky, and yet I, your aunt, refuse to accept it and instead marry a piece of scum. I'm Cao Shuetian. Let's see today. Is he capable of being my uncle?
You know, although he is young, he is already a genius with a blood value of over 1,500 calories. At this moment, everyone suddenly became quiet, and Gao Shuetian's expression changed slightly because someone was walking towards him from a distance.
His Aunt Gao Ningyun. This is the logistics mecha class. What are you doing here, Aunt? Let us not talk about his doubts. Li Xiu also looked at Gao Ningyun in confusion. Why are you here? Gao Ningyun didn't say anything, but just walked towards the crowd with pursed lips. Hi. Xiao Yun. Su Qingxi raised her hand and greeted harmlessly. She looked at her sisters walking towards her with a silly look on her face. At this time, the discussions were getting louder and louder. Holy crap! What's going on? Two goddess-level professors, why do they feel like they're going to fight? I remember Professor Gao and Professor Su were sisters, the kind so close they slept together? I heard that the two of them were classmates and lived in the same dormitory. At this time, Gao Ningyun had already walked in front of Xia Qingxi, and the two looked at each other quietly. What's the matter, Xiao Yun? Su Qingxi blinked her big eyes. Gao Ningyun slowly exhaled. Then he raised his hand, and under the sunlight, his white jade-like finger pointed at Li Xiu. What's your relationship with him? What happened? Su Qingxi was stunned. The students around couldn't sit still. Fuck you. One of my goddesses is ruined? And another one is involved too? What's so good about Li Xiu? That's right. A man with his talent is practically a goblin. Ah. I can't understand why the female professor is so crazy about him. Facing the gazes of the students around him, Gao Ningyun immediately dropped a thunderous cry. You don't have to say it, I just came to inform you that he is my man, and you, keep your distance. Su Qingxi's little mouth slowly grew bigger and wider. The big, watery eyes suddenly became misty. Then he raised his hand to cover his mouth. Gao Ningyun frowned. What was going on? Did Qingxi and he already know each other? And I am the third party? Sorry, we're already together if you had that idea before. Puff. Su Qingxi threw herself directly into her arms. What are you talking about? Xiao Yun. I'm happy for you. You know I haven't dared to get too close to you for all these years. I was really afraid that you would, Anyway, you are fine now. You like men. Gao Ningyun was suddenly stunned and remembered that when he was in college, he said that he didn't like falling in love. I like being with her more, and she actually took it seriously. Do you think that since I'm not looking for a partner, I have feelings for her? Ha, silly woman. She tapped Su Qingxi in her arms. My sexual orientation is normal, okay? Su Qingxi giggled. I have nothing to do with your little man. I just bumped into his clothes, that's all. Gao Ningyun knew that the woman in front of him would not lie. Now that things have come to this, then she can go back. Just now she just thought that if she didn't come here to figure things out, she wouldn't even have the heart to attend class. But at this moment, all the students seemed to be under control. Everything that just happened directly burned out their CPU, and they were still in a state of broken defense and stagnation. Just then, Gao Shuetian came from not far away. He angrily shouted, Auntie! This is how you treat your family outside. Slander. Shameful. And just for this one thing? Chapter 20 Logistics Mech vs. Wanderer. Gao Shuetian glared at his aunt as a warrior. Is there anything more important than the interests of the family? You're doing this. Are you doing justice to the Gao family? Gao Ningyun frowned slowly. My business. It's none of your business, no matter what. I am your elder, and it is not your turn as a junior to criticize me. Gao Shuetian's face turned pale and red, and then he raised his hand tremblingly. Okay. If you say so. He pointed at Li Xiu and said, if you're a man, stand up. Why do you exist? Why are you alive? Why are you bringing shame to my Gao family? You really deserve to die. You know that. After hearing this, Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. The reason why this man was still alive was only because he wanted to give Gao Ningyun some face. Bang! The sound of a loud slap suddenly echoed throughout the square.
Gao Ningyan withdrew his hand and said coldly, Gao Shuetian, whether you like it or not, he is your uncle.
You can't get away with it even a little bit. Gao Shuetian covered his face with his hands, looking gloomy. As the son of the head of the Gao family and a genius of the younger generation, when had he ever suffered such injustice? Ha ha. He laughed, a bitch and a loser. Just go and die somewhere. Ha ha ha, Gao Ningyun. You don't deserve to be a member of the Gao family. You even dare to hit me. A dark shadow flashed by. Bang! Caught off guard, Gao Shuetian flew 100 meters away. Boom! After falling to the square, he struggled to his feet and looked at Li Xiu. Who are you? How dare you hit me? Li Xiu looked at him calmly. If it weren't for your aunt, you would be dead now. Your aunt's business is none of your business. For a family that places its future on a woman, what else can we expect? Your Gao family is nothing but this. Gao Shuetian's expression changed drastically. Okay. I'll fight you. He picked up a metal card in his hand. This is the key to use the mecha in the training ground. As the son of the head of the Gao family. And since he is a genius-level student, he naturally enjoys preferential treatment that ordinary students do not have. At this time, he inserted the metal card in his hand into the card slot on the training ground. Suddenly, the training ground began to rumble and shake, the cover on the ground slowly opened, and a mecha slowly rose up. He stood up slowly. You're from the logistics mecha department, right? Good. I won't bully you either. Let's just compete in mechas. If I win, you leave my aunt. If I lose, I'll do whatever you want. Gao Ningyun frowned deeply. This is a conventional combat model Wanderer S09, Gao Shuetian. You clearly know that he's just a student with a blood deficiency who can only operate a logistics mecha. Such a competition will only make you look childish. Su Qingxi also stepped forward. Yes, classmate, what you are doing is wrong. The teacher doesn't like you. Li Xiu took a step forward. The weak always try to suppress others to gain a sense of existence. Okay, I'll give you this opportunity, Professor Su. Activate a logistics mecha. After hearing this, Su Qingxi began to feel more curious about this boy, student Li Xiu. The enemy is a combat mecha. Logistics mechas are not designed for combat. Li Xiu was naturally very clear about this. The so-called logistics mecha. It is a mecha that has taken out almost all the amplification effects, leaving only basic functions. Even Gao Ningyan felt that Li Xiu was too arrogant. The other students were increasingly convinced Li Xiu was really too arrogant. The mecha is already inferior to others, and now others have so much health, how can we win? Exactly. Although he's a master at picking up girls, he's not so good at fighting. Li Xiu smiled and walked towards a logistics mecha. Boy, if I win, kneel down and call me uncle 3 times, got it? He looked up at the mecha in front of him. Logistics mecha, 40 meters tall, has no amplifying effect on chi and health, and the man-machine match is extremely poor, more like a machine from an old era, but it's not completely useless. Li Xiu came to the elevator. Most of the students in the logistics and mecha department had little cultivation, so they needed a ladder to go up. Watching Li Xiu going up the ladder, Gao Shuetian laughed and said, Li Xiu, if you're like this, I'll smash you to pieces with one punch. Idiot. If you accept my duel just to save face, you might as well kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I'll let you go. Oh. That's right. If you lose, get down on your knees. Bark like a dog 3 times. Li Xiu ignored him and went into the mecha operating room. Standing at the operating table, he took out 2 operating handles, and countless nerve synapses around him slowly extended down and attached to the surface of his body. Welcome, drivers, happy moving. Neural synapse connection successful, chi and blood increase 0%. At this time, the huge mecha and Li Xiu felt like they were in perfect harmony. Mechas can amplify warriors. This is why the sum of warriors and mechas is greater than 2. If I were to fight someone with similar chi and blood power right now, I use a mecha, and he doesn't, then the gap in our combat power would widen. This is also why high-level warriors all have a martial arts mecha. It's just a pity that mine is a logistics mecha. The 360-degree surround view in front of you clearly presents all the scenes around you. At this time, the mecha on the opposite side has also been successfully started, the rover mecha. The height reached 50 meters, and his own logistics mecha looked like a dwarf in front of him. At this moment, the slender rover mech pulled out a metal dagger from its back.
Gao Shuetian, who was in the operation room, looked at the logistics mecha with a smile on his face. What a great guy, Li Xiu. I'll show you something. You're a country bumpkin who probably doesn't even know what a martial arts mecha is. You're just holding a piece of junk. Do you really think it's a mecha? He took a step forward, and the mecha instantly did the same thing as him, smash you. The next moment, Li Xiu controlled the logistics mecha and rushed towards him. Is he looking for death? At this time, Li Xiu controlled the mecha and took out a giant hammer that came with the mecha from behind him. Just when Gao Shuetian thought Li Xiu was going to attack fiercely. But then the logistics mecha jumped high. Gao Shuetian sneered, waste is waste, so what if he jumps up? Is he relying on gravity? But if you don't understand mecha, all your efforts are in vain. He immediately controlled the mecha and used his long sword to block. The next moment. Boom! The terrifying force knocked his sword out of his hand. How is this possible? How can a useless logistics mecha have such powerful strength? At this moment, inside Li Xiu's mecha control room, the system began to warning, the body's tolerance for qi and blood has reached its limit. Power will fail in 3 minutes. Operators are requested to leave the aircraft within 3 minutes. Li Xiu frowned. Just using a few thousand calories of qi and blood, and this machine is broken? It turns out that the logistics mecha is no joke. Chapter 21, No. I was careless. I didn't dodge. Li Xiu controlled the logistics mecha and displayed flexibility, maneuverability, and strength that surpassed ordinary logistics mechas. There were exclamations from the crowd. How is this possible? A student with blood deficiency operating a logistics mecha can actually suppress a martial arts mecha? I've recorded this video. It really makes our logistics mecha major proud. Yeah, who said that all of us in the logistics mecha major are just porters? Let these professional tactical warriors open their eyes and see clearly. But as a professor, Xia Qingxi naturally discovered the problem, the mechanical power of this logistics mecha. It's simply not enough to support such an action. Xiaoyun, doesn't your man have blood deficiency? Could it be that he has some kind of cultivation? Impossible. I've read his personal information, and it's true that he suffers from anemia. Even if he practices desperately, the upper limit of an anemia patient is extremely low. Gao Ningyun frowned. Su Qingxi's face puffed up, and she pouted, anyway, I suspect this kid has hidden some strength. Gao Ningyun glanced at her and felt a little confused. At this time, the light blue logistics mecha raised its hand and attacked to suppress Gao Shuetian's rover mecha. Followed by a downward kick. Boom! The wanderer lost his balance and fell down instantly, and his huge body tried to get up again. Seeing that the giant hammer in Li Xiu's mecha was about to smash down, Gao Shuetian controlled the mecha to turn over. At the same time, a genetic chain swirled around the mecha. Li Xiu. I admit that your skills are very proficient, but skills are just skills after all. What use is it in front of my genetic skills? I match the genes of an S-level exotic beast. In front of the absolutely powerful, you will eventually lower your proud head. S-rank Metal Rhino. Metal tearing slash. The dagger on his rover mecha was covered with a sharp edge like mercury. The crowd suddenly became excited. As expected of the Gao family's heir, he possesses S-level genetic skills that we can hardly even imagine. Last time, my mother took me to match gene chains, and the one I ended up with was an F-level dog-licking gene chain. Fuck. Then you're going to be happy. Gao Ningyun was a little anxious when he saw his nephew actually used genetic skills. Gao Shuetian. Whether you like it or not, he is my husband. You use your S-level genetic skills, if anything happens to him. I won't let you go. Gao Shuetian showed disdain on his face, but he knew in his heart that he couldn't really kill this man. He would be really scared if his aunt went crazy. You need a woman to intercede for you, but you are useless. The sharp edge cuts down. Li Xiu raised the joystick. To beat a dog, you have to use canine genetic skills. Genetic skill. Dog fangs soaring to the sky. A genetic chain instantly burst out from his mecha, although Li Xiu possessed a complete canine genetic chain. But to deal with Gao Shuetian in front of him, there is no need to use so many genetic skills. The gene chain lit up, and the hammer in the mecha's hand smashed down, and the dog teeth condensed from qi and blood fell instantly. Gao Shuetian was shocked. Doesn't he have any cultivation skills? How come he has genetic skills? But it seems to be an F-level gene. You are such a loser, so you use loser genes.
Just wait and see how I break you.
The next moment, his blade collapsed at the touch, and the hammer instantly appeared before his eyes. The operating room in front of him suddenly deformed and shattered.
How is that possible?
The giant hammer hovered before his eyes, and the entire control room lit up with a red alarm.
Warning, the aircraft is severely damaged.
Pilot, please leave immediately.
Warning, the aircraft is severely damaged.
Looking at the giant hammer in front of him, cold sweat slowly flowed down Gao Shuetian's forehead.
I'm already a junior warrior, how could I lose?
Li Xiu retracted the mecha's weapon, switched to his other hand, slowly reached into the control room of the rover mecha, and pulled Gao Shuetian out.
Okay, call me uncle, and I'll let you down. Gao Shuetian's face flushed red like liver. Don't even think about it. You're a loser. It was just a coincidence. The upper limit of blood deficiency is extremely low. I was careless. I didn't dodge. Okay, then you go to hell. Li Xiu controlled the mecha and began to tighten instantly. Feeling the pressure of being squeezed, Gao Shuetian immediately begged for mercy. I was wrong. Don't kill me. I screamed. Uncle, please spare me. Uncle, please spare me. Li Xiu narrowed his eyes, louder. Uncle, please spare my life. Yeah, it's okay.
Li Xiu controlled the mecha to release.
Ah. Plop.
Gao Shuetian fell heavily to the ground, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. In the crowd in the distance, Su Qingxi frowned deeply. Your little man is really not simple, it seems that he still has some blood. Although Gao Ningyun was puzzled, he thought that his nephew was not that strong, so he smiled faintly and said, of course, I don't like everyone. Among the students, this video was posted on the school forum and instantly became a hot post. After all, there are few geniuses in this world, and most of them are ordinary students.
These ordinary students beg for mercy when they see the arrogant genius being trampled underfoot. It's so popular.
This post was forwarded instantly, and Li Xiu didn't know that he had become a big celebrity.
When he got off the mecha and walked over here, Gao Ningyun walked up to him and said, I'm going back to class. Let's eat together when I'm free. Su Qingxi stared at Li Xiu's profile. I'm really curious about your story now. Li Xiu smiled faintly and said, unethical love always starts with curiosity. Su Qingxi's face was stunned.
What this student said made so much sense, and I didn't know how to refute him.
Is it because I have been single since birth and don't know how to love? The three roommates came over stealthily.
Shoo! Li Xiu, you're in big trouble.
Your reputation in the school is polarized right now. Some people think you're giving trash a bad name, but many people are definitely not depressed anymore. You need to work hard on your cultivation. Be brave and fight for love.
After watching your video, they all said they no longer feel inferior. The other part is jealous of you.
Talk about professors, beat up geniuses, you have become a celebrity on campus now. Li Xiu yawned. That's nothing. When others think I've reached my limit, they don't realize I haven't made a move yet. Su Hangyuan took out a small notebook and said, write this down. We'll be taking the test.
Li Xiu returned to the crowd, and the other students looked at him with awe, envy, and even jealousy.
Su Qingxi said loudly, okay, classmates, let's start today's class. Okay, who wants to try? Can you use the logistics mecha to move cargo in 1 minute?
Require that the water cups on the cargo do not fall over and the water does not spill.
When the boring practical class ended, Li Xiu and his three roommates left the teaching venue. Li Xiu suddenly received a private message from Governor Shenanren. Shenanren, Shadow God Pillar, first of all, we have nationalized as much of the Li family's property as possible and put the money into your personal fund.
It will be used for your mecha development and equipment creation, as well as for building a tactical team, etc.
As for the information you want to know about the Fiery Heaven Pillar, I will compile it into information and send it to you. Li Xiu said thank you and then opened the information. Chapter 22 Don't Touch My Sister. Pervert.
Li Xiu discovered after flipping through the documents. The mainstream media coverage at the time was similar.
Although my grandfather was portrayed as a hero, unfortunately, this information glossed over his enemies.
In general, the official information is that Grandpa was too powerful and was targeted by the ancient emperor clan, but there aren't many details.
Li Xiu rubbed his brows.
As for the Li family's property becoming a personal fund, he also understood this. The authorities must be hoping to do a favor. In addition, after becoming a super god-level warrior, the country will arrange a special team to manufacture mechas, create special weapons, etc. There is even a special team that develops various tactics for him. Looking at Li Xiu holding his phone in a daze, Lin Yu smiled and said, "Which little sister is our adoptive father chatting with now?" Li Xiu raised the corner of his mouth, pretending to be mysterious and said, "Governor, Shenanren." The three of them were stunned. "Fuck. Big brother. Godfather. Please take us with you." Since the three of them had no classes this afternoon, Li Xiu suggested going to his grandfather's ancestral home. Because Lin Yu's family owns a mecha repair factory, and he himself is also a fan of this. So Li Xiu wanted to take him to visit the Lai family's ancestral home. Repairing Grandpa's mecha. In fact, with Lin Yu's skills, he can definitely become a mecha repairman, which they have already witnessed. Arrived in front of the Lai family's ancestral home, the three of them saw two children trying to pick the lock. The two children, one boy and one girl, looked to be about 10 years old. And judging from their slightly purple skin color, they are actually from the Purple Gold clan. "What are you doing?" Li Xiu shouted. The three brothers naturally dispersed and tried to block the two children's way. In fact, the shorter one should be the boy's sister, and she immediately hid behind the boy. The boy pulled a dagger from his pocket and bared his teeth at the men. "I heard that the Purple Gold clan has always been gentle, so how come there is a child like this?" Li Xiu was a little confused. Huang Yuan explained, "Is it possible that when faced with a situation where they cannot survive, even the most docile species will develop a ferocious side?" At this moment, there was a creak and the door opened. Chen Huiya grabbed the girl's arm from behind. "Ha ha. Let's see where you two bastards can run." "Master. These two brats have been stealing things from our Lai family and selling them. I think it would be better to give them to the armed police." Li Xiu nodded. "Uncle, these three are my roommates, let's go inside and talk." "Okay." Chen Huiya immediately opened the door. After the four of them sat down, Su Hangyuan kept searching for information on his phone. "Found it, brothers. This is the ancestral land of the Lai family. Li Xiu's grandfather was actually the former god of war Lai Tian." "What?" The three of them were shocked. "Li Xiu, the grandfather you mentioned is actually the fiery god of war?" Li Xiu raised his eyes and glanced at the three of them. "Yes, is there any problem?" "What the hell? A descendant of a famous family. Why didn't you ever tell us?" "You didn't ask." The three of them drank some tea and decided to go to the basement to take a look. When the three of them took the elevator to the Lai family's secret base, Lin Yu was so shocked that he was speechless. After a while, he said, "Wow. It's the Lai family's double blade sequence mecha. This mecha has a history of over 100 years. It was built specifically for the Lai family by Doug Company. It uses a stacked hydrogen power kit. After continuous modification of this number 01, it has already achieved a 50% increase in chi and health. I can actually see the legendary martial arts mecha." Lin Yu's current state was like an old pervert who hadn't seen a woman for 3 years. He pounced on the mecha and started touching it randomly. He doesn't care about getting himself covered in engine oil. Li Xiu knew he had found the right person. "Can you calculate the approximate cost of repairing these two mechas?" Lin Yu said loudly, "Li Xiu, it would cost at least 100 million to repair these two mechas of yours, and that's not even counting the best parts. If you need the best accessories, it will cost at least 200 million. 200 million. Li Xiu was a little shocked. To be honest, last month he only earned 4,000 yuan from working, and this month he was already thinking about something worth 200 million. Lin Yu knew that Li Xiu had been kicked out of the family and must have little money on him. "Why don't you sell it to us? My dad will definitely be willing to pay a high price for it." Li Xiu shook his head. "No, I'll keep it for myself." "Are you crazy? You were kicked out of the family, where did you get the money to repair this thing?" Lin Yu said in shock. "It's one thing for a brother to have good things, but it's not worth it to spend such a high price for good things that you can't use." Su Hangyuan and Huang Yuan also disapproved of Li Xiu spending a lot of money to repair this thing. Lin Yu is right. We brothers have this kind of martial arts talent, and even if we improve it, we can't use it. That's right. Don't waste your money. What Li Xiu is considering now is whether he has 200 million in his fund. If he were to find Shenanren, these mechas would have to be sent to official places for repair, but he wasn't very reassured, so he decided to wait until his subsidy came in before making any decision. The three of them played around in the base for a while and then walked out. At this time, Chen Wuya had already made the two children stand in the yard for 2 hours as punishment.
Li Xiu asked, Uncle Chen, so what exactly is going on?
Chen Wuya explained, they are children from the nearby slums. They were fine when their mother was alive 2 years ago. After a recent epidemic, their mother died, and they set their sights on our ancestral land.
Li Xiu glanced at the two children and asked, What are your names?
The boy looked at Li Xiu stubbornly, Gu Tong. The younger sister followed her brother and said, I am Gu Yu. At this moment, in Li Xiu's vision, through the system's calculations, the qi and blood of the two people appeared before his eyes.
Gu Tong 121. Ancient saying 139.
As expected, people of alien descent often have much higher qi and blood values than humans. You know, at this age, human children are still training their bodies, taking medicinal baths, and eating pills.
Unlike them, these unattended children have a qi and blood value of over 100.
You must know that if you have more than 200 calories of qi and blood, you are already an entry-level warrior. And the younger sister seems to be more talented than her brother.
Why did you steal things? Li Xiu asked. I'm hungry.
Brother Gutong frowned, as if he had made up his mind, if you want to arrest someone, arrest me.
It has nothing to do with my sister. How old are you and your sister? I'm 12.
My sister is 10 years old. Li Xiu slowly walked to his sister's side and placed his hand on the girl's chin.
You are truly a beauty. Let go of my sister. You old pervert.
Gutong yelled, raised his hand, clenched his fist, and punched out.
Chapter 23. You don't want me to play with your sister, do you? Li Xiu's eyes flashed, and a faint energy of qi and blood flowed. Gutong's fist landed on Li Xiu's back. Bang! Ouch! Gutong flew backwards. He fell to the ground with a thud.
Li Xiu turned around and looked at Gutong. I'm sorry.
You are too weak. As a brother, you are too weak. Even if I want your sister now, what does it matter? I have money. I have power. I have strength. What can you do to me? Gutong glared at Li Xiu. I will fight you to the death. What a joke. This world. It's a sure field. I can have more fun after I kill you. What? What can you do? Gutong was stunned for a moment. I'll go to the armed police department and sue you. Li Xiu laughed, naive. A useless alien. Nothing can be changed. Will the armed police help you? Or me? Gutong fell silent again. Li Xiu continued, You are a man. You stole with your sister and got away with it today. But what about next time? I can let you go. But can you guarantee that every master will let you go? In the end, your brother died and your sister became someone's plaything. Li Xiu pointed at his sister and said in ancient language. The little girl looked innocent and asked, can you please stop teasing me? Li Xiu did not answer and continued to attack Gutong. After all, it was not a big deal for a brother to take his sister to steal. I'll kill you and your sister. You have no way out. The boy seemed to have lost all his strength and fell to his knees with a thud. Sir, I was wrong. Please accept me. I'm willing to stay and work for you to repay you. Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. No need to work, I want you to be my slave, are you willing? Slaves do exist in this world. Some weak alien races were brought out of secret realms by humans and became slaves. Humans were captured by other alien races and also became slaves. This is no different from the era of civil war among various races in the history of Blue Star. There was a look of struggle in Gutong's eyes, which kept flickering. It was indeed difficult to lose freedom, but it was just as the old man said. If I continue to be like this with my sister, when she is older, I won't need anyone else, other adults in the slum. I will be bullied, so. He is right. I want to become stronger. He took a deep breath. Master. I do. But I have a request. Li Xiu smiled faintly. You say? I want to take my sister with me to your place. I want to take care of her. She can't go back to the slums. Li Xiu turned around and said, Okay, that's it. Thank you, master. Gutong is willing to die for you. This scene left Li Xiu's three roommates stunned. Who is this devil? With just a few words, he pua a slave out?
It's so terrible, so terrible.
Lin Yu was shocked. Huang Yuan pondered, am I the only one concerned?
When Li Xiu was fighting Gao Shuetian, the mecha behaved differently. It seemed to have released some chi and blood power just now.
I say, is he hiding something from us? Su Hangyuan stood up and said, there is only one truth. The other two looked at him. A wedding makes a man strong. The two nodded seriously.
Li Xiu was in a good mood. It was actually quite boring for Chen Woya to stay here alone, so it was just right to leave the two children to him.
Besides relieving boredom, it also gives me something to do. Uncle Chen, I'm sorry for not discussing this with you. I wanted to.
Although Chen Wuya is old, his eyes have not changed. Young master, there is no need to say more.
I understand. Just leave them to me. Li Xiu nodded.
At this time, Li Xiu picked up his mobile phone and found a push message from the software. Lan Chao has discovered another super god-level warrior.
Codename, Shadow.
When I clicked on this news, the entire comments section was filled with people guessing Ying's identity.
Netizens are not eating pickles, what the hell? Is this the end? One word? Shadow? Are the authorities kidding us? Netizens posted a late-night post, holy crap. The Dragon Dynasty is about to rise. But can you please stop being so secretive? What's the code? Tell us what's going on. Netizen, I am the most flirtatious, super god level, add me to the private message, SX, CSW332789. Welcome anytime.
The third comment has several thousand likes. Li Xiu clicked one with his backhand.
His three roommates also started howling. Oh my god. Another super god level warrior appears. Awesome. Fuck.
Li Xiu disdains to associate with his three roommates, who are uneducated. Unless you are as uneducated as them, and then you shout, fuck.
Then I followed them and complained about the officials' behavior of hiding their identities.
Li Xiu was also very curious as to why Shenanren and the others wanted to hide their identities. It should be due to strategic considerations, as he is a strong man who has broken through the limits of chi and blood. This certainly cannot be easily known to other countries or ethnic groups. Even in such a society, countries around the world are not a monolithic entity. They even come to each other from time to time, after all, once a secret realm appears in this world.
It is both a danger and an opportunity.
An A-level gene can be sold for hundreds of thousands.
An S-level gene is worth millions.
Some alien races can be sold for money if they are caught. At this time, Chen Wuya pulled the two children and said that he was going to give them a bath and get them something to eat.
Lin Yu suddenly exclaimed, ah! Several people were startled. What are you doing? Li Xiu frowned. No, Li Xiu, go check out Tieba.
Li Xiu opened the school forum and then slowly opened his mouth.
Fuck me. Post, the Li family's abandoned son's counterattack, the king of soft rice's road to godhood. Wandering between two professors, is this male college student perhaps gifted or possessing special talents? The Li family suddenly fell into decline and lost its reputation as a noble family. The Li family disappeared overnight.
Li Xiu looked at these posts and found that he had become the most popular person on campus.
There are all kinds of speculations.
Some say that he, the Dragon King, came down the mountain, destroyed his own family, and took away the two professors. Some people also said that he was from some alien race, and there was a tribe called the Giant Penis Clan, whose penis was more than 10 meters long when unfolded, so it attracted the female professors. There are even short videos synthesized by AI, such as the stories that the male college students with huge penises and the female professors have to tell. Abby.
It's outrageous. The three roommates didn't know that Li Xiu's family had been expelled. Lin Yu asked with concern, what happened to Li Xiu? The Li family seems to have disappeared overnight. But weren't they mean to our adoptive father? Huang Yuan expressed indignation.
Li Xiu shook his head. The world is unpredictable.
How would I know?
At the same time, Sky Blue Province. The Gao family is a first-rate family, but the atmosphere at this moment is extremely solemn.
Your Gao family promised to marry Gao Ningyun to me. Now where is she? You, the Gao family, are going too far. Just saying she's already married? And you're trying to deny it completely. There's no such thing in the world. Where do I put my face?
A man with triangular eyes, white hair, and wrinkles on his face confronted the powerful men of the Gao family in mid-air.
Today, I, the Falcon God Pillar, am going to demand an explanation from you. Chapter 24 Li Xiu, let us break up.
Li Xiu and his friends returned to school in the evening, and at night the information about the Shadow God Pillar was covered by a new hot search.
The Falcon God Pillar asked the Sky Blue Gao family about the sword.
The Gao family head was seriously injured.
Was it because his fiancée was taken away? The professor doesn't love the God Pillar, but only the male student from the university? The Gao family? Fiancé? Professor Gao's fiancé is the Falcon Pillar? The three little ones looked at Li Xiu again with dim eyes. Fuck. Godfather. You better leave. That's a divine pillar. A super god level warrior. Speaking of which, Li Xiu, you weren't fooled by the professor, were you? He used you to escape the family's control, and then you will have to bear the wrath of the Falcon Pillar. The three of them said worriedly, why not flee abroad? That's right, you'll be killed if you continue like this. It's only a matter of time before the Divine Pillar finds out your identity. The four of them walked to the school gate while chatting nonsense. But Gao Ningyun was waiting at the school gate, watching the four people coming. She had a complicated expression and her hands were tightly clasped together. The three friends realized that something was going to happen. Huang Yuan said, let's go, give the young couple some space. But Lin Yu refused. He was from a wealthy family and always felt that Li Xiu had a hard time. Now he was getting married without any reason? Do you want to continue to suffer? Isn't this just taking advantage of those who are unlucky? Gao Ningyun. Li Xiu has a miserable life. Abandoned by his family for a blood deficiency. Now you're treating him like a tool. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Yes. He's just an ordinary man. At worst, he'll be killed by the Falcon Pillar. And you have the protection of your family. But what about him? Who will protect him? Do you think that since he has no mother's family, no one will protect him? Ha ha ha. You are wrong. I am the one who will protect the Lin family. I won't. Lin Yu's voice attracted a group of onlookers. Huang Yuan got angry after hearing this, damn it. Even if you can't let me graduate, I'm still going to say it. I'm on my brother's side. Don't try to bully me. If Li Xiu gets killed by you, I will fight you to the death. In the eyes of the three brothers, Li Xiu was definitely being used as a tool to trick them into marriage. It's no different from a small umbrella that is thrown away after use. Su Yuan Hang, who was as thin as a monkey, walked between the two of them and raised his hand to throw a set of funny long arm punches. I'm not very talented. I only have 172 calories. But my family's Tongbi fist is no pushover. You lied to my brother. Step over my dead body. Li Xiu smiled. These people really touched him. After all, now that it was exposed, the matter involved a super god-level warrior. Many people try to avoid them, but they take the initiative to come forward. Brotherhood. Good. Gao Ningyun said calmly, Li Xiu, let's talk alone. Li Xiu nodded, you guys step aside for now. Li Xiu. We're not leaving. You're bullying us because there's no one in our dormitory. Su Hangyuan said angrily. Huang Yuan patted the two brothers on the shoulders and said, let them talk first, we will step aside. Lin Yu still refused and was forcibly pulled aside by Huang Yuan. He didn't forget to turn around and say, I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Li Xiu retracted his gaze and turned to look at Gao Ningyun, tell me, what's going on now? The night wind blew on the other person's long light golden hair. Her skin looked radiant and white against the golden glasses. No classes in the afternoon? Gao Ningyun said lightly. Well, just say whatever you want to say. Li Xiu frowned. Gao Ning said in a humble tone, let's break up. Break up? Li Xiu frowned, and he immediately thought of something. Gao Ningyun, however, spoke first, you think I'm telling you this on purpose to protect you, huh? Why do they say college students are easy to cheat? She raised her hand and scratched her hair. The Divine Pillar's family will naturally explain it to me. So, this problem doesn't exist. The marriage is over. I have no worries now. I suddenly feel that your talent is too poor. We are destined to fail. Li Xiu laughed, poor acting, I don't believe it.
Gao Ningyun picked up the phone directly and said, "This is my college classmate, and he is also the heir of another first-class family. He is handsome, talented, and has a good personality.
This is an old photo of him.
He recently confessed his love to me. So I'm going to tell you clearly, and he doesn't mind, he knows I'm just a temporary solution." Li Xiu's phone vibrated wildly. When he opened it, he saw the photo sent by Gao Ningyun, which showed her and a handsome boy on the university playground.
The two are very close. Fuck. Am I really being played?
Li Xiu looked up at her and frowned slightly.
I still don't believe it. Gao Ningyun laughed. Hey. I was drunk and having sex.
I'm just telling you that I need a reason to make my sex life normal and solve the problem of family marriage.
And now it's over. I don't need you anymore. There are better options out there willing to wait for me. If you can't do that, take a look in the mirror. Besides your looks, what else do you have? Can you even make a living?
Li Xiu shook his head and walked towards her.
I don't believe it.
Looking at the boy approaching her, a cold look flashed in Gao Ningyun's eyes.
Okay. You forced me to do that.
She picked up her phone and made a call.
Hello? Shen Xian, he's right in front of me, listening.
The other person was stunned for a moment, then started laughing. You're the cheap husband, right?
You're a shit eater.
You're a blood-deficient loser.
Don't you have a brain?
Even if you're a piece of mud, I wouldn't even bother stepping on you.
My Chen family and the Gao family are a powerful alliance.
What do you have? Your children will tell others that my dad is sick and has blood loss symptoms.
Do you really think Gao Ningyun is a garbage recycling station?
I plan to be with Gao Ningyun next year. We've had a relationship since college.
You're just lucky.
People with no sense of boundaries are so annoying. They just jump at the chance when they see a bargain.
Who do you think you are? Get out of here.
Li Xiu's eyes moved slightly. He kept staring at Gao Ningyun and saw nothing but indifference in her eyes. There was actually a hint of disgust. Li Xiu took a step back and took out a red book from his pocket.
Give it back to you. I'm mud? You're going to regret it.
Li Xiu thought about his previous life. He had seen so much. He had seen too many feelings like this.
Of course he didn't believe it at first, but now. He wasn't sure anymore. The marriage certificate fell on Gao Ningyun, snap. Falling to the ground.
Then he turned around and put his hands in his pockets. Go away, I've never liked you. I call you wife or something like that too, I call you that to other schoolgirls.
It's better if you leave.
I still made 20,000 from you.
It won't prevent me from flirting with other girls.
That's great. 3 hound roommates rushed out.
Fuck you, professor. Women are also cold-blooded, aren't they?
We curse you to choke to death while drinking water.
Big families are amazing.
The line of women who like our Li Xiu can stretch all the way to the other side of the ocean.
What the hell is this?
Lin Yu pointed at Gao Ningyun, don't be so miserable. Your Gao family has offended me.
Grass. Chapter 25 Falcon. Come out.
Li Xiu was taken away by the 3 brothers. Gao Ningyun bent down to pick up the marriage certificate and brushed off the dust.
A voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiaoyun, is this okay? What if after this is over, your husband doesn't want to come back?
Gao Ningyun glanced at the crowd that had gathered around him and left calmly. I should have been dead by then. Use my life in exchange for his survival.
You know the money in my card and my account number.
When I die, please give it to him for me. An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiaoyun. What are you crazy about?
Don't face it alone. I've already called my dad.
He'll go find the Falcon Pillar.
Maybe it will work. Gao Ningyun walked along the campus road and said calmly, it's useless. Falcons are the most vindictive.
In the bustling bar, pink lights are projected onto various glassware, reflecting brilliant light. Huang Yuan, Su Hang Yuan, and Lin Yu opened and closed their eyes in front of him.
Li Xiu couldn't hear it clearly at all.
This bar was the dream bar where he first met Gao Ningyun. Lin Yu just waved his hand and opened a private room. Then the 3 of them started drinking beer.
Lin Yu sighed and said, do you think all women are so cold-blooded? That's right. They changed their minds right after getting married. They even found their next partner.
Su Yuanhang glanced at Li Xiu. then picked up his wineglass and clinked it with his.
It's okay. At worst, we brothers will accompany you. Lin, you seem to remember something. Hey. Huang Yuan, I remember you have a younger sister, right? How about you sacrifice yourself? Huang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. That won't do. Brothers are brothers. Sister is sister. She's still young, how can she find a man? Besides, my sister is very proud and arrogant. She wants to find the best hero in the world. At this time, several women in revealing clothes pushed the door open and walked in. Several people looked at each other. Lin Yu crossed his legs and said, I called them here. What's the best way to make the brothers forget about that scumbag girl? Looking at Huang Yuan and Su Hangyuan drooling, he said helplessly, of course I will find a group of women for my brothers. Longwu University. There is an artificial lake in the center of the school. Gao Ningyun stood by the lake, feeling uneasy. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky. Under the moonlight, a dark shadow loomed, and an old man in a black robe appeared on the lake. Gao Ningyun. You are worthy of me. Feeling the other person's rage. With the terrifying pressure of qi and blood, Gao Ningyun said in a cold voice, Falcon Divine Pillar. You are a divine pillar, so you have the bearing of a divine pillar. So, can you please let me go? Ha ha. His voice was like a broken bellows. It's funny, really funny. You're looking for another man while you're already engaged to me. And he's even a student. A great shame and humiliation. A great shame and humiliation. A god is a sacred pillar. And yet he is treated like this. You're asking me about my bearing? Fine. I'll tell you. Just let me kill that brat. I'll let it go. Even so. I'm giving your Gao family face. As the last word fell, terrifying energy and blood rushed into the sky, shattering the surrounding clouds. All this naturally alarmed the strong men of Longwu University. A figure rushed over from a distance. Gao Ningyan looked over and saw that she was wearing a small floral dress, holding an oil paper umbrella in her hand, and her temperament was somewhat sad. Falcon Pillar narrowed his eyes. President of Longwu University, Lin Aihua? Do you want to get involved too? Lin Aihua casually opened the oil paper umbrella in her hand, then threw it into the lake, and the oil paper umbrella swayed. She leaped up and stood on the oil paper umbrella. This is Longwu University? You're threatening my professor here? I'm sorry, but I can't just sit there and do nothing. Buzz buzz buzz. A faint vortex surrounded her body. The falcon pillar was shrouded in a black robe, his triangular eyes flashing with cold light. All right. A national-level warrior. How dare you ever interfere with the affairs of the divine pillar? You're courting death. He slapped out with his palm, and terrifying energy and blood gushed out wildly. In the dream bar, Li Xiu suddenly narrowed his eyes. What's this? Such a strong fluctuation of qi and blood, could it be from the university? Li Xiu pushed away the woman who was leaning on him, stood up and was about to leave. Li Xiu, what are you doing? You won't go home until you're drunk tonight. Lin Yu shouted. I've already paid, you can't not play. We're not playing like the hot sheep. Li Xiu smiled faintly and said, those two are drunk, please take care of them. I have something urgent to do, so I have to leave first. Hey! Don't go. What urgent matter could it be? Lin Yu's voice came. Li Xiu had already left the bar without looking back, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he arrived at the lake, he saw Principal Lin Aihua lying on the oil paper. Li Xiu jumped onto the surface of the lake. Principal. Principal. He slapped the Principal Lin Aihua's face, and after a moment she slowly opened her eyes. Li Xiu? No, Shenju? Oh no. Professor Gao has been kidnapped. He said he would only release Professor Gao if you were handed over. When Li Xiu heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Gao Ningyun was lying to me. After standing up, the energy and blood in Li Xiu's body began to surge, and waves of heart-pounding energy spread out in all directions. Although Lin Aihua knew Li Xiu's situation. But this was the first time I saw this mysterious divine pillar up close. Feeling the aura from him at this moment, Lin Aihua couldn't even lift her head. At this moment, the entire Longwu University was shrouded in terrifying blood and energy pressure. Countless students speculated. What the hell? What's going on today?
The chi and blood pressures are getting more terrifying than each other.
Does anyone know what's going on?
This kind of pressure must be from a warrior of at least national rank.
Bah! You bastard! Your national level is like this.
I tell you, the national level is nothing compared to this guy. At this moment, Li Xiu had already taken a step forward and his figure appeared in mid-air.
The entire Longwu University is right at your feet. Countless dormitories lit up beneath him.
Especially the girls' dormitory.
Girls! Look! Could that person in the air be the mysterious divine pillar that appeared recently? Who would understand? He's so handsome just looking at his back. You mean the Shadow God Pillar? Is that true? What is the Shadow God Pillar doing in our school?
A female student picked up a high-powered camera and kept zooming in, eventually seeing a blurry figure from behind. She only saw the university emblem on Li Xiu's coat.
Holy crap! It's confirmed. The Shadow God Pillar. He's from our school. Is he a student?
As this photo was constantly shared in the girls' dormitory group, the identity of the Shadow God Pillar was subject to much speculation. That night, among the more than 3,000 female students at Longwu University, almost all of them said that Shadow God Pillar was their husband, the public husband of Longwu University. At this moment, Li Xiu was in mid-air, roaring, "Falcon!
Come out!" Chapter 26, Canine Genetic Technology. Wolf Bite. Following this shout, countless gossipy souls started to think wildly again. Are the Falcon Pillar and the Shadow Pillar a couple? Stop making trouble so late at night? But didn't they say the Falcon Pillar is over 100 years old? What do you know? This is called a love that spans centuries. How romantic.
Li Xiu's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly locked onto the other party's position.
A dark figure removed its disguise like ripples. Appeared a little further away. The Falcon Pillar in the darkness. One hand was holding the unconscious Gao Ningyun.
Then he said calmly, "I didn't expect that when I came to seek revenge, the truth would be like this.
You must be the legendary Shadow God Pillar. So it's you, you're not just an ordinary student. Ha ha ha. But even so, is this a reason for you to cheat on me?" Li Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. "Well, now that you mention it, I really think you are suitable for being cuckolded."
Then his eyes fell on Gao Ningyun.
"Take your dirty hands off me and put her down." Falcon seemed to have heard something particularly funny. Shadow God Pillar. You've broken through 15,000 HP at your age. I'm so envious.
I originally thought that since she is the eldest daughter of the Gao family, I could let her go. The coldness in his eyes grew colder and colder.
But now, I've changed my mind. Why should a genius like you become famous? And I will work hard until I am over 100 years old. Just when I could finally breathe a sigh of relief and get married, you snatched her away. You. I want you and her to pay.
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes and interrupted him, "Lao Dang.
Shut the fuck up. Are you tired of this? You also know that you are weak in talent.
Even if you become a super god-level warrior, trash is still trash.
A falcon cannot become a phoenix. I'm giving you a chance now. Let go of my woman and then die. People like you are pathetic. You are essentially a waste. You rely on the strength gained over time, and you think she has to follow you?
I'm not afraid to tell you, she became my woman within an hour of knowing me." Li Xiu's words directly broke the Falcon Pillar's defense.
Fuck you. You little brat. I'm going to skin you alive. Don't blame me for not paying attention to the relationship between the pillars. In anger, he threw the unconscious Gao Ningyun down heavily. If Gao Ningyun falls hard, he will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die.
Li Xiu flew straight through the air and hugged Gao Ningyun in his arms.
The next moment, Gao Ningyun in his hand expanded rapidly like an inflated ball. Puppet?
Li Xiu immediately understood what was going on.
The next moment, boom!
A terrifying explosion erupted above Longwu University, and a round energy sphere vibrated in the air. The girls who were fans of Li Xiu at Longwu University screamed in surprise.
Could it be the Shadow God Pillar? No way. No. This is impossible. Our Shadow God Pillar. But weren't they two men fighting over a woman just now? Holy crap. Is it so bloody?
These ordinary people naturally didn't know about the marriage contract between the Falcon Pillar and the Great Family, so their speculations became increasingly exaggerated.
Wait until the energy light dissipates.
Li Xiu's figure still stood in the night sky. As his blood and energy surged, 9 genetic chains surrounded his body. The Falcon Pillar could naturally see at a glance that the gene chain in this kid was actually an F-level continental product.
Ha ha ha. Shadow God Pillar. You're like an old lady crawling into bed, making me laugh. Didn't anyone tell you? Are warrior genetic skills important? Those F-level genetic skills you have are such a letdown.
Li Xiu's lips curled up into a faint smile.
Failure?
I'll use the Hound's gene chain right now to show you what a failure is.
Hound gene. Genetic skill, Wolf Feng. Woo woo woo.
Countless wolf shadows seemed to appear behind Li Xiu, and then countless sharp fangs appeared on the side of the Falcon Pillar.
Rushing towards him.
The figure of the Falcon Pillar disappeared from the spot, dodging the attack, and at the same time, 9 genetic chains surrounded his body.
Yes, it's not bad. But boy.
This is the gene chain of the S-grade steel dragon eagle in my body. Li Xiu indeed noticed that the chain on his body was red in color. This red color of the gene chain is unique to the S-level gene chain.
If it is an SSS level gene chain, it would be a bright golden color.
As for the F level on him, it looks like a country bumpkin without any special effects. After Falcon finished speaking, he raised his hand and the 9th chain on his body lit up.
Is he strong?
In fact, what Li Xiu said was right. He has never been strong, but so many geniuses of his time have fallen.
He has survived until now by either not offending anyone or striving to kill with one strike.
And now, in his eyes, Li Xiu will be shattered to pieces by his strongest blow, and even if the official blames him afterwards, he will not panic at all.
A dead pillar, and a living one.
There is no need to say more about who is more important. 9th gene skill, Dragon Eagle Sky-Splitting Slash. A metallic luster bloomed on his body, and then a shadow of a creature that looked like an eagle or a dragon floated behind him. The terrifying fluctuations of his energy and blood even caused wrinkles in the surrounding space. This is the strength of a super god-level warrior.
Boy.
You only have an F-level gene chain, so you shouldn't mess with me. Unfortunately, now we can only fight to the death.
Boy, in your next life. Be a low-key person. Go!
There was a hint of excitement in Falcon's eyes. After all, it is about killing a young genius, how can it not be exciting? Li Xiu raised his eyes, then raised his right hand and raised a middle finger. You don't think you can win?
9th genetic skill. Wolf Bite. Boom boom boom. The chi and blood condensed into countless wolf shadows that tore towards the Falcon. At first, relying on the advantage of S-level genetic skills, Wolf Shadow was easily swallowed.
The corners of Falcon's mouth raised slightly. But soon, he found something wrong. Li Xiu's blood and energy seemed to have no limit. One wolf shadow was torn to pieces, and immediately countless wolf shadows pounced on him again.
They just kept coming one after another. Falcon finally realized something was wrong. No. How did you do that? Is there no limit to your energy?
Li Xiuxing's brows furrowed slightly as he said calmly, who told you that my qi and blood were at 15,000 calories?
And who told you that this was my limit? The light of the genetic chain on his body suddenly increased. Hundreds. Thousands. Tens of thousands.
The wolves soared into the sky.
No, no, no. Shadow God Pillar. Let's talk it out. No. I'm the God Pillar. How could I be devoured by a wolf? His figure was gradually swallowed up by the blood wolf shadow. Well, my own F-level gene chain is indeed a problem.
It seems that I really need to find a secret realm to explore and collect some high-level gene chains. Looking at the Falcon's disappearing body, he said lightly. The Falcon had disappeared, leaving only bloody scraps of cloth floating down from the sky. Li Xiu frowned slightly, and his blood and energy surged throughout his body, covering his perception.
After determining Gao Ningyun's direction, his figure disappeared into the night sky. Chapter 27. Let us go. Take the exam.
The scene of Li Xiu tearing apart a super god-level warrior deeply shocked the entire Longwu University. Almost all the girls in the university became fans of Li Xiu after today. In the school's forum, the buzz about student Li Xiu and the female professor finally died down. Instead, there were videos and photos of Shadow God Pillar tearing Falcon God Pillar apart with his bare hands. Although the photos and videos were blurry, the fact that Shadow God Pillar was a student quickly spread on the internet,
even fermenting globally.
After all, a super god-level warrior who can quickly kill another divine pillar must be no simple person. Countries around the world even analyzed that he was a super god-level strong man with a blood and chi of more than 20,000 cards, which was definitely not what the official said. As a result, this shadow god pillar became more and more mysterious. Li Xiu came to an abandoned factory outside the school. Finally, Gao Ningyun was found deep in the factory. She was tied to a wooden chair with metal ropes on her body, which were also specially made. This kind of metal rope can be used to tie up strong people with less than 5,000 chi in blood. Li Xiu slowly walked up to the woman, feeling both angry and moved.
Angry that she concealed things.
I was touched that she could do this in order not to implicate herself. When he walked in front of her, Li Xiu raised his hand, and the power of his chi and blood condensed into a sharp edge, easily cutting the chain. He bent down and stretched out his hand. At that moment, Gao Ningyan instantly raised his hand and slashed out a beam of energy.
Die! Bastard!
However, the next moment, the energy penetrated into Li Xiu's body.
She looked stunned. Li Xiu? Why is it you?
Li Xiu's body went limp and Gao Ningyun held him in his arms.
No. Don't scare me. I thought it was that villain. He just threw out the chain and left in a hurry. I thought he was back. I didn't expect it to be you. Don't scare me. Gao Ningyun searched for the wound on Li Xiu's back.
An ordinary person's body could not withstand the full force of a warrior with 3,000 calories of chi and blood. Li Xiu said calmly, Gao Ningyun, don't use your shallow understanding to understand and plan everything. He used his hands to hold her horizontally in his arms. Li Xiu turned around, and in the other party's astonished eyes, he took a step forward, and the two of them were already 10,000 meters high. Gao Ningyun murmured, only masters above the rank of Grandmaster can fly.
Li Xiu, who are you? Ms. Gao, is who I am important to you?
We are divorced.
Do you remember?
The night wind blew the two of them in the moonlight. For the first time, Gao Ningyun showed the grievance of a little girl in front of Li Xiu. That's right.
What is that, you idiot? You are such an idiot in love. If you just say that I did that for you, I won't be angry.
Li Xiu thought to himself. But Gao Ningyun swallowed the rest of his words. Li Xiu sighed slightly, and the two of them landed on the campus. This was a small forest not far from the teacher's dormitory building, and Li Xiu put her down. Then he said, okay, it's all over.
Falcon can no longer threaten you. Go back. Li Xiu then turned around and headed towards his dormitory. From beginning to end, Gao Ningyun did not try to keep her. Gao Ningyun was still in shock. Li Xiu was the shadow divine pillar?
The only thing that could kill a divine pillar was another divine pillar.
Dragon Dynasty only had 3 divine pillars: Moonrest, Falcon, Shadow. So it's obvious that he is Shadow?
When Gao Ningyun turned around, Li Xiu had disappeared.
In the boys' dormitory, Lin Yu and the other two were already fast asleep.
The drunken trio had no idea what they had missed tonight. Li Xiu took a cold shower and kept staring at the phone on the table.
Damn it, Gao Ningyun, your husband is angry, and he's the shadow god pillar? You didn't send a message to comfort him? You just let him go? What a fucking idiot in love.
Li Xiu had no way to deal with this kind of person.
Suddenly my cell phone rang. When I opened it, I found it was the school exam group.
Su Qingxi tagged everyone, tomorrow is the practical test for the logistics mecha major, everyone please prepare well. Some students have been very lazy recently.
The final exam of this semester is coming soon. Students majoring in logistics and mecha also need to take the Secret Realm exam.
Although I know you think your major is not good, it is definitely not comparable to martial arts majors.
But I want to say, don't panic. There have been students majoring in logistics mecha who have become beginner or even intermediate warriors before. Don't give up. Li Xiu is lying on the bed. Final exam?
The final exams for colleges in this world are usually held in a low-level secret realm, where all students in the school are ranked. According to the rules of this world, the top 10 students from each school must participate in the Dragon Dynasty Martial Arts Conference. Li Xiu yawned, stared at his phone for a while, and then fell into a deep sleep.
Gao Ningyun couldn't sleep all night.
She tossed and turned in bed, her mind full of random thoughts.
He's such a young super god-level warrior, am I worthy of him?
Besides, he agreed to a divorce.
Doesn't he plan to get back together with me?
That's why he ignored me last night. That's right, he can find a younger and better woman.
I'm just an abandoned daughter of the Gao family. Maybe he can marry a princess.
As they were all lost in their own thoughts, she also fell into a deep sleep.
The next morning,
Li Xiu climbed out of bed and saw his three brothers, who kept shouting fuck.
Damn. Fuck. Awesome. Sounds like that.
Then Li Xiu walked behind the three people curiously.
Awesome.
Look at this, it seems like his genetic skills aren't as good as others, but with one punch he sent a cloud of dogs flying all over the sky, instantly killing the falcon.
Yeah. The Shadow God Pillar is so handsome. He's so good at showing off. Damn it. We're actually in the same school as Ying.
From now on, whenever I meet someone, I'll just tell them I'm Ying's junior. Li Xiu looked down and found that it was the battle in the night sky last night. Although it was a blur, it still became popular.
This video has now been posted on major short video platforms. The calls for the film are getting louder and louder. Hey! Xiu, you're awake.
If only you were Ying, you could slap Professor Gao's fat little face.
Yeah, it makes me angry just thinking about it. Should a loser have his engagement annulled?
The three of them tried to coax him again. Li Xiu was packing up his textbooks on the table.
Stop talking. Today is the Mecha practical test. Are you prepared? And there's still half a month until the final exam. Are you sure about everything? What the hell? The three of them immediately said what the hell. Damn it. What the hell are we preparing for? It's the final exam, and our combined HP isn't even 500. We'll be at the bottom of the pile when we enter the secret realm.
Li Xiu smiled and said, let's go take the exam.
Chapter 28. What? The Empress is here to have an online romance with Li Xiu.
As the four of them walked down the dormitory building, they heard the other boys shouting, brothers. The royal family's car is outside.
There are so many people. Lin Yu pulled a student aside and asked, what's going on? What's going on? Don't you know? The Empress of the Dragon Dynasty, announced that she will transfer from the Royal Academy to Languo University. Don't you watch the news?
The four of them looked at each other.
Su Hanyuan's breathing became heavy.
The Empress of the Dragon Dynasty, Ying Yi, ascended the throne at the age of 13 and is now 16. She was previously studying at the Imperial Academy, but why did she suddenly transfer?
Is that the point?
The point is, from the few times she's appeared, we can tell she's breathtakingly beautiful.
Huang Yuan was already grinning at his phone. I look at the Empress's photos every day. She's so beautiful.
Li Xiu said, just a woman. Then he ran out of the school.
Fuck.
Li Xiu is so fast, let's go check it out. The four of them arrived at the school gate, which was already crowded with people. Groups of royal guards were guarding a girl in a black and gold long dress. Li Xiu and his three friends were squeezed in a corner, and only their outlines could be seen.
It's a pity I can't see it clearly. I wonder which major the Empress will choose. It must be a warrior major. Li Xiu picked up his phone and said, oh no. I'm going to be late. Go take the exam first, and we'll talk about it later. Now that I'm in school, how can I run away? The three good friends also expressed their approval.
When they arrived at the practical examination room for the logistics mecha, they found that they were not too late.
Su Qingxi was standing in front of the operating table playing with her cell phone. Hello, Teacher Su.
The three of them said politely.
Su Qingxi looked at her three roommates who were panting and said, huh, you guys went to see beauties outside the school too? Teacher Su, this is not just any beauty, but the Empress of the Dragon Dynasty. She will take charge of the government as soon as I finish my studies.
If she falls in love with me, I won't have to work hard in my life.
Su Hangyuan looked at her with longing. Come on, how could someone like you? Huang Yuan slapped Su Hangyuan on the butt. Don't even think about it. At what level do you dare dream of becoming the Empress? Don't you see that our Li Xiu has suffered from women? You are taking the initiative to join in, right? Lin Yu teased.
At this moment, there was a sudden commotion at one end of the practice square. The sound quickly attracted everyone's attention, and the crowd gathered from far away. Only then did everyone see who was coming, and the guards around separated the students.
Empress Ying Yi strode over.
She had phoenix eyes and dark eyebrows, and an extraordinary temperament. Her eyes were fixed on someone.
Li Xiao.
Li Xiao frowned slightly. As a super god-level warrior, he naturally noticed that this woman was staring at him. As the Empress, she should know my identity. It seems that her target is me. But what is her purpose? When Li Xiao was thinking this, the other party had already approached. Su Qingxi also announced at this time, "Dear students, we welcome our new student, Ying Yi."
Snap. Snap.
These are boys taking pictures with their mobile phones, and they dropped their phones in fright. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes. Ying Yi had already walked in front of Li Xiao at this time. At such a close distance, the two of them looked into each other's eyes.
Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Oh my god, do Li Xiao and the Empress know each other? I don't know. First it was Professor Gao, and now it's the Empress? Are we going to be left with no chance of survival? Who is Li Xiao? If he was from a wealthy family or a genius, it would be fine. But Li Xiao just has a blood deficiency disease. The three roommates looked at the two in shock. We are goblins, we really are goblins. We were worried about him falling out of love, but in the blink of an eye he hooked up with the Empress, right? Then, Ying Yi extended her hand and said, "Hello, I'm Ying Yi. Let's get along well from now on." Li Xiao showed no intention of extending his hand, and said calmly, "Li Xiao." The crowd was talking. What's going on? Ying Yi took the initiative to reach out, but he still ignored her. This is a true master. What do you know? I think Li Xiao is playing hard to get to pique his curiosity. Didn't you say that the Empress's coming to school might be related to the Shadow Pillar? Isn't Li Xiao the Shadow God Pillar? Impossible. It must be a coincidence. The Empress might just want to get close to the people and make friends first. Didn't they say that Professor Gao's previous fiancé was Falcon? Falcon died last night, and today the Empress arrived. Is there some kind of cause and effect behind this? It's over, I need to grow my brain. I think Professor Gao found Li Xiao as his mistress, and Falcon came to demand an explanation. I don't know why he ran into Shadow Pillar, and the two of them fought. Falcon died, and the Empress came to demand an explanation from Shadow Pillar. Listening to the discussions around him, Li Xiao said calmly, "Teacher, is it time for the exam?" Su Qingxi finally reacted and stepped forward to announce, "Everyone, stop guessing. Ying Yi will be a student majoring in logistics and mecha from now on. She came to our school to study." The other students didn't believe it. "Teacher, Her Majesty the Empress came to our school? Just to learn about logistics mecha? Do you think we are fools?" Ying Yi's lips curled up slightly. "Everyone, be quiet. Do you want to know why I came to Languo University?" Everyone fell silent. She cleared her throat and said, "Actually, you're all wrong. I didn't come here because of the battle between the Shadow Pillar and the Falcon Pillar last night. The Shadow God Pillar is indeed living in seclusion at the school, but that has nothing to do with why I'm here." The next sentence shocked everyone. "As for me, I fell in love online. So I came here to meet you in person." Wow. What? The Dragon Dynasty Empress is learning online dating? How is this possible? Who can have an online romance with the Empress? Ying Yi's beautiful eyes fell on Li Xiao. "Li Xiao, are you really not going to take responsibility? We've been dating online for a year, why did you suddenly stop contacting me recently?" Ah. It was Su Hangyuan who screamed, "Li Xiao. We're done. I hate you. You're trying to steal my campus goddess. You don't even let the national goddess go." Huang Yuan bared his teeth. "You beast. You beast. How many secrets are you hiding from us?" Li Xiao was stunned. What was this woman trying to do? He frowned and said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I think you're mistaken. I don't know you at all." Wow. Damn it. Li Xiao is such a scumbag. Of course he won't admit it. He's on 2 boats. No, maybe multiple boats. How could he admit it? The Empress has come to his door. If he dares to admit it, it will be a piece of cake. He is playing with the Empress's feelings, and it will cost lives. After listening to Li Xiao's words, Ying Yi's face was filled with sorrow. Really? That's a shame. Okay then, let's start over. I'll make you like me. Buzz.
All the boys and girls in the school were stunned, crazy, and confused.
Chapter 29 Your little man is cheating. Li Xiu was confessed to by the Empress in public?
Even he himself was confused at this moment. Su Qingxi acted decisively. All irrelevant personnel, please leave immediately.
We are about to have a logistics mecha exam.
Ingi, although you have a prominent status, this is a school and you still have to take the exam. After she said this, Ingi nodded. I know, I'll participate, teacher, let's start. At this moment, everyone's eyes were still on Li Xiu.
The name of the scumbag Li Xiu has been posted on Tieba.
A burst of curses.
What? Isn't Li Xiu's target Professor Gao?
He was almost killed by Falcon.
Kill him.
Last night, the Principal and Shadow Pillar fought with Falcon Pillar. In the end, Shadow Pillar, for some unknown reason, managed to kill Falcon Pillar. It seems that there may have been a grudge between Falcon and Shadow.
That's all I can think of.
I can't say that scumbag Li Xiu is the Shadow God Pillar. I saw him at the beginning of the school year.
He was out of breath even when running. How could he be a strong man who hides his strength? This statement was agreed by everyone.
After all, Li Xiu was really an ordinary person back then. During the military training at the beginning of the school year, his physical performance was noticed by everyone.
Now everyone just thinks he is a patriarch.
At this moment, Li Zhang was concentrating on the exam. I don't know if it was intentional, but Su Qingxi put him and Yingyi in the same group.
The first exam is balance cup. In fact, it is to put a cup of water on the box held by the mecha.
The less water slides out, the higher the score will be. I never understood why we had to do such a thing. Li Xiu said helplessly. At this time, the two mechas are communicating with each other.
Yingyi's voice came, proficiency, this represents proficiency, at least it proves that these students are familiar with the business. Li Xiu turned sideways and looked out through the glass.
The Empress was so skilled in controlling the mecha and was in the mood to chat with him.
Yingyi, I believe that you came to me not just to go to college.
Li Xiu naturally couldn't be so naive as to think that this woman really liked him after finding him. Well, I just want to be with you, the youngest super god level warrior. Since you are unwilling to come to the royal family to meet us, then I can only come by myself.
Yingyi said.
You take me for a fool, you must have your secrets, but I just want to say. You royal family, please don't mess with me. You can't afford to offend my power. Li Xiu had always suspected that the royal family was behind the Lai family case. He couldn't believe that such a big thing happened without the royal family being involved. Whether it is the ancient emperor clan or the forces within the human race, he will definitely dig them out bit by bit.
Whoever it is, they must pay the price. Yingyi stopped talking and concentrated on controlling the mecha.
There is a 1 kilometer long walkway, and 2 people must control the mecha to move an iron box weighing 1 ton, and they are required to minimize shaking as much as possible. When they reached the end and put down the iron box, both of them had good scores, and Li Xiu even got a high score of 95. I don't know if it's because Li Xiu stimulated me again today, but the scores of the others are quite low. When Su Hangyuan stepped off the mecha with a look of despair on his face, he grabbed Li Xiu's hand with a tearful face. I'm unqualified.
You have to compensate me. You have to compensate me.
Li Xiu patted his shoulder and said, okay, let's have a big dinner tonight.
Just for your 20 points, I'll give you a chicken drumstick.
At this time, Yingyi came up and said, Li Xiu, I'll treat you to dinner.
Li Xiu frowned slightly. What do you want? The Empress invites us to dinner?
The 3 brothers immediately became excited.
Okay, Li Xiu will be free tonight. What are you eating, Your Majesty? Li Xiu, but I have to.
You just had a breakup, what's the big deal?
No, the falcon is dead. Does it mean that you, Li Xiu, and Professor Gao have reconciled?
Lin Yu seemed to suddenly remember something.
Su Hanyuan's eyes lit up. That's right.
Girl.
No, classmate Yingyi, there's no future for you in Li Xiu. He's already taken. Why don't you take a look at us? Yingyi smiled and said, the eldest daughter of the Gao family, I heard that she was originally engaged to Falcon, but Falcon died unexpectedly last night, so you are with her? Without waiting for Li Xiu to answer,
Huang Yuan immediately helped out, saying, yes, Li Xiu is with her, so Yingyi, you don't have much of a chance.
Yingyi smiled faintly and said, okay. I like difficult ones. I don't like those without an owner. Come on, let's go eat. As Yingyi walked, a dozen royal guards drove the crowd away.
In the practical training ground, a little head popped out, and Su Qingxi secretly took a photo and then sent it to Gao Ningyun. Crisis, your little man was confessed to by the Empress today.
And now we're going to dinner together. So, what happened last night? The falcon you were engaged to came to school, encountered the shadow god pillar, and was killed afterwards? It's so magical.
When Gao Ningyun received the message, he paused at the backs of several people for a long time, then said, I understand.
What? Xiao Yun. Your man might be cheating on you. You told me you knew?
Su Qingxi lay on the guardrail of the training ground, like a little mouse, eating melons crazily.
What happened between you and him? Xiao Yun, please don't say a word. I'm so itchy inside. Then go ask him. Ah. Xiao Yun. You're so boring. Then I'll go ask him. I really will go. Su Qingxi immediately found Li Xiu's private message. Sure, how are you and my sister Xiaoyun doing? He.jpg.
At this moment, everyone has arrived at a hot pot restaurant. More than a dozen guards rushed in instantly, and then the entire restaurant was cleared out. The other guests took the compensation cash and went to eat elsewhere with smiles on their faces.
A strong female guard walked up to Ying Yi.
Your Majesty, everything has been cleaned up. You and your classmates can eat without worry.
We have people watching over you in the kitchen. If even a hair falls into the food, someone will be killed.
Li Xiu and his 3 friends were stunned.
Is this the spirit of an empress? Huang Yuan pushed his thick glasses and murmured. Lin Yu praised, you are indeed His Majesty. Such courage is not something that ordinary people can possess.
Li Xiu looked at the 3 men surrounding the empress and a word came to his mind, eunuch. However, the dragon dynasty in this world is still a constitutional monarchy, so eunuchs do exist. It seems that if these 3 guys fail in their studies, they can indeed work in this industry in the future.
The shopkeeper shakily cleared out a table.
Then the royal guards lit scented candles and other items. After everyone sat down, Ying Yi danced with joy. I can finally eat the food that ordinary poor people eat.
Li Xiu. Chapter 30 The Little Tricks of Love. Li Xiu was speechless. What ordinary people? Ordinary people don't chase others away when they eat.
Ordinary people don't go to the kitchen to supervise their meals, and ordinary people don't have a dozen guards watching them eat.
Oh, don't worry about these details. Ying Yi waved her hand.
At this time, someone brought special bowls and chopsticks. I have to bring my own dishes and chopsticks. I really can't accept that my dishes and chopsticks have been used by others, except for Li Xiu, of course.
Ying Yi looked like a lark and didn't seem to have any of the sophistication of an empress. Instead, she looks like a little girl who is full of desire to show off. While waiting for the food to arrive, she suddenly said cunningly, do you know the shadow god pillar? I heard he's also living in seclusion in the school. After saying that, she stared at Li Xiu with a smile. The 3 little lickspittles were so absorbed in the shock of having dinner with the empress that they didn't notice the flirting between her and Li Xiu at all. I don't know him. How could the shadow god pillar know us? But last night, when Gao Ningyun and Li Xiu were arguing about their divorce, we were still worried that the falcon divine pillar would cause trouble for Li Xiu. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Su Hangyuan nodded. That's right, luckily the shadow god pillar was able to deal with the other party. Otherwise, we'd all be a little worried. Although a super god level warrior shouldn't be able to do anything to Li Xiu. Ying Yi smiled and said, who knows, maybe Li Xiu is the shadow god pillar. The 3 of them seemed to react. They all turned and stared at Li Xiu. Ha ha ha. No, Li Xiu had a fight with Huang Yuan in his first year and his nose bled. Lin Yu laughed.
Li Xiu also smiled faintly. Yes, others may doubt me, but I know you will never doubt me.
The 3 of them gave Li Xiu a look that said, we understand you. At this time, everyone noticed that the food was being served a little slowly. It took a while before the first dish was served. Ying Yi smiled faintly and said, let's get started. A few people took a look at the dishes and saw the potato chips carved into the emblem of the Dragon Dynasty. They finally understood why the food was served so slowly. In the teaching building of Longwu University, Gao Ningyan announced the end of get out of class after speaking the last word. Then I saw Su Qingxi sneaking around the door. Xiao Yun. Su Qingxi kept waving her hands. Xiao Yun, why aren't you nervous at all? Your little man is leaving with another woman. Gao Ningyun packed up her things and took her handbag. It's okay. Actually, I was the one who filed for divorce that night, and he agreed, so I didn't want to hold him back. What? Xiaoyun, what kind of idle drama are you guys acting in? Two people in love are playing a misunderstanding game with me, right? Su Qingxi's face was distorted with anxiety. If you don't make a move now, your man will be gone, even though he is a little less talented and a little poor. Gao Ningyun shook his head. You don't understand, you're all wrong. It's me who is not worthy of him. Su Qingxi kept fanning her face with her hands. Okay. I'm the only one who's nervous, right?
One of them didn't reply to my message, and the other one said all sorts of nonsense.
Gao Ningyun. If I bother you again, you'll be a puppy.
When Li Xiu and others finished their meal, it was already evening. There was nothing they could do as the food was served too slowly. To be honest, Li Xiu was not full, but Yingyi seemed to be in a good mood. Well, Li Xiu, what do you like? I want to pursue you. Yingyi said with narrowed eyes. Li Xiu shook his head. I like you to stay away from me. When he turned around, he saw his three roommates gritting their teeth. What are you doing? You scared me. Let's go. Let's go back early. Li Xiu turned around and put his arms around his brother's shoulders. Without even turning around, he said, Thank you, Her Majesty, for your hospitality. Next time, we brothers will treat you to something you haven't tried before. Yingyi looked at the backs of several people, and the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually disappeared. The guard beside her, who looked like a man and was a girl, stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, would you like someone to follow them? Yingyi shook her head. You want to follow a super god-level strongman? She turned slowly and raised her hand. Bang! A slap landed on the female guard's face. Then he squinted his eyes comfortably. I kept up appearances all day and didn't hit anyone. Now I feel uncomfortable all over. Let them come over. After we return to the palace, I'll let them beat me to my heart's content. The maid immediately lowered her head. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Xiu summed up the situation as stupid dog syndrome. After coming back, the three of them didn't take a shower. Instead, they held their phones and stared at Yingyi's friend's profile picture. It was as if I had just seen her and her avatar was still warm. You are so sick, you need to see a doctor. Li Xiu sat down at his desk helplessly. Turn on the computer and search for information about the final secret exam on the campus homepage. The three of them obviously had some resentment towards Li Xiu, and no one paid any attention to him. The Secret Realm exam represents the end of this semester. I don't understand why Warrior University is holding final exams, Li Xiu muttered to himself. Lin Yu, who had come to his senses, replied, Don't say that. It's actually not that bad. For people like us, this is the time when we'll meet seniors and juniors from other majors. When the time comes to form a team, we'll just invite anyone. Maybe we can find seniors or juniors who are willing to join us. Su Hangyuan also calmed down. Yes, but have you guys thought of where to go for internship this summer? Lin Yu crossed her legs and said, I'll just ask my company to issue me an internship certificate. Li Xiu, what about you? Li Xiu smiled when he heard that. I should find a guild and go to the secret realm. The three people immediately came to their senses. What are you doing in the secret realm as a logistics officer? Yeah, the secret realms those guilds out there explore are completely different from the ones used for exams in school. Those can be really deadly. Li Xiu was naturally aware of this, but he also had his own things to do. First of all, danger is nothing to him, and secondly, his genetic martial arts need to be updated. You can obtain gene chains by hunting some powerful exotic beasts, which is a good time to do it during the summer vacation. And I just happen to need an internship certificate after graduation, so I might as well give it a try. Although with his status, he could talk to the authorities and everything could be arranged, he still felt that it was unnecessary. That would be too boring. If being invincible means losing his normal life, then he would rather not be invincible. Lying on the bed, he clicked on Gao Ningyun's avatar. The story between him and Yingyi today should have spread throughout the school. How could this woman remain indifferent? The key is that my anger has almost subsided now. But if I take the initiative, she will definitely feel that she needs me more. Although sincerity is the killer skill in love. But there is a prerequisite: you cannot overexpose your neediness. If you overexpose your neediness, the other party will further control you. Chapter 31. A woman who is not loved by anyone is so irritable. While Li Xiu was waiting for information, Gao Ningyun was chatting with someone, and Su Qingxi couldn't help but talk about this matter in the end. Just send the message. If you don't, what if Li Xiu really gets seduced away by someone else? Su Qingxi left crazy messages in private messages. Perhaps he felt that this was not enough, and after a while, there was a knock on Gao Ningyun's door.
She reluctantly stood up and opened the door. What on earth do you want to do so late at night?
Su Qingxi was wearing a little white rabbit pajamas. Xia Yun, you don't know how proactive the Empress is in pursuing men when she is only 16 years old.
Gao Ningyun walked to the refrigerator and took out 2 cans of beer.
If you say that, be careful or you'll catch me.
Oh, what I said is true. I can tell at a glance that girl is not easy to deal with. You don't know that during the day, woo-woo.
Gao Ningyun raised his hand and covered Su Qingxi's pink little mouth. It would be great if Li Xiu became the royal son-in-law. It would be very helpful for his future.
Gao Ningyun's words were sincere. If Li Xiu caught the attention of the royal family, it would indeed help Li Xiu's future.
By then, I can have children with the Empress and quickly establish a new family. Seeing her sister say such words, Su Qingxi was almost angry to death, and she tore off her palm. You useless thing, your man was taken away by someone else, and you still say it's good for him.
Did something happen between you two?
Yeah, we're divorced. Gao Ningyun raised his hand and touched the ends of his hair.
M.O. What did you say? Divorce? How long have you been together? Wait. Did you get a marriage certificate?
Su Qingxi stood there in a daze, the Bagua spirit in her body no longer able to be suppressed. Gao Ningyun had no choice but to roughly recount what had happened.
So you don't like it anymore? It's because you asked for a divorce and he agreed. Don't look back, please be honest. Are you talking like a human being? Su Qingxi snatched her phone away. Gao Ningyun's face changed. What are you doing? If Su Qingxi doesn't give it to me, we will break up. Su Qingxi chuckled and said, you will thank me later. She raised her phone and sent 2 words, are you there?
In the boys' dormitory, Li Xiu had already fallen asleep when he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He immediately opened it and saw Gao Ningyun's message.
Woman, you really can't help it. Li Xiu laughed. What's wrong? You haven't looked for me for so long. Why are you looking for me today? Gao Ningyun, I. Li Xiu? The chat interface soon shows typing.
Then it returned to normal, and after a moment it became entering.
Gao Ningyun, that wasn't me just now, it was Su Qingxi. Li Xiu also noticed that Su Qingxi was messaging him. Su Qingxi, classmate Li Xiu, she still likes you. Please don't agree to Ying Yi, okay? She's just embarrassed to speak up. She's going to hit me. Li Xiu laughed. This was just a trick, right? But Su Qingxi was really an interesting person.
She cared more about her sister's relationship than her own.
Got it. Thank you, Teacher Su. After Li Xiu sent the message, he didn't reply. He just wanted to know Gao Ningyun's attitude.
He opened Ying Yi's private message and said, Your Majesty.
I'm curious what the royal family usually eats for breakfast. We have a class on exotic beasts tomorrow morning. How about we have breakfast together in the classroom? Ying Yi replied immediately, okay.
Li Xiu's mouth curled up. It seemed that this empress was also a night owl.
Early the next morning,
the goblin roommates went to buy breakfast early. As the dormitory head, Huang Yuan volunteered to take on the responsibility of bringing breakfast to everyone. As Li Xiu got up, he said calmly, Sorry, I won't have breakfast today.
Su Hangyuan is a big eater, even though he looks thin. That's perfect. If he doesn't eat it, I will. Dad Huang Yuan, give it to me.
After a few people chatted for a while, they prepared to go to class. When I arrived at the classroom, I saw that many students did not go in and were just standing there.
Su Hangyuan asked curiously, what's going on? Why aren't you going to class? What class is going on? Empress Ying Yi is inside.
She's moved a few tables and put them there, having breakfast.
It's just breakfast, but it seems like he's waiting for someone. At this time, Gao Ningyun came over and said, What are you all doing outside? Go inside and go to class. Li Xiu and Gao Ningyun looked at each other and quickly separated.
When she walked into the classroom, she saw a large table made up of small tables.
She frowned and said, Ying Yi, what are you doing? Don't you know that the classroom is a place for eating?
Li Xiu saw that the time was ripe. He stepped into the classroom and said, Your Majesty must have been waiting for a long time. Ying Yi ignored Gao Ningyun and said to Li Xiu enthusiastically, Come and sit down.
I've been waiting for you for a while.
But it's all worth it. Li Xiu had a smile on his face. Then he sat next to her. The Empress opened the lunchbox herself, and the guard on the side turned on the incense, creating a sense of ritual. The three goblins at the door suddenly became furious.
Ah! Li Xiu, no wonder you said you didn't want to eat breakfast. That's right. This guy is so cunning. It's really too much. Su Hangyuan now felt like a clown. Fuck. It turns out I wasn't eating someone's breakfast, I was eating dog food.
Li Xiu's eyes lit up at this moment. The royal breakfast was really good. There was meat and soup, and they were all things I had never eaten before.
You haven't eaten it before, right?
This is made by the chef of the palace using edible exotic beast meat.
And this soup is very good for warriors. Yingyi picked up the silver spoon and fed Li Xiu the soup. Call.
This scene made the students at the door feel like they were peeping into other people's happiness.
Why is Li Xiu liked by so many beautiful women? That's right. One professor is fine, but now here comes an empress.
Next time, I won't be surprised even if she's the queen of a foreign race. These scenes naturally caused Gao Ningyun's blood pressure to soar. What he heard from others was different from what he saw with his own eyes.
You too. This is my classroom.
If you're going to eat breakfast like this, please come back after you've finished eating.
Li Xiu said calmly, does Professor Gao really like giving orders? Classmate Yingyi, what do you think?
Yingyi narrowed her eyes.
Is she using me as a weapon to provoke her? But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, this teacher is so fierce. No man should like her. She's so old, and she'd really get angry if no man likes her. Li Xiu almost spit out a mouthful of soup.
This Yingyi is quite good at provoking people. Gao Ningyun slowly exhaled, if you don't leave, fine, then I'll leave.
After saying that, she picked up her handbag and walked out. But the gait was obviously unnatural. Li Xiu put down the food in his hand. Yingyi smiled faintly and said, go after him, I think it's about time.
Chapter 32, Who are you? Educating me? Gao Ningyun walked out of the classroom, walking faster and faster. The scenes just now echoed in my mind. Why do I feel so uncomfortable? Do you like Li Xiu? Of course I like it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to Suqingxi to declare sovereignty. But things have gotten completely out of control lately. I was doing it for his own good. How could he not understand? He is Shadow. You are lying to me. You're playing tricks on me like a monkey. Li Xiu. You're a complete bastard. I've done nothing wrong to you. Why are you doing this?
Gao Ningyun didn't realize that as a single woman since birth, she had never been in a relationship.
I don't understand how to deal with an emotional crisis. How to pull a man back from the brink of losing, and even make him take the initiative to make peace. She has no experience in this area. In a panic, he rushed into the small bamboo forest next to the teaching building. The dead branches tore her white stockings. There was a rustling sound as my feet stepped on the dead leaves. Moisture continued to dissolve on the dead leaves, and as a warrior, she was tripped by a stone for some reason. Fell heavily to the ground. Li Xiu's voice came from behind, Gao Ningyun. Where are you going? She struggled to her feet. Don't bother me. Li Xiu strode forward and grabbed her arm. Shouldn't you be in class? It's not like you to be so uncalm. Let me go. It's none of your business. Gao Ningyun's face was cold. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes. But soon, more grievances overflowed. Li Xiu raised his hand to hold her shoulders, but Gao Ningyun raised his hand and punched him in the chest. Bang! A muffled sound. Li Xiu stood still. What a joke, he had 900 million qi in blood. For a high-level warrior with only 3000 HP, her punch was no different from a tickle. You're a liar. You're not an ordinary student. You've been hiding this from me. I'm your wife. Do you know how desperate I was that night? That's why I made that decision. Li Xiu retorted, you know I'm your husband. Have you ever thought about treating me as an equal? You're just a high-handed professor. You're basically telling me what to do. Gao Ningyun bit her lip, you're a bastard anyway. Didn't you get along well with that empress? And we're still having breakfast together. Go away. Go be your royal son-in-law.
Li Xiu put his arms around her slender neck and bit her lips when she resisted. The energy and blood in Gao Ningyun's body surged wildly as he tried to struggle. But he was easily suppressed by Li Xiu. The two men fell to the ground on the grass. Li Xiu looked at the woman beneath him. "Tell me. Do you love me or not?" "I don't love you. Only a fool would love you." "Oh? Then aren't you a fool?" After saying that, Li Xiu kissed her in the face of her horror. After a while, the two of them stood up from the grass. Gao Ningyun's face was cold and clear. With a deep blush, she looked like a woman who had never experienced the grove during her student days. "I never thought that one day I would be in the woods with my students as a professor. What is going on? How many women have you dated? You're so skilled." Li Xiu raised his hand. "You are my only love. In this life." "Of course not in the previous life." Gao Ningyun's clothes were a little messy. Cleaning the leaves off his body, he said, "Let's go." Gao Ningyun glared at him. Li Xiu smiled and said, "By the way, I'm inviting Ying Yi to dinner tonight. Do you want to come?" Gao Ningyun was obviously angry with Li Xiu. "Keep moving forward. You really aren't coming?" In the evening, Li Xiu planned to treat the Empress to something she had never eaten before, and the three roommates naturally followed suit. This time, Li Xiu asked all her guards to stand far away. "Don't come near." The original words were, "As long as I am here, no one can hurt her, and if I want to hurt her, your presence will be useless." Everyone thought it made sense. When Ying Yi picked up a string of super spicy skewers and stuffed them into her mouth, an intoxicated smile appeared on her little face. "Delicious. So delicious." She smiled and said to Li Xiu, "This is the first time I've eaten something so delicious." Su Hangyuan poured himself a glass of beer and asked, "Your Majesty, doesn't the royal family have this kind of food?" Ying Yi shook her head. "The royal family's food has its own standards. They wouldn't use so many seasonings." She looked at the people coming and going around her in amazement. After all, this is a food stall. There are a lot of students. This made the royal guards who were on guard across the street very anxious. But he did not dare to disobey Li Xiu. After all, the falcon pillar died at the hands of Li Xiu. At this time, Li Xiu picked up a skewer of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. When a few people were talking and laughing, a boy with silver hair was walking towards me from a distance. It was Gao Shuetian, who had been educated by Li Xiu. He was accompanied by several family members. Several people chose a table. "I heard that your uncle has been having a very close relationship with Empress Ying Yi recently." Several young men from aristocratic families smiled at each other. "That's right. Your Gao family is really amazing. They can even find a son-in-law and hook up with the Empress." Rounding it off, the Gao family can also be considered as royal relatives. Gao Shuetian's face immediately felt hot after hearing what they said. "It's all that Li Xiu. I don't know why I always ask my father about it. He always tells himself to mind his own business. Seems like a secret? Does Li Xiu have any secret? It doesn't seem like it. What use is a useless person with blood deficiency?" Just then, a young man from a wealthy family said, "Look, that girl over there looks like Empress Ying Yi." A few of his friends took a look and said, "Nima, it's true. Who else could this be but the Empress? When the hell did the Empress start eating at such a delicious street food stall? Look at the man next to her. Isn't he the gigolo Li Xiu?" "That's right. Shui Tian. Isn't this your uncle? He's flirting with the Empress in public. What a great god. What should I do if I'm so envious?" Several people looked at each other. He immediately instigated, "Shui Tian. Your uncle is cheating on you in public. Aren't you going to get mad? You Gao family. Is that all you have? A son-in-law born in a small family is so arrogant." Facing the sarcasm of several people, Gao Shuetian grabbed the wine bottle on the table and threw it at Li Xiu. "Eat, eat, eat. What the hell are you eating? You ungrateful bastard. Are you worthy of my aunt?" I thought Li Xiu would be knocked to the ground. But he gently raised his hand, grabbed the bottle, put it in his mouth and bit off the bottle cap. "Don't let yourself be used as a pawn, like a fool." Li Xiu's strength naturally allowed him to hear everything that happened around him. How did this idiot get tricked and used as a gun? He heard it clearly. To be honest, Ying Yi is a walking hormone detonator. It is like a nuclear-level weapon to these male college students. But she is only interested in herself, so it's no wonder these boys get angry.
Who knew Gao Shuetian would stand up and roar, "Who the hell are you? How dare you teach me a lesson?" Chapter 33, Final Journey to the Secret Realm. Aren't there still people like this? It is rare to see someone asking for trouble again and again.
Ingi raised her eyes and glanced back, then instantly lost interest.
A bunch of trash. How could the young masters tolerate receiving such an evaluation from the Empress? They all stood up. "Your Majesty, Li Xiu is best at deceiving women. He has already deceived several female professors. And he's a Phoenix man. He specifically targets women with established families. First there was Gao Ningyun. Then there was. Anyway, you must not be fooled." Ingi raised the corner of her mouth. "Oh?
In my opinion, you are not even 1/10,000th as good as Li Xiu, not to mention that he has a woman, even if she has several children."
I'd love to. Add fuel to the fire. Totally adding fuel to the fire.
Li Xiu discovered that this woman didn't want him to eat alone.
Sure enough, the next moment Gao Shuetian stood up. "Li Xiu, I must teach you a lesson today."
Several other children from aristocratic families also stood up.
"That's right. We're going to purge the court."
Li Xiu took a look and found that none of them had more than 2,000 chi in HP. They were all waste among wastes.
He was too lazy to do it. But at this moment someone stood up.
A dozen guards with male appearances rushed over in an instant and pinned several rich young men to the ground.
"Her Majesty the Empress is enjoying dinner. Are you planning to rebel?"
With these guards teaching Gao Shuetian and others a lesson, Li Xiu was happy to have some free time. He noticed that the guards' chi and blood were all above 3,000 calories.
Not weak in strength.
After dinner, Li Xiu received a message from Gao Ningyun.
"Come back and sleep at night."
The corners of his mouth curled up.
Over the next few days, Li Xiu returned to the teacher's dormitory every day.
I also took extra classes with Gao Ningyun until very late in the evening. Just like that, happy days are always short, and soon it was time for the final journey to the secret realm.
This is a big deal at Longwu University.
It concerns future graduation results. This time the scores are divided into 4 major groups. After all, the strength of students in different grades naturally varies greatly. You can't expect a first grader to compete with a fourth grader. The 4 of them drove to the school square early in the morning. There were already huge crowds of people here at this time. The 3 goblin roommates also began to look for senior and junior students. I hope I can find a girlfriend while there are so many people around. After a while, Ingi came to Li Xiu's side under the protection of the royal guards.
"Li Xiu, let's form a team."
Li Xiu didn't care and nodded. It doesn't matter to Li Xiu who he teams up with, after all, his absolute strength is there.
Soon, an oil paper umbrella flew from the sky and landed on the high platform right in front. The principal came out of nowhere. "My dear students, omit the principal's 5,000-word passionate speech."
Su Yuanhang frantically took pictures of the principal with his phone. "This is my other campus goddess, our principal's sister." Lin Yu leaned over to his ear and said, "As long as she's a woman, she's your goddess, right?" Principal Lin Aihua on the stage began to explain the rules of this year's final competition. "This year I plan not to divide the areas and will devote all students to the program." For a moment, the crowd was talking. "No, Principal, we are still in the first grade.
How can we get along if we are all together?" "Exactly. How do we play like this? If they're all together, they'll just lie down and be eliminated."
The principal smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, everyone. We will use a new calculation method this year, which will reflect everyone's achievements. The secret realm our school owns is Secret Realm C066.
It is a long-lasting and stable secret realm, and a large number of exotic beasts live in it.
You can dig out the spines of the exotic beasts during the exam and sell them for a decent income."
Okay, now here are the rules.
You have to listen carefully if you want to get a high score.
First and second graders, your main task is to survive. While surviving, you must also obtain exotic beasts. Your points for killing exotic beasts will receive a 20% bonus.
Also, you will gain 1 point for every minute you spend in the secret realm.
And third and fourth graders, listen up. You won't be actively increasing your points. Your points come from hunting.
You can plunder each other, But if you plunder a lower grader, the points you earn will only be 10% of the other players. And first and second graders, you can also prey on each other if you are capable of hunting third and fourth graders.
Will receive all the senior class points.
Li Xiu nodded when he heard this. That means the first and second grades can plunder each other, and the third and fourth grades can plunder each other. Plundering beyond one's level is encouraged, and killing exotic beasts is also encouraged. After listening to Li Xiu's words,
Lin Yu yawned. Anyway, we just need to find a safe place to hang out. Huang Yuan shook his head. Some weak exotic beasts can still be hunted. Su Hangyuan jokingly said, who's hunting whom? You're 800 degrees nearsighted, I'm skinny, and Lin Yu only has a few hundred HP. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. We still have His Majesty.
The youngest royal genius, a high-level warrior at the age of 16.
According to school regulations, a team can consist of 5 people.
When Li Xiu brought people to register.
However, 4 boys stepped forward and blocked their way, saying, Your Majesty Yingyi.
We are students from Longwu University, majoring in tactical warriors, and we need one more person.
As long as Your Majesty follows us, I promise we will definitely take first place in this year's final exam. Brothers, give His Majesty some confidence. Ha, X4.
The 4 muscular men's clothes burst open in an instant, and their blood and energy surged. His chi and blood actually exceeded 3,000 calories, making him a true high-level warrior. Such a combination is indeed very powerful.
Li Xiu nodded secretly. Longwu University is indeed an elite university. 3,000 calories of chi and blood are enough to engage in many high-level professions in society.
For example, the minimum requirement for a royal guard is 3,000 calories of health. Lin Yu and the other 2 naturally refused, as Yingyi was their hope of passing the exam.
What are you doing? Pectoral muscles are amazing. Bah!
You're trying to snatch someone right in front of us. The 4 opponents' energy and blood instantly exploded, pressing towards them. The pressure from a high-level chi and blood warrior will have a significant suppressive effect on low-level warriors.
The 3 goblin roommates were instantly silenced.
Li Xiu took a step forward.
A vague pressure enveloped the 4 of them. For seniors, how about giving us a chance? Boom!
In the eyes of the 4 people, Li Xiu seemed to have become a great terror. The suffocating feeling of oppression made the 3 of them break out in cold sweats.
The leading senior student immediately bowed and said, Excuse me, let's go. Chapter 34, Xiu. Go.
Bite him to death.
It's good that you're scared. Don't be fooled by their muscular appearance, they're actually weak. Su Hangyuan said arrogantly. That's right. Didn't he just leave in disgrace? Lin Yu snorted.
Yingyi raised her eyes and glanced at Li Xiu. Let's go.
Several people came to the registration point where the teacher was. The person in charge of registration happened to be Gao Ningyun.
Li Xiu met her eyes. She was wearing a warm yellow shirt today, and her skin looked bright white.
We'll be in a group of 5.
Li Xiu said. Suddenly, he found that Yingyi was approaching him from behind. Gao Ningyun frowned slightly. 5 people, pay attention to Secret Realm C066.
Don't act recklessly when you encounter powerful monsters.
After she finished speaking professionally, she distributed 5 smart bracelets to 5 people.
These bracelets can collect and record your team's points. You can enter your team name now.
Li Xiu turned around and glanced at the 4 team members. Well, what do you think?
What name do you want?
Huang Yuan raised his hand. As the dormitory head, I will naturally be the first to name it.
We're called the Empress Guard. Su Hangyuan and Huang Yuan immediately objected. You're so boring.
Lin Yu, the Empress we chased together all those years.
Su Hangyuan, why not ask the Empress to love us?
Li Xiu frowned. Let's call it the 5-man beheading team.
We object.
Li Xiu, Yingyi is on the team. How rude of you to say that.
Yingyi spoke at this time. It's okay, I think it's fine, just chop off someone's head.
At this time, another team was coming towards the side. The young man with long silver white hair in the lead was particularly eye-catching.
Uncle, you haven't gone in yet. Gao Shuetian said with a faint smile.
The last time they fought at the barbecue stall, he and his companions were suppressed by the royal guards, and he had always held this grudge in his heart. What's more, in the secret realm, they are already competitors.
Even if we snatch you away, you can't go crying to my aunt.
Li Xiu just smiled faintly when he heard this. Then he turned sideways and said to his teammates, "Okay, let's go into the secret realm now."
Good. Set off.
The so-called C066 secret realm, the C in front represents the degree of danger of the secret realm, and related learning has already been included in the basic courses.
And Longwu University's exclusive trial secret realm doesn't have many secrets.
In this secret realm, there is a strange beast called the Thunderhorn Dragon. The sharp horns of this beast can produce lightning.
It has dragon bloodline and is quite powerful.
It is considered a sea-level monster.
As for stronger beasts, some people say that they have seen an SSS-level thunder dragon, but of course this news has not been confirmed.
It was eventually dismissed as an illusion by the student when he was seriously injured.
The thunder dragon is an SSS-level monster with extremely powerful strength.
Even for a super god-level warrior, it is not easy to defeat it without the help of a mecha and teammates. If I can get the gene chain of the Thunderhorn Dragon for free during this trip to the secret realm, it was worth the trip. You know, he only has F-level genetic skills now, and he is very lacking in this aspect.
We followed the main force to the back mountain of Longwu University.
In the back mountain surrounded by thunder, everyone finally saw the entrance to the secret realm.
Half of the mountain was enveloped in thunder.
A large amount of black clouds gathered on the mountain peak, giving a feeling of dark clouds pressing down on the mountain. With Li Xiu's chi and blood power, he could clearly feel the spatial force dissipating on the top of the mountain.
The instructor in front of him said, "Students, this secret realm is a stable one-way secret realm.
Unlike those free secret realms, the creatures inside will not come out, but you can enter. As for how you get out, once the exam time arrives, the secret realm will exclude outsiders like you. Therefore, the exam time is determined by the secret realm's exclusion time.
The current exclusion period is 24 hours.
Li Xiu was stunned.
Did you know the exam lasts 24 hours? I don't know. No one said anything. Su Hangyuan rubbed his belly and asked, most importantly, did you bring any food? Yingyi frowned slightly, who brings these things? At this time, the teacher spoke again, alright. Everyone. I wish you a triumphant return.
Then, students continued to walk towards the middle of the mountain. When they reached a certain range, these figures flashed slightly and then disappeared. Li Xiu slowly exhaled, let's go.
Okay. Face the unknown difficulties and fears. We are dragon-slaying warriors.
Su Yuanhang raised his hand.
It seems like a crow flew by.
The sudden silence made him extremely embarrassed.
Don't be so embarrassed. What are you doing? Everyone laughed. Okay. Let's go.
Yingyi took a big step and disappeared first at the entrance of the secret realm.
After a while, all 5 of them appeared on an open hillside. Moist air blows towards me. Everyone's mood suddenly relaxed. Look.
Yingyi raised his hand and pointed to the distance. In the hazy sky, flying beasts were flying in the sky.
Brilliant light like the aurora spread out in all directions.
An instructor stood nearby, reminding the engrossed students, everyone.
Hurry up and explore. Fighting is prohibited on this cliff where I'm standing. Elsewhere, you can earn points by any means, except for killing. Then. Go.
All the students cheered and rushed down the cliff. Li Xiu squatted down and picked up a stone from the ground.
These rocks are different from our world. Yingyi walked up to him.
In fact, the secret realms were originally worlds. For some unknown reason, they broke into thousands of pieces and became these secret realms.
Li Xiu looked at the aurora-like sky in the distance and asked, what is beyond this sky? Huang Yuan spoke up, I know this.
The edge of a secret realm is often accompanied by turbulent spacetime. If you accidentally step in, you have no idea where you'll end up. Li Xiu paused for a moment and then said, let's go.
We already have 5 points. Has 5 minutes passed? Lin Yu asked.
Then everyone rushed down the mountain and entered the dense forest.
Suddenly,
a creature emitting fine lightning all over its body pushed through the bushes. From the outside, it looked like a 4-legged giant lizard. But compared with the monitor lizard, it is really exaggerated in size. Its body is more than 10 meters long. At this moment, a blue system panel appeared in Li Xiu's vision. Thunderhorn, race rank, C, HP, 800 calories, comment, a group of cute little creatures who enjoy unleashing lightning. Their teeth are highly poisonous, often causing paralysis and death to opponents who underestimate them. Lin Yu and Su Hangyuan screamed and hid behind Ing Yi. Huang Yuan was better off, he hid behind Li Xiu.
Huang Yuan tremblingly pushed up his heavy glasses. Xiao, go ahead. Bite it to death. Chapter 35, In Our Eyes, Humans Are Pigs and Dogs. Ing Yi smiled faintly. Don't be afraid, it's just a sea-level monster.
She shook her bangs, clenched her fists and pushed her palms forward, casually striking a stance.
Just use it to warm me up.
Li Xiu and his companions only felt a gust of wind rising, and Ing Yi rushed forward.
Close your palm and push your fist.
In Li Xiu's vision, Ing Yi's meridians were filled with surging qi and blood. In Du, Shangxiu, and Polaris, her qi circulation method should be a unique practice of the royal family. Qi and blood martial arts, basic skills, medicine, and diet are all indispensable. Even with the same talent, children from ordinary families, if not discovered, will eventually become mediocre and become ordinary people. As long as you have endless resources, you can still make a name for yourself in martial arts. For example, his father was not very talented, but he became a strong man by relying on family resources.
Of course, if you are extremely talented, everything is different.
As for determining a warrior's talent, each country has its own method, but the most recognized one is related to the genetic chain. Practice has shown that the more talented a person is, the stronger the gene chain they can match.
Li Xiu was thinking. Ing Yi had already thrown a punch.
The blood-colored energy and power were accompanied by the flash of a golden gene chain on her body, and a fire phoenix burst out from the tip of her fist. With a hissing sound, it landed on the Thunderhorn dragon.
Boom! Its entire head was instantly shattered by the flames. It shook for a moment and then collapsed with a loud bang.
Skinny guy Su Hangyuan clapped wildly. Huang Yuan, who was wearing thick glasses, murmured, I'll go pump His Majesty's spinal cord.
Lin Yu pulled him and said, You're the only one who's proactive. Do you know how to smoke?
Several people looked at each other.
Ing Yi said indifferently, What's the point of drawing? It's just a C-rank exotic beast.
It doesn't matter since you have an SSS-level gene chain, but we are all poor people who have to earn our own tuition, so it is still very useful.
Li Xiu added.
Then he walked up to the Thunderhorn alone. From the system space, he took out the magical martial arts weapon, the meteoric blade.
Ing Yi exclaimed when he saw it, 9th grade divine weapon, the falling star blade. Holy crap! So handsome. Li Xiu has a lot of treasures. As expected of the grandson of the Lietian divine pillar. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. He just conjured this knife out of thin air. He seems quite powerful.
Ing Yi immediately helped to cover up, saying, Many 9th grade divine weapons have their own mysterious abilities, and it's impossible to take them away with common sense.
With the Empress saying this, others naturally wouldn't think any more about it.
Li Xiu was looking at the strange beast in front of him.
The system in front of me automatically gave a prompt, and blue lines marked the body. Excuse me, if I kill it, the system will automatically complete the collection. Puff!
The meteorite knife penetrated deeply into the spine of the strange beast, and finally cut open the spine and took out a small crystal from it. There seemed to be water light flowing inside the crystal.
This is the spinal cord, where the genetic chain is located.
Ing Yi walked forward slowly, her jet black horse-face skirt swaying slightly. Wow, you're so skilled at removing the spinal cord. After hearing her words, Li Xiu chuckled, It was actually my first time, believe it or not.
I don't believe it. Father said that all men love to lie. Ing Yi rolled his eyes.
Li Xiu suddenly frowned and looked at the valley ahead. He sensed that 5 people had gathered on both sides of the valley, doing something sneaky and unknown what they were doing.
Ambush? Are you kidding me? Not to mention me, Ing Yi is also a high-level warrior with 3,000 qi and blood. How about we take a detour?
Li Xiu suggested.
No need.
The valley over there is quiet. Let's find a gentle slope, take a rest and wait for it to be over.
Ing Yi said without noticing.
The other 3 naturally had no objections. In the valley, Gao Shuetian and others gathered together. The 4 people around him were the ones who were taught a lesson the last time he was about to pick a fight with Li Xiu.
My uncle.
He relied on sweet words to deceive His Majesty. We can't watch His Majesty Ing Yi being harmed by such a person.
Gao Shuetian said angrily.
The other 4 people were all fans of Ing Yi, and they immediately got excited when they heard this.
Purge the court. Clear the imperial court. Kill Li Xiu. The 4 teenagers suddenly remembered something. What if His Majesty helps them?
After all, His Majesty seems to be a strong man with 3,000 calories of qi and blood.
Yes, if Your Majesty helps him, we have no chance of winning. Gao Shuetian hummed, ha.
The strong are respected in the Dragon Dynasty.
We are only challenging Li Xiu. If Ing Yi takes action, what will happen to his man's face? Let's go and provoke him. Good. The 5 people reached a consensus.
When Li Xiu and his 4 companions passed through the valley, as expected, 5 people jumped out from the bushes.
Don't leave.
Li Xiu didn't expect this. You, a waste, have already incurred public wrath.
Gao Shuetian walked out from among the 5 people. If you're a man, defeat me fairly. Instead of hiding behind a woman.
The others also spoke up, not bad. You're beside His Majesty. You're bringing disgrace to His Majesty.
A stinker like you. You're not even worthy of smelling the flowers.
Li Xiu frowned slightly and looked at these people.
You want to die? Ing Yi stepped forward and said, why don't you step back? What's the relationship between Li Xiu and me?
Why do you care? At this moment, another team of 4 rushed over from a distance. It was the senior who had wanted to invite Ing Yi to join. Who dares to provoke His Majesty Ing Yi, one of them said.
Gao Shuetian took a look at the 4 people.
They were all senior masters, and their qi and blood reached 3,000 per person. They should not be provoked. Seniors, we are here to seek revenge on Li Xiu, not to cause trouble for His Majesty. The 4 of them looked at each other, and then the corners of their mouths gradually curled up. It doesn't matter, it's all the same. The next moment, these people attacked like lightning, their blood and energy roaring like dragons.
Boom!
In Li Xiu's vision, the blood and energy of these 4 people emerged one after another.
Qi and blood, 16289. Qi and blood, 17972. Qi and blood, 23411. None of them are less than 15,000. Is the average price per person super god level? No. They are definitely not human. Bang bang bang. Caught off guard, Gao Shuetian and the other 4 were beaten into a bloody mist.
Then the 4 of them turned and looked at Ing Yi. At this moment, their skin began to fade, turning a pale color that was not like that of a human.
The pupils also turned into ink black. Ing Yi was not afraid at all. He said in a cold voice, Ancient Emperor Clan. How dare you infiltrate the human race and kill people in front of me?
The strongest of the 4 looked up at the Empress and said, Your Majesty, we were ordered to eliminate the Shadow God Pillar, not to harm the royal family.
I hope you understand.
Ing Yi's face turned cold. I don't understand. I am a strong man of the human race, why do you want to wipe me out?
The man smiled faintly. Human Queen, you ask too many questions.
In the eyes of the human race and my race, we are just like pigs and dogs.
Chapter 36. Are you sure you are qualified?
When Ing Yi heard the words pig and dog, his face suddenly changed, his blood surged, and he burst out with shocking momentum.
Assholes! What did you say? The Ancient Emperor Clan warrior suddenly laughed.
Your bloodline has limitations. In our world, creatures with limitations are pigs, dogs, and beasts.
What's the problem? Ing Yi's chest heaved with anger.
Su Hangyuan and the other 2 looked at each other.
Li Xiu, what should we do? Su Yuanhan's legs were trembling, and with his physique, they were really as thick as a bamboo pole. Huang Yuan exhaled, it seems we are in big trouble.
The Ancient Emperor Clan, these things are something that only super god level strongmen can possibly fight against.
Lin Yu shook his head, not really.
Ancient emperors with the same qi and bloodline are generally no match for warriors of the same level. Unlike them, they rely entirely on racial innate talents, while we warriors rely on cultivating our own qi and bloodline.
Seeing this, Ing Yi said, you 3 should move away. We might not be able to take care of you later.
Su Hangyuan was stunned for a moment.
The 3 of us? Huang Yuan raised his hand and pointed, aren't there 4 of us? However, we stand with His Majesty. As people of the Dragon Dynasty, how can we retreat?
Hearing this, Li Xiu looked up at the distant hillside alone. There was a figure like a meteor, coming from far away and landing in front of Li Xiu and others. Seeing that he was wearing the school's sportswear, it was the instructor who had been guarding the door earlier.
Students, hurry up.
Aliens have infiltrated the secret realm, and our school has failed to monitor them.
I'm here to stop them.
Then, he made a starting gesture. I am Huang Baiquan, a teacher at Longwu University.
You aliens are so disrespectful to my Dragon Dynasty Empress. The four ancient emperors looked at each other. What a human being.
A worthless waste with just over 10,000 HP dares to challenge us.
That's right. Don't you humans have stronger warriors? You can't stop us.
A member of the ancient emperor clan stepped forward, his blood and energy surged throughout his body, and streams of energy and blood rushed into the sky.
Huang Baiquan snorted, why don't you guys leave quickly?
You're just distracting the teacher.
Ingyi glanced at Li Xiu and asked what he meant.
Li Xiu nodded and said with a faint smile, okay, then let's move back a little and make some space for the teacher. At this moment, Huang Baiquan had taken the first step, and the genetic chain on his body glowed purple.
A level gene chain.
A total of 7 genetic locks surrounded his body, 4 on his limbs, 1 on his head, and 2 on his torso.
This is the characteristic of a master-level warrior.
Accompanied by the terrifying power of qi and blood, Huang Baiquan directly launched his strongest move. The gene chain on his head suddenly lit up. Then he threw a punch.
Ouch! Amidst the terrifying roars, countless tiger shadows rushed out frantically. 100 tigers roar on the mountain.
Under the terrifying surge of energy and blood, the sleeve of Huang Baiquan's right hand was completely torn into pieces when he punched. The entire area in front of me was suddenly filled with smoke and dust, and a large area of the ground in front of me collapsed. He breathed a sigh of relief. No matter who it is, if they're hit head-on by my 100 tigers roaring mountain, they'll be seriously injured if not killed.
This should buy the students some time.
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes from a distance and warned, teacher, punch at 12 o'clock. After hearing this, Huang Baiquan had no time to think and felt the evil wind above his head. He punched out subconsciously.
Bang!
Huang Baiquan felt a punch hit the barrier and suddenly took 3 steps back, then spat out a mouthful of hot blood.
Fuck! Is he that strong? The war between humans and the ancient emperor clan was a thing of the previous generation.
Even a strong man like Huang Baiquan did not have much experience in fighting against the enemy. At this time, the strong man from the ancient emperor clan had already approached within 3 feet of Huang Baiquan. The next moment, the strong man from the ancient emperor clan had already punched, and countless fist shadows were accompanied by the sound of sonic explosions. He punched Huang Bai.
Bang bang bang! Huang Baiquan took a deep breath and raised his hand to throw out countless fist shadows.
Where the 2 fists collided, there was a loud bang. However, blood began to seep from Huang Baiquan's back.
He exhaled slowly, ha ha, I'm Huang Baiquan. Today I threw more than 100 punches. It was so satisfying. So satisfying. Even if I die, I will drag one of you to death.
Huang Baiquan suddenly gave up his defensive stance, and his millions of fists condensed into a long dragon, hitting the chest of the ancient emperor in front of him.
The man flew out in an instant, fell to the ground, and stood up staggeringly after a moment. Suddenly,
there was a loud explosion in the chest.
A bloody mess.
He then half knelt on the ground and fell to the ground and died. Seeing the scene, Huang Baiquan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Puff.
A mouthful of blood spurted out.
His body collapsed and he half knelt on the ground. He looked up at the remaining enemies in the distance, then smiled faintly. Ah, I killed one, not a loss. The remaining powerful men of the ancient emperor clan just looked at him indifferently.
The leader shook his head, but what does it matter?
If you die, no one will be able to protect the students, and they will all die.
3 powerful ancient emperors slowly approached.
Huang Baiquan unexpectedly discovered that the people who were secretly surrounding him were not actually him.
But Li Xiu.
Li Xiu walked towards Huang Baiquan. Teacher, sit down and regulate your breathing, and leave the rest to me.
The 3 roommates were confused. Huang Yuan shouted, Li Xiu, come back. Are you trying to kill yourself? Ha ha ha.
Li Xiu did the right thing. Old Huang, in this situation, we can't escape death no matter what, so we might as well fight.
Lin Yu said. Ah, hit. Su Hangyuan threw a long arm punch, then asked mysteriously, after hiding for so long, are you going to be exposed?
I, Su Hangyuan, have already reached 200 HP.
I'm already an entry-level warrior.
If I fight to the death, even I'll be scared.
Everyone. Huang Yuan's face was filled with tears. I never thought that our dormitory would all die in our first battle. It doesn't matter. Brothers. We die together. How magnificent!
He walked in front of the group.
But Ingi pushed him away. Don't stop me from watching Li Xiu fight. Don't be so self-satisfied, okay? Who told you useless guys to go and die?
The three of them were stunned. At this time, Li Xiu had already walked to Huang Baiquan.
Huang Baiquan immediately said, "Didn't I tell you to take His Majesty away? If you do this, my death will be in vain."
Seeing that Li Xiu was indifferent,
Huang Baiquan continued, "Why don't you leave? You three. Come at me if you dare. Going after my students is nothing."
The leading ancient emperor clan ignored him.
Instead, he took out his phone and opened the information. "According to the intelligence, you are the Shadow God Pillar, the grandson of the fierce Sky God Pillar?" Li Xiu nodded. "That's right." The ancient emperor nodded immediately. "All right, that's the best. The fiery heavenly divine pillar is the enemy of our clan. Its descendants must not become powerful. Do you understand?"
Li Xiu raised his hand and rubbed his face.
"Honestly, I don't quite understand.
You, the alien race, are quite lenient with others, so why do you even care about the descendants of our Lai family?" The ancient emperor raised his eyes and stared at Li Xiu with his dark eyes. "He is a sinner of the ancient emperor clan. So, you must die." Huang Baiquan listened to the conversation and showed a look of deep confusion.
"What the hell? Can you guys speak human language?"
Li Xiu raised his eyes and looked at the three powerful men from the ancient emperor clan.
"Are you sure you are qualified?" Chapter 37, We Humans. We can also be like ants trying to shake a tree.
When Li Xiu said this, the three members of the ancient emperor clan frowned. The ancient emperor, whose qi and blood reached over 20,000, asked doubtfully, "You are just a newly promoted human."
"The four of us are more than enough to deal with you." Li Xiu smiled. "What the hell is the ancient emperor clan?"
"They're nothing but a bunch of trash." "Then I'll show you what a strong human being is."
Buzz buzz buzz.
A trace of qi and blood power burst out from Li Xiu's body, and instantly exceeded 20,000 qi and blood. The expression of the ancient emperor clan who was at the head of the clan changed.
"No. You're hiding your strength?
How can a newly promoted human race expert have more than 20,000 qi and blood?" Li Xiu raised his hands, and the meteoric blade circled around his arms.
"Who the hell told you that? Our human race has its limits. Who the hell told you that our human race cannot exceed 30,000 blood and energy? And who told you that I only have 15,000 blood and energy? Where did you get your information? You're a bunch of idiots." Boom! The valley beneath my feet collapsed completely.
Because Li Xiu's qi and blood power was too strong, a strong air pressure was instantly generated around his body. The three roommates behind me have collectively lost their voices.
What? What is going on?
Lin Yu even raised her hand and pinched Su Han Yuan's face.
But the latter made no sound at all.
Lin Yu slowly breathed a sigh of relief.
"You're not in pain? Then I must be dreaming.
Ha, we brothers are super god-level warriors.
Isn't that funny?"
Su Hangyuan raised his hand and slapped Lin Yu in the face.
"Just tell me if it hurts." "It hurts." "Then what the hell do you mean by dreaming?" Huang Yuan trembled and said, "If our brother is truly a super god-level expert, then everything makes sense.
The professor, the empress, and the reason why everyone likes him have been revealed." The three of them hugged each other and cried bitterly.
"Good news, we brothers are invincible.
Bad news, the three of us are still goblins." At this time, Li Xiu's qi and blood power had reached 60,000 calories. He frowned slightly. "I wonder if this secret realm can withstand my energy and blood?" The three members of the ancient emperor clan were already trembling under the suppression of 60,000 calories of qi and blood.
Li Xiu said disdainfully, "What ancient emperor clan?
They are nothing but a bunch of trash.
Ants.
Watch this carefully, all of you.
Put away all your narrow-minded ideas."
In an instant, an even more terrifying energy and blood continued to shake this secret realm.
100,000. Million. 10 million. Snap.
The sky of the secret realm cracked.
Countless strange beasts were shocked to death by Li Xiu's display of energy and blood. The four members of the ancient emperor clan looked at each other in bewilderment. "Great Emperor, is this the kind of energy and blood that humans can possess? That's impossible. How can an ant overturn an elephant?"
At this moment, Li Xiu noticed that the secret realm was showing signs of collapse, so he stopped further improving his chi and blood. The energy and blood surrounding him at this time was too terrifying. The energy and blood that spread around his body condensed into 9 real dragons.
This is chi and blood become spirits.
The strong men of the ancient emperor clan were so shocked that they were speechless.
Your Excellency cannot be a mere ant like the human race. What superior race are you? Li Xiu laughed. You're calling them ants? Excuse me. I am what you call an ant. And I want you to know, I want all races to know, that the human race can also shake a tree with an ant. Shake the sky. Destroy the universe. Then Li Xiu raised his hand and clenched it, puff puff. 2 powerful men from the ancient emperor clan exploded instantly. No body left.
Ding, the host's strength is incredible, killing 2 people from the ancient emperor clan, and his health increased by 420,000. The chi and blood reward given by the system is generally more than 10 times that of the original owner. But Li Xiu's energy and blood had already reached infinity, so even if it increased by 420,000, it would make no difference to him. The ancient emperors, like humans, do not drop gene chains. The remaining powerful ancient emperor finally began to show fear in his eyes. You will provoke a war between the ancient emperor clan and the human clan by doing this. You will become a sinner. Li Xiu raised his hand, and the starfall knife stopped at the man's neck.
Ha ha ha, what a sinner. Let me ask you, do you recognize this knife?
The man narrowed his eyes slightly. This is that person's sword. We have a picture of this sword in our clan.
Then let me ask you, who was the human force that colluded with your ancient emperor clan back then? The ancient emperor raised his eyes and stared at Li Xiu. Collusion?
There was no collusion, it was just a deal.
Li Xiu said oh and looked at the ancient emperor. Who are you trading with? The ancient emperor shook his head. You are a human. You should ask yourselves about this. I am just an ordinary ancient emperor warrior. How would I know?
Li Xiu smiled. The other party immediately begged for mercy. If you let me go, I will plead with the emperor, and he will definitely forgive me. Our 2 tribes will definitely be at peace because of your existence.
Yes.
For the sake of peace between the 2 tribes.
Please. Bang.
Li Xiu raised his hand in the air and crushed his head.
Peace? I, Li Xiu, want your entire ancient emperor clan to be buried with me. You dare to come, that's perfect. My grandfather and all the powerful members of my clan. I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood.
After doing all this, the energy and blood in Li Xiu's body slowly receded. At this time, it was not only Huang Baiquan who was seriously injured on the ground. Even Ning Yi, who knew the situation, could see that 60,000 chi and blood were not Li Xiu's full strength.
She trembled and said, Li Xiu, are you a god? Li Xiu was stunned for a moment. God? Is there a god in such a world? Maybe, but is God as powerful as me?
Li Xiu didn't know for sure, but he knew he was definitely not a god.
Of course not. The 3 people in the dormitory suddenly fell to their knees with a thud.
Li Xiu was stunned.
What are you guys up to?
Lin Yu said seriously, God bless you.
I was too ignorant before. I always used your computer to watch movies and it got a virus. I won't do that again. I will never dare to call you a goblin again. Huang Yuan raised his hand and stretched out 4 fingers. Su Hangyuan thought for a long time. Well, after Shinju graduates, remember to arrange a job for me.
A job with a nice environment, air conditioning, and beautiful women.
Preferably one that doesn't require any work. Li Xiu went up and kicked each of them. You're all acting right now, stand up for me.
At this time, Huang Baiquan, who was covering his chest and spitting out blood from time to time, stood up silently and prepared to slip away quietly. Lin Yu suddenly called out, Teacher Huang, I filmed the video of you bravely risking your life earlier. I'll post it online for you later.
Huang Baiquan turned around immediately and said, No. Damn it, I'm the only one feeling moved by myself. After all this time, Li Xiu, you've been hiding it so well. Why didn't you take action earlier? I don't want money for spitting blood.
Li Xiu smiled apologetically. Actually, he wanted to see the real performance of these ancient emperors in actual combat.
He didn't expect that the ancient emperors were so strong.
However, the human race's chi and blood warriors are also very strong and can kill enemies of higher levels. As expected, a race that relies solely on talent is quite weak.
Chapter 38, Shocking Appearance. SSS Level Monster. It all happened so fast.
When millions of chi and blood burst out, the students in the entire secret realm were frightened and fell to the ground.
This is the power of chi and blood that exceeds the limits of human cognition. Oh my God! Is this the power of God? I don't know. Why would such a terrifying creature appear here? What is the school doing? Such a God exists in a C-series secret realm. Are we really safe? I want to complain. I want to complain to the school. Whoa! Mom! I want to go home.
In the valley where Li Xiu and others were, after a brief moment of surprise, they gradually calmed down.
Huang Baiquan told them not to reveal his embarrassing story and then left on his own.
Li Xiu looked at the people in front of him, then laughed dryly and said, "Let's go, let's continue."
At this time everyone noticed. 5-person beheading team, points, 32344, ranking, 1. Everyone.
Li Xiu was stunned. So, all those I just killed count as kills?
He secretly glanced at his system interface.
There is no change in other projects, but in the gene chain.
Gene Chain, Thunderhorn Sea-level Gene Chain 100%, Flying Dragon Sea-level 100%.
Li Xiu raised his hand and rubbed his face.
So, now I have so many sea-level Gene Chains? He thought to himself.
Suddenly, he looked up at the deep mountains in the distance. There was a strong fluctuation of energy and blood in the mountains, but it seemed to be hiding itself quietly. But in Li Xiu's perception, its cover-up was futile.
What the hell is this?
Its chi and blood are quite strong, even stronger than that of an average super god-level warrior.
Could it be an SSS-level monster?
For Li Xiu, he needs an SSS-level gene chain to unlock better skills. Although the system told him that he had exceeded the limits of this world, as a traverser. He also knew very well that in case there were unknown dangers in this world, it would be better to be prepared.
It's always a good idea to become a little stronger. And the golden chain of SSS-level genes is so damn cool.
After a while, he led everyone directly to the top of the mountain.
The 3 roommates surrounded Li Xiu and chattered all the way.
Now, the tone of their voices changed.
Godfather, please accept our knees. How did you train like that? Are you really only 20 years old?
Li Xiu ignored the 3 people. He was getting closer and closer to the creature.
The rocks on the mountain road seemed to carry some kind of static electricity.
Li Xiu and Yingyi both felt it.
Do you want to hunt exotic beasts? Yingyi asked doubtfully.
Well, it should be that thunder dragon. It is very cautious and hiding in the mountain. Li Xiu said lightly. An SSS-level exotic beast, anything on it is a treasure, and it can definitely be sold for around 100 million yuan if put outside.
The key is that Li Xiu really needs money now.
The Lai family's mecha needs to be repaired, and they need to build their own power in the future. Running a business requires investment. And in the mountain in front of him, the Thunder Dragon might be able to provide him with his first pot of gold. Among the many secret realms in the world, the power of dragon-type creatures is unquestionable. Even in legends, some dragon creatures have long surpassed the SSS level. Li Xiu recalled the knowledge he had learned about exotic beasts.
But SSS-level dragon creatures are extremely rare. I don't know how many gene chains I can absorb from an SSS-level Thunder Dragon. It's not easy to gather 9 of them.
Yingyi blinked her big eyes and said in a sweet voice, "Actually, we have a gene chain of a thunder dragon in our royal family's private vault.
If you need it, I can send it to you next time."
Li Xiu shook his head.
No reward without merit. With so many secret realms, it will take some time to gather them all.
Yingyi pouted and clasped her hands tightly into her pockets. For her, the primary task of coming to Longwu University this time was to establish a good relationship with Li Xiu. Now that Li Xiu's international reputation is growing, other forces are already trying to recruit him. According to the royal family's thinking, it is natural to use the empress of a country as a bargaining chip. It is worth it as long as he can be kept in the Dragon Dynasty.
Li Xiu, are you really afraid of me?
Yingyi suddenly said, "From childhood to adulthood, I've never met a man like you who likes to keep his distance from me."
The 3 roommates immediately pricked up their ears.
Li Xiu said calmly, "I already have a wife. Besides, you must have royal motives in approaching me."
I'm not a child. We're classmates, isn't that good?
Li Xiu turned around, and the brilliant light from the sky was projected onto the 2 of them. At this moment, Yingyi was suddenly stunned, and an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. It's like the boy in front of me suddenly became more handsome.
Do you like Gao Ningyun very much? Can I marry you? Ying Yi's voice suddenly became low.
Li Xiu was also stunned for a moment.
Most girls would not joke about this.
What's more, she is the empress of a country.
Okay, we'll be there soon.
Li Xiu changed the subject.
Ying Yi's expression darkened.
The light and shadow on his face dimmed a little.
Huang Yuan pushed his glasses up and said, "Ahem, Brother Xiu, why did we go up the mountain? With our points, can't we just survive until the end?"
Li Xiu raised his eyes and looked into the cave.
He shook his head and said, "I'm going to hunt SSS level monsters. That guy is hiding inside. You wait for me outside."
The huge cave in front stands alone on the top of the mountain. Needless to say, this cave is the entrance and exit for the Thunder Dragon to hunt. Li Xiu slowly walked out of the cave, and a damp smell hit his face. There was also the smell of rotting animals.
Ying Yi stepped forward. "Li Xiu, be careful."
The three roommates took off their coats and placed them on the open ground.
They sat down and said leisurely, "Don't worry, our Li Xiu is a super god, there will be no problem. Can the three of us walk sideways from now on?"
Not only that, next time you see a female student, just tell them that we are brothers with the Shadow God Pillar, and you won't have to be a bootlicker anymore.
Lin Yu glanced at Huang Yuan and said, "Being a bootlicker is a trait that cannot be changed by changing the environment."
While the three of them were joking, Ying Yi just looked worriedly in the direction where Li Xiu left.
In a dark cave.
Strange gems on the mountain walls on both sides emit a faint glow.
They don't look like the minerals from this world. Where do these secret realms come from? Could they be from other worlds? But these worlds seem incomplete. Li Xiu was feeling the other party's direction. The channel continues to widen.
Hiss, hiss, hiss. Bursts of low roars came from deep within the cave.
This is a warning from the cave owner.
Li Xiu smiled. "You don't seem to welcome me, but sorry, you will eventually become my gene chain, so why bother struggling?" He released his qi and blood slightly. Any release of it would release at least millions of qi and blood pressure.
Crack, crack, crack. Cracks suddenly appeared in the cave, as if it would collapse at any time. A loud dragon roar was heard. Ao.
Chapter 39: The Terrifying Slavery from the Powerful Human Beings.
A roar.
The entire secret realm was shaken. All the students looked towards the mountains in horror. Countless teams tried to approach the mountains, while others watched from afar. After all, there is a legend that thunder dragons roam in secret places.
I used to think it was just a legend. Could it be true? This aura is so strong. Did someone encounter an SSS level monster in the mountains? Why don't we go and take a look?
Soon these teams headed towards the mountains.
The ultimate happiness of human beings is naturally eating melons. Although SSS level monsters are not something that ordinary students can deal with. But it's still okay for them to join in the fun from afar.
Huang Baiquan, who was guarding the exit of the secret realm, was regulating his breathing while looking at the hill over there.
What did this brat Li Xiu bring out again?
At this time, Li Xiu and Lei Long had already met each other's eyes, and the man and the dragon were looking at each other.
"Beautiful!"
Li Xiu exclaimed. The scales of this thunder dragon seemed to contain lightning. If I had to describe it, it was a bit like special effects lights, and each of its scales emitted dazzling lightning. At this moment, the giant dragon was crawling on the ground with its two huge front paws kneeling. His sapphire eyes were filled with fear.
A powerful human warrior. I, Andrew M. Cruz de Vos.
Lillian, express my highest respect to you. Please forgive me, strong man of the human race.
As long as you forgive me, I am willing to do anything. Li Xiu. Damn, aren't you a little too polite for a strange beast? Are you a strange beast? Yes. Can strange beasts speak?
Well, as powerful human beings, we high-level beings can naturally speak.
If that's what you mean, then yes, we can speak.
Looking at the humble dragon in front of him, Li Xiu looked puzzled. But I'm here to skin you alive and tear your bones apart.
My goal is to sell you for the price of a small target. After hearing what Li Xiu said, its huge body trembled violently.
She knew very well what cruel things humans would do to strange beasts. Then it made a loud dong sound.
Then came the second blow. The third time. She is kowtowing.
The dark lines on Li Xiu's face grew deeper and deeper.
You're kowtowing. Great and powerful human, please don't kill me. Whatever you need, I can do it for you.
Li Xiu touched his cheek and looked at the huge creature in front of him.
Not killing you? Chi and blood value, 23,480. What can a dragon bring to you? It's better to kill it.
A cold light flashed in Li Xiu's eyes. Ah, the giant dragon shouted with an anthropomorphic scream, then said, powerful human.
I have gold. I have gems. I can give them all to you. It opened its huge dragon mouth and vomited. Crash.
Amidst the loud noise, the gold coins and gems on the ground emitted a soft light. Li Xiu looked at these things. Gold is also a precious metal in this world, but it is not as scarce as on Blue Star. Looking at the mountain of gold coins and gems, they should be able to sell for quite a bit of money.
Li Xiu looked up and said, actually, if I kill you, I can still get these, you know. Dragon. Cunning humans. Cunning humans. It immediately leaned forward, powerful human. I'm willing to do anything. It would be a waste for you to kill me. Forehead. Its huge jewel eyes stared at Li Xiu.
After a moment, she described it with clumsy words, the dragon race can mate with any creature, so no matter what race we are, we can be your wives. Li Xiu took a look at its huge body.
Isn't this just a toothpick stirring up trouble? And who would like a giant lizard? Not an Indian.
As if it had sensed Li Xiu's thoughts, it snorted in its heart, human men just like the bodies of us dragons. Suddenly, all its scales lit up. The body shrinks rapidly. In the dazzling blue light, a figure slowly appeared in front of Li Xiu. A waterfall of blue hair and a pair of light blue eyes. Baby face. With rolling hills. Li Xiu immediately took off his coat and threw it over, put it on me. It looked at the man in front of it in confusion, but still obediently picked up the coat on the ground. Drape it on yourself casually.
Li Xiu exhaled slowly, don't you look too young? Respected strong man of the human race, I am still a teenager.
She blinked her watery blue eyes.
Li Xiu frowned, that body you just had?
It was in the teenage stage.
She nodded. Have you done this kind of thing before? Li Xiu was naturally asking about the XQ thing she was going to do.
She immediately shook her head.
I am a proud dragon. This kind of thing means being a slave. Only other exotic beasts can be our slaves. How can a proud dragon be someone else's slave? Li Xiu nodded, then why?
She seemed a little helpless.
You are so strong. I have never seen someone as strong as you.
As if she was afraid that Li Xiu would change his mind the next moment, she immediately said, if you don't believe in my sincerity, let's sign the contract now.
A magical light lit up. A hexagram magic circle appeared under her feet.
Similarly, a magic circle appeared under Li Xiu's feet. I swear by the blood of my crustivos.
The human before me will be my master.
I will never betray you in this life. The hexagram directly penetrated into the bodies of the two people. Li Xiu found that there was a sense of intimacy between himself and the Thunder Dragon.
Is this the contract?
Li Xiu marveled at the magic of this world. It turned out that the strange beasts also possessed such contractual power.
But if this happens, his SSS-level genetic skills will be nowhere to be found. Then come with me and leave here. You can go out to the world outside the secret realm, right? Li Xiu asked doubtfully. She nodded and said, I originally came from another secret realm. I just took a nap here.
I didn't expect to be discovered by you when I woke up. Li Xiu nodded to show his understanding.
Dragon-like beasts tend to be sleepy. Very normal.
Then Li Xiu said, if that's the case, then let's go.
I'll call you Lillian from now on.
Okay, master.
Call me Li Xiu.
You are my number one general, haha.
Aren't you calling me master?
Li Xiu turned around and looked at her, Lillian, although you are not a human. But I still have to say that sometimes you don't have to compromise, like you have lost your freedom now.
If I were a demon, your slavery would be horrific.
Looking at her dazed look, Li Xiu shook his head helplessly, thinking that she wouldn't understand even if he explained the value system to her.
Anyway, when you transform into a human form next time, remember to wear clothes. Chapter 40 Your Majesty. You don't want us to do anything to you.
When Li Xiu took Lillian out of the cave, the three friends and Ying Yi were all amazed.
Dragon-type beasts generally prefer not to be enslaved by humans even if they die in battle. How on earth did you do it? Ingyi was shocked by Lilian's surrender. Reaching out and pulling at her baby face. Lilian frowned. Li Xiu. Can I eat this human female? She has creatures I hate. Li Xiu raised his hand and pressed her head. No, in human society, you can't eat anyone, no matter who they are. Her little face was puffed up, and she was obviously in great pain. Ingyi said, You're talking about the aura of the phoenix-like beast, right? The gene chain I matched is indeed related to the phoenix. Li Xiu noticed that more and more student groups were coming this way. So he said, Everyone else is here, let's find a place where there is no one. The group chose a more secluded hillside. Su Yuanhang and Lin Yu had been surrounding Lilian since the beginning. Lilian, your eyes are so beautiful. Su Yuanhang praised. Lin Yu nodded immediately, not only the eyes, but the hair is also beautiful. Looking at the two men's dog-licking behavior, Li Xiu was too tired to complain. You guys are really good. Your dog-licking behavior even transcends race, right? And he's such a young-looking one. Lilian turned around and said, Li Xiu, your slave has mating intentions with me. Lin Yu and Su Han Yuan's faces suddenly felt hot. After all, the appearance of this thunder dragon is like that of a minor. When she said that, it seemed as if they were perverts. Li Xiu. No, we wouldn't do that. Yeah, that's not the case. Li Xiu couldn't bear to watch anymore, so he ordered, Lilian, is there any edible exotic beast here? Go grab one. I'm a little hungry. Lilian stood up and nodded heavily, okay. At this time, groups of senior students surrounded the previous cave and began to talk. Do you know what happened? First, there was that terrifying chi and blood. Then there was the roar of what looked like an SSS-level monster. But what about this strange beast? Has it been hunted? The senior students looked at each other in confusion. One of the boys came out wearing a black jacket and glasses. Everyone recognized that this person was the president of the Longwu University Student Union. Lu Yi. In addition to being the president of the student union, this person is also the most influential senior student in Longwu University. Because he is the only strong man in the entire Longwu University who broke through 4,000 calories of chi and blood during his college years. Coupled with his family background, everyone knows that his future is limitless, simply because he is a descendant of a super god family. And the Lu family. It was the family that the Moon Breath Divine Pillar belonged to. Before Ing appeared, the Moon Breath Divine Pillar was the strongest divine pillar in Daxia, and was said to be working hard to break through the limits of human beings. Therefore, it is rumored that the blood and energy value of Yueshi Divine Pillar must have reached 30,000 calories, making him the second human race strongman who was expected to break the limit of human beings after Lightian Divine Pillar. Of course, what they didn't know was that Li Xiu had already rubbed the words human race's limit into the ground. But this does not affect Lu Ye's image among senior students. Everyone. Someone must have encountered an SSS-level monster. And even managed to kill it. As soon as he finished speaking, the other senior students were shocked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could an SSS-level monster be killed so quickly? That's right. Lu Yi. You're going a bit too far. That's right. Even if we attack together, we may not be able to defeat an SSS-level monster. Lu Yi raised his hand, and everyone fell silent. He smiled faintly. As far as I know, the dragon race's exotic beasts have a weak period of molting. As soon as he said this, everyone became excited. You mean, this SSS beast is in a weakened state? Lu Yi is right. The strange beast is no longer in the cave. It's true. Maybe someone has killed it and moved it away. Otherwise, how can we explain all this? Lu Yi nodded, that's right. I have a friend who has matched the Wind Chaser Gene Chain. As long as he is familiar with the smell in the cave, he may be able to track down the strange beast. Everyone. You are all the geniuses of Longwu University. Would you be willing to see an SSS-level exotic beast? If there was a team that killed that strange beast. Such a big treasure, shouldn't we seniors share some of it with us? A cold light flashed in his eyes. Besides, I can't believe how many points an SSS-level monster has. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's breathing became heavy. If an SSS-level monster is not in good condition, how fat is this team? These people can't imagine. Lu Yi glanced at a boy next to him.
The boy's gene chain lit up, and then he moved his nose, his eyes shining, found it.
Everyone, follow me.
He identified a direction and rushed towards where Li Xiu was. Behind him were the strong seniors all over the mountains. At this moment, Li Zhang was roasting a piece of thunderhorn dragon's thigh meat. Lacking tools, he had Lillian grab the thigh meat and roast it over the flames. After all, as a powerful dragon beast, her fire resistance is almost maxed out. Let her be used as a barbecue grill, it is still very useful.
Lillian. True dragon grill.
After waiting for a long time, the barbecue was finally cooked and Li Xiu and his friends were eating the meat. Suddenly, layers of senior students came rushing in from all directions.
Pointing at Li Xiu and the others, he asked, "Did you kill the SSS-level monster?"
Lu Yi pushed through the crowd and walked out. After all, in the entire mountain range, only Li Xiu and others were found by them. Then the main suspects are Li Xiu and others.
Dear fellow students, have you seen an SSS-level monster? He waved his hand quietly and surrounded Li Xiu and others. Ying Yi frowned slightly.
Lu Yi naturally knew Ying Yi, and immediately said, "Lu family, Lu Yi greets His Majesty." He glanced at Ying Yi, who was wearing a horse-faced skirt, and said, "It seems that your Majesty is involved in this matter."
Ying Yi snorted, "Lu Yi, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my team? Are you seniors here to grab points? The school doesn't encourage this."
Lu Yi waved the smart bracelet on his hand and said, "I checked and found that your sophomore team has more than 30,000 points.
How is this possible? And you said it wasn't you who killed the SSS-level monster."
Lu Yi sneered, "The school doesn't encourage it, but it doesn't prohibit it either, my dear Majesty."
"Hand over the bodies of the SSS-level monsters. They will be divided among the seniors. Otherwise, Your Majesty Ying Yi, you don't want us to do anything outrageous to you, do you? Chapter 41. You guys are the worst class. Oh? Something out of the ordinary? Ying Yi became interested instead. I am the Empress of the Dragon Dynasty. How dare you do anything to me? Lu Ye's face gradually turned cold. It seems that Our Majesty is unwilling to share the corpse of an SSS-level exotic beast. Li Xiu stood up upon seeing this, feeling strange. What's going on? The Lu family is so arrogant. They don't even give Ying Yi face.
Although Lin Yu's family is not as powerful as these big families, they still know a lot.
This involves the secrets of the royal family.
The Moon Breath Divine Pillar originally belonged to the surname Ying. A great-grandfather of the Lu family married Yueshi, but died not long after. Therefore, Yueshi became a widow of the Lu family. The royal family wanted to welcome Yueshi back, but Yueshi and the Lu family were unwilling.
This caused a strained relationship between the Lu family and the royal family. That's why the royal family has so many problems. Li Xiu understood.
No wonder they were so confrontational.
However, how old is the Moon Breath God Pillar? I thought she was still a young girl.
Su Hangyuan lowered his voice and said, "Yueshi is also my goddess, even though she is over 100 years old."
Puff.
Li Xiu almost spit out a mouthful of barbecue.
Fuck. Are you interested in this kind of beauty? Su Hangyuan grinned, "That's too much. He's clearly a baby over 100 years old." Ying Yi raised her eyes and looked at Li Xiu. "What should we do now?" "Captain." Hiss.
All the senior freshmen were shocked.
Fuck. How dare he do that? I thought Your Majesty was the captain of this team. I didn't expect it was that kid? Isn't that guy the most popular campus scumbag recently?
Feeling countless fiery gazes, Li Xiu raised his hand to wipe the grease from the corners of his mouth. Then he stood up and yawned.
They are looking for an SSS-level monster. What does that have to do with our team? He pointed at Lillian, who was acting as a human barbecue grill.
Lillian felt a little sleepy from the fire and yawned loudly.
Hold head high? Ying Yi's lips curled up. Okay. We will give you the SSS-level exotic beast. Lillian.
Lillian opened her sleepy eyes.
How?
Ying Yi pointed at the senior students scattered all over the mountain and said, "These people are here to take your spinal cord.
And your body.
And your flesh and blood.
Tell me what you're going to do."
Lillian was no longer sleepy at once, her pupils shrank in fear, and then she immediately realized that these students were just ants with only about 3,000 chi in blood.
When? Ants. How dare you covet the Dragon Clan?
This voice. Everyone focused their eyes on her.
Lu Yi rubbed his eyes. Huh? Where did this minor come from? Next moment.
Lillian opened her mouth wide and let out bursts of dragon roars. Fine lace threads were running beneath her fair skin.
Li Xiao. Can I kill him?
Li Xiao yawned. A black eye is fine, but eating it is not allowed, and killing it is not allowed either.
Humph. You humans are such trouble.
Whoosh. Lillian clenched her fists, and thunder burst out from her body.
A moment later, lightning flashed between the mountains and forests. Waves of wailing came one after another.
Huang Baiquan, standing at the teleportation point, looked up at the mountains.
Oh, it's good to be young. After a while, all the senior students lined up in a long queue.
Everyone came forward one by one to hand over their team's points. Li Xiao threw the smart bracelet on the ground. These senior students went forward on their own, handed in their points, and then supported each other and left. Many people had broken bones and their bodies were charred from being burned by lightning. Among them, the strongest among the senior students, Lu Yi, was hung on an ancient tree. Lillian threw out a ball of lightning arc from time to time.
Lu Yi screamed in surprise from the electric shock. Oh. No. I was wrong. Oh ho ho. Oh ho ho.
After all the senior students fled in disgrace, Li Xiao and the others leaned against the hillside,
looking at the gorgeous light in the sky.
The sky gradually darkened.
The world here also has day and night. But the night in the secret realm is very short. And the brilliant light in the sky is like a band of light. Yingyi lay beside Li Xiao and turned sideways. Li Xiao, what if I met you first?
Li Xiao looked at the light in the sky and said, there are no ifs in this world. Besides, you're looking at me through a filter now. When you grow up, you won't like me anymore. Yingyi raised her small, white hand and placed it quietly on Li Xiao's hand. Li Xiao deliberately closed his eyes and said, okay, let you take advantage of me. Soon the night passed and the time came. Li Xiao and others crushed the competition and became the first in this session.
Lillian carried Lu Yi and the group arrived at the gathering place.
Everyone looked at Li Xiao and others in awe.
This team is definitely number 1 this year. That's right. You're so lucky. I heard that an SSS level Thunder Dragon became the Empress's slave. How dare you say that?
It was clearly the Grandmaster who used his power to take down the Thunder Dragon.
After all, Thunder Dragons are also female. In everyone's eyes. Everyone waited for the time to arrive. Soon, waves of spatial fluctuations came. Li Xiao and others left the secret realm one after another.
Huang Baiquan was the last one to leave, but he had a lot of reports to write next. After all, several students died. Among them are the Gao family members. When all the students gathered in the school square, Li Xiao found Gao Ningyan and gave him a brief description of what had happened.
I didn't expect the ancient emperor clan to be mixed in. Gao Ningyun stepped forward and held his hand. It's okay, it was an accident and there's nothing we can do. The relationship between the members of the big family is not very good. Therefore, Gao Ningyun's mood was not greatly affected. At this moment, the principal came to the stage to speak and announced the results. Please welcome Team Li Xiao. Wait. A cry of rage.
Lu Yi, the president of the student union, limped forward.
Everyone. We seniors refuse to accept. Seniors are people too. The principal shouldn't cover up. Their team used an SSS level monster, a Thunder Dragon, to coerce us into handing over our points. Principal. Don't you care? Principal Lin Aihua blinked. Student? Are you saying that your seniors' points were taken away by the sophomores? It was my fault? Or is it? You accuse me of being unfair? Boom. When?
A useless senior is blaming his own failure on the principal. At this time, the so-called champion of this session, Li Xiao, brought his team to the stage, preparing to receive the principal's commendation.
Among them, Lillian was also standing next to Li Xiao. Headmaster. That SSS level monster. It's right next to them. Aren't these people human spies? Dragon Clan. How could they possibly be together with humans? Wow. There are a lot of students at Longwu University.
Therefore, most students do not know the truth, and only a small number of students know a little. Many students began to talk quietly.
At this moment, the principal looked at the group of bruised senior students with a dangerous look.
He sneered, "You guys are truly the most useless class. You don't even have this much vision. You only blame others. I'm considering whether to hold back all of you seniors."
Chapter 42, Such a Violent Power. Is this the real strong one? Grass. We refuse to accept this. None of our senior students are bad.
In the end, we were completely wiped out by a team specializing in logistics mechas.
Principal, do you think this is reasonable? Everyone, stop talking. I think the principal has also been seduced by Li Xiu. Yeah. People in their 40s don't get married. Maybe they lack love.
The delicate features on Lin Aiwa's face suddenly twisted together, and she said angrily,
"Who was that just now? Who mentioned my age?" Boom.
A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped everyone, and she glared at the senior students below the stage.
Do you really think you are so strong? A frog in a well. A rotten tree cannot be carved. Lu Yi, however, raised his hand and pointed at Li Xiu from the logistics mecha. Blood loss syndrome. Such a team.
How can such a person be ranked first this year? Li Xiu touched his nose when he heard this.
What's going on? It's burning here again. Lin Aihua glanced at Li Xiu. Didn't speak. Li Xiu then said, Lu Yi, right? We are indeed all specialized in logistics mecha. But that doesn't mean we are all weaklings.
Hearing this, Lu Yi burst into laughter. Li Xiu,
you are the logistics mecha major. Even if I only use one finger, I can beat 10 of you. Ying Yi on the side shouted angrily, "Hey! I'm offended." Beat 10?
Li Xiu shook his head.
All right. Any of you seniors who don't agree? Feel free to come up. Since you want to fight 10 of them, then let me fight 10 of you.
As soon as these words were spoken,
all the seniors in the audience laughed. Tell me, is this guy stupid? Exactly? Do you really dare to fight 10 seniors? We are professional tactical warriors.
I'd rather die than lose to your logistics major.
Immediately, 10 people rushed onto the stage.
The leader was naturally Lu Yi, who grinned and said, "You simply don't know how to live or die.
Today I'll show you what a tactical warrior is."
Swish, swish, swish.
Streams of energy and blood rose up.
The chi and blood of these 10 people are basically around 3,000.
Only Lu Yi reached 4,000. At this time, these people were holding their breath.
Not to mention the points were stolen. And being provoked by Li Xiu like this.
Do we, the seniors at Longwu University, all become useless? In front of the principal. I'm afraid you won't challenge. Even if the principal stops it, I will also beat you to pieces. Lu Yi roared angrily. After the terrifying power of qi and blood burst out.
There are 4 genetic chains surrounding his body, and they are all golden.
Look at the gene chain on Senior Lu. It's golden SSS grade. As expected of a descendant of the super god family. That's right. It's so damn dazzling. Lu Yi said loudly, "Li Xiu. Do you see it? What is a strong person?" Ha ha. How can you, a man hiding behind a woman, understand all this? Have you ever seen the glory of the SSS level gene chain?
Lin Aihua covered her mouth lightly. Ying Yi on the side had a strange look on his face.
This is too embarrassing, brother. You have to know who is in front of you. It's the entire Dragon Dynasty. No. Even the whole world. The warrior with the strongest qi and blood power. But you asked him, have you ever seen SSS level glory? Especially the 3 roommates.
Su Hangyuan was trying so hard to hold back his laughter that his face was almost red.
Lin Yu laughed heartily, that's hilarious. Is SSS rank that awesome? Don't embarrass yourself. What the hell?
Huang Yuan said calmly, although the 3 of us have less than 500 HP combined, we just think you're hilarious.
Ha ha ha. Young people always care about other people's reactions.
Lu Yi was naturally no exception. His face turned the color of liver.
Fuck. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? Wait until I slap you to death.
He hadn't even finished his words. There were 9 genetic chains swirling wildly on Li Xiu's body. Limbs. Head. Trunk. This scene shocked all the students. 9 gene chains. Generally speaking, starting from a genetic warrior with 500 calories of qi in blood, each major realm can absorb a gene chain once. Only when you reach the super god level can you gather all 9 gene chains. But this Li Xiu, he actually has 9 gene chains, even though they're only F level. But even so, that's still 9 real chains. But this is not over yet. Li Xiu looked at Lu Yi in front of him indifferently. At such a young age, all you know is to fight and be aggressive. Failure is not scary. What is scary is not being able to admit failure. Treat others with contempt, disdain, provocation. But who is the real ant? Boom! The violet energy and blood rushed into the sky. Straight into the sky. The clouds seemed to be about to turn into a dragon. Under the terrifying pressure, the 10 senior students standing around Li Xiu were all blown several meters away. Almost everyone felt an unrivaled power of energy and blood weighing heavily on their hearts. Oh shit. Mom, I'm going to be incontinent. What kind of qi and blood pressure is this? This is fucking crazy. A piece of trash. A blood-depleting piece of trash. This. I'm losing my mind. Someone tell me. What's going on? Someone in the crowd analyzed. The energy and blood that Li Xiu is exploding at this moment is definitely above that of an average warrior. In other words, the legendary Shadow God Pillar. What the hell? In fact, Li Xiu was holding back his strength now, as he didn't want to accidentally shatter the platform. There's nothing so shocking about having less than 60,000 qi in blood. Li Xiu had too much qi in blood. I gradually became numb. It's like a billionaire taking out a few million casually. But others may never make $1 million in their lifetime. It's that Versailles feeling. Lu Yi lay on the ground, raising his head with difficulty. Under the terrifying pressure, all he could see was the soles of Li Xiu's feet. Is this the true master? He frantically stimulated the qi and blood in his body. But it only raised the viewing angle slightly by an inch. He's right. I'm too weak. Only a weak mindset would try so hard to show off. I understand. He lowered his head. I was wrong. This moment of the century was immediately photographed by boys and girls standing in the distance. Some people can't wait to post it online. The true face of the Shadow God Pillar. But the next moment, these videos were instantly removed. Everyone was shocked. I can't upload the front of the Shadow God Pillar. I can't type the word Li Xiu. This is a network blockade. At this time, Li Xiu slowly withdrew the qi and blood in his body. The 10 people who were lying on the ground and suffocating were suddenly pardoned. Then came heavy gasping. Grass. Amazing. I didn't expect the Shadow God Pillar to be with us. Please forgive us, God. Chapter 43. Come on. Hit me. Hurry up. It was only 5 minutes after Li Xiu revealed his identity. Countless disc-like fighter planes came towards the school from far and near. Armored vehicles rushed into the campus quickly. Surround the entire Languo University. Luo Fuxing, commander of the Tianyu army, strode forward. Countless soldiers rushed in frantically. The qi and blood rifles in their hands were in perfect alignment. These fragile college students had never seen such a scene before. Everyone was silent. I can only whisper. Holy crap! What's going on? The commander of the Tianyu army is here. God bless the infantry. Qi blood fighter. Luo Fuxing walked slowly to Li Xiu and then raised his hand to his chest. Tianyu army. Luo Fuxing. Please ask the divine pillar to inspect. The Tianyu army all over the campus said in unison, invite the divine pillar. Inspection. Review. Li Xiu was also a little confused. The person standing next to me is the Empress of the Dragon Dynasty. The Tianyu army seemed to ignore it. You won't let her review? Isn't this funny? Do you have leadership awareness? He turned slightly to the side and saw Ing Yi with a smile on his face, and he didn't seem unhappy at all.
Luo Fuxing turned around and roared, "Everyone! This person before us is the greatest in human history. First place. A man who has broken through the limits of humanity. It's us, Tianyu. It's the Dragon Dynasty. And it's the entire human race. The strongest man. Wow! Although all students know that the Shadow God Pillar is powerful. Fear. But being powerful also has its limits. How can he be so strong?" Li Xiu suddenly raised his hand and said, "Wrong." Luo Fuxing immediately lowered his head and said, "Please correct me, Divine Pillar." Li Xiu said calmly, "My grandfather had already broken through the human race's limit of 30,000 HP back then. That's why I'm second. Not first." The students in the audience looked at each other in confusion. Is he so powerful? Li Xiu's grandfather? I'm talking about the fiery heavenly divine pillar. So the fierce heavenly god pillar has already broken through its limits? Just as these students were discussing this, a figure is like a rainbow piercing the sun. It pierced the sky in an instant. A cold voice came from the sky. Shadow God Pillar. What a big mouth. You've already broken through your limits at such a young age? I, the Moon Breath Divine Pillar, refuse to submit. Li Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, the figure was already standing in the air. The terrifying pressure from the super god level warrior made the students breathless again. What the hell? What day is it today? The two great pillars of the Dragon Dynasty gather together. Is our school too busy lately? Look at the Moon Breath Pillar. It's so beautiful. I saw a woman in the sky wearing a dress with tassels and flying clouds. Between the flowing long gown, her face was cold and clear, like snow and ice. What an immortal look! Li Xiu couldn't help but admire. I didn't expect a 2-century-old woman to still be so beautiful. The three roommates around him immediately turned into pig brothers. Right. Right. The Moon Breath Pillar. This is unbelievable. Can you imagine that after all these years, it still looks so beautiful? At this moment, after hearing these words, Yueshi Shinju almost got a stitch in his side. Doesn't the Sing Shinju know that they have reached this level? Don't even mention this distance. Even if the distance is far. She heard it all clearly. Shadow God Pillar. Everyone says you've broken through your limits. But I don't believe it. Li Xiu frowned slightly, and the system scanned her qi and blood automatically. Qi and blood value, 30,000. Pretty good. This is the strongest divine pillar I've ever seen in this world. After hearing what Yueshi Shinju said, everyone gasped. That's not right. What do you mean by Moon Breath Divine Pillar? Luo Fuxing said dissatisfiedly, the Moon Breath Divine Pillar has come from afar, and we, Tianyu, have failed to welcome you. But what exactly do you mean by questioning the Shadow God Pillar? Yueshi frowned slightly. What does that mean? This man suddenly appeared, and according to information obtained privately, he was said to have 60,000 qi and blood. This is impossible. I've been stuck at 30,000 HP for 50 years. You must know that even if you are a super god level strong man. But how many 50 years can there be? I can't even imagine it. If I can't break through 30,000 qi and blood, it won't be long before I die. Now suddenly tell me that there is a young man. 60,000 qi and blood. The first time I received this call, she had only one reaction. Telecom fraud. Let her believe in what she has worked hard for her whole life. Others easily have it. How is that possible? I don't believe it. I can't believe it at all. I don't believe it. I started learning at the age of 10. I became a grandmaster before I turned 30. I'm already a top genius. Then break into the national level. Become a super god before the age of 40. There's no one like him in that era. There's no one like him in the future. But you tell me now. A college student. Just a college student. 60,000 qi and blood. I think you're all crazy. Luo Fuxing sneered, the Moon Breath Divine Pillar. The Shadow Divine Pillar is right before our eyes. You can't help but believe it. Ying Yi, who was standing by, also said, according to seniority, I have to call you great-grandmother, great-grandmother. You have to admit that the younger generation outshines the older generation in Xinjiang.
Yueshi glanced at Yi and said, "The royal family has nothing to do with me anymore."
Shut up. Yi immediately covered her mouth. Yueshi focused his gaze back on Li Xiu. "You hit me. Hit me."
Li Xiu was stunned. What kind of request was this? Although you are beautiful, where do you want me to hit you?
Under the gaze of everyone in the school.
Even the Moon Breath Divine Pillar had an unnatural look on his face. "I don't believe you've broken through your limits.
Unless you convince me."
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes.
This woman is stuck at the critical point. She wants to use me to help her break through? There are not many people in this world who can defeat her. So that's why she deliberately provoked herself? Do you think I'm a fool? I refuse.
Li Xiu said in a bad tone. One is the Moon Breath Pillar of the Dragon Dynasty, and the other is the mysterious Shadow Pillar. This scene instantly aroused the anticipation and curiosity of all the teachers and students in the school.
If they fought, who would be the stronger one?
Li Xiu looked at the woman in midair, a slight smile on his face. You've been stuck at the critical point for a long time.
Do you need a near-death battle to help you break through?
Moon Breath God Pillar's beautiful eyes slightly frowned. This young man was smarter than she had imagined. Her eyes fell on Gao Ningyun in the crowd. She knew very well about the Gao family's affairs and the matters between the Shadow God Pillar and the Falcon God Pillar. Her figure instantly floated down and came in front of Gao Ningyun.
Before anyone could react, he grabbed Gao Ningyun's neck.
Li Xiu said in a deep voice, "You are looking for death." The terrifying energy and blood power suddenly erupted like the sea. Moonbreath God Pillar's face showed joy. It really is a scene with more than 30,000 HP.
She floated up, holding Gao Ningyun in one hand.
Li Xiu took a step forward and was not far in front of her. The terrifying energy and blood power turned into a spirit dragon, surrounding him. This is a lifelike form condensed from the strength of Li Xiu's chi and blood. Moonbreath Divine Pillar raised his eyes and looked at Li Xiu. "I have never seen a warrior as powerful as you." She waved gently and sent Gao Ningyun off the playground. Then 9 golden gene chains surrounded his body.
Come and fight.
Chapter 44. The crazy semester ends.
At this moment,
the two great divine pillars are facing each other. The students below were guessing. The Moonbreath Divine Pillar has been famous for a long time.
Who do you think will win? Needless to say, it must be the Shadow God Pillar. This isn't a comparison of age. Gao Ningyun touched his neck,
but he saw a little girl with blue hair walking towards him.
Li Xiu asked me to protect you. Lillian sniffed. You smell like him. Are you his sex toy?
The little thunder dragon seemed to have discovered something and was observing Gao Ningyun's figure with great interest. Seeing this scene, Gao Ningyun's pretty face turned slightly red. It was Yi and 3 roommates who came over and explained Gao Ningyun's doubts.
It turns out that this little girl is actually an SSS-level monster? As a professor of anomaly theory, she naturally knew what an SSS-level monster represented. How much value does she have? Feeling Gao Ningyun's burning gaze, Lillian took a cautious step back. The human race is really weird.
At this moment, the two men were fighting in mid-air.
Boom boom boom.
The 9 gene chains of the Moonbreath Divine Pillar are fully activated, and genetic skills are released crazily.
However, Li Xiu remained motionless. How is that possible?
As an old-fashioned divine pillar, the Moonbreath Divine Pillar is ranked among the top 3 divine pillars in the world.
But he doesn't even have the qualifications to ask Li Xiu to take action? My SSS-level Ice Phoenix gene's 9th genetic skill is incredibly powerful, so be careful. After she finished speaking, a gene chain on her body flashed wildly, and then a phoenix shadow appeared on her body, and a loud phoenix cry resounded through the world. The terrifying aftermath of the pressure spread to the students below.
The weather seems to have returned to severe cold. The students were trembling one after another.
Lin Yu trembled and said, "Fuck. Is this still a human? This is not a god?"
Su Hangyuan was thin and therefore most afraid of the cold.
"No, I'm going to catch a cold. I hope Li Xiu is okay."
Gao Ningyun, standing by, also clenched his sleeves tightly. Li Xiu is young after all, and the other party is a legendary divine pillar.
Lillian almost laughed. "You're overthinking it. Li Xiu is basically invincible." It seems to confirm this statement. After being protected by the Ice Phoenix, the Moon Breath Divine Pillar flew towards Li Xiu and slapped him with a palm.
Li Xiu shook his head slightly. Since you want to experience life and death, then I will grant you your wish. The two looked at each other, and Li Xiu raised his hand and simply clenched his fist to meet her palm.
Bang!
The energy and blood in Li Xiu's body surged instantly.
Puff! In just a moment, Yueshi was vomiting blood.
The blood instantly turned into ice flowers and drifted away in the wind. But this is not the end yet. Li Xiu's energy and blood continue to rise.
100,000. Million. Puff!
In Yueshi's eyes, the boy in front of her is already a god. How is this possible?
Boom!
Li Xiu didn't make any movement, but just used the protective chi and blood power to shatter the Ice Phoenix power on the surface of her body. At this moment, she was in front of Li Xiu. But the meridians and bones in his body had been completely shattered. The reason he was still able to stand was entirely because he was a powerful warrior with 30,000 chi and blood.
I understand.
I, Yueshi, am truly a frog in a well, but I can see the future of humanity, and I have no regrets in death. She was like a butterfly with broken wings,
falling gracefully.
Li Xiu frowned slightly. He raised his hand and lifted her up in front of him.
What a hassle!
Li Xiu raised his hand and placed it on the top of his head. Millions of chi and blood in his body rushed in frantically, repairing his meridians and gathering broken bones. Yueshi slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Why did you save me? There are only two of us, the Dragon Dynasty's divine pillar.
If you're gone, what good will it do me?
Li Xiu said helplessly, I gathered all the meridians and broken bones in your body, and left some blood and energy in you. When your injuries are healed, you will absorb my blood and energy, and I think you will be able to break through.
Yueshi's body trembled slightly and her face turned red instantly. What do you mean you left a little energy and blood in my body?
This young man, you should know that he is over 100 years old, yet he still teases me. Li Xiu didn't notice her change of mood. She quickly stood up, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared into the horizon as if escaping.
At this moment, thousands of students below burst into thunderous applause, attracting everyone's attention. So this is what it feels like. It's so fucking cool. Luo Fujuan stepped forward at the right moment and said, Students, do not disclose the true situation of the Shadow God Pillar. Longwu University graduates will be subject to Longchao's network supervision. If you reveal the true combat power of the Divine Pillar, you will be handing over the human race's trump card to the alien race in advance. Do you understand? Clear. How could we betray the Shadow God Pillar? That's right.
Luo Fuxing naturally would not believe the promises of these college students, so the subsequent supervision is also a big project. As for Li Xiu, he naturally didn't care about these things. His strength was 900 million chi in blood. It has long been beyond the comprehension of this world. Even if he told everyone that he had 900 million chi in blood, probably few people would believe him.
Anyway, for the Dragon Dynasty, it's enough that the Shadow God Pillar is strong. Nothing else matters. After Li Xiu landed, he slowly walked to Gao Ningyun's side and asked, Are you okay?
Gao Ningyun smoothed his long, light blonde hair and pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses.
I'm fine.
There's no need to beat her like that. After all, she is the divine pillar of the Dragon Dynasty. Li Xiu raised his hand. She immediately shut up and looked at Li Xiu with a somewhat timid look. She once thought that this little man was just her student.
In a relationship between two people, I am the absolute dominant one. But now, offense and defense are easy to deal with.
Li Xiu's ability is definitely enough to find a woman better than her. Under the psychological transformation, she had already lost some of her confidence. Li Xiu placed his palm on her face and said, Not killing the person who touched you is already the ultimate mercy.
Wow.
Su Qingxi, who was standing by, felt very touched.
Only Ying Yi felt jealous for some reason.
At this time, among the students in the distance, more and more girls were staring in the direction of Li Xiu.
Burning eyes. Like a wolf and a tiger.
Only the Shadow God Pillar is worthy of us.
That's right.
Girls.
I'd be willing even if I had to talk to the God Pillar.
I don't expect it to last forever.
As long as I had it once.
This is a world where the strong are respected. A peerless strongman like Li Xiu naturally makes these college girls powerless to resist. Regardless of whether Li Xiu has a woman or a wife.
For them, just having it once is something worth savoring for a lifetime. Of course, Li Xiu has not yet realized the sexual harassment he will face in the future. Languo University's summer vacation will officially begin after today. For Li Xiu, a new life is about to begin. After all, during the 3-month summer vacation, he planned to find a guild to explore the secret realm. Improve your own gene chain. After all, this is my only shortcoming. At this time, Gao Ningyan finally noticed the extreme hunger and desire of all the girls in the school for her man. She immediately took a step forward, under everyone's gaze. He pulled Li Xiu into his arms. The picture looks like a mother animal protecting her cubs. Then, he kissed her hard. Li Xiu? Chapter 45. Sir. You can't leave for the time being. Faced with Gao Ningyan's initiative, Li Xiu did not resist. When he noticed the girls approaching him in the distance, he understood instantly. It's just a declaration of sovereignty. Ying Yi couldn't bear it any longer. Ahem. That's enough. This is so disrespectful in public. Li Xiu stepped back and pushed Gao Ningyan away before saying, speaking of which, where are you guys going this summer? Lin Yu said, I'll naturally go home to help with the business during the summer vacation, but you're always welcome in our Lin family. If you need anything, just ask. Li Xiu smiled when he heard that. Okay, no problem. I won't be polite with you. Huang Yuan and Su Hangyuan shook their heads and said, we two brothers are naturally looking for an internship, to earn money and get an internship certificate. Li Xiu was not surprised by the two of them. Then he turned his gaze to Ying Yi, who said, of course I have to go back. The royal family has other arrangements for me during this summer vacation. Okay, let's see each other when school starts. Li Xiu said, turning sideways to look at Gao Ningyan. She said after smoothing her hair. The faculty's vacation is not until later, and I have to prepare for several seminars during the summer, so I probably won't be able to accompany you. Li Xiu nodded, then glanced at Lillian. You come with me, otherwise I won't be at ease. Lillian naturally had no objection. Well, wherever Li Xiu goes, I'll go. Since everyone was leaving school tomorrow, we had dinner together. Afterwards, everyone returned to their dormitories, packed their things, and prepared to leave school. Since Li Xiu and his wife were about to separate for a period of time, it was natural for him to live with Gao Ningyan. In the dormitory, the two of them were breathing slightly. Gao Ningyan lay sideways in his arms. You won't forget me once you leave school, will you? Li Xiu was a little surprised that she would say such a thing. After all, women only say such things when they feel insecure. How could that be? We can keep in touch through mobile phones. Li Xiu lowered his head and bit her snow-white shoulder. Gao Ningyan buried her head in his chest. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Both of them frowned slightly. Who would be so inconsiderate as to disturb a newlywed couple so late at night? Lillian, open the door. Li Xiu shouted in the room. The Thunder Dragon girl who was sleeping in the living room walked to the door sleepily and opened it. Su Qingxi was holding a lot of meat skewers and beer in her hands, and the greedy Lillian instantly became excited. Li Xiu. A female holding a lot of delicious food. Su Qingxi smiled awkwardly. So the four of them gathered together for a midnight snack. Thunder Dragon Lillian grabbed the barbecue with her small hands and praised it repeatedly. Not bad. This dragon approves of your human race's food. Su Qingxi looked at the two people with rosy faces and smiled like an ant. When can I become an ant? Gao Ningyan opened his beer and rolled his eyes at her. We don't have such a plan yet. Oh? Su Qingxi glanced at Li Xiu, then picked up a string of kidneys and gave it to him. Eat more. The pleasant night passed quickly and the next morning arrived. Li Xiu got up and packed his luggage. After saying goodbye to Gao Ningyan, he left the teaching building with Lillian. Walking on campus in the early morning. From time to time, I can see students talking about me quietly. A little further away, a girl was jogging towards Li Xiu, carrying breakfast. He handed over the breakfast in his hand and left with a red face. Lillian followed him and said, Don't you like these females? They're all very cute. Li Xiu hummed, Yes, they are all very good, and they are all campus beauties. But we humans have marriages, you don't understand. Lillian puffed up her cheeks. Humph. A strong person like you should spread your genes, not follow the rules. Li Xiu smiled and said, What you said makes a lot of sense. Come to the dormitory. I met 3 friends from the dormitory.
The 3 of them were carrying backpacks and dragging suitcases.
Brothers. See you next semester. Su Hangyuan waved his hand. Huang Yuan glanced at Li Xiu and said, "We're leaving. Keep in touch."
By the way, Li Xiu, although you are very strong, you still have to be careful when exploring the secret realm.
Li Xiu nodded, "I will."
The 4 of them smiled at each other, then turned and left.
Li Xiu met Ing Yi at the school gate. She was wearing a black and gold royal uniform.
Standing at the school gate, looking at him, my eyes were filled with indescribable feelings.
"I want to go back too."
Li Xiu waved at her and said, "Take care, Ing Yi." The latter bit his lip and stepped forward. His big eyes flickered, and he raised his hand, palm raised high. "I really want to hit you." After saying that, she withdrew her hand and turned around. "Let's go." In the waiting room of Lintian City, Li Xiu and Lillian were waiting to board the hydrogen-powered high-speed train. Speaking of places with many secrets, he opened his phone and stared at a short video. In Tianyu Province, an A-level secret realm has appeared in Nanshui City. Adding to the 4 previously stable secret realms, Nanshui City has become the city with the most secret realms. Li Xiu watched the video. If you go to Nanshui City, it is also known as the hometown of guilds.
Many large guilds have their headquarters there. Even if the headquarters is not there, there are offices there.
So, let's all go to the neighboring Nanshui City.
Secret realms are divided into free and permanent types. The School C066 secret realm is a permanent type.
Its characteristics are stable existence, one-way transmission, and the strange beasts inside will not come out.
The free type ones are the real trouble.
The alien beasts and races that exist in this world all emerged from these free type ones, and the A-level secret realm that appeared this time is a free type one. It is said that the major guilds have already sent people to explore and try to capture the strategy. Lillian listened to Li Xiu's mumbling and responded, "It's an A-level secret realm.
It's not very dangerous. You humans should be able to control it well." "Well, we'll talk about it when we get there." At this time, the train's prompt sounded. The G0453 hydrogen-powered train to Nanshui City has arrived. Li Xiu stood up and said, "Let's go." The 2 of them came to the ticket counter, and he saw that in addition to humans, there were also people from the purple-skinned purple-gold tribe on the bus. And the furry orcs. The orcs had a strong body odor, and Li Xiu could smell the unpleasant smell from a distance. There are also insect people with tentacles and a cuticle. These races are not very aggressive and will not have a big impact on the human social structure. They are approved to live in human society. Once most alien races come into contact with humans, it is basically a war to the death. In some free secret realms, alien races even lead their armies out of the secret realm and directly attack humans. At this time, it was Li Xiu's turn. "Sir, your daughter needs identification before she can get on the train," a staff member said with a smile. Li Xiu frowned. What kind of identification could Lillian have? She is not a human, but a strange beast. As soon as these words came out, the expression of the armed police officer standing nearby changed immediately. He immediately put his hand on the chi and blood pistol at his waist and said, "Sir, you can't leave for the time being." Chapter 46. Are you going in to fill the teeth of the monster? "Sir, you can't leave. You have to be examined. And tell me the race of the woman next to you." This scene instantly attracted the attention of other armed police officers, and they all surrounded Li Xiu. "I didn't think it through." Li Xiu raised his hand and touched his forehead. Lillian sighed. "Li Xiu, are you going to kill these people?" Li Xiu shook his head. "No need. I'll make a phone call." He remembered that when he was taken to the armed police department, he added their director's phone number. After finding the phone number of Song Zhou, director of the armed police department, everyone saw the male college student calmly take out his phone. Everyone was talking about it. "He looks quite influential. Is he the son of an official?" "I think so too. Otherwise, who can be so calm in front of so many police officers?" After Li Xiu briefly explained the situation, a moment later, an armed police officer ran out of the lounge. He turned to the police on duty and said, "What are you doing?" "Ah. What are you doing? Why didn't you call me out when something happened?" Then the somewhat obese man glanced at Li Xiu and said, "Sir, please get in the car, please." He personally took Li Xiu and carefully sent him onto the train. Li Xiu noticed that the fat man's chi and blood were less than 3,000, even less than those policemen on duty. he is actually a leader.
It seems that interpersonal relationships are everywhere no matter where you are.
It has nothing to do with him anyway. Come into the train. The results are very similar to those of Blue Star's high-speed rail.
The carriages are also clean and luxurious.
And there is plenty of space.
Li Xiu bought 2 tickets, one for adults and one for teenagers. Of course, I had an adult ticket, but Lillian only looked about 1.4 meters tall, so she used a youth ticket. After getting on the bus, a flight attendant came up quickly and provided 2 bags containing fresh fruits. The flight attendant was from the Purple Gold clan, and had faint golden lines on her face.
Aside from skin color, they are almost identical to humans.
Seeing that Li Xiu was staring at her, she smiled at him gently.
Lillian opened the bag, took out the fruit and started showing off.
At this time, he noticed that many passengers around him were wearing uniforms, which could be seen from their uniforms of different styles.
The badges on these uniforms represent various guilds.
Li Xiu could hear these people's discussion just by turning his ear.
I heard that this A-level secret realm is not simple. Our guild elders said that there seems to be an S-level beast in it.
Not only that, I have a friend in the Lanjun guild, and I heard there are traces of aliens there.
Oh my god. Will there be a counterattack by alien races? Alien counterattack?
This means that the strategy team is no match for the indigenous aliens inside.
After the failure, the natives launched a counterattack on the human world.
Li Xiu raised his hand and rubbed his forehead.
I remember Gao Ningyun also mentioned this in class. There are some secret realms, such as S-level secret realms.
Some of the alien races in these secret realms are preparing to go to war with humans. Because of its powerful strength, it is an S-level secret realm. In other secret realms, the indigenous alien races also seemed very surprised by the appearance of humans.
To these alien races, humans are the invaders.
For example, the Purple Gold clan, the Orc clan, and the Insect clan were very wary of the appearance of humans when they first discovered them. At this time, the train started at an extremely fast speed, and the scenery outside the window quickly receded. The whole journey takes about 2 hours.
No conversation along the way. When Li Xiu and Lillian got off the bus, they followed the crowd.
Then the next step is to find a guild that participates in the secret realm exploration and obtain entry qualifications.
Of course, if you go through the official, you can enter directly. But in A-level secret realm.
But with such a big boss like himself going in, it is inevitable to cause public opinion. To save yourself the trouble, just find a guild. Everyone in Nanshui City knows about the appearance of the A-level secret realm. So Li Xiu took a taxi casually.
The driver also knew it. Go to the A-level secret realm. The driver was not surprised at all.
Regardless of whether they were warriors or not, the most popular place for people who came to Nanshui City recently was the A-level secret realm. "Young man, are you a college student?" the driver asked casually.
Li Xiu nodded, from Longwu University. Not bad, a prestigious university.
Li Xiu smiled and followed the traffic to the suburbs. You can see many military armored vehicles on the road, as well as guild tanks painted with exaggerated slogans.
That atmosphere has emerged.
In fact, this world has already formed a warrior culture.
Many powerful warriors are like stars. Especially some warriors with outstanding looks. They can often be seen on TV.
Soon Li Xiu saw the so-called A-level secret realm from the outside.
Like a huge ball. Emitting brilliant light.
The driver explained, those with strange appearances are usually wandering secret places.
It usually won't take long before it disappears. Li Xiu nodded, but there are still a lot of strategy teams going in.
The driver nodded, yes, for one thing, we might be able to get a lot of good stuff before the secret realm disappears. For example, the gene chain of an alien beast, or rare metals.
There's even a dedicated mining group.
Li Xiu also knew that the strategy group was also the warning group. Once there were powerful alien races or beasts in this secret realm, people outside would be warned.
Then the whole incident will continue to escalate. All right.
We're here, young man. Li Xiu paid the money and got out of the car with Lillian. Looking up, there were huge crowds of people.
All major guilds can be seen.
There are even some members from first-class guilds, such as the people from Lan Lin. These team members wearing light blue uniforms are generally strong. But it shouldn't be a first-line team. Li Xiu held Lillian's hand. His target was not these big guilds, as joining a big guild was very troublesome.
But it's different for small guilds, some of them will recruit people on a temporary basis. Really? The Little Mustache Guild is hiring. Just enough for entry-level HP. Night Rose is hiring.
Temporary team members, daily salary, and a share of the resources obtained in the secret realm.
Tyrannosaurus Squad. Hiring. No requirements. Anyone is welcome. Oh. Tyrannosaurus Rex, anyone is fine? Li Xiao immediately became interested.
When I walked up to the source of the shouting, I saw 4 people, both men and women.
Li Xiao smiled and said, "Is your team recruiting people?"
The leader was a young girl wearing an exaggerated uniform with a dinosaur pattern on it.
Yeah. Young man, you're a warrior? We in the Tyrannosaurus Guild treat you well. And there's no requirement for chi or blood.
At this time, Li Xiao noticed that the blood and chi of these people were not high, all over 1,000. Only this woman's chi and blood value is slightly higher, at more than 2,000. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind.
Ha ha ha. This is so funny. The Tyrannosaurus won't disband yet, Yi-sun. What are you guys doing in there? Are you trying to fill the teeth of the alien beast? Chapter 47. It's still not too late for you to quit now. This woman's name is Yi-sun?
Yi-sun was about to recruit someone, but someone showed up to sabotage her.
Of course she couldn't stand it. Hey! Zhang Eidao. You're no longer with Tyrannosaurus Rex. What's it to you who we recruit? The sinister man in the black uniform flicked his bangs and glanced at Li Xiao. Young man, why don't you come to our Flying Knife Guild?
We have blade-level warriors in charge.
And the strongest person in the Tyrannosaurus Guild in front of you is President Yi-sun, a high-level warrior with 2,000 calories of chi and blood. This is hilarious. Trying to imitate others and enter an A-level secret realm is simply courting death. Don't make mistakes at such a young age. Yi-sun immediately grabbed Li Xiao.
Her guild had indeed been here for a long time because they couldn't find anyone.
In the end, I couldn't even find a decent person. This guy looked like a student from some martial arts university. Although we don't have many experts in our guild, this is still an opportunity, isn't it? Even though we are only recruiting temporary members. But if you're willing to stay, you'll have many opportunities for promotion. Which school did you go to, and what major did you study?
Zhang Yidao, the president of the Flying Knife Guild, suppressed a laugh and said, "Little brother, be careful not to get scammed when you're young.
If you join this guild, your future is over. Yi-sun, don't think I don't know that you can't even pay your dues. I'm about to be expelled from the association, so I want to try my luck in the A-level secret realm." Asshole.
Yi-sun's face turned red after his true identity was exposed. Li Xiao found the tug of war between the two somewhat amusing.
He just wanted to find a random guild to join first. I'm from Longwu University. When they heard the word Longwu, the eyes of the two groups lit up.
Li Xiao continued, "Logistics Mecha Major." Everyone's expression darkened when they heard the word logistics. Zhang Yidao from the Flying Knife Guild covered his mouth and said, "Let's go. We'll leave the trash to your trash guild.
Let's go see if there are any serious warriors." Watching Zhang Yidao leave,
Li Xiao was not in a hurry either. Yi-sun had a complicated expression.
A large man standing nearly 2 meters tall said in a deep voice, "President, how about we choose again? The minimum entry requirement is a team of 5. We at Tyrannosaurus can't even get enough people together right now, so even if we have to make up the numbers, we'll just have to do it." Yi-sun said helplessly. "Hey bro, tell me your name and phone number, and I'll apply online for you to join the team."
Li Xiao casually took out his cell phone.
Behind Yi-sun, a young girl with thick smoky makeup asked curiously, "How much is your chi and blood? Where can you hit?"
Li Xiao thought it was better not to hide too much of his strength when he was out, so he just casually quoted 10,000 or 20,000, well.
Ha, Xiaoya. What's there to ask about a logistics person?
Just help us carry our backpacks and get our things.
The speaker was the big guy. He said calmly, "Call me Dagong, 1308 HP, D rank Iron Bear Gene, tank position."
The girl named Xiaoya looked up at Li Xiao's face and said, "I'm Xiaoya, 1247 HP, D rank Lightning Rat, roaming."
De Gang pointed at another short-haired boy and said, "Shenlei, 1402 HP, C rank Fiery Eagle, DPS.
And our president, Yi-sun, is a C rank Stink Beast with 2,000 calories of health and is in the support position. Report combat position."
This situation is more common in guilds.
Because the guild fights in teams and reports their positions, everyone can coordinate better. Li Xiu usually defeated his opponent in one move, so he had no idea about this kind of thing.
He said sullenly, Li Xiu, a sophomore majoring in logistics mecha.
After he said this, no one was interested in him anymore.
This is also reality.
Yi Sun completed the registration process and said, "Okay, I've registered Li Xiu.
Let's go in."
At this time, the entrance to the secret realm was guarded by the Tianyu military. In addition to the official investigation team, various guilds are also allowed to enter, but they must maintain contact with the authorities.
Cooperate in action. Report any situation in a timely manner.
Generally speaking, things obtained from secret realms are acceptable as long as they do not involve national security.
All belong to the discoverer. The government also needs civilian warriors to provide manpower and informants. It's like killing two birds with one stone. The Tianyu army officer in charge of registration glanced at Yi Sun and said, "Isn't your team strength too low? And this, a college student in charge of logistics? Are you guys mistaken?" At another registration point nearby, Zhang Yidao laughed like a pig. "Everyone. This Tyrannosaurus guild has lost all its dignity just to make up the numbers. They even wanted a college student and an elementary school student." I'm almost dying of laughter.
Li Xiu glanced at Lillian, who was following him, and said, "Look, everyone thinks you are an elementary school student.
Can't you try harder and grow faster?" Humph. Stupid human, we dragons have very long lifespans.
It's you humans who grow as fast as reptiles."
Bang!
Li Xiu punched her on the head, and a big bump quickly appeared.
Show some respect.
After teaching Lillian a lesson, Yi Sun completed the registration under pressure and distributed the tactical glasses given by the officials.
Li Xiu, do you really need to bring your sister with you? It's so dangerous in here, why not wait outside?
Li Xiu smiled faintly. "It's okay, we will take care of it ourselves." Then Li Xiu took the individual tactical glasses from the president and put them on his eyes. A lot of information immediately appeared in the field of vision. Weather, humidity, direction, and other people's qi and blood values. Of course, the detection limit of individual tactical glasses is 10,000 qi and blood. As long as Li Xiu doesn't want others to detect it, no one else can see it. Because he is a bug-level existence.
Seeing that persuasion was fruitless, Yi Sun said no more.
People who worked in the guild had seen all kinds of strange things, so they wouldn't have a big reaction.
After registration, the military let us go.
In front of a secret place that looks like a colorful ball.
There is a colorful space entrance.
Yi Sun explained, this kind of unstable secret realm allows creatures inside to escape, so the entrance is heavily guarded.
But many exploration teams have already entered. If no danger is discovered, this secret realm will likely be downgraded.
Li Xiu raised a question: what if this unstable secret realm is closed?
Wouldn't the people inside be unable to get out?
Yi Sun took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it for himself. Generally speaking, when a secret realm is suddenly closed, non-indigenous creatures will be ejected. But some secret realms are particularly dangerous, and some people have been trapped in them. Or maybe what ejected was a pile of minced meat.
So, you're scared, right? It's not too late to quit now. Chapter 48. I'm attracted to you. Your ancestors' graves are smoking. Don't be afraid.
Just give me a personal internship certificate, Li Xiu said and strode towards the secret realm.
Dagong walked up to Yi Sun and said, "This young man is quite brave." Zhenlei smiled faintly and said, "It's just that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger."
Then the four of them also walked towards the secret realm. The secret realm is full of purple plants, even the sand and stones on the ground are purple. Yi Sun raised his eyes and said, "Li Xiu, you walk behind us. You have no experience in exploring secret realms. It would be dangerous if you walked too fast." Li Xiu didn't say much and held Lillian's hand. He turned around and walked behind a few people. Dagong stuffed the briefcase into Li Xiu's hands and said, "Logistics, take this package.
When we hunt exotic animals, you will be responsible for collecting the spinal cord and putting it in the bag." Li Xiu nodded and handed the bag to Lillian to put on her back. Several people looked sideways at such a cute girl.
Li Xiu didn't seem to love her at all. But as a dragon, Lillian had no idea of the weight at all. At this time, Li Xiu sensed that there were not many strange beasts nearby. It must have been cleaned up several times by other exploration teams. However, many humans were sensed a little further away. They should be members of the exploration team. but Li Xiu sensed something strange about this secret realm. He looked down at the ground, thinking, so that's how it is. At this time, Yi Sun very professionally arranged the team into a formation, with Da Gong, who served as a meat shield, walking in the front. The others followed the team in a diamond formation. As the exploration deepened, they entered a dense forest, surrounded by plants more than 1 meter high. It has purple buds. Some even have a sweet aroma. Da Gong broke off a brown fruit, put it in front of his nose and smelled it, and the rich aroma filled his nose. He opened his mouth and took a bite, his eyes narrowed as he savored the fruit. This fruit is so sweet. Yi Sun reminded Da Gong, don't eat anything in the secret realm. Hee, sorry, I couldn't help it. He raised his hand and scratched his head. Li Xiu suddenly narrowed his eyes. Wait a moment. Everyone stopped and turned to look at him. Chen Lei said speechlessly, what's wrong, logistics? Li Xiu discovered that there was a fluctuation of qi and blood at the place where Da Gong was going to take his next step. It's a strange beast. He made up a story, is there any water? I'm a little thirsty. Damn it. You are always nosy. Chen Lei muttered. Yi Sun took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack. Li Xiu took it, drank 2 sips, and threw it forward. Hey! Why did you throw it away when you hadn't finished drinking it? Da Gong felt a little distressed. As the mineral water bottle fell, 2 black lights suddenly flashed. Just smash the bottle. Yi Sun noticed this and immediately shouted, be careful. Something's happening. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The creatures on the ground looked like purple crust, like giant seaweed. And on the purple land around them, countless giant kelp were wrapping around everyone. Li Xiu narrowed his eyes and thought that this didn't seem to be the real body. He looked toward a giant purple tree in the distance. Purple killing tree, C-rank exotic beast, HP 1120, description, a beast that spreads its predators across the ground. Be careful. That's not kelp, but your 3-foot purple silk. At this time, with the sound of ding dong, the team had already fought with the purple kelp. Da Gong roared, and a thick layer of metallic keratin suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. Then he took out the shield from behind and smashed it at the purple kelp. Chen Lei stood behind the meat shield. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, a ball of flame surrounded his fingertips and turned into fireballs that flew out. Aya took out a dagger from her waist and moved as fast as lightning. He kept cutting the kelp that was rushing towards the crowd. But I don't know what material this kelp is made of, but it is very tough. The dagger fell on it, leaving only white marks. Yi Sun took out a telescopic spear from his backpack, mobilized his energy and blood, and rushed towards Haikai. And every time her gene chain lit up, a cloud of black mist appeared on the spear, slashing towards the kelp with a foul smell. Oh my god, biological weapons, huh? But the effect is obviously not good. As for the kelp that occasionally approached Li Xiu, it was scared away by Lillian's glare. Long Wei is not joking. Seeing that this team was doing useless work, Li Xiu reminded them, this thing must have a real body, right? Should we find the real body? These words caught Yi Sun's attention. As a senior guild member, he reacted immediately. Yeah. This thing should have a real body. Li Xiu pointed at the purple tree in the distance and said, that tree looks a bit suspicious to me. Yi Sun heard this and said, you guys hold on, I'll go take a look. Then he rushed towards the giant tree. The purple killing tree felt threatened by the warrior in front of it. Several vines popped up quickly. Bang bang bang. Yi Sun's fighting skills are still very good and it's a pleasure to watch. The giant tree itself is indeed the weakness of this strange beast. After Yi Sun stabbed the opponent's tree, the giant tree died quickly. After all, it is just a creature with a HP value of 2000. As for Li Xiu, he was too lazy to kill it. This kind of strange beast was not of much value to him. What he wants is genetic skills above S level. The main body died and the kelp vines also lost their vitality. The people from the Tyrannosaurus guild cheered. Da Gong wiped the sweat off his face and said, this beast is very powerful. Its spinal cord and body should be able to sell for a lot of money. Chen Lei also showed a happy expression, just this one, the trip is worthwhile. Li Xiu's expression changed slightly. There was a sound of breaking air in the distance, and 3 flying knives suddenly appeared. Even though Da Gong reacted quickly, the shield in his hand was still pierced, and 3 blood holes appeared on his body, and the blood continued to flow. Yi Sun cursed out loud. Zhang Adao. You beast. Zhang Yidao and his guild members came out from behind the bushes a little further away.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was a bear-like beast. Didn't expect it to be Dagon?
3 throwing knives flew back into his hand and hovered at his fingertips.
Warrior's magic weapon?
Li Xiu's falling star blade is a warrior's magical weapon, and the one in front of him is obviously also a warrior's magical weapon. But compared with the 9th grade meteoric blade,
these 3 throwing knives are far from enough.
However, it was more than enough to break Dagong's shield.
Zhang Yidao came out with his men.
Yi Sun, your guild stole the exotic beast I discovered.
How are we going to settle this? What the hell?
Yi Sun was immediately furious. Zhang Yidao, you used to be the vice president of our guild.
Do you really have the heart to kill them all now? Zhang Yidao's eyes flashed with gloom. Oh? Then you are talking about the past. Isn't it over if you promised to pursue me before? Why should I start all over again? A guild leader who is as naive as a little girl. What are you talking about with me about love?
I have over 3,000 chi in blood, and I'm interested in you. It's your damn Zhu phone who's smoking.
Puff. A light laugh was heard. Zhang Yidao's old face turned red. Who the hell is laughing at me? Who the hell is laughing?
His gaze fell on Li Xiu, and the anger in his eyes was as tangible as substance.
Chapter 49. You are already dead, give your body a moment to react. Zhang Yidao said gloomily, young man? What are you laughing at? This has nothing to do with you. Just because you're a student at Longwu University, I was going to spare your life. But you are useless.
Li Xiu suppressed his laughter and said, no, that's too funny. Just 3,000 chi in blood, and you say that other people's ancestors are smoking. Then the ancestral graves of all humankind are smoking for me.
Lillian said seriously, yeah, he's really ugly. I've never seen such an ugly man in the human race. You're looking for death.
Zhang Yidao said angrily, uncle.
These people are so arrogant. I just wanted to take the things. Help me kill them all now.
The man he called uncle was a white-haired old man in his team. Yi Sun said to Li Xiu, Zhang Yidao's uncle broke through to the blade-level warrior, so they broke away from Tyrannosaurus and formed their own guild.
It seems that today will not end well.
Leave now, leave the secret realm. There are the Tianyu army outside, they dare not act recklessly. Li Xiu looked at the Tyrannosaurus Guild's president with admiration, even though she was a little weak.
But he is a good person. Li Xiu didn't say much and took a step back.
At this time, the 5 opponents had surrounded them.
Zhang Yidao teased, want to leave? It's too late. None of you can escape. Yi Sun said angrily, don't go too far. He's just an intern student. I'm not going too far. I just want to kill you. Zhang Yidao's eyes were gloomy.
Suddenly, Xiaoya in the team groaned. Shen Lei beside her shot out a ball of fire and hit her.
Boom! Xiaoya was blown away by the explosion and vomited blood. Chun Lei. What are you doing?
Yi Sun's face changed drastically. Sorry, big sister. Chen Lei said, flicking the fireball on his fingertips. Our guild is actually finished.
Brother Dao has already contacted me. My salary is 3 times yours. There is no reason for me to follow you and wait for death.
Yi Sun realized something, it was you who exposed our location.
That's why he was able to find us. You beast.
Chen Lei turned around and said, President, look at what you've become.
You even want a college student majoring in logistics. Becoming the laughingstock of the industry with you.
Now, Dagong and Xiaoya in your team are both seriously injured.
So, you want to turn the situation around on your own?
It still depends on that boy, or his sister.
Zhang Yidao stepped forward and glanced at Yi Sun, who was blocking Li Xiu. You look so nervous? Could it be that you like him? Brothers. Do you want to do something exciting?
I'll hold this woman down in front of this college student.
How about a live broadcast of the round-robin battle?
The other people in his team all had lustful looks in their eyes. Yi Sun's face showed a miserable expression. Li Xiu, I'm going to take action soon.
You leave immediately. I will fight them.
Li Xiu suddenly raised his hand and placed it on her shoulder.
Just fight normally. No one can match you. I said you're invincible. You are invincible.
A surge of energy and blood that Yi Sun could not even imagine surged into her body, and she almost screamed out loud. At the same time, Zhang Yidao rushed towards Yi Sun with a flying knife in his hand. And the next moment, Yi Sun raised his spear, and a blood-red sharp edge of energy and blood shot out.
Bottom up. Gone in a flash. In Zhang Yidao's stunned expression, its body split into two. Snap. The dead can't die anymore. President. One knife.
The man Zhang Yidao called uncle stared at Li Xiu and said, "I was wrong."
Who on earth is your excellency?
Both Chen Lei and Dagang and Xiaoya, who were lying on the ground, looked at this scene in shock.
What on earth is going on?
The energy and blood power at the moment when the gun grew out was terrifying. Yi Sun stepped back from Li Xiu. At that moment, she finally understood what a Qi and blood warrior was. But this kind of energy and blood power is definitely not something that ordinary people can possess, so who is this college student in front of me?
She trembled and said, "Who are you?"
Li Xiu looked at the people in front of him and said calmly, "What?
Still fighting?"
The white-haired old man showed a slight anger, "Since you are unwilling to reveal your identity,
then let's just consider this as a loss. Let's say goodbye."
After saying that, he turned around immediately, but the next moment, he raised his hand.
Zhang Yidao's 3 flying knives were attracted by his qi and blood.
Whoosh whoosh. He stabbed towards Li Xiu. Buzz. The 3 flying knives were only an inch away from Li Xiu's eyebrows.
But it just hovered there and could not move forward an inch.
Li Xiu raised his hand and took the 3 small throwing knives.
This flying knife is good. I accept it.
It's Xiao Li's flying dagger, my childhood dream. Li Xiu said lightly.
Impossible. This is unscientific.
The white-haired old man said in shock, the Qi-breaking flying knife has the effect of breaking through the protective Qi of Qi and blood warriors.
How could you resist it so easily? The Qi and blood of a Qi and blood warrior?
Li Xiu was stunned for a moment. It seemed that there really was such a thing, but he only had 900 million Qi and blood. I'll just stand there and let you hit me with your flying knife.
You can't break the defense, right?
Li Xiu casually raised his hand, and the flying knife in his hand hovered. At this moment, there was a beeping sound in everyone's glasses.
Fuck. 10,000. 10,000 seems to be the limit for individual soldier glasses. Who the hell is this kid?
Yi Sun looked at Li Xiu's figure and murmured, "Oh my god, what kind of person did I recruit?"
Li Xiu followed up with a nod.
The suspended flying knife whizzed. Buzz. Several people from the Yidao Guild were surrounded by blood mist.
Plop.
The 4 of them fell to the ground one after another. Only Chen Lei was left standing aside, sweating profusely.
Don't kill me. Master. No. Grandmaster. I'm from Tyrannosaurus.
I just used a makeshift solution.
President. Help.
Li Xiu said, so it's just a temporary solution.
Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Chen Lei breathed a sigh of relief. I'm telling you now, please be magnanimous and spare my life.
It's a shame, but you're actually already dead.
I attacked too quickly just now, so it took your body a while to react. Li Xiu finished speaking. Everyone noticed that a tiny blood mark gradually appeared on Chen Lei's neck. He raised his hand and stroked his neck. You must be kidding, President.
Everyone, save me.
He looked up at Li Xiu, and suddenly his vision became blurred. Everything before my eyes was piled up one after another.
Boom.
After a slight sound, he found his body lying on one side without a head.
This scene shocked others.
Yi Sun was so frightened that she fell to her knees.
We didn't know you were so strong. We've offended the Tyrannosaurus Guild so much before. Please. Give us a way out.
Li Xiu raised his hand and touched his cheek. Hey, President, please get up quickly.
Yi Sun stood up tremblingly.
Li Xiu stepped forward and held her shoulders.
President, what are you doing?
I'm counting on you to say a few kind words about my internship report this year.
Chapter 50 Super Guild. So terrifying.
After hearing what Li Xiu said, Yi Sun felt a little disconnected.
You are such a powerful warrior. Still care about an internship certificate? No problem. I can open it now if you need it.
Yi Sun winked at him.
That means, you can do whatever you want.
Li Xiu immediately waved his hand. That won't do.
We have to at least complete our exploration of the secret realm. We have to be realistic, right? What a pragmatic approach. Is this the boss's awareness? At this time, the two people lying on the ground were taking out emergency medical kits from their backpacks. Give yourself a bandage treatment.
Fortunately, they were all warriors, and their injuries were not vital, although they were both very weak.
But it doesn't mean we can't take action.
However, the Tyrannosaurus team's operation this time has shifted from hunting to exploration. However, having the corpse of the purple killer tree made the trip worthwhile for them. After all, the complete corpse of a sea-level exotic beast can be sold for at least hundreds of thousands of Dragon Dynasty coins.
For a guild on the verge of bankruptcy, it can definitely be a life-saving measure.
Dagong and Shoya looked at each other. They both saw uneasiness in each other's eyes. Dagong rubbed his head and said sheepishly, "Li Xiu, I thought you were just a logistics guy."
Sorry, I'm the clown.
Li Xiu didn't care.
It doesn't matter. I'm a student majoring in logistics mecha, that's for sure.
Yi Sun glanced at the corpses on the ground and sighed, "Let's keep going. There may be rare metals or ores hidden in every secret realm.
You can make money by collecting these." Everyone nodded and went deeper, collecting ore.
At this moment, a message came from the lenses worn on everyone's eyes. The sender of the letter was the Tianyu military.
This is a location information. Guild in the secret realm.
The Tianyu military has encountered a group of S-level monsters.
Requesting support.
Please all the major guilds come to the rescue as soon as possible.
After reading the news, Yi Sun looked up and asked Li Xiu for his opinion. Should we go? We can't handle a group of S-level monsters.
When Li Xiu heard the word S-level, his eyes suddenly lit up.
S-level monsters are already very good. Just enough time for me to collect a wave of gene chains. Go ahead, just consider it as responding to the official call.
Li Xiu said with a smile. Naturally, the people from the Tyrannosaurus Guild had no objections. They now have Li Xiu as their anchor.
Confidence also increased a lot.
Along the way, Yi Sun looked at Li Xiu from time to time, wondering if he could keep Li Xiu.
Maybe his guild could even become a second-rate guild. Etc.
The 10,000 chi in blood in the tactical glasses is the limit of the glasses.
Could it be that Li Xiu's true strength is even higher than 10,000 chi in blood? But he is just a student. Etc. Student. Longwu University? Could it be the Shadow God Pillar who lives in seclusion in Longwu University? After all, as time goes by, the public knows more and more about the Shadow God Pillar. What we know so far is he lived in seclusion at Longwu University.
Thinking of this, Yi Sun's breathing became a little faster.
It's really possible. If Li Xiu were allowed to join as a formal member. She didn't dare to think about it. If he wants to stay, I'll do anything. No problem. Li Xiu noticed her gaze and immediately smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Ah. Nothing."
Her face turned red and she quickly lowered her head.
Lillian whispered, "The scent of this woman just changed. She wants to mate with you." Li Xiu raised his hand and pinched her fat face. "Shut up, but do you still have this ability?" Lillian nodded. "Your human scent is very distinct." Everyone followed the direction provided by the equipment and headed towards the location where Tianyu's military was in distress. It took about half an hour to walk.
The group came to a hillside, and a few of them looked down at the valley in the distance.
You can see that there are about 8 people in the Tianyu army. A master-level warrior. Most of the rest are around blade level. Li Xiu's focus was more on the strange beasts.
Flame Demon Bull, S-rank exotic beast, HP, 13,000 calories. Comments: adult flame demon bulls have delicious meat with a superior taste. They don't need to be cooked at all, as their flesh and blood are flames themselves. Looking at the unreliable reviews of the system. Although the flame demon bull is a cow, its entire body is made up of fire elements and is completely inedible. A master warrior from the Tianyu army knocked a flaming bull away with one punch. The latter's huge body fell to the ground, and after a moment he struggled to stand up. And the strong man had already jumped high. He raised his hand and condensed an ice sword, which instantly pierced into the demon bull's head. Puff! The demon bull trembled all over. Then the flames all over his body went out. The body is like lava, gradually solidifying as it dies. What a magical creature! But these scenes scared several people from the Tyrannosaurus Guild. Grandmaster level warriors.
And a group of S-level exotic beasts. Doggone swallowed. This is not something we can bear.
Li Xiao noticed that there were 17 flaming bulls in the field.
It must be that the Tianyu army had intruded into their territory. In addition, the Tianyu army is led by only one Grandmaster-level warrior.
This gave the flame demon bull the courage to eat them.
Good stuff.
Li Xiao was so envious of the genetic chains of these fiery demon bulls. Finally, there are special effects for RMB players. At this time, more and more guild members came to support from a distance. However, due to the threat of S-level monsters, they all hesitated to move forward.
Just discussing it. These demon bulls are too strong. They are full of energy and blood. They are not something that a small guild like us can handle. What else are you talking about? It's more than that. Look, even the masters of the Tianyu army can't hold on. We have thousands of HP. Why are you going over there to join in the fun? Look. It's Shen Yuanlinger, the vice president of the Lanlin Union, who has brought people here. Oh my god. Such a beautiful lady. Where is she? Everyone turned their eyes to the other side.
I saw 5 men and women in blue combat uniforms slowly walking towards me. The leader had long dark green hair. He is about 1.6 meters tall and has emerald green eyes.
It was the vice president of the Lanlin Guild, Shen Yuanlinger.
She looked at the situation very calmly and took off her gloves.
17 adult demon bulls are not easy to deal with, but the Tianyu army is in imminent danger. Those who are afraid of death don't have to go.
The team members behind her immediately said, "The vice president underestimated us."
Retreating now. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for the Blue Scale Union? Shen Yuanlinger smiled faintly. Boom.
His aura suddenly changed, and 7 golden gene chains surrounded his body.
The pressure of the Grandmaster level is coming. Lanlin, follow me and attack. Boom boom boom.
The 4 people behind him were surrounded by various genetic chains, but none of them had blood and energy lower than the master level. It turns out to be a configuration of 1 Grandmaster and 4 Masters.
This scene. The envy of other guilds. The Super Union's background is so terrifying. Chapter 51. Who is this idiot?
As Shen Yuanlinger led his men into the battlefield, the Tianyu army suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The Tianyu army Grandmaster exclaimed, as expected of the vice president of the Lanlin Guild.
At this moment, Shen Yuanlinger pulled out a dagger that looked like a snake's tooth from her waist. The figure shuttled between several flaming bulls.
Several flaming bulls were suddenly shocked, and the flames on their bodies suddenly dimmed, indicating that they were seriously injured.
Then 4 master-level warrior teammates stepped forward again to finish off the opponent. Harvest in an instant.
Suddenly, she drew her sword to defend herself, and a demon bull was right in front of her.
Boom! Under the terrifying collision, its body slides backward, floating like a wild goose.
People from the surrounding small guilds all complimented him.
As expected of the vice president of the Lanlin Guild. She's so beautiful. Otherwise, why is she called the Blue Scale Fairy? But it seems she is the Poison Fairy. Yes. She has an S-level Vicious Dragon Gene Chain. On the hillside now. Yi Sin asked curiously, Li Xiao, aren't you going down to help? Li Xiao shook his head. Interesting, let's wait a moment. Buzz buzz buzz. Xiaoya's expression changed. Did you hear any sound?
Yi Sun also frowned.
There's really some movement. It's underground. Li Xiao reminded.
Li Xiao could clearly sense that something was about to come out from underground.
Boom boom boom.
A terrifying tremor resounded throughout the valley.
The masters of the Lanlin Guild and the Tianyu army are fighting.
They all noticed something unusual.
Shen Yuanlinger was about to turn around and say something. Boom!
The ground beneath my feet collapsed in an instant. Then a sharp spike pierced her abdomen.
You know, she is a master-level expert. The protective energy is extremely strong.
She turned her head with difficulty, and her body was slowly lifted up by a huge figure. I saw a metallic creature walking with 8 long legs and bearing its fangs and claws.
The strange thing is its head. The creature had a humanoid face. It turned out to be a monster with a human face and a spider body.
Shen Yuanlinger raised her hand and pressed on the sharp claws that pierced her abdomen.
Puff! Blood splattered and she pulled away.
But then she discovered more than one of these creatures appeared in the valley. However, they were much smaller than the ones that attacked her.
Look at other people.
All the guild members were wary of the strange creatures around them. The Tianyu military who were further away also had pale faces.
Captain, what should we do? Asked a warrior from the Tianyu army.
The Grandmaster level captain said solemnly, don't act rashly.
They are aliens, not beasts. And the leader is only at the super god level. Don't provoke them.
In an instant, the valley fell into a strange stalemate, and no one wanted to break the silence. The giant Spider-Man in the lead didn't seem to have any intention of killing the humans in front of him. Instead, he made a hissing roar at Xianyuanlinger.
And after these creatures appeared,
all the flaming bulls in the valley lowered their heads in obedience.
And at this moment on the hillside, in Li Xiu's sight,
the chi and blood values of these alien races emerged one after another.
21,980, 12,083, 10,283.
The biggest Spider-Man's HP has exceeded 20,000, his strength is indeed good.
Li Xiu muttered to himself. Lillian, wait here for me.
I'm going down to pretend, I'm going down to fight in the wild. Li Xiu climbed down the hillside and walked towards the center of the battlefield.
The crowd was on edge and had no intention of paying any attention to him.
At this time, Xianyuanlinger's forehead was covered with cold sweat.
What race are you? Spider-Man roared again. Xianyuanlinger.
Another alien race with a different language, but this is quite common among alien races. After all, only a few alien races can communicate with humans. Most alien races do not have the ability to communicate with humans. For a moment, the people on both sides dared not move.
The atmosphere is solemn. The storm is coming.
But at this moment, everyone noticed a young man strolling towards them.
Xianyuanlinger lowered her voice. Hey you, don't come over here, can't you see something's going on? Those Spider-Men were also very curious. What did this human want to do?
Li Xiu's eyes were choosing among the demon bulls lying on the ground. That's right, he is here to play jungle.
The higher the chi and blood, the better.
Li Xiu raised his hand. The three small flying knives seized from Zhang Yidao were suspended in the palm of his hand.
Hey there! What are you doing, brother? The master-level captain of the Tianyu army finally couldn't help but say. Li Xiu smiled faintly and pointed. Whoosh whoosh. Puff.
The poor fiery demon bull fell to the ground and died in front of everyone.
The flames on his body went out. Ding! Host's divine power is unparalleled.
Killed the flame demon bull, increasing HP by 102321.
Flame demon bull gene chain? 2.
That's right, if you kill an S-level or above monster, you can often obtain 1 to 3 gene chains. Otherwise, it would take a long time to collect 9 gene chains for some rare beasts.
Ouch! The leading Spider-Man seemed extremely angry.
All the Spider-Men rushed towards the forces in all directions like crazy after hearing this roar.
The situation was getting out of control. Xianyuanlinger was furious. Who the hell are you? You're kidding me. Bang!
She had been slapped away by the Spider-Man leader's claw.
Everyone was instantly caught in a tough fight. The captain of the Tianyu army roared, who is that guy? If I can get out of this alive, I will make him pay the price.
Xianyuanlinger got up from the ground, her blood boiling, and she was ready to fight.
Which guild are you from, you idiot? Can't you see the situation?
Li Xiu said calmly, I'm from the Tyrannosaurus Guild.
What Tyrannosaurus Guild? I've never heard of it.
Xianyuanlinger said bitterly, everyone is going to be killed by you. At this time, several more people rushed down the hillside.
Yi Sun, the leader, shouted, the Tyrannosaurus Guild is here. The human race will win.
Xianyuanlinger then remembered the Tyrannosaurus Guild.
An inferior. You guys really killed me. It seems that the human race is about to be completely wiped out.
Li Xiu raised his hand and took out a long sword that looked like a meteorite from the system space.
Xianyuanlinger felt like she had seen this thing somewhere.
The next moment, Li Xiu turned into a long rainbow and soared into the sky. The terrifying energy and blood power surged wildly.
Almost in an instant, everyone was suppressed to the ground under the terrifying pressure. Bang bang bang.
The noise continued. Whether it is a guild, the military, or alien races. They all lay on the ground, unable to move. Li Xiaodao said, "You guys are too impatient to start a fight over a disagreement.
Reflect on this." Everyone was shocked. Holy shit! I can't move. What kind of pressure is this? President! President! Xian Yuanlinger's body was pressed tightly against the ground. How is this possible? I'm a master-level expert. Who the hell is he? Li Xiao threw out the meteoric blade, slashing out a red light. Directly killed all the flaming bulls present. Ding! Kill 12 flame demon bulls, gaining HP reward, 130-8290. Obtained 19 flame demon bull gene chains. Okay, that's enough. Li Xiao felt the complete genetic skills that appeared in his body. Feeling happy. Chapter 52, Strange Changes in the Capital. Everyone's summer vacation trip. Li Xiao looked at the spider alien that he had suppressed to the ground. The Spider-Man leader suddenly revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Who understands? Today a group of robbers came and stole my cows, and I still had to smile apologetically. As an alien race, it is naturally not a fool. The energy and blood that Li Xiao just displayed frightened their entire clan. We must not anger this big guy at this moment. After a while, the reinforcements of the Tianyu army arrived, and after discussion, the danger level of this secret place was redefined. Because of the existence of S-level monsters and spider monsters. Now changed to S-level secret realm. Li Xiao looked at the Tianyu army who were collectively saluting him. Okay, you don't have to be so serious. The leading Tianyu army officer complimented, No, if it weren't for you, our team might have been wiped out. Yi Sun walked to Li Xiao and respectfully handed him a list with the guild seal. Shinju, the internship certificate you requested. Oh my god. No one would believe me if I told them. The Shadow God Pillar actually came to our guild for an internship. Li Xiao picked up the paper angrily. He sighed, the fun of the internship disappeared the moment my identity was exposed. Lillian raised her little face, so, Li Xiao, where are we going next? Li Xiao's phone suddenly received a message alert. Turn on your phone. Ying Yi's profile picture shook. When I opened it, I first found a missed voice call. Li Xiao was slaughtering the flame demon bull at that time, so he didn't receive the call. And then, she left another message, save me. Li Xiao frowned deeply. What was going on, considering Ying Yi's unreliability? He casually clicked on the voice call. Beep, beep, beep. Dragon Dynasty, the capital. The black and gold building complex exudes royal style. In a deep palace. Ying Yi's cell phone kept vibrating on the ground. Buzz. At this moment, an old man with gray hair and wearing a black and gold robe raised his hand and pinched her neck. Teacups and preserved fruits were scattered on the ground, and it was obvious that the two had been drinking tea and chatting together before. Ying Yi, oh Ying Yi. Even though I have abdicated, it's not something a little girl like you can disobey. Ying Yi's chi and blood were blocked, and she weakly patted his arm with her little hands. The man then let go. Plop. Ying Yi fell to the ground. Father. Please give me a little more time. I will definitely be with Shadow God Pillar. I will definitely prove my worth. The man in front of him is Ying Yi's father, the current emperor, Ying Ru. Ying? Who is he? Ying Ru squatted down. He pressed his wrinkled face against Ying Yi's face. Father has found a way to achieve eternal life. But I need your cooperation. There was a mad look in his eyes. Ying Yi looked worried. My father was obsessed with eternal life, so he passed the throne to me early. Originally, the royal family ordered me to contact Li Xiao to consolidate the royal status. But now my father says that it is no longer necessary? Could it be that he found a better backer? She struggled to sit up. Father, what are you talking about? Ying Ru smiled grimly, the human body has its limits. Father has figured it out. As long as he doesn't become a human, it will be fine. Let me introduce someone to you. Special envoy. Please come out for a moment. A figure slowly emerged from the air. Ying Yi looked at the figure, her mouth slightly opened. Ancient. Ancient Emperor clan? Li Xiao left Nanshui City with doubts in his heart. At this moment, he was on a hydrogen-powered train on his way back to Lintian City.
In the dormitory group, several roommates are chatting.
Li Xiu, you received it too? Don't eat peanuts. Yeah, I got it.
His Majesty said to save her.
The three of us are going to find you now.
Monkey falls in love with tree. I called the police and the armed police, and they said I was crazy.
Dormitory head, it seems something really happened. I can't get in touch with him anymore.
Li Xiu leaned back slightly.
It seems something has happened in the capital, everyone. We have to go there. At this moment, the train sounded. We have arrived at Lintian City. Passengers getting off, please prepare yourself.
Li Xiu hurriedly got up and reunited with his roommates.
As soon as I walked out of the station, I saw three psychopaths in windbreakers. Li Xiu. What are you guys dressed like? Lin Yu was seen wearing sunglasses and a windbreaker.
Then the other two were exactly the same. Su Hangyuan said, the King's Rescue Special Forces, we've prepared some for you, as well as Lillian's. Li Xiu frowned slightly, I can't complain. Anyway, there are only two possibilities now.
One is that it's a prank, and Ying Yi is fine. I think as the Empress, the probability of something happening to her is extremely low. But if something does happen, it will be a big deal.
The three friends nodded. Li Xiu took out his phone and said, don't make any wild guesses. I'm a very important figure in Longchao.
I'll ask the governor to investigate. Hello, Shen Anren.
Although the three roommates knew that Li Xiu was the shadow god pillar, they were still surprised to see with their own eyes the feeling of a high-ranking figure talking on the phone with Li Xiu. It still has full impact.
Okay, I got it.
Li Xiu put down the phone. Seeing the three people's expectant eyes, Li Xiu said calmly, the governor asked someone to ask.
I heard that Ying Yi is fine and is even attending tutoring classes today. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief and asked, then do we still want to go?
Li Xiu said in a deep voice, Shen Anren said she would send me photos of the Empress's life on that day from the government website.
Lin Yu nodded.
As the Empress, I must publish the photos and videos of the day every day.
This is also to prevent anyone from concealing the Emperor's physical condition and plotting something bad.
Although the royal family's power is not as great now, the tradition has been preserved.
Li Xiu nodded.
Now most of the royal power has been divided up by the central parliament. After all, as the times change, pure centralization will definitely not work.
Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by a vibrating sound. Shen Anren sent a photo. Photos of the activities on the day of Ying Yi. 4 people gathered around the phone screen. Ying Yi looks good.
Her chest has become more swollen after not seeing her for a few days.
Yeah, it seems like she's attending a royal etiquette class. She's smiling so happily. Look at her happy face.
The three of them breathed a sigh of relief.
That's all right, go home.
Li Xiu suddenly turned around.
Lin Yu asked doubtfully, where are you going, Li Xiu?
Li Xiu said without turning his head, go to the capital.
It would be best if nothing happens. But don't you think her smile is a bit exaggerated? Ying Yi hates going to class anyway, and she can't act genuinely happy. If I'm overthinking it, then just treat it as a summer vacation trip.
The three friends naturally had no objection.
Anyway, it's right at the station, so it's convenient to buy tickets. But Lillian ran into trouble again when buying the ticket.
Li Xiu looked at the Zerg staff member in front of him with insect tentacles on his forehead.
Then he reasoned, I could buy it before, why can't I buy it now?
The three friends also helped out.
That's right. Do you know who is standing in front of you? You're really causing trouble, aren't you?
The Zerg staff member was surprisingly friendly.
Sir, your pet, can't pass security, and it's not a human. And they're not registered aliens or beasts, not to mention you're going to the capital. For the harmony and stability of the capital, I hope you can understand. If you don't understand, please call 12345 and file a complaint yourself. Thank you. Li Xiu. Chapter 53, Imperial City Storm I. Li Xiu let out a breath. Are you trying to make things difficult for college students? Okay, I'll call right away. Hello, Shen Anren. The crowd around laughed at him. Shen Anren? That guy is kidding, right? A college student calling the governor?
That's right, college students nowadays are very impetuous and have even learned to cheat people.
Just when everyone was waiting for Li Xiu to make a fool of himself. The station leader ran out wiping the sweat off his face, and bowed as he invited Li Xiu into the carriage. History always repeats itself.
Lin Yu sighed. Li Xiu is a big shot now, so the treatment he receives is different.
They even upgraded us to first class. Who said it wasn't? I couldn't even imagine having this kind of seat before. Huang Yuan lay comfortably. There are free seat massages. So cool. Su Hangyuan glanced at them and sneered, everyone. Have you forgotten our current operation? The Empress is playing with the plan. Bah. Ron. Save the Empress plan.
You accidentally let something slip just now, the three of them said in unison. At this moment, Li Xiu suddenly picked up his phone and said, He started replying to messages.
What? Did she say anything?
Li Xiu replied, she said she's fine and has been busy with classes lately, so she hasn't been replying to everyone's messages.
That's okay. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She calls me classmate Li Xiu. Li Xiu raised his eyes and looked at the three of them. Damn it. This is not right. Su Hangyuan frowned. Huang Yuan raised his hand and rubbed his brow. What happened in the capital? Capital city. In the dim room, Yingyi was naked.
The body is covered with densely packed electronic synapses. One end of the synapse is connected to a strange alien-style device. A woman in a black and gold dragon costume stood not far from her, and she looked 90% similar to her.
Yingyi, I never thought that one day you would end up like this. Yingyi smiled.
The woman in front of him was his substitute. Thinking carefully, he wondered how long his father had been planning this. When this substitute appeared,
she was shocked. But now, his cultivation has been sealed. Become a petri dish. My father's plan. It's absolutely disgusting. It's completely inhumane. She weakly raised her eyes to look at the stand-in in front of her. Li Xiu, he's my classmate. The stand narrowed his eyes. What did you just say? How hilarious. A divine pillar. A classmate. Will they become enemies with the entire royal family just for you? Give up your foolish hopes.
After she finished speaking, she swung her black and gold dragon robe and turned to leave.
By the way, your classmates are still chatting with me. Who knows, maybe your classmate Li Xiu will fall in love with me. Ha ha ha. Xiu. Try to trick her. This woman is most likely not Yingyi. Damn it. Su Hangyuan said hatefully.
Lin Yu also nodded, Your Majesty shouldn't use that tone.
Li Xiu agreed. No rush, if there's a problem, we'll know soon. That's right. We have Li Xiu here. We can even break into the palace. Su Hangyuan nodded.
Lillian on the side was eating snacks, her little mouth was stuffed full. He ate bread and milk like crazy.
Suddenly the train issued an announcement. The train is about to arrive in Beijing.
Please enjoy your journey, passengers.
The ancient capital welcomes you. The 5 people stood up.
The windbreaker flutters.
Set off.
The 5 of them left the station.
I found a luxury limousine parked outside the station.
More than a dozen royal guards with fluctuating auras had been waiting for a long time.
One of the female officials was wearing palace clothes and had a rosy face. Her body is like a lotus. He bowed slightly.
Head of the inner court, Yunru, I pay my respects to the divine pillar and to all the students.
Your Majesty has prepared a welcome banquet. I will take everyone there right away.
Li Xiu suddenly realized that he was exposed. It was not surprising, as he and others took their ID cards to get on the bus. It would be strange if it wasn't exposed. But he had nothing to hide when he came to see his classmates.
However, she said that meeting His Majesty is fine, so I would like to see it. What does the royal family have to play with me? Suddenly, the 3 friends took a step forward. Everyone had a standard pig brother smile on their face. Sister Yunru, you are so beautiful. Yes. You're so polite. Sister, let me show you a magic trick.
Yunru raised her hand to cover her mouth. He, you college students are still interesting.
Li Xiu.
Luxury cars are driving smoothly.
Li Xiu looked at the scenery of the capital through the window.
In this world, there had not been many civil wars in the history of the Dragon Dynasty.
Because humans have a common enemy.
Therefore, the dynasty did not experience a change. Only then could the Dragon Dynasty continue to this day. The 3 roommates gradually lost themselves in Yunru's every move and smile.
Ha, you guys are so talented and amazing. It's not easy to get into Lanwu University. Su Hongyuan's face flushed. No, no.
We are just the logistics mecca.
Yunru smiled lightly. What's wrong with logistics? I'm from the inner court, so I'm also in logistics. Huang Yuan gave a thumbs up. Sister, you're so young and you're already the head of the inner court. You're amazing. You have a bright future ahead of you. Yunru smiled. Chatting with others is a compulsory course for people like them. Her beautiful eyes moved and looked at Li Xiu. Is the Shadow God Pillar interested in the capital? After the banquet, I can take you to visit the scenic spots privately.
Bailong Lake, Wangtianya, and Minghua Lake are all famous scenic spots in Beijing.
Li Xiu kept smiling. Okay, let's meet Yingyi first, then we can talk about it. Will you take me out to play privately? How do you do it privately? Even at night?
Li Xiu sneered in his heart. It was just royal public relations, he could tell from the way she looked.
Looks like he's chatting with someone.
In fact, everyone was taken care of.
My husband turned it off.
Li Xiu's words made the atmosphere slightly dull.
The three friends immediately sat up straight. Li Xiu, what are you talking about? Sister Yunru is so pure and innocent. How can you make such dirty jokes? That's right. Don't lower the quality of our dormitory.
Li Xiu smiled.
Pure and innocent? You three shouldn't be too outrageous.
Yunru raised her hand and gently stroked her cheek. Then he looked up at Li Xiu meaningfully.
That depends on what you think, Shinju.
At this time, the vehicle slowly stopped.
We have arrived at the banquet venue.
Yunru got out of the car and opened the door for Li Xiu personally. Li Xiu got out of the car with a smile and reached out to pinch the soft flesh on her waist. Then the woman instinctively leaned her waist towards him.
It's confirmed. Husband relationship.
The clouds are like looking around, the enchanting smoke is moving. Everyone looked up at the reception room in front of them. The architectural style is based on black and gold.
A warrior in gorgeous armor stood at the door. These armors are extraordinary at first glance.
At this time, a woman was wearing a gorgeous dragon robe. With a bright smile on his face, he walked towards Li Xiu and others.
It was Yingyi.
But Li Xiu narrowed his eyes.
She is not the real Yingyi. Chapter 54, Imperial City Storm 2, please think twice.
Li Xiu's system can observe qi and blood data. Although the health value of the Yingyi in front of him is around 3,000, it is more than 100 less than that of the real Yingyi.
Yingyi is so young.
It is unlikely that the power of qi and blood would decrease instead of increase. The Yingyi in front of him said gently, "Thank you all for coming from afar and your hard work."
Ling Yu smiled. Su Yuan Hang was silent. Huang Yuan pursed his lips. Although the three of them are unreliable, they are not fools.
I could tell at the first moment whether the Yingyi in front of me was real or not.
That feeling that something is wrong.
An uncomfortable, awkward feeling.
After a while, everyone sat down. On a rectangular exquisite red sandalwood table.
Special waiters added wine and food for everyone. Without exception, these waiters are all extremely beautiful girls, and any one of them is a school beauty.
Obviously carefully planned.
Li Xiu smiled faintly. Yingyi, last time I took you to eat barbecue, you said the taste was too strong.
As expected, the food in your capital is still bland.
Yingyi put down her silver chopsticks and said, "No, I enjoyed the meal that day." She was confused, he obviously doubted herself.
But what went wrong with her and why did she reveal her flaw? You know, she is almost the same as Yingyi Chang. Huang Yuan and the other two were obviously not paying attention while eating.
After all, there was obviously something wrong with the woman in front of him. But Li Xiu didn't say anything.
They didn't dare to speak out.
In fact, Li Xiu thought the food was quite delicious. Lillian especially enjoyed her meal very much. In fact, Li Xiu's perception of qi and blood had already covered the entire city. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He found you. Judging from the fluctuations of qi and blood, the real Yingyi should be safe for the time being. At this time, Lillian grabbed a piece of beef. He opened his little mouth and spit out a ball of purple lightning.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Black smoke instantly rose from the beef.
The little girl then put the beef into her mouth with satisfaction.
Her action alerted the guards in the hall. A child who can unleash thunder? He's obviously not a simple person. when dinner is almost done.
Li Xiu slowly stood up. Thank you for your hospitality, young lady.
Now, we have to go find our classmates. Ying Yi's expression changed. Student Li Xiu. What are you talking about? What do you mean you're going to look for your classmates? I'm your classmate, right?
Li Xiu leaned slightly to the side and said, listen to yourself and see if it's embarrassing or not.
He moved forward slowly. All the guards in the hall walked towards him.
Li Xiu said calmly, it's not easy for you to work here. Anyone who comes within 100 steps of me will die. The three roommates followed Li Xiu closely. Su Hangyuan turned around and rolled his eyes at the Empress's stand-in.
Ha! You are far worse than Ying Yi. Ugly. Looking at the direction the five people left.
The stand-in's face changed drastically.
Oh no! Someone, come! Notify the Emperor.
The Shadow God pillar has seen through it.
He's heading towards the palace. In the inner court of the Imperial Palace, there is an empty side hall.
An old man in a black robe sat on a stone bench.
Standing beside him was the man from the ancient Emperor clan whose skin was as dull as deathly gray. What should I do? I did everything according to what the ancient Emperor clan said. But now, Lietian's grandson is about to attack us. Are we taking too much risk? The ancient emperor smiled faintly. Yingru, don't worry. Use your daughter's belly to produce a hybrid of the ancient emperor and the human race. Then transfer your consciousness. This is just our holy king's first plan. It would be fine if Li Xiu didn't come. If he dares to come, we have a second plan. Yingru's expression changed slightly. What do you mean? The descendants of Lai Tian must die.
A cold light flashed in his eyes.
But, if this kid's blood and energy really exceeds 60,000? Yingru, why do you still need your daughter to provide a body? Isn't it better to just use his? A body that surpasses the limits of humanity. Living another 1,000 years won't be a problem for you.
Yingru's eyes lit up, as if it was indeed the case if everything goes well.
A divine pillar's body is indeed quite good. The ancient emperor smiled and said, follow the plan. Let's start step by step. Shadow God Pillar. Whether or not you can recreate the glory of the fierce Sky God Pillar. Even if you are better than me, my clan will crush you to pieces.
Yingru turned to a guard and ordered, send a message to the Moon Breath Divine Pillar and the Shadow Divine Pillar to rebel.
Order her to support the Imperial City.
Also, send a message to the capital's garrison to destroy the Shadow.
By the way, he seems to have relatives in Tianyu. Catch them for me. Yingru's last sentence was almost hysterical. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes. Anyone who hinders my immortality should all die.
When Li Xiu brought his men to the gate of the Imperial City, the mighty Imperial City garrison has surrounded him in 3 layers.
The soldiers wore traditional black and gold armor. There are many strong ones among them.
Among them came out 2 generals, a man and a woman.
From a distance, he said in a deep voice. Imperial City Garrison. Commander. Chang Wuya. Deputy General. Chang Wulan. Please, Divine Pillar, turn back.
After saying that, the 2 of them bowed and clasped their hands.
Li Xiu raised his eyes and looked at the 2 of them. Are you brother and sister? Chang Wuya and Chang Wulan nodded. We're twins. Li Xiu nodded. Ying Yi is in trouble. She's my classmate. I'm going to save him. Get out of the way.
At this moment, a figure strode over with a black and gold dragon robe fluttering on his body.
Bullshit.
Ying Yi's stand-in shouted angrily.
I am right here. What rescue? Someone, come. Shadow God Pillar. He has already committed treason. Kill them on the spot.
Li Xiu's 3 dog-headed roommates immediately started to attack.
Kill your sister. Kill Nima. We are traitors? What are you talking about? You are not Ying Yi at all. You're showing off.
Facing the vulgar verbal battle among 3 dog-headed roommates,
Ying Yi's body heaved with anger. 2 generals of the Qing family. What are you waiting for?
Li Xiu glanced at the stand-in and said, Lillian, this woman is a bit noisy.
All right. I'll take her head off. Ouch. Amidst the loud dragon roar, Lillian turned into a ray of lightning. A series of crackling sounds. A dark electric burn mark was left on the ground.
He punched towards Ying Yi's stand-in.
Bold! Li Xiu, how dare you attack His Majesty? The Qing brothers and sisters instantly appeared in front of Ying Yi, back to back. Throw a punch at the same time. Bang! Amidst the crackling explosions of lightning,
the 8 golden gene chains on the brother and sister's bodies flashed wildly.
An Eastern Azure Dragon was moving over the two of them. Bang! Lillian actually took 3 steps back before she could steady herself. Ah! How is this possible? You guys suddenly became stronger. Li Xiu glanced at the two of them and said calmly. You two are only at the national level in terms of qi and blood, yet you were able to connect your qi and blood the moment you attacked at the same time. The instantaneous peak reached over 20,000. The capital city is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The Qing sisters were also shocked. They couldn't tell what race this little girl was. It's ridiculously strong. Such a powerful creature. Yet it follows the Shadow God pillar? The two of them immediately looked at each other, clasped their fists again and advised. Please ask the Divine Pillar. Back off. Please ask the Divine Pillar. Think twice. Please ask the Divine Pillar. Surrender. Chapter 55 Imperial City Storm 3, Contest in the Drizzle. Oh? Let me surrender? Who the hell are you? You're not worthy of being captured. Seeing that Lillian was still unconvinced and wanted to attack, Li Xiu slowly took a step forward. Lillian, step back. I want to see how these Qing brothers and sisters want me to be captured. Lillian nodded obediently. He trotted back behind Li Xiu. He also waved his fist at the Qing brothers and sisters. The Qing brothers and sisters did not dare to neglect. Cheng Wuya said loudly, I've heard for a long time that the Shadow God pillar has already broken through the limits of the human race. He is the pillar of our human race. Qing brothers and sisters. I've been wanting to learn a thing or two. Cheng Wuya looked at his sister lovingly and said, I have a request. If the divine pillar can defeat the two of us, I hope you can spare my sister's life. Brother. Cheng Wulan glanced at his brother. We are one. How can I live in disgrace? Cheng Wuya smiled and thought of his sister's personality. Good. My brother and I. We got what we asked for today. He roared, all garrisons. Prepare for battle. Your Majesty, please leave. Although I could feel the garrison's determination to die. But the Empress's substitute was not sure whether these people could capture Li Xiu. So he immediately turned around and retreated. At this moment, Li Xiu stepped forward and said calmly, You asked for benevolence and you got it. That's a nice thought. Seeing Li Xiu approaching, the Qing siblings took a step forward at the same time. Raise your hand and make a fist. The 8th gene chain in his body flashed wildly. Xinglong fights in the sky. The brother and sister punched at the same time. 2 green dragons soared into the sky. 2 become 1 in an instant. At this moment, their qi and blood are connected to each other. A green dragon shadow bit towards Li Xiu. At the same time, the qi and blood in Li Xiu's body suddenly burst out. 9 dragons of qi and blood emerged from his body. Protect your master on your own. Tear the azure dragon into pieces. Cheng Wuya cried out in surprise, What? Qi and blood become spirits. This is the legendary qi and blood vision. Can we stop someone like this? The morale of the garrison soldiers behind the Qing brothers and sisters suddenly became chaotic. Some even began to retreat. The 2 sisters looked at each other and smiled sadly. Li Xiu glanced at the 2 of them and said, I told you, that woman is fake. With my strength, is it necessary to lie to you? Who do you think you are? Upon hearing this, the 2 men looked visibly shaken, because what Li Xiu said was right. Li Xiu shook his head, All right. Go to sleep. I'll put things right. He just raised his hand casually. The terrifying aura instantly turned into a giant palm. The 2 of them were slapped away directly. Bang! The 2 men crashed into the city wall and fell to the ground unconscious. Seeing this, the other soldiers retreated tremblingly. Li Xiu raised his hand again. Thousands of soldiers were swept away from the palace gate like garbage. Okay, it's quiet now, let's go. The 3 friends swallowed. Awesome. Li Xiu is so awesome. Go, go, go. Follow closely. A group of 5 people entered the palace. Dad Ada.
An inner courtguard in armor came to a high platform.
Ing Ru sat in the pavilion. Your Majesty. Shadow easily broke through the garrison.
Ing Ru picked up a peanut from the cold plate.
Peel it open and put it in your mouth. Aha, is my sister Yueshi here yet? Your Majesty, we have arrived. Wow.
He stood up and said, it's time to watch something exciting. The battle of the century.
Li Xiu and the other 4 were walking forward.
Suddenly a figure slowly floated down.
A moon-breathing divine pillar in white.
Li Xiu met her eyes.
2 blushes appeared on Yueshi's pretty face. I absorbed what you gave me. Thanks.
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. This woman's energy and blood were a little stronger than before. Congratulations, you've successfully broken through the 30,000 limit.
Yeah. Yushi looked up at Li Xiu and said, what are you doing? My brother, the Emperor, is so anxious to ask me to come back.
Li Xiu smiled, something happened to Ing Yi. I'll go check it out, and no one will stop me.
Oh, that's just a small matter.
Her beautiful eyes lit up.
Anyway, I've been recalled.
That's perfect.
Let's fight again.
I want to see how big the gap is between us after breaking through the limit.
Li Xiu nodded, all right. But I'll be honest.
Even if you break through, you'll still be no different from a child in front of me.
Forehead? Child.
Yueshi blushed.
What did he mean?
He meant that although I am over 100 years old.
But in his eyes. Is she as beautiful as a baby? Why does this young man always like to tease me? Really excessive interpretation. Does he have any different thoughts about me? But I can already be his great-grandmother. This is bad, isn't it? Li Xiu raised his hand and waved, monthly interest? What are you dazed for? Weren't you ordered to stop me? Ah.
Yueshi blushed, well, let's start. Li Xiu was suspicious.
Why did this centenarian beauty always blush for no apparent reason? Was it because of social anxiety?
Li Xiu raised his hand, come on.
Good.
Yueshi exuded a terrifying cold aura, and 9 golden chains were spinning wildly.
A layer of solid ice quickly appeared on the ground. Her figure slid away.
He appeared in front of Li Xiu and slapped him with his palm.
A terrifying cold air hit me in the face.
Li Xiu's eyes lit up, not bad. He stretched out his hand and placed it on Yuechi's wrist, which was emitting a terrifying chill.
Pull, then push. Bang. Under the condition of restraining force. Yueshi still groaned. The figure is flying.
A pair of icy wings suddenly unfolded behind him. The decline was interrupted and the figure paused.
Floating up again. At the same time, countless ice cones flew out as the wings vibrated. However, it was melted into drizzle by the energy and blood around Li Xiu.
The 2 of them exchanged no less than 100 moves in the rain.
Deep in the palace. Ing Ru looked up and said, what's going on? There's no murderous aura at all. They're just putting on background music. Are they acting like they're in an idol drama?
The man from the ancient emperor clan beside him said without surprise, anyway, I don't expect the strong men from your human race to do anything to him. Judging from the energy and blood that just leaked out, 60,000 is still too little.
Ing Ru turned sideways and asked, the special envoy is saying that the boy's true strength is even greater than this? Fuck. How did he train like that?
In the drizzle, Li Xiu held Yueshi's wrist. The 2 looked at each other. Li Xiu said calmly, I told you that you are no match for me.
Yuxian said, although I am no match for you, the royal family's background cannot be underestimated.
You must be careful.
Yueshi, let me ask you a question.
Li Xiu's eyes gradually moved closer.
You say.
She lowered her eyes.
Li Xiu laughed, why hasn't the heavy rain stopped yet? Countless ice particles swirled from the moon breath divine pillar and turned into continuous drizzle beside Li Xiu. The 3 people who were watching the fight began to whisper. Am I the only one who is embarrassed? Lin Yu said.
No, I will soon have a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment.
Huang Yuan nodded. Su Hangyuan gritted his teeth and said, why don't they just stop fighting and get a room right here? Li Xiu.
You're flirting with my goddess of the century.
Shameless.
Several people discussed in low voices. Of course, it couldn't be hidden from the two powerful men in the rain. Yueshi took 2 steps back as if she had been electrocuted. There are differences between men and women. Then let's send a private message. Li Xiu took out his cell phone. Yueshi blinked, huh? Okay. Li Xiu looked at the old phone in her hand and asked, huh? Isn't this an old phone? Chapter 56 Imperial City Storm 4, see who he is. Li Xiu and Yueshi both smiled awkwardly. In fact, as the pillars of the Dragon Dynasty, sending private messages to each other is naturally for work. Li Xiu never thought of doing anything bloody. An old phone? I don't have the habit of using mobile phones. The phone I have is a gift from someone. I'll go change my phone and come see you later, she said in a low voice with a red face. He immediately turned around and said, Ing-Ru. This divine pillar knows that he is no match for you. It is impossible to stop him. Back off now, you royal mess. Don't bother with me again. After saying that, she gave Li Xiu a stunning smile. Float away. Su Hangyuan walked over to Li Xiu while picking his nose. Xiu, what did you do? This woman seems to treat you differently. I've seen him twice in total, and both times he was fighting. What's the difference? Li Xiu said indifferently. Lin Yu and Huang Yuan came up with Lillian. Hurry up, our Athena is still waiting for us to save her. Li Xiu nodded, it shouldn't be far away, just ahead. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front. The man was wearing a long black gown and was as thin as a bamboo pole. But Li Xiu recognized his identity at a glance. Ancient Emperor Clan? Li Xiu frowned slightly. A member of the Ancient Emperor Clan appeared in the Dragon Dynasty's palace. It's really interesting. The Ancient Emperor smiled faintly and said, I am the Holy King of the Ancient Emperor. Please take a seat. First military advisor, you can call me Bells. I'm not interested in the names of those chickens and dogs. Li Xiu looked at the Ancient Emperor Clan in front of him indifferently. Qi and Blood, 47802. Your Qi and Blood are very strong. In Li Xiu's opinion, such Qi and Blood are much stronger than those of ordinary human divine pillars. It seems that it really takes mechas and human lives to kill such a race. But you are not qualified to stop me. I think you should know that. Li Xiu didn't think that a military strategist from the Ancient Emperor Clan showed up to die. Bells nodded slightly, Mr. Li Xiu, it's not my turn to fight you now. I'm just here to persuade you. With your ability, if you just stop meddling in other people's business, your life will be much better. After saying this, he shook slightly and disappeared on the spot. Li Xiu frowned, let's go. Li Xiu led his men directly through the corridor and past the palace gate. The journey was smooth, and we arrived outside a towering palace. Crouching Phoenix Palace? Lin Yu beside him said, this is His Majesty's bedroom. Yingyi should be inside. Su Hangyuan rubbed his hands together, what are we waiting for? Let's go, Shadow God Team. Shadow God Team? Su Hangyuan nodded. Giving it a name would make it more interesting. You're a middle school idiot. Li Xiu was too tired to complain about the name. At this time, the substitute Yingyi pushed open the door of the hall and slowly walked out. At the same time, several guards were guarding a man with dark yellow skin, gray hair at the temples, and a sickly-looking skin. Lin Yu immediately whispered in Li Xiu's ear, this is Yingyi's father, the Emperor Ing-Ru. Oh? Li Xiu took a look at the old man. Qi and Blood, 194. Qi and Blood decline? Ing-Ru laughed heartily, the Lytian divine pillar has a good grandson. Li Xiu, your grandfather and I were once classmates. Just like you and Yingyi, I am very pleased to see you today. Li Xiu narrowed his eyes, so what are you doing? What happened to Yingyi? A cold light flashed in Ing-Ru's eyes. Does my royal family need your permission, Li Xiu, to do anything? Li Xiu raised his hand and touched the side of his face. You are the retired emperor, right? I am telling you clearly, if you don't release Yingyi, I will destroy this palace of yours. I'm just giving Long Chao and Yingyi some face. That's why I didn't do anything. How dare you? The stand-in Yingyi shouted immediately after hearing this. Li Xiu raised his hand and waved. Bang! The female substitute instantly turned into blood mist. With only 3,000 Qi and Blood, you are just a mosquito or a fly, and you have the right to bark in front of me. Blood foam splashed onto Yingru's face, and he raised his hand to wipe away the blood stains. Greed flashed across his eyes.
What an intoxicating power! You're even stronger than your grandpa, Li Xiu. I admit, I'm jealous. Don't you want to know what happened to Yingyi? Someone, come. Open the door for me.
Let our shadow god pillar see clearly.
Bang bang bang.
Accompanied by a clear mechanical sound. The entire Wolfang Palace suddenly rose up.
The metal structure is constantly exposed. With the combination of gears and machinery, the 12 pillars of the hall rose. This hall is actually a huge mechanical device. 8 trigrams, Shiman Duanjia, life and death exchange. Li Xiu. Do you understand? In the center of this machine is your winning ceremony.
Li Xiu saw Yingyi standing on the mechanical platform, his body covered with countless spikes from the instruments. At this moment she was so fragile and helpless, her face pale.
Anger burned in his eyes. This person is your daughter. What do you want to do?
Li Xiu asked in a low voice.
Yingru raised his hand to his mouth. Oh. I forgot to tell you.
Yingyi is my daughter, we are blood related, so I plan to use her body to implant the child of the ancient emperor clan. Give birth to a hybrid and transplant my brain into it, and I will be able to achieve immortality.
As you know, the lifespan of the ancient emperors far exceeds that of humans.
Li Xiu and his 3 friends were dumbfounded.
Is this all you want?
Li Xiu asked in surprise.
Are you a human being? You old man.
Lin Yu cursed.
Su Hangyuan took off his shoes and threw them out. You're eating shit. What a jerk. You're messing with your daughter's body just to achieve immortality. My 3 views are shattered. Huang Yuan said angrily. Yingru laughed, and the louder he laughed, the more he laughed. What qualifications do you, a bunch of college students, have to criticize me? Wait until you're my age. Wait until you're old. When you want to eat but can't. When you want to play but can't. Show me how to behave like a nobleman. Don't talk nonsense. Li Xiu, stand by my side. I can give you wealth and glory. You can choose any woman in the entire Long dynasty. You can take whatever wealth you want. And you just have to support me.
Li Xiu raised his hand, and a meteorite knife appeared in his hand. A terrifying energy and blood surged on the knife.
Okay. I support you. I support you to die. Get lost. Whoosh. Bang.
A man whose whole body seemed to be welded with cast iron suddenly appeared and punched down.
Boom.
The falling star knife flew back.
Li Xiu looked puzzled. Why did the meteoric blade show resistance just now? Ha ha ha.
Yingru laughed, then pointed at the figure and said,
Li Xiu. You haven't met your grandpa yet. The fiery heavenly pillar.
Li Xiu's eyes turned cold. What did you say? Chapter 57 The Mystery of Grandpa's Death.
My grandpa?
Li Xiu's eyes were gloomy.
Do you know what you are talking about?
Seeing Li Xiu's reaction, Yingru's depression finally subsided a little.
Boy, have you ever seen your grandfather's body?
Seeing Li Xiu remain silent, he continued, it doesn't matter.
It's okay if you don't recognize him. There will always be someone who knows him. Bring people up. Boom boom boom.
Several helicopters arrived from outside the palace.
Yingru smiled and said, Li Xiu. Even though your cultivation is heaven-defying, don't you have any weaknesses? Look who's on the plane with you.
Li Xiu looked up and saw 4 people tied up on one of the helicopters.
Li Xiu's pupils shrank. Aunt Yuehua. Uncle Chen. The Gu brothers and sisters. It was his relatives in Tianyu province.
At this moment, several people who were also tied up were pushed out from several other helicopters.
Huang Yuan screamed, Sister. Mom. What are you doing? What does my Huang Yuan's work have to do with my family?
Lin Yu and Su Hangyuan were also speechless.
Because their families were also on several other planes.
Yingru smiled faintly and said, All right.
Fellow college students, since you are on summer vacation, let me teach you another lesson. Let me show you what the evils of society are. Li Xiu, you can ask your aunt. Is this your grandfather? The fiery heavenly pillar.
His eyes flashed with coldness.
What a Li Xiu.
I want to see how you break through our defenses and surrender before us. I don't believe you don't care about these people's lives. At this moment, Yuehua exclaimed from the circling plane, "It's the patriarch." Chen Wuya, who was standing beside him, was shocked at first, then realized something and cursed angrily, "Fucking Ru. He's your brother. How could you really do that to him? Li Xiao. This is your grandpa. But he has been turned into a puppet." "What? Grandpa? Puppet? My grandfather, who fought for the Dragon Dynasty all his life, was turned into a puppet by the Dragon Dynasty Emperor?" Li Xiao raised his eyes and asked, "What on earth did you do to my grandfather?" Ingru looked at Li Xiao and laughed, "Yes, yes. That's the look, Li Xiao, Li Xiao. You can't blame me for this. You and your grandfather are both geniuses. You deserve to die. After all, why can't I be the genius? How can I sleep well when someone like your grandfather exists? Whether it's women or common people, everyone knows him as the fiery god of war. But they don't know my name, Ingru. Why? Isn't it great now? You, Lai Tian, will always be by my side protecting Long Chao. This is a worthy death, isn't it, Li Xiao? What do you think?" Li Xiao couldn't hold it in any longer. "What the hell is going on? Are you crazy? My grandpa only wants to revitalize the human race. And you think he's a threat?" Li Xiao took another deep breath. "You're simply courting death." "No, no, no." Ingru shook his head. "Li Xiao, you may not know that the initiative is in my hands now. You know nothing about the background of the royal family." He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. "Come on, alien sequence." Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the imperial city buildings began to rise, but this time they were different from the mechanical platform that imprisoned Ingyi. This time, the buildings rose up, revealing pitch-black mechas. These mechas have an insect-like appearance and a flat head. It exudes an unpleasant smell. Seeing this scene, Chen Wuya, who was controlled in the helicopter, turned pale. "I see, that's how it is. Ah, the patriarch died in vain. I'm so remorseful. Li Xiao. Your grandfather died at the hands of these things. He was killed by his own people." "Wow." Li Xiao raised his hand, and 9 streams of qi and blood around him transformed into dragons that soared into the sky. "Ingru. You deserve to die. Colluding with the ancient emperor clan. Killing my grandfather. I'll collect this debt." However, the next moment, a total of 11 figures from various parts of the palace, including the fierce Sky Divine Pillar, rushed onto the mecha. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy mecha started up. In Li Xiao's vision, Grandpa's mecha's 30,003 health was instantly increased to 90,009 health. The other 10 units are all priced above 60,000. No wonder, the battle my grandfather fought was so brutal that even his body couldn't be retrieved. It seems that it is true, the increase in these alien mechas has indeed reached 200%. This is also the reason why Ingru doesn't care when facing this divine pillar with 60,000 energy and blood. He thought Li Xiao's limit was only 60,000 at most. But what's funny is what he thinks is the limit. It's just his perception. He thought he had the bargaining chips only because Li Xiao had not made a move yet. Ingru smiled faintly and said, "Li Xiao, I admit that you are too strong among the human race. After observing your previous battles, your qi and blood are more than 60,000, right? But so what? If you want to save these people, can your qi and blood be more than 100,000? My fellow mechas, you are all powerful ancestors of our dragon dynasty. Now, someone wants to destroy the royal family. I am Ingru. Today, I will eliminate this evil for the Dragon Dynasty royal family." The 11 mechas clasped their fists instantly. For the royal family. Boom. Li Xiao took a step forward, and the floor around him cracked. "I said, if you let me find out the cause of Grandpa's death, I will wipe out their entire family, no matter who it is. Let's start with you, Ingru. You said that my blood and qi limit is only 100,000, okay. Then stack another 100,000. Boom. How is it possible? This energy and blood? This fluctuation?" Ingru was a little stunned. You know, the ancient emperor clan conducted research on the human bloodline. It was discovered that the upper limit of the human race's bloodline could not exceed 100,000. Even if you use a mecha.
That doesn't work either. The physical body will collapse.
But the Li Xiu in front of him was obviously beyond his cognition. On a palace, the black-clad military advisor of the ancient emperor clan, Bells, muttered to himself, "There's something strange about this human."
It's definitely not something these mechas can do. But it doesn't matter. It's just right to let the Saint King do research. Now that the Saint King has broken through the limits of our clan, he also hopes for a battle. He raised his hand and picked up a small coordinate instrument. The secret realm of my ancient emperor clan is about to arrive. Boom, boom, boom.
In the deep space, a free secret realm is opened after the coordinates are opened. It began to descend into this world. On the other side, Li Xiu's already terrifying blood and energy rose again.
Boom. He held the meteoric blade in his hand and his figure was like a cannonball. It instantly smashed into the alien mecha closest to him. In just a moment, flames shot up into the sky from the mecha and it instantly disintegrated. Ing Ru was horrified. How could this happen? Boom, boom, boom. Li Xiu's figure flew out from the flames like a meteor.
A meteor streaked across the sky, and 9 mechas shattered instantly.
The terrifying flames filled the entire imperial city. It's like the end of the world. Chapter 58: The Ancient Emperor's Secret Realm arrives. The collapse of the alien mechas was shocking. Who says that our human race is not invincible? Su Hangyuan danced with joy in the face of this exciting moment. Li Xiu, I will always be your lackey. Huang Yuan and Lin Yu rubbed Lilian's head frantically with excitement. The little girl pouted. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Discharge in place. Plop. The two figures who were numbed by the electric shock fell to the ground. Ing Ru was clearly hysterical at this moment. He stood up and shouted, "Kill them! Kill their families! I want them buried with me!" Li Xiu stood in the air and raised his hand to make a fist. Inside the helicopter, the weapons in the hands of the royal warriors and their bodies were unable to move. Li Xiu roared, "Lilian, save her!" The little girl nodded immediately, click. Turned into a ball of lightning and rushed towards several helicopters. Boom, boom, boom. After the thunder flashed, the helicopters exploded one after another. 7 or 8 figures were rescued from the helicopter amidst black smoke. He fell to the ground, dazed and confused. In the eyes of this little girl who is hundreds of years old, it's about saving people. It's okay as long as you don't die. Li Xiu was now facing the last mecha, which was also the one driven by his grandfather's puppet. Grandpa, I haven't seen you since I was a child. I'm sorry that my grandson is late. I've made you suffer so much, even though I know you can't hear me now. But your grandson is here. I hope your soul can rest in peace in heaven. Li Xiu slowly raised his head. Grandson, I promise you, I will destroy the ancient emperor clan. I will kill Ing Ru. Please rest, foreigner. Wow. He slashed down with the falling star knife in his hand. Boom. The loud noise of panic spread all over the place, and the last alien mecha was destroyed. He slowly turned around and looked at the retired emperor who was fleeing hastily between the palaces in the distance. Ing Ru fled while shouting, "Special envoy! Special envoy! Where's the insurance you mentioned? Where's the insurance you're talking about? He's wiped out all my resources. This madman! This madman!" Bells came over. He had just seen Li Xiu's battle. The real combat power of this human race was probably at least hundreds of thousands. Just now, Li Xiu released his chi and blood in an instant, reaching millions. It's just that Bells didn't have special equipment for testing, so he made such a guess. Your Majesty Ing Ru, don't panic. The Holy King will soon bring the entire ancient emperor's secret realm. Don't worry. He smiled faintly. Although Li Xiu is very powerful, the Holy King has already broken through the limits of our race outside the domain. He is just a human being, but he is so powerful. So what? Li Xiu locked onto the two men from a distance. However, the next moment, something strange happened. Boom, boom, boom. Li Xiu looked up at the sky, and like a painting, a broken world appeared in the sky. This strange scene was as if an astonishing curtain appeared in the sky. A picture of another world emerges inside. Endless volcanoes rolling. Countless strange creatures were circling around, with powerful blood and energy fluctuations. These creatures were at least S-level monsters. Everyone looked up at the scene in shock. Bells pulled Ing Ru to his knees on the ground. Ancient Saint King.
Military advisor Bells requests your intervention.
The strongest man of the human race is here. If he dies in battle, no one will be able to stop you. In that strange secret realm, a voice resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. Good.
Afterwards, in that secret world, countless powerful men from the ancient emperor clan, whose blood and energy were as fierce as dragons, rose into the sky and headed towards the world where the human race lived. At the same time, in the secret realm, a terrifying skeleton slowly crawled up from the ground.
In 1 second, the internal organs regenerate. 2 seconds to grow muscles. 3 seconds to grow skin. Eventually, it became a giant of the ancient emperor clan with a huge body.
This enlarged giant of the ancient emperor clan raised his eyes and looked at Li Xiu. He is indeed a strong man. In the capital, people came out one after another and looked at the strange sight in the sky. Among them, the Qing sisters of the garrison had already woken up and were looking at the scene in shock. Li Xiu's voice was like thunder.
Ying Ru is colluding with the ancient emperor clan. He's summoning the ancient emperor's secret realm to invade. All tribes in the capital. Immediately notify the entire dragon dynasty. Rush to the capital. Looking at the Qing brothers and sisters who were still in a daze, Li Xiu roared, "Why don't you do it for me?" Yes. The two of them had already believed Li Xiu at this time. Li Xiu stood alone in front of the secret realm and said calmly, "Human Li Xiu, who dares to knock on the human race's gate of heaven?" Ha ha ha. You are the only human worthy of having a conversation with my people. Among countless ants, there actually appeared a strong one who can overturn an elephant. Respectable. The energy and blood of the strong man from the ancient emperor clan gradually penetrated his body and condensed into layers of scabs on his body. A pitch-black long sword emerged from the volcano and was grasped in his hand. At this time, Li Xiu discovered that the vanguard troops of the ancient emperor clan had already landed in various places in the capital. There were constant loud rumbling sounds. Lillian! Go help! After saying that, he waved his dagger and wanted to go and kill these people from the ancient emperor clan. Suddenly, the giant raised his hand and threw out a mountain-splitting axe, shooting towards Li Xiu like lightning. Human! Your opponent is me. Li Xiu's pupils shrank slightly, and the giant axe had already cut through the space and appeared in front of him. Immediately raised his hand and slashed out with a knife. Boom! The giant axe flew back, and the holy king of the ancient emperor clan let out an then took a step forward and instantly appeared above the capital. After retracting the giant axe. In Li Xiu's vision, the opponent's qi and blood emerged 624450. A total of 620,000 qi and blood. Good. Awesome. Li Xiu praised sincerely. After all, he had never met such a super strong man with hundreds of thousands of blood and energy. He was used to seeing him being killed in 1 second with one sword. I wonder if this ancient emperor clan can withstand a few more blows. At this time, the so-called Saint King was still talking. Human race strongman, you will soon die in battle, and my people will also slaughter the entire human race. This place is very good. It will become the new warm bed of our tribe. Seeing his backer approaching, Ying Ru immediately knelt and shouted, "Your Highness the Holy King. It's me, your most loyal servant Ying Ru. You promised me. Don't forget to give it to me. Originally, my 11 battle armors were meant to lead the charge for you, but they were destroyed by Li Xiu. Please understand." Ha ha ha. The Holy King laughed. Did you see that? This is what the human race should be like. Look at the distance again. One of my tribesmen can fight against several of your powerful human race members. So what chance do you have of winning? Said the Holy King. Li Xiu said calmly, our human race will continue to thrive. At this moment, countless flames flew from afar. Like fireflies, the human mecha battle group arrived. Each mecha represents its own camp. For example, large guilds such as Lanlin, Saint, Dragon God, and Fierce Bear, as well as military forces from other places who came to support. Mechas filled the sky and rushed into the battle group. The situation in the sky here naturally attracted the attention of these supporters. That ancient emperor giant is so terrifying. Just how powerful must he be? Is this something our human race can handle? The gauge on the mecha shows that the HP is 60,000? Of course not. The highest equipment we humans have is only worth 60,000. That guy is terrifying. But who was the man who confronted him?
Among the mechas of the Lanlin Guild, the guild leader, Mozi said, "I know that person.
He is the Shadow God Pillar." Chapter 59, Chop into Pieces. Beat the bones. Raise the ashes. These supporters came from all over the country. As for Ing, they had only heard of his legends but had never seen him in person. After hearing what Mozi said, everyone complimented him. So it's the famous Kage. As expected of a divine pillar that surpasses all limits. He actually stood before that thing so calmly. What kind of secret place is this? Mozi, driving a mecha, was about to arrive at the battle group. He said in a deep voice, "Internal number SSS 097, Ancient Emperor's Secret Realm." In the public channel, supporters were shocked. What? The Ancient Emperor clan wants to start a war again? Look! They're taking action over there. Snap! In front of Li Xiu, the Ancient Emperor clan's Holy King's axe seemed to tear the space apart. Endless energy and blood burst out into an ultimate sword light. Like a crushing blow. The blade light caused ripples in space. Human race. Die. You can't take this blow from me. Li Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand. A powerful alien with 600,000 HP? I want to see if I can stop it with my bare hands. In the ruins of the palace below. Ing Ru jumped up and said, "Ha! Li Xiu. Let's see how you die." Boom! The dazzling energy and blood swept past. The whole sky seemed to be mosaicked. The violet energy and blood rushed in all directions. Everyone's heart was in their throat. After all, Li Xiu was defeated. Then the human race may really face a catastrophe. According to records, the Holy King of the Ancient Emperor clan had only over 100,000 chi in blood. The person in front of him was obviously well prepared and his strength was extremely terrifying. Inside the palace, the three roommates' hearts were in their throats. Li Xiu won't lose. Right? Huang Yuan didn't know whether he was asking or comforting himself. Lin Yu said in a deep voice, "But this Ancient Emperor clan is really powerful." At this time, Ing Yi, who was tied to a huge metal platform, slowly raised his eyes and looked at the sky. A blurry figure in the violent blood. Murmured, "Classmate, you are here." In the endless energy and blood, Li Xiu spun 9 streams of energy and blood into dragons, and all the damage was blocked. The Ancient Emperor clan isn't that great either. This clan deserves to be destroyed. Li Xiu raised his hand, and the starfall knife spun. "This knife is for Grandpa." Wow! An ordinary knife. The space cracked instantly. 9 giant dragons of blood and energy around his body crashed into the sword light. In the sight of others. The sky is falling. It shattered in an instant and rolled back. The Ancient Emperor clan Saint King's expression changed drastically. "Impossible. The space is shattered. Is this millions of chi and blood?" Li Xiu said calmly, 10 million? I'm just afraid of shattering the entire capital. No. No. The Holy King turned around and fled to his own world, that secret realm. When he rushed into the secret realm where he was, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned around. A blade of light that covered the entire sky flashed by. The entire secret realm, including his body, fell apart. In his stunned look, Li Xiu said calmly, "From the very beginning, I wasn't targeting you, but your entire world." Buzz. In the sky, the secret realm of the Ancient Emperor. Like a broken landscape painting. Go away and disappear. No trace left. This scene is shocking. The third roommate rubbed his eyes. Lin Yu, although I don't know what this means, I dare say that humans can't do it. Huang Yuan, let's just call him Shadow God from now on. I'm afraid he's a god, but we don't respect him enough. Su Hangyuan, do you want to make a portrait and hang it in your bedroom and burn incense? The support group in the distance, as well as the masters of the Ancient Emperor clan who followed the Holy King, all stopped fighting. They all stared blankly at this shocking scene. It seems like it was cut by the Shadow God pillar just now. More than that. I saw the sky split open, and the secret realm was cut into pieces. Is he human? Everyone. Are we dreaming? At this moment, all the members of the Ancient Emperor's clan who were causing chaos in the city knelt down and bowed. Shouted to Li Xiu. Please forgive me, great emperor of the human race. Please forgive me, great emperor of the human race. The voice filled with energy and blood spread throughout the area.
In the palace, the figure of the ancient imperial clan's military advisor quietly faded. Ha, a remarkable figure has appeared in the human race.
The mission here is over.
I have to spread the word. Just as his figure was about to fade away completely, his appearance changed drastically. Li Xiu said doubtfully and turned his gaze to the place where the military advisor disappeared, but the other party had completely disappeared. What just flashed by? It seems like its blood and energy are quite low. At this moment, Ingru finally realized that something was wrong.
Military advisor? Military advisor? Where are you?
Eh? Li Xiu's figure flashed and appeared in front of him.
Plop!
Ingru fell to his knees in fear.
Li Xiu!
No, let's talk it over. I'll give you the throne and let my daughter be your slave girl. Please, let me go. His face was covered with tears and snot, and his voice was trembling. Li Xiu, your grandpa and I used to be friends.
We went to school together. You still have to call me.
No, I'm the one calling you grandpa.
Li Xiu sighed. People like you make me feel like my grandfather died in vain. He lived a life of loyalty and bravery, yet you colluded with foreign forces for empty speculation and let him die? You left him without a family? Is this imperial power? If so, why would I allow you to exist?
Ingru immediately knelt on the ground, dong dong dong.
He kowtowed madly. I was wrong. I know I was wrong.
I abused my power.
I'm a rotten person.
I shouldn't have treated the Lai family like this.
I shouldn't have sought immortality. Please let me live, let me live.
Li Xiu raised his eyes and looked at him indifferently. You know, in my eyes, you are no different from a dog.
You're still a mad dog that bites people indiscriminately.
In your next life, no, you don't have a next life.
I will completely destroy everything about you.
Li Xiu raised his hand, and an extremely condensed ball of qi and blood gathered,
transformed into thousands of fine little swords.
Whoosh whoosh. Ingru's shouting stopped abruptly. Then, under the cutting of the small sword, it shattered into fine blood mist. 9 red gene chains on Li Xiu's body lit up.
Endless flames filled the air.
Burn the blood mist into ashes. I cut off every cell of yours, shattering your consciousness and soul. The wreckage was reduced to ashes. For some reason, after doing all this, Li Xiu still felt upset. He raised his hand, and endless energy and blood surged. Buzz! Almost everyone was suppressed by this terrifying energy and blood, and their hearts were trembling. If I had a worse temper, I would have just destroyed the country and become the emperor. Li Xiu raised his hand and said, forget it, it's too troublesome.
Li Xiu is not that kind of person.
He is actually quite satisfied with his current life.
The 3 roommates came running from a little distance away. Li Xiu! Shadow God!
Ingyi is still hanging there, get her down.
Li Xiu then remembered, shit. I forgot about it. Chapter 60 I want to pay attention to you. Because they are. Li Xiu jumped up. Only when I came to the huge mechanical platform did I finally see it. How perverted is this old guy Ingru?
I saw that her body was already full of various instruments. Li Xiu waved his hand and removed the restraints for her. He took out another girl's coat from the system space.
Put it on her. Ingyi leaned in Li Xiu's arms and murmured, am I really ugly now?
Li Xiu frowned slightly. The empress had been living a life of luxury since childhood. But he was treated like this by his own father.
Like an animal. So miserable.
Li Xiu raised his hand and placed it on her shoulder.
You are the empress of the Dragon Dynasty, how can you be ugly?
He condensed a stream of energy and blood and slowly injected it into her body. I've left a highly concentrated stream of qi and blood in your body, so you'll be safe if you run into danger in the future.
Don't let anything happen again.
Ingyi sighed and leaned her head in Li Xiu's arms. When Li Xiu jumped down, a sky full of mechas has arrived.
Boom boom boom.
Blue Scale Guild. The Holy Maiden Guild.
Dragon God Guild. Meet the Divine Pillar. All the mechas in the city saluted with fists.
Li Xiu raised his eyes and saw the Qing brothers and sisters hesitating to move forward a little further away. He took the initiative to say, whatever you want to ask, just ask. Cheng Wuya immediately stepped forward and saluted, Shinju, this city has captured 342 powerful people from the ancient emperor clan.
How to deal with it?
Li Xiu pondered and said, exterminate the clan.
Ah?
Chang Wuya was a little puzzled.
What?
He looked at Ying Yi for help. Ying Yi stood up from Li Xiu's arms. What Li Xiu said is equivalent to what I said. What I said is not the same as what Li Xiu said.
Do you understand what I mean?
The cold sweat slowly slid down Chang Wuya's face. Chang Wuya receives the command from the divine pillar. Li Xiu glanced at the powerful guild members from all over the city who had come to support him and said, everyone.
The ancient emperor clan has been destroyed. You can all go back now. Boom boom boom. The mechas all over the city began to leave the city.
Li Xiu glanced at Ying Yi and said, don't think about anything.
Get some sleep. Everything will be fine. Ying Yi inside. After a while, a special royal attendant took Ying Yi to rest.
At this time, Lillian dropped from the sky. Li Xiu.
Come on, praise me. I saved so many people.
Li Xiu frowned slightly, looking at Uncle Chen, Aunt Yuehua and others, all of whom had bruised faces and noses.
Okay, you're so kind.
Li Xiu turned around helplessly and looked towards the sky that was already at dawn.
We've been fighting all night. Let's go, let's find a hotel to rest and then play in the capital for a while. A week later, in the capital.
The sun is shining, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. In front of a news broadcast vehicle, a female anchor was reporting the news passionately.
The Shadow God Pillar personally conquered an SSS-level secret realm.
Now that Her Majesty has recovered from her grief, she is taking the Shadow God Pillar on a tour of the capital's famous attractions.
Double Phoenix Terrace, as the saying goes, there is no phoenix without wings, but they are so connected. Will there be a special spark between the Empress and the Shadow God? Let's wait and see.
The peripheral gifts of the Shadow God and the Empress's travel together are now available on Taobao.
Everyone is welcome to purchase them. Tianyu Province, Lintian City. Languo University, Academic Seminar. Gao Ningyun wore a white suit, with big golden wavy hair and gold-rimmed glasses. There is breathtaking beauty everywhere. This made the male professors in the audience lose focus.
So, this is where I end my paper on the origins of the alien beast race.
Bang bang bang.
There was warm applause, and a group of bald professors stood up. Professor Gao is still so beautiful. Especially when she was talking about the reproduction of exotic animals, I was distracted.
More than that, Professor Gao's figure is getting better and better. Higher education. Let's add a private message.
I'll talk to my higher-ups and have you transferred to my lab in Sky Blue Province so we can communicate more often in the future.
Gao Ningyu nodded with a forced smile. After a while. After everyone has left. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Giggling. A mouse-like laugh came from a corner.
Su Qingxi held her baby face in her hands and imitated the expressions of those old professors. Higher education, come to my room tonight and we will discuss academic matters.
Xiaoyun, who understands? Why are these old professors like this? I guess they didn't even listen. I just wanted to be naughty. Gao Ningyun smiled and said, I'm used to it. It's like this every year. Girls like us, no matter what field we are in. If you don't succeed, you don't know how to be a human being. Success is knowing how to be a good person. Su Qingxi made a small face, then you are officially on vacation too. Aren't you going to look for Xiao Xiuxiu?
Gao Ningyun walked over to her and stretched out his hand to pull her ear.
Why are you so interested? Do you want to be my mistress? Then you have to coax me well. The mistress of the house is hitting someone.
Su Qingxi covered her chubby face. Humph, it's not that I want to be a mistress.
Someone wants to be a mistress.
She took out her phone and said, look, they're using mobile phones to travel together.
You can even buy peripherals on Taobao.
Gao Ningyun uttered an O and lowered his head, his eyes dangerous.
Why, did you buy it? No. How much did you buy it for?
More than 1,000 yuan.
Su Qingxi stuck out her tongue. Gao Ningyun snorted. This Su Qingxi was just hoping for chaos in the world. He is still a person who doesn't support any CP. Xiaoyun, what are you going to do during your summer vacation? Su Qingxi asked. I have to go back to Tianlan. If possible, I have to take Li Xiu with me. Oh? An ugly daughter-in-law meets her parents-in-law? Su Qingxi became excited. I want to go too. I want to be a light bulb. I want to be a maid in the room. Bah, that's wrong. Gao Ningyun's eyes turned cold. You were so good, Su Qingxi. You are showing your big tail, right? I think it's been a while since you were spanked, isn't it? Ah. No. After a while of playing around, Gao Ningyun took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Li Xiao. Su Qingxi was like a maggot, clinging to her. She said quietly, he won't reply to you. Even if you call, he won't answer. Do you know why? Because they. Gao Ningyun raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Chapter 61 Ha, Li Xiao is done, he has to kneel on the washboard. At this moment, in the capital. He. Huang Yuan picked up the camera and said with a smile, Li Xiao, you and His Majesty come closer. Say eggplant. Snap. Well. From this perspective, Your Majesty and Li Xiao are a perfect match. Huang Yuan complimented. A faint blush appeared on Ying Yi's face. At this time, Su Hangyuan stood beside Ying Yi and whispered, sister-in-law. Ah. Ying Yi was stunned for a moment. What did you call me? Su Hangyuan chuckled, Your Majesty, I can only call you here secretly. I can't offend the higher education department when I return to school. Ying Yi stretched out her hand and pulled his face, your attitude has changed. What did you think of me before? Su Hangyuan lowered his voice and said, I now increasingly understand the importance of brothers. From now on, Li Xiao is my god. I will go through fire and water for my brothers. My brothers' women are all my sisters-in-law. Ying Yi smiled happily. Li Xiao raised his hand and touched his phone. Hey, where's my phone? Huang Yuan took Li Xiao's phone out of his backpack and said, just now you said please put it in my bag, didn't you? Li Xiao turned on his cell phone and found 7 or 8 missed calls. Gao Ningyun? What's wrong? Li Xiao smiled. He opened the private message and saw several unread messages. In fact, sudden disappearance can indeed cause some tension to your partner. But if you keep disappearing, she's no longer your type. So he raised his hand and replied 2 words in the private message, what? Hiss. Huang Yuanlai watched from the side and took a deep breath, is something wrong with Li Xiao? I didn't explain the cause and effect of what I said to my schoolmate before. She ignored me for 3 whole days, and I wrote more than a dozen essays to win her back. Lin Yu laughed at the side, hey, dorm leader, how can you do this? Women don't like weak men. Li Xiao said calmly, someone who left you alone for 3 days because of a few words in a private message, delete it. A woman who loves you wouldn't dare ignore you. The next moment, a video popped up on the other party's phone. Li Xiao frowned slightly, checking on him? When he clicked to answer the call, he saw a gossipy face, Su Qingxi almost sticking to the screen. Her eyes, full of wisdom, said, Li Xiao. Look around. What are you doing? Xiao Yun doesn't know that I'm watching you. I'm watching you every day, hee hee. Li Xiao laughed. Is this professor so idle every day? He picked up the phone and said, I'm touring the capital with Ying Yi. Oh. You're done. You're with another woman and ignoring Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun. Break up with him. Bang. Gao Ningyun slapped her away and asked, have you collected the money? I suspect you did it on purpose. Gao Ningyun smoothed her long hair and said, Li Xiao, come with me to the Tianlan Gao family. Li Xiao frowned slightly, what's the matter? One is about my nephew, and the other is that I have to go back to the Gao family and formally file for separation. Li Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. The Tianlan Gao family is a first-class family with a national-level warrior in charge. It is considered a powerful force. Gao Ningyun wants to leave the Gao family? This means several things. In the past, she wanted to leave because she was against the marriage, but what is she doing now? Gao Ningyun continued, I should have done it when I was with you, but things always got delayed. Now that Gao Shuetian is dead, the family has asked me to return, so it's a good opportunity to do everything at once. Li Xiao took the initiative and said, in that case, I'll go with you. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiao turned around and glanced at the others. Well, the vacation might be over. I have to accompany Gao Ningyun back to her parents' home for a few days. The 3 friends nodded. Huang Yuan and Su Hangyuan still need to find a place to do an internship. It's time for Lin Yu to go back. The only thing Li Xiao is worried about now is Ying Yi, who has suffered a drastic change. It seemed that he could see through Li Xiao's thoughts. Ying Yi smiled brightly, it's okay, I'm in a good mood.
I have to take charge of the government from now on, so I'll be very busy.
No time to be sad.
Li Xiu and others nodded. Okay, let's go first, go back and pack up and go back to Lindian City.
Ying Yi nodded.
Looking in the direction the 5 people left, she raised her hand to summon a royal guard.
Bang! A slap on the face of someone. Bang bang bang.
She tried her best to vent the nameless anger in her heart.
The captain of the guard standing by couldn't bear to watch it anymore. His Majesty. Ying Yi turned around, looking crazy. What are you doing? Do you all want to rebel?
They're all bastards.
They are all bastards. Only Li Xiu is nice to me. But he has a woman. If only I could beat him hard. Hard. How wonderful it would be.
Li Xiu and others did not know that the Empress's illness was becoming more and more serious.
Several people sat on the way to the station.
The car and driver were provided by the royal family. Lillian suddenly said, Li Xiu, that woman, that one just now, there's something wrong with her. The dragon girl rubbed her nose. Li Xiu knew that as a dragon, her sense of smell could always detect something unusual.
What do you smell? Lillian tilted her head. Crazy. Oh.
Li Xiu smiled. After experiencing so many setbacks, it is inevitable that a person will go crazy. Sitting on the high-speed train, it took them half a day to return to Lindian City. Gao Ningyun, driving a luxury car, was already waiting at the entrance of the high-speed rail station. She has a tall figure and a cool temperament,
attracting passers-by. Frequent side glances.
Li Xiu led a few people out of the waiting room, and she raised her hand and waved.
Li Xiu. Here.
Li Xiu and his 4 companions came trotting over.
Get in the car. Gao Ningyun didn't say anything extra.
After they got on the bus, they found that Lillian had no place to sit.
Li Xiu. I'm sitting on your lap.
Gao Ningyun frowned. You, fly back by yourself.
Ha?
The young dragon girl was dumbfounded.
Why? Woman. Believe it or not, I will eat you. She grimaced in anger.
Li Xiu smiled faintly and said, Lillian, go back to school first.
I'll give you some chicken legs tonight. Lillian snorted, my wife is such a bad person.
Li Xiu was speechless, watching the little dragon girl flying away.
Are you being too hard on her? Oh? Are you feeling sad? Gao Ningyun raised the corner of his mouth. Ha? She was angry.
Women have strange tempers. I heard that you traveled thousands of miles to rescue the Empress and fought against the entire ancient Emperor clan for her.
Now the news has spread all over the world. The legendary divine pillar of the Dragon Dynasty, why didn't you read the online news?
You even have fan fiction CPs in many novels. Ahem, Li Xiu didn't expect things to escalate so quickly.
Which fan fiction book is it?
He noticed that the 3 roommates in the back seat had already opened their phones and were frantically searching for resources.
He smiled happily while watching. The car drove all the way to the school. Stopped directly at the teacher's dormitory. Bang! Gao Ningyun quickly closed the car door, walked to the passenger seat, and pulled Li Xiu down. Hey! What are you doing? Gao Ningyun turned around and said to the 3 confused people, go back to the dormitory.
Li Xiu is not free today.
Ha? No, what's going on? Looking at Li Xiu being pulled away by Gao Ningyun.
The 3 of them looked at each other.
Will Li Xiu be okay? How pitiful. Kneel on the washboard? Chapter 62 What? Hand in homework? Li Xiu was shocked. Reluctant. Resistant. Hand in your homework? Oh no?
Gao Ningyun's eyes flashed coldly, if you can't hand it over, you'll die.
Even if you are a divine pillar, you can't escape death. Early the next morning.
Li Xiu looked haggard, his skin was dark yellow, and he had not slept all night.
Hiss. As the curtains opened, Gao Ningyun's long light golden hair was revealed. It looks even more ethereal in the sunlight. You're so young, but you can't do that. It seems you're eating while outside.
Gao Ningyun naturally knew that Li Xiu had woken up. After all, as a top-level Qi and blood warrior, she didn't believe that he was pretending to be dead.
How much energy and blood do you have? Gao Ningyun thought about it and seemed to never know Li Xiu's bottom line.
He seems to become stronger when facing a stronger opponent. Li Xiu raised his hand to block the glaring sunlight, as unfathomable as you.
Humph.
Gao Ningyun's eyes were dangerous. I'm the best at identifying a student who lies.
Now that I think about it, you actually lie to me all the time.
Li Xiu turned over and sat up. When have I ever lied to you?
Gao Ningyun snorted and turned to go to the kitchen.
She wanted to prepare breakfast for 2 people. Li Xiu followed her to the kitchen and grabbed her from behind. Smell the fragrance of her hair. Gao Ningyun raised the shiny kitchen knife in his hand and said, be careful with your vitals. Li Xiu leaned close to the female professor's ear and said, tell me quickly, do you love me?
Gao Ningyun smiled and said, go away.
Li Xiu didn't insist. She wasn't the kind of sweet woman who would say, I love you so much, I want to be the best person for you. However, it is usually said that women who speak sweet words are the real masters.
Because the other person knows what you want to hear. Finally, it will devour you completely.
If you have any luggage, go to the dormitory and pack it.
Gao Ningyun suddenly remembered something. Your beautiful dragon hasn't come back all night, and you don't care about it?
Fuck.
Where's Lillian?
Li Xiu was so focused on his own battle that he had forgotten about the little thunder dragon. When I opened my phone, I saw a piece of news. Several fried chicken chains in this city were looted. A blue-haired, humanoid creature devoured a large amount of fried chicken ingredients. Armed police and the Tianyu Army's related operations team have surrounded the creature.
Boom boom boom.
Li Xiu came to the window and looked in a certain direction of the city, where there were lightning and thunder. A large group of police and military surrounded the blue-haired girl. I saw that the other person was holding 2 Orleans roasted chickens in his hands.
He roared, I am the Honorable Lillian. What's wrong with me eating a few of your chickens? Let's put the facts aside. Isn't it the fried chicken's fault? What the hell?
This made the armed police and the Tianyu army who came to surround them very happy.
What a good way to ignore the facts. Song Zhou, director of the Lindian City Armed Police Department, was sweating profusely. Damn it, why do all the bad things happen in our city? Last time it was Li Xiu.
Oh my god, a divine pillar with 60,000 energy and blood.
Let me lead the team, okay? This time it's suspected to be an SSS-level monster. It was me who stepped in to settle it again.
He yelled at the top of his lungs, you monster over there.
Put down the fried chicken. We have something to discuss, please don't resist. Don't hurt anyone. Peace is the most important thing. Lillian's mouth twisted, huh?
From now on, I'll be responsible for all the fried chicken in Longchao.
Wherever I am, the fried chicken there will be no one left behind.
At this time, the news broadcast vehicle had arrived at the scene. A reporter hurriedly reported, we're risking our lives to report the situation to everyone on the front lines.
Facts have proven that this strange beast is after the fried chicken.
But I believe that the major guilds, the armed police, and the military can successfully capture it.
Just then, the crowd began to exclaim. Holy crap!
That's Shen Yuanlinger, the vice president of the Lanlin Guild.
And Bai Schweinhan, the head of the Saint Maiden Guild. It's incredible. 2 goddesses appear. Song Zhou from the Armed Police Department breathed a sigh of relief. Vice President Shen Yuanlinger, President Bai Schweinhan, thank goodness you're in Lintian. This beast that can transform into a human form must be extraordinary. Shen Yuanlinger's pupils shrank slightly. What is this? It seems to be the little girl beside the shadow god pillar.
Bai Hanswang was wearing a snow-white long dress, her long hair was like a waterfall, and her face was filled with holy light. She smiled faintly and said, no problem. Let me test this creature's true nature.
Under my holy light, everything will be purified.
After saying that, he glanced at Shen Yuanlinger. The latter originally wanted to tell the truth, but this look made her give up.
What a bullshit. Bai Hanswang has always regarded herself as a saint. Just say that I am a toxic woman and often mock me on social platforms. You even want to imply me to my face. Well, since you are so awesome, go ahead and try it. Since President Bai wants to try it, then you can go ahead and try it.
Shen Yuanlinger put her hands on her hips, looking as if it was none of her business.
Those who are not strong enough can just stay back.
After saying that, the woman exuding a godly aura slowly walked towards Lillian. Her pupils emitted a faint golden light, and there seemed to be golden wings behind her, with 8 red gene chains surrounding her body. The crowd burst into exclamations, it's the president of the Saints Guild. Her gene chain is that of an S-class alien beast, the Holy Light Angel.
It's so beautiful. I feel like I'm in love. Amid the exclamations of the onlookers, Bai Schweinhan enjoyed this feeling very much.
He raised his hand, and countless holy lights flowed down from his fingertips. The whole person seems to be bathed in sunshine.
Evil beast.
I judge you on behalf of the holy light.
Boom.
A gene chain on his body lit up, and terrifying blood and energy fluctuations spread in all directions. It condensed into a huge golden sword with just a flick of his hand. Chant.
Chop at Lillian's head.
The little thunder dragon didn't care at all and burst out with thunder. Everyone who saw the lightning closed their eyes.
After the light flashes. Be respected. Love. Bai Schweinhan, who was revered as a goddess, had somehow been trampled under Lillian's feet. Holy light, right? Bang.
The little girl threw the fried chicken in her hand directly at her innocent face.
Purification, right? Bang. Everyone was stunned.
A national-level warrior with more than 12,000 calories of chi and blood was actually stepped on by this girl.
What kind of strange beast is she? Chapter 63, heading to the Sky Blue Province.
At this moment, a figure pushed through the crowd and walked out helplessly.
Lillian, have you had enough fun?
It was Li Xiu, who was wearing pajamas. Seeing Li Xiu appear, Lillian's eyes dodged for a moment, and she hid her hands behind her body. Li Xiu, I didn't kill anyone. Li Xiu had already noticed the fried chicken in her hand.
Sighed deeply.
Li Xiu glanced at the president of the Holy Maiden Guild, whose cheek was swollen, then raised his hand and touched his head.
This is difficult to comment on. On the other hand, Song Zhou and Xian Yuanlinger naturally knew Li Xiu. Immediately have someone move the TV station away.
Some confused people were wondering about Li Xiu's identity, only to see him walking up to Lillian. Then he picked her up. The strange beast, which even Bai Schweinhan was no match for, didn't dare to move in Li Xiu's hands. All of a sudden, everyone started talking again.
Holy crap! Who is this guy? He's pretty awesome.
He captured a strange beast with his bare hands.
No, it doesn't look like it. Could this strange beast be someone else's? The pattern has been opened, maybe.
Song Zhou came to Li Xiu respectfully and said, Hey, so you are Shinju's friend.
Ha, you almost caused an oolong.
Everyone knows that the Shadow God Pillar saved the capital. Therefore, in addition to recognizing his strength, these people also respect him more. Bai Shuangxue had already stood up from the ground and brushed off the dust on her body. As a female president, she naturally knows how to read people's expressions and see Song Zhou's attitude.
And Li Xiu's age. Hello, Divine Pillar.
I am Bai Shuangxue, the president of the Holy Maiden Guild. She stretched out her slender white hand, gesturing for a handshake.
This woman's hands are so white.
Li Xiu commented in his mind and simply shook hands with her. But he didn't expect that the woman would secretly scratch the palm of his hand.
Good job. Seducing an honest person?
Li Xiu withdrew his hand and said, I'm sorry, my pet is quite naughty. I'll give it to you, old Song, for the damage it caused. Li Xiu could only apologize on behalf of Lillian.
But how could these people dare to ask Shadow God to pay?
Song Zhou waved his hands repeatedly. If I had known she was Shadow God's man, I could have delivered all the fried chicken in Lintian City to her, not to mention a few chain stores.
Li Xiu smiled. Pulling Lillian over, then let's go.
Xian Yuanlinger and Bai Shuanghan said in unison, God Pillar, wait a moment. The two women looked at each other and saw disgust and contempt in each other's eyes. I haven't had the chance to thank the Divine Pillar since we last met in the secret realm. If you're free, I'll treat you to a meal.
Xian Yuanlinger's cheeks flushed.
If someone saw Lan Lin as vice president, Poison Fairy, in this posture,
I guess everyone will be shocked. Bai Shuangxue was more direct. We in the Saint Maiden Guild are all women. If we can invite the Divine Pillar to be our guest, the sisters will definitely be very happy.
Li Xiu took a look at Bai Shuangxue's holy appearance and found out that she was a pimp.
No need.
I have to accompany my wife back to her parents' home.
We can talk about it later when there's a chance. Ha, you ask me this in public, are you trying to ruin my reputation? Can't send a private message? Send me the address?
Looking at Li Xiu's unmoved back, several people sighed in their hearts. Song Zhou, as expected of the Shadow God Pillar, he's also a man who loves his wife.
Xian Yuanlinger, it's a pity that I met him too late.
By Shuangshua, I suggest amending the law to allow the divine pillar to have polygamy. I don't believe that he would be willing to accept the entire guild as a dowry. At this time, Li Xiu was holding the little Lei Long's hand, and the two of them were walking in the morning sun.
Next time you want fried chicken, just tell me.
Why steal it yourself?
Lillian pouted, humph.
You guys played all night long, and no one cared about me, so I had to play by myself. Li Xiu raised his hand and rubbed his brows.
Okay, when I have money in the future, I'll give you some pocket money. You can just buy it with the money. Really?
Real.
When will you have money?
Maybe later. Liar. The three of them had a simple meal at noon, and then the family of three headed to the airport.
There is still some distance between provinces. What's more, the area of this planet is much larger than that of the blue star.
Speaking of which, this was also Li Xiu's first time on a plane. In his previous life, he was a social animal on Blue Star and had taken many high-speed trains, but never a plane. The passenger planes in this world are a bit like enlarged fighter jets.
The appearance is naturally different from Li Xiu's previous life.
After passing the ticket check, the three of them walked towards their plane with bags of all sizes.
After getting on the plane,
Li Xiu leaned back in the soft armchair, and soon a flight attendant came over. She has a beautiful face and small ears like a fox, which indicate that she is a kind of orc.
Noticing Li Xiu's gaze, she turned sideways and glanced at him. Sir, is there anything I can help you with?
As she approached, Li Xiu smelled a special fragrance, which made his body slightly warm.
Fox tribe?
Among the other races, fox men and women can better awaken each other's desires from a biological perspective.
Is an excellent companion. Gao Ningyun smiled faintly. Yes, sir, what are you looking at?
Li Xiu waved at her. It's okay, you're very beautiful.
The flight attendant just smiled and said, thank you.
Lillian moved her nose at this time. Li Xiu smells like desire.
Oh?
Gao Ningyun raised his hand, supporting his swan-like neck, as long as our Lord Shadow God wants.
It's not impossible.
Li Xiu could not deny it, but did not answer. It was a life-threatening question, so just ignore it. At this time, the plane started to move with a roar, and the flight attendants began to tell everyone not to be nervous. The captain's voice emerged from the broadcast. Welcome aboard F0982, Flight A3, expected to enter supersonic travel in 10 minutes.
It's going to be a little bumpy, so don't be nervous. Boom, boom, boom.
The plane took off. At this moment, a young girl dressed in gorgeous clothes struggled to stand up from her seat on the plane.
The fox stewardess immediately said, Miss, this is very dangerous. Please sit back down. Go away. Vixen. I feel uncomfortable and unwell. Go back. I want to get off the plane.
The woman said in a domineering tone.
The fox stewardess said patiently, Miss, the plane has already taken off. It will not be able to return unless something unexpected happens. Please take a seat. Bang. Who do you think you are? A race of beasts. Let us integrate you into our human world. It's just that the leaders at the top have their minds controlled by you vixens.
After saying that, she struggled to her feet and said, I'll go find the captain myself.
Miss. Please sit down. Chapter 64 You can't be ungrateful. Looking at the quarreling women, Li Xiu frowned slightly. Why are there fairies everywhere?
Gao Ningyin took out a headset from her backpack and put it on herself, obviously not interested in these things. At this point, the quarrel on the side had reached a stage where it was welcomed by everyone.
Okay. Even if I'm wrong. Aren't you also wrong?
This woman made typical fairy-like remarks.
Besides, I just want to get off the plane. The commotion here has attracted more and more flight attendants to come here.
At this moment, Li Xiu noticed that a passenger slowly stood up and walked towards the cockpit.
Well. Can't you just let this pillar of God have a good vacation? Boom.
Just as Li Xiu was about to get up, a terrifying explosion occurred.
The strong winds suddenly roared into the cabin.
It proved that there was a hole in the cabin.
Kwang.
Accompanied by screams, the plane fell rapidly. Apparently there was an accident in the cockpit. The little fairy was obviously part of the same group as the attacker, otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence. Li Xiugan walked up to her. Across the aisle, a man slowly stood up. Then they shouted, "We are members of the Humanitarian Association. We will sacrifice ourselves to resist the integration of alien races into the human race.
the supreme of human race.
After he finished shouting the slogan, he took out a piece of green chewing gum from his mouth.
This is a rubber bomb and a favorite of terrorists.
Just as he was about to detonate the chewing gum, Li Shou appeared in front of him in an instant.
You!
Before the other party could react, Li Shou broke his neck. Li Shou turned around and looked at the little fairy, and saw that she had also taken out a bomb similar to chewing gum from her handbag. Li Shou raised his hand, and a stream of energy and blood pierced directly through her eyebrows. The plane was in weightlessness at this time, and the other passengers had no energy to pay attention to what was happening on Li Shou's side.
Oh, what a hassle, Lillian. Go out for a moment and control it. As a thunder dragon, Lillian's true form is just enough to save the plane.
As for becoming a Superman and saving the plane, sorry, I'm not interested in that.
Not long after Lillian left the cabin, a loud dragon roar resounded through the sky.
There were screaming passengers everywhere.
Wow! Help!
I think I heard a dragon roar.
Help, are we dead already? Kwang! Crack, crack, crack.
The plane began to regain balance.
The speed also slowed down.
At the same time, the aircraft's emergency system blocked the cabin, restoring airflow to normal.
What happened? Didn't the plane explode? Why did it suddenly regain its balance? Holy crap! Look outside. There's a huge dragon.
Lillian, with her wingspan of 70 to 80 meters, had no problem lifting an airplane.
As Lillian flew, she was surrounded by lightning, and her scales shone with precious light in the sunlight. Soon, they arrived at Tianlan province.
After putting down the plane, the good-doing dragon flew into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. At this time, the survivors got off the plane.
They all broke down and cried.
Soon the relevant departments surrounded the place, and after investigation, it turned out that the girl was among them. It is an extremist organization called the Humanitarian Society, which firmly believes that aliens must be eliminated and that humans should not accept aliens. Li Shou has no interest in these things. They are just a bit like extreme racism.
Soon, thanks to his identity, he was sent away from the airport first. Not long after, Lillian came skipping over from across the street. After a while,
a D-class executive's sedan slowly stopped. Two men in black suits got out of the car and said, "Miss, please get in."
Li Shou looked at the two of them.
The two warriors both had more than 1,000 calories of qi and blood, and they seemed to be bodyguards of the Gao family.
Gao Ningyun didn't say anything, and the three of them got in the car. Slowly walked towards the Gao family.
Li Shou looked at the scenery outside the car window, and Gao Ningyun immediately introduced, "That's the municipal center.
Our Yuruan city itself is also a big food market. If you want to eat, I'll take you to the night market after we finish our business." Li Shou hummed, "Okay."
When the vehicle arrived in front of the cluster of buildings, Gao Ningyun immediately introduced, "This is where the Gao family members live." Li Shou could already sense that there were many powerful human beings living in this area.
It is indeed a first-class family with a national-level warrior in charge.
The car stopped at an extremely luxurious manner. Gao Ningyun and Li Shou got out of the car. Immediately, a middle-aged man with a majestic temperament came out. "Sister, brother-in-law, oh, you miss me so much." Li Shou frowned slightly.
This person's qi and blood are okay. 12,023. The national-level warrior must be Gao Ningyun's brother. Gao Ningyun said calmly, "Gao Ningtian, when did you become so nice to me?"
Gao Ningtian didn't get angry when he heard this, and immediately said, "Okay, Ningyun, this is your first time back after your marriage, how could I not miss you? Besides, I have to get close to my brother-in-law."
Gao Ningyun asked, "Oh? Were you and the Falcon Pillar this close back then?"
It was Gao Ningtian, the elder brother, who facilitated the marriage, and Gao Ningyun has not yet gotten over it.
Hey! Xiaoyun, why do you say that?
I was thinking about your happiness and the family at that time.
Gao Ningtian was as thick-skinned as a wall. Shadow God Pillar.
From now on, you and I are one family.
Everything the Gao family has will be yours. From now on,
you should treat the Gao family as your own home.
Isn't it a good coincidence that your family is gone? That's not a happy ending. Isn't it, my dear sister?
Li Shou raised his eyebrows.
Oh? So that's what you mean.
He didn't point it out, but smiled faintly and let Gao Ningyun go to confront his brother. Gao Ningyun was just about to express his opinion when he saw an elderly couple walking out of the house.
Uncle? Aunt?
The white-haired old man said with a forced smile, Xiaoyun, your parents passed away early, and it was us, the elders of the Gao family, who paid to raise you and your siblings. Now that you have made it big, don't forget the person who dug the well when you drink the water. Even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring. When Li Xiu heard these light words, he just thought it was funny. They were indeed a big family.
Gao Ningyun smiled. Uncle, aunt, you said Gao Ningyun, was raised by my family? Okay, let's take it as that.
A breakfast of $1.50 and lunch and dinner of $10 was all I needed for my entire student life. By the time my brother became the head of the family, I had already graduated. Li Xiu suddenly realized that it was no wonder that her brother was already a national-level warrior, while she only had 3,000 qi in blood.
The Gao family obviously didn't give Gao Ningyun much training. Humph. Gao Ningyun.
Do you think you can slander us just because Shadow God Pillar is around? Said the uncle in a deep voice.
Gao Ningyun's disobedience to the arrangements had already made them extremely angry.
Fortunately, she found a stronger Shadow God Pillar behind her.
Only then did these people swallow their anger. Gao Ningtian laughed at the sight and said, come on, what are we doing outside?
It would be a joke if the servants saw us.
Uncle. Don't be angry.
Ningyun is a man of great learning.
He has a bit of personality. Otherwise, Shadow God Pillar wouldn't like him. I heard Gao Ningtian talking about Li Xiu all the time. Uncle and aunt's expressions looked better then.
After all, to them, the only valuable thing about Gao Ningyun was Li Xiu, the divine pillar.
Chapter 65. We don't ask for anything. It would be best if we could marry into the family. Follow Gao Ningtian into the Gao family.
The site is of carved beams and painted buildings, and the lights on the ceiling are all made of pure gold. This shows how wealthy this first-class family is, and such a family actually gave Gao Ningyun 10 yuan a day for food expenses.
He wanted to wipe out this family with one blow. The only reason they still exist is because of Gao Ningyun's face.
As soon as they sat down, a servant came forward to make tea for them.
The uncle immediately said, Li Xiu, right?
This is the best pre-rain purple god tea, which can improve qi and blood.
It's a good thing. I know your Li family used to be a small family. No offense, but you've definitely never tried it.
I suggest you eat a plum before you drink it. I saw that the servant had indeed placed a stack of plums next to Li Xiu's hand.
Oh? Do you want to play Granny Lu Enters the Grand View Garden with me? Do you think I'm ignorant?
Ha, Li Xiu picked up the teacup and drank it all.
The tea was indeed good, but what about this family? It's okay, but not as good as Coke. Puff.
A young girl laughed and hurriedly raised her hand to cover her mouth. The girl looked about 18 years old, very pretty, and noticed this scene. She immediately became serious and wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth.
Gao Ningtian noticed Li Xiu's gaze and said, my little girl Gao Shuiduo is ignorant. I'm sorry to have made the divine pillar laugh at me.
The girl quietly rolled her eyes at her father.
This girl is somewhat similar to Gao Ningyun, except that one is in bud and the other is ripe.
So Li Xiu took a closer look. In addition to Gao Ningtian's father and daughter, and his uncle and his wife, there were about 7 or 8 other members of the Gao family at the scene. Someone said sarcastically, I've never seen a cow drinking water before, but now I have.
It's really interesting.
Li Xiu was about to say something when Gao Ningyun spoke first. Cousin, there's no need to be so evasive.
Didn't your husband just divorce you? What's wrong? The Shadow God Pillar likes to drink a lot of water. Does it have anything to do with you? All right. Cut the smack, we're all family.
It was the eldest uncle who spoke.
Gao Ningyun is quite discerning.
The previous divine pillar was a solitary cultivator without even a family. Although Li Xiu's family was a little small before and was even removed from the list, it is at least a descendant of an aristocratic family.
Ningyun, let me tell you something.
Gao Ningyun frowned slightly. You are the elder, please tell me what you want to say.
After you finish speaking, I also have something to say.
Her uncle nodded. You two lost your parents when you were young, and it wasn't easy for the elders in your family to raise you. Your brother is now the clan leader, and his own son died in the secret realm some time ago.
It's pitiful that the old man sends the young one away.
As if they had agreed, all the Gao family members looked sad. Yes, the clan leader is such a good person, it's a pity that he has to send his son away at the age of old.
Yes, Ningyun, you have to be considerate of your brother. You have been dependent on each other since childhood. That's right, see if there's anything you can do to repay the family. Uncle raised his hand, and the others instantly quieted down. Gao Ningyun, you don't really need to do anything. Since Li Xiu doesn't have any family now, why not marry into his family first? Having said this, he raised his hand, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Li Xiu smiled and said nothing when he heard this. Marrying into the Gao family's family? The Gao family really has a good plan. Uncle! If you are talking about this, I can reply to you directly. No. I am married to Li Xiu, I cannot marry into his family. Gao Ningyun said coldly. Give up on this idea. The uncle's face turned cold. Humph. I haven't finished speaking yet, why are you butting in? Do you think my Gao family will take advantage of you? The marriage I mentioned is only in name only. You also know that the family's business has not been doing well in recent years. Your brother's hair has turned white with worry, so what I mean is that it would be a waste if you don't take the government subsidies. Once you marry into our family, we will become a super god family. If Li Xiu wants to start his own family in the future, we will welcome him. Besides, after becoming a super god level warrior, subsequent training resources are a huge expense, and there is also the development of weapons and mechas, which all cost money. If he marries into our family, we will naturally support him. Gao Ningyun sneered, alright, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Uncle, you're having trouble paying off your gambling debts lately. And my brother, is he keeping another woman outside and has no money to squander? You just want to use Li Xiu to make more money. Use him as a cash cow. She stood up suddenly and said, am I right? Elders of the Gao family. Gao Ningtian and the uncle both blushed. Xiao Yun, what are you talking about? Is this how you repay the family that gave birth to you and raised you? Is this how you go back to your parents' home? The uncle glanced at Li Xiu and thought, Li Xiu, what do you think? Xiao Yun's opinion is actually not important. What matters is your opinion. Having a family to rely on and not having one are two completely different things. Li Xiu said calmly under everyone's gaze, I listen to Gao Ningyun. She is my wife, so she can naturally represent me. Therefore, you must listen to what she says. You guys. The uncle was shaking with anger, obviously very angry, and then he sat back. Gao Ningtian. You are Xiao Yun's elder brother. What do you think we should do? Gao Ningtian sighed inwardly. His sister was very stubborn and it was almost impossible to get her to admit defeat. As for falling out? Li Xiu had just caused such a scene in the capital, so everyone knew that this divine pillar was incredibly powerful. However, people's hearts are treacherous, and I don't believe that you and your wife have no flaws. His expression changed, and there was a noise at the door. Where is Gao Ningyun? Is Gao Ningyun back? Let me in. I want to see her. Along with angry curses, a figure rushed in. The man was wearing a shirt and glasses and looked very gentle, but his cultivation was not very high. When he saw Gao Ningyun from a distance, he shouted, Ningyun. I finally found you. Do you know how much I miss you? How can I live without you? I heard you were with someone else, and I went crazy looking for you. I hold our photo album every day, and I don't even dare to wash my bedding, for fear of losing your scent. Gao Ningyun raised his eyebrows, Li Qinghan? It's you. This is the Gao family. What nonsense are you talking about? At this time, the cousin from the Gao family said intentionally or unintentionally, oh, this is really interesting, Ningyun, I didn't expect you to have such a wide circle of friends. It's the divine pillar again. It's this young man again. Brother, would you like to come in? Are you also Gao Ningyun's man? Gao Ningyun turned around and glared at his cousin, shut up right there. Chapter 66 You are simply looking for death. Suddenly, the uncle shouted, Gao Ningyun. Do you think this is a vegetable market? Who on earth have you provoked? Gao Ningyun looked at Li Xiu. Li Xiu smiled faintly and nodded at her. Gao Ningyun felt warm in her heart. If even Li Xiu didn't stand on his side at this time, she would really collapse. Then she glared at the man in front of her. Li Qinghan. What are you thinking? You took the money and left me, so why are you pestering me now? Don't you have any shame? Li Qinghan glanced quietly at the head of the family, Gao Ningtian, who nodded quietly. No. Gao Ningyun. I didn't take any money. I just felt that I wasn't worthy of you. I didn't take any money from your Gao family at all. But now I've figured it out, I want to be with you. It's okay even if you're with someone else. I'll definitely pursue you again. He glanced at Li Xiu and said, That's your husband, right? Hello, I'm her ex. Thank you for taking such good care of him, but I will treat Ningyan better in the future. Please leave her without worry. Bang! With a resounding slap, Gao Ningyan glared at the man in front of him. It's precisely because we talked before that I didn't expect you to become this kind of person. Her voice trembled, Li Qinghan, if you don't leave now, I will kill you without my husband having to do anything. Hearing Gao Ningyun's threat, Li Qinghan's eyes turned and found that Gao Ningtian picked up the water glass on the table. This makes him continue to pester, it's so easy to make money from the Gao family. Plop! He knelt on the ground and said, Ningyun, I didn't explain clearly at that time. It's my fault. I apologize. I was wrong. As long as you change your mind, anything is fine, even if you're pregnant. Grass. Li Xiu couldn't bear to hear this anymore. He slowly stood up and said, Okay. I can accept being pregnant. You have a really good temper. This former brother, right? If you're so good at taking on this, why don't you just post a notice? I'm sure a lot of pregnant, unmarried women would love this. As Li Qinghan saw Li Xiu stand up, jealousy welled up in her heart. You are her husband. I tell you, she is very coquettish. Especially in bed, she loves to have sex. You're talking nonsense. Gao Ningyun was immediately furious. Li Xiu raised his hand, and 9 red gene chains lit up within his terrifying blood and energy. Did anyone tell you that you would die if you spoke to a super god level warrior like that? He threw a punch and a burst of fire burst out. Under this terrifying punch, Li Qinghan's expression changed drastically. What super god level? No one told him. The next moment, his entire body had turned into gas. Then Li Xiu raised his hand and pressed lightly. Gao family, right? Put away your little tricks in front of me. Gao Ningyun. Speak your mind. Seeing Li Xiu angry, Gao Ningyan felt a little aggrieved, but with so many people around her, she said in a deep voice. I came back for 2 reasons. My nephew died in school. As a teacher, I have a responsibility to come back and tell my brother about it. The second reason is, from now on, I, Gao Ningyun, will withdraw from the Gao family. The uncle yelled, Gao Ningyun. What did you say? You're leaving the Gao family just like that? Do you know how this is any different from being an ungrateful person? If it really doesn't work, you should also give a share of the betrothal gift to the Shadow God pillar. Li Xiu was furious. How ridiculous. Do you think I dare not kill you? Boom boom. The entire Gao family mansion shook instantly. My uncle and aunt were crushed to the ground by the pressure of qi and blood. No. Divine pillar. Let's talk it out. The uncle was shocked. He knew that Shadow Divine Pillar was strong, but he didn't know he was this strong. He was a master-level warrior. At this time, the powerful men of the Gao family noticed the movement and rushed in from outside the door. There are actually 10 grandmasters. It's worthy of being a first-class family. Li Xiu raised his hand again. Boom! The 10 powerful men of the Gao family were immediately suppressed to the ground. Gao Ningtian, as the clan leader, is a national-level strongman, but even so, he still knelt on one knee, unable to move. Oh no, they had wrongly underestimated the strength of the Shadow God pillar. Although they knew he was very strong, the Gao family only knew about him through the media. I don't know how strong he is. But now that he knew, it was too late. Li Xiu said calmly, Do you all think I have a particularly good temper, and that's why you arranged this scene for me? You're using my woman as a bargaining chip. You're courting death. Bang bang bang. 10 master-level family warriors exploded instantly, turning into a blood mist all over the sky. This scene truly frightened the Gao family members, and they finally realized that in front of a true strong man, their background was not worth mentioning. The uncle was so frightened that his face turned pale. Grandmaster level. Those are all Grandmaster level. You killed me like that. My Gao family's century-old foundation is almost destroyed. Li Xiu snorted coldly, You shouldn't try to get anything from Gao Ningyun. Die. Boom. Gao Ningyun's uncle and aunt turned into blood mist. Li Xiu raised his hand again and glanced at Gao Ningtian. Gao Ningyun finally spoke up, Li Xiu, forget it. He is my brother after all. Let him live. I know he won't dare to do it again. Boom boom boom. Gao Ningtian cowed out heavily, the Gao family is wrong. I am wrong. The Gao family is wrong. Please forgive the Gao family, divine pillar. Seeing his brother like this, Gao Ningyun did feel a little soft-hearted. Li Shou withdrew his hand and then walked out of the Gao family's gate. No one dared to stop it. Gao Ningyun followed Li Shou, and Lillian, who had been playing in the yard, also followed. Looking at Li Shou, who was standing in front without saying a word, Gao Ningyun knew that her little man was angry. Hey! What's wrong with you? Are you angry? Gao Ningyun asked from behind. Li Shou took out his cell phone and dialed the number. Ingy, I want to tell you that I killed a few people at the Tianlangao family. Yeah, that's it. After doing all this, Li Shou walked on his own, and no matter what Gao Ningyun said, he didn't say a word. Gao Ningyun felt a little aggrieved for a moment. These things happened, which were not something she could control, and she didn't want them to happen. Besides, she was the one being bullied. Li Shou. If you ignore me, I'll leave. She shouted, but Li Shou remained indifferent. With a snort, she turned and walked away. Then she quietly took out her phone and searched, how to comfort my younger husband when he's angry. A bunch of solutions popped up quickly. Black stockings with a uniform? That's disgusting. Sing a song? No way. Twist out? Disgusting. She walked to the corner and suddenly saw a dessert shop. Why don't we buy some dessert? After all, it is said that eating dessert can make people happy. At this time, Li Shou and Lillian were walking on the side of the road. Suddenly, I saw a familiar figure appear in front of me. A white palace dress, a retro outfit. She waved her smartphone. Li Shou smiled. Monthly interest? You came to me specifically for this? Chapter 67 Hotel, Waterbed, Give Me Your Life. Li Shou took out his cell phone while the other party was expecting him. After adding a private message, he noticed that he was the only friend in this woman's private message. Hey! Yueshi, why do you only have me as your friend? You are not interested in me, are you? Li Shou teased casually. Yueshi suddenly blushed and nodded, saying Holy crap! Li Shou was really scared. No, our age difference is quite big, and I'm already married. Yueshi seemed to be thinking about this question seriously, his eyes looking at his plain white traditional cloth boots. In fact, we are warriors who have surpassed our limits. Who knows? You have a wife now, but what about hundreds of years later? Li Shou immediately understood what she meant. Both Yueshi Shinju and himself are warriors who have transcended qi and blood, and their life levels have risen. Lifespan has been greatly increased, but Li Shou doesn't know it. The system recharged itself with 900 million energy. He had no idea how long he could live. That doesn't make sense. We've only met twice, and you already have feelings for me? Li Shou asked doubtfully. Yueshi raised her eyes and said, well, for decades, you are the only one who can beat me. I haven't met a man stronger than me for a long time. So that's how it is. In her world, a woman like her is the same as me. They are both strong and have long lifespans, but how can this be considered love? I guess she will forget about it after a long time. Li Shou's expression suddenly changed. Well, let's go to the coffee shop next door and continue chatting. Yueshi's expression lit up with joy. Sure enough, he was still interesting. He wanted to go on a date with me so soon. Li Shou took her to a coffee shop and ordered 2 cups of coffee. Yueshi's outfit is still very attractive, and people will look at her from time to time. It feels like you are tall, good-looking, and wearing hanfu in a shopping mall. While waiting for coffee, Li Shou continued chatting with her. Outside the glass wall, Gao Ningyun was holding a marshmallow in his hand. Looking at the 2 people talking and laughing through the glass window, the bones of my fingers holding the marshmallows gradually turned white. Bang! The marshmallow fell to the ground. Then he turned and left. There were 3 people in the cafe. Lillian looked up and out the window. Li Shou, your woman ran away. She seemed sad. Upon hearing this, Yueshi glanced out the window, then lowered her head and took a sip of coffee. What happened to you two? Did you have a fight? Li Shou hummed, it's just a small matter. Yueshi nodded, after all, you two just got married not long ago, so you need to get used to each other. Yes, she is a professor after all, and sometimes she has a bad temper.
Li Xiu said with a faint smile.
Then won't you go find her?
Yu Shi asked.
Li Xiu shook his head. I should be more angry. If he didn't get angry in today's situation, wouldn't it make her feel that he has a good temper? How can I not be angry when my ex-boyfriend comes to my house? Of course, my anger is also strategic.
In this situation, she also felt aggrieved, so it was enough to just let it go.
Okay, let's stop here. We will go back to Lintian City later. If you come to Lintian, I can treat you to a meal.
After Li Xiu finished speaking, he stood up and left. She was left in the coffee shop, looking in the direction Li Xiu left, then lowered her head and took a sip of coffee.
That's sweet.
Li Xiu was furious as he walked. Lillian, look at this woman, once you give her some color, she'll immediately take advantage of you.
I'm not answering the phone anymore. He sensed Gao Ningyun's direction, and his figure disappeared in a flash.
The next moment, he appeared in front of Gao Ningyun. She was standing alone in a shop selling warrior weapons.
I don't know what he is thinking.
Li Xiu came to her side and pulled her into his arms. What?
You didn't call back?
Gao Ningyun said with a cold face, the moon breath god pillar likes you, how can I disturb your good things?
Oh?
Li Xiu smiled faintly.
So, you want to choose warrior equipment?
Well, I want to buy a magical weapon that can cut through the stuff of super god level warriors. Li Xiu lowered his head, pulled her little face over, and their eyes met. Li Xiu smiled and said, okay, but I'm afraid you won't be able to let me go.
How about I castrate myself now?
He raised his hand and pretended to be serious as he condensed a blade of energy and blood.
Gao Ningyun raised his hand and pressed it on his chest. It's too bloody in public.
I'll take you somewhere. Inside the Nongqing Aquatic Theme Hotel. Outside a room on the third floor, Lillian had a sullen face, her mouth pouted, and she looked unhappy. My dragon clan has seen all kinds of scenes, and you asked me to wait outside, humph.
In the room, Gao Ningyun whispered in his ear, how about that move just now? Do you think it was good? Do you want to give me your life?
Li Xiu stood up and put his hand on the other person's waist. Your ex-boyfriend said you were crazy, and it seems to be true. Golden hair stuck to her forehead, and she smiled charmingly. Little man, why are you jealous in front of me? The rich smell of sweat mixed with an ambiguous atmosphere echoed in the room, and the two people leaned on the backrests on the waterbed. Gao Ningyun raised his hand and drew circles on his muscles.
How do you practice this? Teach me.
Li Xiu glanced at her and said, what's wrong?
With me here, no one can hurt you. Why bother with so much trouble?
Gao Ningyun sat up and said, it seems that you want to wait until I die of old age so that you can be with that old woman Yueshi, right? Otherwise, why don't you kill me now and go find her directly? Li Xiu turned over and pressed her down on the bed. Are you sure I want to kill you? Gao Ningyun was a little scared. The output just now caused some pain. Seriously, the gap between our strengths is too big.
How can we continue like this?
So, I need to become stronger. Li Xiu pondered for a moment, then said, no matter what level of gene chain it is, I can help you get it.
SSS level is not a problem.
As for your qi and blood training, you still need to rely on yourself.
However, my subsidy is quite a bit of money each year.
With the medicine and my assistance, I can help you become a warrior beyond your limits in time.
It won't be a problem.
Gao Ningyun leaned on his shoulder and said, okay, I believe you.
How about this, now that we have time, I'll go hunt SSS level monsters for you. After that, we'll go back to Lintian.
Although summer vacation is only 3 months long, it actually goes by very quickly.
I still have a lot of things to do.
Having said that, Li Xiu took out his cell phone and called Ing Yi.
Is there an SSS level secret realm? I can help you conquer it.
After Li Xiu finished speaking, Ing Yi sent him a piece of information shortly afterwards. A strange cemetery, SSS level secret realm number 085, stable type, extremely dangerous. Due to the covetousness of its internal resources, many guilds have suffered heavy casualties and failed to completely conquer this secret realm. The so-called strategy is that the strategy team eliminated the biggest threat inside, which caused the secret realm's rating to be downgraded. This secret realm has already existed for 3 years.
But it hasn't been downgraded, and it's a cemetery. Just treat it like a haunted house.
Li Xiu said with satisfaction, okay?
It's you. Chapter 68, Damn. Whereas the secret realm. Whereas the mountain. The next day. The three left the hotel.
Gao Ningyun wore a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, paired with long wavy hair.
There is a feeling of cold slag. Lillian said excitedly, Li Xiu. Are we really going to eat fried chicken?
She started making a fuss this morning, demanding either ice cream or fried chicken. Li Xiu thought she was annoying, so he casually suggested taking her to eat fried chicken.
This girl has been obsessed with fried chicken lately. Eat fried chicken. Eat fried chicken. SSS level secret realm, numbered 085, tentatively classified as stable.
But the danger level is high, and no one knows whether it will suddenly turn into an unstable secret realm.
Currently, the Sky Blue Army is responsible for guarding the cemetery area.
When Li Xiu and his companions arrived at the cemetery, there were no other guild members present. After these people discovered that this place was very dangerous, many guilds suspended their exploration.
Instead, I chose to wait and see.
Several Sky Blue Army soldiers frowned slightly when they saw someone approaching from a distance. A wealthy woman, a college student, and an elementary school student.
Are you here to die? A soldier stepped forward and said, Student, this is dangerous. This is not a place for a date. Gao Ningyun turned around and glanced at Li Xiu. Didn't anyone notify them?
Li Xiu took 2 steps forward and said, I have greeted your captain.
Please report back.
The 2 guards looked at each other, and one of them immediately turned around and walked inside.
After a while,
a female officer with 2 bars on her shoulders came out. He saluted respectfully, I am Huang Shu, the captain of the Sky Blue Army.
I am honored to meet the Divine Pillar. Wow!
The soldiers watching around were shocked and hurriedly saluted.
What a concept! There are 2 existing Divine Pillars in the Dragon Dynasty, 1 male and 1 female. Then it is obvious that the person in front of me is that shadow. So young? He doesn't look like a big boss at all.
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. What's the situation in the secret realm now?
I need to go get an SSS level gene chain for my wife.
Hiss.
Huang Shu was shocked. In the secret realm where many top guilds had failed, the Divine Pillar was actually just used as a jungle monster? This is too charming.
Li Xiu pulled Gao Ningyun behind him. Lillian, please keep an eye on her for a while.
You are responsible for her safety. Lillian's face puffed up. Eh? Where are the chicken wings?
Li Xiu, you lied to Long. Li Xiu said without turning his head, first brush the gene chain, and then I'll take you to eat. She then calmed down a little. The team leader brought Li Xiu to the entrance of the secret realm and said, please be careful, there are SSS level monsters in here.
Li Xiu nodded.
Then the 3 of them walked into the secret realm, and the surrounding environment changed. Li Xiu looked at the cemetery plaques around him.
He frowned slightly. Is it still within the cemetery, but with a netherworld filter?
As a professor of exotic beasts, Gao Ningyun was naturally familiar with the surroundings. These are places where ghost-like exotic beasts often appear.
Li Xiu nodded. I've only seen ghost-like beasts in books. Today I can learn about them.
Click, click, click. There was a teeth-grinding sound, and 2 rows of tombstones in the distance began to shake.
Bony hands emerged from the mud.
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. D-rank exotic beast, white bone, HP 0. Description: when you encounter them in a cemetery, they might rip out your heart.
Don't panic, they just want to relive the feeling of being alive.
Li Xiu ignored the system's prompt. The D-level monster was of no value to him.
These things are so ugly.
Lillian frowned and raised her hand to shoot out a series of arcs of electricity.
Puff puff puff, hissing hissing.
The cemetery was filled with white bones falling down with black smoke. After all, the Thunder Dragon's lightning is the natural nemesis of these creatures. Lillian did a good job, but this place is classified as SSS level, so it must not be that simple.
Li Xiu raised his hand and rubbed his brow. How about I just blow up the entire secret realm and save myself the trouble?
He raised his hand, and the blood in his body surged. The huge amount of blood and energy even caused the secret realm to show signs of collapse. In an instant, the ghost fog in the entire secret realm surged up.
Countless ghost mists finally condensed into a vague dragon shadow.
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. The boss has appeared. Taichu Kunlong, SSS rank exotic beast. Description: a ghost-like lifeform, they can weave rules within their own secret realms, possessing incredible abilities, and are generally over 250 million years old.
Li Xiu looked at the dragon shadow in the air. Taichu Kunlong? Can you sing and dance rap? Taichu Kunlong's body churned. Human race. I am the oldest dragon race in the world. The one next to you must also call me Grandpa. Li Xiu was impatient, so, can you? No.
Li Xiu raised his hand, and his qi and blood began to condense, swirl, and rise.
Okay, I'll use your gene chain for a bit. Boom boom boom.
Sensing Li Xiu's endless energy and blood,
Taichu Kunlong panicked, wait a minute. Human race strongman. Let's talk it over. I can't say a word. My wife is anxious to absorb it. Fuck you. Respect the old and love the young. Taichu Kunlong became angry and embarrassed. Humans. Feel the wrath of the primordial Kunlong. Ouch. It opened its huge bloody mouth.
He started to suck Li Xiu's breath wildly. Li Xiu frowned, feeling his energy and blood draining away.
Oh? Absorbing qi and blood? That's pretty fast. If I make this a genetic skill, can Gao Ning suck it all out for me? Feeling the speed of several hundred seconds flowing by.
However, Kunlong's energy and blood were rising wildly.
380. 500. Gao Ningyun and Lilian hid behind Li Xiu. Use his body as a barrier to avoid Taichu Kunlong's siphon.
Li Xiu just looked at Taichu Kunlong calmly. Even if I stand here and let you suck, how much can you absorb?
Everything has its limits, except my energy and blood.
Li Xiu's eyes turned cold. Then let me see how much you can bear. Li Xiu raised his hand and released his qi and blood, 10 million.
Boom. Violet energy and blood swirled around him. The secret realm is on the verge of collapse. 100 million. Boom. Crack, crack, crack.
Even though Li Xiu intended to protect the two people behind him, Gao Ningyun and Lilian were still terrified.
This is impossible. Li Xiu. Li Xiu. He is not human. Lilian's face was dull. This is a god.
I can't explain it except to a god. Gao Ningyun raised her hand towards Li Xiu, then retracted it. At this moment, her desire to become stronger became even stronger.
If this continues, am I worthy of him? The Kunlong roared, no. It's overflowing. I'm overflowing. Please take back your blood and energy. My secret realm is about to collapse. Humans. No. Gods. Please take back your blood and energy. Li Xiu's mouth curled up, 200 million. Bang. Kunlong was like a huge balloon, bursting in an instant. The entire secret realm suddenly fell apart. The bright sunshine shines in.
Li Xiu stared blankly at where he and the others were.
Nah, where's the cemetery? Why has it turned into a giant pit? He looked up.
Several soldiers looked down from the ruins.
Shenzhou. Are you okay?
The cemetery and the hilltop suddenly exploded, and now there is a huge pit here.
Li Xiu. Chapter 69 Absorbing Taichu Kunlong. It seems that I have to hold back a bit in the future. It's not that I don't want to reveal my strength. But I am afraid of the collapse of the world. Who understands? Li Xiu and the other two jumped up. Come to the top of the pit.
Outside the military cordon surrounding the city, the major media outlets and onlookers have already formed 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. But this did not prevent Li Xiu from checking his gains. Congratulations to the host for killing the ancient Kuan dragon.
Gain 3425563 HP and 3 ancient Kuan dragon gene chains.
System, I don't need to absorb this gene chain. Convert it into an item and store it in the system space. After Li Xiu finished speaking, he opened the system space and took out 3 spinal cords emitting ghostly energy, which contained the genetic chain of the ancient Kunlong.
Gao Ningyun watched from the side with a curious look on his face. SSS-level beasts are truly formidable.
The chill emanating from their spinal cords gives me the chills. Li Xiu held up 3 spinal cords and said, "You absorb them now, and I'll watch."
Now.
Gao Ningyun frowned slightly, but my talent may not be enough to match such a good gene chain. Indeed, whether this world can match high-level gene chains is generally related to one's own talent. At Gao Ningyun's age, his blood and qi values are still around 3,000. Although her family didn't support her, I guess her talent wouldn't be that great either. But with him around, even if the gene chain needs to be rejected, it depends on whether he is willing to do so. Seeing Li Xiu's insistence, Gao Ningyun found a cleaner piece of ground and sat down. Then he began to practice the family's skills and absorbed the spinal cord. 3 spinal cords were pulled by her chi and blood, floating in front of her chest. Suddenly, 1 spinal cord was pulled by the chi and blood and sank into her left hand.
Fusion begins. Her complexion began to turn ugly.
Li Xiu stood aside and said, "Spinal cord absorption is a game of strategy.
The theory is to use one's own bloodline to suppress the genes of the alien beast and thus tame it.
Generally speaking, warriors can fuse gene chains starting from 500 calories of chi and blood.
You've been putting it off because you don't have family support. But that's fine. I'll fuse an SSS level exotic beast gene with you directly. Your upper limit will be even higher in the future."
Li Xiu knew it when he saw her frowning.
This Kunlong is really dishonest.
He raised his hand and pressed it on Gao Ningyun's shoulder, and streams of energy and blood rushed in.
It went up her arm.
This gene chain is like a strange mist running around.
Gao Ningyun's talent was not enough to make it surrender. But when Li Xiu's chi and blood arrived, it was like a mouse meeting a cat. He became obedient in an instant.
Under the guidance of Li Xiu's chi and blood, the mist merged with Gao Ningyun's left arm.
Buzz!
The golden gene chain lights up.
A dragon roar sounded, reaching the sky. The crowd watching from afar exclaimed, "This golden light? Someone conquered an SSS-level secret realm? And even fused the gene chain?"
After a while, Gao Ningyun slowly opened his eyes.
"You helped me?"
Li Xiu nodded. "Continue."
Dragon roars rang out one after another.
Gao Ningyun stretched out his arms, spinning with golden light.
"The third is on the head. Yes, there is actually a brain gene chain."
Generally, brain gene chains are stronger.
Li Xiu pondered.
Gao Ningyun seemed a little excited and stood up with his hands raised. One of the genetic skills of the 2 arms is the Mist Dragon Claw.
After becoming a hollow, it can easily break through any defense. Cause internal damage. The other one is Void Slash.
The slash released can ignore space. Li Xiu was envious.
It was indeed an SSS-level genetic skill. It was different. What about you, the third one?
Gao Ningyun smiled mysteriously, raised his hand and placed it on Li Xiu's shoulder, then narrowed his eyes.
Suddenly,
Li Xiu only felt a small amount of his energy and blood flowing towards Gao Ningyun.
Oh? It's the ability to absorb other people's energy and blood? This ability is quite strong.
Although it is a little weaker now due to the influence of the realm, it will not prevent it from becoming stronger in the future as it grows. When Li Xiu took Gao Ningyun to absorb the gene chain, a lot of people had already gathered in the distance. So he held Gao Ningyun and flew away from the scene. Soon, news about the Shadow God Pillar conquering the SSS-level secret realm was all over the place. At this time, Li Xiu had already boarded the high-speed train back to Lintian City. He planned to gather his brothers at Lai's house to repair the 2 mechas left by his grandfather. Of course, he could also look for the governor or Ing Yi, but forget it. After all, the government subsidy has arrived, and with the Shadow God Fund, the cost of repairs should be about the same. Give the 3 guys some salary and buy spare parts for repairs.
That should be all that's needed. If that doesn't work, Lillian, the dragon.
I still have gold coins and gems on me, so the money should be enough. Seeing Li Xiu's malicious gaze, Lillian raised her hands to cover her chest. "What do you want to do?"
Li Xiu smiled. "Lillian, we are family, right? After returning to Lintian City, I sent a message to inform my 3 roommates. They heard that Li Xiu was his own boss and asked them to work for him. The kind that gives money." Responded immediately. In the evening, everyone decided to have dinner together. Let's discuss how to do the work. Inside a Chinese restaurant, Lin Yu drank beer and said, "There's no way we can finish all this work in one summer vacation, unless someone from my family helps out." Li Xiu shook his head when he heard that. "That's not necessary. I didn't intend to finish it all in one summer. When school starts, we can do it when we have free time, and I'll pay you the same." Su Hangyuan picked up a bottle of beer and said, "Boss, what else are you talking about? I'll show you a dragon sucking water." Huang Yuan was also very happy because he couldn't find an internship. But time flies so fast, 1/3 of the summer vacation is almost over. Everyone drank and ate until late at night before going home. Li Xiu took Gao Ningyun and Lillian directly back to Lai's house. Chen Wuya was very happy when the 3 of them came back. "Young master." Chen Wuya seemed to be getting older. But the spirit is still okay. Chi and blood, 982.
It seems that Uncle Chen's illness can't last much longer as he is in such a bad condition. We need to find time to repair his injuries. However, with his own 900 million qi and blood reserves, it shouldn't be a problem for him to heal his injuries. The three followed Chen Wuya and said, "The Gu brothers and sisters have fallen asleep. Gu Yu has made rapid progress recently, while her brother is a little behind."
Li Xiu nodded. "Uncle Chen, I'll ask my aunt to come back and live with us tomorrow. The entire Lai family needs to be renovated."
He turned around and took Chen Wuya's hand. "Uncle has suffered so much over the years."
Chen Wuya shook his head. "It's all worth it." Chapter 70 Black Market. Bakusa Zoku.
The next morning, the three friends came to the Lai family mansion with their luggage. This is preparation for a long struggle. Li Xiu was having breakfast with Gao Ningyun at this moment.
On the other side, Chen Wuya supervised the Gu brothers and sisters as they practiced basic skills.
Li Xiu stared intently.
Chen Wuya teaches the Dragon Fist technique.
This is a method that requires a lot of continuity. For example, you have to start from the basics, then supplemented with boxing and kicking techniques. Li Xiu's cultivation came from the system, so he was still very curious about the traditional martial arts training. Just because of educating his two children, Chen Wuya's life became increasingly difficult. So yesterday Li Xiu gave Chen Wuya 100,000 Dragon Dynasty coins to be used for the two children's future martial arts training. As soon as the third roommate came in, he was not polite either. I picked up the breakfast on the table and started eating. Lin Yu grabbed the fried dough sticks and ate them while saying, "Li Xiu, I've already told my family about this, and my dad certainly has no objections.
I know he's with you.
He said that I don't need to take care of the family affairs in the future.
I can just hang out with you."
Su Hangyuan laughed when he heard this and said, "Your father is really smart.
It's better to follow well than to do well." Huang Yuan smiled and said, "My family is also happy to know that I have found a job. It doesn't matter what I do or who I do it with."
Li Xiu glanced at Gao Ningyun beside him and said, "We will be busy soon and may not have time to accompany you." Gao Ningyun bit a sausage. The gravy flowed down the corner of his mouth and slid down his jaw, shining with a greasy luster.
"I don't need you to accompany me. I have to prepare for the start of the semester.
We professors have to go to work early.
I really envy you college students."
Li Xiu shook his head. "All right, let's go to the basement for retreat now."
"Let's go, brothers." The light dispelled the darkness in the basement. Two metal giants were quietly tied to ropes. Lin Yu was obviously well prepared. He took out a blueprint from his backpack.
"These are the design drawings of Doug's F-01 series.
Your grandfather might have customized the mecha. But it doesn't matter, these things are pretty much the same."
Li Xiu is more concerned about the cash issue now. "I still have more than 80 million in the foundation, and the subsidy from the Divine Pillar is about 200 million.
Hey guys, do you think that's enough?"
Lin Yu rubbed his brows and said, "I have a repair shop at home, and I'm also a member of the Mecha Club.
If I buy the parts through formal channels, maybe not enough." Li Xiu hesitated for a moment. "Then is there any unconventional method? There must be a black market for mechas."
"We can try our luck in the underground black market,"
Lin Yu said in a low voice. Huang Yuan muttered, "But isn't the underground black market illegal?" "Of course it's illegal. Goods on the black market are 30% cheaper." Lin Yu nodded. "It's okay, let's try our luck at the black market tonight."
After Li Xiu finished speaking, the three of them began to clean the mecha and completed the basic disassembly. In the evening, the four of them left Lai's house cautiously, driving Lin Yu's pickup truck. Following the guidance of the veteran Lin Yu, the four of them parked the car directly outside a bar in the civilian area. After getting off the car, Su Hangyuan looked around furtively.
Huang Yuan glanced at Lin Yu and said suspiciously, "You didn't do this on purpose, did you? This place is very famous." Li Xiu took a look at the surrounding environment and immediately understood.
The beautiful girl who looked at them from time to time had explained everything very well. She is a young lady who needs poverty alleviation.
Lin Yu exclaimed, "What are you guys thinking? This is a legitimate underground exchange. Come with me."
The three followed Lin Yu and were soon stopped by bodyguards at the bar door. Li Xiu was surprised to find that this guy's blood and energy were actually quite high.
Qi and blood, 4307.
You know, a blade-level warrior will never have trouble finding a good job wherever he goes.
But be a bodyguard.
Lin Yu took out a black card from his pocket, and the other party's expression immediately became serious.
Black butler.
Please. Seeing his brother's confused expressions, Lin Yu immediately explained, this exchange is not open to the general public. They have to lead others, but their status is usually not as high as mine. I can be considered to have made special contributions to the black market.
Li Xiu was stunned. What contribution can you make to the black market? I designed a new hydrogen rail device. It was a big hit on the black market, and I made a lot of money.
I also got the black butler card. The black market has 3 levels: white card, green card, red card, black card, and gold card. Huang Yuan pushed his glasses and said, then you only have a black card.
Fuck. You have no idea how rare my black card is.
At this time, a girl in revealing clothes came towards them and said, VIPs, please follow me.
Su Hangyuan swallowed his saliva.
It wasn't that these women were particularly beautiful, but their bodies were as juicy as peaches for a boy of his age.
Really, I am a local dog, I want to eat. The 4 of them walked into the dedicated freight elevator.
They didn't notice that in a corner of the bar, a student from Longwu University secretly took a photo. I sent it to my beloved Professor Gao, and then sent the location in notes. Dear Professor Gao, I'm a tactical warrior major and will graduate next year.
I hope you can give me a pass. This is a famous kiln, right?
Just now, it was a place only super VIPs could enter.
Cute.jpg.
After doing all this, the Longwu University student naturally continued to go to the bar.
After that, Li Xiu couldn't understand why his woman suddenly became angry when she was fine.
At this time he had already reached the underground black market. On the huge dome, there was a dim light source, and a heavy metallic smell filled the air.
Lin Yu took a deep breath and said, welcome to my country.
In just a short while, many people had greeted Lin Yu. Especially those who opened shops.
Deacon Lin, would you like to buy some of the latest Qi and blood converter? Deacon Lin. The latest catgirl robot. Guaranteed to be realistic. Deacon Lin. The latest extender is guaranteed to make you feel comfortable and satisfied.
Li Xiu raised his hand and placed it on his shoulder.
Why don't you find a partner? School will start soon, and there will be so many female students there. I think you can do it.
Lin Yu immediately explained, no, you have to trust my character.
Okay, next we need to find the necessary accessories.
Li Xiu said in a deep voice.
Lin Yu also became serious.
Speaking of which, we'll have to ask the governor of the black market for help. After all, your grandfather's mecha is not a common commodity. At this time, a group of young men and women with exaggerated clothes and mechanical implants all over their bodies approached from a distance.
Lin Yu frowned, fuck. It's the violent gang.
Li Xiu was very interested. The strong implanted Bakusazoku were a group of people who implanted machines into their bodies. What they believed in was, if you don't have enough strength, make up for it with firepower.
However, Li Xiu has learned about the knowledge of strong planting machinery.
The toxins released by these things can make your brain less clear. The group of violent bikers suddenly stopped, led by a girl with 7 or 8 nose rings. He looked up at a few people and a smile appeared on his lips.
Yo! Handsome guys. Chapter 71. So, can we date? Both arms of this will-o the wisp girl are semi-mechanical. Add to that 7 or 8 colorful nose rings, and they now know that they used to pick up beautiful women. Why did the girl tell them to get out? Now the positions are reversed, and it turns out that goblins are equal in gender.
Lin Yu frowned slightly, feeling that her face was insulted.
Hey! Girl! Do you know who I am? Are you teasing us? The girl seemed to think she had heard something extremely funny. Brothers, help me snatch that man away. She pointed at Li Xiu. Li Xiu? I look like I'm easy to bully or something.
These strong planters are about to surround us. Li Xiu raised his hand and swung it out.
Boom!
Under the terrifying pressure of qi and blood, the powerful implants on these people's bodies exploded one after another.
Boom boom! Ah! It hurts! Who is this person? Damn! This machine of mine costs hundreds of thousands.
The girl was pinned to the ground, her arms broken. She looked up at Li Xiu in shock.
Who are you?
At this moment, a path parted from the crowd in the distance, and a man slowly approached. Everyone, stop!
Brother Lin Yu. How are you?
Lin Yu then smiled faintly, Commander-in-Chief. The two men opened their arms and hugged each other, and then the man immediately bowed and saluted Li Xiu.
Sir, I have offended you so much. Please spare her life. He waved his hand and said, except the young lady. Dismantle everyone else. Break them into parts. The bikers behind him begged, no. Commander. Spare us.
It was the young lady who made us do this.
The black market governor remained indifferent.
He turned his hand and bowed to Li Xiu. If you need anything, I can help you.
Let's talk for a moment. After a few people walked away,
the girl with the strong implant behind him looked up and stared at Li Xiu's back in shock. As he walked, the governor said, "Thank you for sparing my daughter's life.
I will give you a 50% discount on any purchases you make on the black market."
Li Xiu said, "You seem to know my identity. The pressure you just exerted is not something that ordinary people can release, so your identity is obvious."
The governor said warmly.
Li Xiu raised his eyes and glanced at him. The man was wearing a golden suit, which looked very ostentatious.
He was wearing a black mask on his face. Can't see the face clearly. Don't you know what the divine pillar needs when he comes to my black market?
Li Xiu didn't beat around the bush. I need parts for the Double Blade F01 series and the Lancer series mechas.
And the best.
Upon hearing this, the governor nodded immediately and said, "The divine pillar has come to the right place.
I have something good. Please take a look."
Follow him through the black market shops. Li Xiu noticed that many shop owners along the way were foreigners. The orcs, the zerg, the purple gold, and so on.
Following the governor, we arrived at a warehouse with tight security.
The governor introduced, "Here we have the latest firepower system, as well as mecha protection, and there are countless high-level warriors.
Even for ordinary divine pillars, it's not easy to break into my warehouse. Of course, a strong one like you is an exception."
Su Hangyuan muttered to the side, "Our shadow god wouldn't be short of your money."
"How can we rob you?"
"Ha, what you said is funny, of course that's not what I meant." The governor smiled slightly. Nothing in this world can stop the divine pillar, but the divine pillar is still willing to follow the rules. He suddenly cupped his hands. Shinju is already a very kind person. Li Xiu raised his hand and scratched his face awkwardly. He felt embarrassed if this were to happen. He was just an ordinary person who traveled through time. Although he had the power, he had no intention of conquering the world and becoming emperor.
Quang quang quang.
Amidst the mutual compliments, the door has opened. A strong smell of motor oil hits you in the face. Lin Yu's eyes slowly lit up as if he saw a stunning beauty.
Hydrogen-powered auxiliary device. Hand-mounted smoothbore heavy artillery. Holy shit. Type 01 Chi and blood core amplifier. And they're all the latest models.
He had already rushed in first.
The governor guessed his reaction and walked slowly and gracefully with Li Xiu. Actually, what Lin Yu said isn't top-notch in the entire warehouse. I'll show you something better.
Then in the warehouse, a door with a heavy metal protective plate appeared. The governor stood in front of him, and after a pupil scan to verify, he pushed open the door.
Several people came into the room. Lin Yu screamed, "Ah! What is this? What is this?"
The governor introduced him to Li Xiu and others.
These strange-looking things were all recovered from alien mechas. Buzz.
Li Xiu raised his hand, and the terrifying energy and blood condensed into a blade.
Pointing at the governor, he asked, "Who are you? How do you have these confidential things?"
The governor said calmly, "It's normal for a black market boss like me to have some tricks up my sleeve."
Do you think all officials in the Dragon Dynasty are honest?
Li Xiu looked at the parts of these alien mechas and said, "These things make me uncomfortable."
Boom!
The terrifying power of chi and blood surged, and these parts were destroyed instantly. The governor opened his mouth in astonishment. "You are too overbearing."
But he was not panicked at all. "I'll take these things as cost price." "Well, Shinju, you will probably have to pay an extra 150 million. "What? So much money?"
Su Hangyuan cried out in pain.
Huang Yuan also nodded. "You are too dark."
Li Xiu glanced at him. The governor smiled and said, "However, this 500 million is just to make friends with you. As the saying goes, you will know the value of our friendship. Only then will you understand that it is worth 1,000 gold." Li Xiu narrowed his eyes.
This guy is not simple, a typical businessman. Then he glanced at Lin Yu and said, "You understand this better than I do. I'll leave the purchasing to you." Lin Yu squatted in front of the shattered pieces of the alien mecha, fiddling with them with his hands, and said with a distressed look on his face, "Let me be frank, Li Xiu, you slapped me. It hurts me so much to take this picture. The level of sophistication of these special shaped parts is at least 20 years ahead of what we have now." The governor said from the side, "Don't panic, brother Lin Yu, we already have the complete blueprints of the alien mecha on the black market. I'll give it to you for research free of charge. Furthermore, based on the alien technology, the Terran mecha will soon usher in a new wave of upgrades." Lin Yu nodded, "Alright, for now I'll help Li Xiu choose the parts for repairing the mecha." Li Xiu said, "I also need a certain amount of warrior elixirs and training materials." He bought these things for Gao Ningyun and the Gu sisters. The other 3 roommates also need to practice to some extent, right? I can give you some of these things. After the governor said this, he and Lin Yu went to select parts, leaving Li Xiu where he was. At this time, the governor's daughter had replaced her arms with a pair of mechanical arms and then slowly walked towards the warehouse. "They said you were Shadow? So, can we date?" Chapter 72, Damn. Where are your gold coins? This is a high-level martial arts world where the strong are respected, and strength is the best filter for men. What's more, Li Xiu is quite good-looking. The girl continued, "I can be your woman, without any formal status, and help you bear children. Our children must be strong." Upon hearing this, Li Xiu took a deep breath and really couldn't accept it. "No need, I don't deserve it. What a crazy person. Didn't he notice the 7 or 8 rings on her nose?" At this time, Su Hangyuan was carrying medicinal herbs from afar. Bang! He was caught off guard and bumped into the girl, and all kinds of medicinal herbs for cultivation fell to the ground. Su Hangyuan and the other party immediately squatted down to pick up the things. Accidentally, the 2 hands touched each other. Su Hangyuan felt as if he had received an electric shock. The other end. Li Jingxiu took the list and calculated the price. "This little thing costs 290 million? He raised his hand and touched his head. Lin Yu also complained, "Commander, this is too expensive." The governor shook his head, "I've already given you everything I could, and the accessories you chose are all the most expensive and best. So there's nothing I can do to help." Li Xiu's current total assets are indeed almost exactly 290 million. Although he is very strong, it does not mean that he can rob people for money. But you have to ask the governor and the empress for money. He wasn't very happy about it, and you could say he had a bit of a patriarchal mentality. Okay, buy it. All the formalities were completed quickly and the few people prepared to leave. "Where is Su Hangyuan?" Li Xiu asked doubtfully. Huang Yuan was carrying a large bag of elixirs and materials for martial arts training. "I don't know. Did you go to the toilet to be lazy?" Li Xiu was slightly aware of it. His face suddenly turned black, he was really hungry. "Okay, let's go outside and wait." About 30 minutes passed. Su Hangyuan walked out of the warehouse. The young man hummed a song, floating while walking. The 3 brothers looked at him strangely. "No way. How could you have the heart to do this?" Li Xiu frowned. Lin Yu shook his head. "I'm really hungry. Really hungry." Su Hangyuan said nonchalantly, "When there are no women, I'll kill the ugly ones. Understand?" Huang Yuan gritted his teeth in envy. "Boy. It was obviously me who fell in love with the governor's daughter first. Fuck. Are you guys okay?" Li Xiu looked shocked. "School is about to start. You guys should satisfy your cravings at the welcome party." Li Xiu was speechless. Even if his buddies were no longer capable, they would still hang out with him. It wouldn't be too bad in the future. "What kind of food are these?" Several people came to the outside of the bar and took a taxi back to Lai's house. "It's late at night. Good night to each other. As for the delivery of the governor's goods, it will start tomorrow. After all, some things are not in stock." When Li Xiu arrived at the room, he found the door was locked. It seems she is asleep. Forget it, I'll just deal with it in the study for one night. The layout of the Lai family is a bit like the style of the ancient times of Blue Star. There are quite a few rooms in each wing. After all, at its peak, the Lai family was a super god-level family. He has many offspring.
When Li Xiu passed by the courtyard, he saw a small head with blue hair.
She squatted under a tree. I don't know what I'm doing.
The little head was shaking. Li Xiu walked over. I found out it was Lillian. The little girl's cheeks were puffed out. There's something stuffed in his mouth.
Closer. Li Xiu was shocked. What she was eating was nothing else but instant noodles. Why aren't you sleeping late at night and eating instant noodles here?
Li Xiu was bewildered.
And it tastes like tomato?
When Lillian saw Li Xiu appear, her expression suddenly turned unnatural.
I recently discovered that instant noodles are the most delicious thing for humans. Better than fried chicken.
Li Xiu shook his head. He was truly a dragon without any aspirations, but that wasn't the point. He continued, by the way, I'm short on money lately.
Let me use the gold coins and gems you mentioned last time.
The little girl's face broke out in sweat instantly.
Li Xiu knew that the situation was not simple as soon as he saw it. Lillian. Where's your money? The little girl looked flustered and said, I don't have any money. Did you remember it wrongly? Boom, boom, boom.
Li Xiu's energy and blood burst out instantly.
Open your mouth. Pour out the gold you hid.
His terrifying energy and blood were like a violent storm.
Lillian was so frightened that she immediately transformed back into dragon form. He squatted in front of Li Xiu and opened his mouth pitifully.
Li Xiu just looked up and saw a blanket of instant noodles falling from the sky. The crooked-mouthed raccoon on the packaging bag seemed to be mercilessly mocking him, the pillar of God.
After he was completely buried in the instant noodles, the little fat dragon burped. Do.
A golden coin fell to the ground. She picked up the coin in her fat paw.
Hey, Li Xiu, I left it for you.
Li Xiu's voice rang out from the pile of instant noodles, Flame Demon Bull Gene Technique.
Flame hell. You.
Turn yourself into a grilled dragon kebab.
Lillian's face changed drastically. Oh my god. Kill the dragon. Gao Ningyun. Shan Wuya. Someone come and save the dragon. She flaps her wings and is about to fly. A giant flaming hand shot up into the sky.
Grab her lizard tail. A crackling smell of burning came out instantly. The smell of instant noodles filled the entire yard.
It smells pretty good too.
This also strengthened Li Xiu's determination to eat roasted dragon. After being pulled down by Li Xiu, she quickly returned to her human form. At the same time, he kept slapping his own buttocks. It's burning red, you won't be able to have children in the future. After saying that, she looked at Li Xiu with tears in her eyes and blinked.
Bang!
Li Xiu slapped him in the face.
Slapped the little girl in the face. Go on. I need money. You used it to buy all the instant noodles for me? I might as well kill you. Sell me for 200 million. Wow.
The little girl was really scared and cried. Li Xiu was very disappointed. With so much gold, he wondered if the child would be cheated.
Just a few trucks of instant noodles?
If we continue like this, we won't have enough funds. He turned his gaze to Gao Ningyun's room and said, my wife's money is actually my money.
There doesn't seem to be anything wrong.
As the saying goes, as long as you work hard, you will succeed.
My wife loves you deeply.
Came to the door of Gao Ningyun's room.
Naughty, and locked the door?
His blood and energy moved slightly, and the lock broke instantly. Then he slid in. In the moonlight, the shoulders of the woman on the bed emitted a faint glow. Li Xiu sat beside her and put his hand into her arms.
Suddenly frowning slightly, you have been eating well recently, have you experienced secondary growth? Xiaoyun, let's eat some more macaroni.
A murmur came out of her little mouth. Li Xiu stood up like lightning.
Fuck. Why is it this idiot? Bang. Someone at the door turned on the light.
Gao Ningyun stood at the door, looking at Li Xiu with interest. Why, my little sister is coming to stay for a few days, are you interested? Li Xiu raised his hand and pointed at her, then at the person on the bed. I really don't know.
Su Qingxi sat up from the bed. The little pink strap slipped halfway down. Xiaoyun, it seemed like someone touched me just now. Was it you?
Li Xiu noticed the deep cunning hidden in her innocent eyes.
Damn. Women are so good at playing. Chapter 73. Come on, let us go to the room. In fact, the more times like this happen, the more you should be confident and justified. It was just a misunderstanding.
Li Xiu said firmly. I can't use my blood and chi to skin you all day long.
Who would know she's in your room? Gao Ningyun walked in front and he walked behind. Gao Ningyun said indifferently.
Li Xiu pulled her into his arms, but she didn't react much. But Li Xiu felt that she was still a little angry. But the woman's anger was very restrained. She is not like some girls who would express their emotions obviously, and she would never say something like, "You don't understand me. I'm playing some extreme tug of war with you." She has this kind of image, a little bit strong. In fact, this is a disadvantage. After all, men will gradually lose themselves in front of a coquettish woman. In the end, he was trained by the other party to turn up his mouth. Well, earlier tonight one of my students caught you guys at a whorehouse.
I just saw you attack my best friend again.
She looked at Li Xiu calmly, but I dare not get too angry.
Do you know why?
Li Xiu looked down at her. She raised her hand and hooked it around Li Xiu's neck.
Because my husband is an unparalleled strongman, I'm afraid I'm not important enough.
Li Xiu hooked her lower back and said, that's not necessary. No matter if I'm a strong person or not, I'm still your student.
Gao Ningyun smiled, you could have just taken down that idiot Su Qingxi, but you didn't. Naturally, I believe you.
Li Xiu lowered his head and bit her cheek, I think. Don't worry, sister, I still have 5 million in savings.
I will transfer it to you right away.
She smiled faintly. A sister who loves you will only worry that she doesn't give you enough. Li Xiu moved from the side of his face to his lips. That night, Li Xiu worked particularly hard. Even the power of qi and blood was used. So, the bed broke. With his wife's 5 million, Li Xiu didn't take on the next project.
Huge trucks arrived one after another and unloaded key parts one by one.
The 4 of them worked for 2 whole months, but they only managed to repair 1/3 of the mecha.
Summer vacation is coming to an end.
Gao Ningyun and Su Qingxi, who came to stay for free food and accommodation, returned to school early to work. Li Xiu and others are about to begin their junior year. At this critical juncture, the official Long Dynasty announced a big news. Officials have discovered a species of creature in the latest secret realm, tentatively identified as a pseudo-human race. This race will kill its own targets.
Then I lived as him. However, its habit of feeding on other intelligent species means it cannot integrate into human society.
Su Hangyuan was holding his phone and reading the message. The 4 of them gathered together to eat lobster and drink beer. Li Xiu said indifferently, I saw it.
The news said that this tribe is not very strong and there are not many of them. It doesn't affect us.
Moreover, Li Xiu can scan the qi and blood values of others, so it is basically impossible to replace the people around him. Lin Yu grabbed the lobster, ignoring the oil on his hands, and shook his head, exactly.
What's there to worry about with such a creature? Don't you know whether the people around you have changed or not? But monkey, how are you and the governor's daughter doing recently? Huang Yuan looked up and stared at him.
Su Hangyuan smiled complacently, school is about to start in 2 days. I plan to go out with her and get a room tonight.
Fuck. I'm so envious. Huang Yuan was jealous. In fact, when you tell your single roommate that you are going to check into a room with a girl and will not be coming back,
then no matter what the other person looks like, everyone will imagine Louis Fei for you. Li Xiu raised his hand and picked up his phone.
I'll transfer your salary right away. Fuck. Godfather, we really do get paid.
Su Hangyuan was going on a date in the evening, so naturally he hoped to look a little stylish. As a kid from a wealthy family, Lin Yu doesn't care about salary.
But Huang Yuan and Su Hangyuan are different.
The two were still very short of money.
Huang Yuan immediately poured Li Xiu a glass of wine. I toast to the emperor.
Li Xiu smiled, opened his phone, took the money Gao Ningyan gave him, and transferred 10,000 yuan to each of the 3 people.
Fuck. 10,000 yuan.
Su Hangyuan held the phone with a happy look on his face.
Thanks, brother. This is enough for my living expenses for 1 semester. Huang Yuan pushed his thick glasses.
You deserve it. After all, you can earn this much by working elsewhere.
How is that the same? Everyone is happy to be with you. Su Hangyuan stood up. Stop talking, I have to go to a date, I won't be back tonight.
Li Xiu glanced at him and said, wait a moment.
Su Hangyuan walked up to him and asked, "What's wrong?"
Li Xiu patted his shoulder.
"Go ahead and do your best." Su Hangyuan made a face and then straightened his back. "You understand me. Perpetual motion machine."
After he left, Li Xiu continued to eat lobster and drink beer.
He had just added some insurance for Su Hangyuan. It's always better to be careful. After the Yingyi incident, he kept some tricks on everyone around him.
At this time, Su Hangyuan had already come outside the house.
After taking a taxi, I went directly to the meeting place. A Western restaurant.
After he got off the bus, he spent a long time looking for coupons online. After all, the price per person in this restaurant is more than 300 yuan. For a college student, this is not a small amount. It didn't take long before the Ghostfire girl wearing a denim short-sleeved shirt arrived on a motorcycle. In fact, if you look closely, this girl is not bad looking, it's just that her usual dressing style is different from the normal aesthetic. In the restaurant, Su Hangyuan ordered 2 set meals. "Turin, why aren't you eating?" Su Hangyuan lowered his head and cut the steak.
"But I found that the girl opposite me was holding a knife and fork and was not moving." "You eat it, I don't have a good appetite today,"
she said with a smile.
"Ha, why do I feel that you are more gentle today, and even more beautiful?"
Su Hangyuan smiled like a pig.
"Well, come on, let's go to the room early." This is what girls say.
It can make boys' hearts warm.
Su Hangyuan immediately increased the speed at which he ate his rice.
After quickly finishing dinner, the two went straight to a theme hotel. In the elevator, Turin had already come up to him.
She licked Su Hangyuan's neck desperately, as if he were some kind of delicacy. Okay, there are surveillance cameras in here, no more." Su Hangyuan was very excited. Soon the two of them bumped into the room. Su Hangyuan no longer gave in.
At the moment of passion, Juling pushed Su Hangyuan heavily onto the bed. Su Hangyuan, who was as thin as a stick, was no match for her.
"Baby. Come on. Go wild." However, the next moment, the woman in front of him said, "I didn't eat dinner just now because I wanted to eat you up." "Okay. Where do you want to eat?" Su Hangyuan thought it was flirting.
At this moment, the girl in front of me has taken off her coat.
But this scene made Su Hangyuan's eyes widen.
The girl's chest and abdomen were full of densely packed mouthparts, and countless sharp teeth were wriggling.
Su Hangyuan swallowed hard, remembering the news he had read earlier.
He instantly regained consciousness, turned over, and crawled towards the door.
But she grabbed his ankle and asked, "Where do you want to go? Don't you want to go very much?" "Ah! Help! Li Xiu! Save me! I've run into a fake person." Chapter 74. Well, your dragon will follow me from now on.
At this time, Li Xiu and his friends were still showing off their crayfish.
What do you think Su Hangyuan is doing right now? Huang Yuan was a little drunk. Lin Yu yawned. "Hey, why can't it be me if you say there's a girl?
I feel sick when I think about this guy being malnourished lately." Li Xiu poured them both a glass of beer and said, "Don't be jealous.
We brothers can't be in need of girls. Let's go get one as soon as school starts." Huang Yuan chuckled, "Speaking of which, maybe our professor will be on maternity leave next semester."
Li Xiu stuffed a crayfish into his mouth. "It's early."
Li Xiu frowned. "Something happened. I'm going to go find Monkey. I'll send you the location when I get there." "What? What's going on?" Lin Yu asked in confusion.
The qi and blood I placed in Su Hangyuan were triggered.
Li Xiu's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. The next moment it was above the city. After locking onto Su Hangyuan's position, his figure disappeared again.
In the hotel room, Su Hangyuan raised his hand and looked at the blood on it. Torino's body was still on top of him. Just now, a terrifying blood and energy blade in his body suddenly slashed out at the critical moment. After passing through the body, it shattered the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, leaving broken glass scattered all over the floor.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He could hear his own heavy breathing.
In the moonlight, a figure stepped in through the glass window.
"What are you doing, kid? Making such a big deal out of it?" Li Xiu looked around.
The situation is not difficult to judge. Su Hangyuan was attacked by Dulin.
He walked over to Su Hangyuan and helped him up. "Li Xiu.
I don't know why she did that suddenly,"
Su Hangyuan said incoherently.
Li Xiu said in a deep voice, "Stop talking."
I understand. Calm down.
The armed police will be here soon.
I'll take care of it. You sit down and take a rest. Sure enough, the huge commotion here attracted the armed police.
Several agents armed with qi and blood pistols hurried upstairs.
They all pointed their guns at Li Xiu. Who are you? What was that commotion just now? Captain. There's blood. What? Put your hands down? Get on your knees. Li Xiu looked up at these people and said, "Don't you know me?
I told you to put your head down and squat down." The qi and blood pistol instantly absorbed the qi and blood power of the agent, condensed into a beam of qi and blood.
Bang!
Hit Li Xiu in front of him. But he couldn't even break through his protective blood energy.
Captain. Ineffective. Who is this person? Who are you?
Li Xiu raised his eyes, and the terrifying energy and blood in his body slowly flowed out. "You can call me Ying."
Stop.
A figure walked into the room from outside the door.
Song Zhou wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Greetings to the Divine Pillar. They are all young people. They have never seen you before and they don't know much. Why don't you apologize to the Divine Pillar?"
Li Xiu raised his hand. "It's alright, Director Song. Your management is very mediocre, and it allows fake people to run rampant." He narrowed his eyes.
The perception of terror quietly covered the entire Lindian city. There are quite a lot of sneaky rats. Song Zhou. Bring your men. Prepare to collect the bodies. Li Xiu took a step forward. Already under the moonlight.
The energy and blood in his body permeated his entire body, making his figure seem illusory.
There are still 6 in Lindian City.
Li Xiu had previously thought that this fake person incident was just a small matter, but he didn't expect it to offend people around him so quickly. "Any foreign race that enters the Dragon Dynasty and harms my relatives and friends will be killed by me."
He raised his hand. The terrifying energy and blood smashed into the earth.
Almost instantly, all the qi and blood warriors in the city felt their hearts pounding.
Under the lock of qi and blood. In the city. A dancer in a bar suddenly exploded.
A worker who came home late was pressing his co-worker against the wall and preparing to eat him, but his head exploded the next second. A housewife was stewing a head in a pot when her body suddenly went limp and she fell down.
After Li Xiu wiped out the fake people in the city, Song Zhou took people from the armed police department to the places where the incidents occurred. Several young armed police officers were shocked. Is this the Divine Pillar? Such terrifying energy and blood. Song Zhou said with some pride, "He is not an ordinary Divine Pillar. He's Shadow."
That night, the Shadow God descended upon the country, and wherever he passed, all the false people were destroyed. The whole country was shocked. A girl took a photo of his stunning appearance and unilaterally announced her relationship with him. A young boy saw Superman under the moon at his window and decided to learn martial arts. The next day, when he was a little tipsy, Li Xiu had already returned to the Lai family. At this time, the Gu brothers and sisters were practicing martial arts, and Shan Wuya was instructing them.
The 3 of them haven't come back yet? Li Xiu asked.
"Young master, your 3 classmates are probably still at the armed police department because of what happened last night, so they didn't come back so early,"
Chen Wuya said. Li Xiu nodded.
"For these armed police officers, what happened last night was also a big deal, so they stayed. It is also normal to make case records." He found that there were few people in the Lai family, and Gao Ningyun had been living in the teacher's dormitory recently.
I want to be back for the time being. As for Lillian? Well, where is my Dino?
Ever since he burned her tail last time, this girl has been rather distant towards him.
The little girl is a bit stingy. The dragon is already hundreds of years old.
Li Xiu picked up his phone and found that Gao Ningyun had left him a message.
Gao Ningyun, your dragon will follow me from now on.
She is my teaching assistant now, don't worry.
Damn.
They used to be at odds with each other, but how come they've changed so much in just a few days? But as long as she doesn't cause trouble outside, it's a good thing for Lillian to have something to do.
Chen Wuya glanced at Li Xiu and said, "Young master, Guyu wants you to see the results of her cultivation."
Looking at Chen Wuya's proud expression, Li Xiu also became somewhat interested.
"Okay, let me take a look, huh?"
In Li Xiu's view, the little girl's energy and blood were truly amazing.
Qi and blood value, 478.
You know, anyone with more than 200 calories is already a warrior, not to mention that she is already close to 500.
These are the standards for beginner warriors.
As expected of an alien, he has quite a talent. Seeing Li Xiu coming over, the little girl blushed. Li Xiu couldn't help but reflect, it seems that he can't dress up in the future, it's better to be ordinary, otherwise this miner will like him.
Well. In fact, Guyu was thinking at this moment, I am getting older and older, this master is not a pervert. Gu Tong said from the side, sister, what are you doing? The master is waiting. Ha? Okay.
Guyu raised his hand and started punching.
Waves of dragon roars were emitted along with her fists.
When she retracted her fist, a bright yellow dragon shadow appeared behind her.
Chen Wuya said proudly, don't even mention the current conditions of the Lai family. Even in the heyday of the past, we would hardly see such a genius. Young master really has a good eye for talent. Li Xiu nodded.
He didn't have any foresight at that time. He just wanted someone to accompany Chen Wuya.
Uncle Chen, your body's qi and blood are constantly declining. Are you taking the pills I gave you? Chen Wuya shook his head, young master, I know my body well. Taking medicine is a waste. It's better to save it for the next generation.
Li Xiu frowned, nonsense. This young master is giving it to you.
Is it to help you save money?
Chapter 75 Reorganizing the 12 Main Veins.
Chen Wuya didn't expect that his young master would be angry. You know, Li Xiu has always been good-tempered and never put on airs.
He immediately bowed, young master, please forgive me.
This old servant just wants to.
Li Xiu held his shoulders and said, Uncle Chen, you are my uncle, not a slave.
Stand up straight. Dragon Fist Chen Wuya. If you keep acting like this, how will you ever fight with me in the battle of the heavens? Hearing this,
the depression in Chen Wuya's heart suddenly eased a lot, young master, but I am old.
Li Xiu's eyes narrowed. Did I say you're old? Did I say you're useless? Injury, right? He slapped Chen Wuya on the shoulder. He was lifted up in an instant. Young master. What are you doing?
Li Xiu smiled slightly. I originally wanted to treat your body first before helping you do this, but since you're disobedient, I'll show you in advance.
Your young master's abilities. My blood is boiling. It's like an epiphany. Your meridians are reversed. I'm determined to reorganize them for you. Boom boom.
An unrivaled surge of energy and blood, like an explosion. The items in the entire courtyard were swept away like fallen leaves by the wind.
The Gu family brothers and sisters flew backwards one after another. Brother! What is this?
Be careful, sister.
Hold on to the tree.
Yue Hua, who was cleaning the courtyard in the distance, came out and said, Chen Wuya.
What are you doing again?
As soon as she opened the door, she was thrown back several steps by the terrifying energy and blood before she could steady herself. At this time, Li Xiu's qi and blood had formed a vortex.
Chen Wuya said in shock, young master, stop. You've worked so hard to cultivate your qi and blood, and this is a way to reverse it. It will hurt you.
Li Xiu said nonchalantly, these things are nothing to your young master.
Young master, this.
Li Xiu no longer paid any attention to it. The reason why all 12 main meridians were broken and the blood was constantly lost was found. Now he just needed to use my blood as a bridge to support his meridians. Just wait for the meridians to grow back. Chen Wuya's eyes widened as he felt a horrible stinging pain.
Ah!
This is, young master, this is an incredible skill.
Ah!
Chen Wuya's eyes were red, and the dense capillaries under the pores all over his body were broken and ruptured by such intense backflow.
He looked like a bloody man.
But he thought of the 10 alien mechas that day and the last figure of the fierce sky god pillar.
And after death, he was made into a puppet. Endless anger supported him to grit his teeth and persevere.
Although the young master was strong, he was just a human being after all, no matter how strong his qi and blood were. But being in the heavens does not mean there is no danger.
Patriarch. If there's a next time. I, Long Quan.
Willing to be your young master.
Shattered to pieces. No regrets even if I die 9 times. Ah! A terrible pain came over me. He fainted immediately.
When he opened his eyes again, everything around him seemed particularly clear, and he could even hear the whistle a kilometer away.
Chen Wuya sat up suddenly. Young master! Young master! Yue Hua came over and brought a basin of water.
Li Xiu went out to meet his brothers. Besides, school starts tomorrow, so he's quite busy. Chen Wuya took the clean water and raised his hand to touch his face, which had fewer wrinkles.
I was shocked. Look within yourself.
The terrifying qi and blood formed 12 bridges, supporting his fragile 12 main meridians. This is the young master's qi and blood. He raised his hand and sensed his own strength. I have regained the strength of a blade-level warrior.
Yue Hua.
The young master gave me this medicine.
Hurry. Give it to me. Quick.
The two siblings of the Gu family knelt on the ground with a thud.
Master.
Congratulations, Master.
Chen Wuya looked at the two children and felt the power in his body. Master.
I, Chen Wuya, can finally stand beside the young master.
I have no regrets. Bah! What a shame.
Yue Hua came over with the medicine. It's a good day, but you said such nonsense.
It makes me feel like I'm going to die. Ah, Sister Yue Hua is right. Cough, cough, cough.
Li Xiu covered his chest. Although it only consumed a few million qi and blood, the effect is very good overall.
A few more times and Uncle Chen should be fine.
He stood at the door of the armed police department.
My 3 roommates came out. Li Xiu.
Whoa, I almost thought I wouldn't be able to see you again.
Su Hangyuan hugged Li Xiu.
But Li Xiu dodged it sideways.
Lin Yu and Huang Yuan sighed, just be more positive. No one wants something like this to happen. Yeah, I haven't eaten all night. Why don't we go get some noodles?
After a while, the 3 of them were already lying down eating noodles.
Fuck. Li Xiu, you solved a crisis in one night?
Huang Yuan said in shock. Lin Yu and Su Hangyuan also looked up at it as if they were looking up to a god.
I've been busy all night. It's not a big deal. There aren't many fake people.
Li Xiu said. Lin Yu picked up the phone and suddenly frowned.
Li Xiu, have you seen the news? An SSS-level secret realm, number 047, appeared in the southeastern mountains of Linbei province.
The alien race inside has emerged.
The Moon Breath God Pillar has personally led the troops into battle.
Li Xiu frowned slightly. What about the strength and deployment of both sides?
Why, Li Xiu, you don't want to join the war, do you? Lin Yu frowned.
Anyway, I heard that it will be a large-scale troop deployment, and the scale of the battle will definitely be large.
Even if you go, the battle will not end quickly. Huang Yuan said. Su Hangyuan shook his head. That's not necessarily true. Li Xiu's qi and blood are so strong. I think if he joins the battle, we'll definitely win quickly.
Li Xiu frowned slightly. Such a big thing happened, and Eng Yi didn't contact me.
Lin Yu shook his head. If I don't ask you, it means it's not the right time to ask you to help. You've just had a hard night.
If you have to take action for all the affairs of the Dragon Dynasty,
you're a gold medal worker, right? Why do you still need so many soldiers?
Don't worry, if you can't handle it anymore, they will definitely come after you. Li Xiu nodded, realizing that he was indeed worrying too much.
I was busy all night last night. Help Uncle Chen heal his injuries in the morning. Now that you haven't found me.
Then the monthly interest can definitely solve the problem.
Okay, school starts tomorrow. Do you know what this year's school admission brochure is? Huang Yuan took out a brochure mysteriously. What the hell?
All 4 of them exclaimed. The brochure is full of hints, such as Senior Shadow God Pillar and the need to get God Pillar's signature in person for admission.
There is no best school, only the best seniors.
I heard that there are a lot of beautiful women from all over the country coming this year.
Lin Yu's words instantly made Su Hangyuan get out of his grief. He ate noodles with a slurp. What are you waiting for? We're going to be our juniors now.
I remember there will be an orientation for the new students.
Suddenly Li Xiu's cell phone rang. Gao Ningyun called, hello, Li Xiu.
Li Xiu frowned slightly, woman, call me husband.
Oh, anyway, let me tell you something. The school gave me 50,000 yuan to go to the orientation in person. But there's nothing I can do about it. The school's advertisement has already been published. Everyone has received the money, you can do whatever you want. Li Xiu. I think I'm usually too nice, but now I think of myself as a gigolo. Chapter 76 $100,000 a night. The next day.
The sky is clear and the air is fresh, with not a single cloud in the sky. Li Xiu sat on the lawn in front of the school and sighed silently.
3 bad friends sat around him. Li Xiu, you're the god pillar, why are you here to welcome the new students? That's right, you have dignity. Tell the school that you can't do this again. Li Xiu, I think you have changed. You are afraid of your wife.
Li Xiu sighed slightly, who made me take her 5 million?
Your salary is paid from this. My sister-in-law is awesome. She's a good person. It's just a welcome party.
If I could make 5 million, I'd be willing to do anything, not just welcome the new students, but even lick their boots.
If you ask me, Li Xiu, you haven't licked enough. Lick more next time.
Li Xiu expressed his disdain for the 3 despicable friends, saying, now I understand why she often takes jobs everywhere.
At a certain level, even a few $100 million a year isn't enough to spend.
After the summer vacation, his national subsidy will have to wait until next year, and the industries operated by the foundation do not make money that quickly.
As for asking the governor or Ing Yi for money,
he was somewhat embarrassed. As the sun gradually rose higher, the 3 friends stuck out their tongues.
Fuck. It's a bit hot. The students should be coming soon.
Yeah. There's a girl ahead at 10 o'clock.
Brothers. Charge. Put Li Xiu on.
When Li Xiu was pulled to stand at the school gate,
the number of students is increasing. And he has become a mascot for photos.
Su Hangyuan was like the animal trainer on Lan Xing who took his monkeys to perform and take photos. When you take pictures, stay 1 meter away from the sacred pillar.
Be careful not to get scratched by it. The one throwing the banana.
How dare you give anything to the sacred pillar to eat?
Huang Yuan and Lin Yu took the opportunity to chat with their schoolmates.
They like the clear stupidity of their junior schoolmates the most, and feel that they are easier to deceive.
You seniors are so awesome.
Although you're specialized in logistics mechas, you're all friends of the Shinju.
Wow.
Lin Yu and Huang Yuan had never seen such intensive attacks from schoolmates.
I gradually lost myself in the praises. I became a tool to help the female students carry their luggage. Several people were busy until the evening.
Li Xiu held various snacks and fruits in his hands. The 3 bad friends also fell to the ground exhausted.
Those schoolgirls today are so cute. So innocent. That's right. That's right. So simple and honest. He.
Li Xiu looked at the 3 idiots and sighed, okay, it's over.
Is it possible that they were just teasing you today?
After these newcomers officially reported, they were naturally told that the personal information of the divine pillar must not be disseminated indiscriminately.
A not-so-secret secret.
At this time, under the dim sunset, a graceful and pretty girl appeared. All 4 of them were stunned.
Li Xiu, don't you think this schoolgirl looks like someone?
Yes.
Professor Gao? The younger version? The 3 friends exclaimed in amazement.
But of course Li Xiu knew Gao Shuiduo, whom he had met once at the Gao family.
Hello, uncle.
She stared at Li Xiu.
Are you going to college this year?
Li Xiu frowned.
You're not going to any other school, so why are you choosing ours?
Yeah, what's wrong?
Gao Shuiduo blinked her big eyes. I applied and got admitted. Can I study? Uncle, she looked at Li Xiu cunningly.
Li Xiu raised his hand and rubbed his brow. Okay, then you go in.
But I don't know where the dormitory is. Find it yourself. But uncle, we are relatives, she pretended to be pitiful.
The smiles of the 3 bad friends were like those soaked in 37-degree alcohol.
Drunk.
Yes, uncle, please send your junior sister off.
It's dangerous for such a lovely junior sister to walk on the road at night. Huang Yuan said. Su Hangyuan nodded, I think so too.
Lin Yu, I have to send her off.
Li Xiu.
I was carried along the way by 3 of my friends.
Ha, really?
Li Xiu and the 3 of us are all brothers.
If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. You can find me too. Look for me, I'll be there right away. How much is your family's betrothal gift? Li Xiu.
In fact, sometimes, your brothers don't mind selling you out for a very beautiful woman, or they don't mind exchanging your life for a very beautiful woman.
Walked downstairs to the girls' dormitory. Suddenly, rows of dormitory lights came on. Discussions arose everywhere. Why? Who is that bitch? The Shinju is not the official partner. You can't be that close to other students. She actually came within a meter of the sacred pillar. I'm so pissed off I'm going crazy. Downstairs. When the girl turned around, she twisted her body intentionally or unintentionally, causing her skirt to sway. The three bad friends were all moved. Ah. Li Xiu was speechless. Stop it, it's T, can't you see it? We don't care, she's just a considerate and good sister. Fuck. Li Xiu was speechless. At this moment, at the crossroads in the distance, Su Qingxi hid behind a telephone pole and took photos with her mobile phone. Xiao Yun, ah Xiao Yun. If it weren't for me, your little man would have cheated on you so many times. The junior schoolgirl is the public enemy of all the seniors. Xiao is mine, bah. Xiao Yun's. I will protect Xiao Yun's happiness. He. She grinned at a 45-degree angle. It's a pretty cool shot. Just Photoshop out the goblins around him. Suddenly a clear voice appeared in her ears. Li Xiu said calmly, Professor Su, what are you doing? Oh, I'm taking pictures secretly, helping Xiao Yun to monitor her husband. Su Qingxi smiled foolishly. Sudden. She sensed something was wrong and looked up to see a demonic face. Li Xiu's big hand grabbed her face. Her little face was instantly deformed. Li Xiu lifted her up and said, It's just right. I'm going to stay at my wife's place tonight. I'll help you tell her. Li Xiu. Let me go. I'm your teacher. How dare you grab my face? Shut up. I'm not as dumb a teacher as you. Fuck. You can trample on me. But you can't call me stupid. I fucking. Teacher's dormitory building, 3rd floor, outside the room. Gao Ningyun opened the door and looked at the little sister Li Xiu was holding in his hands. What's going on? Li Xiu smiled, your little sister has nothing to do all day, so she secretly took a photo of me and sent it to you for you to examine. Only then did Li Xiu let her go. Whoosh. As she struggled free, a slap mark appeared on her face. Xiao Yun. I almost couldn't come back. Your Xiao Xiu sent the schoolgirl back to the dormitory. If it weren't for me, he might have gone upstairs to have tea. She took out the photo. I have pictures as proof. Gao Ningyan looked at the other people who were obviously photoshopped out. He frowned and said, You photoshopped out his 3 roommates? Your skills need improvement. Besides, he's at the orientation today, so I allowed it. It's no problem. Ah. Su Qingxi felt that she had suffered great injustice. Xiao Yun. I did so much for you. You didn't speak up for me, but sided with him. I'm leaving. He'll cheat on you in the future. Don't come to me for advice on your relationship problems. Even dogs don't believe what men say. Gao Ningyan looked up and said, If you like Qingxi, I'll give you 100,000 yuan for a whole night. He's very capable. Su Qingxi's ears twitched, huh? 100,000 for one night is too expensive. Bah. It's not about the money, who do you think I am? Finished. She slammed the door and left. Bang. Li Xiu's face was filled with black lines. What's wrong with you, sister? Wait, you're going to sell me out? Seriously? Chapter 77, Martial Arts Tournament. You talk too much. Yes, I have to work to support you, and occasionally use you to make some extra money. Is there a problem? Gao Ningyun sat on the sofa. Ever since she gave Li Xiu 5 million, her momentum has revived. At this time, a small figure came over with a pile of documents. Boss, I've stamped them all for you. After saying that, she stood obediently beside Gao Ningyun. Li Xiu looked shocked. Lillian? Why are you wearing glasses? Call me Assistant Professor Lily from now on. I remember you were a student at our school, and Professor Gao paid me a salary. You burned my instant noodles last time, and I'm heartbroken. Li Xiu. He went back to the bathroom, took a shower, and returned to his room in his pajamas. After getting into bed, Gao Ningyun naturally wrapped himself around her. Li Xiu didn't dare to shirk her efforts, after all, she was the sponsor's sister. The next day. As new students enter school, old students are promoted. The campus has been revitalized.
This year the school will face the National Martial Arts Tournament. Therefore, relevant content was also mentioned in this year's school welcome mobilization. It probably means encouraging students to practice hard. Strive to achieve good results in the next competition. As juniors, Li Xiu and others hid in the back and chatted. I pretended not to hear anything the principal was saying. Because of the existence of our shadow god, look at the quality of the new girls in the school this year. Huang Yuan pushed his glasses, scanning frantically. Lin Yu was chatting frantically on his phone. Su Hangyuan was so jealous that he was distorted. Lin Yu, that brat, has already hooked up with this schoolgirl. Li Xiu noticed Gao Shui Duo walking towards him. He doesn't like this girl very much, even though she is a younger version of Gao Ningyun. But she clearly had a purpose. Unlike at the beginning, there were not so many conflicts of interest between him and Gao Ningyun. At this time, the principal Lin Aihua said loudly, "Therefore, I declare that for this martial arts competition, my Languo University will be led by third-year student Li Xiu." Wow! The auditorium suddenly became noisy. Let Shinju lead the team? Will people from other universities still have anything to play with? That's right, the Divine Pillar was directly recommended to be the number one in the country. I guess no one dares to challenge him, but the university definitely hopes he can take first place. The tournament only has age restrictions, but no restrictions on chi and blood. Maybe after this one, the martial arts tournament will change the rules. Li Xiu didn't expect such information to be announced suddenly, and he didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy. I heard that the prize money for first place in the martial arts competition is quite high. Lin Yu suddenly realized something. That's right. Those who won first place in previous years were so envious. Li Xiu, it will be easy for you to win it if you go there. Li Xiu had not thought of this before. It seems that leading a team to participate in the competition is not a bad idea. This martial arts tournament will start in a week, Li Xiu said in a deep voice. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Yueshi. How's the battle going over there? Do you need any help? After waiting for about an hour, Yueshi sent a message. It's okay, it's fine for now, it just takes some time. Li Xiu put down his phone. They returned to the dormitory at noon. There were no classes in the logistics and mecha major in the afternoon. He searched for information about SSS level secret realm number 047. The Lingxi battlefield is an unstable secret realm where the Lingxi tribe lives. This race excels at telepathy and is ruled by the Lingxi queen. The secret realm is vast and full of uncertainty, and the Lingxi tribe is extremely aggressive. Li Xiu put down the computer, and Huang Yuan came back from the cafeteria. I brought you lunch, come and eat. A week passed in a flash. The school bus has stopped at the school gate, and the list of people participating in the martial arts conference is in Li Xiu's hands. Except for the three bad friends. Ying Yi was among them, as she was unable to return to school during the previous semester due to political affairs. Now that things are almost done, I will come to report naturally. I talked to her on the phone and she arrived in Lintian City last night and will be here for the gathering soon. Besides these old acquaintances, the school also arranged for 3 senior students. Lu Yu, Qi and Blood, 3700, ordinary appearance but easygoing temperament. The other 2 boys are Feng Ziki and Kuxian. The Qi and Blood are also around 3700. The 3 of them said respectfully, "Hello, Divine Pillar." Li Xiu waved his hand. Since my identity became known to the whole school, it has become a bit troublesome. At this time, a car with the royal emblem stopped not far from the bus. Ying Yi, dressed in a dark royal uniform, smiled brightly, "Hello, classmate." Li Xiu smiled faintly, "All right, let's go." The venue for this year's National Martial Arts Conference of the Dragon Dynasty is on an island, about 70 nautical miles outside Lintian Port. After a few people board the special cruise ship, it will take about an hour. Feeling the sea breeze, Li Xiu looked at the sea level. It's really good. Ying Yi walked up to him and asked, "Why? Have you never been to sea?" Li Xiu nodded, "Neither in my previous life nor in this life, I have never been to sea." Ying Yi smiled. At this time, the cruise ship was a little further away, and students from various universities were looking at it sideways. That Majesty Ying Yi is so beautiful. Who the hell is that man next to her? You can shout louder. I want to see how you die. The one next to her is the Shadow God. Fuck. There's no point in fighting. Just admit defeat. It's no wonder that the masters from all the major universities are now paying attention to the second place, and the first place is directly reserved for Longwu University. At this time, in addition to Longwu University where Li Xiu was, there were 3 other groups of students. He looked coldly at the location where Li Xiu and others were. Those wearing red school uniforms are from Fengwu University, all girls. In the middle is Xuanwu University, and the men and women there also look at each other unfriendly.
The other wave is students from Huwu University.
They are all warrior universities that are as famous as Longwu University. Originally, many of them had the ambition to compete for the first place. At this moment, everyone was feeling extremely depressed because of Li Xiu's presence. At this time, the cruise ship's broadcast sounded.
Everyone. We have arrived at Diaolong Island. Students, please board the ship in an orderly manner.
Li Xiu gathered his team members and said, "Let's get on the cruise ship.
Don't be too nervous. We just want to win first place this time. Nothing else is required." After hearing what Li Xiu said, everyone laughed.
At this moment, a sharp voice sounded from the side. "As a divine pillar, you're still competing with students for rankings.
Aren't you ashamed?"
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. It was the girls from Fengwu University wearing the uniform crimson school uniform. The girl in the lead was tall, with regular features and a heroic look. It seemed that he was extremely disgusted with Li Xiu's attitude of bullying the weak.
She muttered, "As a divine pillar, what are you thinking about participating in our students' competition?" Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. "Are you done? You're a piece of shit. You talk too much." Chapter 78 Delivery to your door. You.
She is the one with the strongest qi, blood, and overall strength among the participating students from Fengwu University. I have been called a genius since I was a child, but this is the first time I have been called a waste.
Those who were watching the fun didn't mind the big deal and started talking about it. This girl seems to be Lin Fian from Fengwu University.
She seems to come from a second-rate family. Lin Fian was always very talented and was originally the favorite to win.
Who knew Shadow God would show up?
It's normal for her to feel upset.
Lin Fian, you just said a few words to the Shadow God, what's wrong? Do you still dare to attack me?
Lin Fian was so angry that her chest heaved wildly.
His body flew sideways, and he kicked with his belt. "You think I don't dare to attack?"
At the same time, the gene chain on her body lit up.
It was actually a golden light. SSS level 4 in total.
Li Xiu raised his hand, and a stream of energy and blood popped out.
She was instantly blown away. Plop! Falling into the sea a little further away. "You're still so young, don't be so easily influenced. If you make trouble again, I won't allow you to participate in the competition."
Li Xiu let his men pass slowly.
Su Hangyuan took a deep breath. "I never thought a weakling like me would ever be able to participate in such a competition." Lin Yu shook his head. "Don't be so cocky. Our participation has nothing to do with our personal abilities. It's all because of Li Xiu's kindness."
At this time, students from other schools were all looking at Li Xiu in awe.
No one dared to say anything more. The martial arts tournament for college students will last for 3 days.
Li Xiu was greeted by the oncoming judges. The chief judge was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion.
"I've heard so much about you.
It's truly shameful that Shadow God Pillar is so young.
Your Majesty is here too?"
He raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his hands on his clothes and was about to step forward to shake hands.
Ingyi immediately refused. "Old man with sweaty hands, there's no need for that."
The old man chuckled and withdrew his hand awkwardly. Li Xiu noticed that his clothes were soaked where he wiped his hands.
Ingyi introduced, "The national level warrior, Mai Qing, we like to call him Old Man with Sweaty Hands." "Your Majesty, you are insulting me.
This is due to my martial arts skills, not what I wanted." After he said that, he led everyone to a huge building on the island.
A stadium-like venue. Our competition is divided into 3 days. The first day is the elimination round, and those who are not so good will be eliminated first. Mai Qing explained as he walked. This venue will be used for the competition test on the second day. Li Xiu asked curiously, "When does the first day of the elimination round start?"
Mai Qing and a group of judges suddenly stopped.
"It started from the moment you landed on the island."
Mai Qing's aura changed, and his robes puffed up. The terrifying surge of energy and blood.
A palm hit Li Xiu's chest. Bang!
The terrifying airwaves spread out in all directions, and it seemed as if waves were rising between the two of them.
Ying Yi's face changed. Old my, what are you doing?
Li Xiu watched with interest the relationship between the old man and his own protective blood energy. His palms were covered in liquid. If I'm not mistaken, if my strength is similar to yours, the sweat from your hands will seep into my body. Li Xiu said calmly, you'd better explain this palm strike clearly, otherwise you will die. The other examiners were all shocked at this moment.
Master Mai's water wave palm couldn't break through the inner energy. Just how powerful is this divine pillar? It seems the rumors are true. His strength is far beyond Yueshi's.
At this moment, Mai Qing immediately withdrew his hand and retreated. Please calm down, divine pillar.
Our instructor's task on this first day is to be responsible for the screening.
Eliminate these students, but with the strength of the divine pillar, we are naturally no match for them, so we brought you here to stay.
As for the other students, they weren't so lucky.
As for striking you, I, old man, have long known that your energy and blood are unrivaled in the world. Seeing it today, I find it truly extraordinary. I hope you won't take offense. After saying that, he bowed and apologized. Then Mai Qing led everyone to a room full of large screens. The surveillance here covers almost the entire island. At this time, the students had been attacked by warriors who had been hiding in the dark. Li Xiu noticed that the strength of these warriors was suppressed to around 4,000 calories of qi and blood. After being defeated, some students had these warriors forcibly stamp their faces. Mai Qing explained, after the stamp, it's elimination.
Su Hangyuan sighed, if it were us, we'd be beaten to death.
Lin Yu glanced at him and said, no, because you will kneel down and kowtow to me. Li Xiu noticed that these surveillance images were actually connected to the national live broadcast. At this moment, Li Xiu suddenly noticed that all the surveillance images had dimmed.
Just like the clouds that suddenly appear in the sky. Blocked out all sunlight. One of the judges frowned and said, Mr. Mai, something's not right.
At this time, darkness had already covered the venue. Li Xiu frowned slightly. Just a moment ago, he felt something extremely strange.
Boom, boom, boom.
The ground beneath my feet began to tremble. Li Xiu suddenly felt a surge of energy rising into the sky. Master Mai,
this better be a program for the martial arts tournament.
Mai Qing's expression changed.
Not good. All judges, follow me to the island to check the situation.
Li Xiu looked at the people around him and said, let's go and take a look too.
Now.
Many students on the island are still confused. The surrounding environment has changed.
The combat qualities of students in the three major academies of Xuanwu, Fengwu and Huwu are relatively higher.
At this time, they had calmed down and gathered together.
Lin Fian frowned, everyone. What do you think of this situation?
A boy from Xuanwu University said in a deep voice, a secret realm. I don't know what it is, but there's no doubt it appears suddenly and disappears just as suddenly.
Free secret realm. I just don't know what level it is.
At this moment, thick black fog began to spread over the island, covering the sky and the sun. However, on the island, the surveillance equipment originally prepared for the competition was still intact.
And the video network is also unobstructed.
Therefore, audiences from all over the country cheered in the live broadcast room.
Holy crap! Are they willing to spend so much money in this competition? Look at this special effect. It's incredible. Thick, pervasive fog. Look what those red lanterns are in the fog. When Li Xiu, Mai Qing and others. When I ran out of the venue. Looking at the scene in front of me, I finally realized something was wrong. This is a secret realm.
Mai Qing said with a grim expression.
What a coincidence. A secret realm appeared here on the first day of the competition.
At this moment, Li Xiu said calmly, it is a secret realm, and it is not an ordinary one, it is SSS level.
When Li Xiu stared at the red lantern in the black fog,
the system displayed a clear description of the monster.
SSS rank, Yamada no Orochi, HP, 173,288 in one description, a strange giant snake covered in moss, its massive body like a mountain, 8 heads, and possesses the abilities of poison, fire, wind, and rain. Li Xiu was delighted. SSS level gene chain? I'm just in need of it. Are you going to deliver it to my door? Chapter 79, Changes on the Battlefield. Something happened to the monthly interest. At this moment, the monster continued to spew out thick black fog. Some students have already fainted due to the toxins in the thick fog. The organizing warriors scattered across the island covered their mouths and noses while rescuing the students who were knocked unconscious by the poisonous fog. At this time in the live broadcast room, audiences across the country have already discovered that this is not a program effect. Holy shit! Isn't this the arrival of the secret realm? It seems to be true. This is obviously not a simple matter. If the disaster spreads, it will be a huge blow to all the major universities. I agree. The students participating in the martial arts tournament are all the best from various universities. At this time, fireballs were ejected from the madly surging black fog. Throw it at the students. The locations where students from the 3 major colleges were located were also covered by the fireballs. Despair arose in everyone's hearts. Senior. We have no room to resist at all. It's over, it's over. At this moment, terrifying energy and blood rushed into the sky. It directly condensed into a giant palm of energy and blood that covered the entire island. What is this? Yes. Such a big blood and energy palm? Are you kidding me? Covering the entire island. How much energy and blood would that require? Could it be the shadow god? The scattered students looked towards the figure at the entrance of the venue. Li Xiu frowned slightly. A mythical creature from the legend of Sakura country? He raised his hand and pinched the head of the thing that was spewing fireballs. Bang! The giant python's head exploded directly. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained Chi and Blood X121244, Yamada no Orochi Gene Chain X2. Li Xiu's eyes lit up. What a good relationship. One head of this thing can explode 2 gene chains. If we kill all the rest, wouldn't we be able to get the full gene chain? Li Xiu was happy. The 3 roommates behind me also laughed. Fuck. Awesome. You're worthy of being my brother. That's awesome. Even better than the movies. My Ching and other high-level warriors were all stunned. This Yamada no Orochi is indeed a creature that can only be found in SSS-level secret realms, but it's really surprising that the Divine Pillar defeated it so casually. At this time, the enthusiasm of the audience in the live broadcast rooms across the country has reached an unprecedented high. But that's not all. One of the Yamada no Orochi's heads spewed out an emerald green poisonous mist. Li Xiu raised his hand and pinched again. Bang! Another head was crushed. Then, the remaining 6 heads opened their bloody mouths. It fell like raindrops towards Li Xiu's blood and chi barrier. Bang bang bang! The terrifying shock caused the entire island to shake. In the live broadcast room, the audience seemed to feel the same way. Holy crap! This is so exciting. I feel like the island is going to sink. Look at that shadow god pillar. A figure soared into the sky. It was Li Xiu. He waved his hand, and the falling star blade circled beside him and killed the Yamada no Orochi. Puff puff puff. The giant python's head, which was as big as a skyscraper, was bombarded by the meteoric blade that was filled with the power of chi and blood. Like tofu, blood mist burst out from the giant snake's head. In a moment, 6 huge snake heads have floated on the sea. Kill Yamada no Orochi, gain HP X872145, Yamada no Orochi Gene Chain X11. Finally, my max level special effects. Gene Chain. Open. Boom. In mid-air, Li Xiu was like a god, with 9 golden gene chains circling around him. The illusory 8-headed giant python behind him swayed with him as the core. And genetic technology. It also covers flames, frost, and toxins. Strong winds. Heavy rain. Wait for the ability. But Li Xiu was not satisfied. Although I play a variety of skills, each skill is not perfect enough. But no matter what, it can be considered the first SSS level gene chain. He raised his hand, and the gene chain on his left arm lit up. Driven by his infinite energy and blood, countless giant fireballs fell from the sky and landed on the distant sea. The seawater in the entire area is boiling. This scene fell into the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room. Holy crap! Isn't this even more awesome than special effects? I've heard the Shadow God Pillar is incredibly powerful. Look at that back. What does it mean to be strong? This is a strong person. Li Xiu fell back to the ground. He sighed and said, "Everyone, let's continue the martial arts tournament." Mai Chung. Linbei Province. SSS Level Secret Realm, number 085. Lingxi Secret Realm.
The dim mountaintops were littered with corpses of humans and aliens. A Grandmaster-level warrior stepped forward and said, "Moonbreath Divine Pillar, we were suddenly attacked by the enemy this time, and over 700 people were killed in the battle."
Yueshi frowned slightly.
This result was more than she had expected.
The Lingxi clan, their telepathic connection is indeed very troublesome. Their actions are strict and uniform. We can't compare. The Grandmaster continued, "It looks like this secret realm won't disappear anytime soon. Shinju, since we have already eliminated the Lingxi tribe that invaded our world, isn't that enough? Why take the risk and go deeper?" Yueshi shook his head. The Lingxi clan is full of aggression. If they dare to come, they will have to pay the price. Boom, boom, boom.
In the distant mountains and forests, countless figures rushed towards here.
Yueshi's face changed drastically. How can there be so many? Wake up the mecha. I'll cover you.
We have no choice but to retreat.
She jumped up.
In the distance, a mecha painted entirely white stood in the mountains. The mecha held a huge mechanical sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Sequence, Shield Sword 01, Moonlight Guardian.
As Yueshi entered the cockpit, the mecha's eyes suddenly lit up. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying fluctuations of chi and blood spread out in all directions. The next moment, the blood turbine behind the mecha started running wildly. The mecha rushed forward in an incredible posture. A mountain was plowed flat. A sword was swung out. Those aliens whose bodies resembled bees turned into blood mist. The other human warriors had no time to cheer. A huge beehive is approaching from afar. Yueshi's pupils shrank in the cab. The blood and energy in the honeycomb were surprisingly rich. How could this happen? Shouldn't the king of the Lingxi clan have such powerful blood and chi fluctuations? She glanced at the display. Enemy targets HP, 60,000. The limit of airborne detectors is 60,000. Could it be? He dared not think about the monthly interest and could only give the order in a deep voice. You go first. Something has happened in the Lingxi secret realm. Spread the news. Notify the Shadow God Pillar. Dragon Dynasty, Daoyu Island. The venue was bustling with activity after the events of the first day. The competition continues. At this time, Li Xiu's opponent was a girl from Xuanwu University. The two looked at each other. Suddenly the girl took out her phone and said, "Shadow God, add me in a private message. I can be very sweet." Li Xiu. At the location of Longwu University, Yingyi suddenly stood up. After receiving a phone call, she looked solemn. Then he walked quickly to the ring. Waved to Li Xiu. Something has changed in the Lingxi secret realm. Something happened to Yueshi. Chapter 80. I made something amazing just by rubbing it out. At this time in the Lingxi secret realm, there were ruins everywhere, and the dark yellow mountains in the distance were flattened. The snow-white mecha was corroded beyond recognition by some corrosive liquid. Even through the damage to the head, the Moonbreath Divine Pillar inside can be vaguely seen. Just now, he did this to protect his subordinates from the breath of the king of Lingxi. She used her mecha to block all the damage. At this moment, Yueshi was breathing heavily, and all the indifference on his face was gone. Looking back, he saw that only 1 in 10 of his subordinates were left. My arrogance and hubris have harmed everyone. I shouldn't have ventured into this place alone without any preparation. Perhaps the recent increase in strength has made me dizzy. But if I die here, I will be very unwilling. There are still many things I haven't done. There should have been other possibilities between him and me. The sky here is dim all year round. Reflected on her face, it looked a little desolate. She raised her eyes slightly and saw the huge figure in the distance. The king of the Lingxi tribe is over 40 meters long and has colorful markings all over his body. There are vestigial wings on the back. What was abnormal was that his chi and blood were completely different from those of the Lingxi people he had fought against before. Ridiculously strong. Yueshi looked at the creature in front of him calmly, without any fear at all. Balls of cold mist swirled around her. A ball of ice crystals condensed on the surface of its body. This may numb everything, this is her last stubbornness. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky. The desperate warriors were shocked. Divine Pillar. Look! There's a shooting star. What meteor? Is that a human? Yushi's eyes lit up when she heard this. A blade light like the light of heaven slashed down. Boom! The meteoric blade unleashes vast power. The sharp and annihilating energy and blood covered the sky and the sun. The Lingxi clan king's body didn't even have time to react. It has been broken into powder. Shocked. All the survivors cheered, they were high-level warriors. His understanding of the super god level is definitely clearer than that of ordinary people. Seeing it with your own eyes and hearing about it are two different things. When someone tells you that Shadow is very strong, you might just think he is stronger than the average super god level warrior. But when you see it with your own eyes, that's bullshit. This is a strength that breaks cognition. On the dim hillside, Li Xiu landed on the corpse of the king of Lingxi. What a big bug. Eh? What the hell is this? I saw a symbol with a faint mark on the insect's forehead floating away from its body. Li Xiu raised his hand and tried to take it in, but was unable to do so. What the hell? He picked up his phone and took a picture of the blurry light and shadow before it completely disappeared. What on earth is this? It looks like hieroglyphics? Li Xiu looked at the miserable white mecha behind him. Yueshi, you don't look well. She smiled. Xiu, look at the sunset. Li Xiu frowned as the dim light in the distance began to turn blood red. Oh no! This secret realm is unstable. Walk! Li Xiu turned around and carried her out of the mecha. I can feel Yueshi's reluctance to leave the mecha. Li Xiu raised his hand and put the mecha into the system space. Faced with the sudden disappearance of the mecha, her eyes widened. But I soon let it go. Whatever Ring does is right. Whatever you do is what you should do. Whatever happened was reasonable. She didn't know that she had developed a crush on Li Xiu at some point. There's something wrong with this Lingxi king. I've fought with him before, and his strength couldn't possibly be this strong. Yueshi said. Li Xiu frowned, wondering if it was related to the symbol just now. The crack in the secret realm is just ahead, let's leave first. Yeah. Yueshi nodded and bit her lip. The blood-red sunset came from afar, and the crack in the secret realm in the distance was closing. Open it for me. Li Xiu slashed out with his sword. Sizzle. The entire sky seemed to be torn apart by a bloody light. The closed space opens again. Yueshi's face froze. Although you should do whatever you want, tearing space with your bare hands. How outrageous. The more than 100 surviving warriors had no time to be shocked and rushed out of the crack. Everyone felt relieved at having survived. They looked back and saw the moon breath divine pillar coming out last. Everyone was shocked and asked, where's the shadow god pillar? Why hasn't he come out yet? There won't be any accidents. Yueshi turned around and looked at Li Xiu in the blurry space in confusion. Li Xiu just raised his hand. He muttered to himself, there are still a large number of Lingxi people in this secret realm. If I release 100 million chi in blood, I can crush the mountains and shatter space. Then the secret realm must be unbearable. He raised his hand, and strands of highly concentrated energy and blood condensed before his eyes. Finally, it converged into a blood-red gem. I seem to have created something extraordinary. Li Xiu looked at the high-concentration blood and energy crystal in front of him that exuded terrifying power. This is something that theoretically shouldn't exist. No one can create such an object, so let's call it the World Extinction Stone. Li Xiu threw the stone away casually. The already unstable secret realm began to collapse instantly. This secret realm simply cannot withstand the appearance of this item. Li Xiu looked back at the secret realm, then took a step forward. Left the secret realm. The next moment, the entire secret realm disappeared from this world. But Li Xiu knew clearly that the Lingxi secret realm would collapse and disappear with the existence of the world-destroying stone. Li Xiu stood in midair and said, is this thing I just rubbed casually not going to cause any other problems? At this moment, among the mountains, 100 warriors bowed and said, thank you, Shinju, for saving my life. Li Xiu slowly fell down. Yueshi, I'll send you a picture. The accident you encountered this time might have a lot to do with this symbol. Yueshi lowered her head, picked up the phone, and raised it above her head. I haven't seen it either. Li Xiu was stunned. No, are you presbyopic? Ha? What's wrong?
Yueshi looked at him puzzledly.
Oh, nothing.
Li Xiu glanced at them and said, "Take your people to get treatment."
Yueshi took a step forward and asked, Li Xiu, where are you going next?
Li Xiu glanced back and said, "I've been participating in a university event recently."
Yueshi seemed to be hesitant to speak.
Li Xiu waved at her from a distance. The climax of this martial arts tournament has arrived.
Lin Fian from Fengwu University versus our Empress, Ying Yi. Who will win? Let's wait and see. On stage now.
For golden gene chains are rotating all over Ying Yi's body, which is the symbol of a blade-level warrior.
Across from her,
Lin Fian on the opposite side clenched her fists and her thigh muscles shook violently.
Your Majesty Ying Yi, I won't let you off just because you're the Empress.
The first place has already been taken by your Longwu University.
This second one, we have to give it to Fengwu University.
At this moment, a stream of light fell from the sky. Li Xiu landed in the stands. I have helped you guys to look at the content after Chapter 81. Li Xiu's arrival attracted the attention of everyone present. At this moment, the stage begins with the host's call.
Ying Yi and Lin Fian from Fengwu University have already started fighting.
Two of them were as graceful as startled swans, one of them had the shadow of a fire phoenix circling around him, and under the 4 golden gene chains, countless fire phoenixes took off. The other person had a terrifying golden elephant shadow rising from his body, with huge fangs rising into the sky. Lin Fian attacked Ying Yi frantically with the power of 36 kicks. The shadow of the legs carries the power of the giant elephant.
Bang bang bang.
Ying Yi met the attack with her fists, and her legs created countless ripples in front of her. Qi and blood warriors cultivate qi and blood internally and practice boxing and kicking externally.
This is a compulsory course for the older generation.
However, in modern times, with the development of genetic martial arts,
younger generation, increasingly dependent on genetic martial arts.
Often they start to fight directly. It is rare to find such solid martial arts skills as the two people before us. Even Li Xiu called it wonderful.
It's true that fighting yourself is not as interesting as watching others fight. The three friends also stood up and cheered for Ying Yi. Ying Yi, fuck her. Longwu University is awesome.
Su Hangyuan stood up and shouted the loudest.
Excuse me for being blunt.
All the universities here are garbage except our Longwu.
Wow. Students from various universities in the surrounding stands glared at him. What are you talking about, Longwu University? What are you talking about? This is being broadcast live nationwide. You are so arrogant. Everyone. These people from Longwu University are so arrogant that they rely on the support of others. Fuck.
We at Xuanwu University refuse to accept this.
Get that damn monkey out here. Challenge me if you dare. The situation got out of control in an instant.
Men and women in the surrounding stands stood up and rushed towards Longwu University.
Lin Yu and Huang Yuan stood up and debated with Su Hangyuan. What are you doing? Our shadow god is here, are you trying to cause trouble? You're just a bunch of losers with only a few thousand HP left. Hit me if you dare.
The three roommates were almost face to face with each other. After all, the three friends were goblins before, and they often couldn't hold their heads up because of their talents. But now with Li Xiu here, they have the confidence to confront the genius.
These college students can't bear it anymore.
In the referee's stand, Mai Cheng and others looked at each other in confusion.
Chief referee, can't you do anything about this? Asked a referee.
Mai Cheng raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead.
They are all young people with passion. Just let them fight. Stop it. Boom. Li Xiu shouted loudly. The terrifying pressure immediately suppressed everyone. Boom.
The makeshift stands collapsed instantly, and hundreds of warrior university students fell on top of each other.
Li Xiu was hanging alone in the air. Give it to me. Reflect on yourself.
He raised his hand.
Boom boom boom.
Hundreds of college students were blown away by the terrifying power of qi and blood.
Plop. Plop. They all fell into the water. Li Xiu's brows relaxed, finally, peace and quiet.
Disturbed by the situation on the stage, Lin Fian was distracted on the ring, and Ying Yi sees this flaw.
Activate genetic technology. Under the dancing flames. Boom!
Lin Fian flew out of the ring and was thrown 100 meters away.
She got up and spat out a mouthful of mud. He glared at Li Xiu. You heard me.
She raised her hand and slammed it on the grass.
Somewhat unwilling.
At this moment, the host announced with a confused expression, "This high school martial arts tournament has concluded.
The top 3 have been announced. Thank you all for watching." In the live broadcast room at this time, the audience has already started discussing it. Ha ha ha. This session is over so quickly.
The Shadow God Pillar's age is terrifying.
He can actually participate in the high school martial arts tournament.
I'm really looking forward to this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. I wonder how the experts from foreign universities will cope with our Shadow God, a bug-level existence.
How to deal with it? Just surrender.
With the successful conclusion of the college martial arts tournament, Li Xiu's reputation soared again in the country. However, due to the official concealment of his true data, there are still a large number of netizens speculating about his true strength. In conclusion, it is slightly stronger than the Moon Breath Pillar. This is already a very high evaluation. After all, Yueshi has been famous for nearly 100 years. Li Xiu is a newcomer after all, but recently he has begun to receive offers from major domestic entertainment companies. I hope he will participate in commercial performances and advertisements. Although Li Xiu needed money, he had received a 3 million yuan bonus from the college martial arts competition, plus the organizers had dealt with the body of the Yamata no Orochi.
Another 6 million was sent to him. It temporarily solved his financial problem. It also made Gao Ningyun's momentum weakened a lot.
Facts have proved that even if you have great cultivation, if you always live off your wife, her will always become arrogant.
A week later,
in the spacious and bright classroom, Gao Ningyun stood on the podium, and the projector was lecturing on the knowledge of exotic animals. Some scholars have hypothesized that the strange beasts from the secret realm once came from entire worlds.
Could this mean that in dimensions unknown to us, there are higher forms of life, or even higher dimensional worlds? The students were all happy. Teacher, please stop delaying the class.
Please finish the get out of class early and go on a date with our Shadow God.
Teacher, having a baby soon is the best way to go. Ha ha ha.
Gao Ningyun was already used to the teasing from her students. She smoothed her wavy hair and closed her computer.
Since you've requested this, I'll dismiss the get out of class.
Then, everyone, your group papers are due next week, and I hope you're all prepared.
Ah. Teacher, can you please let us go?
I hate writing papers the most.
I can't even finish a single word. Why should I write a paper? I'm already attending Warrior University. Facing students' complaints, Gao Ningyun turned around and prepared to leave without any hesitation.
Oh, by the way, Li Xiu, come to my office. The impact of this sentence is so great that imaginative college students can shoot dozens of GB of AVI at any time. Li Xiu left the classroom under the envious gazes of his 3 roommates. I followed the tall female professor all the way to her office.
As the most popular female university professor, Gao Ningyun has her own independent office. The two walked into the office. Li Xiu asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What happened?" Gao Ningyun came to his desk and bent down. The amazing hip line is clearly revealed.
She took out a report card from the drawer. Your performance on the basic animal science exam a few days ago wasn't very good, so I'm telling you this. Although you now have the title of Divine Pillar, you are still a student at your age. She noticed Li Xiu's burning gaze and said, "So I suggest that you focus on your studies.
Not on your professor."
Her voice began to have a hint of charm. Because Li Xiu had already walked in front of her.
She raised her hand and said, "With your grades like this, you know you're wrong, right? Since you know you're wrong, you don't want me to fail you, right? The author has helped you read the following content. Chapter 82. Something is watching me. After some hard work."
In the evening, during dinner time, Li Xiu yawned continuously.
"Li Xiu, do you really have to be so greedy for us?"
Lin Yu said speechlessly.
Su Hangyuan snorted, "What the hell? He did it on purpose. A super god level warrior, how could he be sleepy? I won't believe it even if I die."
At this time, a sweet-looking girl came over and sat down next to a few people.
"What's wrong? You don't believe anything? Tell me about it."
The person who came was Gao Shuiduo.
She was wearing a pink long dress and looked more playful and sweet than her Aunt Gaoningyun. Shui Duo, I have fried chicken here, do you want it? Su Yuanhang said attentively, pointing at the fried chicken on his plate. Gao Shui Duo shook her head. No, thank you. Then she pointed at the fried chicken on Li Xiu's plate and said, Uncle, can you give me some of your fried chicken? Roll. Good. Su Hangyuan was sad when he saw this scene. Lin Yu patted his shoulder and said, a girl who doesn't like you won't change her attitude towards you just because you're nice to her. Huang Yuan also nodded, excessive exposure of needs is the beginning of a boy's dodgification. Su Hangyuan frowned, why do these words of yours sound so familiar? I learned it from Li Xiu. Huang Yuan said. Gao Shui Duo snorted, I don't think that's right. If my uncle treats a girl well, she will fall for him immediately. That's his charm. His strength only makes us worry that our charm isn't enough to keep him in love. As she spoke, half of her body was almost stuck to him. Li Xiu sneered in his heart. The Gao family's tactics were really one after another. They were making his daughter and sister compete. This is really the way of thinking of an aristocratic family. A little further away, Gao Ningyun was also having dinner with Su Qingxi. There is also the rebellious little thunder dragon Lilian. Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun. Your niece is almost sticking to me. She is so bold. She is trying to steal Xiao Yun's man in front of me. Su Qingxi puffed up her face and bit the steel spoon with her teeth. Gao Ningyun hummed and didn't seem to care. She picked up a piece of sausage, put it in her mouth, and showed an intoxicated expression. Xiao Yun. Can you still eat now? Su Qingxi hated him for not fighting for it. Yeah, I eat very well, why can't I eat more? There was a look of spring water flowing in Gao Ningyun's eyes. Su Qingxi was stunned for a moment, then covered her chest as if she had been shot. No, I feel like I've been fed dog food. My Xiao Yun has changed. He can make dirty jokes now. Lilian sniffed, Professor Gao smells strongly of estrus. Gao Ningyun raised his eyes, Lilian. Ha? Deduct 50. Hey. I only make $1,000 a month. You want to deduct 50 from me? Isn't that too much, boss? Lilian's face changed drastically. Gao Ningyun sighed and said, you are a dragon. Dragons are very dangerous in human society. No one will hire you to work, except me. Don't think that 1,000 yuan salary is too low. Think about it, the other dragons in your tribe are all sleeping soundly. As for you, you only make 1,000 yuan a month, but if you work hard for 100 years, a small deduction will not be conducive to your struggle. Hearing this, Lilian nodded. 1,000 a month, that's over 10 million in 100 years. It seems quite high indeed. Su Qingxi's face was filled with black lines. Xiao Yun, don't you feel guilty? Isn't this bullying a fool? After dinner, after a brief evening study session, the three roommates returned to the dormitory. Li Xiu and Gao Ningyun returned to the teacher's dormitory. Gao Ningyun took a shower and lay casually on the sofa watching TV. After a while, the little thunder dragon also finished taking a bath. Wearing her own pajamas, she walked to the sofa very naturally, and both of them had the same posture while watching TV. Li Xiu raised his hand, that. The two women turned around with a puzzled look on their faces. It's okay. I always feel like you two are like mother and daughter. Li Xiu turned and walked into the bathroom and started taking a shower. Looking at the parent-child set in the bathroom and the neatly arranged toothbrushes with dragon patterns, Li Xiu was finally sure. Damn it! The dragon I raised has become someone else's. No wonder, I always feel something is not right. Finished the shower with a splash. Li Xiu got up and put on his pajamas. He walked into the living room and sat down next to Gao Ningyun. It's like a family of three watching TV. Gao Ningyun suddenly said, by the way, we are going abroad later. Li Xiu said and asked, going abroad? Well, after the National College Martial Arts Tournament comes the World Martial Arts Tournament. You and I are going to attend it together. Of course, you will be the captain of the team, followed by Ying Yi. However, besides being a contestant, she will also have diplomatic activities. In addition, Fengwu University will have a contestant spot, as they are the third place. Also, as our school is ranked first in this competition, we will have an extra spot. The school has chosen Gao Shui Duo. She is quite talented and is considered a recommended candidate by the school.
Martial arts universities from around the world will gather together, and countries like Sakura Country and Hanchang will also participate.
It will be very lively. Li Xiao asked doubtfully, only 4 people are participating in the competition?
Gao Ningyun nodded, but we still need volunteers.
I'm going to choose 3 of your roommates. As for Ingi, there should be security personnel, so that's not my responsibility.
Li Xiao frowned.
Going abroad?
He had never been abroad in his previous life on Blue Star.
However, the size of this world is equivalent to an enlarged version of the Blue Planet. Going abroad is really a long journey.
Hanchang and Xiaoyinghua in this world have not changed much overall, and there have been many frictions with them in the history of Long Dynasty. Moreover, as the super god-level strongmen of the Dragon Dynasty died out, these 2 countries became more and more arrogant towards the Dragon Dynasty. Li Xiao picked up his phone and was about to check some information about foreign warriors, but suddenly he received a message from Yueshi.
Yueshi, it's nice to see you in person. How are you? Li Xiao. Sister, don't do this, it's scary. Yueshi, I don't know how. This is my first time dating someone online.
Li Xiao, no, this isn't called online dating. Yueshi, I consulted many experts about the photos you gave me last time, and they all felt very uncomfortable.
Really uncomfortable.
There are several professors of semiotics who are now in mental hospitals after studying them for a long time.
Let me tell you, those symbols are weird, so don't look at them too much. Li Xiao, okay, I understand. I'm going to rest now. Good night.
In fact, everyone who says good night to you doesn't really mean good night.
Just to get rid of the chat.
On the other side, Yueshi was holding her cell phone and fell into a sweet dream.
Li Xiao naturally didn't know.
He opened the photo album on his phone and found the photos he had taken that day. It looks like a symbol with a rounded outer edge. Because it was about to dissipate, Li Xiao's photo was not very clear.
A professor was hospitalized because of this? Is that really that exaggerated?
It's just a broken symbol. The next moment, he suddenly felt someone was watching him. Li Xiao stood up and looked around.
What the hell? Hiding in front of me. Chapter 83 Welcome Party, Beautiful Sister.
Li Xiao stood up and looked around.
Fuck. Li Xiao, what are you doing? You're blocking Long from watching TV.
Little Lei Long said with a sullen face. I'm about to see the Dragon King get slapped in the face, and you're blocking it. Li Xiao frowned, that unpleasant feeling of being stared at was still staring at him. He turned and looked at the TV.
The Dragon King on TV is in a fierce conflict with other characters.
Suddenly the actor turned his head and looked at Li Xiao, and then his facial features changed. It was indescribably ugly, with abstract facial features covered in scales and scarlet eyes staring at Li Xiao.
Li Xiao frowned, who are you?
When their eyes met, the hostility between them seemed tangible.
Not speaking?
Li Xiao raised his hand and swung it out, and the terrifying blood and energy directly turned into a blade light.
Bang!
After a loud bang, the TV exploded, cracks appeared on the walls, and thick smoke appeared. Li Xiao turned around and looked at the 2 people in shock.
Didn't you see it just now? Lillian's face darkened. Ah! You don't want me to see the Dragon King descend the mountain. Li Xiao, I hate you. Lillian turned and walked towards her small room, where Gao Ningyun's tablet computer was. The little girl continued to watch TV series. Gao Ningyun walked up to Li Xiao with some concern. What's wrong with you? You seem to be in a bad state.
Li Xiao is now certain that the symbol is definitely not a good thing. In the illusion just now, the other party's figure seemed like an evil spirit.
He gave a brief description of what he saw.
Gao Ningyun said with some concern, Li Xiao, the school's psychological counselor is also my classmate.
Are you feeling too much pressure? Why don't you go get some advice? Pressure?
Li Xiao knew it wasn't stress, but he couldn't explain it. But after all, it is something from a secret realm. Let us just treat it as an unsolved mystery for now, and we should continue to pay attention to the monthly interest rate. He told Yueshi about his recent hallucination.
Yueshi said that there was no similar situation.
She would feel tired if she stared for a long time, but she had not experienced any hallucinations.
It seems not everyone can see it. But until I figure it out, I'll put this photo aside.
At this time, I received private messages from 3 roommates.
The monkey will climb up the tree and ask, are you going to the welcome party tomorrow? Don't eat peanuts, go. Of course I'm going. This year, the only way to find a partner is to go to the welcome party.
Dormitory head, it's a pity that our shadow god got married, so I don't think it's a good idea to get married too early.
Li Xiu, then I won't go. The three of them immediately responded in unison, no. You can't not go.
The three of them thought clearly that compared to the warrior profession, their logistics profession had no advantage at all. But it's completely different with Li Xiu around. Don't eat peanuts, by the way. It seems like the nearby Medical Warrior Academy is planning to hold their orientation party together with ours.
The monkey fell in love with the tree, oh my god. Are they doctors and nurses?
Li Xiu frowned slightly. Medical warriors, these warriors who possess medical genetic skills, learn conventional medical knowledge and combine it with their own skills. After graduation, whether you want to go to the hospital or join the army, this major is very popular. Li Xiu doesn't care about the future because of his strength, but he is just an ordinary student.
No matter where you are in the world, employment is the top priority. However, every year, the major guilds will recruit students in advance at Longwu University and Medical Warrior Academy.
Especially guilds like Lonlin and Saint Girl are like listed companies to graduates of this world. These large guilds are particularly welcoming to graduates of Longwu University and the Medical Warrior Academy.
Because Li Xiu destroyed the TV, the young couple went to bed early that night.
Gao Ningyun has been enjoying playing this student, you don't want to be expelled game lately. This made Li Xiu feel empty every day. A man's body cannot be too weak, so the next day, he said that he would go to the welcome party with his roommates in the afternoon and would come back late in the evening.
Gao Ningyun only replied, you don't want to be expelled, right? Go back to your room early tonight.
There is an old saying on Blue Star, a man is 30 like a wolf, and 40 like a tiger.
Even if you are a pillar of God, I will suck you dry.
Another thing is that he found out that his wife had XP, who would understand. As soon as evening arrived, the four of them hurried back to the boys' dormitory. Those who want to change clothes should change clothes, and those who want to put on perfume should put on perfume. One hair dryer for 4 people.
It took more than an hour just to do my hair.
When the four of them arrived at the school venue, it had already been decorated with a very atmospheric atmosphere. There were banners, balloons, flowers, snacks, and drinks. The boys and girls who have performances are divided into groups and doing their final practice. Among them, Li Xiu noticed that his adopted niece was also preparing for a show, and she was dressed like a lark. He waved to Li Xiu from a distance, "Uncle.
Look at me. Am I good looking?"
Li Xiu nodded, "It's okay, just don't reveal so much on the chest."
The 3 roommates immediately retorted, "This is called sexy."
Li Xiu, if you don't understand, don't talk nonsense.
Exactly, what do you mean by leaking too much? You have futile ideas, stop talking about it.
That's right, Li Xiu's aesthetic taste needs to be improved. Li Xiu almost raised his hand to kill the 3 of them.
The so-called brothers are inhumane when they see the opposite sex. That's normal.
At this time, Li Xiu saw another acquaintance, a little head standing far away, wearing a mask like that used in masquerade parties. But her identity can be seen from her clear and stupid eyes.
Su Celadon. Gao Ningyun's #1 henchman, the jade-like professor with a unique way of thinking. Stop talking. He must have some inexplicable purpose and is staring at me again. Gao Ningyun was too busy to come because he had a meeting in the evening.
At this moment, there was a sudden commotion.
Yingyi came over accompanied by several guards.
Her popularity naturally attracted many students to come forward and chat with her. At this time, there was another commotion coming from afar.
Everyone looked towards the door. The 3 roommates were completely shocked. Holy crap! So many seniors and juniors coming towards us. Su Hangyuan was excited. No way. I feel like they're all looking at me.
Lin Yu touched his slicked back hair and said, "Don't even think about it."
Look, the one leading the group seems to be the school beauty puff. Huang Yuan pushed up his glasses and asked, that puff girl who was filming on TV?
A star warrior.
Su Hangyuan coughed, "Here I come. Am I handsome? Am I handsome?"
Dozens of girls from the Medical Warrior Academy stood in front of Li Xiu and others. As the so-called cheerleader effect goes, the more girls there are standing in a row, the more obvious the beauty bonus will be. What's more, this so-called puff schoolmate has a stunning appearance, an oval face, and a plump figure.
Senior Shadow God, I'm Actress Puff, can we add each other in a private message?
Li Xiu naturally took out his phone and said, "Okay."
Holy shit! The three roommates were defeated.
The next moment, dozens of girls from the Medical Warrior Academy spoke up.
Senior Shadow God. You can't play favorites. We're going to add private messaging too. The three roommates continue to do the shit. Chapter 84 Journey, 3 Super Gods. That's almost it, brother. Let us help you add a little more time. Su Hangyuan gritted his teeth. Li Xiu directly opened the QR code and asked the girls to line up and add him.
A welcome party turned into a private message party for the Shadow God. In fact, Li Xiu didn't have any opinion about these students. However, he thought it would be better to add these medical warriors first, just in case they might be needed in the future. The party has already started.
People came on stage to perform one after another.
In fact, the core of university lies in personal connections, that is, the ability to expand social circles.
Of course, there are also schools that focus on learning. However, people who only focus on studying will also lose a lot. When you enter society, you will find out what you have missed. Watching the three friends constantly moving among the girls, you can tell that they are having a lot of fun. Ha ha ha. Li Xiu and I are sworn brothers. Yeah, Shadow God and I wear the same underwear. The Shadow God is my father. Li Xiu. However, their skills in picking up girls really need to be improved. Gao Shuiduo's performance on stage was actually singing. It's true, she sang quite well and instantly attracted a large number of male fans. There were even boys who confessed their love on the spot with flowers in hand. But the first thing she did after she got out of the game was to find Li Xiu and say, "Uncle, you don't care. Those boys are all targeting me." Li Xiu chuckled, "Fight, you're smart, you won't suffer any loss anyway." Hee hee. Gao Shuiduo picked up a small piece of cake, took a bite, and her lips were covered with cream. "Uncle, please help me wipe it, please help me." Li Xiu turned around, too lazy to pay attention. Su Hangyuan came forward, "I'll do it. I'll do it." Gao Shuiduo stuck out her tongue and licked it clean in an instant. "No need." Su Hangyuan said sadly, "Double standards. Double standards." At this time, many students gathered tables and chairs together and began to bring in boxes of beer. Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. Drinking is a common activity for college students to welcome freshmen. Drinking is the best way to get closer to junior and senior students. The girl with the stage name Puff walked towards Li Xiu and said, "Senior Ingshan, let's go together. You guys play, I." Before Li Xiu could finish his words, he was forcibly dragged over by the other party. In the distance, Su Qingxi's eyes suddenly lit up, "Hee hee hee. I knew you had no good intentions." She lowered her head and picked up her phone, "Xiaoyun. Your man started drinking with the schoolgirl." She felt a shadow above her head. He looked up and asked, "Huh? Lin Yu? What are you doing?" Lin Yu and Huang Yuan each took a side. "According to our boss's original words, since you're here, let's drink together." Hey, I'm not going. I'm not going. Ha! Another glass. My dear students, Su Qingxi's little fat face turned red, and she took the wine glass and started to drink. She treated Li Xiu as a pole, and she leaned on Li Xiu, holding a beer and showing off. Yingyi had guards by his side, so he couldn't have fun freely. The party lasted until late at night. The three roommates were in good condition, just a little dizzy. Su Qingxi was drunk, so Li Xiu called Gao Ningyun and asked her to come to the auditorium to pick up her little sister. Yingyi returned to the palace accompanied by guards. She did not live on campus. After they returned to their dormitories, Gao Ningyun supported Su Qingxi. "Send her back to the dormitory." Then Li Xiu and Gao Ningyun returned to their rooms. She picked up the photos Su Qingxi had secretly taken on her phone and said, "You seem to be having fun. You don't want your parents to be called, do you?" A week later. Lintian International Airport. Everyone has gathered in the Grand Airport. In terms of contestants, in addition to Li Xiu himself, there are Yingyi, Lin Fian from Fengwu University, and Gao Shuiduo who was selected by the school. In addition to Gao Ningyun, the team leader also includes Su Qingxi and assistant teacher Lilian. 3 other roommates served as volunteers and accompanied them to participate in the competition. Their job is to take care of the logistics. Gao Ningyun walked in front of everyone and said, "Regarding our international high school martial arts tournament, I want to say that our first priority during this trip is personal safety.
However, due to the special status of His Majesty, there will be diplomatic activities in addition to the regular schedule.
Gao Shui Duo snorted, with my uncle here, who would dare to attack us?
At this time, 2 more people came from a distance, bringing with them several warriors with strong energy. Li Xiu also knew the Qing brothers and sisters who were part of the capital's garrison. The 2 siblings greeted Li Xiu warmly.
Meet the Divine Pillar. Meet the Divine Pillar.
Cheng Wuya said politely, everyone, my brother and I will serve as the security personnel for this outing. Lin Yu stepped forward and said, Miss, I am the eldest son of the Tian Yulin family.
You are so beautiful. Cheng Wulan covered his mouth and chuckled. Cheng Wulan, hello, classmate. Li Xiu couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, let's go.
This is a royal plane, and the facilities on board are extremely luxurious. Several people sat on the plane, looking at the clear sky in the distance, and their mood became better.
Li Xiu and Gao Ningyun sat together.
Gao Ningyun unconsciously pulled Li Xiu's hand and said, after arriving in Eagle Country, our journey will take about 7 days.
In the past few sessions, our Dragon Dynasty's performance has not been very good.
Furthermore, the Eagle Nation now has 3 super god-level warriors. In order to deal with your presence, who knows what they will do?
Li Xiu chuckled and said, what can we do about this Eagle Nation, no matter what it comes up with?
Our Dragon Dynasty is sure to win the championship this year.
That's right. No matter what tricks they use, we have you. Gao Ningyun squeezed Li Xiu's hand.
In the clear sky in the distance, a loud dragon roar was heard, and a thunder dragon as white as a sapphire soared in the clouds. Li Xiu glanced out the window and said, Lillian is having a great time too.
Gao Ningyun nodded, she maintains her human form every day, so she must be feeling suffocated. Boom! Lillian dove headfirst into the water below, chasing towards a giant sea monster. Having a lot of fun.
After a flight that lasts for a day and a night, we can see how far the Eagle Kingdom and the Dragon Dynasty are apart.
Eagle Country, Weizong. The international airport welcomed guests from afar.
The Eagle Country arranged personnel to welcome them. After getting off the plane, Li Xiu noticed a man in a suit in the distance. Blonde hair and sharp eyes.
Qi and blood value, 20,341.
A super god level. The man quickly stepped forward and shook hands with Ying Yi. Your Majesty, I am Miles, representing the President to welcome you all who have come from afar.
Ying Yi immediately raised his hand to shake his hand. Sir Miles, or should I call you the giant power pillar?
He smiled warmly. I don't deserve it in front of His Majesty and the Shadow God Pillar. At this time, 2 more people came from a distance.
A man and a woman. Women are muscular, and men are also muscular. We've long heard that a divine pillar that surpasses all limits has appeared in the Dragon Dynasty. My husband and I would like to see if it's just a reputation.
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. I only saw the blood of this man and woman.
29,450. 28,934. Chapter 85, The Divine Pillars of Various Countries Gathered Together.
All the super god-level warriors of Eagle Country gathered together. Ying Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. The 3 super god-level masters from Eagle Country have gathered together.
We are flattered. Miles asked in confusion, the president asked you 2 to wait at the venue, so why are you here at the airport?
War Pillar, Pirate Pillar.
Miles immediately introduced, the War Pillar and the Pirate Pillar are a couple.
Before the Shadow Pillar appeared, they were one of the 3 strongest pillars, on par with your country's Yueshi.
Li Xiu nodded.
The man's Qi and blood were 29,000, and the woman's Qi and blood were 28,000.
It's really good. The god of war, Shinju, stepped forward and said, hey. Yellow man, everyone on the internet is saying you're the Dragon Dynasty's strongest Shinju. You've even surpassed your limits. I don't believe it.
I've also experienced your Dragon Dynasty's ability to be mysterious. Beside him, the pirate god pillar laughed out loud and said, dear, don't scare our Dragon Dynasty children.
Just as a few people were chatting, a dragon roar was heard in the sky. Lillian fell from the sky and turned into a human form. Li Xiu. I'm here. The 3 Eagle Nation god pillars were shocked. What? A real dragon? It's a rare thunder dragon. Dragons are SSS level monsters. How could they be with humans?
Ying Yi smiled faintly and said, excuse me everyone, this Lady Lillian is a follower of the Shadow God Pillar.
What?
The 3 were shocked, and now they looked at Li Xiu with serious eyes. It is generally impossible to make a dragon surrender.
You may be able to kill it, but you cannot enslave it. The three roommates immediately yelled, "What do you three big guys know? The strength of our shadow god pillar is beyond your imagination." That's right. With your level of strength, you'd better not talk anymore. It's embarrassing. The war god pillar had a bad temper to begin with. Upon hearing these words, he immediately flew into a rage. What a piece of trash. How dare you talk to us like that? Boom. Die. Ant.
A terrifying wave of energy and blood intimidated the three friends.
Li Xiu stepped forward and said, "Get out." Buzz. Plop. The god of war pillar knelt down instantly. What? This pressure is. This is impossible. My dear. Pirate god pillar stepped forward, "Let go of my husband." Plop. Li Xiu's pressure spreads. Suppress her instantly. Miles was shocked. These were the two most powerful divine pillars of their country. They actually knelt down. Your Excellency Shadow God. Please. Plop. Before he could finish his words, he was already affected by the pressure and instantly knelt down. He was the weakest among the three. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Xiu looked at the three people kneeling on the ground and then said calmly, "In front of my dragon dynasty, put away your arrogance. You guys don't even have the qualifications to act so arrogantly in front of me." Boom. The three of them were pinned to the ground by the sudden increase in pressure. At this moment, the Western reporters waiting for interviews in the distance were all shocked. What's going on over there? Why are the three pillars lying on the ground? Is this some new etiquette? Take a picture. This is sure to be a hot topic. Everything that happened at the airport had reached the venue. A handsome black man answered the phone and exclaimed in shock, "What? The three great pillars have knelt. How is this possible?" A woman wearing traditional Sakura country clothing said, "Your Excellency, is this Dragon Dynasty divine pillar really that powerful?" Beside her, a man in ninja attire whispered, "Princess, no matter how strong a person is, he will die under my sword." The Eagle Nation's president said in a deep voice, "That's right. All the countries present here possess super god-level warriors. I have nothing to hide. I originally thought that the Dragon Dynasty leader was exaggerating. Now it seems that he is really strong." He looked up. In the conference hall before him, representatives from countries with super god-level warriors gathered. Among the world's 10 so-called super gods, Falcon died in Dragon Dynasty, excluding 3 from Eagle Country and 2 from Dragon Dynasty. There are still 4 countries that have super god-level warriors. They are Sakura Country, Bear Country, Hanshine, and Indi. At this time, a man in an animal skin coat stood up and said, "The Sakura Country's ninja god pillar is right. Nothing counts until you see him in person. This Kage is said to be only 20 years old. How is that possible?" An old man wearing taekwondo training clothes who was sitting a little further away stood up and said, "That's right, I represent Hanshang. The warriors of Longchao are all just for show." The Eagle Country president raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his face. At this time, a security guard came in from outside and whispered in the president's ear, "Your Excellency, the Dragon Dynasty Empress and the Divine Pillar are here." Everyone's eyes were focused on the entrance to the hall. Ing Yi in a black dragon imperial robe. Li Xiu was walking beside him with his hands in his pockets. Attracted everyone's attention. Li Xiu raised his eyes. Oh, once one of the top 10 pillars of the world, Falcon died in his own hands, and the monthly interest is in the country. In front of us, including the 3 pillars of the Eagle Country just now, there are these 4. He is currently the strongest warrior among the human race. Miles immediately introduced, "That's His Excellency the President. For over there. The Ninja God Pillar of Sakura Country. The Great Emperor's Divine Pillar of Hanshang. India's Ancient Buddha Pillar. The Black Dragon Pillar of the Bear Country." The 4 divine pillars looked towards Li Xiu. For streams of qi and blood locked onto Li Xiu. "I, Hanshang, have long heard of the Dragon Dynasty Shadow God Pillar. He became famous at a young age and is invincible in the world." "That's right, after seeing you today, it's just like that." "Ha, I'm from the Bear Country, you can call me Black Dragon." Li Xiu looked up at these people and said, "Is that so?" "I am the shadow of Long Chao. With all due respect, everyone here is garbage." Boom. The qi and blood are slightly released.
The 4 divine pillars retreated one after another. The 4 of them were horrified and shocked.
This energy and blood. Unbelievable.
It's impossible for an ordinary human warrior to have such unreasonable chi and blood power.
At this time, the Eagle Nation president coughed and said, "All right. We are all the pillars of the human race. Your Majesty Ying, you and Shinju, please take your seats."
After learning the news about Li Xiu, the president immediately rearranged the nameplates. The positions of Ying and Ying were raised a lot. Li Xiu suddenly paused and asked, "Where are the rest of our team?" The president smiled awkwardly. "Other members will naturally sit in other seats."
"They are my friends and must sit next to us."
Li Xiu frowned. What a joke, one seat is divided into different levels.
You want my wife to sit in a place that is completely unrelated to the place?
The president was almost sweating coldly as he glanced at his 3 dejected divine pillars. He said stubbornly, "Someone, add a chair."
Only then did Li Xiu take everyone to sit down.
Gao Ningyun sighed. In previous years, the Dragon Dynasty has never received such treatment in diplomacy. The truth is only within the range of cannons.
My energy and blood are the strength of the Dragon Dynasty,
Li Xiu said lightly. At this time, the dishes began to be served one after another. The president then began to announce the rules of the competition. After consultation with the International Warriors Association, this competition is divided into 2 groups.
Chapter 86, Arrogant Powerful People from Various Countries. Divided into 2 groups? Ying frowned when he heard this. "Mr. President, what do you mean?" "We will add a super god ranking competition to this tournament.
This is why all the super god level warriors in the world are gathering here,"
the Black President said with a smile.
Li Xiu frowned slightly. These foreigners obviously wanted to prevent him from taking the first place with the strength of the divine pillar. But with the pressure of Li Xiu's blood and energy just now, all these super god level warriors from all over the world were silenced. Li Xiu's blood and energy fluctuations were obviously higher than theirs. This made them unsure of Li Xiu's true strength. But as warriors from the Sakura country and the Hancheng country who are used to being arrogant,
I always feel that even if he is strong, how strong can he be?
At this moment, Hancheng's Emperor Shenzhuzi said with a stern face, "You Dragon Dynasty want to bully students from other countries.
This is absolutely intolerable."
The ninja god pillar of Sakura country also said calmly, "That's right, a warrior must have the spirit of a warrior." Gao Ningyun, the team leader for this competition, immediately said, "According to the organizing committee's regulations, your age is within the required range.
Why can't you participate?"
Li Xiu glanced at the 2 men and said, "The 2 god pillars are so energetic.
Great.
We won't care about life or death when the time comes.
Long Chao, let's go." Everyone stood up.
The 3 friends also muttered,
"What kind of food is this?
Hamburgers, fries, and steak that I can't even chew." "That's right, the snacks in my hometown are better than this." Before leaving, Lillian stuffed all the steaks on the table into her mouth, making her little mouth bulge.
It's really not tasty," she muttered. "But it's not very convincing." After watching Li Xiu and others leave,
the venue suddenly became lively. The representative of the Sakura country, the princess named Miyaman Kyoko, said, "This Dragon Dynasty person has absolutely no manners."
"That's right."
The Hancheng representative also spoke up, "The people of Long Dynasty have no manners at all." Miles, one of the 3 pillars of the Eagle Nation, spoke appropriately, "But he is truly very strong. He must have broken through the limits of the human race, just as the rumors say."
Everyone was shocked. Impossible. How can someone so young break through their limits? That's right.
Even a great country like Hancheng hasn't found a way to break through the limit, so how could his Long Dynasty possibly do that?
Yes, I think Miles is still exaggerating. Upon hearing this, Miles just smiled bitterly.
The result was obvious just now, but these arrogant guys chose to force themselves to comfort themselves. No wonder he can break through his limits at such a young age.
But we can't. West Coast Style Hotel. Welcoming a group of guests from Long Dynasty. Su Qingxi complained, "What kind of competition is this?
We're here and we have to find a place to stay by ourselves."
"It can be reimbursed anyway," Gao Ningyun said.
Lin Fian from Fengwu University has always been quiet. At the last domestic martial arts conference, her relationship with Li Xiu was not very good.
So it's a bit embarrassing.
Ying said worriedly, who knows what arrangements these people will make for the competition. Needless to say, these countries have already regarded Long Dynasty as an imaginary enemy.
Gao Ningyun nodded. Needless to say, I'd been targeted before. Everyone booked a room, 2 people to a room.
Except for Li Xiu, who shared the same room with Gao Ningyun, the others had to find their own partners. Li Xiu's expression suddenly changed.
When he was walking towards the elevator, he noticed some spies.
These eyes were watching him and others from afar.
However, these people's chi and blood are not strong. He should be a special agent from Eagle Country.
After entering the elevator, Li Xiu sighed in his heart, although this world is larger in area. But countries around the world still exist, just with different processes.
Even the Sakura country is considered a small continent. So it cannot be said that this world is completely different from Blue Planet. But it doesn't matter much.
Li Xiu brought Gao Ningyun to the room.
The room is not luxurious, but clean. There are some decorations on the table and all kinds of facilities are available. I'm going to take a shower. Gao Ningyun turned and walked towards the bathroom. Li Xiu walked to the window and looked at the bustling city.
He picked up his phone and sent a message to a group called World Martial Arts Tournament Champions.
Let's go out to eat later. Gao Shuiduo immediately replied, there's an M-style barbecue restaurant nearby that's delicious. Let's go eat there. Others naturally have no objection.
After Gao Ningyun finished washing up in the bathroom, Li Xiu took everyone out of the hotel. Su Hangyuan held his phone in his hand as he walked along, looking up and saying, the most numerous alien race in Eagle Country currently belongs to the Orcish tribe.
It's a werewolf tribe.
I also heard there are vampires. There have been more than a dozen vampire attacks in Huaqing this week. Li Xiu was curious when he heard this and asked, are vampires the kind that can fly, hide underground, like to suck blood, but are afraid of garlic?
Gao Shuiduo chuckled, Uncle, you're funny. Why are you afraid of garlic? Li Xiu smiled, I've seen legends about vampires before. Yingyi laughed, what kind of unconventional information are you looking at?
As the name of the blood race suggests, their cultivation method is to suck blood. They are extremely sensitive to chi and blood. In theory, they seek the blood of the strong. She glanced at Li Xiu, and the look in her eyes meant something.
Be careful.
Li Xiu didn't care about the vampires. After all, he didn't believe that the vampires could do anything to him.
Several people came to the front of the restaurant. Outside the standard M-style restaurant, there was a rich aroma. A fruity charcoal roasted aroma. The aroma alone whetted everyone's appetite. What are you waiting for?
You can tell it's delicious just by smelling it, said Su Qingxi.
Then let's go eat.
Before going in, Li Xiu turned around and looked across the street.
I saw a man in a black windbreaker with a pale face.
Looking towards him from a distance. Then the other person lowered the brim of his hat. He took out his cell phone, as if to cover up his previous gaze.
Li Xiu smiled and pushed the door open.
1 portion of charcoal grilled veal ribs, 1 portion of Mexican-style lamb chops, and 1 portion of your signature roast chicken.
Li Xiu said lightly. He spoke fluent English, and the CET6 he passed in his previous life came in handy.
The waiter had strong oriental features.
He winked at Li Xiu and asked, are you from the Dragon Dynasty? Li Xiu nodded.
The waiter smiled and said, my grandfather was also from the Dragon Dynasty, from the first Great Gold Rush.
Really?
Then we are all from the same hometown.
Li Xiu smiled. The girl laughed even more happily.
At this moment, the wind chime at the restaurant entrance was touched.
The pale man in the black trench coat walked in. He chose a seat closer to Li Xiu and sat down.
Li Xiu raised his eyes.
Chi and blood value, 7,873. The waitress walked up to the man and asked, what would you like to order, sir?
Just give me a portion of oxblood pudding, he said calmly. The girl was a little surprised.
Isn't it too little for a man like you? I'm not hungry. All right. Chapter 87 No matter what. I want 200 million.
Li Xiu raised his eyes to look at the man, who raised his water glass and gestured to Li Xiu.
Gao Ningyun asked doubtfully, do you know this person?
I don't know him, but he's a pretty strong warrior.
Li Xiu said.
At this time, the waiter came back with a large amount of barbecue. Your barbecue has arrived, and you must try our sweet and sour sauce.
All I can say is, OMG. She made an exaggerated expression. Su Han Yuan's English wasn't good, so he took out his phone and gestured, "Let's send a private message?"
The waitress showed a look of disgust and said, "No need, sir."
"Enjoy your meal."
Li Xiu and the others all laughed.
"Monkey, stop messing around. You're lowering our standards." Lin Yu found it funny.
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes, grabbed a grilled rib, and his eyes lit up. "It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and tastes really good."
"It's delicious."
He picked up a rib and placed it in front of Gao Ningyun. At this time, the man seemed to muster up the courage and walked towards Li Xiu and others. After organizing his words, he said, "My Eastern friend, please allow me to introduce myself. I am a member of the Digas family, and I have a request."
Hearing this, Yingyi narrowed his eyes slightly. "Blood clan?"
The Qing siblings beside her immediately became alert. "The energy and blood in my body are quietly surging." The man immediately raised his hand. You misunderstood.
I mean no harm.
We know that the vampires have a bad reputation. But we have fought as hard as we can for legal citizenship, but that's not important."
"But I really don't mean any harm."
Li Xiu glanced at him and said, "Please sit down."
"What do you want to say?"
He breathed a sigh of relief. "My name is Carl Digas.
The eldest daughter of our Digas family is seriously injured. Perhaps only you can help her."
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes.
"We are ordinary warriors, not medical warriors. I think you have the wrong person."
Carl mustered up his courage again and said, "Sir, the fragrance of your blood and energy is unmatched.
Your scent is like the moon in the dark night, enchanting and breathtaking." Gao Shui Duo couldn't help but complain, "I really should learn some sweet talk from you Westerners." Carl continued, "It's like this. The eldest daughter of our clan was seriously injured by the warriors of the church. We wish to obtain a drop of the mighty's blood to bring it back to life."
Li Xiu smiled, "Why do you think that I would save the young lady of your family?"
Carl immediately stood up and said, "Of course, we won't let you help us for free.
We will provide you with cash, precious warrior weapons, and the friendship of the Digas family."
Yingyi frowned and said, "Sir, what if we refuse?"
Carl immediately said, "I just want to try my luck, I don't have any other bad ideas." Li Xiu raised his hand and knocked on the table.
"Actually, it's not impossible." Gao Ningyun glared at him, "What does this have to do with us?"
Li Xiu raised his hand and said, 100 million, I'll help you take care of her. He thought the other party would bargain. But unexpectedly, the man named Carl smiled and said, "No problem, sir, your behavior is admirable." Li Xiu looked strange.
What was going on? Was he going to lose something?
Yingyi raised her hands to cover her face.
In a family like this, 100 million is really not a lot.
The three roommates laughed and said, "I suffered a loss due to my lack of knowledge." Now that the matter had been settled, everyone finished eating the meat. 2 luxury cars were already waiting outside the hotel. Several men and women with feminine temperaments stood on both sides of the car.
Li Xiu paused slightly. "Yingyi, isn't it too dangerous for you to go to these places with your identity? With you here, where else can be safer than by your side?" Yingyi said with a smile.
After a few people got in the car, it started heading towards the suburbs.
Soon, we arrived at an ancient castle in the suburbs, surrounded by a strong medieval atmosphere.
Li Xiu expanded his perception and found that there were currently more than 100 people in the entire castle. These people's qi and blood are not low, but not high either. Most of them are around 6,000 or 7,000, and only one person has reached a level of around 10,000.
Carl said, "We survive as a tribe. That SY family is very important to us." "I'm curious, your race needs to consume blood? Then are you evil?" Li Xiu said. "Sir, we have property and wealth.
The hospital has a large number of blood bags from warriors that we can use.
We just need to spend money," Carl explained. Li Xiu nodded. It made sense.
As long as you had money, it was not difficult to buy some blood. Behind the huge manor gate. As the car stopped, one by one, blonde-haired and blue-eyed men and women came out, and the windows of the castle opened.
These vampires looked at Li Xiu and others curiously. Pale skin and slightly lifeless eyes. They are the vampires of this world. Li Xiu and others followed Carl deeper. The castle slowly opened. The air is filled with a heavy historical atmosphere. Muddy smell. A man in a Western-style tuxedo came over with a cane. "Welcome, guests from the East.
I am the patriarch of the D. Gus family.
You can call me Mr. Dean. Ing Yi nodded, Mr. Dean.
We are so presumptuous, King of the East, Dean said, bowing deeply.
Ing Yi asked curiously, Mr. Dean, how do you know my identity? Dean smiled and said, black and gold dragon suit.
Even though this is just a casual uniform, you shouldn't ignore details like this. He glanced at Li Xiu again and said, you are truly a great and powerful person.
He bowed deeply again.
Several people were greeting each other. There was a noise outside the door.
A young man walked in, Father.
Father, guess who I invited, the ninja god pillar of Sakura country. He's willing to help his sister.
He noticed the room full of Oriental people and asked in confusion, who are they? Dean frowned, don't be rude, they are distinguished guests from the East, Jack.
Jack didn't take it too seriously and glanced at the girls. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. When his eyes fell on Li Xiu, oh my god, this smell is shocking. At this time, a figure walked in from outside the door.
It was the Sakura country god pillar dressed as a ninja. His eyes met Li Xiu's shadow.
He glanced at Jack and said, you just said, let me save your sister.
Now I'm here, let me see.
At this moment, Jack had already discovered the terrifying smell of blood and energy on Li Xiu. It felt like the shinobi pillar was a piece of cheese.
And Li Xiu is the entire cheese planet.
Dean sighed slightly, Jack, have someone bring over 500,000 in cash.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Shinobi, I've already promised someone else. It's a pity to have made you come here for nothing.
A dangerous light flashed in the eyes of the ninja god pillar, but Li Xiu did not dare to provoke him. But in his eyes, the family before him was just a fat sheep.
500,000? Are you insulting a divine pillar? As long as I'm here, whether you need it or not. I want 200 million. Chapter 88. You can do whatever you want with me. Damn it. I only make 100 million by selling blood. You'll need 200 million as soon as you walk in the door. Do you look down on me?
Li Xiu has been very sensitive about money recently. Jack said awkwardly, Mr. Shinobi, the 500,000 yuan compensation we gave you is already a sign of respect.
The shinobi pillar smiled and said, oh?
Your race is not legally a citizen of Eagle Country.
I want 200 million from you now, but it's for your lives. Since you don't know what's good for you. Good. Ninja technique. 10,000 killing stars.
His figure turned into an afterimage, and countless hidden weapons and kunai flew out, heading towards Jack and Chief Dean. Although the energy and blood of these two vampires are very different from those of the ninja pillar.
But the speed is not slow. Avoided most of the hidden weapons.
Only Jack, who had less skill, was stabbed by several kunai. But the vampires' bodies seemed to be extremely resistant. After being hit a few times, they were still fine. The Dean tribe leader shouted angrily, is this the sacred pillar of your Sakura country?
He's nothing but a bandit. The ninja god pillar laughed, damn it.
You white-skinned pigs, just kneel down and admit defeat in front of the Sakura god pillar.
You actually dare to resist.
He was just about to continue attacking. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in front of my eyes. A smiling face appeared in front of him. Li Xiu said kindly, I'm sorry, what you just said makes me feel uncomfortable.
So, die.
When the shinobi god pillar heard this, he said, what the hell?
What did you say that made you uncomfortable? What are you talking about, you Chinese god pillar? I'm allergic to every word you say now.
Li Xiu's eyes turned cold and he raised his hand to strangle his neck. The terrifying energy and blood poured out instantly.
Boom!
The ninja pillar didn't have time to resist at all before it turned into a bloody mist. Dean and his son were stunned. Li Xiu's move was really fast.
The ninja god pillar was preparing to use his ultimate power in the last second, but was turned into a bloody mist in the next second? It's so dreamy.
Chief Dean's eyes were startled for a moment, then immediately returned to normal, praised the shadow god pillar, you are truly powerful.
Li Xiu nodded, take me to see your eldest lady, and make it quick. I need to go back. Jack glanced at his father and swallowed silently. The high and mighty shinobi pillar could not withstand his blow.
In addition, it exudes a heart-pounding fragrance of chi and blood.
Is this man really human?
Dean regained his composure.
Please follow me. Go up the old stairs.
Li Xiu and Ing Yi walked in front.
The others followed behind. Holy crap! Look at that lamppost. It's made of gold.
And the murals on the wall seem to be all famous paintings.
Su Hangyuan and others sighed.
Dean turned around and said, yes, this castle has a history of 300 years, and its former owner was also a gentleman of taste. He was my mother's lover, and after he died, my mother chose to leave with him.
Su Hangyuan and the others immediately fell silent. Sorry. It's okay. Dean said softly, I respect my mother's choice.
Later, the castle they left behind became the origin of our family. Ingyi whispered, vampires don't reproduce in the normal way, they only reproduce through the first embrace. Therefore, his mother's lover doesn't have a parent-child relationship with him in the sense of a vampire.
Everyone nodded in understanding. Dean and everyone finally reached the top floor.
In the deepest room, Li Xiu saw people who needed treatment. The facial features are like those of a porcelain doll.
Long hair like a waterfall. Pale skin.
She would only breathe once in a long time if she didn't know the situation. Li Xiuhui would think she was dead.
How long has she been like this? Li Xiu asked in confusion. It's been 3 days since Lunabelle was injured. There's not a drop of blood left in her body.
This is an injury caused by the power of light of the church's warriors.
Dean said.
And the blood of ordinary warriors can't save her at all. We vampires have a chance to fall into a dormant state when we are near death. The remaining light energy and blood in her body prevents her from absorbing the blood of ordinary warriors.
Unless they are extremely powerful warriors. He glanced at Li Xiu. I understand.
Li Xiu said.
Gao Ningyan frowned slightly. Whatever you want us to do, we won't do anything that will hurt our bodies.
Dean smiled. A warrior as powerful as him should be able to wake her up with just a trace of blood. Li Xiu stepped forward. He raised his hand and placed it on her wrist.
Jack wanted to say something,
but he was stopped by Dean. Li Xiu exclaimed, what a miraculous creature. It doesn't have any blood in its body, yet it's still alive. Indeed, there was a completely opposite force of qi and blood lurking in her body, eroding her vitality. If there is no strong person to help her revive tonight, she really can't survive. Li Xiu raised his hand, and a streak of blood condensed.
Boom!
The terrifying power of qi and blood suddenly erupted. The eyes of the vampire father and son beside them turned red instantly. Dean grabbed his son by the collar and restrained him.
Oh no!
This little bit of blood and energy might cause all the vampires in the city to lose control.
This is too tempting. Bang bang bang.
There was a sound of heavy footsteps coming from the stairwell in the distance. A large number of DGUS people rushed upstairs.
Dean darted down the corridor. Boom!
Blood-red energy surged, and his eyes were bloodshot.
Everyone, get out of here.
On the other side, Li Xiu had already pushed the blood thread towards the girl in front of him. Her lips and teeth moved slightly. The blood flowed through her lips and sank into her body.
This moment. It was like a pale painting being instantly colored. Buzz.
The girl's eyes suddenly opened.
A wave of energy and blood that made others feel uneasy burst out from her body, spreading out in all directions. Ah!
She screamed, and the blood rushing through her body made her frown in pain. As this scene happened, Chief Dean walked in from outside with a look of shock on his face. Oh my god!
A vampire queen is born!
Li Xiu noticed the changes in the qi and blood of the girl in front of him. After continuously climbing, it finally stabilized at 28,866. He directly became one of the top powerful people in this world.
What a magical race!
Li Xiu never thought that a trace of his blood could create a super god-level vampire.
Lunabelle's small white feet stood on the bed. She looked at Li Xiu curiously. Dean said happily, Lunabelle, you're finally awake. A girl who looked like a doll suddenly walked up to Li Xiu. Kneel on one knee and raise your face. Thank you for giving me new life and strength.
From now on, the DGUS family will obey your orders. Li Xiu smiled faintly and said, no need, I also received money.
No. You don't understand what this means for our people. We no longer need to be so cautious. We no longer have to look at the opinions of other forces. We are now qualified to be on equal terms. Li Xiu looked at Lunabelle, all right, whatever you want.
At this moment, her brother Jack came over with a metal box in his hand.
This is my tribe's martial arts magic weapon. Jack opened the box and inside was a vintage pistol inlaid with a bat-shaped gem. My clan's 7th grade divine weapon, the Kiss of the Blood Clan. Lunabelle stepped forward and explained, any creature shot by this spear, even if it survives, will continue to lose energy and blood. Eventually I became a useless person. As for its power, it depends on the user's chi and blood strength. Li Xiu held the pistol in his hand, feeling the warm touch, and released a little bit of chi and blood, which was instantly sucked into the gun. He raised his gun and pointed it at Lunabelle. Her sapphire eyes were smiling. You can do whatever you want with me as you wish. Chapter 89, Sakura Warrior. Battle. Longwu University. Li Xiu smiled and said, this gun feels pretty good. I'll take it. He turned around and placed the pistol in Gao Ningyun's hand. The Kiss of the Blood Clan is now in your hands. With my strength, I don't need it. After all, Gao Ningyun's strength needs to be enhanced, and this vampire kiss is just right for her current energy and blood. Lunabelle raised her eyes to look at the man in front of her, her nose twitching. Master, you smell so amazing. Li Xiu smiled faintly and turned to walk out. Okay, transfer the money directly to my account. I'll give you the account number later. Inside the Sakura Country Embassy. A director hurried to the 2nd floor. Knocked on a door. Your Highness, something happened. After a while, a woman in a kimono came out. Gongmen Xingzi frowned and said, it's so late, what happened? The shinobi god pillar was killed by the China god pillar. What? How is this possible? How could the shinobi god pillar come into conflict with him? Mayaman Kyoko slowly exhaled. She, the divine pillar, was the strongest person in the Sakura country. Now that he died in unclear circumstances, how can I explain this to my family? Let's keep the news secret for now. I'll think of a way to remedy the situation. Mayaman Kyoko said. The director immediately said, should we arrest that person? Idiot. Are you looking for death? Mayaman Kyoko was angry at the stupidity of her subordinates. Li Xiu and others were sitting in the De Gus family's car. He was holding a mobile phone and counting the decimal points on the phone. 760 million? Li Xiu frowned slightly. You seem to have forgotten the exchange rate between our Dragon Dynasty currency and the Eagle country. Ying Yi said with a smile. When I mentioned it before, I was thinking about Longqiao coin. It seems that my vision is still not broad enough. Li Xiu felt much better. This money is enough to last for a while. He exhaled slowly. The feeling of having money is different. He took out his cell phone and allowed Gao Ning to send 13.14 million. It's my way of thanking her for the 5 million she gave me before. Ying Yi glanced at him and said, if you are short of money, I can support you. No, I'm a man. Li Xiu didn't mind a woman supporting him, but it was not right and he didn't want to receive anything without doing anything. Su Hangyuan turned around from the passenger seat and said, I'm very cheap, can you support me? Get out. Ying Yi cursed with a smile. Everyone returned to the hotel. Everyone went back to their rooms. Gao Ningyun returned to the room and hooked her arm around his neck. You're so valuable. If you run out of money in the future, I can just sell your blood. Li Xiu put his arm around her waist and said, don't take too much blood, it will make you weak. Gao Ningyun pulled him into his arms. She raised her hand to pinch his waist, then pushed hard. Then let me check carefully. Are you weak? In theory, women are more lustful than men. After all, men have a cooling-off period, but women don't. This is especially true for women who practice martial arts. The next morning, Li Xiu got up from the bed. He rubbed his aching waist. Gao Ningyun was sitting on a bench in the hotel, drinking coffee. Full of energy. Come on, we have to get to the venue. Li Xiu put on his clothes. At this time, someone was knocking on the door. Li Xiu. Go out. Lillian's voice came. I want to eat M-style barbecue today. Li Xiu and Gao Ningyun walked out of the room, and he looked at the little girl. Have you gained some weight recently? Li Xiu reached out and pinched her fat face. He glanced at the other people who had gathered. Then everyone went to the venue of the International Martial Arts Tournament. Along the way, you can see all kinds of passers-by, most of whom are heading to the martial arts tournament venue. In addition to the regular 3-color races, there are also various alien races. The alien races in this place are different in both body shape and expression.
They all have strong Western characteristics. For example, the purple gold-tried beauty who was holding a donut in her hand and weighed 200 pounds.
The land and water nurture the people. Li Xiu sighed. Wait until everyone enters the martial arts conference venue. Find the rest areas that every university has. This area is just right for seeing the entire arena. Ying Yi sat next to Li Xiu.
As the empress of a country, she could be placed next to the president. But she refused. Looking at the arena, Ying Yi said, every country in the world has its own martial arts tradition. Although they are all qi and blood warriors, there are also differences in levels. Among warriors of the same realm, our Dragon Dynasty warriors are often stronger.
Li Xiu nodded,
but in recent years, I feel that there are fewer and fewer masters in the Dragon Dynasty.
That's what you don't understand. No country in the world will reveal its true strength. Ying Yi said.
Even in the Dragon Dynasty, besides you and Yueshi, there are also Buddhist and Taoist disciples. They are hidden talents, but they will not appear unless there is a major disaster.
Taoism? Buddhism?
Li Xiu pondered for a moment. Among the warriors in this world, those who hide from the world are the most mysterious.
Because they rarely appear in the public eye.
Ying Yi continued, 100 years ago, when the 3 provinces of the Dragon Dynasty were conquered by strange beasts, warriors from Buddhism and Taoism intervened. At this time, the screen in the conference hall was flashing. A large number of names began to match each other. The matching logic of the game is to disrupt people from various universities and match them randomly.
This ensures fairness.
The first one was announced soon. It was a guy from Hanchang University versus a girl from Indy. The sport used by boys in Hanchang is naturally Taekwondo.
The Indian girls use boxing techniques evolved from yoga.
Both of their gene chains are a level exotic beast gene chains.
Bang bang bang. Intensive fighting began on the platform. As the two fought, the boys in Hanchang were cursing. The last one was accidentally kicked off the platform.
After he got up, he cursed the organizers for providing bad breakfast to the media.
He has diarrhea.
Li Xiu glanced at the people around him. There are usually only 3 players from each country, and 4 from the 5 major nations, but generally speaking, it will be your turn soon.
The 3 girls nodded. Although Gao Ningyun is the team leader, Li Xiu's status and position are not that of an ordinary student after all. Since he was willing to take the lead, she didn't mind. Great. Uncle, look how I beat these foreigners to a pulp. Gao Shuiduo winked at Li Xiu. He looks like he is uneducated. Lin Fian just nodded. At this time, the host of the conference shouted into the microphone, next. Welcome to the students of Wazita Samurai University in Sakura Country. Oda Sanjun, take on Long Chao. Longwu University. Gao Shuiduo. Wow. The audience burst into warm applause. Li Xiu nodded towards Gao Shuiduo. Other countries are fine, but the students from Sakura Country beat them to death. Okay. Uncle. I'm very powerful. Gao Shuiduo waved his little fist. Her bitchy nature seems to be innate.
Li Xiu sighed in his heart. Gao Ningyun frowned, be careful, the Sakura warriors might use weapons.
Gao Shuiduo turned around and said, okay, I know, it's just a samurai sword. My genetic skills are very powerful. Don't be afraid. Chapter 90, Kill Sakura Contestant, the princess asks for an audience. Gao Shuiduo walked onto the stage.
Her opponent was only 1.5 meters tall and had an ugly appearance.
Typical Sakura countryman appearance.
He has a samurai sword slung around his waist, looking like a dwarf dancing with a sword.
Hey, Chinese woman, it's over soon. Be my woman and let's chat together tonight. I want to communicate with you. Don't you see what kind of person you are? You damn Sakura man.
Gao Shuiduo cursed and directly activated the gene chain. 4 red gene chains surrounded it. She is clearly a blade-level warrior with 4,000 calories of qi and blood. And the other party stopped talking nonsense. The gene chain on his body also lights up. There were also 4 red rays of light shining.
Ha ha.
Chinese woman, I possess the S-level Fun Chain Kappa gene. This is the gene chain from myth and legend.
Get ready to be conquered by me. Gao Shuiduo was immediately furious. This is disgusting. The gene chain is disgusting. The people are disgusting too.
There is nothing in your country that is not disgusting.
S rank. Si Xiang Shui Jun. Boom.
The light bursting out from the gene chain on his body formed a phantom.
The host's voice also became louder. Audience. This is a battle between the water gods from two great eastern kingdoms. Two great water-based exotic beast gene chains. Who will win? Longchao Rest Area.
Gao Ningyun said, the kappa of Sakura country is a strange beast that lives in the water. It is named after its appearance that resembles the mythical kappa. As for Shui Duo's gene chain, my brother spent a lot of money to match it specifically for her.
It is also a kind of aquatic beast.
Li Xiu smiled and said, Gao Shui Duo can win.
Yingyi said from the side, are you so sure? We will definitely win. Xiao Xiu is right. Su Qingxi brought Lillian.
The two of them leaned back in their seats, eating French fries and fried chicken, which they bought from mobile stalls in the venue. The two of them were heartless and just treated it as a game.
Lillian looked up and said, how boring. You humans just like to do these useless things. If it were me, I would just give them one by one. What's the point of competing?
The three friends watched with great interest. Assistant Instructor Lily, if you don't understand, let me tell you this, the Warrior Conference can inspire these warriors to work hard and indirectly stimulate the birth of powerful human beings.
That's a good thing. That's right. Stop talking. Look at the stands. Genetic technology. Water dance. Gao Shui Duo said softly.
Water suddenly surrounded his body.
Like a curtain.
Odason Koen drew the katana from his waist. Too bad the tournament doesn't allow the use of warrior weapons. You can only use this ordinary samurai sword, but you won't survive more than 3 moves under my Kagami Shin Akechi Ryu swordsmanship.
Genetic technology. Boiling water.
Thick mist suddenly filled his long sword, and the entire blade emitted a terrifying temperature. Then he took a step forward and slashed.
Gao Shui Duo almost brushed past his blade. I was secretly shocked.
His swordsmanship was extremely fast, and the high-temperature steam generated by one strike could trigger her water curtain.
However, there are still flaws.
The gene chain on her thigh lit up.
Water sword.
The water curtain around him changed rapidly.
Transformed into sharp water swords. Then it was like a lotus blooming.
He strangled Odason Koen.
The latter immediately used a long knife to chop continuously. Back away at the same time. Gao Shui's eyes narrowed, now is the time.
She raised her hand and pinched Odason Koen. The broken water swords turned into streams of water and attached themselves to him.
Then tightened quickly. Bang! Odason Koen let out a strange cry. Crack, crack, crack.
All the bones in his body were broken. There was a cruel look in Gao Shui's eyes.
My uncle said that he would kill you.
She squeezed it hard.
Puff. Oda Sanjin's ribs were completely broken and his internal organs were punctured. Fell to the ground and died. No. You Chinese are too cruel.
A teacher from Waseda Samurai University rushed up.
He raised his hand and said, Organizing committee. My student has clearly admitted defeat. But the Dragon Dynasty people won't let him go. Isn't this murder?
The host was obviously speechless. Immediately, several referees from the Eagle country came off the field and discussed the matter with each other.
He glanced at Li Xiu in the rest area.
Several referees announced. A serious warning to the Longchao players.
What the hell? The teacher yelled, there's an inside story. There's an inside story. You're siding with the Long Dynasty people.
The referees looked away and returned to the referee's seat.
Gao Shui Duo walked off the stage humming a song.
At this time, the whole audience was talking.
This Dragon Dynasty person is too arrogant.
I heard that a very powerful divine pillar recently appeared in their Dragon Dynasty, and he alone crushed the 3 divine pillars of the Eagle country.
OMG. This is impossible. My Eagle nation is extremely powerful and has the most God pillar level warriors. Amid the noisy atmosphere, Gao Shui Duo returned to the rest area.
Uncle, how am I doing? She said with a smile.
Li Xiu nodded, well done, it looks like you've put in a lot of hard work.
Humph.
I'm also practicing very hard, okay? Gao Shui Duo laughed. The next few games will be between players from other countries.
In today's game, Yingyi and Lin Fian have a bye.
These two are in a good mood.
Both of them have buys, there's something fishy going on here. Li Xiu said calmly.
Gao Ningyun stood beside him. After one round, many weaker students will be eliminated, and tomorrow's battle will definitely be more intense. Giving us two a bye might be to let us meet stronger opponents.
Li Xiu smiled, but no matter what, if you cause trouble in front of me, I don't mind destroying the entire Huacheng.
Gao Ningyun nodded. That's right. We have a great god like you here. Absolute power means absolute fairness. Su Qingxi crawled between the two of them like a maggot. What are you whispering about?
They just said that the evening is over and we should go eat. The sun never sets vegetables.
Li Xiu frowned. Are you kidding me about this recipe for a dish that even dogs wouldn't eat?
In the evening, the first day of competition ended. Li Xiu also realized the basic differences between warriors from different countries. But generally speaking, in his eyes, everything depends on the defense.
After all, in his field of vision, no matter how fast it is still slow motion. No matter how great the power is, it is still weak.
Later, at his request, a group of people went to eat Spanish food. Even though this country is full of drug dealers. But their grilled meats and dishes are generally good.
At Li Xiu's generous invitation.
The dishes in front of everyone were piled high. Perhaps Lillian realized that Li Xiu was rich, so she treated him a little better.
I cut a piece of beef for you, Li Xiu, have some? With a clang.
Li Xiu looked at the bones on the plate. He raised his hand and hit her on the head.
After finishing the meal, everyone walked back to the hotel.
Li Xiu originally thought that he had killed the ninja god pillar of Sakura country yesterday.
What will be condemned? But it didn't.
Instead, the Japanese royal princess was already waiting at the hotel entrance.
She wore a Korean-style makeup look today. Paired with a mini skirt. It's actually quite nice. Especially when she bends down, the amazing waves are set off.
When she saw Li Xiu and the others appear, she immediately said, Shadow God sang.
Chapter 91, Can your blood and energy burst me? I don't believe it.
Yingyi introduced Li Xiu to the side, Gong Menqingzi, the most talented woman in the royal family of Sakura country in the past 100 years.
Intelligence and appearance are equally important. Gong Menqingzi smiled slightly. Your Majesty, you are too kind.
Li Xiu sighed. It's really embarrassing when you praise someone like that in front of others. On the other side, Gao Ningyun brought several students, including the 3 friends who were peeking in.
Returned to the hotel. Gong Menqingzi invited Li Xiu and Yingyi to a tea house.
Looking at the Chinese retro-style tea house,
Li Xiu was amazed. Mayaman Kyoko explained, Keichen-san, this tea house was built with investment from our Sakura country. It's used as a place for us Sakura people to meet guests abroad. Meeting guests? In the style of the Dragon Dynasty? Li Xiudao, then don't use our country's architectural style. When time passes. When people see it, they'll say, look, that's the Sakura tea house.
After listening to Li Xiu's words,
Mayaman Kyoko suddenly laughed. Shinju, you are so funny. We understand what you mean, but we are not Han Chang.
We are not that shameless. Li Xiu smiled, but you have greater ambitions. Han Chang is like a poor boy with low self-esteem.
After the family split, he wants a little bit of everything. You are different.
Your humility and respect are meant to be a way of finding an opportunity to kill with one strike. After hearing Li Xiu's words, Yingyi and Gong Menqingzi both looked up at him.
Li Xiu lost interest in saying more. Come into the box. Gong Menqingzi ordered someone to bring tea.
She also took up the tea ceremony herself. Yingyi sighed, she is worthy of being the most talented princess of the Sakura royal family.
Mayaman Kyoko laughed, our royal family is actually a joke in your eyes. Isn't it?
Li Xiu felt that he had underestimated the princess.
You are quite self-aware. She picked up the teapot and poured 2 cups of tea.
Actually, I originally wanted to meet Shadow God alone today.
As for your companions, they are not among those I want to meet.
Li Xiu said, I can see you're trying to seduce me.
Put. Gong Menqingzi laughed, Shinju is really a joke. If this is your condition, then my brother will definitely agree.
Even put me on your bed with your own hands.
Li Xiu could not deny it. Yingyi coughed, Princess, I can see that you are here to recruit.
But you must know that Shadow God is the pillar of our Dragon Dynasty and the best in the world.
He. Gongmen Qingzi laughed, #1 in the world? Your Majesty, aren't you too confident?
Li Xiu was too lazy to waste any more time talking to her.
This Sakura girl just wanted him.
But he is not that kind of person.
It's good enough that he didn't raise his hand to destroy your Sakura country.
She noticed that Li Xiu was about to leave and immediately said, "Wait a moment, Shadow God-san.
We can offer 3 times the price. We know you want the money."
Li Xiu paused. "You've got one thing wrong, Sakura sister. Listen, I'm not greedy for money.
It's that I need money. But I'm going to use Longchao's money, not your Sakura's money. Besides, your people disgust me. Don't even think about triple it.
Even 10 times can't change this." The scene suddenly became cold. Ingi laughed and covered her mouth to hold back her laughter.
Mayam and Kyoko sighed slowly. I don't know what has happened to make Kajigami-san dislike us so much.
But I hope you will consider it carefully. Li Xiu walked to the porch and turned back to say, "My considerations won't change."
I'm not interested. Ingi, let's go. Looking at the backs of Li Xiu and the other person as they left, Mayam and Kyoko frowned slightly. It seems that recruiting him has failed. I can only report to the Emperor. Li Xiu and Ingi were walking on the street.
I didn't expect that our Lord Shadow God would also flatter me.
She stood on tiptoe and looked back sideways. Hey! Li Xiu, are you really not moved at all? Li Xiu nodded. I'm not trying to flatter you. I don't need it.
You're my classmate, so don't act like an empress.
As for being tempted? If I need you, I can get you one in a minute. All the royal family's private property will be mine. So, do I need it? Ingyi's face flushed instantly. I don't believe it. I'll be waiting for you in the room. Li Xiu was speechless. Okay, let's go back. Ingyi was a little annoyed.
He stepped forward and grabbed Li Xiu's collar. You bastard.
I want you to come to me by order. Oh? I don't believe it.
Li Xiu pointed a finger at her forehead. Stop it. The next moment, a wet feeling came from the fingertips.
Li Xiu was stunned. Ingyi bit his finger viciously. Like an angry wildcat.
Of course, Li Xiu's chi and blood power is contained in it. Not to mention that she can't bite it, just change it to another place.
I can't bite it either. Li Xiu pulled his fingers back. You were born in the year of the dog, right? The two stopped fighting and walked into the hotel. The 3rd floor of the hotel. Su Qingxi pulled Gao Ningyun to the window. I told you, there's something wrong with them. Her face was full of annoyance. The finger just went in.
Gao Ningyun finally couldn't stand it anymore. You should watch less porn and practice more when you have time. Su Qingxi covered her chest and pretended to be in pain. I did this for your happiness, and you actually said this to me. I'll leave and let our love disappear into thin air. At this time, Li Xiu knocked on the door.
Su Qingxi ran to the door. He opened the door and said, "Oh.
Men who cheat on their husbands are always full of energy."
Li Xiu was stunned. What's wrong with you?
Then Li Xiu raised his hand and threw her out.
Bang bang bang. Li Xiu. What are you doing? Don't you even respect your teachers?
Li Xiu turned around and said, Okay, I'm going to take a shower.
Midnight. Both of them were breathing heavily. The sheets were soaked with sweat. Gao Ningyun lay on his chest. I always feel guilty and uneasy. It's okay, just rest assured that I'm here.
Li Xiu said with a faint smile. The day after tomorrow will be the Divine Pillar ranking tournament arranged by the organizing committee, Gao Ningyun said worriedly.
Forget it, it's just an empty title, you don't need it. Li Xiu said firmly, no. The prize is generous. The title is fake, but the money is real.
So I must take first place. Gao Ningyun lowered her head and bit his shoulder. By the way, you gave that vampire girl a drop of blood, and she became a super god.
Then you give it to me, is that okay?
Li Xiu smiled. Not only did I give it to him, but more than once.
You are not a vampire. My blood and energy can burst you.
Her face suddenly flushed.
Really? I don't quite understand. Let's try it out in practice. Chapter 92 Ashi.
You Longchao are cheating.
The next morning.
After getting up, everyone had a standard M-style breakfast.
A big hot dog on the street and a cup of black coffee.
It's not that Li Xiu was reluctant to buy a better breakfast for everyone, but the 3 friends were clamoring to try it.
After breakfast, everyone came to the venue.
Today's conference schedule is still the competition arena. After yesterday's competition, a large number of contestants were eliminated, resulting in the entire venue appearing to be smaller.
Representatives from various countries in the stands. Except for the people from the Dragon Dynasty, representatives from almost all countries are there.
A cool breeze was blowing, and there was no limit to the variety of fruits and desserts.
An official representative from Hansheng said with a smile, "Why doesn't the Dragon Dynasty's empress come up? Is she self-aware?" Miyaman Kyoko smiled slightly. "Kajigami-san and that majesty will be with their own team." The representative of the sun never spoke in a British accent, "Is that so?"
"That shadow god pillar killed the god pillar of Sakura country, but I don't think you seem too upset."
Miyaman Kyoko picked up a donut and said, "Kage God-san and Shinobi God-san had a fair duel, in line with the spirit of Bushido."
There are some people who have doubts about the shadow god, but don't dare to test him. In our culture, such people are cowards.
"What did you say?" Representatives of the British Empire and representatives from other countries.
They all felt like their tails were stepped on.
Miyaman Kyoko looked towards the stage and said, "Okay, the competition is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's welcome today's first match. Hansheng University's Li Baojian versus Longwu University's Ying Yi. Ying Yi is the empress of the Dragon Dynasty. She truly is a kung fu nation. Even Her Majesty the Empress possesses a martial heart." There was an uproar, and men and women from universities around the world stood up. Such a competition is rare. Who do you think will win? The genius Li Baojian from Hansheng University, or the Dragon Dynasty Empress? It's hard to say.
The Dragon Dynasty Empress rarely takes action in public. But Li Baojian's record is very impressive. He was the first in the Hansheng martial arts tournament and holds the gold belt in the Taekwondo high school division. If Long Chao hadn't produced the Shadow God pillar, this talent would have been even more dazzling.
Accompanied by various heated discussions, Ying Yi comes on stage. The people behind him cheered him on. Gao Ningyun, the team leader, also became nervous. Who do you think will win this time?
According to the information, this young man Han Chang is very powerful, and his chi and blood are close to 5,000. Li Xiu raised his eyes and was in his sight.
Li Baojian, 4,870. Winning instrument, 4,690.
Fortunately, the difference is not that big.
Ying Yi is growing very fast.
In just 1 or 2 months, she has exceeded 4,500. Li Xiu said with emotion. When they first met, she was only over 3,000. The royal family has no shortage of resources, and it can be seen that she is also working hard in private.
Gao Ningyun glanced at Li Xiu. "We all work hard, and we all hope that one day we will be able to stand by your side." On the stage, Ying Yi faced her opponent. The boy from Hansheng wore delicate makeup and the two looked at each other. "The makeup you put on makes me sick," Ying Yi complained. "I've heard for a long time that the Empress of the Dragon Dynasty is extremely graceful. Seeing her today, I find she is indeed extraordinary,"
Li Baojian said lightly. Ying Yi shook her head. "You Hansheng men and women just love to put on makeup."
"Okay, stop talking nonsense.
I need to rest after beating you."
Boom boom. 4 gene chains lit up in the golden light.
The cry of the phoenix was heard. He threw a punch, and his blood and energy condensed into a fire phoenix. Then he threw another punch. The fire phoenix's momentum surged.
Genetic technology. Phoenix ring. Each punch thrown can strengthen the fire phoenix. If 1,000,000 punches are thrown, the heaven and earth can be shattered. Li Baojian's eyes lit up.
The gene chain on its body also lit up, but it was only a red S-level monster.
If he had any regrets, it was this. Because the family is too weak to support the acquisition of SSS-level gene chain.
You must know that it is not so easy to put together a genetic chain in this world. The rarity of SSS-level creatures makes them extremely difficult to cultivate, and many powerful people cannot obtain a complete one. Therefore, once an SSS-level gene chain leaks out, it will be snatched away. His small family simply could not compete with the big families in this regard, so he had to settle for the second best and matched it with an S-level. However, the gene chain he currently possesses is a melee-type alien beast. All genetic technologies are used to strengthen oneself. It just fits in perfectly. This enabled him to overcome all obstacles and become the first in the Hansheng Martial Arts Conference.
Finally got here.
Facing the fire phoenix at this moment, he was not at all vulnerable.
Armor of God.
For gene chains lit up at the same time, and an almost complete set of armor appeared on his body.
Boom.
He smashed the fire phoenix to pieces with one punch.
Then he faced Ing Yi's violent punches.
The fight between the two was like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The violent air currents caused strong winds to blow across the field.
Crack, crack, crack.
The bricks on the ground shattered directly. A faint phoenix fire lingered in Ing Yi's eyes. Suddenly, the head gene chain that had never been lit up lit up.
A fire pattern appeared between his eyebrows.
Then it spread rapidly, covering her entire body like a phoenix feather dress.
She raised her eyes slightly. Phoenix comes to the world. A terrifying aura exploded from his body.
The shadow of a violent phoenix appeared behind him.
Whoosh!
A fiery plow mark appeared on the ground.
Snap! Boom! Broken! Explosion! The two effects appeared on Li Baojian at the same time. Puff! He didn't even have time to react.
He vomited blood and flew backwards, his armor shattered. The teacher from Hansheng University rushed over from the stands.
Ah!
You Longchao people are cheating.
How could Li Baojian lose? He must have used some shameful technique. The teacher from Hansheng was full of energy and blood. Appeared in front of Ing Yi in an instant.
He threw a punch. You seriously injured my student.
I will kill you. Boom!
He suddenly flew backwards and exploded into a bloody mist in mid-air. Li Xiu landed on the ring.
A fight in the ring. For all to see. You Hansheng people are the only ones who talk too much? If you lose, you think others are cheating? Who else is dissatisfied? Quiet. Everyone is quiet. No one dared to speak. The atmosphere was quiet and solemn.
A judge stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. On the Hansheng side, it's against the rules for a teacher to attack a contestant. Killed by the divine pillar, no one else can be blamed. In this match, Languo University, Ing Yi wins.
The few remaining Hansheng students looked unhappy. Li Baojian lost, and all the Hansheng players were eliminated.
This year, Hansheng couldn't even make it to the quarterfinals, which was really frustrating. At this time, the divine pillar of Hansheng, the old man who calls himself the Great Emperor God Pillar, comes to the ring.
Put your hands behind your back. Looking at Li Xiu, he said, I'll escort our students down, that's fine, right? Chapter 93. That's it.
Li Xiu killed a teacher from Hansheng University with one slap.
It quickly triggered a tsunami of public opinion through global live broadcasts. I'm a student at Hansheng University. Why can the people of Long Dynasty kill our people and get away with it? Don't our troops have any deterrent effect? Student from Hansheng, please calm down.
I believe your army is no match for the divine pillar of the Dragon Dynasty.
Our Hansheng's divine pillars and army are the strongest.
What you said is just jealousy of us. Li Xiu and others returned to the stage and went through several more rounds of competition.
The British Empire, the Eagle Kingdom, and even Indy each had their wins and losses.
After a while, Lin Fian, who had a bye yesterday, came on stage. Her opponent was an Indian girl.
The woman has dark skin.
The gene chain is a giant python. Indy's kung fu is pretty good, with tons of weird poses. Li Xiu even doubted whether this was something a human could do. But if it is used in other places, it would be very interesting. In the end, Lin Fian won after paying a small price.
However, her abdomen was hit by the opponent's genetic technology, which was poisonous.
Li Xiu used his qi and blood to help her get rid of the poison, but the aftereffects of the poison forced her to regretfully withdraw from the subsequent competitions.
The temperature rose in the afternoon.
The three roommates lay on the ground like dead dogs with Lillian, drinking ice water continuously.
It's so hot. Why is it so hot in Eagle Country? That's right, let's finish this early and go back home.
Li Xiu, there are still a few games left.
Gao Ningyun glanced back at the group and said, 3 volunteers and 1 teaching assistant.
I asked you to come here to help with the work, not to mess around.
Li Xiu glanced back at the others and said, it's almost time. The finals will be here soon.
Ing Yi and Gao Shui duo have both made it to the finals.
Getting into the top 3 is not a problem. Sure enough, the schedule for the final round was announced on the big screen. First up is Ing Yi versus Brian from Eagle Country. Brian is a senior at Ivy League Warrior University. It's a power rout. His fist was almost enough to cover half of Yingyi's face. The Empress of the Dragon Dynasty? She's truly powerful. Brian said in a deep voice, but unfortunately, you're not good enough for me. 10,000 tons of force.
The red gene chain on his body lit up. Perhaps you think the higher the level of genetic skills, the better, but we are street warriors. Believe that what suits you is the best. The next moment, he attacked decisively, and his punch was astonishingly fast.
Yingyi took the punch while looking for a flaw. Street fighters?
A group of fighters born in the slums, forcing themselves to define themselves.
It's disgusting to hear people like you forcefully labeling yourself. What's more, you just have funding. Ivy League universities. Not everyone can afford to go there. Shut up.
Brian's momentum increased again, and his terrifying fists kept falling like wheels, smashing Yingyi like a fallen leaf in the wind.
That's also my hard work. It allows people to see my future. There are endless possibilities. Die. Bang bang bang.
The two men clashed again for hundreds of times, with violent air currents surging. Your so-called success is nothing but a trick of capital,
Yingyi said at this moment. Brian's emotional ups and downs allowed her to find a flaw.
Yingyi showed a fox-like smile on his face.
He raised his hand, curled it into a bird's beak, and banged it.
Fall on the opponent's joints. The other party immediately felt pain, and took a step back with a cry. Yingyi chased after him, and all this is your weakness.
Genetic technology. Phoenix is hot. A lightning-fast palm strike hit the opponent's Adam's apple.
No matter how strong his physical defense is, the human body's weaknesses do not change.
Boom! Brian was thrown up by the violent explosion. Fell heavily to the ground.
Yingyi stepped on his chest and said, "You lose."
Brian laughed bitterly. "Ahem, maybe you're right, I lost." The host's voice appeared, winning again. As expected of His Majesty Yingyi. Good. A great battle.
Hints at the start of the qualifying rounds.
That's awesome. Then Gao Shui duo was substituted out again.
Luckily, the opponent she met this time was not very strong and she won easily. Li Shou watched the competition on stage and said, "After this one, it will be the battle for the top 3 spots.
The top 3 spots will be contested by Yingyi, Gao Shui duo, and a boy from the Holy City." Gao Ningyun picked up the information. Our people have never encountered this boy before. He is a disciple of the Pope and is currently undefeated. Pope? Li Shou fell into deep thought. The previous vampire queen Lunabelle was seriously injured by the masters of the Holy See. At this time the host spoke again.
Vatican disciple Cain vs Longwu University's Gao Shui duo.
Dear audience, this is a qualifying match. After this battle, the top 2 will be determined. Longwu University's Yingyi will temporarily receive a bye. Alright. Please welcome the contestants. Gao Shui duo walked slowly onto the stage and looked back at Li Shou and Gao Ningyun. Li Shou frowned. As a freshman, Gao Shuiduo's talent is indeed amazing, but her opponent is too strong. Gao Shuiduo's talent is much better than her brother and my aunt.
She has been carefully nurtured by her family since she was young,
Gao Ningyun said.
Li Shou nodded. 4456 Qi in blood, it is indeed rare.
However, her opponent has a full 4,982 HP. Gao Ningyun was a little surprised. This is infinitely close to 5,000 calories. Li Shou nodded. It's a bit tricky. The high water flowers on the platform are surrounded by water.
Her opponent, a boy with blonde hair and a pious face, said warmly, "You are truly a powerful lady."
Stop talking nonsense. Whoosh.
Gao Shui duo rushed forward quickly, and the rushing water made a tsunami sound.
Cain didn't seem to react.
Gao Shui duo had already circled behind him and raised his fist to swing out.
Quadruple water pressure.
Her fist, wrapped in water, went straight towards Cain's back. The next moment, Cain dodged sideways with extraordinary agility. He took a light step and raised his fist.
Block. Boom.
There was a muffled sound, and Cain took a step back.
What a powerful force. How is this possible? Gao Shui duo looked horrified.
Under the 4 levels of water pressure, his punch was easily blocked. Cain said calmly, "So much for the lady's modesty."
Buzz.
The golden gene chain above his head lit up.
First skill. Divine Eye.
Golden light burst out from his eyes.
Buzz.
A gene chain on the chest lit up.
Second genetic skill. Divine Body. Boom.
Another gene chain lit up. The sacred fire is burning on the left arm. The third genetic skill, the eternal sacred fire.
Boom. Fourth genetic skill. Bath of Holy Light.
His body began to be bathed in holy light.
At this moment, he was like a god. The atmosphere among the audience instantly became very lively. This. The same one as the Pope. The Angel of Light Gene Chain. Chapter 94. You are guilty of killing my disciple.
Cain, who was full of divine light, looked at the girl in front of him.
Very gently, God loves the world. Miss, do you want to continue? I love you so much.
Gao Shuiduo probably only lost her temper when facing herself, Li Xiao. In fact, as a rich lady, she has a bad temper.
Cain.
The 4 gene chains on Gao Shuiduo's body lit up.
Surrounded by water.
The force of water pressure. And the water sword swirled. At this moment, she was like the water god.
Okay, God respects you.
Cain calmed down his anger, raised his left hand, and slapped the burning holy fire towards her.
She immediately shot out water arrows to fight back. Puff, puff. The water arrow vaporized instantly. In the distant stands.
The audience was already boiling with excitement.
As expected of the Son of God of the Holy See. Even the mighty ones of the Dragon Dynasty were instantly suppressed. That's right. This Languo University student is going to lose. Bang! Gao Shuiduo groaned.
The opponent's speed was so fast that it seemed like cheating, and he appeared beside Gao Shuiduo in an instant.
Swing out with one arm. The holy fire bursts out. The water flowing around her took away most of the damage. But still almost vomited blood. This is it.
Gao Shuning actually discovered the water barrier surrounding her body.
Ignited. This is water. It's not gasoline.
The wrath of God can burn everything, my dear lady. Cain was still so gentle. But the attack just now was not gentle at all.
Gao Shuiduo smiled, really? I see you're such a gentleman, why don't you give way to me? Cain continued to smile. Gao Shuiduo had already taken a step forward, and her leg muscles tensed. The figure rushed out. The man has come to Cain's side. Several water swords flew out from his body. At the same time, he raised his hand and clenched his fist, fourfold water pressure. Cain smiled slightly and turned his head to avoid the water sword. At the same time, he raised his fist and punched Gao Shuiduo. Bang! Gao Shuiduo felt a sweet taste in her throat. His strength was too strong, and his genetic skills were truly terrifying. It's simply a hexagonal warrior. But it's not over yet. She raised her hand and moved it slightly. Whoosh whoosh. The water sword that had already passed by turned back. Slashed towards Cain's head. Die. Cain sneered, even if God's eyes are in front of us, we can still look back. He raised his hand. Boom. The holy fire in his left hand suddenly surged. Bang. The water swords shattered one after another. He turned around and punched out. Gao Shuiduo felt like she had been hit hard. The figure flew backwards. Cain raised his hand, a cold light flashed in his eyes, holy fire. Boom. Flames rose from Gao Shuiduo's body. You. She was about to be burned. An arm was placed on her, and her blood surged. The sacred fire dissipated. Then he slapped out with his palm. Cain's pupils shrank. Puff. The figure flew backwards. The divine body disintegrated. Cain was shocked. How dare this man confront someone from the Vatican? No. Stop it. Li Xiao pretended not to hear. Don't say you didn't have murderous intentions. He raised his hand again. Press down. Bang. Cain collapsed instantly. The arrogant prodigy of the Holy See was wiped out in an instant. Li Xiao withdrew his hand. Wow. This scene shocked the whole world. The host was dumbfounded. What he saw was the Dragon Dynasty divine pillar on the ring, during a normal match. Murder in public. The people killed were from the Vatican. There are some unexpected events on the field, so the live broadcast ends here. He said this. However, he discovered that the staff in charge of the live broadcast in the distance had no intention of missing this big news. Several Eagle Nation warriors in the referee's booth stood up, sweating profusely. A divine pillar killed a contestant, which was not a big problem. But this contestant happened to be the Pope's disciple. I have to say, this is fucked up. They turned their eyes to the stands where the president and representatives from various countries sat. The president stood up and forced himself to remain calm. Since it was an accident, let's investigate it thoroughly first. As a president, in this situation, it is natural for him to not offend either side. The Dragon Dynasty's divine pillar killed people from the Holy See. What does this have to do with his eagle country? Representatives from various countries, including Miyako Kyoko, looked at each other. Everyone pretended not to see, didn't want to speak, and didn't want to intervene. The pillar of the Sakura country also tried to test it, but ended up losing his life. These people who play politics are smarter than anything else. At this moment, Li Xiu was standing on the ring, walking back with his people. Gao Shuiduo stuck out her tongue and said, "I'm sorry, uncle." At this moment, a holy light fell on Li Xiu. Under the witness of the God of Light, there are 7 sins in human beings: anger, greed, pride, laziness, envy, lust, and gluttony. And you killed my disciple out of anger, so you are guilty. With the last sentence falling, a figure descended from the beam of light. She was wearing a long white silk gown, her facial features were pure and beautiful, and there were 12 pale golden illusory wings behind her. A terrifying pressure descended upon the world. Li Xiu slowly turned around. Interesting, this pressure is actually different from the Qi and blood martial arts. What are you? The woman said calmly, "You can call me Pope." Pope? Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. The Western Church of Light is spread throughout the entire Western world. Among them, there are many strong ones. There are countless believers. In Li Xiu's field of vision, the other party's Qi and blood appeared. Qi and blood, 25,000. Not high. A flash of doubt passed through Li Xiu's mind. I don't care what kind of shitty pope you are, get out of here. Li Xiudo. Boom. The next moment, a beam of light hit Li Xiu. Under the terrifying pressure, the ground where Li Xiu was standing collapsed instantly. He frowned slightly. A very pure force counteracts the Qi and blood on the surface of his body. This power is actually not weak. What is this power called? The Pope said calmly, divine power. Divine power? Are you pretending? Li Xiu raised his hand. Break. The light column shattered instantly. The Pope's eyes changed. What are you waiting for? Boom, boom, boom. Several streams of energy and blood burst out from all over the venue. The divine pillar from Indy landed on the ring. Wearing a Buddhist robe, his name is Ancient Buddha. An old man wearing Taekwondo uniform appeared at the venue. Hunching sacred pillar, named the Great Emperor. Finally, a majestic figure descended. The sacred pillar of the Bear Kingdom, named Black Dragon. The 3 great divine pillars, their entire bodies spurting with energy and blood. They all looked at the Pope. Your Holiness, please do not break your promise. Your Highness. What I, Black Dragon, want is power. Do you understand? What I want is eternal life. Listening to the 3 people's conditions, the Pope smiled. The 3 divine pillars can rest assured. How can you not trust the work of our Holy See? At this time, the representatives of the 3 countries on the stage were all shocked. What's the point of this? This will lead to a direct war between our country and the Dragon Dynasty. Your Majesty, are you getting senile and confused? The Pope spoke at this time. Don't panic, representatives of the 3 nations. You will gain the friendship of our Holy See, and these 3 have responded to the Holy See's call. It has nothing to do with you. After saying this, the Pope said calmly, the Dragon Dynasty's divine pillar shadow is a heretic and must be executed. As soon as the words fell, Hanqing's Emperor Divine Pillar took the lead in attacking. 8 secrets of the human body. Fully unlocked. Boom, boom, boom. Qi and blood are like substance. Bursting like fire. Soar like a dragon. Chapter 95, it's the Vatican's fault. What does it have to do with my eagle country?
As the secrets of the human body are revealed one after another. The eyes of the great Emperor Divine Pillar were red. The chi and blood in the body surged like a dragon and a tiger. Seeing this, the ancient Buddha Pillar of India said, "The Shadow Pillar's blood and energy are powerful.
Why don't we join forces?" The next moment, he activated his chi and blood. Boom, boom, boom.
Surrounded by 9 golden gene chains. With one palm, countless lotus flowers were slapped out and rushed towards Li Xiu. The Black Dragon Pillar of the Bear Country is no slouch either. He raised his hand and condensed a spear of chi and blood. He stabbed towards Li Xiu.
In an instant, 2 sounds of breaking through the air were heard behind Li Xiu. Eagle Country, Pillar of War. Pirate God Pillar. Join forces to attack from the air. The 5 divine pillars attacked together. The whole audience was shocked. Li Xiu smiled faintly and said, 5 divine pillars? What a joke!
His energy and blood suddenly burst out. 9 dragons of energy and blood suddenly emerged.
Bang, bang, bang. 5 divine pillars displaying their unique skills. Exploded into powder in an instant. Quiet. Absolute silence.
In the entire venue, all the audience burst into thunderous shouts after a while.
Is this an instant kill? This is an absolute crushing defeat. Such a divine pillar? No. He is the god of the Dragon Dynasty. The Pope is in danger.
In the global live broadcast room of the conference, international audiences were stunned.
What's going on? This isn't the motivational segment of the conference? I thought it was the same as every year, with a few pillars fighting each other and then pointing at the screen and saying, "You're next?" Yeah. Is it true? It's fake. Absolutely fake. I, Hancheng, am the first to disagree. It must be a special effect. Our Hancheng's divine pillar is the best in the world. On the other side, after doing all this, Li Xiu looked up at the Pope. What else do you have to say now? I'm very curious as to why you gathered these people to attack me. The Pope frowned with his pale golden eyes. I have received revelation from my God that you are a heretic. Heresy? Li Xiu laughed. This woman was such a mess. It's normal for people who are involved in religion to act crazy. In that case, then you die. Li Xiu raised his hand and a long dragon of blood and energy shot out. Boom! Li Xiu smiled faintly. It seems that your God can't protect you. Suddenly he frowned. Buzz! An astonishing wave of aura came. Look up! The bright divine light blocked out the sky and the sun. The terrifying energy and blood rose sharply. 34,000. 58,200. 93,510. Oh? Li Xiu asked in confusion, this crazy increase in strength. That's a bit unscientific. On the ring, the Pope opened his eyes. The terrifying divine power descended. Her beautiful facial features seemed to be coated with a layer of gold. On the exposed shoulder, a strange symbol emitted a faint light. Li Xiu noticed that the symbol looked familiar. Although the details were different, it was obviously from the same series of symbols. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. What are the symbols on your body? Li Xiu asked. The Pope looked at Li Xiu indifferently. Under the power of God, you will eventually be judged. Li Xiu laughed. Do you really think there is a God in this world who can judge me? You guys are taking yourselves a bit too seriously. Li Xiu disappeared from the spot in an instant. Appeared before the Pope. The latter's expression showed a trace of panic, and he raised his hand, the wrath of the God of Light. Boom! It was like a huge tree striking a bell. A divine power exploded in front of Li Xiu's chest. His body remained as steady as a rock. What do you think your so-called divine power can do to me? Li Xiu raised his hand and pinched the woman in front of him, and the protective power on her body dissipated instantly. Looking into her golden eyes, Li Xiu said calmly, "Can the so-called God behind you see me through these eyes? If you saw it, I can tell you, stop playing tricks. Come out here." Bang! The Pope in front of him exploded into a ball of blood mist. All that was left was the pale golden rune in front of him. This symbol emits a faint light and shadow. Li Xiu seemed to see an eye through the light and shadow. The two of them just looked at each other quietly. Are you the God behind her?
The latter did not speak, but slowly closed his golden eyes.
The symbol then dissipated. Returned to nothingness.
Li Xiu clapped his hands. All right, done. The black president of the Eagle country on the stage was sweating profusely.
It's a shocking day how this ended. The Hancheng representative said coldly, Your Excellency. Our Hancheng strong man is dead. We can't just let this go. That's right. Our Indian pillar's death cannot be in vain. The Indian representative also echoed. The next moment, everyone fell silent. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Because a figure appeared in the stands, it was Li Xiu. He said calmly, So, how are you going to die without wasting your life? If you feel you can't explain yourself, why don't I send you down to find them?
The black president immediately said, No, Mr. Shadow God, everyone is just nervous. The Pope just said that they are responsible for everything, and now she has paid the price for her mistakes. Li Xiu looked at the black president with a smile. So, what about this?
We'll take care of it for you. We'll issue a statement. This is all caused by the Vatican. The black president is already sweating profusely.
Also, in this competition, the first place in the student division is from Longwu University. The prize money will be quite substantial.
As for you,
you are naturally the world's #1 divine pillar.
I will issue an announcement.
Seeing the other person's nervous look, Li Xiu smiled and said, Don't be so nervous, I won't eat you. He glanced at the representatives of various countries. Everyone bowed their heads. Li Xiu smiled.
Oh, right? Besides the cash prizes, I remember you can also enter the secret hunting realm? The black president nodded. Our Weizong stable SSS level secret realm. 10 levels of purgatory.
You can hunt there, and your team members can enter.
All the proceeds will belong to you.
Li Xiu smiled, You're sensible. The black president was afraid that he would be photographed into a bloody mist the next moment.
This divine pillar is simply a devil. He even dares to kill the Pope. Watching Li Xiu leave, the black president finally breathed a sigh of relief.
The Dragon Dynasty has risen.
Call an emergency meeting. All policies must be changed.
He glanced at the secretary beside him and said, Try to meet any of Mr. Shadow God's requirements.
If he wants to go to the 10th level of purgatory, let him go. No one should offend him. The secretary took the order and left.
He wiped the sweat from his forehead. The death of the divine pillars of various countries was actually a small matter. Although there is an impact, it is not significant. Soon, each country will launch a new sacred pillar. After all, every country has a few powerful people who are hidden from the world. It's just that the Pope's death is troublesome. But just put the blame on Shadow God. In front of the Shadow God, he blamed everything on the Holy See.
Then everything becomes a conflict between the Holy City and the Dragon Dynasty. What does this have to do with my Eagle country? Good. As long as the operation is good, I will watch the World War. Chapter 96 SSS Level Secret Realm, 10 Levels of Purgatory.
Li Xiu returned to his rest area. The meeting is over.
Let's go get the award. Gao Ningyan suppressed a laugh and then said, You killed the Pope, so the Eagle Nation won't cause trouble for you? Ying Yi was a little excited. Awesome.
I don't know how else to praise you except these 2 words. The Holy City Pope, the so-called immortal and indestructible messenger of the true God, was actually killed by you with just a wave of your hand? You don't have to take responsibility? Li Xiu turned around and put one hand in his pocket.
Let's go. Watching Stable Secret Realm is an SSS level 10th level purgatory. There are a lot of good things there. Let's go and get them. Watching Li Xiu and others swaggering out of the venue, the audience were shocked. That wasn't a special effect or an illusion. The Pope is dead? It seems like they're really dead. But the Eagle country just let them go like that?
At this moment, the host began to announce, at this international martial arts tournament, Longwu University has been declared the winner.
Gao Shuiduo placed first and second in the student division of this tournament.
Also, after consultation with the organizing committee, the originally scheduled Divine Pillar qualifying tournament has been cancelled.
Dragon Dynasty Shadow God Pillar.
Ranked as the world's #1 super god level warrior.
Wow. Fuck. This notice is so perfunctory. Is our eagle country licking the Dragon Dynasty's ass? That's right. Live broadcast to the whole world. The shadow pillar killed the Pope. How can I not care about this? I am a follower of the Church of Light. Let's protest. Protest the government's servile behavior. At this time, Li Xiu had already taken his men to the secret place in a car provided by the organizing committee. Gao Ningyan shook her long hair and breathed in the fresh air outside the window. Li Xiu, will we get into trouble if we do this? Li Xiu shook his head. A sword wielder should have the courage to draw his sword, according to my understanding of these countries. Long Dynasty's humility will only bring endless harm. I might as well strike out and let the world know the strength of our Long Dynasty. Li Xiu felt someone quietly pulling his sleeve. I turned around and saw Yingyi blinking at me. You were so devoted to Long Chao, is it because of me? I am so touched. Li Xiu smiled. Don't let your imagination run wild. I'm from the Dragon Dynasty, and naturally I hope things will get better in the future. As they chatted, the driver said respectfully, Mr. Shinju, the entrance to the secret realm is just ahead. You'll need to enter on your own. Li Xiu nodded. The Holy City, also known as the Holy Kingdom, is the smallest country in the world. Located in the northwest corner of Italy. At this moment, inside the Church of Light, a young nun walked barefoot towards the conference hall of light at the top of the church. Along the way, more and more people began to join. Hello, sister. Hello, brother. Greet each other with the people you meet along the way. Soon, she pushed the door open and came to the bright council hall on the top floor. At this moment, dozens of people have gathered in the Parliament Hall. Under the majestic statue of the God of Light. A middle-aged man turned around and looked at the people in front of him. Brothers and sisters, God's spokesman has been killed. What should we, as God's children, do? Everyone was immediately outraged. Crucify the blasphemer on the pillar of shame. That's right. People like this deserve to die. Who on earth is that? How could they kill our sisters? The man raised his eyes again and waved his hand. Silence fell in the meeting room. We are all children of the God of Light. As long as we exist, everyone can be Pope. He stood under the statue, and the same characters appeared on his face as those of previous popes. And throughout the entire conference room, all the believers' characters also emerged. These characters emit a faint divine light. Suddenly, a symbol on the face of a freckled nun burst into dazzling divine light. Then she bent down in pain. Ah! Everyone's eyes turned to her. After a few minutes, she stood up again. Her eyes became sacred and firm, but compared to before, she seemed to lack a bit of humanity. Everyone turned towards her. Congratulations to Sister Catherine from SA. Congratulations to Saint Catherine on her candidacy. The nun named Catherine looked at the crowd expressionlessly. Call the ascetics. Our holy city must fight the shadow pillar. After saying this, her momentum suddenly increased. The chi and blood instantly broke through the super god level shackles. The terrifying chi and blood pressure descended. The God of Light has decreed that this person is an evil demon and must be eliminated. At this moment, Li Xiu has led his men into the 10th level of hell in the SSS level secret realm. At the entrance to the secret realm, several Eagle Nation warriors warned, according to the competition rules, you are free to hunt within the 10th layer of purgatory. Any gene chains you obtain will belong to you. But apart from the first floor we are on now, and the second and third floors below, going deeper may be dangerous. Starting from the 4th floor, there is a demon castle. The demons there are very powerful. Please be careful. Li Xiu nodded. He turned and looked at Yingyi, Gao Ningyun, and others. Lillian is responsible for your safety. Her chi and blood are very strong. You can hunt without worrying about your safety. Gao Ningyun understood what Li Xiu meant. You mean you want to leave on your own? Li Xiu nodded. Since it's a rare opportunity to come here, I naturally want to take advantage of all the good resources in this secret realm. And the truly excellent resources are naturally the 7 layers below. Li Xiu said this. In fact, his purpose was very simple, which was to obtain powerful SSS-level genetic technology through the secret realm in the Eagle Country. After all, his chi and blood have reached the extreme. Currently, the only thing that can improve oneself is genetic technology. As for why I didn't bring them along, their current chi and blood strength is relatively weak, and bringing them along would slow down my progress. And with Lillian around, he wasn't worried about their safety. Lillian nodded her head. Yeah, no problem. Leave it to me.
Gao Ningyan took out his vampire pistol and said, well, I also need to hone my combat skills. Su Hangyuan and the other two are the weakest among them.
Okay. My 3 brothers are going to do something big too.
Li Xiu smiled and said, actual combat is the best way to hone your martial arts skills and energy.
I'll be leaving now.
After saying that, he headed towards the gray world in the distance.
Ing Yi and Gao Ningyan looked at each other. We can compare the number of hunts we have. Ing Yi said. Gao Ningyan raised her hand to tie up her hair. Okay, let's give it a try. The two looked at each other again, and it was as if sparks flew.
Su Qingxi said with a grin, it's burning, it's burning.
Is this the fateful duel?
Suddenly, in the sand in the distance,
a demon covered in flames rushed towards the crowd. Ing Yi pressed her bracelet. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst the sound,
a golden long sword appeared in his hand. Come on.
Kill. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 97, Mirror Demon Genetic Technology. Mirror creates flowers.
At this moment, Li Xiu had already gone deeper alone. A strange mist was stirred along with the humid air. Before the demon-like creatures could even get close, they were turned into bloody mist by Li Xiu's blood and energy. Kill the 3-legged demon, increase HP by 32410, D-level Gene Chain X2. Kill the silver feather demon, increase HP by 43241, D-level Gene Chain X1. Li Xiu slowed down. There were even more demons in the valley ahead.
But his target is not these low-level demons. But it is the Castlevania on the next level, and in the Castlevania, there must be an SSS-level strongman. This is what I need. Speeding all the way. Stop at a huge abyss rift. Looking down. A strong smell of sulfur rises from the abyss. Bright sparks flew up. Li Xiu clearly felt the heat under the crack. There are 10 levels of purgatory. With each level down, the monsters become stronger and the temperature rises. But in my eyes, it doesn't matter. He leaped. Jumped into the abyss. Successfully reached the 4th level of purgatory. The same environment as the previous level, except the temperature is higher and the monsters are stronger. Li Xiu sensed the direction of the strongest demon castle on this floor, and then his body turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the center of this floor. It was a huge city built of lava. On the city wall stood several low-level demons with wings and backs to their bodies. In Li Xiu's eyes, these E-level demons are worthless, but there are many B-level and A-level demons in the city. There are hundreds of them in total. And in the center of this city, in a building that looks like a giant insect egg, he sensed the aura of an SSS-level exotic beast. I found you. Li Xiu flew through the air and passed over the top of the city. Several demons patrolling the city didn't notice it at all. Li Xiu noticed that the more advanced demons in the city were still killing and devouring each other. These creatures are somewhat social, but not very social. Looking at the residence of the SSS-level demon in front of him, he smashed it to pieces with a slap. Boom! The demon inside is a Balrog. In its astonished eyes, Li Xiu ejected a ball of energy and blood. Kill it instantly. Kill. SSS-level demon, Fire Lord. Gene Chain X2. Unfortunately, there are only 2 Balrog gene chains. The system immediately helped him fuse the gene chains, and suddenly the 2 chains on his body lit up. Countless demons in the distance realized that their lord was dead and immediately became agitated. Li Xiu raised his hand. Since we're here, let's harvest them. System, these gene chains don't need to be fused. I plan to sell them back home. Flame Demon Gene Technique. Come. Boom. 2 golden gene chains suddenly surrounded his body. Li Xiu's body bulged slightly, and 2 devil horns grew on his forehead. His eyes turned red. Demon power. Demon transformation. Li Xiu raised his hand, and the skin all over his body turned into cracks like the rock. No need to wear makeup for Halloween. Li Xiu grinned cruelly. Then the body rose into the air. Boom. The whole person fell to the ground. Bang. The entire demon city was destroyed by this punch. All the buildings were instantly destroyed by a circle of scattered airwaves. Countless demons were harvested. The system prompts continuously. Kill. Underpants demon. B rank. HP 78342, Gene Chain X1. Kill the basketball demon. C rank, HP 54324, Gene Chain X2. Kill. Overalls demon, C rank. HP 56732, Gene Chain X1. After destroying a demon city, Li Xiu went towards the crack on this level and continued to harvest the 5th level. On the 5th floor, the environment has changed slightly. Li Xiu stepped on the ground, and among the soft sand and gravel, there were many naturally formed glass fragments. Expanding his perception, Li Xiu let out a soft "oh." There are actually 2 SSS level monsters here. Very good. Li Xiu instantly took off into the air, heading towards the demon gathering place. Under the dark clouds, there is a strange castle. The whole castle looks like someone poured glass solution from mid-air. The translucent castle formed after solidification. It just becomes gray due to impurities. The demons here are stronger, most of them are at a level, and even B level is rare. Boom! He raised his hand and pressed it down, and the terrifying energy and blood rushed straight to the sky, rolling like thunder. But he actually only had 1/10 of his strength. Crack, crack, crack. The castle in front of us can no longer hold on. Into collapse. Suddenly, a low roar was heard, and 2 figures stepped out of the castle. Li Xiu looked up and saw a strange translucent demon. Humanoid, with transparent patterns on the body. The structure made of glass constitutes armor and weapons. He sat on a strange warhorse that looked like glass. Mirror Demon, SSS rank, HP 29810. Description: a demon from the mirror world, possessing powerful innate abilities. When you look in the mirror also looks back at you. Mirror Beast, SSS rank, HP 19309. Description: the mirror demon's companion beast, possessing extremely strong combat power. Li Xiu frowned slightly. The mirror demon should be a humanoid creature, while the mirror beast was a strange beast that looked like a warhorse. A powerful human, no one has set foot on the 5th level of purgatory for many years. Mirror Demon said lightly. Li Xiu nodded. Now that I'm here, I'll take your gene chain and leave immediately. After hearing such arrogant words, the Mirror Demon dared not say anything more. But, human race strongman, can you please let me go? I rarely go to the upper world, I just live a miserable life. I can be your pet. I can be your subordinate. Li Xiu raised his eyes indifferently and pinched it directly. Bang bang. The Mirror Demon and his warhorse were instantly reduced to pieces. Disappeared without a trace. Ding. Kill the Mirror Demon. HP 283768, Gene Chain X3. Ding. Killed the Mirror Beast. HP 194876, Gene Chain X2. Li Xiu felt the additional genetic skills, very good, the Mirror Demon's skills are very special. He raised his hand, buzz buzz buzz. The air was shaking violently. Countless glass mirrors appeared in the air. In the city below, countless strange demons looked up at the sky and crawled on the ground. Seems to begging for mercy. Li Xiu shook his head, harvest. In the air, among the countless glass mirrors, Li Xiu stepped into a glass mirror. Immediately he took a step out from another lamp. These mirrors can communicate with each other. Li Xiu laughed. Try this trick again. Genetic technology. Mirror creates flowers. Figures emerged from all the mirrors, each one of them was Li Xiu. The Li Xiu in the sky looked at each other. Li Xiu laughed. Although the clone is not as strong as the original, it is not completely powerless. Even if it is only 1/1000th of the original, it is still terrifyingly strong. All the Li Xiu in the sky raised their hands. Yamata no Orochi. Genetic technique. Fire falls from the sky. Moment. Throughout the 5th floor, countless fireballs densely filled the sky. Li Xiu looked at the brilliant firelight. I have a little bit of money. Chapter 98, 7th floor. Services of the Succubus Territory. Most of Yamata no Orochi's skills are area of effect skills, which cooperate with the abilities of Mirror Demon. It directly covers the entire 5th level of the secret realm. The system prompts continuously. Li Xiu looked at the ruins below him and said, this way, I can start working on it when I return home. After a slight perception, he arrived at the 6th level of the secret realm. On the 6th floor, there were 3 SSS level fire demons. Li Xiu directly collected the fire demon gene chain and quickly came to the 7th floor. As soon as Li Xiu stepped into the 7th floor, he felt the difference in gravity. The gravity here is obviously several times that of the upper level. Suddenly, his perception discovered. In the dark brown canyon not far away, countless demons are fighting. His figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in the valley the next moment. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Xiu frowned deeply. Two groups of demons fought fiercely. On one side are humanoid demons. Leading the group was an elderly man, and next to him was a young girl. However, the common feature is that they have delicate devil horns. On the other side, there was a dark, reptilian demon. The leading demon's health value is obviously higher than that of these two delicate demons. Succubus Lord, racial rank, SSS level exotic beast, HP, 29,313 cards. Description: a high-level demon species possessing demonic powers, with a humanoid appearance and seductive nature, often driving human men and women into madness. High-level demon, race rank, SSS level exotic beast, HP, 30,245 cards. Description: these races possess pure demonic power, synonymous with violence and chaos. Why are they considered exotic beasts rather than intelligent races? It's simply because these demons' cannibalism is inherently bestial. Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. It turned out to be a war between succubus and high-level demons. At this point, the battle had clearly become one-sided. It seems that the succubi are no match for us. Li Xiu smiled faintly. Many succubi were devoured, and the two leading succubi were obviously no match for the powerful opponent. The rank of high-level demons is originally higher than that of succubus. Even among SSS-level monsters, there are differences in quality. Li Xiu took a look at the melee over there, raised his hand, and the meteoric blade surrounded his body. Then, the body sank. Buzz! He was like a cannonball, crashing into the group of demons behind the high-level demon. Blood and flesh flew everywhere he passed. It's like a human meat grinder, and all the demons are just minced meat. Kill! High-level demon soldier, HP plus 65,345, high-level demon soldier gene chain plus 1. Kill! High-level demon soldier, HP plus 55,345, high-level demon soldier gene chain plus 1. Kill! High-level demon soldier, HP plus 75,345, high-level demon soldier gene chain plus 1. Amidst the dense system broadcasts, Li Xiu harvested frantically. This is all money. As long as the system does not help you absorb them, you can earn a lot of money by selling these gene chains after leaving the secret realm. The two succubus leaders looked at each other in the distance. The female succubus said in shock, "Father, what on earth is happening? What the hell is that thing?" The male succubus frowned and said, "It seems to be a powerful human. But the fluctuations of his energy and blood are beyond our comprehension." Oh my god, is this a god descending? With Li Xiu's intervention, the arrogant high-level demon army collapsed instantly. The SSS-level high-level demon was furious. He roared angrily, letting out a strange roar, and then raised the huge axe in his hand towards Li Xiu. 1,000-meter jump. It fell on Li Xiu's head. The two figures passed each other. Li Xiu didn't even pause. This high demon has been shattered. Kill! High-level demon, HP plus 348,213, high-level demon gene chain plus 3. Li Xiu stopped on the battlefield and began to integrate the 3 gene chains of high-level demons into his body. Left hand, demon claw, a kind of enhanced genetic technology, which transforms the entire left hand into a demon arm with infinite power. Right hand, demonic light blade, emitting a terrifying black light that kills everything. It's a bit useless to Li Xiu. The last one wasn't bad though. Head, demonic pupils, a gaze from the devil's abyss, achieves mental control, bewitching, and mental shock, and the results are determined by the level of qi in blood. Overall, I'm quite satisfied. Li Xiu sighed. In the distance, the army of succubi were wary of Li Xiu. The leading female demon forced herself to remain calm, slowly walked up to Li Xiu, then bent down and bowed. "Thank you for the help, strong man of the human race. On behalf of the 7th level succubus clan, I would like to express my gratitude to you." If she could sweat, she would be sweating profusely at this moment. She was afraid that Li Xiu would smash her to pieces and absorb her genetic chain. Succubus? Is it the same race as I thought? Li Xiu said with a faint smile. Well, maybe. She was already panicking and had no idea how to talk to such a strong man. Please. Go to our castle and rest. Oh? Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. These succubi look too much like humans. Okay, lead the way. The woman was shocked. He immediately stood up respectfully. They brought a devil warhorse for Li Xiu. Qi and Blood, 1344. This warhorse has an ugly appearance and is also a strange beast. He looked curiously at the succubus soldiers in the distance. These low-level succubi were probably around the level of sea-level monsters. The male succubus rode up to Li Xiu and said, "Respected human, I am Dennis, and that is my daughter, Chloe." Li Xiu nodded. Soon a dark castle appeared before everyone's eyes. In the darkness, it looked like a vicious beast crawling. After following these succubi into the castle, Li Xiu realized that not only were these alien races but these strange beasts also possessed civilization and wisdom. Perhaps the biggest difference between alien races and alien beasts is whether they can lose their genetic chain. Dennis looked nervous along the way. "Respected strong man, may I ask where you are going?" Chloe also looked over curiously. "My goal is naturally the 10th level. If I want to fight, I have to pass it." Li Xiu said. "The royal city? You're going there?" Dennis said in shock, "There are 10 demon kings there, and their strength is far beyond our reach." Li Xiu understood what he meant and said, "No problem." Chloe led Li Xiu into the castle. "Dear strong man, please wait for me in my room. I will come back after I wash off the blood on my body." Li Xiu was stunned. "What do you mean?" Chloe blinked her big eyes and said, "If you are not satisfied with me, I can also find some beautiful low-level succubi. If you like male succubi, my father is also available." Wait, you must have made a mistake." Li Xiu frowned. "I'm not interested in your bodies. I followed you here purely out of curiosity." Li Xiu said lightly. Chloe opened her mouth slightly in surprise. "I'm sorry, you are such a great and powerful person. I thought all humans would like our bodies." Chapter 99. What kind of riddle are you asking? Li Xiu and the succubus parents sat in the castle's spacious reception room. "You want to break into the 10th floor. The 8th floor is the territory of high-level demons, so it shouldn't be a problem for you." After Dennis finished speaking, he continued, "However, the 9th floor is home to a large ferocious beast placed there by the 10 demon kings. We call it the Gatekeeper, and it is very powerful." Li Xiu was very interested. "These are not problems for me." Looking at the food served by the low-level succubus, it was the flesh and blood of an animal, which was simply roasted. "It looks like it was made especially for me." Li Xiu was not planning to stay any longer, so he stood up and said, "I'm keeping you here because after I clear this place, I'll hand this secret realm over to your family to manage. If necessary, I might come back to harvest." "You understand?" Dennis was shocked. "We understand." The father and daughter looked in the direction Li Xiu left. Chloe suddenly asked, "Is he a match for the 10 demon kings?" Dennis shook his head, "I don't know. I can't see through him." Li Xiu passed through the crack and went directly to the 8th floor. Under the suppression of qi and blood, all the demons on the 8th floor were killed or injured. The demon in front of him was pitch black with fleshy wings on its back. It was exactly the same as the high-level demon he had killed on the 7th floor before. Li Xiu raised his hand and released a stream of energy and blood. "Blow him to pieces." With a clang, the giant axe in the opponent's hand fell to the ground. The flowing patterns on it and the deep aura suggest that this is a warrior's magic weapon. Raise your hand and take it in. Feeling the amazing power, not bad, a pleasant surprise. Ding! Killed a high-level demon, HP plus 342,455, high-level demon gene chain x2. There are 2 more high-level demon gene chains. The corresponding skills are Demon Summoning. You can summon low-level demon soldiers, the number of which depends on your health. Demon's Curse, curses the target, significantly weakening it. Li Xiu was stunned. Wouldn't that mean I can produce unlimited troops? However, these things are not very useful to me. As the saying goes, force can defeat skill. At least for now, there is no opponent that requires me to use a skill. It's just that I'm bored and think fancy skills are interesting. System, from now on I will only absorb SSS level gene chains. All those below SSS level will be stored in the system space. The system ignored him, but Li Xiu knew it would do it. The figure disappeared on the 8th floor and went directly to the 9th floor. The temperature on the 9th floor will be even hotter. The horrific heat wave distorted everything here. Gatekeeper? Where is it?
Li Xiu expanded his perception. The unexpected discovery was not perceived.
That's really interesting. There are very few strange beasts that can escape one's perception. It doesn't matter. Since you are the gatekeeper, I'm going to the 10th floor. Can you still let me go?
Li Xiu's figure flashed and appeared near the big crack. The surrounding scenery is unchanging, with dark dust and endless wilderness. Li Xiu frowned slightly.
Suddenly his neck tilted.
A long sword like crystal stabbed at him.
He dodged sideways. The terrifying energy and blood in his body shook. Puff!
The figure completely lost its disguise.
Appeared a little further away. It was a figure wearing a black robe. Your energy and skills? Are you human?
Li Xiu looked puzzled. The other party didn't say anything, but just said hoarsely, "You can't go over there."
Crystal sword, invisibility?
Li Xiu suddenly thought of someone. 10 years ago, the Dragon Dynasty lost a super god-level warrior, the hidden god pillar.
Everyone said he died while out exploring the limits. I didn't expect to see you here.
The man was startled and raised his hand to hold his head.
Limit? Divine pillar? Ah.
He looked crazy. The next moment he regained his composure. "You can't go over there." The Dragon Dynasty's former #1 divine pillar was actually corroded by the devil's power and turned into a guard dog.
Li Xiu sighed. Just about to take action.
On the other person's face, a dark rune began to emit a strange light. The opponent's momentum increased rapidly.
32,008. 64,990. 94,552.
It didn't stop until it reached 90,000.
What the hell is that on your faces?
Li Xiu frowned. The other party said hoarsely, "Divine emblem, obtain the divine emblem, break the limit."
So, this is the answer you found, turning into a monster?
Li Xiu said disdainfully.
The power you seek no longer belongs to you. Can you call this breaking through your limits?
The former god hidden suddenly fell to the ground. "You know nothing about power."
You know nothing. I am right. I am right. Crack, crack, crack.
A pair of jet black wings popped out from behind him. A pair of flaming devil horns popped out from his forehead. "I dedicated my soul to the demon god, and it gave me the divine emblem."
What do you know?
Li Xiu looked at the man in front of him indifferently.
God? It's just a respectful title for the powerful. We humans can also become gods. Boom, boom, boom. The 9th level of purgatory. Stormy weather.
The terrifying energy and blood seemed to overwhelm everything. Shanin's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Impossible.
This isn't the kind of chi and blood that humans can possess." Yes. The whisper of God is right. A disruptor of order. A true destroyer. It's you. It's you. You deserve to die. He roared and his body turned into a shadow.
The transparent sword in his hand stabbed straight towards Li Xiu.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. But he was only 3 feet in front of Li Xiu and couldn't move forward an inch.
The two looked at each other. Li Xiu saw something else in his eyes.
What are you?
Facing Li Xiu's questioning. There was a hint of fear in those eyes. Shanin showed doubt on his face, and the long sword in his hand began to break under the shock of the terrifying blood and energy. His body was also cracked under the pressure of chi and blood. The madness faded from his eyes. He smiled. "Before I die, I am satisfied to see the aura of my human race."
I was wrong. You are very strong.
But be careful, that tree, be careful, herder.
Finished.
He shattered into 1,000 pieces. The wind blew it and turned it into powder.
Li Xiu raised his eyes. What do you mean? Damn it, you only delivered half the message. I hate people like this the most.
Li Xiu turned and looked at the crack in the distance.
But one thing is clear, the divine emblem, right? It doesn't feel like a good thing. He leaped. Heading towards the 10th floor.
The 10 Demon Kings.
It is estimated that it can thoroughly enrich my SSS level gene chain. Chapter 100, Fusion. A clan's genes. God's gene chain. The 10th level of the Purgatory secret realm.
Li Xiu leaped down.
The air is thin here.
The smell of sulfur grew stronger.
In theory, a super god level warrior will not die even if he doesn't breathe.
Li Xiu muttered to himself.
Then spread out your own perception. Ignore the strange beasts below SSS level scattered on the 10th floor.
Locked on the so-called 10 demon kings.
They're actually gathering together. Is this a chance for me to take them all down? Li Xiu didn't hide it at all.
Qi and blood are released crazily.
100,000. Million. 10 million. Until the limit of the secret realm. Boom, boom, boom.
In the distance, from a mountain full of demons, 10 figures flew out from bottom to top. Li Xiu's system prompted their racial information.
Rift Demon, Race Rank, SSS, HP, 34643, Description, can't you see such a big leather swallow? Winged Demon, Race Rank, SSS, HP, 36899, Description, a demon with an angelic appearance. Don't be fooled by her appearance.
Among these demons, there was only one figure whose blood and energy fluctuations were the most exaggerated.
Demon King. Race Rank, SSS, HP, 87968, Description, possesses perfect and pure demon blood, truly powerful. Li Xiu noticed that except for the Winged Demon and the Rift Demon, which he had never seen before, 4 of the other 7 demons were high-level demons. There is also a 3-headed fire demon lord. And the Qi and blood are not bad either.
As for the King Demon, he looks like a medieval monarch, with a golden cloak and a crown on his head.
The face is surrounded by black mist.
His facial features couldn't be seen clearly, only his eyes were red, which looked very strange.
He waved his hand. Devil's Mountain below. Make a loud noise. Then, the giant mountain actually stood up.
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Mountain Demon, Rank, SSS, HP, 23445, Description, the sky and the earth can collapse at any time.
Is this a mountain? This is a roaring demon.
And on the back of the Mountain Demon, there are a large number of demons that are constantly roaring.
From C class to S class, we have everything. Looking at the demons dancing in front of me.
Li Xiu raised his hand, and the meteoric blades circled around him.
Excellent, the more the better.
The Demon King screamed. The 10 Demon Kings launched a charge. Li Xiu, holding the meteoric knife, was like a sharp sword, and collided heavily with these demons.
With one person's body. Crash into the demon group. Boom. The 10th level of purgatory. Blood rained down from the sky.
Li Xiu was suspended alone in the air.
All that remained was the Demon King.
In his hand he held a golden long sword covered with patterns. At the same time, his momentum continued to rise.
A divine emblem appeared on his armor.
Li Xiu laughed, "You devil, this light is actually the emblem of the God of Light, just like those believers."
That's hilarious, Demon King.
The King of Demons made a sound like a broken bellows. God is God.
God is the creator and the one who gave birth to everything. You are a person abandoned by God. You will never know what the glory of God is. Boring theist.
Li Xiu said lightly, and he threw a punch. At this moment, the Demon King's blood and energy has reached nearly 300,000. He raised his sword and slashed out. The golden light and shadow are like a full moon.
Buzz. The Demon King's strongest attack. But it shattered instantly in front of Li Xiu's casual attack.
At the same time, the extraordinary energy and blood rushed towards the body of the Demon King.
Soon, the Demon King dissipated like fine sand. The parable is true. God's enemies will eventually appear. When we complete our redemption, we can return home.
The voice of the Demon King is still there.
The body is gone. Ding. Killed the Demon King, HP plus 32458829, Gene Chain X9.
Li Xiu took a deep breath.
It's a critical hit, right? 9 at once? A complete gene chain of the King of Demons? Ding.
The complete demon gene chain has been achieved.
All SSS level demon gene chains will be consumed for fusion. Fusion progress, 5%.
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes.
This was something new. Fusion of demon gene chain? Is this going to be something different for me? It doesn't matter anyway. It will definitely be stronger after fusion. The 7th level of purgatory. Succubus territory. Dennis looked towards the abyss in shock. The 10 demon kings have disappeared? Did that human really do it? Chloe exclaimed in shock, "This is impossible. The King of Demons is the most powerful being in the world.
At this time, a figure holding a golden sword came slowly. Yes, it is the strongest life in your world, but it is not strong enough in front of me, Li Xiu said lightly. Chloe's voice trailed off, this is the demon sword.
Are you really a human?
Dennis' pupil shrank slightly, okay, Chloe, stop talking nonsense. Li Xiu followed Dennis and his daughter to the depths of the castle.
There is a huge stone slab there.
The above text is in demon language, which Li Xiu naturally cannot understand. Dennis explained, the demon god stone tablet that has been passed down from generation to generation among our demon clan is said to have been left behind by the demon god during the Age of War of Gods.
Of course, our world and your world should have no intersection in history.
Li Xiu nodded, this place is just a secret place for the human race.
Dennis smiled. The life of a demon is long, so I have memories.
My sky was once boundless, and our ocean was once vast and boundless. Until it all suddenly disappeared.
Is it related to this stone slab? Li Xiu asked.
Well, yes.
Dennis smiled and said, it's a fable about the demon god.
After the heaven and earth disappeared, the real gods had already returned to the void.
When weak lives turned into giants, a new god will be born.
My tribe will usher in a new beginning. After saying that, he pulled his daughter to kneel down. My succubus clan will follow you, become your sharp sword, and transform into your glory.
Li Xiu was stunned. Shouldn't your faith be in the devil god?
As the fable says, the demon god should have fallen, and you will be the new god.
His eyes were extremely firm.
Li Xiuzhen felt that there was nothing he could say. The brain circuits of this race are different from those of humans. Their worship of gods is also different.
Li Xiu sighed. Ding. Demon gene fusion completed.
The system prompts that the fusion is complete. Li Xiu unfolds a new demon gene chain.
Buzz.
Looking at the lonely gene chain on his body, Li Xiu almost cursed.
Fuck.
Where's the gene chain I worked so hard for?
All the SSS level gene chains obtained by Li Xiu disappeared.
Only on the right hand remained a colorful gene chain spinning wildly,
emitting dazzling colorful light. Boom boom boom. I saw Dennis kneeling on the ground and knocking his head heavily. Gods above, you have proven your identity as a Protoss.
This is the rainbow gene chain that only the legendary Protoss possess.
Li Xiu. Chapter 101 Anyone who dares to touch me will be killed.
You can't explain too much to a weird race. So, Li Xiu gave up struggling.
So, how much do you know about the truth of the world? Li Xiu asked. The demon clan is defined as strange beasts by human scholars because of their violence and greed.
But Li Xiu felt that the succubus in front of him was more like an alien race with its own civilization.
Our family doesn't have much information about the old world. Dennis continued. If you are the god of the human race, I want to say that you must be prepared. The catastrophe will not let any race go. It will all come eventually.
Li Xiu ignored this religious allegory.
Isn't the existence of these secret realms of yours a disaster? Are you saying there are real catastrophes? The secret realm? That's what humans call us.
I prefer to call ourselves the ghost world, shards of glass from a world that once was. Looking at the mysterious succubus in front of him, Li Xiu lost interest.
Okay, I'm leaving here. Your family should manage the secret place well. The upper level can be used by the warriors of Eagle Country.
But for these places below, you must organize strong people to manage them.
I might come back to harvest later.
After Li Xiu finished speaking, he turned and left. Chloe looked in the direction where Li Xiu left and said, May God's light shine forever on the earth. Dennis said excitedly, this must be a newly born god. Let the family's craftsmen carve a stone statue of him as a symbol of family worship.
Li Xiu leaving the 7th floor. Start returning to the upper level.
And on the other side, Gao Ningyun continued to kill the low-level demons in front of him. Feeling the energy and blood continuously transferred from the corpse into his body. Her energy and blood continued to improve. My gene siphoning skill cannot retain other people's energy and blood for a long time. But combined with the vampire kiss, some of the blood and energy of the killed beast actually flowed into my body. This should be a characteristic of the magic weapon that even the vampires haven't discovered.
Bang!
In the dim light, her long hair fluttered. A shot was fired.
A little devil fell down.
This kind of demon has only more than 1,000 chi in blood. Naturally, he is no match for her. The corpse of the demon shot by the kiss of the vampire was slowly rising into a cloud of blood mist,
floating towards her body. The genes of Taichu Kunlong have brought some changes to me.
With this gun, I can receive the energy and blood to kill demons, and truly integrate it into one's own chi and blood. In just a short while, I have already broken through to the blade level. The sweat mixed with impurities on her body was expelled from her body. As a warrior's chi and blood improve, it is also a process of constantly tempering the body. If combined with the body tempering potion, the improvement will be even faster.
I'll have to rely on Li Xiu for this from now on. Top-grade body tempering potion is not cheap.
She bent down, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed it into the spine of the little demon in front of her.
He shook out a slightly cloudy crystal and said, "This is all money." The 124th one.
She looked up at the battle in the distance, and Ying Yi looked over at her.
126 of them. Professor Gao.
Ying Yi licked her lips and raised her hand to wipe the devil's blood off her face. Her eyes were extremely charming and evil, completely different from when Li Xiu was present.
A little further away, Su Qingxi screamed, "Ah! What an ugly demon! Go away! Go away!"
A dog-headed demon crawled toward her. But as a blade-level warrior with more than 4,000 HP, she forgot how to fight for a moment.
Bang! Dark red bullets flew over. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere.
Gao Ningyan shook her wavy hair, pushed up her glasses with one hand, and held the vampire kiss in the other.
A blade-level warrior who can't even kill a puppy demon, what's the use of you? Su Qingxi hugged Gao Ningyun's waist. Wow! I don't want to fight. When are we leaving? Li Xiu isn't here either. What a
Gao Ningyun raised his eyes and looked at Su Hangyuan and the other two who were chasing a dog-headed demon in the distance.
You are not even as good as those students. Hey! It's different. I'm a lady.
Su Qingxi puffed up her fat face. In the distance, a scream suddenly came from Su Hangyuan.
Ah! Fuck!
Monkey, there's a dog-headed devil on your butt. Lin Yu's voice came.
What should we do? Monkey, just fart and make it burst. Huang Yuan put forward a reasonable suggestion. It hurts so much. Help me. Su Hangyuan's face turned blue. Apparently the dog-headed demon is poisonous. Gao Ningyun and others immediately rushed forward. Trouble, this thing is poisonous.
She raised her hand and slashed the dog's head with her sword. The demon's body, like a child, suddenly fell to the ground.
Plop!
Also falling down was the poisoned Su Hangyuan.
Gao Shuiduo and Lin Fian also came back from afar.
They had just tried their hand at it. Obtained a lot of gene chains. I heard the noise and came to check it out.
How about we send the monkey out first? Lin Yu suggested. That's the only way. Gao Ningyu nodded.
At this time, 6 figures were walking towards them from a distance.
Gao Ningyun and Ying Yi's eyes were both fixed.
Leading the group was a young nun, followed by 5 church members in black robes.
Ying Yi frowned and asked, "Who are you? What's the matter?"
The young woman in the lead smiled faintly and said, "I am the Pope of the Holy City, seeking a blasphemer."
Pope? The Pope is dead. Gao Ningyun clenched his pistol.
The nun said calmly, "The Pope is a messenger of God, there is no such thing as death."
Buzz.
A phantom of a god unfolded from behind him, and its 12 wings emitted golden light.
Boom boom boom.
The 5 ascetics behind her also instantly revealed their energy and blood.
The terrifying fluctuations of chi and blood were like a tsunami. Gao Ningyun's expression changed. Are these 5 super gods? The female cultivator smiled faintly. Yes, 6. Buzz.
A divine symbol appeared on her face, and her energy and blood instantly swelled. In a moment, he surpassed the super god level.
Now, can you tell me where that blasphemer is? Ying Yi said coldly, "Does your holy city no longer want to exist? Do you want to go to war with my dragon dynasty?"
The new pope remained indifferent. The one who insults God must die. You are his companions, so you should atone for his sins first. She raised her hand. The shadow of the god behind.
Slap it with one palm. Gao Ningyun and Ying Yi were on each side. Rushed towards the other party. Scatter! Gao Ningyun roared. A huge golden palm fell from the sky. Boom! Everyone fled in all directions.
Only Lillian, covered in lightning, managed to withstand the blow.
Boom!
She flew backwards 100 meters and rolled onto the ground.
Ahem, it hurts so much. The other end.
Gao Ningyun slid on the ground, left a plow mark, and raised his gun to shoot.
Bang! The blood bullet flew towards the opponent, striking in front of the new pope's robe, blocked by an invisible airwave.
A mere ant dares to attack the gods.
Her golden eyes looked at Gao Ningyun.
Then he raised his hand.
I just want to take a picture. The next moment,
her hand exploded.
It exploded without any warning.
A figure dragged a golden sword.
He said calmly, "You and your church attacked my wife. Even the gods behind you should be destroyed." Chapter 102, Invasion of the Holy City. The person who came was Li Xiu. He went up from the 7th level of purgatory all the way back to the 1st level. As soon as he appeared, he saw the Holy See attacking Gao Ningyun. The new pope's eyes were still empty, as if the bloody severed arm was not hers. 5 ascetics, the humiliator of God has appeared. What are you waiting for? In an instant,
a pale golden divine emblem appeared on the faces of the 5 people. The qi and blood in the body increased exponentially. Then he rushed towards Li Xiu.
The divine emblem is indeed a magical thing.
Li Xiu said calmly, "Whether you have learned it or not, 0xn is still 0.
Your energy and blood are no different from fireflies in my eyes."
He raised his hand and swung the sword casually.
Sizzle!
The space in front of me, the sky, and the 5 figures rushing towards me,
all broken.
The Pope raised her eyes slightly and suddenly found that there was something strange about her body.
Looking down, I saw pieces of flesh falling off my body. Finally fell to the ground.
It turned out that he was already dead.
Plop!
Li Xiu walked over slowly and found that divine emblems were floating on these corpses.
Dissipate. Just like the first time I met her. The divine emblem? Li Xiu murmured. Gao Ningyun walked up to him and asked, "How are you? Have you cleared the 10th level of the secret realm?" Li Xiu nodded, "But next I have to go somewhere." "Where?"
"The Holy City, where the Holy See of Light is located."
After Li Xiu finished speaking, he led everyone out of the secret realm, after sending Su Hangyuan to the hospital in time. Finally, it's okay.
But even the doctor couldn't explain the situation before him.
What the hell is this thing? Saw it in half for me. How can I face people in the future? Su Hangyuan cursed.
The doctors gathered in a circle.
This is an extremely rare situation. There are traces of demonic elements in his genes.
Yes, this may further explain the relationship between humans and all other races.
It would be great if we could slice it and study it.
But at the moment, he's in pretty good condition, and his energy and blood have become stronger.
Su Hangyuan cursed out loud, "Stop talking nonsense, will you? My genes have merged with those of the demon race?"
After Su Hangyuan finished speaking, the others at the scene began to comfort him. "Monkey, you're doing pretty well with the devil's horns on your head now."
Lin Yu said. "It's just that it may not be easy to find a partner in the future." Huang Yuan suppressed his laughter. Gao Ningyun sighed, "I've already notified the school.
We'll come to your parents' house to explain when the time comes."
Li Xiu nodded.
"Even though you look a bit like a demon now, your qi and blood have directly exceeded 1,000.
This is a good thing. It's a blessing in disguise. The demon's poison has actually strengthened your body, don't you think? More than 1,000 qi and blood?" Su Hangyuan's eyes lit up. "I'll try."
He pushed everyone aside and stood in the empty space, family-inherited Tongbi fist.
The boxing is powerful and vigorous.
There was a strong wind.
Holy shit! Su Hangyuan was shocked. Me. I'm not a goblin anymore. I'm awesome. Ha ha ha. You 2 goblins. Do you dare to laugh at me again? When you see me, call me Monkey Brother.
Lin Yu, maybe the monkey has died in the secret realm, and this guy is just an imposter.
Huang Yuan, I remember that pets are not allowed in the dormitory. Demons are definitely not allowed to live here. Report him to the school and have him expelled.
In the conversation full of resentment, Li Xiu emerged from the system space.
Take out the axe used by the high-ranking demon.
There is a devilish aura lingering on it, and it is not simple at first glance.
Ding! System upgrade complete, item search function enabled.
Li Xiu was stunned.
Damn, this system suddenly got an upgrade? Ding!
The demon axe, a warrior's divine weapon weighing 25,000 gene, contains powerful demonic power. When used by demons, the theoretical increase is 50%.
Rank, 5th grade divine weapon.
Li Xiu handed the axe to Su Hangyuan. Try it, it's something only demons can use. Su Hangyuan gripped the axe, and instantly the demonic power within the axe surged into his body.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I feel like I have a lot more strength now.
Lin Yu and Huang Yuan were so jealous that they were completely unrecognizable.
Haha, an axe for your happiness. Well, the good stuff is all behind. If you follow Li Xiu, you won't be afraid of any bad things.
At this time, Li Xiu noticed that Gao Ningyun's realm was improving a little too quickly.
4322 HP? You're improving so quickly?
Yeah, the vampire kiss draws out the blood, and my siphon can absorb this blood.
In theory, the more I kill, the stronger I become.
Li Xiu raised his hand and placed it on her shoulder, frowning slightly. Well, it's just that the blood and qi are a little spotty.
I'll think of a way to deal with it when the time comes.
If you keep doing this for a long time, it might affect your body.
Then next, let's go to the Holy City. Holy City.
One city is a country, with solid earth walls on all four sides. In the city, there are landmark buildings such as the Cathedral of Our Lord and the Pious Square.
There is an 800-man Knights of Light in the city.
Of course, the strongest fighting force in the Holy City is still the Pope and the 5 ascetics. But all this power was destroyed by Li Xiu's sword. At this time, inside the Holy Cathedral, all high-ranking clergymen gathered in the huge conference room. In just 2 days, 2 popes of our Holy See of Light were killed in battle.
If this continues, where will the dignity of our Holy See be?
A group of clergy expressed their confusion.
We have a divine emblem. Impossible. That's right. How could we, with the protection of God, lose to a human? An elderly bishop walked to the front and said, "Everyone, be quiet. God has revealed to me that we may have encountered the devil. And it's the real devil. This is a holy war. The Pope's sacrifice is telling us that this holy war has begun." All the believers immediately bowed their heads and began to pray. Suddenly, the divine emblem on the bishop's face lit up with dazzling light.
His breath began to rise. All believers put their hands on their hearts.
A new Pope has been born. Greetings to His Holiness the Pope. Sudden.
A Vatican knight in armor hurried in from outside the door. "My lords, a group of Easterners have arrived. We are not allowing them to enter the city, but..." The new Pope's expression changed.
"But what?" "But they broke right in." "What?"
All the clergymen were so angry that they laughed.
Okay. It must be those Dragon Dynasty people. Now they've come to bully our holy city."
The Pope's expression changed.
Hold on. I'll go take a look."
All the clergy followed the Pope out of the church.
Walked towards the square in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst loud noises,
countless armors, covered with blood clots, were flying all over the sky. Li Xiu held the demon sword in his hand.
Following behind him were Gao Ningyun and Ning Yi. Su Hangyuan carried a huge axe and led the way. The others followed behind. Boom! Su Hangyuan rested his axe on the ground. Who else? Chapter 103: The Monkey King behind the door? There are more than 400 clergy resident in the Vatican. Including the Knights of Light, there are only more than 1,000 people.
As soon as these 800 Knights of Light entered the city, Li Xiu slapped them into a bloody mist. The remaining fish that slipped through the net were used as training by several of his companions.
Especially Su Hanyuan's performance was amazing.
After acquiring the devil's physique, he was able to cheat all the way.
Infinite power.
The 3 axes are also very sharp. The Pope, who had been in office for less than 2 minutes, stepped forward and said, "Dragon Dynasty people.
You evil heretic. You are simply a devil."
Li Xiu raised his hand and said, "The holy city no longer exists." The terrifying energy and blood surged in all directions with him as the core.
It transformed into 9 giant dragons and soared into the sky. Then it crashed into the entire holy city. Suddenly, it was like a landslide.
The ancient buildings collapsed and countless statues of the god of light collapsed and shattered. These clergymen still wanted to resist. Li Xiu simply swung the demon sword in his hand.
Buzz! In an instant, more than 400 clergymen were shattered into bloody mist. A moment later,
the entire holy city has been razed to the ground. Li Xiu turned and looked at the people around him. This so-called holy city must be hiding many secrets. Gao Ningyan stepped forward and said, "There must be information about the divine emblem in the Holy Lord Cathedral.
Let's go take a look."
Everyone came to the holy cathedral. This place has collapsed into ruins. Li Xiu spread out his perception and discovered the basement of the cathedral.
There's a basement here.
Su Hangyuan carried the axe and said, I'll do it, let me try my axe."
He took a deep breath.
A dark light suddenly appeared on the axe, mixed with blood, and slashed towards the ruins of the church.
Boom!
In an instant, a dark passage appeared in front of everyone. Li Xiu led everyone down slowly. When I arrived at the basement, I was greeted by the smell of oil, wax, and a faint smell of decay. On the walls along the way are religious murals.
Gao Ningyan turned on the light on his phone and looked at the wall.
It records the story of the God of Light's grace upon the world.
Everyone quickly arrived at the basement.
The spacious underground space is similar to the layout of a 9-square grid.
The first few rooms are filled with ancient religious texts. Soon a locked room with a metal door caught everyone's interest.
Su Hangyuan chuckled.
All right, the demolition team is in place. Everyone, make way. Lin Yu immediately complained, "You're just showing off. Watch out for a zombie coming out from behind. It'll bite you to death." Su Hangyuan chuckled, "That's hilarious. Even zombies should be afraid of a demon like me, right?" He raised the great axe in his hand. The chi sinks into the dantian.
Li Xiu was about to stop him.
But it was too late. Boom!
The next moment, he began to tremble visibly. The metal door was intact. Looking at himself, his whole body was trembling. Li Xiu had already scanned it through perception, and found that Su Hangyuan was not capable of opening the wall.
Let me do it. He raised his hand and sent out a stream of blood. Suddenly, boom!
The door shattered instantly. There are a lot of Vatican treasures piled up inside.
Everyone's eyes widened. Holy crap! I'm rich. How much gold is this? And there are also warrior equipment.
Li Xiu smiled faintly about the basement. He also discovered something even more interesting. As for these things, don't worry, you can move them away later. Li Xiu slowly walked to the end of the basement.
It was a special room.
The room, inside and out, was covered in thick metal, but surprisingly, this protection didn't seem to be enough.
Outside this room, there are also thick iron chains. This chain is not made of ordinary metal. And it easily triggered the system's retrieval. Search, multi-element phase alloy.
This rope has been forged 300 million times. It belongs to a superior race's technology, far exceeding the technological level of the host's world.
Li Xiu was shocked. It's just a chain. Is it necessary?
Li Xiu raised his hand and released a blade of blood and energy.
Puff! It's like a drop in the ocean.
Li Xiu was stunned. Although it was just a random attack, an ordinary super god level warrior would be split in two by this blow.
And this chain is actually intact?
Li Xiu took out the sword of the Demon King. This warrior's magic weapon was the same as the Falling Star knife, both of which were 9th grade magic weapons.
But I don't know if it's because Li Xiu is not a devil. There is nothing magical about this weapon except that it is sharp. With my perception, I can't even sense what's behind this door.
Li Xiu no longer held back. A swing of the long sword.
In an instant, the entire door was split in half.
The next moment, a voice came from behind the door.
Ha ha ha. What the hell? What kind of tricks are you playing? Licking Grandpa's XXUXX, ha ha ha.
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly.
I saw countless alloy chains binding something. Thick hair, Thunder God's mouth. This image is so fucking abstract. Brother Monkey?
Li Xiu said subconsciously.
What? What are these foolish believers going to do this time?
The monkey narrowed his eyes. Li Xiu was a little shocked. The thing in front of him was exactly the same as the Monkey King in the Legend of Blue Star. The only difference is that he doesn't have the majestic armor and long staff.
Searching the system. Qi and blood, 103-4525. 1 million qi and blood? But being locked up here?
Li Xiu soon discovered something was wrong. There was a syringe on the shelf nearby.
There are also a lot of medicines on the side.
Li Xiu pointed his sword at it and asked, "What on earth are you?"
The monkey blinked, realizing something was wrong. What happened to those believers? You are not a believer? You have a strong evil spirit. Did you just kill someone? Oh. I was right.
His limbs didn't seem to be coordinated.
Something seemed amiss.
Li Xiu raised his hand and drew his sword.
Bang! A clear sound.
The monkey suddenly lost its restraints and fell to the ground.
Ahem, nice weapon, human. Can you come up and help me?
These believers inject me with these drugs every day.
It made my legs and feet not work properly anymore.
Li Xiu raised his sword and pointed it at him.
Tell me, who are you?
Monkey sat up and looked at Li Xiu, a dangerous glint in his eyes.
Listen, human warrior.
It's been 24 hours since those guys injected me with the drug.
So, you are being a little rude to me now.
The next moment, terrifying energy and blood slowly burst out from his body. His eyes flashed dangerously. But Li Xiu still looked at him indifferently.
The terrifying fluctuations of energy and blood here naturally alarmed others. Everyone looked at the monkey from behind Li Xiu.
What a cute monkey, with such strong energy and blood.
What does he want to do? Yingyi asked puzzledly. Gao Ningyun's eyes lit up. A foreign race I've never seen before?
Such a powerful energy fluctuation, it's incredible. Now it was the monkey's turn to be confused.
Ah, no, where's your basic respect for me? I've already thrown out 1 million of my energy and blood? You guys treat me like a monkey in the zoo. Chapter 104 Your world is the lamb.
The monkey was obviously angry and said, I am. Li Xiu was surprised.
It was familiar.
This taste was familiar.
Ahem, wait a moment.
Monkey put one hand behind his back, come again.
I am from the Cosmic Resistance Organization, a planetary powerhouse, an invincible defender.
To maintain the peace of the universe, I am a descendant of the first generation of pioneers, an awakened fearless one.
You can call me His Highness Caesar. Everyone.
Among them, Lillian stared at his monkey head and swallowed, I want to eat the monkey brain.
Su Qingxi looked stunned. A talking monkey is so cute.
Li Xiu raised his hand and covered his mouth. I thought you were going to say you were from the Water Curtain Cave in Huagua Mountain.
Honestly, I'm disappointed. Caesar? He raised his hand and waved it in front of everyone, please. Come back.
There is a planetary level expert here who doesn't exist in your world.
It's me. 1 million HP. A heaven-defying existence. Why don't you kowtow and worship it?
Gao Ningyun coughed and said, then let me introduce my husband to you.
Li Xiu, the Dragon Dynasty's first divine pillar, the world's strongest being, the patron saint of humanity, upholds world peace and beauty, and promotes love and peace.
Li Xiu raised his hand to interrupt the conversation. All right, stop messing around.
Caesar, right?
You mentioned 1 million HP and a planetary level expert.
Tell me in detail, otherwise.
Li Xiu looked at him indifferently, and the energy and blood in his body were released.
The blood is surging. 1 million. Caesar's mouth opened, planetary level. Holy shit. But that's not all.
Countless energy and blood swirled around Li Xiu's body and continued to rise.
5 million. Holy crap. Stellar level. How is this possible?
Li Xiu's qi and blood continued to rise.
8 million qi and blood. Superstar. 10 million. Galaxy level. Plop. Caesar was so scared that he fell to his knees. 20 million. Eternal level. Caesar was speechless due to the powerful energy and blood.
Li Jingxiu is preparing to continue improving his qi and blood.
The monkey spoke, Resistance Army, Top Scout, Planetary Warrior, Caesar, meet the eternal level strongman, may the eternal glory always follow you. Upon hearing this, Li Xiu stopped improving his qi and blood, and asked doubtfully, "Eternal level? Can you elaborate on what you just said?" Caesar was stunned. An eternal level being couldn't possibly not know the truth about the world. Oh shit. Maybe I can recruit an eternal level. That's amazing. Gurgle. His stomach suddenly growled, if it's okay. Could this eternal powerful one please treat me to a meal? As you can see, I have been imprisoned for 13 years and have not eaten in these 13 years. Li Xiu was stunned. What? You were imprisoned for 13 years? Caesar raised his hand and scratched his head. It's a long story. It'll take a whole meal to tell. Italy, a country adjacent to the Holy City. Even though the Holy City next door was bombed, this country still looked leisurely. When Monkey took out a set of semi-metal combat uniforms and a light golden metal short stick from the warehouse, Li Xiu almost jumped up. You still say you're not Monkey, brother? Later, Caesar explained, it's not a stick, it's a gun. Only then did Li Xiu take a closer look at the weapon in his hand. Comet class fission laser gun, description, standard military equipment for superior races. Due to its unique stability, it is favored by all major factions. So, while Li Xiu was occasionally in a trance, they came to a restaurant in Italy. Some locals looked at Li Xiu and others in confusion, especially Caesar Monkey. His appearance is really too funny. Like a monkey astronaut. Waiter, I'd like a serving of blue cheese, thank you. Caesar said familiarly. Li Xiu frowned, this thing is so smelly, isn't it? Ha, this is my greatest appreciation for your world. This kind of warm taste experience can't be felt anywhere else. Caesar said. He glanced at Gao Ningyun and others. How could a strong man like you partner with these natives? Caesar said. Gao Ningyun was dissatisfied. What do you mean by that? Native? Others were dissatisfied. You look like a circus monkey, yet you say we are indigenous. That's right, don't you see who saved you? Li Xiu glanced at Caesar and said, she is my wife, and the others are my friends. If you want to die, I can grant your wish. Caesar smiled awkwardly, respected eternal level powerhouse, I apologize again. I've been imprisoned for over a decade, and my brain has gone haywire. At this time, the Italian waiters began to serve everyone. Gao Ningyun ordered tomato pasta and Li Xiu ordered beef pasta. As for the others, they were all given various kinds of meat, without saving any money for Li Xiu. Lillian ordered 10 servings of Italian red wine beef. After coming up, he began to inhale violently. Caesar couldn't help but look up and said, your pets are also served at the table, which is enough to show that you are a generous and powerful person. Lillian. Li Xiu. I want to eat monkey brains. Li Xiu glanced at him and said, okay, Mr. Caesar, now you can tell me your story. Okay, dear sir, you are an eternal level expert. I really don't understand why you don't know anything. To make a long story short, the world you live in is just a lamb that has been designated as personal property by the shepherd. Gao Ningyun interrupted, what you mean by lamb is that we humans are the lambs of some powerful race? Ha 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 ha. Caesar did not answer directly. He would only show enough respect to Li Xiu. At this time, his cheese and pasta arrived. Then he continued, you think too much, ma'am. What I want to say is that your world is a lamb, and you are just fleas on the lamb. Perhaps what I said wasn't direct enough. Hearing this, everyone put down their chopsticks and looked at the monkey. Caesar continued, in the eyes of the shepherds, the world is just a flock of sheep, and you, are not worth their attention. When your civilization reaches a certain level, they will feel that this planet is mature. That's when it's time to harvest. Do you understand? For a while, everyone was silent. Finally, Su Qingxi suddenly said, oh, then, is anyone going to eat such a big sheep? Everyone couldn't help laughing. But Caesar suddenly became serious, the lady is right, there are certainly people who enjoy yin yang. For example, my former world has long been made into a delicacy and devoured by some existence. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned and looked at the monkey in front of them. Waiting for the next step. The shepherd's classification of the strong. Planetary level, 1 million or more. Stellar level, 500W and above. Superstar, 800W and above. Galaxy level, 1000W or more. Eternal level, 2000W or more. Chapter 105 Gift. The idea of cosmic visualization.
Caesar paused, lowered his head and took a mouthful of noodles. Li Xiu raised his hand, picked up a cup of coffee, and took a sip.
Okay, don't scare them. What kind of thing can feed on a world? I don't know either. I just know it exists.
Caesar grinned, but my world has been devoured.
It's true. Everyone snorted.
You're telling me you're alarmist here, even though you don't know anything about it yourself.
That's right.
Maybe your world has developed to a certain point and it exploded naturally.
Monkey shook his head. What I said is true.
Every one of us in the resistance knows that such a thing exists.
Li Xiu interrupted him. Resistance army? You don't even know what you're resisting? Bah! Of course we know.
We're resisting the herders, also known as the superior race.
Planets marked by them will be devoured by some kind of existence. This is a recognized fact among us, so our enemy is the herders.
Li Xiu pondered for a moment. This statement clarified some of his doubts.
Shepherding the heavens, serving the existence behind them? And you are the herders' enemies? Caesar nodded. Holy crap.
As expected of an eternal level expert, his words are so profound and unfathomable.
Yes, we are the enemies of the herders. Everyone was silent.
Gao Ningyun lowered his head in thought. Li Xiu looked up into the deep sky. The three friends lowered their heads and ate their food.
Eat more. You're talking like the world is ending. Really?
If that day ever comes, we have Li Xiu to support us, so what are we afraid of?
I wonder if Li Xiu can handle it.
Su Hangyuan suddenly slammed the table.
Damn it. What are you thinking? Li Xiu all the time. Aren't we his brothers? Can't you help him? I'm going to work harder. I'm going to find a way to make money when I get back. I'm going to practice like crazy. Lin Yu and Huang Yuan nodded and said, okay. We have to work hard too. Try our best.
Li Xiu smiled and said, if such a day ever comes in this world, we humans will not sit idly by and wait for death.
Caesar nodded. Don't worry too much. The family that rules this star region is one of the weaker families among the herders.
They've been caught up in civil strife for the past 100 years.
Your planet is a border area, so no one is currently managing it.
Li Xiu asked in confusion. That being said, how did you get captured?
And by the natives you mentioned?
Caesar bared his teeth. This is my shame.
Damn it.
As a scout, I was targeted by the shepherds, and I escaped to your world with severe injuries. I was eventually caught by the Vatican, and they found anesthetics on me.
Continuing to give me injections is hindering my recovery.
Li Xiu pondered for a moment, but how do these people from the Holy See know how to use your equipment?
They possess the divine emblem.
The shepherd family uses faith to control a native in a world with weaker control, using the divine emblem to increase their power and communicate with them. At the instigation of the herders, I was controlled like this for 13 years. He ate a spoonful of blue cheese relentlessly, causing Li Xiu to seal his nose with his qi and blood.
Can't stand the smell.
Caesar continued, however, no matter what, there must be problems within the herders.
It's obvious from the fact that they haven't sent anyone to capture me. Li Xiu nodded. Caesar was sweating profusely while eating.
I haven't had such a good time in a long time. Then he took out 4 things that looked like computer chips from a small pocket on his clothes. With a little subspace technology, our combat suits can store more things. These 4 are the cultivation methods of the resistance army. This is a great thing, 10 light years ahead of your world. Li Xiu stared at the chip.
The system automatically analyzes.
The cosmic visualization method, a high-level cultivation method from a superior race, is considered a relatively balanced high-level cultivation method.
Li Xiu took it and said, great, can we give it to all of them?
No, this is a one-way transfer chip. One chip can be transferred to one intelligent creature.
Caesar said.
Li Xiu gave Gao Ningyun a copy as expected.
As for the others,
Lillian is a dragon and relies on her bloodline, so she doesn't need any skills.
Su Qingxi refused, saying she didn't like fighting. Gao Shuiduo and Lin Fian also shook their heads and refused.
They had the support of their families and were unwilling to accept things of unknown origin.
To be honest, they didn't quite believe what this monkey was.
And Li Xiu had no plans to give it to them anyway. So, he glanced at Huang Yuan and Lin Yu.
I want it.
Lin Yu said, even if there's any danger, I don't care. Now that you're up, the monkey has the power of the devil.
I don't want to hold everyone back in the future.
Huang Yuan stood up and pushed his thick glasses. Although we are happy that our brothers have grown, I can't stand it if I keep holding them back. Li Xiu directly handed over 2 chips. Then there was one left, and he casually put it into the system space.
Caesar put down his knife and fork and glanced at Li Xiu. Thank you for your hospitality. I have to leave now.
The future lies in deep space.
Perhaps we will meet again.
Li Xiu frowned slightly. How about going to our Dragon Dynasty to play for a few days?
Caesar shook his head.
No, I will never forget the day my home was destroyed.
Every day I live has only one purpose. That's revenge.
Although we cannot empathize with you for the time being, if everything is really as you said, your fight is worthy of respect.
Li Xiu said. Caesar suddenly changed the subject. If that's the case, would you join the resistance? Fight for countless worlds?
Li Xiu laughed. Ha, so this is your purpose.
I can tell you, I can't empathize with you. I'm not interested in being a savior or anything like that. Caesar said regretfully, I understand.
I hope this world never has to face the shepherd.
Then he saluted. He gently pressed the button on his combat suit. Countless liquid metals flowed, and the texture of the entire combat uniform began to resemble armor. Finally, cover the entire face. It looks a bit sci-fi. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Holy crap! Liquid mecha? Such advanced technology.
If only I could research it for a few years.
Caesar waved to the crowd. The next moment, it soared into the sky. It quickly turned into a black dot.
Li Xiu sat down again.
Gao Ningyun said calmly, Do you really believe this monkey?
Li Xiu nodded. Whether I believe it or not, the cultivation method he gave me is real.
Everything else is unimportant. The war in the universe has nothing to do with us for now, so why worry about it?
After saying that, he closed his eyes. The conversation just now seemed to be fine, but he always felt that something was not right.
Forget it, don't think about it anymore. It has little to do with us for the time being anyway. Chapter 106 Visualizing the entire galaxy. The pace of life in small Italian towns is really slow.
Of course, after being busy for most of the day, everyone watched the sunset in the town and walked on the soft grass.
Li Xiu was embraced by Gao Ningyun. Li Xiu.
So be careful when dating your older sister, because sometimes they will subconsciously express their feelings in a motherly way.
Just like now.
The boy in the sunset was pulled into his sister's arms and cared for.
He.
Li Xiu turned around and straightened her out. Woman, don't challenge my bottom line.
Although there is some male chauvinism, it is not much.
On the gentle slope in the distance,
Su Qingxi used the 10x camera on her phone to zoom in. He.
Interesting, it's really fun to watch other people fall in love. Gao Shuiduo showed an evil smile and whispered in Su Qingxi's ear, Professor, you are not the kind of woman who likes her best friend's man, right?
Others' men are the best. My best friend's man is mine, no way. Su Qingxi groaned, how could that be? I'm just a considerate and good friend. Gao Shuiduo moved closer and asked suspiciously, oh? Really? On the gentle slope further away.
Su Hangyuan scratched the corner of his head and put his head close to Lin Yu. Please scratch it for me, this place is itchy.
Fuck. Wash it off. It's disgusting. Lin Yu said. Dorm head, help me. Get out.
Suddenly, a figure came over and said, I'll help you.
Su Hangyuan's mouth gradually opened wide. You are not kidding, right?
The person who came was Lin Fian.
She sat down next to Su Hangyuan and said, yeah, forget it. Yes. I want it. I want it badly. This scene stunned the two roommates.
Lin Yu and Huang Yuan looked at each other.
Becoming stronger is the best filter for a man. The two of them took out the chips in unison. It's time to transform, brother. Lin Yu said. That's right. The heavy responsibility of saving the world has finally fallen on us. Huang Yuan said. Bring it on.
The two took out the chips.
How do you use it? You don't know? Why didn't you ask before they left? You didn't ask, then? Fuck.
The two men attached the chips to their foreheads and tucked them under their armpits. Almost took off his pants.
Li Xiu, who was far away, finally couldn't stand it anymore. His brother was an idiot, and he had no face to blame. I'm afraid these two will penetrate each other's anus later. A chrysanthemum transformation. System: how to use this chip. Although his system is high-end, it can generally answer some small questions. Hold it in your mouth. Li Xiu said oh and then waved to his two roommates. Wait until the two people come closer. You can comprehend the technique by holding the chip in your mouth. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. I told you it wouldn't be that hard. Just put it in your mouth. Bah! You were just arguing with me about whether to try it with your mouth first or with your butt first. Huang Yuan didn't give him any face at all. Li Xiu and Gao Ningyun were both silent. Gao Ningyun also took out his chip. Then the three of them put the chips in their mouths, and a tingling sensation flashed through them. Oh hoo hoo. The three of them immediately sat down in the same posture. Seems to be understanding something. This stuff from the resistance army is quite interesting. Li Xiu simply lay on the lawn, staring at the sky in a daze. In deep space, the stars emit a faint light, and the darkness around is enough to make people lose their sense of direction. Caesar found a place and turned on his portable communication device. Waited for a long time. In the darkness in the distance, a huge black palace appeared in the deep space. Several figures came towards him like lightning. They were three strong men wearing black combat uniforms. Master Caesar. It's really Master Caesar. Where have you been all these years? Caesar said to his subordinates through the communicator, I was imprisoned on a remote planet, but fortunately I escaped unharmed. How are my two brothers fighting now? A subordinate immediately replied, your two brothers are still fighting. Due to your disappearance, everyone in the family believes you are dead. That's why our forces have managed to survive. Caesar's eyes flashed coldly. My good brother imprisoned me on the native planet. They thought that after they dealt with another one, they could come and deal with me. What a dream! Suddenly his eyes changed. In the distant deep space, a huge spaceship appeared. Oh no! Master! This is your brother's battleship. Caesar's eyes flashed with coldness. So what? Now that I'm back, let's make this battlefield bigger. I am the shepherd. The true heir of the Carroll family. Late night in Italy. Li Xiu and others were still waiting on the lawn. Lillian yawned. They won't be meditating all night, will they? Let's go to the hotel and leave them alone. Li Xiu raised his hand and placed it on her shoulder. Okay, wait a minute. A gentle breeze blew by. The three of them opened their eyes at the same time. A star behind Lin Yu emits eternal light. Behind Huang Yuan, a planet was spinning non-stop. And behind Gao Ningyun. Boom! Behind her is everything. Stars, planets, the entire galaxy. Even countless comets. Li Xiu was stunned. Visualization method: the larger the universe you can visualize, the stronger your talent will be. Gao Ningyun actually observed the entire Milky Way. The others looked at Li Xiu. In other words, Professor Gao has the best talent, right? Su Qingxi asked. Gao Shuiduo echoed, needless to say, my aunt's talent is much more amazing than the other two. Li Xiu suddenly said, everyone, take 2 steps back. The next moment, boom! Fluctuations of qi and blood erupted from the three of them. Then it slowly returned to calm. Li Xiu smiled, that's good now. You two don't have to feel inferior anymore. Your qi and blood instantly broke through to over 1,000. How do you feel? Lin Yu and Huang Yuan were so excited that they were speechless. Finally, we're not goblins anymore. That's right. This technique is incredible. Sooner or later, we too will be able to become super god-level warriors. Gao Ningyun was much calmer. I have broken through 5,000 qi and blood. She glanced at Li Xiu. The latter pulled her into his arms. He naturally knew what this woman had been worried about, even though she didn't act coquettishly or make trouble. But there are many things hidden in my heart. For example, one day in the future, the gap between me and Li Xiu will be too big. And get old early. She had actually thought about it a long time ago, and if this was true, she was ready to leave Li Xiu early. She didn't want Li Xiu to see her aging. But at this moment, the stone was finally put down a little. Chapter 107: Returning to China. The Principal's Banquet. Li Xiu frowned slightly.
if observing phenomena and visions can represent talent.
So, what exactly is my talent?
Li Xiu took out the remaining chip and put it in his mouth.
A tingling sensation like an electric current spread throughout the body. Buzz.
Everything in front of me was receding madly. The brilliant starry sky appeared before my eyes, and the endless galaxy flowed around me. At this moment, Li Xiu was like a giant.
Countless stars surround it.
However, the next moment, he found that when he raised his hands, his palms were a huge heart of perseverance.
The 5 fingers are like planets and planetary belts surrounding a star.
His eyes are 2 nebulae. He was surprised to find that in such a faraway place, there was a cosmic giant like him.
There are 6 in total. Buzz.
The next moment, consciousness returned to the body. Everything in front of him became clear again, and he saw that all his companions had dull eyes.
That night, stars descended and planets orbited over the entire Italian sky. Countless nebulae are constantly moving. Global media rushed to report on it, calling it a miracle.
When Li Xiu saw the news, they were already on their way back home. Italy announced that it has a super god-level warrior.
Combined with the previous visions, Italy may begin to make efforts to improve its international status?
Li Xiu frowned slightly. Gao Ningyun smiled. People always like to flatter themselves, even though it clearly has nothing to do with them.
However, your talent is truly terrifying. With our cosmic observation method, even if we break through the sky, we will only see a galaxy. You encompass the entire universe. Huang Yuan and Lin Yu also immediately complimented.
Big Brother is worthy of being the Big Brother.
He is awesome. Our shadow god is invincible.
Li Xiu didn't think too much about it. He took a sip of the coffee provided on the plane and said, "This technique is very complex.
Let's all practice well when we get back."
After looting the holy city this time, they obtained too many resources, so Uncle Chen and his mecha can continue to repair it.
Gao Ningyun's mecha can also be designed and constructed.
As for these 3 brothers, he glanced at Su Hangyuan, who was lowering his head and letting Lin Fian play with the little horns on his head.
A dark line flashed across his face.
Never mind, they are still young, there is no rush. Now in the system space, there is a lot of gold from the Holy See and various warriors' magical weapons.
These are worth a lot of money when sold.
In addition, the gene chains harvested from the secret realm can also make a lot of money by putting them on the trading market. Correspondingly, the prize money of the competition is not worth mentioning.
Gao Shuiduo suddenly squeezed in between the two of them. "Aunt, uncle, what are you talking about?" Feeling the girls approaching him intentionally or unintentionally.
Li Xiu shook his head helplessly. Since there was still time, he simply practiced the cosmic observation method. In my mind, the weather of the entire universe began to appear.
Based on the original image of the cosmic giant, start your visualization from your palms.
The blood in the body circulates on its own. A supernova shadow was slowly rotating on his palm, and Li Xiu could clearly feel it.
My own body is undergoing a transformation.
If your chi and blood still have room to grow, then during this body tempering process, his energy and blood will also increase wildly, but he has already reached his limit.
Now it is just a simple body tempering.
However, with this technique, Gao Ningyun and his brother's cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. You must know that Brother Caesar has 1,000,000 energy and blood.
Is this planet just a remote place in this deep space? It seems to be true.
Li Xiu said to himself.
The sun and the moon rotate. A day and a night passed.
The royal plane returned to the skies above Dragon Dynasty.
Lintian City Airport. Governor Shenanren was already waiting. "Thank you all for your hard work. Your Majesty, the God of Shadow. Shenanren likes to wear professional attire." Smile official. Li Xiu yawned, "Good morning," and ran. What a grand ceremony. In the distance, there were teams of Tianyu army and female officers holding bouquets.
This is the basic respect we give to winners and those who bring glory to our country.
For a time, major media outlets also rushed to report on it.
Li Xiu has no interest in these things.
Let Gao Ningyun accept the interview on his behalf. Deal with the media. Everyone returns to school.
Li Xiu buried his head in the quilt and cried out in comfort, "Who knows the value of this?
It's so comfortable."
Gao Ningyun opened the curtains, and her fair skin gleamed in the sunlight. Li Xiu stood up and said, "I'm going to sleep for a while."
"Don't wake me until the sky falls." Gao Ningyun turned around and went to the closet to get his sportswear and water cup. Then leave the room. Languo University has a special training room.
But it is charged 50 yuan per hour.
Gao Ningyun opened one, which might be a little expensive for students. But to her, it doesn't matter. The purpose of the exercise room is to practice in a closed environment, and the quiet environment can help people calm down.
In the process of learning martial arts, it is equally important to cultivate the mind. Plus a variety of combat mechanical puppets.
AI will also automatically determine your shortcomings. As soon as Gao Ningyun entered, a holographic AI assistant appeared. Hello, I am your AI training manager. Please select the mode. Actual combat? Or a meditation practice? Actual combat. Okay. I detected your cultivation level is 5,301 Qi and HP. I'm matching you with an opponent. Buzz buzz buzz.
2 training robots popped out from the passage in the corner of the training ground.
The AI's voice continued, happy training. I hope you will train robots to be as skilled as you. Fight to your heart's content. The next moment, Gao Ningyun's expression became serious and blood surged throughout his body. Long flowing hair. He took a step forward and headed towards the training robot. Buzz buzz buzz.
Li Xiu was woken up by the vibration of his cell phone and saw it was Su Hangyuan.
Su Hangyuan, brother, why don't you sleep? The school has arranged a celebration banquet tonight. Please treat us to a meal. Li Xiu noticed that it was dark outside and it was indeed late. So I got up, tidied myself up briefly, and went outside the dormitory. When I reached the stairs, I saw Su Qingxi lying on the ground. What are you doing? Xiao Xiu, I'm tying my shoelaces. Su Qingxi squatted on the ground, her figure faintly visible between her loose short sleeves. Li Xiu. You have to wear a bow? Yeah, the butterfly is so cute. Su Qingxi had no idea that she had been exposed. Li Xiu walked forward wordlessly and passed by her. Soon, she caught up with small steps. The school is treating us to dinner tonight, and the principal will be there too. Li Xiu nodded. The two came to the dormitory door. Meet up with 3 roommates. A group of people walked on the tree-lined road, and a cool breeze blew from the artificial lake on campus in the distance. Li Xiu and Gao Ningyun were talking on the phone. What? You're still at the training ground. Just go over there. The principal will treat you to dinner tonight. It's okay. It's okay if you wear sportswear. The school banquet is held on the top floor of the cafeteria, in the school banquet hall. This banquet hall is quite large and the chefs are all hired from big restaurants. Li Xiu and his companions arrived at the cafeteria entrance. Several others have already arrived. Ying Yi, Gao Shuiduo, Lin Fian, all the participants of this conference are present. Lillian sat on the steps, yawning. Li Xiu. You're too slow. Chapter 108 I am the best in the world. You feed me squid? Li Xiu glanced at Lillian. Ever since this little dragon grew fat. Her appearance also became more solid. Wait for Gao Ningyun, she should be here soon. Li Xiu said. After a while, Gao Ningyun was wearing a sports suit. A pair of white shoes. Young woman doing morning exercises. The sense of sight. Li Xiu yawned, let's go. Gao Ningyun was breathing slightly, and it was obvious that she had run all the way. Li Xiu suddenly noticed her change. Qi and blood, 5,702. In just one afternoon, the qi and blood increased by more than 300? It's worthy of being the martial arts technique obtained from Monkey King. It is indeed much stronger than the existing martial arts. It would be great if I could teach it to others. Li Xiu pondered. I wonder if I can teach others in the traditional way through my personal understanding of the exercises? While daydreaming, everyone came to the lobby on the top floor of the cafeteria. In the lobby, there are already quite a few people. Politicians, celebrities, school leaders, and even more active students in the school. The founder of some associations. He even saw the star student from the Medical Warrior University next door. A girl whose stage name is Puff. She looked over and said, "Congratulations to Shadow God for securing his spot as the world's #1. Li Xiu shook his head, it's just that others are too weak. Puff. Puff smiled, I thought you would be humble. Excessive modesty is just pretense. Li Xiu took Gao Ningyun towards the center of the banquet.
If I had known to eat at a buffet, I would have eaten less on the plane.
Li Xiu muttered. In the center of the lobby, there are mountains of delicious food.
4 figures cheered and rushed towards the food table. Lillian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, picking up the plates and piling them up like crazy. Su Hangyuan, who had devil horns, and his other 2 brothers were not much better off. Gradually, the 4 people's plates piled high with food attracted a lot of people's attention. A little further away, a young boy in a Taoist robe smiled disdainfully. He had a scar on his forehead, and despite wearing the robe, he looked a bit aggressive. Next to him stood a young nun who looked quite young, with red lips and white teeth. The 2 people's looks also caused some discussion.
There are new disciples of Buddhism and Taoism.
It is said that their strength should not be underestimated despite their young age.
Wow! Is this true?
Don't worry, we have the shadow god in our school.
Even the most amazing genius will pale in comparison. The Taoist snorted coldly, humph. What a foul smell. What a shadow god.
He's nothing in front of my master. The little nun covered her mouth and laughed. You also know that our master will never come into the world, so we can only let him pretend. At this time, Principal Lin Aihua brought Li Xiu towards here. Let me introduce Shadow God to the one who walks upside down, Thunderchild. That little girl is a walker at Nanshan Temple, Wu Yu.
Li Xiu glanced at the 2 of them. Lei Tingzi, 13,590. Wu Yu, 14,279.
Li Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly.
He looked like a college student, but his energy and blood were so exaggerated.
Wu Yu smiled playfully and put his hands together, meeting the Shadow God pillar.
Lei Tingzi just nodded slightly. Li Xiu didn't mind. Well, hello both of you.
The looks of these 2 people are quite friendly, and they look like they came out of a costume drama. Lin Aihua covered her mouth and laughed. Buddhism and Taoism have always been mysterious.
Apart from the 2 of you walking around, they usually don't appear in the world. But the once-in-a-decade Buddhist and Taoist discussion ceremony is coming soon.
It's such a grand occasion, and Shadow God will definitely participate. Li Xiu frowned slightly when he heard this.
What does the Buddhist and Taoist affairs have to do with me?
It really has nothing to do with you. Lei Tingzi said arrogantly, this is our grand event. I don't know what's wrong with Master, but he insisted on inviting you. As for you divine pillars, any uncle in our Taoist temple is stronger than you.
Li Xiu smiled faintly upon hearing this. Okay, fine. Better than me, alright.
The noise here gradually attracted the attention of others. Besides, Li Xiu was the focus of the whole audience.
Lei Tingzi felt even more disdainful when he heard Li Xiu's tone.
After all, it was his first time leaving the Taoist temple. He had no idea of Li Xiu's strength, but in his eyes he was just a powerful divine pillar.
At most, their cultivation level is that of their uncles and aunts. Why, now you know. We are the Da Xuangwen. We are the strongest. This time, Buddhism and Taoism will have a debate. We are sure to win. Li Xiu clapped his hands. Okay, you're right, awesome.
Under Li Xiu's constant perfunctory response.
Are you just trying to be polite to me? Veins popped out on Lei Tingzi's head.
In the distance, Li Xiu's 3 friends were already walking over, dragging a mountain of food. Our shadow god is willing to give you a perfunctory treatment.
It's the blessing of your 8 generations of ancestors. Smoke is rising.
Ever since Su Hangyuan was infected with the devil's gene, his hostility has become more and more serious.
Huang Yuan also said, that's right. Our shadow god didn't slap you to death. He was just in a good mood today.
Lei Tingzi's face suddenly turned red with anger, and his 5 fingers instantly stretched straight.
Surrounded by lightning.
A string of lightning and fire covered his body from his 5 fingers.
9 thunderous calls. 1 call. Snap.
There was a sound of thunder bursting out of him. He appeared in front of Li Xiu in an instant, raised his hand and clenched his fist.
Qi and blood condense into thunder. I want to see how strong you are. Bang. 1 finger. Uproar. The whole audience was in an uproar. Li Xiu just held up 1 finger quietly. Lei Tingzi's fist hit the finger.
The fingers remained motionless.
The lightning didn't affect Li Xiu at all. Holy crap. Walking upside down.
I punched with all my strength and couldn't even move a finger.
This is outrageous. Look at the divine pillar. He's still yawning. Ah, sorry, travel syndrome.
Li Xiu yawned, I just came back from abroad and I'm jet lagged.
He raised his eyes slightly. Boy, your fist is too soft. Lei Tingzi's face changed drastically. I am the world that only a Taoist temple can see once in 100 years. My first time down the mountain is going to be a Waterloo? Damn it.
The next moment, he felt his neck tighten.
Something slid down my throat. Wet.
Li Xiu pinched his neck with one hand and grabbed the whole deep-sea squid from the plate in Su Hongyuan's hand with the other hand.
Crazy stuff. Woo fuck. Tears rolled down Lei Tingzi's eyes. Crying. Young people are full of energy. I'll treat you to some giant squid to cool off. You didn't even consider your own weight when you started fighting? Are you just sitting there in the mountains and acting like a fool?
Li Xiu stuffed a whole giant squid into his mouth.
Just throw the kid away. Boom.
He lay on the ground with his belly bulging.
Mother and child are safe. In an instant, many people gathered around and took photos frantically.
The little nun Wu Yu squatted on the ground, looking at Lei Tingzi in front of her, covering her mouth.
Oh, who said he could beat 10 people down the mountain? His big belly is so cute. She reached out and poked. Lei Tingzi.
Li Xiu has returned to Gao Ningyun's side. The latter took a small piece of cake, took a bite, and the thick white paste filled his mouth.
Aren't you being too harsh? He's still a child after all.
Li Xiu shook his head.
Young people won't become anything without some experience and hard work. Look at the way you eat.
He pulled the woman into his arms and bit her head on.
It is called wiping your mouth. Chapter 109S level. High-level demon servant gene chain.
The two were kissing passionately.
A little further away. Gao Shuiduo snorted coldly. Su Qingxi's face flushed.
Ying Yi was chatting and laughing with a politician, and was immediately distracted when he saw her.
Lin Aihua smiled faintly and said, It's great to be young.
You can do whatever you want regardless of the occasion. Only then did Li Xiu let go of Gao Ningyun. The latter gasped and reached out to take a plate of cake. He patted his chest.
Oops. I was so careless. Li Xiu.
He naturally refused the facial cleanser and just brought some napkins and asked her to clean herself.
The sweet little actions of the two naturally caught the attention of many people. Over time,
there were also politicians and high-level officials who met with Li Xiu, and Li Xiu took the opportunity to talk to Lin Aihua about what he saw and heard in the holy city.
Divine emblem? Shepherd?
Lin Aihua frowned slightly.
If someone else said that, I might think they were joking. But that's exactly what you said.
Lin Aihua became serious, which means that the Holy See has always been related to the shepherds.
But these herders really exist, why have they never appeared?
Li Xiu shook his head.
You don't understand.
The herders only want this world and don't care about us.
So why would they appear in our field of vision?
As for the Holy See, it is nothing more than a watchdog and a sheepdog.
As long as we don't get out of control, the herders will leave us alone. Do you even look closely at the frosting on your bread? That's the truth.
After hearing what Li Xiu said, Lin Aihua's mood became much worse. Alas, Li Xiu, it seems I have to work overtime to write the report tonight.
Ying Yi is going abroad with me.
With her testimony, the parliament shouldn't be a problem.
Li Xiu said. All right.
Lin Aihua frowned. We in Long Dynasty can only step up our armaments as soon as possible to deal with potential troubles. Li Xiu glanced at her, wanting to say something but stopping himself. In the future, if the shepherd really paid attention to this world,
what else can you do besides yourself?
But he didn't intend to say this, because even ants have the potential to create miracles.
The banquet continued around 8 o'clock.
The show began to disperse.
Go home. On campus at night. Gao Ningyun walked ahead alone with his hands in the pockets of his sweatshirt.
The moonlight fell on her shoulders.
She suddenly turned around and said, walking so slowly, Don't you want to go home? Go home?
Li Xiu smiled. He rushed forward and picked her up by the waist.
Rampage on campus.
The three friends who were a little further away were watching this scene.
Don't these two treat us as human beings? Are single people not human beings? And they're still chasing us and feeding us dog food? What else can I say? I'll practice hard when I get back. Once I'm strong enough, I can get close to the female professor. Oh, the female professor is so nice. What else?
Mature, beautiful, and not clingy.
Really nice. The moonlight is slightly cool. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Gao Ningyun went to work early. Li Xiu slept in. Finally, I've recovered. I picked up my phone and replied to the messages from my 3 roommates. Then he glanced at the time. Then he got up and left. I'm going to the free trade market today.
With the development of warrior culture, the flesh and blood or rare parts of exotic beasts can be traded. Various gene chains and warriors' magic weapons will also be sold in the trading market.
Leave school and take a bus to the free market. The free market occupies a large area and its style is similar to the bird's nest in Blue Star. The market is bustling with people coming and going. There were also warriors in security uniforms at the door to provide basic protection for the venue.
However, in a place like this with the support of the military, generally no one dares to cause trouble. As soon as Li Xiu stepped forward, many people came forward to sell various warrior potions. After all, in the eyes of these vendors, college students like Li Xiu are the easiest to cheat.
Moreover, the formula of warrior potions is no secret. The only difference between the production of different companies is the concentration.
Anyway, after these customers buy it, they 1T come back if the effect is not good.
Sir, please give me some of the finest muscle strengthening potion.
Handsome guy, the Qi and Blood Rage potion not only increases Qi and blood, but also increases your combat power.
Li Xiu avoided these businessmen. Come inside the venue. What comes into view are 2 huge logistics robots carrying goods. Hey! Watch out, young man. Our robot legs don't have eyes.
Li Xiu made a detour and continued forward. Along the way, there were many shops selling mechanical parts, and the prices were indeed much more expensive than what he had bought on the black market last time. His goal today was to sell a batch of gene chains, so he needed a more reliable partner.
All the way to the deepest part. It was a shop with an exceptionally large area. It bears the royal emblem. Li Xiu strode in. Immediately, a waiter came forward and asked, "Hello, sir, how can I help you?"
Well, I have a batch of goods to sell and need a quiet place to price them. The service staff were all experienced people, and at first glance, Li Xiu looked like a student.
Could it be that he is here to sell a D-level gene chain? And we even prepare a separate room for you?
But sir, private rooms are usually only needed for large orders.
If it's ordinary goods, can you take it out and let me see it?
Just then, exclamations broke out from the crowd in the distance.
Holy crap! It's actually a complete gene chain of an A-rank 3-headed black bull. Awesome!
Exactly, as expected of young Master Su, his moves are truly extraordinary.
A complete A-grade gene chain would sell for $1 million, right?
At this time, a middle-aged man walked down the hallway and said, "Young master, why don't you follow me to the private room so I can set the price for you?"
The man said arrogantly, "Okay."
At this moment, Li Xiu said to the waiter in front of him, "My deal is very large, you can't make the decision. What's more, I have many S-level gene chains."
"Are you sure you can set the price?" Wow!
This sentence instantly attracted the attention of the crowd.
What S-level gene chain did that person mention?
But he looks like a college student.
Is he really S-rank? You're not just bragging, are you?
The young master surnamed Su looked up at Li Xiu and said, "This guy looks very friendly.
Could he be a descendant of a wealthy family?" Li Xiu's existence is no secret. But not many people have seen him in person.
Therefore, these people may know the existence of Shadow God, but it is difficult for them to connect it with the college students in front of them. Li Xiu was slightly dissatisfied at this time. "Forget it, if you don't want it, I'll try somewhere else."
The middle-aged man immediately said, "Wait a minute.
Squire, I'm the manager of this shop.
You said you have an S-level gene chain. Then perhaps I am the only one who can help you identify and estimate the price.
If you go to other small shops, you will probably have to wait even longer."
He walked slowly towards Li Xiu.
In his opinion, Li Xiu might really have an S-level gene chain.
This kind of business cannot be given away.
Under everyone's gaze, Li Xiu took out a transparent spinal cord emitting a black aura from the system space.
S-rank beast. The gene chain of a high-level demon servant. Chapter 110. She is the boss and I am the girl? Uproar. The crowd was in an uproar. It's actually an S-level gene chain. This young man must be from a prominent family. Could he be from a wealthy family? That's right. An S-level gene chain will be fiercely sought after. It's not a problem to sell it for hundreds of thousands. It's even possible that if you meet the right buyer, they'll be willing to spend millions. What are you talking about? An S-level gene chain. I just met a friend who bought one for his son. He spent over 1,000,000 yuan and wants to buy 8 more. They're still in short supply. The middle-aged man looked directly at the spinal cord in Li Xiu's hand. This is S-grade, and it's also a demonic type. The demonic gene chain basically comes from the eagle country. I didn't expect you to have an S-grade demonic gene. Li Xiu shook his head, not one. He flipped his hand and took out 8 more demon gene chains. This scene made the middle-aged man open his mouth wide. The crowd was completely excited. Holy crap! It's a complete S rank. Awesome. This person must be extraordinary. The young master's surname Su's face changed, and he immediately stepped forward and said, "Sir, I'll pay you 5 million. Can you sell me the gene chain?" The middle-aged store manager's face darkened. Stealing my business in front of me? Student, the prices we offer are definitely more considerate. We have the royal family to back us up, so we have more guarantees. The young master of the Su family immediately became angry. Manager, what are you implying? Do I look like a poor person? Li Xiu suddenly shook his head and said, "Everyone, I'm not afraid that you won't pay me. You can't afford the consequences of taking my things without paying me." Boom! He released a little bit of his energy and blood, and all the glass in the store was shattered. The terrifying energy and blood caused the entire venue to shake. Several masters of the Tianyu army appeared outside the store in an instant. He looked at Li Xiu in surprise. The next moment, they all saluted. Meet the Shadow God Pillar. Wow! No wonder such a young boy can come up with a complete set of S-level gene chains. It's the Shadow God Pillar. Holy crap! What else can I say? Only the Shadow God Pillar has this kind of strength. The young master of the Su family was so scared that he sat down on the ground. It's actually the Shadow God Pillar. The middle-aged store manager smiled and invited, so it's Shadow God Pillar who has come to visit. It brings honor to our humble store. Please come in. Li Xiu nodded slightly. Follow the store manager into the private room. Luxurious decoration style, with exquisite tea and snacks. A waitress with bright eyes and white teeth. Feeling Li Xiu's gaze, the waiter immediately looked shy. The middle-aged store manager coughed and said, "You guys go out and wait." Li Xiu. The two sat down. The store manager smiled broadly and poured Li Xiu some water himself. "I'm the head of this royal store. My last name is Ho. You can just call me Little Ho. Manager Ho." Li Xiu nodded slightly. The store manager was very pleased with this slightly respectful address and immediately became more enthusiastic. It's not like he hasn't received strong people before, but it's rare to see a strong person who respects ordinary people like them so much. I wonder if Shadow God has anything else to sell besides that S-level demon gene chain? Li Xiu glanced at him and said, "Except for the SSS level gene chain, I have all the other gene chains, and they are all demonic." What? They are all demons? Have you looted the Eagle Country's gene bank? Manager Ho immediately smiled awkwardly when he realized that he had lost his composure. Li Xiu smiled faintly, "Not really, I just cleared their SSS level secret realm, the 10th level of purgatory." Manager Ho was stunned. The Eagle Country had always regarded the SSS level secret realm with the Demon Clan as its own backyard. Warriors from other countries are generally not allowed to enter, which shows that the Shadow God is powerful enough to be respected by the whole world. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his cheek and said, "If the quantity is not particularly large, I can estimate the price on the spot." Li Xiu raised his hand to interrupt him, "You'd better take a look at the goods first, then say anything." A large number of crystal-clear spinal crystals instantly appeared on the floor of the single room. Densely packed piles of different sizes and colors. There are thousands of them. Oh my god. Manager Ho looked shocked. But that's not all. Li Xiu glanced at him and said, "I still have various treasures I brought back from the Vatican. Can you also give me an estimate of their value?" In the shining light, hundreds of gold bricks appeared on the ground, along with a large number of gold utensils.
Manager Ho was stunned. The Holy See disappeared overnight, and other countries asked the Dragon Dynasty to give an explanation. The Dragon Dynasty officials ignored it, and we thought it had nothing to do with our country.
I didn't expect it to be related to the Divine Pillar?
Li Xiu did not hide it. I was the one who destroyed the Holy See.
Ah.
An ancient religion that had been passed down for nearly 1,000 years.
Was it destroyed?
Manager Ho was stunned.
You are awesome.
Li Xiu took out 100 sets of warrior magic weapons from the system space. These were looted from the Holy See.
They are not of very high quality.
But it should be very valuable. Li Xiu glanced at the dazed Manager Ho and said, "You can ask someone to estimate the value of these.
Just let me know when you have the results."
Manager Ho finally reacted and walked Li Xiu all the way to the store door. He swallowed hard and immediately told the other employees, "Notify our superiors immediately and have them send an appraiser.
We can't neglect the Shadow God's orders."
After giving these instructions, he raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his face and said, "What a surprising man." After leaving the exchange, Li Xiu found that it was still early.
So he texted Gao Ningyun, "Do you have classes this afternoon? Come out and play."
After all, from the time they got their marriage certificate until now, the two of them have never had a proper date. Now that everything has come to an end, it is necessary to relax occasionally. Gao Ningyun replied, "I don't have classes this afternoon, but I have a meeting." Li Xiu felt a little disappointed.
A while later. Gao Ningyun, "Okay, I turned it down. Where are you? I'll pick you up."
Li Xiu was stunned. Why did he feel like a girl and a boss? The key was that he was a girl. After he reported his location, "I found a roadside coffee shop, ordered 2 cups of coffee and sat down to wait."
People a little further away were talking about recent events. The president of Eagle Country is coming to visit soon.
The friendship of various countries towards the Dragon Dynasty is increasing day by day.
And so on.
In addition, he also heard the Buddhist and Taoist conference. It happens once every 10 years and is very mysterious. Li Xiu himself was also invited, but after calculating the date, he was not in a hurry. After a while, a silver gray Doug's new sports car came.
Stopped by the roadside.
The cool scene attracted everyone.
Muscular lines matched with rhythmic sound waves. It attracted everyone's attention.
When the car window was lowered, the beauty of the woman with big wavy golden hair was shocking again.
It was none other than Gao Ningyun. She nodded at Li Xiu.
Li Xiu was just about to stand up. At this time, a man who didn't know whether to live or die stood up first.
Walked towards Gao Ningyun.
Chapter 111. I also want those 1,000 rivers with white waves.
I also want to stand in front of you.
The boy walked to the car and said very gentlemanly, "Hello, beautiful lady, can I send you a private message?
I recently returned from Eagle Country. Don't get me wrong, I'm just looking to expand my local social circle."
He was wearing designer clothes and had a unique confidence. Gao Ningyun smiled and said, "Please move aside.
You are blocking my husband." Husband?
The man thought he had misheard and immediately dodged. When he turned around, he saw Li Xiu with a half smile on his face. Suddenly, a strong sense of frustration arose. Because Li Xiu was wearing a pair of slippers that he bought at the school gate for 10 yuan, and his clothes were also the most ordinary. In the eyes of this kind of man, a girl with Gao Ningyun's ability and beauty can only be married to a man from a wealthy family.
Gao Ningyun glanced at Li Xiu and said, "I'll take you to buy some clothes. You can't always wear the same thing. Don't you have any pocket money? I'll give it to you."
The turtle was defeated until Gao Ningyun drove away in a sports car. He was still standing there in a daze. Until his friends came.
He finally reacted, "Fuck. Why? How could such a rich woman not like me? I would even be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a villa."
In the car, Li Xiu laughed, "Hey, you just said that and it broke their defense."
Gao Ningyun's lips curled up.
These run people, I just can't stand them taking the family's money and living it up abroad with a sense of superiority.
What the hell?
There are actually quite a few people like this. Li Xiu knows that many rich kids seem to no longer be normal people after returning from studying abroad. He likes to look down on people wherever he goes. After a while, the car stopped at a shopping mall. Li Xiu smiled.
"Hey, what? You actually bought me something?" Gao Ningyun nodded.
You transferred over 10 million to me last time, so what if I take you shopping? The two got out of the car, in the eyes of others. The typical atmosphere of a little puppy and a rich woman. Gao Ningyun, in particular, changed into branded clothes and shoes specifically for going out. Coupled with her excellent aura, she gives people a sense of extraordinary momentum from a distance.
Walking in the mall. Gao Ningyun pulled his wrist very naturally. The intimacy between the two is also the envy of others.
This kind of regular shopping mall, in addition to warrior supply stores, also sells other goods, such as clothing of various brands, watches, and fashion items.
Gao Ningyun took Li Xiu to a fashionable clothing store for young men. She looks like she has all the energy. The surrounding shop assistants were shocked.
It's obvious that she is a young lady from a wealthy family, and she is here shopping with her male lover.
They are all so enthusiastic.
She would glance at Li Xiu's lower body from time to time, secretly suspecting that this boy had some special talent.
Gao Ningyun pointed at a few pieces of clothing and said, "I don't want these.
Please pack all the others according to his size." Several shop assistants opened their mouths into an O shape and immediately started to get busy.
Gao Ningyun sat on the sofa, picked up the tea and took a sip.
The shop assistants would occasionally say to Li Xiu, "Your girlfriend loves you so much."
"Is your girlfriend a boss?" Such exclamations. Li Xiu could see that Gao Ningyun also benefited greatly from it.
Li Xiu also cooperated with her and tried his best to satisfy her feminist habits. Li Xiu put the packed clothes directly into the system space.
Then the two of them went to a coffee shop and sat for a while.
Soon Gao Ningyun felt bored and said, "Let's go to the private practice room." Private practice rooms, as the name suggests, were born out of the warrior culture.
A temporary and private training room. As the world develops, many young couples will go to such places to train and fight.
So the two of them went to a private training room.
After paying the deposit, I went in.
This kind of private training room is composed of small cubicles.
As you walk past the doors of many cubicles, you can hear the intense sparring sounds inside. There was even an inexplicable gasping sound.
Li Xiu immediately withdrew his perception. People nowadays are having a lot of fun.
Room No. 5032.
After Gao Ningyun scanned the code, the door opened.
Li Xiu became more serious.
Your qi and blood are improving very quickly, the only thing missing is. Before he could finish his words, his mouth was blocked.
An hour later. Li Xiu turned over and stood up. "Okay, since we have to train, hurry up. I can be your sparring partner."
Gao Ning allowed him to stand up and tie up his long hair.
"You said it."
The next moment, she clenched her fists, and the blood and energy in her body quickly condensed into a straight line.
Whoosh!
He threw a straight punch at Li Xiuzhong's door. More than 5,400 calories of qi and blood condensed into one point has an astonishing explosive power.
The power of this punch is like the waves of a huge river. One wave follows another.
But Li Xiu just raised his hand and stopped the punch that was like an 800-mile wave. Gao Ningyun was not discouraged, as he was the #1 divine pillar in the world.
If I can't easily stop her punch, how can I talk about being the best in the world?
The next moment, she changed the momentum of her fist and came behind Li Xiu, punching him again.
Boom!
A terrifying force of qi and blood instantly burst out from Li Xiu's body.
Buzz! Gao Ningyun's punch was blocked.
Li Xiu suddenly said, "I am using the energy and blood of an ordinary divine pillar to oppress you. You must be able to resist and not yield to this blow."
"Let's try." Boom! The terrifying energy and blood surged like waves. Gao Ningyun's punch was like a bamboo boat going against the current in the raging waves. You can't go up. Can't go down either.
At this moment, she finally felt firsthand what the vast rivers and streams of qi and blood were like. And this level of power. In front of Li Xiu, he was nothing more than a mere slap.
The man in front of me is the true #1 of the human race. It's so easy. Move mountains. Against the river. The earth cracks. The existence of breaking the sky. I always stand behind him, and he will support me even if there are thousands of rivers flowing through my body. Mountains and rivers shattered. He held on. But can I have a day like this? Don't stand behind him. Can you? Stand in front of him.
At this moment, a galaxy appeared behind Gao Ningyun. As the stars turned, her energy and blood began to rise steadily.
Chapter 112. She's angry. Then I'll act out one for you?
Li Xiu naturally noticed this as well.
Was this a sudden epiphany? Then let me stimulate you again.
So he smiled faintly and said, "That's right, Gao Ningyun, your current strength is still too weak."
Boom!
The galaxy behind her was boiling, and the stars and planets inside were spinning wildly. In just a few minutes, her energy and blood rose by more than 1,000. Then it slowly stabilized.
Qi and blood, 6,310.
Li Xiu smiled with satisfaction. This cosmic visualization method is really improving by leaps and bounds. But at this moment, Gao Ningyun suddenly turned around, picked up his clothes from the ground, and said nothing.
Li Xiu frowned slightly. What's wrong with you? Angry?
He stepped forward and put his arm around the other person's shoulders. But he found that the other party shook off his hand.
I'm not qualified. I'm leaving. Gao Ningyun said coldly with his back to Li Xiu.
Li Xiu almost forgot that no matter what kind of world it is, there are some words that women cannot listen to. For example, now, after he said this. Although his purpose was to stimulate her a little.
But unfortunately, she was angry.
Li Xiu originally thought that she would not be angry for more than 2 minutes. But I didn't expect that this woman would have such a bad temper. After going out, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away.
This is a big deal.
Li Xiu looked at the woman who disappeared in front of him and couldn't help but sigh.
Of course, Gao Ningyun didn't go too far. There was a sea-level secret realm not far from the training room. A stable secret realm where I can kill monsters will allow me to grow faster.
Gao Ningyun stepped on the accelerator.
Li Xiu, you bastard. One day I will trample you under my feet.
Gao Ningyun was too proud to hear Li Xiu say such things.
The secret place here has been transformed into a paid hunting ground.
After paying a sum of money, Gao Ningyun walked towards the secret realm. The staff gave her a portable device. Wear on your hand. Used to record the mysterious beasts killed. This stable secret realm was acquired by a private enterprise and transformed into a hunting ground because the strength of the exotic beasts inside the secret realm is not very strong. In addition to training purposes, some small guilds also hunt for profit. After all, it is not very dangerous and the materials obtained can be sold, so overall you can still make a small profit. When she entered the secret realm, a light flickered slightly. Entered the secret realm together. In the secret realm, the figure just now was naturally Li Xiu. He was looking at Gao Ningyun, who was using that vampire kiss to hunt strange beasts. Looking at the system prompts.
Giant beetle, rank, C-class exotic beast, description, have you ever caught a rhinoceros beetle? Do you like a rhinoceros beetle as tall as you?
So you're in such a hurry to come here just to kill monsters and gain health?
Is it really necessary to be so serious? Women are really. Li Xiu followed Gao Ningyun into the secret realm, and he instantly began to perceive. The entire secret realm is at a glance.
Except for other warriors who came in for training. These are the main ones, and the blood and energy values of these beasts are nothing.
Gao Ningyun will not be in any danger, so he is relieved. But he spotted someone he knew.
The 3 people from the Tyrannosaurus Guild that I met at the beginning.
Anyway, Gao Ningyun's hunting will not be dangerous.
Li Xiu's figure flashed.
It appeared thousands of meters away. On the barren plain, 3 members of the Tyrannosaurus Guild are fighting.
Dagon, who acted as a meat shield, held up his iron shield to block the giant beetle's front claws.
After a series of Mars, Aya rushed out from behind the team and swung the dagger in her hand.
The thorn pierced the giant beetle's abdomen, causing green liquid to burst out. Yi Sun stood behind Dagon, continuously throwing out balls of black mist that emitted a foul odor. It can also block the vision of strange beasts.
The cooperation between the 3 made Li Xiu nod secretly.
Finally, the giant beetle slowly fell to the ground. The 3 men quickly cut up the body and dug out the spine.
And cut the carapace.
Peel off the carapace at key locations.
Hanging on Dagon's back.
Li Xiu then stepped out from behind him and said, "You guys are quite professional." The 3 of them immediately responded with a fighting response.
After seeing clearly that it was Li Xiu,
he suddenly showed a look of surprise. Yi Sun was the first to speak. "Li.
Shadow God?"
Li Xiu waved his hand.
"Just call me Li Xiu. How are you guys doing lately?" "It's the same as always. If things aren't going well, I can only work harder," Yi Sun said.
Li Xiu nodded. "The best way is to work hard to improve your qi and blood."
"Oh, By the way, do me a favor.
The three of them looked puzzled.
After a while. That's it to sum it up.
Li Xiu briefly recounted what happened.
Aya smiled, the god pillar also encounters emotional problems?
Da Geng scratched his head and said, I don't understand.
Yi Sun frowned, angry? I always recover from my anger.
Li Xiu covered his face, you guys don't have any good ideas, do you? Aya raised the corner of her mouth.
Only ordinary people worry about girls getting angry. You don't need to.
As long as she feels a sense of crisis, she won't go too far.
Why don't we act one out for her?
Gao Ningyan slowly exhaled and killed another giant beetle. After absorbing some qi and blood from its body. Gao Ningyan slowly exhaled. After a warrior reaches 200 calories of qi and blood, every time a card of qi and blood is increased, the strength increases by 50 kilograms. Now, I can punch out a force of about 300,000 kilograms.
However, Li Xiu is too abnormal. How did he cultivate his terrifying qi and blood? Gao Ningyun complained.
Suddenly, there was a violent shaking sound from the ground.
A giant beetle with a metallic luster crawled out from the ground. What is this? A B-level exotic beast, the carapace kingworm?
As an expert in exotic beasts, Gao Ningyun was naturally familiar with this kind of creature. Just as she was preparing to fight, a team of 3 appeared in the distance.
It was Yi Sun and the other 2.
Yi Sun coughed and said, sorry, we picked this monster first.
Gao Ningyan looked puzzled. Since when did a strange beast have an owner? Aya said sarcastically, I don't think you know who we are. We are the Tyrannosaurus Squad. Shadow God was once a member of our team. Now that you know the relationship, why don't you get out of the way? Gao Ningyun was so angry that he laughed. Is it so great just to know this guy? Oh. Of course it's amazing. Aya continued to pull. We were very close comrades back then.
Gao Ningyan frowned, and her breathing became heavier.
Li Xiu, you bastard. What are you doing outside behind my back?
Yi Sun also suddenly became shy. Li Xiu was really powerful when he was in our team.
Seeing his 2 teammates say this, Da Geng scratched his head and said, it's very powerful. Puff.
The 2 women immediately erupted.
Gao Ningyun's face was full of black lines. No, big guy, how can you be so powerful? Could it be that Li Xiu? Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Why don't you get out of the way? Yi Sun said in a domineering manner.
Gao Ningyun raised the vampire kiss in his hand and said, you are simply courting death. At this time, Li Xiu, the male lead, immediately appeared.
Stop it. We are all family. Li Xiu said righteously, love is the real thing. Gao Ningyun was furious. God is one of us. Chapter 113 What kind of mecha do you want to customize? Li Xiu. Explain yourself clearly. What do you mean by one of our own? How do we define one of our own? Gao Ningyun was furious.
To be honest, after being with Li Xiu, Gao Ningyun rarely gets particularly angry.
Even if I was wronged, I would still say, go away, I wish you happiness. This type.
And her state at this moment is what a normal person should be like. Li Xiu suppressed his laughter.
Seeing that they were almost there, the others immediately started laughing. Yi Sun said, don't get me wrong, we met Shadow God during our internship. We have nothing to do with each other. Xiaoya held the dagger and licked it with her tongue. Of course, if you don't want it, I'm waiting to take over. What a takeover! Li Xiu laughed. This guy is really a dramatic actor.
Gao Ningyun was stunned for a moment, then smiled, okay, I'll give it to you.
Take it. Now she understood that this group of people were working together to mess with her. Xiaoya smiled and walked towards Li Xiu. Okay, I'll take it.
Gao Ningyan suddenly walked over to Li Xiu and took his hand, but unfortunately, he doesn't like you like this.
Xiaoya couldn't hold it back and laughed. Okay, Madam Shadow God, and I know each other, but I don't have any other ideas.
Li Xiu looked into the darkness in the distance. The beetles are coming again, it's time to start brushing them off.
Gao Ningyun raised his head and bit the man. It's so annoying.
Late at night, the 2 left the secret realm. At the service window at the entrance, Gao Ningyun paid more than 6,000 yuan. The materials obtained can almost make a small profit. Li Xiu nodded, so small guilds like the Tyrannosaurus Squad are willing to clear small secret realms like this. For them, as long as they work hard enough, they can still make money.
Gao Ningyun wondered, why don't they try going to the area where exotic beasts gather? There are special hunting missions there, right?
The so-called strange beast gathering areas refer to some places far away from the city. Over the years, some mysterious strange beasts have broken through the human defense. Eventually, they occupied the places where they reproduced, and the official would often issue some cleaning tasks, which was one of the main sources of income for many guilds.
For the Tyrannosaurus Guild, going to the gathering area is too risky.
It is far better to spend some money and venture into these low-level and stable secret realms.
Li Xiu said.
Creatures in stable secret realms generally cannot cross into this world, so low-level stable secret realms become fixed resource points. Many of them have become paid monster spawning sites, and for small guilds, it is also important to avoid casualties.
Gao Ningyun nodded, that's true. The world is unfair. Without money and resources, cultivation stagnates, and the guild can't make any money. It's a vicious cycle.
Li Xiu noticed that Gao Ningyun's cultivation level was improving very rapidly, and it had reached more than 6,500. This is due to the cosmic visualization concept. But the vampire kiss and SSS level genetic skills also contributed greatly. However, if Gao Ningyun had not met me, he would naturally not have been able to possess so many top-level resources. Eventually it became a tool for family marriages. So she was right, the world is unfair. The two of them were not planning to go back to school tonight, but instead returned to Lai's house.
When Chen Wuya appeared in front of them, Li Xiu was shocked. Uncle? Who are you?
Although Chen Wuya in front of him was a one-armed knight, his appearance and temperament had changed a lot. And his energy and blood have already reached the strength of a blade. And the eyes regained their luster and the skin became more youthful. Young master, after you cleared my meridians last time, my chi and blood have now recovered to the blade level.
He looks much younger too. Chen Wuya said loudly. Li Xiu pulled Gao Ningyun into the house. Where's my aunt?
Your aunt is asleep, and the other two little ones also went to bed early.
Li Xiu was not surprised. Uncle, you should go to bed early too. After Chen Wuya left, Li Xiu took Gao Ningyun to the basement.
The two mechas are much better than they were at the beginning. The wounds on his body have been replaced with new defensive armor.
It's time for you to choose your mecha. Have you decided what you want to use?
Li Xiu glanced at her.
After all, Li Xiu's current worth. There is no problem in customizing another mecha.
Gao Ningyun thought for a moment and said, heavy fire, I think. My current warrior's magic weapon is also a gun, and the heavy fire weapon system is also suitable for me.
Li Xiu nodded. Okay, I'll go find a mecha design company tomorrow and have a custom mecha made for me. Gao Ningyun nodded, there's no rush, actually.
Li Xiu shook his head. From design and production to delivery, a mecha takes at least a year, and at most 2 to 3 years.
It's totally possible to decide on it first.
At Li Xiu's insistence, she said nothing more.
How much does a heavy machine cost?
Li Xiu raised his hand and thought.
Gao Ningyun said, my brother spent 2 billion on the Gao family's mecha. What?
Li Xiu felt deeply that he had been careless.
Did all this money come from the flood? Why do you regret it?
Actually, the sequence doesn't need to be that high, 04 or 05 is enough.
Gao Ningyun said. Now that we've done it, of course we have to do it well, in one go.
Li Xiu said.
What was obtained from the Holy See, plus the genetic chains plundered from the secret realm? There should be quite a bit of money left after all of them are sold. Okay, let's go to bed.
Gao Ningyun took his hand, since you were so willing to do this, I will reward myself well tonight.
Ah. This is not good.
Li Xiu was a little scared. She really meant it when she rewarded herself. Relying on Li Xiu's high blood and energy, he is often rewarded for risking his life.
Midnight, inside the room. That's not good, that's enough, enough is enough. Shoo. I have the final say on whether you are enough or not.
Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare do that.
The next morning. Gao Ningyun went to work early, full of energy. Very pleasant.
Li Xiu had dark circles under his eyes and lay down until 10 o'clock before getting up. Aunt Yuehua had already prepared a table of breakfast for him.
Your warrior essence is very important.
Even if you are strong, you shouldn't indulge her like this.
Yuehua watched Li Xiu eat breakfast. While nagging.
Your mother passed away early. You are still young for some things. This woman is so good at handling things.
I don't know if I've found someone else before.
Li Xiu smiled, okay, I know best how she is doing. I think, actually, with your status, you can find a suitable young girl of your status.
Maybe it's the law of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. My aunt didn't like Gao Ningyun from the beginning, no matter how outstanding she was, in her aunt's eyes. There are a lot of problems.
Li Xiu finished his breakfast and hurriedly stood up.
Okay, aunt, I'll bring you something delicious at noon. Let's go. Chapter 114, You should withdraw from the Dragon Dynasty. Trip to the black market. Left the Lai family ancestral home.
Li Xiu took a taxi to Doug's company. As a world-class arms dealer, Doug Company has made great progress in the fields of mecha, potions, warrior equipment, etc. in recent years. Of course, this company also has the most professional business level in the world in mecha design and manufacturing. As soon as Li Xiu entered the door, a special customer receptionist came and guided him to sit aside. Then pour the tea. The customer receptionist looked no more than 25 or 26 years old. Sir, are you here to look at sports cars or warrior potions? Li Xiu felt a little amused in his heart.
He thought he was taking himself as a rich second generation. Indeed, my appearance and age are quite intimidating.
At this time, the receptionist in front of him had already taken out the relevant information about the sports car and started to introduce it.
This is our latest entry-level sports car with quad exhausts.
With it, you can definitely touch the little sister's bed.
Huh? Who do you think I am?
Li Xiu shook his head and said, I want a custom mecha.
Huh? You want to customize a mecha?
The receptionist was a little embarrassed. This voice. It immediately attracted the attention of the people around.
That guy wants to customize a mecha? No way. A mecha costs tens of billions?
I've only seen deals worth hundreds of millions in bed. You never know, maybe it's a young master from a wealthy family.
When he reaches adulthood, he needs to customize his own mecha.
Maybe he'll order a 09 or 08.
That's true. Although the 09 and 08 mechas are average in strength, many wealthy kids will customize them. They're just for fun anyway, and they won't actually go into battle anyway.
Then Li Xiu didn't intend to hide anything and said directly, I want to customize the heavy fire sequence, W01 will be fine, as for the special customization required.
Let's talk about this in more detail. Hiss. Sir, you must be kidding. 01 represents the mecha sequence level. 01 is the strongest and most expensive. She thought Li Xiu might be a fool and mixed up 01 and 09.
Li Xiu glanced at her calmly, it's 01.
Why can't you design it?
The receptionist immediately shook her head.
No, that's not what I meant. I'm just a little shocked. The crowd was in an uproar. Who is this person? He wants to customize W01 right away? Is he customizing it for some super god level powerful person?
After all, the 01 sequence is customized for super god level warriors.
Ordinary warriors can't bear it. It's too strong a load.
Li Xiu smiled calmly upon hearing this.
After all, even if his woman was not a super god level one, so what?
It is not a matter of time before you reach the super god level, so it is always okay to customize it first. At this time, a man who looked like a supervisor was walking with a man and laughing. The man was obviously a VIP customer. Mr. Liu, your Liu family's F02 mecha is expected to be delivered within 3 years. The man surnamed Liu nodded and said, as you know, our family is a super god level family.
We hope that your company can deliver as soon as possible. Of course, the moon breath pillar is well known.
The supervisor said with a smile.
The two were walking.
Then I heard Li Xiu asking for a W01 mecha.
Oh my god, what does this mean?
The price of a W01 mecha is at least 2.5 billion.
This boy looks to be in his early 20s. The supervisor and the man surnamed Liu both looked over curiously.
Li Xiu kept on asking for his own request. I hope you can do it within 2 years. The receptionist was confused and had such an arrogant tone.
Do you know how much it cost? Just open your mouth.
At this time, the supervisor immediately stepped forward and said, Sir, our mecha design requires a deposit in advance.
Li Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? You guys are quite arrogant?
The supervisor smiled and said, No, sir, this is the rule of Eagle Country headquarters.
Eagle Country? Yes, sir. Li Xiu was amused when he heard this. Okay, since this is the rule of your Eagle Country headquarters, then what I want to say is, you can go now. Sir, what did you say? The supervisor looked confused. Li Xiu picked up the phone and said, I just happen to have that little power. As for your company, if it is so awesome, why bother making money from our Dragon Dynasty? Li Xiu took out his cell phone and called Doug Company, let them go. Yes, that's what happened. Do all this. The supervisor thought it was funny, but the next moment, his cell phone rang. Then he answered the phone suspiciously. Then his face changed drastically. It was actually true. With just one sentence from this boy, the headquarters actually announced that they would evacuate Longchao. The people from the Lu family also recognized who Li Xiu was. He is the Shadow God Pillar. He is the Shadow God Pillar. An existence as famous as our Moon Breath Divine Pillar. Wow! The scene exploded directly. The supervisor collapsed and the receptionist was shocked. Li Xiu stood up helplessly. To be honest, I don't mind your Eagle Country Company doing business in my Dragon Dynasty. But you are so arrogant in front of me. It's simply courting death. After leaving Doug Company, Li Xiu came to his second choice. Lintian City Black Market. This time, he was not accompanied by Lin Yu, so he went straight into the bar. Qi and blood are released. Immediately a beautiful young lady came up to guide us. Master Shinju, the governor knows you're coming and is waiting for you in the market. Oh, by the way, the governor said that if you come to the bar, we can all play for free. Look at the peach-shaped and slender waist of the woman in front of me. Li Xiu frowned slightly. Using this to test cadres? The two took the elevator directly to the black market. The governor wearing a metal mask was already waiting. Li Xiu thought of the other person's daughter and said, my condolences. Thank you. The governor's expression couldn't be seen behind the metal mask. It's my daughter's bad luck. Li Xiu nodded, this time, I need something. Please tell me, I'll do my best to arrange it. I need the W01 mecha. You want a heavy fire sequence mecha? Li Xiu nodded. The governor nodded slightly, well, I can do it, but the price is not cheap. Li Xiu smiled and asked, how much is it? 1.7 billion. I'm offering 1.8 billion. Even if it's just a screw, I want the best. The governor extended his hand, deal. The two men walked slowly, and the shop owners on both sides were very welcoming to see the governor. The governor said, if you have time, you can go shopping in the black market. As for the design drawings, I will immediately arrange for someone to produce them. You can then provide your suggestions for revisions. Li Xiu nodded. The governor turned and left, immediately going to make arrangements. Li Xiu strolled around casually. At each stall, there are many warrior weapons that are rarely seen outside. Many of these are stolen goods. Sometimes in a society of warriors, friction and conflict are inevitable. After a murder or robbery, the stolen goods are usually sold on the black market. Li Xiu stopped at a small stall. The stall owner looked only 7 or 8 years old. She looked at Li Xiu with pitiful eyes, big brother, my mother is sick, my father is a gambler, and my younger brother still needs to study. Can you buy this poisonous dagger in my hand? She picked up a dagger from the stall. He winked at Li Xiu. Only 800,000 Dragon Dynasty coins. Chapter 115. Are you a herder? Or a resistance fighter? Li Xiu, M. This line sounds a bit familiar, right? Hey! Young man, I saw you with the governor before. That means you are one of us. Don't be fooled by this guy. The speaker was the owner of the stall next door. Seeing that she was exposed, the little girl instantly lost her lowly voice and instead adopted a strong man's voice. Hey! Sanger! How does my selling things bother you? The stall owner, Sang, showed no respect at all. You Lolita people. Men and women all look the same. Do you still remember when you cheated me out of 500 yuan for an overnight stay? The key is that you are still a man. Do you know what a man is? The Lolita stall owner laughed and said, you're such a fool. You deserve it. Li Xiu ignored the conversation between the two and went straight to the stall. Pick up a piece of metal debris. Because the system responds to this stuff.
Liquid metal fragment. Description: liquid metal fragment, liquid metal that requires central chip control, possesses properties far exceeding those of metal in the host's world.
Unfortunately, it is only a fragment. Stop arguing. How much is this thing? Li Xiu asked casually.
The stall owner's eyes lit up immediately.
500,000 Dragon Dynasty coins.
Sir,
this is a great item.
Legend has it that someone has achieved supreme divine power from this metal.
Li Xiu frowned. Alright, forget it, this thing of yours is just a piece of debris.
I feel sad when you say that, dear sir. If you need it, I can provide services in the alley for 500 yuan per time.
He blinked. I remember Sanger seemed to say you were a man just now?
Li Xiu felt a little disgusted.
Don't worry about these details. Just close your eyes and enjoy it.
The lowly rubbed her hands.
Extremely obscene.
Li Xiu naturally had no interest in this kind of thing, he just wanted to take the medals away.
Okay, $500, and the medal is mine, otherwise you won't get a penny.
The little girl was also unsure of Li Xiu's identity and gritted her teeth. Alright. You really are good at playing psychological tactics.
500.
Li Xiu scanned the code to pay.
Okay, you really don't want to tease me anymore? She returned to her female voice, sounding pitiful. Li Xiu almost vomited. You must have the courage to face men head-on. Your life will be happier.
Young sir. The stall owner's voice rang out behind him. Li Xiu didn't even turn his head. When passing by the stall of the old man named Sang, the other party called Li Xiu. Hey, dear sir, you like this medal, but you paid too much for it.
Li Xiu said, is it too expensive? I think it's worth it. Hey! That thing was stolen. In fact, if you just tell this to the Dark Warrior, maybe he will give you a piece. Sanger said. Li Xiu looked puzzled. Dark Warrior? Yes, that guy lives in our black market.
He occasionally sells some rare metals and other things to buy alcohol. He is very powerful and no one dares to mess with him.
Sanger whispered.
The governor sometimes sends him money and drinks.
This guy wraps himself in a black windbreaker.
Because he's so shady, everyone calls him the Dark Warrior.
Li Xiu nodded. Is there more liquid metal? The first time I saw liquid metal was the liquid armor on Caesar Monkey. Could it be that this Dark Warrior also has liquid armor?
Li Xiu thanked Sang and searched for the location according to what he said. Finally, in a room at the end of the shop, the so-called Dark Warrior was found.
He was wrapped from head to toe in a black cloak. Qi and blood one. Li Xiu frowned.
This was impossible.
How could the qi and blood of a normal creature be one?
From this, it can be seen that this Dark Warrior is definitely not normal. At this moment, he was squatting at the door of the low house. There was a piece of paper on the ground, and on the paper was a piece of broken metal. Without a doubt, it was another piece of liquid metal.
Li Xiu stepped forward and asked, are you selling this? The voice is ordinary and unrecognizable. How much do you want to sell this metal to me? Li Xiu asked.
The other person raised his eyes. His eyes were as calm as water.
500,000.
Li Xiu hissed and sucked in a breath of cold air.
No wonder no one buys it. If it wasn't my own system, I wouldn't buy this thing.
Like a piece of old scrap metal.
50,000, 500,000 is too much. Li Xiu said. I thought there would be a tug of war. The other party actually picked up the metal and said, here you go, give me 50,000. Good job. Li Xiu actually felt like he had been cheated. I don't know when the area was surrounded by people. Ha ha ha. Sir, you've been fooled. This thing is just a little hard, but it's useless. It will be useless if you put it in the fire. He's selling it for 5,000 and no one's buying it. And you're actually offering 50,000 to buy it? Li Xiu understood after hearing this.
No wonder this guy agreed so readily. But he still took out his cell phone and transferred 50,000 yuan. The other party seemed embarrassed and took out a smaller piece from his pocket.
It's for you. Li Xiu nodded. Where did you get all this metal from? Don't ask too many questions.
He took the money and rolled up the cushion on the ground. Then he turned and walked towards his house. Li Xiu smiled. Don't ask too much, you're quite interesting.
Boom.
His energy and blood turned into a big net. It enveloped the dark warrior. The other person's body visibly stiffened. Then he slowly turned around. What are you?
Eternal level? The other party no longer concealed it.
Qi and blood are rising steadily.
Qi and blood, 304-2890.
Li Xiu smiled. With over 3 million Qi and blood, you must be a strong person in your original place.
The two looked at each other for a moment.
The other party said respectfully, Eternal powerful, please come in.
The two came into the house.
The room was extremely messy, with all kinds of items and equipment scattered around. The only furniture was a wooden table.
There are only 2 chairs. The two of them sat upright. The other party was wary of Li Xiu. You are an eternally powerful being. This is impossible.
In a world like this, the human race should not be able to break free from its shackles.
Li Xiu looked at him. Anyway, are you a herder or a resistance fighter?
The other party was obviously stunned, then immediately raised his hand to remove the mask, revealing his true appearance. Slightly dark skin, pointed ears, and bright eyes.
A bit like the dark elves that often appear in Blue Star games? She continued, former resistance soldier, Lieutenant Angel.
Li Xiu, the super god-level warrior of the Dragon Dynasty.
Li Xiu also introduced himself. Put. Angel laughed. You're kidding. Super god level is just a classification method used by the natives.
In deep space, anyone with less than 1 million Qi and blood can't even be called a warrior. Li Xiu frowned upon hearing this and didn't want to dwell on this topic. He thought of Caesar. A monkey named Caesar also said this. He claimed to be from the resistance.
I met him once. Angel frowned deeply. Monkeys?
No, Mr. Li Xiu, there will never be monkeys in the resistance army.
Because the monkeys are herders, not resistance fighters. Did you make a mistake?
Chapter 116. This girl is so dark, bad genes. Li Xiu froze when he heard that.
What? That cute monkey, is he a shepherd?
For some reason, Li Xiu believed Angel in front of him a little more, perhaps because she had the ability to destroy the world, but chose to be poor and destitute.
And can a monkey that loves blue cheese be a good person? What else do you know?
Li Xiu ignored the fact that he was deceived.
Angel blinked.
They are a bunch of disgusting monkeys. They have no reverence or respect for other people's world. These filthy monkeys probably herd over 1,000 worlds. Of course, that was before I retired. It must have been devoured a lot by now.
Li Xiu asked doubtfully, so, do you know what the so-called world-devouring monster is? Could it be some kind of extremely powerful beast? Angel gave Li Xiu a strange look and said, well, it's hard to say. It's beyond our knowledge. In fact, we haven't seen it before. Never seen it?
Well, worlds are dying one by one, and the remaining people form a resistance army, but no one knows what the monster looks like. Our commander told us that anyone who actually saw the monster is dead. There was once a resistance group that supposedly saw the truth, but they disappeared. Li Xiu raised his hand.
All right, stop.
If you continue, it will sound too apocalyptic.
I'm here to buy liquid metal. Do you have more?
I'm here to buy things, not to expand my worldview.
What does a fight in deep space have to do with me?
Angel was startled for a moment, then began to take off his coat. Li Xiu frowned slightly.
What? Did she think she was here to help the poor?
But the next moment he knew he was overthinking it. After the other party took off his clothes, he revealed the close-fitting liquid metal armor underneath.
What I sell to you is what I deduct from me.
Li Xiu indeed saw the damaged parts of the armor on this young lady.
Why are you selling your armor?
Or, if you prefer, why did you retire? Angel glanced at him and said, I'm tired of the endless war, and I'm indeed at the age to retire.
Oh, I see. But when you retire, don't you get a pension? I mean, do you really have to resort to selling your armor?
Li Xiu felt that everyone would be in awe of such armor.
Angel felt a little embarrassed when he heard this.
I have a pension of 300,000 hertz, which is equivalent to 30 million Dragon Dynasty coins in your Dragon Dynasty. I also exchanged it for gold before coming here. Angel glanced at Li Xiu, but it was stolen.
Ah? Li Xiu was shocked. You are obviously a super strong person?
Well, when I landed, I met a very welcoming old lady. She helped me find a place to stay and took me shopping for daily necessities. The key point is that I only discovered later that my belongings were missing.
Now I think maybe someone took them away. Bag carrier?
Li Shou understood that the poor aliens who came to the human world also needed to be taught a lesson.
Why are you here? I mean, why don't you retire to some other world? Angel carefully took out a bottle of white wine from the drawer. Because of this, I've only seen food like this here. Hiss. He's an alcoholic?
Li Shou was amused.
You usually sell liquid metal here? Is that why? Well, for a drink.
She stuck out her tongue. Li Shou took a look at the room that looked like a garbage dump, and her silly look as she held the white wine. Now we know why the resistance army can't win.
They can't win. They can't win at all. Can you still be a lieutenant with this?
Li Shou glanced at her and said, I'm thinking of integrating liquid metal into my own mecha, but it doesn't seem possible.
He deliberately tried to test it. Angel obviously didn't think much about it. He was intoxicated by the aroma of the wine. It's not impossible.
The liquid metal needs a core main control panel. You don't have these things, and they can't be solved in the short term.
Oh? Really? What a pity. Can you do it?
Li Shou raised the corner of his mouth. I used to be in the logistics and defense forces.
I can't say I'm very good at it, but I do know a little bit. I've even repaired Galaxy-class battleships. Angel said. Li Shou's true intentions were completely exposed. In fact, instead of staying here, why don't I introduce you to a job? What do you think?
Finally, under Li Shou's guidance, Angel realized that he could not get any good wine here.
In order to get some good wine, he kindly introduced me to a place. Being a consultant means you can drink wine and live in a big house. He's a pretty nice guy. But we cannot influence the world's technological progress. This is the basic quality of every retiree.
Li Shou laughed. No, I will keep your help a secret.
Really? Angel asked suspiciously.
Li Shou patted his chest and made the promise.
Space Technician +1. When leaving the black market exchange, Li Shou took Angel away.
The governor had no objection to this. I'll send the design drawings to you for revision once they're ready.
Angel and the governor waved. I'm leaving. You can go now.
The governor also raised his hand. Li Shou felt that the conversation between the two was somewhat simple.
After the two left the black market, Angel followed Li Shou all the time.
I haven't asked you yet why a strong man like you would live in seclusion in this world.
Angel said.
Li Shou smiled and said, you chose to retire here for the sake of liquor.
So, what's so strange about me being here?
Angel raised the bottle of white wine in his hand and said, hey, it really is.
Let's go by a bar.
Li Shou glanced at her and said, the Lai family has many fine-aged wines, some of which are several decades old, and some are over 100 years old.
What good drinks did you buy? Huh? Really? Angel said.
Li Shou took her in a taxi and returned to Lai's house. The overall harvest this time was very good.
Since you want to drink, I'll find some people and have crayfish together tonight. Angel obviously had no idea what a crayfish was.
I guess he only understood the word drinking.
Nodding continuously. After entering the mansion, the girl opened her mouth in shock. Are you a rich man?
Chen Wuya looked at Angel with some confusion. This skin color seems to be a sign of bad genes.
Young master, where did you bring this foreign girl back from?
Li Shou was a little embarrassed.
Indeed, the elders always saw men and women in pairs. No, I went to the black market.
At this time Yue Hua also came out of the house. What a dark girl.
Chapter 117 System Upgrade, Qi and Blood converted into killing points.
While the two elders were pointing fingers at the alien race, Li Shou picked up his phone and invited his brothers to drink. 100 kilograms of lobster, plenty of drinks, and a party at the Lai family's old house.
The three friends responded immediately and positively. Lin Yu, may the boss live a peaceful life. Huang Yuan, the boss is making a lot of money. Su Hang Yuan, boss, every year is a good day. Get lost.
Li Shou replied and put down his phone. As for Gao Ningyun, Li Shou chatted with her directly and told her the basic situation.
She expressed surprise.
The crayfish were naturally delivered by the restaurant. Li Shou was rich now anyway, so he didn't have to do it himself, and the taste was guaranteed.
While waiting, he took Angel to the basement.
One of these two mechas belongs to my uncle, and the other to my grandfather, so I want to upgrade and rebuild them, Li Xiu explained.
Angel turned around and said, "It's indeed outdated technology, but it's not without merit. Some of the ideas are good." She stepped forward and knocked on the mech's hull.
For true deep space combat, your current mech technology is like primitive man versus modern technology. However, it's more than adequate for dealing with the secret realm invasions of your world. Li Xiu was speechless. His grandfather's mecha was at least the most advanced product of his time. Even now, it was still a very powerful tactical mecha.
The secret realm has been invaded. Do you have any explanation?
Li Xiu learned some information from the Caesar monkey last time. But only by hearing from different people and gaining information from multiple sources can you get closest to the truth. The simplest way to describe the secret realm is actually fragments, but the fragments tend to gather on attached objects. For example, if you sprinkle debris in the water, over time, the debris will adhere to the area around your hands.
Angel said and glanced at Li Xiu.
Li Xiu nodded slightly, seeming to understand.
So do you think there are any areas for improvement in my mecha?
Li Xiu asked. Well, it's possible, but the problem is that there are some key items that cannot be produced by the technology of this world.
Angel said. Is that so?
Forget it, let's eat first. Li Xiu said. The two left the basement. At this moment, the system in Li Xiu's mind suddenly made a sound.
Ding.
System version 1.01 updated, estimated time, 2 hours. The host will be unable to use the system during this time.
After the beep, the system will enter silent upgrading mode.
Li Xiu nodded slightly. It was more than a year since he traveled through time when the system had just received its first upgrade. It should have been upgraded a long time ago. Ever since I maxed out my health, the system has become increasingly useless.
Now that I'm upgrading, I hope there will be more functions.
He and Angel came to the main hall, and the Gu brothers and sisters were already there. When they saw Li Xiu, they bowed politely. Yuehua was making side dishes in the kitchen. According to her idea, it was not okay for these young people to only eat lobsters. Soon, the three friends arrived.
Gao Ningyun unexpectedly appears with Yingyi. Yingyi glanced at him and said, "Why, can I come and have a free meal?"
She looked at the Lai family's ancestral home curiously, then smiled and winked at Li Xiu.
Then he looked at Angel curiously. Who is this alien?
A former lieutenant in the resistance army, now retired, Li Xiu explained.
Yingyi frowned. We can't avoid those things in deep space, right?
Li Xiu heard this and shook his head, saying, in any case, the human race needs to prepare as soon as possible. Everyone understood what Li Xiu meant. Lillian brought a stool, climbed onto the table, grabbed a lobster in its shell and stuffed it directly into her mouth.
It's delicious. What are you talking about? Come and eat.
As she spoke, her fat little hands moved quickly, grabbing lobsters and stuffing them into her mouth.
Li Xiu nodded and said, "Okay, let's eat. We can talk about this later."
After everyone toasted each other, Angel finally knew what true happiness was.
Ha, it's delicious. Angel's purple-black ears shook excitedly. A blush appeared on her face.
It was a full 100 pounds of lobster, and Lillian ate it like crazy without spitting out the shells. In the middle of the meal, Li Xiu quickly ordered another takeout. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they started chatting.
Angel told everyone about the war in deep space.
So in the end my team was wiped out. The other teams found me and saved my life, but then I withdrew from the battlefield.
Angel burped. Everyone sighed.
Li Xiu stood aside when suddenly a system prompt sounded in his mind.
Ding. Upgrade completed, the universe store opens.
The chi and blood that cannot be absorbed will be automatically converted into killing points, which can be exchanged for corresponding items.
Weapons medicine technology.
Li Xiu looked at the system interface that appeared in front of him.
If it hadn't appeared earlier, wouldn't all the monsters he had killed in the past have been wasted? He chose technology. After opening it, you can see various technological equipment. What made him happy was liquid metal, 3000 kill points x1g. Liquid control chip, 500,000 kill points x1.
Liquid Mecha Thunder Series, 2000000x1.
That means I can redeem a controller for 500,000 kill points. That's great.
Angel just said I couldn't effectively control the liquid metal without a control chip, but now the system can help me solve that problem. That's really great. He clicked on Medicine again. High-speed Qi and blood tempering agent, 10,000x1.
Qi and blood rage potion, 30,000x1. High-speed cell activation agent, 20,000x1.
After seeing the efficacy of these medicines, Li Xiu is currently very satisfied with this store, and the liquid armor on Angel can actually be exchanged. But what Li Xiu wanted to do more was to use liquid metal to create a mecha from this world.
As for armor like the one Angel is wearing, you can just exchange it later.
There were many more products in the system, but he didn't look at them all carefully.
The most important thing right now is to get some killing points. With this system, I probably won't be short of money in the future. Anything can be exchanged and sold.
They are all quite profitable.
As soon as Li Xiu raised his hand, hundreds of insects in the distant grass died instantly. Ding!
Killed the mosquito, equivalent to 50 kill points.
Ding!
Killed 100 earthworms, equivalent to 10,000 kill points.
Ding!
Killed 10,000 ants, equivalent to 600,000 kill points.
Oh shit!
Li Xiu's blood and energy were shaken just now, but he didn't expect there was a nest of ants under the grass. This wave directly earned more than 600,000 killing points. However, the conversion of killing points seems to be based on the amount of health points obtained. If that's the case, find a small or medium-sized secret realm and directly destroy the life in that secret realm, then see how many kill points you can get.
With his perverted destructive power, what is the upper limit of killing points? Isn't it enough to just have hands to fill it up? Chapter 118 High-Speed Body Tempering Potion.
In fact, Li Xiu could also choose to destroy a country, or shatter an island and reap the harvest directly. But this is a bit troublesome, so clearing a secret realm is the best and fastest way.
System, exchange for 1 high-speed cell activation potion. Ding! Spend 20,000 kill points to receive 1 high-speed cell activator potion.
Li Xiu took out the medicine directly. According to the introduction in the system, this was the healing fluid. The introduction said that the medicine would rapidly repair body damage at the cellular level.
He thought of Uncle Chen. The products in his system were at least cosmic-level products. His physical injuries probably weren't a problem at all. Look at what Li Xiu is holding. Angel was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Super speed potion? Oh my god. Li Xiu, how did you get this thing? Li Xiu said, you know this thing? The resistance army needs the most urgently needed healing potion. The production technology for this potion is in the hands of the major herder families. We only got it by seizing it. Angel suddenly became angry. Are you one of the herders? Do you think I'm a monkey? You're kidding me.
She suddenly became excited, and her blood rushed out of her body.
Evil herder. Even if you are eternal level, I will fight you to the death. Li Xiu was almost angry. The eternal class is nothing. Open your eyes and take a look. What level am I?
Li Xiu was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly displayed his energy and blood.
Boom boom boom. We're not even from the same dimension. 100 million. Boom.
The strange phenomenon of qi and blood rushed straight to the sky.
The terrifying pressure made her ears twitch like a night elf. Ah. Oh my god. This. Li Xiu said calmly, why? Do you need me to show you more? Don't think that what you've seen is my limit. Only losers think others have limits. Now you think I have to lie to you? What kind of ant are you? Plop.
Angel was frightened to his knees.
Please forgive my rudeness.
I may be just a speck of dust in your eyes. Although I have never seen a god, I have heard legends about true gods. A life forged from boundless energy and blood, the embodiment of rules and power.
Angel said with admiration, you must be one of the gods. Li Xiu.
There's nothing special about a race with higher technology, they just call themselves gods.
God, where is you, old Mu?
Li Xiu didn't say much, but glanced at the others and then walked up to Chen Wuya. Uncle Chen, this medicine may be able to heal your injury.
Li Xiu said. Lillian walked over to Angel and helped her up.
Don't worry, it's the first time we see Li Xiu's energy and blood.
Everyone is like this. We're used to it.
Chen Wuya took the metal can, opened the seal, and drank it all in one gulp. After all, it was given by Li Xiu, so he would not have any doubts.
The next moment, Chen Wuya took off his coat and said, it's suddenly so hot.
Li Xiu frowned slightly. Angel came back to his senses and said, high-speed cell recovery fluid can make human cells grow rapidly and repair injuries.
It will generate heat during this process. It is normal to feel hot. Sudden. Chen Wuya fell to the ground. Ah!
He hugged the broken part of his left arm. His entire face began to contort in pain.
Li Xiu glanced at Angel. Is this normal? Angel frowned. To be honest, I've only heard of this potion, but never used it.
Gao Ningyun exclaimed, his hand.
In the eyes of everyone, Chen Wuya's broken arm quickly regenerated. Although the new arm looked fragile, it was indeed the regeneration of the broken arm. How can this not be shocking? Holy crap! What kind of potion was that, Li Xiu? Is it so magical?
Our backers are becoming more and more mysterious.
If Li Xiu continues to be so mysterious, what if he is the villain? It's okay. It's not bad for us to become evil together.
Li Xiu ignored the three friends' nonsense.
Recovery potions are so powerful. What about the other things in the system space?
Without thinking, he immediately exchanged them for high-speed chi and blood-quenching agents.
Ding!
Consume 40,000 killing points, high-speed chi and blood-tempering agent X4. Li Xiu took out a body-hardening agent from the system space and showed it to Angel.
Well, do you recognize this potion?
The body-hardening agent distributed by the Resistance Army every month is one of the reasons why we can break through to the planetary-level warrior.
It's because of this. Angel said. Li Xiu nodded, probably thinking that it was the combination of the potion and the cultivation technique that allowed these people to quickly break through to the so-called planetary-level powerhouses. He handed the body-tempering potion in his hand to Gao Ningyun. Try this potion and combine it with the cosmic visualization method. Let's see how fast the chi and blood increase. After Gao Ningyun took it, he did not use it immediately.
After all, the occasion was not appropriate.
Everyone drank for a while.
Angel pestered Li Xiu, wanting to know what kind of god he was, and the two of them were pulling each other.
Gao Ningyun glanced over from time to time, making Li Xiu feel embarrassed. Wait until the dinner is over. Everyone went back to their homes.
The Lai family gradually became deserted. Li Xiu raised his hand from time to kill some insects in order to gain killing points.
This kind of excitement only comes when you first get the system.
But this speed is obviously too slow. After Gao Ningyun returned to his room, he took the body tempering potion that Li Xiu had exchanged for.
Enter the state of cultivation.
Soon, her face flushed, she began to sweat profusely, and her whole body was covered with mist.
Where it is located, the galaxy is flowing with strange phenomena. Very wonderful.
When Li Xiu returned to the room, he noticed the strange phenomena in the room and realized that Gao Ningyun's strength was improving by leaps and bounds. Noticing him entering the room, Gao Ningyun slowly stopped practicing. Li Xiu noticed her realm with surprise.
Chi and blood, 6,720. Elite warrior. Li Xiu laughed. It's only been a short while, and you've already achieved a breakthrough? Gao Ningyun nodded. The effect of this potion is really too obvious.
I have stopped practicing now, and I feel that my chi and blood are constantly rising.
You should sleep alone tonight. I need to digest the potion overnight. I can't let it go to waste. Li Xiu frowned.
Actually, these potions are not difficult for me to obtain.
Let's go to bed early.
No, with such a fast breakthrough speed, I don't have the mood to sleep with you.
Go and have fun by yourself. Gao Ningyun winked at him. She glanced at his lower body and asked, What? Are you in a hurry? Ha, what a joke.
Li Xiu said with a faint smile, All right, you practice, I'm going out to have some fun. In this case, Li Xiu plans to destroy a few low-level secret realms tonight, earn some killing points, and exchange for a set of liquid metal as soon as possible.
Build a liquid mecha. Chapter 119, Hunting in Progress. A level secret realm.
Li Xiu left the Lai family alone and came to the urban area. The major private secret places are generally open 24 hours a day. Gao Ningyun drove his sports car to a D-level secret realm, where the staff of the management office were still dozing off. Li Xiu knocked on the glass of her desk.
Wake the other person up. Please collect the entrance fee. The employee rolled his eyes at Li Xiu. You're not sleeping at night, fighting monsters? How much free time do you have?
Li Xiu would not argue with ordinary people.
Every working person has a temper.
The night is long and I have no mood to sleep, so I come here to kill some monsters.
You guys must be working very hard.
Li Xiu chatted politely. 5,000 yuan a month, and I work myself to death.
The girl squinted her eyes as she registered Li Xiu. Then you may not have to work anymore soon,
Li Xiu said with a smile.
The girl didn't understand. Okay. When I looked up, I found that Li Xiu had already walked away.
What a strange man, the girl muttered to herself.
Li Xiu had already entered the secret realm. D1203, a stable secret realm with one-way teleportation. The exotic beasts inside are mainly dragon ants, a type of mammalian ant. It's better to hold back a bit and try to preserve the existence of the secret realm. It won't be long before these creatures reappear.
Li Xiu stepped on the brown ground. The lighting in the entire secret realm is relatively dim, and based on perception, the area of the entire secret realm is not small. It's about the size of a small town.
There are also bustling crowds of warriors hunting. We have to avoid these warriors later. It would be bad if we accidentally hurt them.
Li Xiu raised his hand, and a colorful gene chain floated on his left hand. Devil's Ring, the system gave me a great fusion of my demon gene chain.
I wonder what's so magical about it.
Thinking of this, he directly activated the demon gene chain, and a large number of demon skills emerged in his mind.
A demon gene chain encompassing the skills of all SSS-level demons of this race? This system's fusion function is quite impressive.
Li Xiu casually took out the devil's sword. The dark golden longsword in his hand began to emit terrifying power.
Various demonic patterns were engraved on the longsword.
It seems that this longsword can only exert its true power when the demon ring is activated.
Mirrored demon skills. Mirror world. Infinite clone.
Countless transparent mirrors appeared in the air, and countless Li Xiu walked out of the mirrors.
Then he raised his hand, 9 transformations of the flame demon. Boom boom boom.
All of Li Xiu's clones, along with the original body, were burning with the raging fire of hell.
Their skin cracked, huge devil horns appeared, and the devil swords in their hands were as dazzling as the sun.
Li Xiu raised his hand and pointed his sword to the sky.
Hellfire. Boom boom boom.
Countless fireballs covered the entire secret realm, and fireballs emitting evil meanings fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. There was a huge explosion, and countless dragon ants died in the explosion.
This is not the end yet. After the explosion, the flames evolved into low-level fire demons, which rushed towards the dragon ants in the secret realm.
These fat ants, as big as hippos, never dreamed that they would be roasted into charcoal by so many demons.
Ding! Killed Dragon Ant X322, converted kill points X323450, Gene Chain X421. Ding!
Killed 456 Dragon Ants, converted kill points X598340, Gene Chain X503.
Bite!
While continuously harvesting, Li Xiu looked at the ever-increasing killing points with a smile on his face, but unfortunately, it was still too slow.
A dragon ant only has a little over 1,000 HP, which translates to about the same amount of killing points. The growth rate is still too slow.
When Li Xiu complained that the harvesting was too slow, the other warriors in the entire secret realm were shocked.
What's going on? What the hell are these demons?
All the strange beasts in the entire secret realm have been harvested.
Look at the sky. Holy shit. Is that some kind of super demon? It's all over the sky. Some warriors hurriedly fled the secret realm.
After returning to the outside of the secret realm, he reported the matter to the girl on night shift at the management office. The girl on night shift was also unsure and immediately reported it to Tianyu Army.
Soon this place was surrounded by Tianyu Army.
A lieutenant colonel frowned as he listened to his men's reactions.
Are you saying there are a lot of demons in there? What on earth is going on?
At that moment, Li Xiu emerged from the secret realm, frowning as he looked at the data within the system. I've been busy for half a day, and only managed to get over 2 million kill points.
This secret realm is too lame.
Suddenly, countless searchlights shone on him.
Li Xiu raised his eyes and asked, "What are you doing?"
The lieutenant colonel broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Li Xiu coming out.
Shadow God. The Tianyu Army is stationed in the Lintian City military district. I am Lieutenant Colonel Chen Feng.
Li Xiu waved his hand.
Don't make a fuss. Are there any secret places in Lintian City that you find difficult? Give me some practice. The lieutenant colonel was stunned. Really? There's a class of secret realm recently, and it's bidirectional. We've got people stationed there. They say the situation inside is quite complicated, and there are even intelligent aliens. Li Xiu said, "Oh, a secret place where intelligent alien races exist? Still a level. Take me to see it." The officer nodded immediately. At this time, the warriors at the scene didn't know what was going on and immediately started discussing it. What is Shadow God going to do? Soloing a secret realm? Could it be that he's venting his anger? After all, a strong man like him wouldn't be interested in the genetic chain of this mysterious beast, right? Oh, how could we have guessed such a strong man? Anyway, the Shadow God is awesome. Li Xiu then took a military armored vehicle to the so-called A-level secret realm. This secret realm has been stable since its discovery, but we've discovered it's a two-way secret realm. The creatures within can enter our world through a spatial portal, which is quite rare, the lieutenant colonel explained. Generally speaking, stable secret realms are mostly one-way teleportations. Our world can enter and exit, but the creatures inside cannot leave. However, the spatial characteristics of this stable secret realm are different. Li Xiu nodded when he heard that. The so-called stable secret realm is similar to the secret realm behind the university. The human world can be teleported into it, and will be ejected when the time limit is reached. You can also leave on your own initiative. As for the unstable secret realm, generally speaking, the creatures inside can invade humans, and humans can also enter. When the unstable secret realm leaves the real world, it will also eject outsiders. The largest stable secret realm he had ever entered was the SSS level 10th level purgatory in Eagle Country. The biggest instability was the time when we went to the Lingxi secret realm to rescue Yueshi. From this we can conclude that the two secret realms are fundamentally different. The unstable secret realm will disappear at any time, just like a bubble attached to the main world, which will be detached when blown by the wind. Li Xiu closed his eyes and thought. After a while, the lieutenant colonel said, "Shinju, we're here." Chapter 120, Magical Alien Race. Holy Spirit. Li Xiu got out of the car and looked around. This was a military base built with the entrance to the secret realm as its center. At this moment, the military base was still brightly lit, with countless soldiers coming in and out, looking bustling with activity. The lieutenant colonel led the way and said to Li Xiu, "During this period, we have discovered some strange beasts that we have never seen before in the secret realm, and even found the presence of alien races. Our researchers are currently analyzing the geological soil and various minerals in the secret realm. Of course, the dissection of the strange beast is also in progress." Li Xiu nodded. For the current human race, all the secret realms discovered are of extremely high research value. In particular, various bizarre creatures are crucial both from a biological perspective and in the exploration of the extraterrestrial world. Of course, the things Li Xiu submitted to his superiors regarding the truth of the secret realm and the existence of the herders are still kept confidential. After all, some things, if leaked too far in advance, will do nothing but cause the world to panic. What's more, Li Xiu was confident that even if a real crisis came, he would be able to help them fight back. Several people came to a white temporary barracks. Several men and women in white coats exclaimed from time to time, "Is this the alien race from the secret realm? It's indeed a life form I've never seen before. Their life structures are amazing." The lieutenant colonel took a few steps forward and asked in confusion, "What happened?" A researcher said, "Lan Lin's team brought out the corpse of an alien from the secret realm." "Lieutenant Colonel, you can take a look at this amazing creature." Out of curiosity, Li Xiu followed the lieutenant colonel into the barracks. The researchers excitedly pointed at the creatures on the operating table and said, "These creatures are really interesting. They actually have hollow cavities inside their bodies." The lieutenant colonel asked in confusion, "Empty cavity? What does that mean?" "A unique life system. Although they have some human-like appearance, we haven't found any internal organs in their bodies except bones, skin, and flesh." Li Xiu was puzzled when he heard this. Can this still be considered a living being? Several researchers looked at Li Xiu curiously. The lieutenant colonel immediately said, "This is one of the only two divine pillars of the Dragon Dynasty, the Shadow Divine Pillar." The researchers exclaimed again. A male researcher immediately pointed at the alien corpse and said, "They don't seem to possess qi and blood either, yet they possess considerable lethality. We have a hypothesis: within their hollow cavities lies the true core of their life. Energy body. This body is actually just a carrier. Their true life mode actually exists in the form of energy. Li Xiu frowned slightly upon hearing this. Does this race have a name now? We call them the Holy Spirit.
Li Xiu arrived at the entrance of the secret realm and happened to meet the Lan Linting coming out of the secret realm. He knew the person in charge, it was Vice President Xian Yuanlinger.
She exclaimed in surprise, Shadow God Pillar? Li Xiu nodded and said, were you the one leading the team into the secret realm?
Xian Yuanlinger nodded, yes, we discovered the presence of aliens inside, but after they attacked us, we killed them. They should have been sliced into pieces now.
Then you guys go ahead and do your work.
I'll go in and take a look. For Li Xiu, it is better than anything else if you don't interfere with my killing points.
Xian Yuanlinger's eyes lit up, then I'll go in with Shinju to take a look.
When the other team members heard this, they immediately understood.
Oh, then Vice President, you're busy. Let's go take a rest. Yes, be happy with your company. Xian Yuanlinger was very happy and quite considerate. This way, she could have some time alone. Actually, there's no need for that.
Li Xiu refused.
Bringing one more person would actually be troublesome. Xian Yuanlinger has already stepped in.
Li Xiu shook his head helplessly and followed him in. The reason why this place is temporarily designated as an A-level secret realm is because no B-level or higher exotic beasts have been found here, so the threat level is determined to be a level.
Xian Yuanlinger said.
Li Xiu looked at the scenery in the secret realm and felt the wind blowing towards him, which was completely different from the wind in the city.
It's amazing.
In the dark sky, brilliant bands of light provide faint illumination for this secret place.
But Li Xiu knew that these light bands were actually space folds.
Expanding his perception slightly, he discovered that in the distant jungle, there were many strange beasts hidden in different postures. At the same time, he also sensed a group of human-like life forms, but what made Li Xiu feel strange was these lives seemed to sense their existence, and the moment they sensed it, they became panicked.
Li Xiu frowned slightly. If you're okay, stand further away. Li Xiu reminded. What? Xian Yuanlinger felt a little strange about Li Xiu's order.
She thought that the divine pillar was going to take him on an exploration. How could she know that Li Xiu was planning to start a large-scale clearing of the area, and as for those humanoid creatures, he would ignore them for the time being. Regardless of whether these creatures were friendly or hostile, after witnessing his absolute firepower, there was probably only one kind of creature left.
That is, a coward.
Li Xiu leaped up into the air.
Just raise your hand. SSS level Gene Chain, Yamada no Orochi. Fire meteorite. Boom boom boom.
The originally gorgeous sky instantly turned into a sea of fire, and countless fireballs fell.
Xian Yuanlinger opened her little mouth wide. It was so big that you could stuff 2 eggs in it. Li Xiu's main focus is on indifference. Suddenly, the system prompt sound exploded. Ding! The host killed the B-rank alien beast, the 2-legged Earth Dragon X1045, gaining Chi and Blood X52387884, which has been converted into killing points, and Gene Chain X1632. Ding!
The host killed 2391 C-rank Dark Scorpion monsters, gaining 708-2199 HP, which has been converted into kill points and 2937 Gene Chains.
System remaining kill points, 19389239.
More than 19 million killing points, tonight's work has finally not been in vain.
Li Xiu glanced at the boss Xian Yuanlinger who was opening her mouth.
Then he took a look at the secret realm which was a sea of fire.
Actually, there's no need to explore anymore. I almost wiped them all out.
Xian Yuanlinger finally came to her senses. No, you're too strong.
Li Xiu glanced at her and said, let's go and see those natives. Maybe they can bring us some surprises. Xian Yuanlinger nodded heavily, okay.
She was still immersed in Li Xiu's heroic figure, and the shock in her heart could not be expressed in words.
I'm just about to say I'll kowtow to you.
Li Xiu suddenly discovered that a flame channel suddenly appeared in the sea of fire in the distance. Those thin figures walked towards Li Xiu on the coke.
Chapter 121, Saving the Country in a Roundabout Way? Want to seduce me? The aliens in front of me had light blue skin and no clothes on their bodies.
Li Xiu noticed that their eyes were emitting a faint light. At this moment, it suddenly opened its mouth and made a sound with a unique frequency. Eventually the sounds began to take on the characteristics of language. Then it turned into words that Li Xiu could understand.
Why did this powerful man destroy our last refuge? Your shelter? Li Xiu said. That's right.
Shen Yuanlinger stood beside Li Xiu and said, "Be careful, Divine Pillar. Their attack method is some kind of mental shock."
Mental shock?
Li Xiu frowned slightly.
The fire will be out soon. It won't affect your life.
After Li Xiu finished explaining, he was about to leave, but the next moment, dozens of aliens suddenly rushed towards him. At the same time, these people's eyes flashed with terrifying light.
Boom!
What comes with it is a terrifying mental shock. Under this impact, Li Xiu did not move at all.
Is this a mental shock? You don't feel anything?
Li Xiu said.
Shen Yuanlinger over there suddenly fell down. A muffled groan.
He stopped moving. Li Xiu frowned slightly, raised his hand, and a terrifying force of qi and blood swept over.
Boom! Bang bang bang!
These creatures instantly shattered into bloody mist. I gave you the chance to live, but you didn't cherish it.
Li Xiu's qi and blood also wiped out the spiritual bodies in their bodies.
To put it bluntly, mental strength is also a kind of power, and power naturally works miracles with great strength. He looked down at Shen Yuanlinger and frowned slightly.
Does she have this ability?
In his perception, Shen Yuanlinger in front of him was not a person.
But two. Her mind was invaded?
Li Xiu raised his hand and injected a ball of energy and blood into her body. You're looking for death.
Soon, a transparent soul body was pulled out by Li Xiu. Then pinch it. Puff. The soul body shattered and dissipated in an instant.
He glanced at Shen Yuanlinger on the ground and carried her on his shoulders. Then he left the secret realm. When Li Xiu came out, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. She was attacked by an alien race and almost got into trouble. She should be unconscious for a while now. Also, I've already cleaned up this secret realm, so there shouldn't be any danger in it. After Li Xiu finished speaking, he looked up at the lieutenant colonel. The latter immediately understood. Don't worry, Shinju. I will take care of all the written reports.
Vice President Shen Yuan was also attacked by aliens. Li Xiu frowned slightly, wondering if these people were overthinking it. The lieutenant colonel had a strange look on his face. How could Vice President Shen Yuan be injured when he was accompanied by the Shadow God? This is unscientific. There must be something fishy.
Li Xiu was too lazy to explain.
As a strong man, he couldn't explain even a little bit.
As he left, he saw out of the corner of his eye a female member of the Lanlin Guild lifting up Shen Yuanlinger's skirt, as if checking something.
I'm so.
When Li Xiu left, the sky was just getting light.
After a yawn, I walked into a breakfast shop. Boss, give me a serving of Xiaolong Bao.
Li Xiu sat in the store and picked up his phone to start browsing. Recently, a monk from Sakura country traveled to Dragon Dynasty and was attacked by a strange beast.
His whereabouts are currently unknown. India also sent monks to the Dragon Dynasty.
Li Xiu put down his phone, picked up the dumplings with chopsticks, dipped them in the soup and ate them non-stop. There has been quite a lot of discussion on Buddhism and Taoism recently, but the heat of this kind of thing will soon pass. Because of the lack of entertainment, no one wants to watch Taoist priests and monks arguing with each other.
He began to pay attention to the messages on his mobile phone. Puff, brother Shadow God, are you coming to our school's social? The kind where you don't go home?
Li Xiu silently deleted the chat interface. This woman had a bit of a socialite vibe, which he didn't like. But some men like this, after all, she is still a martial arts star, and this status blesses her and increases her attack speed.
Li Xiu clicked on another unread message from the principal.
Lin Aihua, I have already reported on what happened last time.
The current effect is in a state of tension.
Even with Yuan Yingyi on the platform, some members of parliament still don't believe it.
Li Xiu understood that this was normal.
For these politicians, all they wanted was profit.
Swinging is also normal. It's okay, I just said that. If that day ever comes, we'll talk about it then.
Li Xiu replied to the message.
Hiss. Is the end of the world so easy for the real boss?
Lin Aihua was shocked.
Lin Aihua, there is one more thing. The Buddhist conference is almost over. Please prepare. After all, it was the Taoist master who invited you.
Li Xiu moved his fingers and typed, okay, I'll take Gao Ningyan with me.
Okay.
Lin Aihua agreed readily. Li Xiu had finished a basket of dumplings without realizing it.
Is this a clash between the Orthodox Taoist Daoxian Temple and the Orthodox Buddhist Nanshan Temple?
There are also neighboring countries involved. Li Xiu raised his eyes and narrowed them slightly. These people are really troublesome. Left the breakfast shop. Li Xiu returned to Longwu University. He didn't have any classes in the morning, so he went to the square after a long absence to operate the logistics mecha for a while. As his identity was exposed, the so-called university became his retreat. No one will check his grades anymore. Of course, Gao Ningyun is an exception. Occasionally, she will play some small games like, "Student, you don't want to be expelled by the teacher, right?" In the evening, Li Xiu suddenly received a message. Su Hangyuan actually said that he wanted to treat him to a meal. "Lin Yu, no way, monkey, don't let your temper tumble. Something bad will happen if your temperament changes drastically." Huang Yuan, I agree. Don't scare us. If you have any difficulties, just tag Li Xiu. Li Xiu, what's going on? Later, Su Hangyuan posted a photo of them together. It was a girl in a fiery red school uniform. The two behaved intimately. Su Hangyuan's devil horns looked smooth and shiny. "I'm in love," Su Hangyuan said. There was silence in the group for a while, and then there was a burst of curses. Fuck. This is so unfair. Where can I eat? I won't eat anything that's not expensive. Lin Yu typed this out of frustration. Huang Yuan was also angry. Where is justice? Where is humanity? Li Xiu replied with a 6. In the evening, inside a barbecue restaurant at the school gate. Su Hangyuan is quite generous. Ordered a table full of meat. Then I saw Lin Fian rushing to pay the money. This scene broke the defense of the two brothers. The chopsticks were bitten into pieces. Li Xiuza doesn't care, as long as there is something to eat. Just at this moment, Lin Fian took the initiative to pick up a piece of barbecue and blew on it. Then put it into Li Xiu's bowl. Li Xiu frowned slightly, wondering if this was too abnormal. The smiles on the other three people's faces also froze. Li Xiu remembered a little trick used by boys, the best friend strategy. If he likes a girl, he will first flirt with her best friend. When cooked, soak them together. Is she saving the country in a roundabout way? Chapter 122. You kill monsters, I carry the car. Clear division of labor. Lin Fian smiled slightly and said, Shinju is going to the Buddhist and Taoist conference. Can he take us with him? Li Xiu suddenly realized that this was a bribe to him. He said calmly, this conference might be boring. Are you sure you want to go? Lin Fian immediately said, Taoist and Buddhist techniques are generally not passed on to outsiders, but my Lin family's leg techniques and breathing techniques are derived from Buddhism. So I wanted to go and take a look, and broaden my horizons. Li Xiu immediately understood, okay, I'll tell the principal when the time comes. I didn't expect that the meal wouldn't be free. It was getting a little cool at night and everyone was a little tipsy. Of course, Li Xiu is an exception. With his strong blood and energy as his foundation, he is not afraid of this little bit of alcohol at all. Su Hangyuan was supported by Lin Fian. The two brothers were filled with envy. Why? I will definitely find a fairy in the future. Exactly. I'm so jealous. After separating from a few people, Li Xiu returned to the dormitory. After opening the door, I saw Gao Ningyun packing his luggage. Specifically, there are pink underwear and mesh. Li Xiu was a little shocked. What are you doing? Why are you preparing these things? Gao Ningyun smiled and said, we are going to attend the Buddhist conference this time. Do you think it's very close? Don't you want to prepare some clothes? Li Xiu has a system space, so naturally he doesn't need to bring these things. He walked to Gao Ningyun and put the box into the system space. What kind of ability do you have? Some special genetic skill? Gao Ningyun asked suspiciously. Li Xiu lowered his head, you know I have no limits, my friend. Gao Ningyun looked up, the light shining on her face, which was extremely beautiful and exquisite. The smile on her lips suddenly became evil. What's wrong? She casually took out a pink fishnet bra from the closet. Go to bed early, I have my period today. Fuck. You're not, so why don't you dress more simply? Li Xiu immediately protested. Don't you have no limits? I want to see how many limits you can endure. That night Li Xiu lay on the bed, far away from her. Oh, woman. The next morning, Li Xiu and Gao Ningyun arrived at the school gate. A bus has been waiting for a long time. This is the means of transportation provided by the school. After a while, Su Hangyuan, Lin Yu, Huang Yuan, and Lin Fian arrived.
This time due to personal reasons. Gao Shuwei duo couldn't go. Ying Yi also returned to Beijing.
Because there have been more and more state affairs recently, she chose to return to Beijing for a while. Li Xiu looked at the people in front of him.
Let's go. Get ready to go.
The bus slowly left the university gate. In the car, Li Xiu was leaning against the window alone, calculating how much liquid metal he could exchange for his current killing points.
500 G of liquid crystal requires 1.5 million kill points to exchange for enough liquid metal. And integrating it into the mecha is not a small amount of money. Let us continue to brush some on this trip.
Along the way, Li Xiu emitted a stream of qi and blood from time to time.
Eliminate swarms of flies and mosquitoes. Little by little, it adds up to a lot.
He believed in this truth since he first came here and made a fortune by swatting mosquitoes and flies.
Don't underestimate these little insects. Everyone in the car was having a great time.
Wearing headphones and eating snacks, he had a lot of fun. And among the clouds, a fat thunder dragon was flying through the clouds.
Of course, Lillian had to follow.
But she simply didn't like sitting in a tin box. She likes flying freely, she loves this feeling so much. From time to time, he would open his mouth and swallow a whole cloud into his stomach, and then endless clouds would flow out from his 7 orifices. Under the flow of blue lightning, it looks like a divine body. Of course, the picture would be more beautiful if she hadn't become bloated due to weight gain. According to the information the two of you gave me last time, this Buddhist and Taoist discussion will be held at the Daoxian Temple.
Gao Ningyun pushed his glasses and said, the Daoxian Temple is in Tianyu province, so it's not too far away, so we took the bus.
Li Xiu nodded. Which mountain is the Daoxian Temple located on?
Gao Ningyun opened the map on his phone and said, it's not too far, but most people can't get there.
They have been keeping the mountain closed. Gao Ningyun took out her headphones and placed her 237-inch white legs on Li Xiu's thighs. The bus was going through a valley. The driver was a warrior himself and was very talkative.
It is said that he was once a student of Languo University.
After graduation, I became a campus bus driver. He is quite powerful, a master-level warrior. Shadow God, the valley ahead is a gathering place for strange beasts.
Gao Ningyun smiled faintly and said, oh? Then do you want to go around a bit?
If we take a detour, the delay will probably be 2 hours, the driver said in a hoarse voice. Li Xiu sensed it slightly and found that this was exactly what I wanted.
I'm just kidding. Don't take a detour. Just get going.
The three friends immediately flattered him. With Shadow God here with us, what are you afraid of?
That's right. Strange beasts? They're not even enough to fill the gaps in my Shadow God's teeth. The bus soon arrived at the valley.
Li Xiu suddenly said, hey.
Wait, stop here for a moment. With an order.
The bus stopped.
The valley is vast and quiet. A flying dragonfly landed on the window.
A trace of cold sweat ran across the driver's forehead.
Don't be nervous, students.
Our Languo buses have been specially modified and are very sturdy.
If we can't defeat them, we can still run away. Bang!
Li Xiu kicked the car door open.
Why are you running?
I'm here to reap the harvest. Li Xiu got out of the car. The valleys on both sides seemed to be alarmed.
Countless chameleon-like creatures rushed down the mountain.
Li Xiu smiled disdainfully. Color-changing killer, grade, B, HP, 6000-9000, description, be careful behind you. These lizards are the masters of assassination. They excel at dancing in the darkness, and their dance, imbued with the aura of death and darkness, is exceptionally captivating. Li Xiu's mouth curled up. Very good, there are still a lot of these things.
Boom boom boom.
Li Xiu noticed the movement behind him and immediately turned around. He saw a muscular driver carrying a bus and running back on the mountain road.
Divine Pillar. Don't worry, leave this to me, you won't have to worry about anything.
Li Xiu now understood why the driver used a master-level warrior.
How could he carry the car and run away at the critical moment?
Then he smiled faintly, raised his hand and snapped his fingers.
Buzz.
The terrifying energy and blood power was centered around it, and ripples spread out in all directions.
Wherever I go. Bang bang bang.
There was a constant sound like bursting balloons. All the color-changing killers died.
Ding.
Host kills 342 color-changing killers, total HP gained, 362-4105, Gene Chain X401. Li Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly.
Yes, this wave is more than 3 million. Chapter 123, The Great Taoist Master. Life is like a dream.
Now that more than 3 million killing points have arrived, the total killing points have reached more than 24 million.
San Yu and Gao Ningyun can now achieve potion freedom.
However, Li Xiu had already agreed with them that the money for these potions would be deducted from their salaries after they became super god-level strongmen.
Li Xiu has thought it all out.
Anyway, my energy and blood have reached the limit, so I might as well cultivate these small accounts.
It will definitely be useful in the future.
The little fat girl Lillian also started taking the chi and blood potion under his coercion and inducement.
So, he needs to kill.
There's such a big family to support. Looking at the corpses all over the mountains, Li Xiu collected them all into the system in accordance with the principle of not wasting anything. Although these things are not worth a lot of money, you can still make a lot of money if you buy them in large quantities.
A man who supports a family really can't waste resources casually. After a while, the bus honked back into the valley.
The driver rolled down the window and said, "The heroic image of the divine pillar has been deeply imprinted in my heart." Su Hangyuan rolled down the window and said, "Xiu, you're so awesome, you can just sit in the car and snap your fingers to harvest.
Why bother going out?"
The other two brothers also laughed and said, "That's right.
It's true, Li Xiu, you are a little stupid."
The veins on Li Xiu's face were twitching slightly. An entrepreneur is right when he says that you can't be too nice to your employees, as it will not be conducive to their hard work.
Second, they will be dishonest.
Li Xiu got into the car with an expressionless face.
After a while, 4 people were left there. Su Hangyuan and Lin Fian. Ling Yu and Huang Yuan. Each one is more confused than the other. Shadow God. Don't let us go. Damn it. That's right. This valley is dangerous. Who told you to say such sarcastic things just now?
On the bus, Gao Ningyan leaned on Li Xiu's shoulder, smiled and narrowed his eyes. "It's much quieter."
Yes, these guys should have gotten off the car long ago,
Li Xiu said with a smile. Some time passed. The driver coughed and said, "Shinju, Gaojiao, the upside is the Daoxian village. If you want to go to Daoxian Temple, you have to pass through the village."
Li Xiu nodded. "Okay, then we'll get off here."
The driver nodded and said, "Have a pleasant journey, both of you." After Li Xiu and Gao Ningyan got off the bus, it slowly drove away.
After the two got off the car,
I saw a plaque with the words hanging upside down on it in the distant village. Li Xiu subconsciously expanded his perception and found that the population of the entire village was not too large.
And everyone is full of chi and blood.
As the two walked into the village, an old man with a white beard immediately came from a distance.
"Young children, are you here to visit the upside-down temple?"
Li Xiu and Gao Ningyan looked at each other. Su Hangyuan and his 3 companions finally arrived at the village, covered in dust and dirt.
Lin Yu's designer coat was torn by the beast, and she couldn't help but complain, "Damn it. Luckily we've gotten stronger lately, otherwise we'd be in big trouble." Su Hangyuan panted, "We've gone a bit too far." Huang Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Our cultivation may have a deeper meaning."
The strange beasts we encountered along the way were not very strong. I feel that they were selected by Li Xiu.
We have been practicing hard recently.
Although our chi and blood have increased dramatically, we lack the test of life and death.
So, Xiu still loves us. Is that so?
The other two became suspicious. At this time, they took a look at the upside-down village in front of them.
Okay. Go in, Huang Yuan said. As soon as the 4 of them entered the village, a white-bearded village chief came forward and asked, "Young children, are you here to visit the upside-down temple?"
The 4 of them nodded obediently immediately. The village chief smiled slightly and said, "Okay." On the other side, Li Xiu and Gao Ningyun climbed up the mountain road.
Walk up the stairs.
Soon, the road ahead became flat and a peach garden pond appeared in front of Li Xiu.
Gao Ningyun, who was beside him, cried out and fell into the pond. Li Xiu frowned. "No way, playing this?" Not long after, in the pond, the old village chief changed into a gorgeous Taoist robe. "Young man, did you lose the gold wife, the silver wife, or the bronze wife?" Li Xiu was speechless. "I want your mother. Play the river god game for me, huh?"
Li Xiu's blood and energy instantly surged, and he pulled the old village chief, who was pretending to be the river god, down from the pond and slapped him in the face.
River god, huh? Bang! Village chief, right? Who the hell are you, old man?
The old village chief quickly raised his hand and said, "Oh, Shinju, please stop hitting me. Your chi and blood are really terrifying." The scene suddenly changed. The old man in Li Xiu's hand turned into an old man wearing a white Taoist robe and had an immortal look. However, the slap mark on his face was so eye-catching. Suddenly, a vibration came from my hand.
Li Xiu was immediately bounced away. That's interesting. I actually used my own energy and blood to push myself away.
The old Taoist stood in the water, his white robes fluttering in the wind, and the only thing missing was a halo above his head.
I'm just playing a little joke on the divine pillar.
It's just a little trick to use a little bit of force to achieve a great result. The divine pillar can call me the great immortal of the Taoist sect.
Li Xiu.
On the other side, Gao Ningyan frowned slightly, only to see Li Xiu beside her fall into the pond with a splash. Then a ray of light came on.
My dear beauty, do you want this gold husband, this silver husband, or this bronze husband? Gao Ningyan's mouth curled up gradually. Old man.
Only children would do multiple choice questions.
Is this gold pure gold? Or gold plated? Or 999 pure gold? The old village chief.
At this moment, on the other side, the Taoist master waved his sleeves. A window suddenly appeared in front of him, and Li Xiu could see Gao Ningyun's performance. You have all now entered the secret realm of my upside-down view, where life is like a dream. In this secret realm, I control everything with the Tao, and use this to test people's greed, anger, ignorance, and wrath.
Enter my upside-down position. Break free from this floating life. If you can break free from this floating life, you will definitely find a wonderful method.
Li Xiu instantly appeared in front of the old man, and amidst the other's astonished expression, he slapped him into the pool.
That's great. One great immortal will teach me a magic trick. 3 great immortals will teach me 3 magic tricks.
Sure enough, 3 great Taoist masters suddenly floated in the water.
Chapter 124, The Indian Divine Monk.
Transformed into a sky full of flying rain. The 3 great Taoist masters slowly merged into one, shook lightly, and all the water stains on their bodies evaporated.
Shinju is such a joke. The secret realm is controlled by me, how can there really be 3 of me?
Li Xiu frowned slightly. What are you guys playing at?
The great immortal chuckled and said, when we were little, we all came here to learn from our master. That's why you came to us. I'll let you feel it too. What other reasons could there be?
Li Xiu stepped forward and slapped him, sending him flying.
Boom!
There was a loud bang, and a figure was left on the cliff, but the old man seemed to be fine. You have to know that a casual slap from Li Xiu has the force of 100,000 chi and blood. As for the old Taoists' chi and blood, they are also very interesting.
99,999. This is the case in Li Xiu's view. What about me who controls the points? This is also the human race with the highest vitality that I have ever seen. There's still some skill in both Buddhism and Taoism.
Li Xiu said to himself. The great immortal climbed out from the cliff with a grin. It's my fault, it's my fault. He waved his hand. Gao Ningyun appeared in front of Li Xiu, holding 2 wooden dummies in her hands.
Looks like you're in a good mood. After discovering the wooden dummy in his hand, Gao Ningyun threw it aside awkwardly. Ahem, it really is an illusion.
Li Xiu looked at her suspiciously. Did you choose all of them just now?
Is it nice to be hugged by women?
Gao Ningyun snorted. If one of them turns out to be you, the safest thing to do is of course to choose all of them. The great Taoist master came to Li Xiu and the other man.
Your friends are here.
Li Xiu looked at the scene in the air. I saw 3 people who were also trapped in the secret realm.
When the great master said, do you want this golden friend, this silver friend, or this bronze friend? These idiots all chose gold.
Li Xiu was amused and said, let them in. The Taoist master smiled and waved his hand, and 4 people appeared in front of Li Xiu. Looking at the miserable appearance of the 4 people, Li Xiu covered his face.
Su Hangyuan yelled and was about to come up and fight with Li Xiu. Bang! He became obedient after being slapped by Li Xiu. Letting you walk is for your own good.
You can hone your martial arts skills along the way. The great immortal stepped out at the right moment and said, well, since you have come from afar, follow me to the Daoxian temple. He waved his hand. The clouds and mist in front of me dissipated and the secret realm disappeared. The steps are like a ladder to heaven, reaching straight into the sky.
The mountain is surrounded by clouds and mist, appearing and disappearing. Like a mountain range hanging upside down. The great immortal walked in front. Li Shou and others followed closely behind.
The great immortal said, "Many friends from the Buddhist sect have already arrived, and the grand ceremony of the two sects is about to begin, but there is still some time before that."
Li Shou nodded. "Are the monks from India here too?"
The great immortal nodded. "Not only that, people from Sakura, Hanshang, and Indi have all come. They always think they are the orthodox ones."
Li Shou frowned slightly. "Taoism is the state religion of our dragon dynasty. What does it have to do with the Hanshang dragon dynasty?" The great immortal laughed. "Shinju is mistaken.
They all think they are the orthodox Buddhists. The monks from Hanshang and Sakura country have been arguing for a long time these days."
Li Shou rubbed his brows. "Why is this so confusing? Besides Buddhism and Taoism, these countries are now vying for orthodoxy?" The great immortal nodded and said, "We, the Taoist sect, will face Buddhism from many countries.
As for the disputes among them about orthodoxy, let them argue among themselves." Li Shou was also amused. Then I met two acquaintances halfway up the mountain.
Lei Tingzi and Wu Yu. Lei Tingzi stepped forward and said, "Master." The great immortal smiled and said, "These two have been busy receiving guests here for several days."
Suddenly, there was a noise halfway up the mountain.
"What's wrong with this broken mountain? It's not even as good as our sacred mountain in India.
I just chose gold, and after all this time, they're still fooling us."
"That's right.
If the Dragon Dynasty can't produce gold, then there's no point in making any choices." Li Shou looked back and saw 4 Indian monks walking towards him. These people were dressed in traditional Buddhist attire, and they looked arrogant and domineering.
"What are you looking at? We're in India. To dare to look down on us is disrespectful to us.
As expected of a remote and poor place. These Dragon Dynasty people have no manners at all.
A country like this actually holds a Buddhist and Taoist forum? Ha, and what is the Taoism of the Dragon Dynasty?
It's just garbage.
Look at that guy. He's still glaring at us. What a sharp-nosed, monkey-faced guy." Hearing this, Li Shou raised his hand and pointed at himself. "Are you guys talking about me?"
Several Indian monks looked at each other.
"Ah, Buddha said fools are fools themselves. You look up to us, the true Buddhas, and you still don't realize it? As expected of a fool from the Dragon Dynasty. An inferior person." Buzz.
There was a tremor of air. As the Indian monk spoke, blood foam filled the air. The remaining 3 monks looked at the young man who raised his hand. They remembered that before they went abroad, their master and the government repeatedly emphasized that they should be careful. At that time, due to arrogance and conceit, the 3 did not listen carefully. But at this moment, in this scene, they knew exactly who they had met. The living devil of the Dragon Dynasty, the Shadow God Pillar. Li Shou appeared beside the 3 of them.
"Your discussion is over. Go to hell with your arrogance." Boom. The remaining 3 also completely exploded.
In the blood mist, Li Shou slowly turned his head, without a drop of blood on his body.
It's a bit quiet at the moment. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Yes, the person in front of me is so powerful. In fact, Li Shou can break the rules and kill as many people as he wants. Everyone couldn't help but think of a sentence in their hearts.
A truly strong person can be either crazy or restrained, and the latter is more difficult. Li Shou smiled and said, "These flies in India are really annoying.
Let's go." Everyone continued to climb the mountain. Everything that just happened was as if it had never happened. When everyone arrived in front of the Taoist temple, what appeared before their eyes was a group of ancient and quaint buildings. About 100 Taoist disciples were practicing. In the square outside the temple, there is a magical aura among the clouds and mist.
Lei Tingzi, take the guests to find a room to stay in.
The great immortal ordered.
Lei Tingzi immediately said yes respectfully. Then he led the way in front. "The facilities in our inverted temple are simple, please don't mind," he said as he walked.
"Hey! Little Taoist priest, why are you so polite? Weren't you very arrogant last time?" Su Hangyuan teased.
The other party was silent for a moment, then said, "Master is right, a single leaf can block your view. It is better to go out more often and you will know that there is a world beyond the sky.
A single leaf blocks the view. Is this a saying from Buddhism? Lin Yu complained.
As the saying goes, Tao follows nature.
As long as it's a statement, what can Taoists say?
The veins on Lei Tingzi's forehead bulged.
Chapter 125, It's time to eat, 3 dishes fried with charcoal.
After the quarrel, they brought Li Xiu and the others to a courtyard. The courtyard was not small and was divided into 3 independent bungalows. It is a bit like a courtyard house and has the function of housing multiple families.
Lei Tingzi smiled and said, "All right everyone, this is the upper room of our Daoxian temple. You can stay here."
Li Xiu slightly expanded his perception and found that many places within the Taoist temple were imperceptible. It seemed that the Taoist magic was indeed magical.
Su Hangyuan and the others turned around and asked, "Xiao Lei, where can we eat here?"
Lei Tingzi looked back from a distance and said, "There's a cafeteria.
Just come and eat."
After he walked away, Li Xiu and Gao Ningyan chose a house. The house was antique and filled with the scent of sandalwood.
Slightly masks the aged aroma of wooden furniture. Gao Ningyu walked to the hard wooden bed.
Although the bedding was clean, it was not very comfortable.
"Li Xiu, are you sure you can live comfortably here?"
Gao Ningyun is a woman after all, and she has high requirements for her bed when she goes out. Li Xiu frowned slightly. He noticed a crazy Taoist priest standing outside the courtyard, not knowing what he was doing.
Just think of it as a place for cultivation. It's a rare trip to the mountains. You can ask some Taoist priests for advice. Maybe your martial arts will improve.
Li Xiu discovered that within the entire Taoist temple, there were many powerful warriors, including more than 30,000 super limit warriors, and there were 8 of them. The master of the temple, that is, the great Taoist master, is even closer to the ultimate in human chi and blood is recognized by the alien race. The shackles of the human race, 30,000 is the first hurdle, and currently, 100,000 is the second hurdle. Maybe it has something to do with what Angel and the others said, the racial shackles. After all, these powerful people in the deep space have health points of millions. But in the deep space, the so-called eternal level strongmen are nothing in front of me. Li Xiu glanced out the window at the crazy Taoist priest, who had peach blossoms on his head and kept making faces. But the warrior's blood and chi are not low, exceeding the limit of 30,000. Li Xiu walked out of the room. The old Taoist looked at him and then disappeared.
What's going on?
Lei Tingzi glanced at the man running away and sighed. This is one of the 8 hanging sons, my uncle.
Unfortunately, he went into the demon suppression secret realm a few days ago and came out crazy.
Li Xiu asked doubtfully, demon suppression secret realm?
Yeah, our Daoxian temple suppresses an SSS level secret realm.
Every few years, we have to organize disciples to go in and clean it up.
Otherwise, do you think our strength is gained by practicing with our heads down? Li Xiu nodded. That's right.
Such strength cannot be achieved by just hard work.
I'm here to take you to the cafeteria. You'll have 3 meals a day in the cafeteria from now on.
We'll provide them for free during the Buddhist Taoist Forum.
Lei Tingzi said.
Soon, men and women from each room came out. Su Hangyuan and the others changed into casual clothes. It seemed that they really treated themselves as being on vacation. At this time, an old Taoist in white clothes fell from the sky. Li Xiu saw that the person he was holding in his hand was Lilian, the little fat dragon.
Your Excellency, the Divine Pillar. The great immortal smiled. Your pet is so interesting.
When she was questioning her conscience with the river god, she jumped directly into the river.
I was completely stunned.
The Taoist master reached out and pinched her little face. It can be seen that the old Taoist likes this dragon child very much.
Li Xiu nodded. Excuse me, master, are you being arrogant?
This dragon is useless except for being embarrassing.
Roast it and improve everyone's meals tonight. Lilian was furious. Li Xiu. What are you talking about? Am I not your most beloved little dragon girl? Wow. Stinky man. Li Xiu smiled. Okay, let's go eat.
When Lilian heard that there was food to eat, she immediately struggled to get off the Taoist priest. Although she couldn't beat the old man, she was still very sure that the old man would not do anything to her. Even this old man didn't have any murderous aura, unlike Li Xiu.
The murderous aura is somewhat heavy.
Li Xiu glanced at Lilian and said, this great master can be said to be the strongest of the human race.
Please be a little more polite. Aren't you the strongest among humans? Lillian asked. I'm different.
No one paid much attention to Li Xiu's words. They walked slowly among the Taoist buildings shrouded in mountain mist. In front of a Taoist building. The plaque has 4 big characters and Le Shanshur.
Lei Tingzi introduced, this is the dining hall of our Taoist temple. The cook is my 17th senior brother.
His cooking is delicious. Everyone walked into the cafeteria and found that there were already other people in the cafeteria. Among the Buddhist monks, Wu Yu is sitting next to an old nun, who was probably her master. The others are a group of Taoist disciples. However, compared with Buddhist disciples, there are much fewer of them.
Lei Tingzi said calmly, those are the monks from Hancheng and Sakura country.
Li Xiu looked up and saw that the monks from Sakura country were wearing dark Buddhist robes, while the Buddhist robes from Hancheng were plainer in color.
These people also looked at Li Xiu.
It seems that he knows Li Xiu's identity. There was a clean table not far away, which was obviously reserved for Li Xiu and his friends. After Li Xiu sat down, the cafeteria began to serve the food.
Lin Yu yawned. I've been drinking and eating meat every day lately.
I really need to eat some vegetarian food.
Huang Yuan nodded.
My parents often go to the temple near my home to eat vegetarian food.
It's true that it's good to eat vegetarian food occasionally.
Serve the food. Following a shout, several young disciples, led by a middle-aged disciple, appeared carrying various bowls and plates. Oh, because my Buddhist friends are here, everything from now on will be vegetarian. Don't mind me, I'm a 3rd-generation disciple, ranked 17th.
You can just call me the chef. The Taoist priest who was speaking was tall, wearing an apron, and looked like a cook.
Soon, the dishes were served to Li Xiu and others. But no one picked up their chopsticks for a long time. The first dish was charcoal cucumber.
Why was it called cucumber?
Because Li Xiu saw cucumber seeds on the rim of the bowl. The second dish is charcoal shredded radish. The third dish was really good, potato wedges.
The color is just a little weird. Sure enough, everyone fell silent. You call this a dish? Su Hangyuan broke the silence. Is this the senior brother from the Dao sect who cooks delicious food? Call Lei Tingzi over here, I want to kill him.
After San Yu finished speaking, Lillian looked up at the food and suddenly burst into tears.
Aren't we eating?
Where's the meat? Where's the vegetables?
Accompanied by Lillian's voice. The Taoist priest ranked 17th came over and said, Oh? Little boy? Are you dissatisfied with my food? Boom.
His whole body was filled with energy and blood.
Li Xiu nodded.
This guy is not good at cooking, but his cultivation is really good. With more than 27,000 Qi in blood, he would be a guest of honor in the outside world. But here he is just a cook.
Ba Gyaru. A Japanese monk cursed loudly. Are you kidding us? Chapter 126 Since you are here, don't leave.
Hearing the sudden Sakura language, Li Xiu laughed. The food at the Dao sect is indeed not delicious, but who do you think you are, Sakura dog?
How dare you bark in front of me?
He glanced at the monk who started cursing.
The latter's face suddenly turned pale.
The next moment, Li Xiu waved his hand.
With the terrifying blood and energy surging, the man flew out of the cafeteria. Li Xiu raised his hand and pinched it. Bang! Blood mist splatters. This is Longchao, Sakura, choose your words carefully. All the Sakura monks turned pale.
They didn't understand why their junior brother had just said one sentence. He was killed by this Dragon Dynasty divine pillar. The key point is that their master remained silent and they didn't dare to say anything. The old monk in the lead looked up at Li Xiu, then said submissively, Shinju is absolutely right.
We were wrong.
Everyone looked at each other, and for a moment they dared not speak anymore.
This Dragon Dynasty divine pillar is truly too powerful.
This time, the monks from Hancheng did not dare to be stubborn, for fear that if they said a wrong word, they would be killed. Li Xiu picked up the bowl and chopsticks, picked up the burnt food and put it into his mouth. Li Xiu, who had thought it would be unpalatable, suddenly had a bright look in his eyes.
Is this soy sauce?
It tastes pretty good. Upon hearing this, the others started eating and were immediately warned by the delicious smell.
Holy crap! It's delicious. This soy sauce smells so good.
I thought it was burnt at first. Lei Tingzi then smiled proudly. I told you, my senior brother's cooking is delicious, but it doesn't look good.
This soy sauce is his secret recipe.
Everyone enjoyed the meal afterwards, and some of the boys ate a lot in particular.
3 bowls of rice per person. Only Lillian was crying. Dragons eat meat, not vegetables.
Li Xiu glanced at her and said, "So you're a dragon, so you go hunting on your own?"
Lillian's nose flared, and she was obviously a little angry. Let's go. I'm leaving. Don't think about me. Watching the little fat girl run out angrily,
Li Xiu smiled. With Lillian's strength, he had nothing to worry about.
After dinner, we started discussing the Tao in the afternoon.
The discussions in the first few days were all literary battles, simply put, a few people sitting on the ground.
Talk freely.
Li Xiu took his group to travel and enjoy the scenery.
In such an occasion, they would fall asleep in a few minutes.
But he soon noticed that they were not the only ones distracted. The young nun Wu Yu from the Buddhist sect also took her fellow sisters to play in the mountains.
The divine pillar is great, said the nun Wu Yu Xiao. Li Xiu nodded. Aren't you going to discuss the Tao? How can we discuss philosophy?
Our masters and uncles are naturally busy,
Wu Yu said and glanced at Li Xiu. Shinju, there will be a martial arts discussion starting tomorrow. You should come and show your support then. Li Xiu nodded. If there's a fight to watch, I'll go and see it.
On the top of a distant mountain, there is a crazy Taoist priest walking upside down. The Taoist sect has a very profound foundation, and the reputation of the 8 upside-down suns is indeed well-deserved,
Wu Yu said.
Li Xiu took a look at the crazy Taoist's blood circulation and said, "Yes, it is unique." The next moment, a voice was heard, "I am Dao Xianbazi. I have long heard of the mighty name of the divine pillar.
Today I see it for myself. It is truly worthy of its reputation."
Li Xiu smiled, and 7 Taoists appeared in the forest.
There are both men and women.
Li Xiu smiled. However, no bloody provocative fights took place.
Several people invited Li Xiu and others to have tea and chat. The Taoist priest in the lead is named Yu Heng.
White hair and youthful face. It is said that he is the senior brother of the great immortal.
After everyone sat down on the bamboo mat,
Li Xiu asked, "The Taoist techniques are truly miraculous.
Breaking through the limits of the human body doesn't seem that difficult."
Yu Hengzi shook his head. "Shinju, please don't say that.
It's your blood and energy that frightens us."
It's hard to say about Li Xiu, we rely on the system.
Gao Ningyun was very interested in this Taoist technique. What are the Taoist techniques? A Taoist priest immediately jumped up. 9 thunderous calls. Boom, boom, boom.
Thunder surged around him, the wind and clouds in the sky changed, and the lightning echoed. My junior brother has inherited the thunder method, and many disciples use this method, Yu Hengzi said, and several other Taoist priests also displayed their magical powers.
Water method. Fire magic. Mufa. Golden law.
In addition to the 5 elements law, there is also the thunder law and the yin-yang law. However, this yin-yang law is in the hands of my junior brother, and it is a Taoist method that can only be practiced by great immortals of all generations,
Yu Hengzi said.
Li Xiu and the others looked at the gorgeous Taoist magic. I've seen that among the Taoist disciples, no one seems to have integrated the genetic chains of exotic beasts, Li Xiu said with a smile.
Yu Hengzi shook his head. This isn't popular here. We can't even comprehend all the Tao methods we have.
Li Xiu smiled.
Then he stood up. Take off. Boom, boom.
Thunder surged around him.
Yu Hengzi was shocked. This is 9 thunderous calls.
Li Xiu smiled and said, Master,
I am also a disciple of the Taoist sect.
Then he floated down. The Taoists were stunned.
The divine pillar is truly a god. He has already understood everything just by observing it for a moment? I wonder if you have also comprehended the other 5 elements.
Li Xiu smiled, raised his hand, and a mountain spring began to surge in the distance. Surrounding the body, flowers and plants are growing wildly. He raised his hand and slapped it, and flames swirled.
It's a bit difficult. I just read the 5 elements Taoism once and can only imitate part of it. It was indeed an imitation.
Li Xiu's energy and blood were infinite, and he had already released the Taoism when these people released it. He had already figured out the meridian routes. It is not difficult to imitate the Taoist methods with strength far exceeding that of these Taoists. But in the eyes of these Taoists, the skills they had studied throughout their lives were easily learned by Li Xiu.
It's still hard to save face.
Yu Hengzi laughed heartily. We are old now. Perhaps only Junior Brother Master's method of yin and yang transformation can stump the divine pillar.
Li Xiu smiled faintly and said, the Taoist cultivation methods are profound. I am still far from understanding them fully.
Several people exchanged polite words. Afterwards, they returned to the courtyard to rest. At this moment, Lillian was chasing a hare in the mountains and came to a canyon.
After the rabbit entered the cave,
she rushed in without hesitation.
The next moment, the scenery in front of me changed. Oh no! Is this a secret place? Lillian walked towards the depths of the secret realm.
But I saw the rabbit being caught in the hands of an old Taoist priest, and the next moment, he slowly bit it in his mouth.
Suddenly blood began to flow. Crazy Taoist, what are you doing? Eating raw meat is unhygienic, Lillian said. The crazy Taoist smiled and then ran away. Lillian frowned. What the hell is this place?
But the next moment, she was stunned. In front of 9 huge bronze platforms, there were 8 elderly Taoists tied up.
The key point is that Lillian knew him, Taoist master? Who is that person outside the secret realm? Bang! My friend, who's outside? Of course, that person outside is me. A Taoist master dressed in white appeared behind Lillian.
But since you're here, don't leave.
Chapter 127. Everyone here is garbage.
Lillian was puzzled.
Hey, what's going on, old Taoist priest?
The great immortal smiled and said, this is the secret realm that has been suppressed for hundreds of years by my Daoxian temple.
Do you know what this secret realm is called? What?
Lillian had already started to back away, a look of nervousness flashing across her face.
I have to buy time and wait for Li Xiu, the loser, to notice something is wrong here. SSS level, formless hell.
The great immortal said with a faint smile, my clan and I have waited for hundreds of years, and only recently got this opportunity to capture almost all the Taoist masters. Only one person made a mistake, but he suffered backlash from his technique and was unable to regain consciousness, so we just let him be.
Lillian laughed awkwardly. Ha, that's right. We, the alien beasts. We've finally turned things around. I'm also one of the kind enslaved by humans.
I'm leaving first, brother.
Contact me if you need anything. Master Damon waved his hand and took Lillian into his hands.
Thunder and lightning surged within her, but it was of no avail. A lizard thunder dragon, although it is a little short of what I need, it is enough for my daughter, said the great immortal. On the ground in the distance, a pool of something like mercury flowed over and spread around Lillian.
What? It's so itchy. Lillian complained.
The Taoist master smiled and said, Lei Long, we are the Wuxiang clan, born to copy others.
We are the ultimate imitators.
Whether it is qi and blood or strength, we can be no different from you. The only problem is, we can't kill the one being imitated, or we'll have to choose again.
Lillian finally understood. Li Xiu. Help! We've encountered a monster.
Li Xiu sneezed, then hugged his wife and continued to take a nap. Speaking of which, Lillian ran away for a long time.
Where is she? He spread his perception on the spot, extending it toward the mountains and forests. But he soon sensed Lillian, who was still wandering in the mountains and forests.
He narrowed his eyes slightly.
Forget it, let us wait and see. The next day, everyone slept peacefully in the mountains for a night. Everyone got up before dawn.
I really had nothing to do at night, so I fell asleep early. It's a good idea to go to bed early and get up early. Li Xiu, Su Hangyuan, Lin Yu and Huang Yuan stood on the hilltop facing the wind, and the 4 of them urinated into the wind.
Facing the wind for 100 feet.
He is already a person with abundant energy and blood.
Su Hangyuando. But what the hell is Yingfeng Qianzhang?
Li Xiu's urine shot up into the sky like a cloud sail.
Then it dripped and spread out. I've accepted it. It's boring. This guy is just cheating. Lin Yu complained.
At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed behind him, and Lei Tingzi appeared under a pine tree not far away.
Master asked me to invite everyone. The Buddhist war is about to begin. And it's for real.
Li Xiu and his companions turned around.
Okay, you lead the way. The square in front of the Taoist temple was already bustling with activity.
In the square, a Taoist disciple was using thunder magic to fight with a monk from Nanshan Temple, and the fight was loud and noisy.
Thunderbolt with lightning.
The Buddhist and Taoist onlookers are still arguing.
What the hell are you doing? If you're not convinced, let's go up and fight. You baldy fool. The chef in an apron ignored the obstruction of his fellow apprentices, stood up and uttered a Chinese quintessence. There was a group of monks on the opposite side, and the ones from Hancheng and Sakura country were so angry that their ears and necks turned red. You have no manners. People from the Dragon Dynasty have no manners. That's right. You are so hospitable.
Our Buddhism has a longer history than your Taoism.
What's wrong?
The monks of Nanshan Temple smiled but said nothing when they heard these words. They thought what these foreigners said was right and there was nothing wrong with it.
To be honest, they liked to hear it. The Taoist disciples immediately responded in response. All right. If you're so awesome, come on up and compete. Come.
All of the disciples rolled up their sleeves and were ready to compete.
Li Xiu laughed. Why are these monks so angry?
Lei Tingzi laughed at the side. The Taoist priest, still have a lot of temper.
Why can't I have a temper? Monks have no worries and are all passionate people.
Li Xiu looked at the monks who were giving each other the middle finger.
It's quite interesting.
Soon, the Buddhist disciples on the stage were covered in black smoke and raised the white flag.
Ended in disgrace. There were also several minor fights among the young disciples.
Soon it was the turn of the teachers and leaders to compete, which was also the most interesting. The first one to take the stage was Yu Hengzi, one of the 8 upside-down sons. The old Taoist yawned after he took the stage and said, Master Taoist, I say, all of you here are garbage.
If you don't agree, come and argue. Wow. Yu Hengzi, you don't want to be Lao Bai anymore. I, the Buddha, will slap you to death.
A monk as tall as a pagoda mountain rushed onto the platform, with Buddha's light surging on his body, like shining gold.
Yu Hengzi was not polite either.
Lightning flashed all over his body and he raised his hand, and a bright green light appeared on the ground.
A huge vine wrapped around the other party. The audience immediately exclaimed, 2 different methods? Taoists usually practice multiple techniques, unlike young disciples who usually only master one. The strength of this Yu Hengzi should not be underestimated.
But the masters of this Nanshan Temple are not weak either. Li Xiu and others stood aside and watched the battle in the field.
He glanced at Lei Tingzi and asked, how should I put it? Is the final outcome of your battle to determine the first place? Whoever is recognized as the number 1 in the end will be temporarily recognized as the number 1.
But at the next conference, he will no longer recognize it.
Lei Tingzi said.
After all, it's all done in moderation. Every session has been like this with all the quarrels and fights, so we become somewhat of an acquaintance with each other. But in words, no one is convinced by the other.
Boom!
A lightning bolt as big as a bowl fell from the sky and hit the elder from Nanshan Temple directly on the chest. The Buddhist technique is indeed the best method for physical training. Black smoke was coming out of the monk's chest. He rolled on the ground 2.5 times before he managed to stand up.
No more fighting. No more fighting. I give up.
You old Taoist priest with a big nose are really powerful.
The monk staggered out and sat back in his seat.
After that, several pairs continued to fight, with each side winning and losing. Li Xiu narrowed his eyes and glanced at the Taoist master.
The latter seemed to sense something and nodded to Li Xiu.
Then he suddenly stood up and glanced at the monks present.
Everyone, what I really want to say is that the monks here are really rubbish. If any of you disagree, you can discuss it with me. Wow! What's going on? It's okay for others. Why did the great immortal say that? Actually, isn't the great immortal always humble and polite? Could it be that because the great master's strength is here, everyone just stopped pretending? Amit Ba. The abbot of Nanshan Temple, Juashin, asks for advice from the immortal.
A monk with gray hair stepped forward. At the same time, one of the monks from Hancheng slowly walked out, Hancheng, Kongshin.
A monk from Sakura country also came out, Sakura country, Wuban. We are waiting to seek guidance from the great immortal. Chapter 128 Heaven and Earth? What the hell? Everyone suddenly became excited.
The Buddhist sects of the 3 kingdoms are besieging a great immortal.
Can he win? Gao Ningyan asked doubtfully.
Li Xiu smiled and said, no problem. there is no need to say much about the great immortal's chi and blood.
The abbot of Nanshan Temple, 43,922.
Although their chi and blood are strong, they are not comparable to those of the great immortal. The monks from the other two countries are only over 30,000 in number, and are at most at the same level as the 8 hanging suns.
The battle begins instantly.
The figure of the great immortal was erratic, and there seemed to be yin and yang energies flowing through his body.
The attacks of the 3 monks were resolved one by one.
Their energy and blood condensed on the surface of their bodies, bursting out with golden light.
Like skin of iron and bones.
Although there are some minor differences, the monks of the 3 kingdoms are clearly of the same lineage. Li Xiu nodded secretly. Buddhist chi and blood are used on the surface of muscles and bones, and chi and blood become a barrier, which makes the defense stronger.
Taoism tends to favor change.
In the ever-changing world, there are opportunities to kill everywhere. Suddenly, the expression on the great immortal's face became ferocious. He instantly appeared in front of the monks from Sakura country and raised his hand.
Press it on his face, click.
He broke off his head in an instant, then picked up the head and drank the blood.
This scene is really confusing. Holy crap! A Taoist master tearing apart the devils with his bare hands? Is there any law in this? The key question is, why does a real person drink blood? Fuck, this isn't right. But it's not over yet.
The next moment, the Taoist master slapped the Hansheng monk on the chest.
It also directly breaks the defense. Tear open someone's chest. Take out the bleeding heart. Li Xiu stepped forward amidst the chaos. So you were exposed so quickly?
The Taoist master smiled. Then he raised his hand and pointed. Chi and blood stir up this world.
Boom, boom, boom.
With the great immortal as the core, the formation pattern appeared from under his feet and instantly covered the entire upside-down temple.
Ha ha ha, we brothers have spent so many days and finally figured out this mysterious gate formation. The mountain gate is now locked. Even if you have unstoppable energy, can you resist the entire world?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone found themselves enveloped by a mysterious force, preventing the blood and energy in their bodies from flowing out.
Nanshan Temple Abbot Jueshin said in a deep voice, "Who are you? The great immortals I know are definitely not like you." He. Great immortal? In front of this formation of heaven and earth. All of you will only become food for us.
The great immortal of Taoism.
Obviously not pretending anymore.
Including Gao Ningyun, the chi and blood of Lin Yu and others were obviously suppressed.
The body can't even move.
Li Xiu raised his eyes.
So that's how it is.
Using chi and blood to activate the formation in this area, the power of chi and blood can actually be used in this way. As long as the chi and blood are strong enough, they can stir up the momentum of this world and suppress those within the formation.
But, great immortal, let's call you that for now. No matter how great the momentum of the world is, there will be a limit. Tell me, is it 10 million, 50 million, or maybe I'll give him 300 million? The great immortal suddenly felt something was wrong. He knew that Li Xiu's blood and energy were as vast as the sea. He had already estimated that this man's cultivation was immeasurable. But the people or creatures in this world have never thought about one person so fucking much. You are also in this world, right? I am using the entire formation of the Taoist sect to suppress you. You can't possibly say that you are comparable to the world. Impossible. You are from this world. You can't be stronger than the sky. Stronger than the earth.
The great immortal's mentality collapsed.
I've been planning for hundreds of years, and finally copied the most powerful human in this world. But who are you? How did you appear?
The Taoist master's eyes suddenly lit up. As long as the power of heaven and earth suppresses you for a moment,
I can successfully copy you. You wait for me to come. When everyone was unable to move,
he floated in front of Li Xiu, and then his whole body began to fluctuate, his appearance dissolved, and turned into a liquid life form like mercury.
Li Xiu smiled. Ding! Alien beast detected, SSS rank, formless demon.
Description: in a sense, it can replicate any living being it wishes, but the prerequisite is that this takes time.
Its original body is very fragile during the replication process, and after the replication is successful, the replicated body cannot die.
If you think about it carefully, you will understand how useless this is.
The formless demon clan? I'm really curious. Even if I stand here motionless and let you replicate me, can you replicate me?
Li Xiu looked at the life form in front of him indifferently.
Very contemptuous. Qi and blood are fully activated. Boom boom boom. 9 vivid dragons of energy and blood on Li Xiu's body soared into the sky. Mountains, forests, grass, land, and lakes were shattered and collapsed. The entire upside-down mountain seemed to be facing its end.
9 mad dragons of blood and energy rushed out of the mountains and instantly tore all the momentum of this world into pieces. The whole world, at this moment, is experiencing violent storms in many parts of the world.
Tsunamis and earthquakes erupted.
Even in the distant deep space, countless sleeping terrifying creatures opened their eyes,
looking in this direction in surprise.
Li Xiu did all this just to see if the little Karami in front of him could copy him.
You're crazy. Copy it. At this moment, the silver liquid-like life continued to twist, transforming into a face that resembled Li Xiu. Impossible. Impossible. This is not the energy and blood that a living being can possess. This is a god. The most ancient god. Who on earth are you? Who on earth are you?
Li Xiu raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers.
Moment. Bang. The life before my eyes turned to dust in an instant. Ding.
Kill the formless demon, HP plus 10384889, converted to kill points, Gene Chain X3.
With a thing like you want to copy me?
Li Xiu exhaled slowly, and the qi and blood in his body were suppressed. It seems this world can't perfectly bear my existence. At that moment just now, this world must have suffered a lot. In the distance, 7 people were hanging upside down, looking at each other in confusion.
I forgot about you guys.
Li Xiu raised his hand, get lost.
Bang bang bang.
The 7 people were shattered in an instant.
Ding.
Kill the formless demon, HP plus 2365901, converted to kill points, Gene Chain X15. Yes, the system absorbs the gene chain of the Wuxian demon clan. I will be able to transform into many different forms and become a flower thief in the future. Looking at the messy upside-down temple, he said, well, I hope the temple master won't ask me for the repair fee. At least I solved a major crisis. At this moment, the disciples of both Buddhism and Taoism looked at Li Xiu cautiously.
That's absolutely right. You're such a great donor. Every word you say is a gem. Wulian Tianzuan, your Taoism is something we admire. You should be the best at this Buddhist and Taoist conference. That's right. We all agree. If anyone dares to object, I'll get angry with him. Li Xiu. Chapter 129. Your existence is reasonable. Lei Tingzi ran out. Wait a minute, if those things just now were fake, then where is my master? Only then did everyone remember, where was the real great immortal? Li Xiu said calmly, it's okay. The characteristic of these creatures is that those who are imitated cannot be killed. Go to your secret place in the back mountain and take a look. Everyone then remembered and ran towards the back mountain. After Li Xiu removed the force of this mountain, he was able to spread his perception throughout the entire inverted pavilion. He found Lillian in the mountains and forests. Interesting. Li Xiu took a step forward. The figure disappeared on the spot. After a while, he appeared in the mountains and forests. Looking at the girl in front of him who looked exactly like Lillian, he smiled and said, your clan is quite interesting. The replica Lillian began to tremble all over. My lord, can I stay here to atone for my sins? I was born not long ago and have never harmed any human. Li Xiu smiled faintly and said, anyway, you didn't copy me. Since you've made such a fuss, why don't you ask the great master here? After a while, Li Xiu returned to the Daoxian temple carrying the replica of Lillian. The 7 men hanging upside down and the great immortal were rescued. They all looked disheveled, with tattered clothes and dull eyes. Somewhat sluggish. The great immortal's qi and blood were indeed strong. He raised his hand and released a stream of yin and yang qi, which made his body much cleaner. Thank you, divine pillar, for your help. You are truly a god. Li Xiu smiled and glanced at Lillian, who looked aggrieved. The little girl ran up to Li Xiu and rubbed her chubby face against his robe. Woo woo woo, they bullied me and turned into my appearance. It scared the hell out of me. When she looked up, she saw the replica standing next to Li Xiu. Oh my god. How horrible. What the hell is that? Li Xiu, kill him. Li Xiu pressed her shoulder and said, it's almost done. You were just copied for a while. What's the big deal? Wow. You don't help me. Lillian stood aside with a puffed face. Li Xiu glanced at the great immortal and said, "Do you think this creature deserves to live or die?" The Taoist master glanced at the replica and said, "Your clan has been suppressed by my Taoist temple for hundreds of years. Now you are the only one left in your clan. Only one of the 49 people of Tianyan has escaped. I'll give you a chance to live. Hang upside down and watch over the guardian beast of the mountain for me. Are you willing?" The replica Lillian didn't dare to bargain, as she could feel Li Xiu's terror from afar. With a plop, he said, "I do. I want to be the guardian beast of the mountain." Li Xiu glanced at her, but felt uneasy. He raised his hand and condensed a blood mist, which turned into yin and yang energy and merged into the body of the replica Lillian. "I have marked you with a blood and energy mark. No matter where you are in the future, you will not be able to escape my pursuit," Li Xiu said in a slightly threatening tone. Upon hearing this, the other party did not refute anything, but just nodded. The Taoist master bowed to Li Xiu again. So everyone returned to their own residences to rest. Fortunately, their guest rooms were not affected by Li Xiu's qi and blood. Late at night, when Li Xiu arrived at the top of the mountain, an old man in a white Taoist robe was already there. The old man's hair and beard were all white, and he was looking at the sea of clouds and the moonlight in the distance. Li Xiu walked up to him and neither of them spoke for a moment. Until someone broke the silence. "We'll leave tomorrow. The mountain view here is really beautiful," said Li Xiu. The great immortal smiled and said, "You are too polite, Divine Pillar. We can't even imagine the scenery that Divine Pillar will see in the future." "Oh? Do you think my existence is justified?" "Ha, Shenju, you're joking. Everything has its own reason for existence. Everything in the world evolves, and existence is reasonable. Everything we think is unreasonable is just because we are standing at the foot of the mountain and cannot see the scenery at the top." Li Xiu nodded, "That's true. Shinju has come. I saw traces of my yin-yang method in his moves during the day. Shinju is extremely talented," said the great immortal. Leaping into the sea of clouds, the old Taoist showed the complete yin-yang method to the Divine Pillar before he left. That night, the immortal leaped into the cloud pond. Yin and yang transform all things. The next morning, everyone packed their luggage and said goodbye to each other. Lei Tingzi, Su Hangyuan and others also said goodbye reluctantly. Everyone looked back and saw that the top of the mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist, and the upside-down pavilion was barely visible. Walk to the village at the foot of the mountain. The school bus is already here. Still the same driver, still the same car. The driver rolled down the window. "Everyone. It's time to go home. Are you happy?" Others didn't know, but Lillian was definitely happy and quickly jumped into the car. "Go home. Go home. I want fried chicken. I want steak." This made everyone laugh. It had only been a short time since she started eating vegetarian food, but this little girl couldn't take it anymore. In the car, Gao Ningyun glanced at Li Xiu and asked, "What's wrong? You seem to be worried." Li Xiu nodded when he heard that. "It's okay. I was just thinking about something. The Taoist's yin and yang method has really inspired me. Perhaps my qi and blood can be used in more ways. But let's talk about this later. Let's go home first." We didn't talk much along the way, and when we returned to Lindian City, it was already dark. Everyone dragged their tired bodies back to their respective dormitories. Li Xiu lay on Gao Ningyun's sofa and checked the system's gains. "This time, I have accumulated more than 30 million kill points. I will return to the Lai family tomorrow and find Engineer Angel. Let's see how much liquid metal is needed to build a large mecha after exchanging the controller." The water in the bathroom was running loudly. Gao Ningyun poked his head out and said, "Do you want to take a shower together? The water temperature is just right. Mecha, qi and blood, martial arts, oh, I'm thinking about it. Go take a shower first." "I'm coming." "Is your period over?" Li Xiudo. "It's over." Bang. Li Xiu's clothes exploded instantly. Rushed directly into the toilet. "Start taking a shower. It's so comfortable. It feels so good. So comfortable." Obviously, taking a bath is a pleasurable experience. When they came out of the bathroom, their faces were flushed. No one seemed to be paying attention to Lillian sitting on the sofa. But this guy is already used to it. Staring at the TV, unmoved. A good child should play dumb at appropriate times. Li Xiu returned to the room, took out his cell phone, and clicked on the unread messages, including messages from guild members. Yi Sun from the Tyrannosaurus Guild sent a message: a super large secret realm has appeared. It's not very high level. All the major guilds are preparing to open a copy. It's a stable two-way teleportation secret realm with a large number of creatures. The official intention is to allow all major guilds to hunt for free in the early stages. Last time I saw the Divine Pillar appear in a low-level secret realm. I wonder if you would like to go there. I'll save a spot for you. Upon seeing this news, Li Xiu couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Chapter 130, Super Large Secret Realm. What? I don't believe it. A super large secret realm generally means that the internal space is vast. There are even super large secret realms as big as a province in this world. Just when I needed to farm some kill points, the Tyrannosaurus Guild sent me a message. Li Xiu immediately replied, "Sure, save a spot for me." The other end looked very happy and replied with a cute little expression. A large secret realm should be able to earn a lot of killing points, but I have to go back to Lai's house tomorrow and talk to Angel about the liquid mecha. The next morning, Li Xiu left the room. Driving Gao Ningyun's car, he headed towards Lai's house. Sure enough, a rich wife is good, but of course money alone is not enough, she also has to love you deeply. As for how deep it is, just look at how crazy it was last night. As I walked into the Lai family's gate with familiarity, I saw two little ones doing morning exercises. The Gu brothers and sisters' boxing skills are becoming more and more proficient. Among them, the girl Guyu has exceeded 1,500 calories of qi and blood with the help of better food and the potions she exchanged. For her age, she is already a young genius. Her brother was not weak either, and barely broke through 1,000. I believe that in a few years, these two little guys will be able to stand on their own. Now I have two more employees. The three of them noticed Li Xiu's arrival, and Chen Wuya excitedly said, "Young master, you're back?" Li Xiu nodded. "Uncle Chen, how are you feeling lately?" Chen Wuya smiled when he heard this. "I feel great. I've never felt this good in all these years. My qi and blood have recovered to 8,000 calories. I believe it won't be long before we can return to our heyday." This is naturally good news for Li Xiu. After all, if the man in front of him recovers, he will be a national level warrior. Under the effect of the potion, he will break through to the super god level in the later stage. It's not impossible. Li Xiu glanced around. Where's Angel? She should be in the basement. She doesn't seem to like seeing people. She usually hides away and drinks alone. Chen Wuya said. Li Xiu came to the basement and saw Angel on the workbench. There were a lot of wine bottles on the table. She obviously had a lot of drinks last night. Angel? Li Xiu walked up to her. Her ethnic features gave her a unique beauty, with smooth light black skin and long pointed ears. Chicken leg, she was mumbling something. Li Xiu raised his hand and pinched her ear, twisting it into a ball. "Get up! Wake up!" He raised his hand and slapped her twice more. Angel woke up drowsily. "Ah, boss?" She sat up and yawned. "Sorry, I worked too late last night and fell asleep." Li Xiu looked at the wine bottle she used as a pillow and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Okay, let me ask you a question. How much liquid metal raw materials would be needed to replace all these mechas with liquid metal?" Li Xiu asked his doubts. Angel was stunned. "You built this huge mecha entirely out of liquid metal? Just the liquid metal suit I'm wearing, do you know how expensive it is? And how amazing its defensive power is? You're so greedy that you're willing to build an entire one? Oh my god. Do you think liquid metal is free cabbage?" Li Xiu was stunned. Actually, the cabbage was not free, but that was not the point. As your employer, you just have to report it. Angel blinked, picked up the calculator on the table, and started beeping. After a while, he raised his head and said, "Boss, I've calculated that the external armor of a mecha requires at least 1 ton of liquid metal. Not counting your newly customized mecha, the 2 mechas alone require 2 tons of liquid metal." Li Xiu frowned. He knew that a lot of liquid metal would be consumed, but he didn't expect it to be so much. 2 tons. If I exchange it, 1 ton would cost 390 million killing points. The current liquid metal exchange rate is 3,000 killing points per gram. I thought I was making money very quickly.
I didn't expect it to be such a small improvement.
At this rate, how long will I have to keep working hard? Li Xiu suddenly thought of something and opened his mobile phone. Sure enough, he had ignored someone's message.
The governor had already sent the design drawings, but he ignored them. Li Xiu forwarded the design to Angel. Take a look at the contents of this drawing.
If there is anything that needs to be modified, send it to me. After doing this, he left immediately.
I came to the Lai family courtyard, greeted Uncle Chen, took out my cell phone and looked at the location Yisun sent me. Then he drove towards his destination. Of course, it would be faster to fly through the air, but Li Xiu likes the feeling of driving.
Soon, we arrived at the gathering point.
The large number of guild warriors has made this place crowded.
Li Xiu saw from afar that Yisun and others seemed to have a conflict with someone.
The other side was a 5-man team, and their uniforms had a scorpion pattern on them.
5 people, 3 men and 2 women.
The man in the lead also had a scorpion pattern painted on his face, and looked extremely scary.
Yi-sun, you have such a good foundation, but you can't run a guild. If you come to our guild, you can be the hall master. The resources are definitely better than setting up a guild on your own.
Yi-sun sneered, then there's no need for you, the Poison Scorpion Guild, to worry about this.
Our guild will never merge with you no matter what. You guys are refusing to drink my toast.
You deserve a drink, the bald man from the Scorpion cursed.
Are you waiting for someone here? What? Who would join your crappy guild these days? Xiao Yake behind Yi-sun couldn't help but say, what do you mean no one is joining our guild? We are waiting for the Shadow God pillar. What's wrong? No way. Wow. How ridiculous. The Shadow God pillar. How could a worthless guild like yours possibly invite such a person? Where's the person? Call him over and let him come over. Yi-sun frowned. Xiaoya. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't reveal the whereabouts of the divine pillar. Xiaoya felt a little aggrieved. Sister, what kind of morals are these people? They're going too far. Da Gong was also a little angry. That's right. These guilds are too contemptuous. The worst that can happen is that we fight them. The Scorpion Guild laughed and said, let's make a bet.
If you Tyrannosaurus can invite someone to come to me, I'll eat shit live.
My Scorpion Guild will give it to you. Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Okay. You said it. Everyone heard it. All right. When have I, Scorpion, ever lied to anyone? But if you lie to me, how about your guild leader becoming my concubine? Xiaoya couldn't suppress her smile. Okay. It's a deal. Scorpion frowned. Was the Tyrannosaurus Guild too confident? Is this true? I don't believe it.